Chapter 1, Confession and Humiliation. 2018. Windy City University, Basketball Court.
Chen Feng felt a burning pain on his face and a noisy sound gradually came to his ears.
This scumbag deserves to be beaten. Why did Goddess Su reward this scumbag with a slap? Does he deserve it? Come and reward me.
He opened his eyes and saw faces looking down at him, each with an expression of anger, contempt, or disdain. He breathed in the smell of sweat and felt a burning pain on his face. The first thing that catches your eye is a pair of straight long legs wearing black stockings and black boots, while the upper body is a smart and tight white short-sleeved shirt paired with a black windbreaker, which is cool and sassy. What attracted Chen Feng the most was not her hot body, but her extremely cold eyes, which were filled with disgust and hatred. Chen Feng didn't know this beautiful girl in black stockings, but when the memories of the original owner came to his mind, Chen Feng suddenly understood. This is a parallel world that is basically the same as the Earth, and the incarnation's name is the same as his, also called Chen Feng.
He comes from an ordinary family and is currently a freshman at Windy City University. He has a dissolute personality and can definitely be said to be notorious and a nuisance on campus. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, the original owner passed by the basketball court and happened to see a few good-looking girls sitting on the benches watching the game. With the original owner's personality, he naturally struck up a conversation with them without hesitation and made some physical advances. Seeing this, Su Ching, the queen in black stockings, who was passing by, stepped forward in anger and slapped Chen Feng in the face. The original owner was dissolute every day and his body had been hollowed out long ago, but Su Ching, a black belt in Taekwondo, knocked Chen Feng unconscious with just one slap. If Su Ching had just been brave enough to do something righteous, the slap might have been a bit heavy, but she wasn't at all. She has a personal grudge. It turned out that Chen Feng and Su Ching had been engaged last month, and Su Ching, the campus belle of Fengcheng University, became Chen Feng's fiancée. However, almost no one in the school knew about the engagement. Su Ching's family has some assets, owns a suburban villa, and drives a Maybach. Chen Feng, on the other hand, is a country boy, and they are not a match in any other way except for their looks. This marriage was not Su Ching's wish at all, it was all arranged by her family. So, she hated her family and she hated Chen Feng. This is not a good match. Could it be that my family is a hidden rich second generation? But in his memory, the original owner's parents had faces with wrinkles like knives, hands like deadwood, instructions before leaving, and even when he had left and only his back was left, his parents were still looking at him from afar under the streetlight. Can this be fake? The original owner was such a beast. He didn't know how to appreciate what he had. He didn't know that parental love was the most precious thing. He asked his family for money a lot in order to pick up girls, and he never called to say hello during the holidays. Ding! The perfect personality system has been activated. The host's current environment has been detected. Please make a selection before you can receive the novice gift package. Option 1, apologize to Su Ching and confess your love. Reward, enable the function of adding points to all physical attributes. Option 2, after scolding Su Ching angrily, he walked away in a swagger. Reward, 1 cent. This is a must-have system for time travelers? Chen Feng became excited and took a quick look. Is there any need to think about this? Definitely choose option 2. Option 1 above. Add points to all attributes. Chen Feng has read a lot of novels, and the attribute points at least include physique, intelligence, and other attributes. When you add these attributes together, it's hard for your life not to take off. After making the choice, Chen Feng stood up regardless of the fiery red finger marks on his face and slowly walked towards Su Ching. Hey, kid, what do you want to do? Could it be that this idiot was slapped silly by Goddess Su? Serves him right. I think this guy should hit the other half of his face too, so it's symmetrical. Su Ching also looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Her best friend Yu Stowning stood in front of Su Ching and said coldly, "What do you want to do?" Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng suddenly bowed to Su Ching. I'm sorry, Amelia Su, I was wrong before. Quiet. The person who had been mocking Chen Feng immediately stopped and only said half of his words. Chen Feng, who is known as one of the 3 scumbags in the school, apologized to the school beauty Su. Could it be that that slap was so magical that it could make a prodigal son turn back? Su Ching was a little confused. What was he trying to do? She didn't think that slap in the face could really make Chen Feng turn back from his wrong path. During this period, she had warned and strictly required Chen Feng, but Chen Feng only agreed verbally and returned to his original state within 2 or 3 days at most. So Su Ching was extremely disappointed in him. There was no way she would marry Chen Feng. She would rather die or jump off the roof than marry such a playboy. When everyone was confused, Chen Feng once again made a move that stunned everyone. Su Ching, I like you, be my girlfriend. Boom. What the hell? Chen Feng, who had just been slapped by the school beauty, how could he have the courage to confess to her? How dare he? Originally, they gathered here because of Su Ching. You should know that Su Ching is the famous ice and snow campus beauty of Fengda School. She has a strong aura. Ordinary people dare not look up at her when they see her, let alone muster up the courage to confess to her. They all felt like their brains were a little stuck. Chen Feng must have heard Liang Jingru's courage a lot, right? Being shocked and gloating at the same time, is it possible that the school beauty will agree to you? He doesn't know his own limitations. Su Ching was stunned. What she saw was not a pair of lustful eyes, but a pair of surprisingly clear eyes. Under Su Ching's somewhat dazed gaze, Chen Feng left the basketball court without waiting for her to refuse. Su Ching stared at Chen Feng's back, always feeling that he was a little strange today. Is he thinking of some new trick? Su Ching believed that Chen Feng's ordinary family background was not a problem at all. As long as Chen Feng kept himself clean, loved himself, respected himself, worked hard and was optimistic, she would still marry Chen Feng. But Chen Feng was far from her ideal of a partner. Su Ching shook her head and turned to leave the basketball court. Yu Xiaoning said strangely, Sister Chinger, what's wrong with you today? Su Ching looked at her puzzledly and said, what? You didn't even reject that scumbag. You wouldn't. Yu Xiaoning widened her eyes, looking as if she couldn't believe it. Su Ching was stunned. They were already engaged, and Chen Feng's public confession was just a trick. Su Ching didn't even want to look at a scumbag like Chen Feng, let alone get married. Su Ching stopped and solemnly grabbed Yu Xiaoning's shoulders. She said with a dark face, you miss me so much? Do you think I would be friends with a scumbag? Are you crazy? Yu Xiaoning pouted and said, my sister Chinger, you must be mine. You will be mine for the rest of your life. As punishment, you're the one who pays for dinner tonight. Chapter 2 System, it's coming. When Su Ching left, Chen Feng on the other side also returned to the dormitory with the help of the original owner's memory. The dormitory is a 6-person room with a bed above and a desk below. Surprisingly, there is no one there. It seems like I skipped class. Chen Feng slapped his forehead. It was only 4 o'clock and get out of class would not end until 5 o'clock. It's just right, I'll get the newbie gift pack now. Ding, congratulations to the host for making the choice. The full attribute bonus function has been successfully activated. The current host properties panel is as follows. Intelligence, 50. The maximum attribute value of ordinary people is 100. Strength, 25. Health, 50 weak. Agility, 20. Charm, 85 initial impression. Luck, 50. Skills, none. After reading it, Chen Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. First of all, in terms of physical aspect, he was really a weakling. He could feel it without using the attribute panel. However, his charm was a bit unexpected. If it was the first time I met Chen Feng and I didn't know him, I should have had a good impression of him. This is also the reason why he can become a scumbag. Ding dong. A WeChat message popped up. Mom, son, you said you were going to a classmate reunion tomorrow and it would cost you 500 yuan. Farming isn't very profitable lately, so how about giving you 300 yuan first? Then he received the transfer information. Chen Feng's pupil shrank and his expression became heavy. Lin Wei often cares about and greets her son Chen Feng. Chen Feng replied, oh, okay. Every time he initiates a chat, he asks for money and uses all kinds of excuses. Chen Feng sighed, thought for a moment, and began typing, I'm not going. You keep the money. Then he deleted all the ambiguous female friends of the original owner. Now that he's here, things have to change. He suddenly remembered, system, where is my novice gift pack? Open it for me quickly. Ding, the novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following skills: top singer level singing, master level guitar singing, and 3 raffle tickets. It's all about singing? Chen Feng pondered and said in surprise, as far as I can remember, the original owner bought a guitar worth over 1,000 yuan in order to pick up girls. The key is that he had a good voice. His eyes lit up. Perhaps I can make a fortune with this skill. Signing with a record company is too troublesome. Why not just livestream?
He has the singing skills of a top singer and can play and sing at the master level.
Is there anything he is afraid of not becoming popular? Just collect it,
Chen Feng said excitedly. Suddenly, a wave of memories flooded into his mind, various music scores, music theory, and the feeling of guitar, as if they were companions of many years. He couldn't help but want to sing a song and play it by himself.
It's amazing.
A confident smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips.
With these two skills, it would be hard for him not to become popular.
And now it is 2018, when short videos are very popular. After practicing guitar for a while, he prepared to start the live broadcast in the evening.
Bang!
The door was pushed open and get out of class was over.
Speaking of which, the dormitory 619 is very magical.
The three people in the dormitory, Chen Feng, Lu Wenxiang, and Huang Jima, are collectively known as the three scumbags of the school.
Fuck you, lunatic. You're so awesome.
I heard that goddess Su slapped you and knocked you unconscious, and when you woke up you confessed your love to her? Lu Wenxiang rushed in, holding a book under her armpit and a mobile phone in the other hand.
She clicked on the acne scar short video app and pointed at a video.
The picture above shows Chen Feng staring at the 5 bright red slap marks and sincerely confessing his love to the beautiful Su Ching. This video has received over 10,000 likes in a short period of time.
It's going to be a huge hit. As a good brother, I add your account in the comments section. Just wait for your followers to increase. No need to thank me. By the way, you crazy guy, you don't really want to pursue Goddess Su, do you? She's not an ordinary person, her family drives a Maybach. Lu Wenxiang looked at Chen Feng, waiting for his answer.
Huang Jima also said, "That's right, crazy man, if you follow my rating, out of 10 points, Goddess Su's overall score is 9.8 points. I'm not trying to discourage you, but your chances are no more than 10%. Lu Wenxiang patted Chen Feng's shoulder and said, "Generally, ladies from wealthy families like this are slow to warm up.
It's normal to pursue them for a few years, not to mention our reputation.
Listen to your brother Xiang's advice and give up as soon as possible." Chen Feng ignored it, picked up his phone and checked his acne scar account. From the original few thousand followers, it now has more than 11,000 and is still growing steadily. With Su Ching's looks that are no less than those of first-tier stars, and Chen Feng's looks, it is understandable that he became popular. On the other side, Qin Yuan community.
Su Ching returned home.
It was a rental house that she rented with her own money. It was not big, with 1 bedroom, a living room, a kitchen and a bathroom. Ever since she was forced to get engaged, Su Ching decided that she could live a good life through her own efforts. She wants to rely on herself, not ask her family for money, and live her life to the fullest. So she chose to make money with her hobby. Su Ching felt depressed when she thought about getting engaged. She really didn't understand why her parents wanted her to get engaged to someone like Chen Feng. Su Ching made up her mind that when her parents came back this time, she would ask them everything clearly and resolutely cancel the engagement.
Determined.
Su Ching took off her windbreaker, took a shower, and changed into loose white pajamas, but it still couldn't hide her proud curves, and her cheeks, painted with water vapor, were even more seductive. "If I have time today, I'll broadcast for a few hours to earn some extra money. I'll also need to help fill up Xiaoning's studio in a few days." Su Ching turned on the live broadcast, picked up a guitar worth more than 10,000 yuan, and tried to play the tone first.
After a slight adjustment, fans began to flock in.
"Sister Chinger is here so early today.
Goddess Chinger is starting her live show. Everyone, give us some gifts to liven up the atmosphere. Goddess Ching, I want to hear the Mercury Chronicles." Her acne scar account is named Sunny Weather.
Because of her super high looks, pure and elegant face, and charming voice, she currently has 800,000 fans, which is already a lot. In such a short period of time, barrages of comments were flying and gifts were flying everywhere. At the same time, Thingda Menace Dormitory, Building 24, Room 619.
Chen Feng took a guitar worth more than 1,000 yuan and played Jay Chow's Sunny Day.
The other 2 people in the dormitory looked at him as if they had seen a ghost.
"Crazy, when did you sing so beautifully? I almost thought Jay Chow was here."
Chen Feng grinned and said, "If you can talk, talk more." In fact, Chen Feng was just testing the waters and did not exert his full strength at all.
"Fuck. My Goddess Su is on air now, lunatic. Look, Goddess Su is on air too. She sings beautifully. This is Mercury's note, right? I want to give her a free little heart.
Chen Feng knew that Su Ching was a live broadcaster, but he was still a little surprised.
She also started broadcasting? But he didn't think much about it. What does it have to do with him if Su Ching starts broadcasting? Chapter 3, Live broadcast requires a microphone? All the way north, right? Okay, let's do this.
Chen Feng glanced at the live broadcast room. He had only sung 3 songs, but he had already received more than 500 yuan in gifts. The number of viewers exceeded 1,000 and was increasing rapidly. It should be that his popularity had reached the recommended level.
The host sings beautifully, he's handsome, and his singing skills are amazing. Can you add my contact information?
I compared it, and he's the guy who confessed his love to the internet celebrity with 800,000 followers during the day.
It's Sunny. Chen Feng placed his palm on the strings and found that the number of people exceeded 10,000. Sure enough, he has the potential to become an internet celebrity.
Host, if you dare to play PK with Goddess Ching on the microphone, I will give you 10 carnivals. When an account with a high-ranking title made a statement, no one questioned his financial resources, but instead started to make a fuss. Host, let's play PK with Goddess Ching. We're giving you gifts, hurry up.
Chen Feng was a little confused.
On the other side, Su Ching also noticed the barrage of comments flooding the screen and looked strange.
Who's this most handsome streamer? He wants me to play against him?
Su Ching did not agree immediately. After all, she didn't know where this most handsome guy came from, so she couldn't just connect to the microphone rashly. She took out her cell phone out of the camera's sight. In the live broadcast area, a live broadcast room with a cover of a handsome young man holding a guitar immediately attracted her attention.
Isn't this Chen Feng? Su Ching was stunned. There are actually 10,000 people watching it, it's almost breaking 20,000?
You know, the number of viewers of acne scars is the most real, unlike the live streaming platforms such as Huya and Dosha that have millions of popularity.
10,000 people, basically all of them are real viewers.
Even at this time during prime time, Chen Feng's live broadcast room is positioned at the front.
He can actually play guitar?
It seemed as if there was some magical power that attracted Su Ching, and she clicked on Chen Feng's live broadcast room.
In the picture, Chen Feng was holding just an ordinary single-face guitar.
Compared with hers, it would not be an exaggeration to say that this guitar was just a fire stick. But despite this, his fingers with distinct joints plucked the strings, as if he was a master who had been immersed in guitar for decades. His posture was casual, and his popularity soared between the graceful notes.
Even Su Ching couldn't help but be obsessed with it.
There were still faint red fingerprints visible on his face, but he didn't care at all. When he glanced at the barrage, he also had a sense of confidence and special temperament. Su Ching was a little stunned.
Was this the frivolous, vulgar, and scumbag playboy Chen Feng?
The handsome young man in front of her, not to mention his luxurious clothes, even the special temperament when he sang and played the guitar was completely inconsistent with the Chen Feng in her mind. Su Ching broke free from the mood of the song, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. I have to admit that although the instrument is more than one level lower, Chen Feng sings and plays better than her. Su Ching was puzzled. She looked at her rosy and tender palms.
I muttered to myself in confusion, was this slap I made really that powerful?
She shook her head, her eyes becoming cold again. Maybe this guy just has a talent for guitar, but that has nothing to do with him being a scumbag. Putting away the phone, in the barrage, a level 50 account named Hua Zai said, "Play PK, I will help you get to the top of the hourly leaderboard."
Level 50 means he earned 1.3 million renminbi.
At the same time, this guy named Hua Zai is also number 1 on Su Ching's list. The number 1 on the hourly list can earn tens of thousands of yuan, and a little more than hundreds of thousands. Even after deducting the platform's share, it would be a few tens of thousands of yuan less. For an anchor with 800,000 fans, earning so much in one night is enough to make her happy for several days. But Su Ching shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Hua, I won play PK today." Tens of thousands of yuan is neither too much nor too little for her, but even if it is hundreds of thousands or millions, Su Ching doesn't want to do something she doesn't like.
Someone explained in the barrage.
In the daytime video, Goddess Ching must really hate the most handsome guy. I didn't expect that tens of thousands of dollars couldn't impress Goddess Ching.
I love her so much. Goddess Ching will always be my goddess.
The most handsome one is the name of Chen Feng's acne scar account, which is quite childish. But no one expected that at this time, a request for a live broadcast would pop up.
The handsome guy invites you to join the microphone.
All of a sudden, Su Ching's expression became extremely strange. She wanted to refuse, but when it came to pressing the button she hesitated.
Well, if he still looks so frivolous, I'll just hang up the line.
When Su Ching thought of Chen Feng's previous expression, her mood changed from sunny to rainy.
Connected.
The live broadcast room screen was split into half, one half was Chen Feng and the other half was Su Ching.
The barrage exploded.
It was the handsome guy who took the initiative to connect with Goddess Ching.
That's right, I was peeking at the screen over there. It seems that the Goddess Ching slapped the most handsome guy. Now it's going to be a good show.
In the other live broadcast room, Chen Feng of course saw the level 50 special effect. The number 1 on the hourly list was very attractive, but it was not enough to impress him. Instead, the system pops up an option at this time.
Option 1, connect with Su Ching. Reward, 20 general attribute points can be added to any attribute. Option 2, no microphone connection, quiet live broadcast. Reward, a small umbrella.
Chen Feng was speechless about the reward for option 2, and then chose option 1 without hesitation.
Attribute points are good things, you won't lose anything no matter where you add them. Looking at the chaotic comments, Chen Feng wondered, are the videos from daytime so popular?
At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 30,000, and there is no sign of stopping. Seeing that Chen Feng had successfully connected to the live broadcast, his popularity soared. In the picture, Su Ching was sitting on the sofa, like a lonely and proud alpine snow lotus, staring at the screen indifferently. I have to say that there is a reason why Su Ching gained fans so quickly. First of all, her appearance is so good. Chen Feng held his guitar, smiled, and said with a pure look in his eyes, "Ladies first." Chen Feng was very elegant and made a gesture of invitation in front of the camera.
The show is about to begin, but why is it different from what I imagined? Didn't they say that the most handsome guy likes Goddess Ching? Why do I look at him with such pure eyes? According to inside information, the most handsome guy is one of the 3 scumbags at Windy City University. Is the most handsome guy too good at pretending, or is there something wrong with my information? Look at the expression on Goddess Ching's face.
Many netizens came to watch the video because of it. When they thought that these two people were going to connect via microphone, they suddenly became excited.
The result is different from what I imagined.
How can such a harmonious picture? Of course, when Su Ching saw Chen Feng's face, her temperature automatically dropped several degrees. After sweeping the strings of the piano, Su Ching couldn't help but glance at Chen Feng again.
Why was this guy pretending to be so elegant? Although she had to admit that Chen Feng looked very handsome when he was serious. Chapter 4 seems to be even more popular now? What song do you want to listen to? She asked Chen Feng. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, let's sing a song called Can I? This song is also a popular song in 2018. The key is that it is a love song. The lyrics include Can I be with you?
And the meaning of Chen Feng wanting her to sing this song is very clear.
Sure enough, Chen Feng still hasn't changed his bad habits. No.
Su Ching said coldly. At this moment, she had even forgotten that this was a live broadcast room, and her eyes were filled with disgust towards Chen Feng.
To be honest, Chen Feng didn't have any other intentions.
He just simply thought that this song would sound good if sung with Su Ching's voice.
But he soon thought of the lyrics and said quickly, sorry, I'm being abrupt.
Su Ching felt even more disgusted.
Why was he being so hypocritical? You sang first, it's up to you to sing whatever you want. Su Ching said.
Chen Feng nodded, pondered for a while, and quickly decided what to play.
Fingers rest on the strings. The guitar is a bit old, but the melodious notes seem to be even better.
Master-level guitar playing and singing skills are fully unleashed. At this moment, he gave his all. As the prelude sounded, the barrage of comments instantly became quiet.
The wind is blowing. It is blowing. This is also the divine song of this year. Just the prelude is enough to make people indulge in it. And the sky in Nagano is still as warm as ever. The barrage almost stopped.
In the dormitory, Lu Wenxiang put down her phone with a look of as if she had seen a ghost.
Damn, why does it sound so good? Huang Jima even hummed along while taking a shower.
Su Ching was stunned, she stared at the screen blankly. A cold heart, as if following the stream composed of musical notes, echoed in that beautiful summer. Walking closer to the bedside to hide the words, you, speaking with your head lowered.
This song is not about love, family, or friendship. Chen Feng believes that this song is about youth.
I don't know when, but a lot of people had gathered outside the door of dormitory 619. Chen Feng put down the guitar and smiled. He was very satisfied with his performance.
At some point, Chen Feng's name started to appear in the barrage. The most handsome. It's all over the screen.
Next, there was a carnival presented by the level 50 account Huazai. Andy Lau, the most handsome one, this carnival is not for you to connect with the microphone, but for this song, The Wind is Rising.
Chen Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, brother Hua." Huazai continued to post comments, "Are you interested in working in my company?
If you are interested, please chat privately." This time Chen Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this song would be so powerful and could directly impress the rich man brother Hua.
The weather is fine and the live broadcast has ended. Su Ching took the initiative to shut down the program, including the live broadcast.
On the sofa, Su Ching had a complicated expression. She rushed into the bathroom and scooped up a handful of water to splash on her face. When Chen Feng just sang the climax, Su Ching's heart actually skipped a beat. Even she was startled and quickly regained consciousness. After a while, she murmured, "This scumbag, he actually learned to play the guitar so well just to pick up girls."
Even so, can it change your scumbag nature? Su Ching took a deep breath and her eyes became firm. WeChat message you Xiaoning, my sister Chinger, I'm free tomorrow, so please come directly to my studio. Fuck you, lunatic, you hit it really well.
Seeing Chen Feng turn off the live broadcast, Lu Wenxian quickly jumped off the bed and said in surprise, "You in the painting are talking with your head down." Huang Zhima came out of the bathroom in his underwear, threw down his towel, and ran over to ask, "Who was singing just now?"
It was so fucking beautiful, wasn't it? Chen Feng smiled and said nothing. Time passed and it was night.
Chen Feng obtained 20 attribute points, but he was not in a hurry to use them.
He wanted to have a good rest.
The next morning, while the other two scumbags were still sleeping in, Chen Feng had already arrived at the cafeteria and bought a nutritious breakfast. Yesterday, Chen Feng earned a total of 110,000 yuan from live streaming, but individual anchors can only get 30% of the profit, so he only earned more than 30,000 yuan. After withdrawing the money, Chen Feng hesitated for a moment and decided to give some money to the original owner's parents.
Chen Feng chose the amount of 2,000.
It was too much to explain, so he would send some more later.
First, think about where to add my 20 attribute points. Chen Feng was a little hesitant.
Then he remembered that he seemed to have 3 lottery tickets that he had not used.
System, give me a shot to test the waters. Ding, the host uses a lottery ticket.
Congratulations to the host for winning, come again.
Win the lottery again.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 attribute points common to all attributes.
Chen Feng's eyes lit up.
He didn't expect that he would be so lucky that he actually drew 20 points directly. This way, he would have 40 points to distribute. Suddenly, 6 or 7 people came from the aisle on one side. When they saw Chen Feng, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Su Jie said, "Brother Bing, it seems to be this kid Chen Feng.
I watched his live broadcast yesterday. I didn't expect him to be so talented.
He sings really well and gained over 100,000 followers in one night."
Hu Yanbing frowned and said, "I heard that this boy confessed his love to Su Ching yesterday?"
Su Jie said, "That's right.
This kid is shameless. He confessed his love to school beauty Su after being slapped yesterday. Someone recorded it as a video, and it already has hundreds of thousands of likes." Another person said, "This kid even asked the school beauty Su to sing a love song for him." Hu Yanbing's expression became even more gloomy. He walked towards Chen Feng without saying a word.
The people behind him looked at each other, immediately showed an unhappy look, and followed behind him.
"Chen Feng, have breakfast." Hu Yanbing smiled strangely. Chen Feng was still thinking about how to divide the attribute points. Here came a group of people whom he also knew. It was Feng Di and several other well-known rich second generations who had bad personalities. Although they were not as bad as the original Chen Feng, they also came here in droves. This Hu Yanbing is the son of a shareholder of Fengcheng Hu Group. He usually drives a Panamera when he goes to school.
However, even though he is so rich, he still has fewer girls than Chen Feng, which makes him a little unhappy with Chen Feng. And yesterday, Chen Feng actually made a move on Su Ching, whom he had been coveting for a long time. Although Su Ching was not interested in him at all, he already regarded Su Ching as his woman in his heart.
"Good morning,"
Chen Feng said lightly. Although he could see that these guys had bad intentions, he was not panicked at all. The problem was solved in no time and Chen Feng got up and left. "Wait, classmate Chen Feng, I heard you're a great singer. We're planning to go study at a newly opened art studio in the entrepreneurship park, and we'd like to invite you to help us warm up the venue.
How much do you want in compensation? Just tell us directly."
Hu Yanbing's tone was calm, and he even smiled, but he had already thought about how to teach this guy a lesson later.
Chen Feng casually threw the garbage into the trash can and asked, "How much?" 500.
Hu Yanbing stretched out 5 fingers.
Chapter 5, Gain New Skills Again.
He felt that this was a considerable amount. After all, it was just a few songs, and they knew that Chen Feng was very poor. Su Jia opened his mouth to speak, but unexpectedly Chen Feng spoke first. "You should find someone else."
Hu Yanbing's expression was ashen.
Su Jia hurriedly said, "Brother Bing, a rich man gave Chen Feng a gift worth 100,000 yesterday.
He doesn't need this little money." Hu Yanbing's expression turned even uglier. He patted Su Jia on the head and growled, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Jia was speechless. Hu Yanbing wanted to use this money to bribe Chen Feng, and then show off in the studio, while also highlighting his status as an employer. "Look, this internet celebrity who was very popular recently was invited by me for 500 yuan. And at this moment, Chen Feng had already walked out of the cafeteria. This is a bloodless fight, and not all playboys are like those in novels who act without thinking. I can't let him go like this. He dared to humiliate me and still think about Amelia Su. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I'm not even surnamed Hu." Hu Yanbing chased after him.
Down a slope from the cafeteria is the entrepreneurship park, which is for capable students of the school to start their own businesses.
Some of them repair mobile phones, some teach piano, and some teach painting. Chen Feng just wanted to go back to the dormitory and see how to allocate attribute points.
In fact, what he wanted to add most was intelligence.
"Chen Feng, stop." Hu Yanbing and others caught up and surrounded Chen Feng. Su Jia was getting more and more annoyed with Chen Feng and said, "Brother Bing, this kid is even more ignorant than before. There are so many of us, and he still doesn't behave himself. I think talking won't work, let's just use our hands." Hu Yanbing deliberately remained silent for a moment.
If 6 or 7 of them started fighting, Chen Feng would be so weak that he would have to stay in bed for a few days at least.
No matter what happens, he should be afraid, right?
But when I looked over, I found disdain in this guy's eyes.
Now Hu Yanbing was also annoyed. "Chen Feng, Su Ching is mine.
If you show any intention towards her again, I will throw sulfuric acid on your face and make sure you can never pick up girls again." Su Jia said coldly, "I think we should just cut that thing off and make him suffer for the rest of his life."
Chen Feng's expression also turned cold. "I didn't provoke you, did I? How could you say such vicious words? It's you, Su Jia, right? What are you looking at? If you want to do this, come here." Chen Feng pointed at Su Jia.
He adheres to the principle of "I won't offend others unless they offend me," but after traveling through time, it seems that there are always a few people looking for trouble.
"But I'm also unhappy. Why should I give in to you?" Su Jia has the same idea now. He is used to being arrogant. How dare Chen Feng, a weakling, point fingers at him? "Chen Feng, I'm going to break your legs today." He didn't care what the occasion was, as he felt that his father had his back, so he raised his fist and attacked. "System, 40 attribute points, add them all to my strength." Ding, attribute points used successfully. Current attribute point balance, 0. Suddenly, Chen Feng's strength attribute soared to 65 points. The upper limit for ordinary people is 100 points, while the average level is only 50 points. Even the king of soldiers only has around 70 or 80 points. The extreme value of 100 points is not so easy to achieve. 65 points is already at the level of a boxing champion. An explosive force immediately spread to his limbs, and Chen Feng's eyes became extremely sharp. He caught Su Jia's fist with one hand and threw it away in front of his astonished eyes. Hu Yanbing was startled. At this time, Chen Feng rushed up and threw him 3 or 4 meters away. This force scared the others. "Don't block the road. Remember to take a detour next time you see me, Lao Wu." Coincidentally, Chen Feng threw it casually and it landed at Su Ching's feet. "Sister Chinger." Yu Xiaoning and a handsome boy came out together to greet Su Ching. When Chen Feng heard the word Sister Chinger, he was a little surprised. When he turned around, he met Su Ching's strange gaze. Sister Chinger, why are you stunned?
Yu Xiaoning followed her gaze and found Chen Feng standing not far away. On one side was Su Jia, who was lying on the ground grimacing in pain. Behind him were 4 or 5 playboys with surprised faces, and Hu Yanbing was not far from Su Ching's feet.
Yu Xiaoning asked in surprise, Mr. Hu? You, what's wrong with you?
Hu Yanbing applied for Yu Xiaoning's studio in order to get close to Su Ching, but he never expected that he would be beaten up by Chen Feng. He happened to meet Su Ching, and Hu Yanbing's face looked even uglier than after eating Lao Ba's secret hamburger.
Su Ching, Yu Xiaoning, I was just practicing crawling.
Seriously, my cousin is a special forces soldier, and he taught me all this.
Hu Yanbing dusted off his body and forced a smile. Yu Xiaoning suddenly realized, so that's how it is, Mr. Hu. I didn't expect your posture to be so standard.
Hu Yanbing had a smile on his face, but he was extremely embarrassed inside. Yu Xiaoning didn't see it, but Su Ching saw it clearly. Chen Feng first threw Su Jia out casually, with an easy movement like throwing a ball of paper into a trash can, and then threw Hu Yanbing 3 or 4 meters away.
Is this something ordinary people can do?
Su Ching was surprised. She found that she seemed to know Chen Feng very well, but also seemed not to know Chen Feng. At this time, a boy came over and said, Mr. Chen, I'm Lu Yuan, Xiaoning and Su Ching's high school classmate, and also a shareholder of the studio. I heard that you're a great singer, so I'd like to invite you to our studio to warm up the atmosphere.
Mr. Chen, please rest assured that I will pay the corresponding remuneration. Lu Yuan is a very handsome man with a gentle voice. Although both invitations were given, Lu Yuan was much more polite.
Ding, the host's current situation has been detected. Make a choice to receive a reward.
Option 1, agree to Lu Yuan's invitation. Get master level ink painting techniques. Option 2, reject Lu Yuan and leave proudly. Reward, general attribute point 1.
The 2 options given by the system this time are both okay, not the kind that an idiot would choose.
Chen Feng thought about it and decided to choose option 1.
Since he confessed his love to Amelia Su, he naturally had to use his strong personality to conquer her heart.
And now Lu Yuan's invitation just gives Chen Feng the best prerequisite to show off.
After acquiring master level ink painting skills, he met Lu Yuan's eyes.
Let's go to the studio.
The group arrived at the studio, and Lu Yuan briefly introduced the members in the studio. Chen Feng politely greeted them one by one, and some people recognized him.
Wow, isn't this the most handsome guy from yesterday's live broadcast? Why is he here? He's really handsome.
A round-faced girl took advantage of the drawing board to grab the classmate with ponytails next to her and let out a low scream. The round-faced girl grabbed her ponytail, looked up, and agreed, yeah, he is quite handsome. He was handsome in the live broadcast, and he is even more handsome now.
Chen Feng's arrival made all the students in the painting excited.
They were from the same school and had watched Chen Feng's live broadcast.
They didn't expect to see him in person the next day. Chapter 6 Masterpieces.
The more timid ones could only steal glances at Chen Feng from time to time, while the brave ones stood up and looked at Chen Feng directly. Number 1 handsome, the song you sang yesterday was very nice, can you sing it again? As soon as these words came out, the whole studio fell silent. Lu Yuan burst into laughter and said, Mr. Chen, it seems I was right to invite you here.
Chen Feng also smiled back, what song do you want to listen to?
Seeing that they were chatting, Lu Yuan handed the home court over to Chen Feng. Seeing how popular Chen Feng was, Hu Yanbing and Su Jia were so angry that they almost bit him.
Yu Xiaoning also felt jealous. Sister Ching, is Chen Feng singing really good?
She missed yesterday's live broadcast, so she didn't know how Chen Feng sang, nor did she know that Su Ching and Chen Feng were connected on the microphone.
Su Ching didn't answer.
Over there, the song had already been selected and a guitar was provided. Chen Feng sat on the stool given to him by his classmates and started singing. I never fear others seeing the dreams I want to have. When Su Ching heard Chen Feng singing again, and it was a live version, she was stunned for a long time.
Yu Xiaoning has been paying attention to Su Ching.
She became jealous when she saw Su Ching staring at Chen Feng. Chen Feng played the guitar and sang seriously, which stunned all the students in the studio.
Put aside your worries and stride forward bravely.
Hu Yanbing clenched his fists, his heart filled with shock and disbelief.
Isn't Chen Feng a waste who can only be a sea king? How can he sing? How can he sing?
The singing over there was almost over. Hu Yanbing turned his head to look at Su Ching. Seeing that Su Ching was looking at Chen Feng, Hu Yanbing's back teeth began to creak.
I believe that I am who I am,
and I believe in tomorrow. After a short segment of I Believe was sung, the atmosphere in the studio became lively.
Are you done singing? How come it's so fast? One more song. It's just too fast, one more song. One more song, one more song.
Lu Yuan clapped his hands. Be quiet, be quiet.
I'll just sing for you.
It's paid, so take it easy, okay?
Old Lu, you're too stingy. Do you have the nerve to just listen to one song? That's right. There are so many people in our studio, how can we only listen to one song? We have to listen to at least 5.
Seeing that Chen Feng was so popular, Su Ching and the others had different thoughts in their minds. Since Chen Feng didn't plan to sing anymore, he directly rejected them. The studio became quiet, and Lu Yuan began to introduce the paintings to Chen Feng.
Chen Feng looked at one of the paintings and didn't hear what Lu Yuan said for a while. Seeing him so focused, Su Jie mocked him. Chen Feng, why are you so serious? Do you think you can do it?
Whether I will or not is none of your business, but I know you definitely won't.
Just got beaten up, and this guy is jumping up and down again.
He is like a cockroach.
TSK, these people.
They're not very good looking, their character is not very good, they just like to daydream and pretend.
Be careful that one day you can't pretend anymore and it breaks with a bang. That will be a real show to watch. Mr. Chen, do you like this painting?
Feeling the tension, Lu Yuan quickly changed the subject. He was the one who invited the person here, so he couldn't start an argument here.
I can't say I like it, but I just think it's a little special.
He was looking at a doodle, which at a broad level was just a doodle, but a closer look revealed it was a landscape painting.
Graffiti are all colorful, and he has never seen ink paintings done in this way. Lu Yuan looked at the painting and smiled. This is a new work by a classmate of ours.
It was just a casual work, but I didn't expect Mr. Chen to recognize it at a glance.
It's great that he can draw it. That student must be very good too. It was just a polite compliment, and since it didn't cost any money, Chen Feng was happy to say it. But just because you are polite doesn't mean everyone is polite. The other person's painting is good, what does it have to do with you? Can you still paint it?
Hu Yanbing rolled his eyes, and this action pulled the wound at the corner of his eye, and he looked at Chen Feng with even more displeasure.
Don't say other people's paintings are better.
If you have the ability, draw one yourself.
Only if you can draw it yourself will you be qualified to comment on others' paintings. Just when Su Jie was quiet, Hu Yanbing showed up.
These two people were here to cause trouble today, and especially after what happened just now, they didn't want to let Chen Feng go even more.
Chen Feng glanced at the pig head with a bruised nose and swollen face, then turned to look at Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, can I draw?
Lu Yuan was surprised.
This guy sang so well, could he also paint?
He found a paintbrush and a drawing board for Chen Feng, and saw Chen Feng as graceful as a startled swan and as elegant as a flying dragon. In a short while, he painted a unique and beautiful picture of mountains and rivers.
TSK, I was wondering what you were painting. Isn't it just a few mountains, a few trees, and a river? You call that a painting?
Su Jie looked at the painting sarcastically. Chen Feng, even the little brats in our alley can draw something like this, how dare you draw it?
Lu Yuan is a shareholder of the studio and he also loves painting.
He can see that Chen Feng's unique painting of beautiful mountains and rivers can be called a masterpiece and a master-level work. Su Ching also noticed it, pursed her lips and said nothing. She looked down at her hands again.
Did that slap really work? Have Chen Feng's run and do meridians been opened? Being provoked again and again, no matter how good-tempered you are, you probably can't stand it. You don't understand. I don't blame you. It's not your fault that you don't know what's good. Brains are a good thing, but you don't seem to have them. What do you mean? Su Jie glared at Chen Feng. When God spread wisdom, did you hold an umbrella, Su? You can't even understand something so simple? Su Jie was ready to make a move.
Chen Feng ignored him and looked at his painting. The brushstrokes are biased, the mountains are slightly heavy. Mr. Lu, this painting does not deserve such a high evaluation. Lu Yuan was not talking nonsense when he gave such a high evaluation, but after hearing Chen Feng's humble words, he felt that the song he paid for today was not in vain.
Mr. Chen, you should trust yourself and my experience.
In my eyes, this painting is a perfect masterpiece.
I want to collect it. I wonder if you would like to part with it, Mr. Chen? After hearing Lu Yuan's high evaluation, Yu Xiaoning and the others couldn't believe their ears.
Chen Feng is just a good-for-nothing, someone that Su Ching and they have always looked down upon.
Such a person should live in the gutter and stay in the corner. Chen Feng was also slightly surprised. How could a master-level ink painting technique be so impressive?
It actually received such high praise.
Hu Yanbing stared at the painting intently. Lu Yuan, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? A little brat's doodles are worthy of such high praise? Is there something shameful about it? Chapter 7 is a fake.
When Hu Yanbing said this, he was already blinded by jealousy and had no idea that what he said had offended several people present.
Mr. Hu, Senior Lu is our studio instructor. He's never made a mistake in any of the paintings he's reviewed.
The person who spoke was Yu Xiaoning. She was not helping Chen Feng, but just didn't want Hu Yanbing to ruin the reputation of their studio. Xiaoning, everyone grows through learning, and I am no exception.
Lu Yuan spoke up to stop Yu Xiaoning from continuing, but Hu Yanbing didn't want to let Chen Feng go, so he continued, okay, even if he can draw, so what? Being able to draw doesn't mean you can appreciate it. If you can't distinguish between authenticity and quality, aren't you still just a piece of trash? Chen Feng was so angry that he laughed. What was wrong with this Hu guy? He started to cause trouble as soon as they met. Was it because he had not given him a light beating just now?
This guy named Hu forgot the pain before his scar healed. Lu Yuan also discovered that Hu Yanbing and his follower Su Jia had been looking for trouble. Just as he was about to find an excuse to take them away, he heard a bang.
Everyone looked over, and a male student scratched his head with a silly expression. Sorry, I didn't mean it.
He was apologizing to the classmate next to him, but that classmate didn't seem to appreciate it and carefully picked up the painting that had fallen to the ground.
Is it all over if it wasn't intentional? Do you know what kind of painting this is? Can you afford to pay for it if it's damaged? That silly boy only looks silly.
He has already apologized, but it is a bit too much for this classmate to still say such things. I don't know what this painting is, and I don't know if I can afford to compensate for it.
If it's so valuable, why don't you keep it? Lu Yuan heard the quarrel between the two and walked over.
Chen Feng, who was a step slower, heard the voice of the system. Ding, the host's current situation has been detected. Make a choice to receive a reward. Option 1, determine right and wrong through the process of understanding. Obtain skills, fiery eyes and golden pupils.
Option 2, turn around and leave the studio. Reward, general attribute points 3.
It was another multiple choice question, and Chen Feng chose one without a doubt. The quarrel over there was still going on, and Lu Yuan had already understood what had happened. It turned out that Wang Xian accidentally dropped a painting by Huang Qishan and apologized to him but was rejected. Huang Qishan said frankly that the painting he brought was the work of a certain master and he was worried that the painting would be damaged, so he did not accept Wang Xian's apology. Chen Feng also understood what had happened, but before he could ask, Hu Yanbing interrupted.
My dear classmate, I didn't mean to drop your painting. I've already apologized to you. Besides, the painting is still intact, isn't it? Exactly. I told you I didn't mean it, but you're still holding on to me. Are you trying to scam me? Hu Yanbing and Su Jia were talking at the same time, both saying that Huang Qishan was unreasonable. Huang Qishan put away the painting and looked up at them. I did something wrong. Can I just say I didn't mean it and I'm sorry and let it go? If it's really that simple, then why do we need the police?
The distance between them was not very close, and his painting was on the easel. If he didn't touch his easel on purpose, it would be impossible to knock the painting down. These two people also said that he was trying to scam people.
If he really wanted to scam people, he wouldn't have used the painting to do it.
Chen Feng also noticed it and immediately said, the two students are almost 1 meter apart.
I wonder if this student really didn't drop the painting on purpose? After hearing this, Wang Xian panicked.
Su Ching took a look at the distance between the two easels and found that it was just as Chen Feng said. At this distance, it is impossible to drop the things of the classmate next door, especially accidentally.
Wang Xian looked at everyone in panic. I really didn't mean to do that. I just bumped into it accidentally. Who knew the painting would fall off in an instant? Yu Xiaoning couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Chen Feng, can you please shut up if you can't talk? People say it was an accident. Why are you deliberately looking for trouble?
As soon as these words fell, Su Ching and Lu Yuan both looked at Yu Xiaoning.
Yu Xiaoning was confused. What's wrong? Sister Chinger, Senior Lu, what's wrong?
Su Ching took 2 steps to the side, and Yu Xiaoning then saw the distance between the two easels and understood why they were looking at her. Yu Xiaoning blushed immediately and hid behind Su Ching.
So what if it was intentional? Isn't the painting in good condition?
In his opinion, as long as the thing is not broken, it is no big deal and there is no need to make a big deal out of it.
Huang Qishan was unhappy. My classmate, what do you mean the painting is not fine? Do you know what this painting of mine is? Who painted it? Hu Yanbing didn't understand what painting was.
In his eyes, it was just a piece of paper covered with ink. No matter how beautiful it looked, it was still just a piece of paper.
He had no interest in this, so he glanced at Huang Qishan with disdain. What does it have to do with me? The edges of this painting have become like this. Doesn't it look like a piece of white paper, a bit more expensive paper?
I don't know if this piece of paper in your hand is expensive, but it looks really new.
It's good to give it to us as draft paper in class.
From the outside, the paper is very white and it is obviously new paper.
How can such a painting be valuable? Huang Qishan was furious when his favorite painting was described as so bad and cheap. If you don't understand anything, stop talking nonsense here.
This is Master Huang's early work, Cloud Mountain and Strange Stones. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a gasp in the studio. They were studying ink painting, and Master Huang was the master of the ink painting world, a figure they couldn't even see even if they craned their necks.
Huang Qishan, you're lying. How did you get Master Huang's calligraphy? Wang Xian obviously did not believe that Huang Qishan, also known as Huang Qishan, would have paintings by Master Huang, the master of ink painting.
He and Huang Qishan have been classmates for 2 years.
Huang Qishan usually lives a very tight life.
Whether it is food or daily necessities, he only buys ordinary brands and is very frugal. How could such a person, with such a daily life, casually produce Master Huang's works?
Wang Xian believed that the painting in Huang Qishan's hand was fake, a forgery.
If it is a fake, even if you accidentally damage it, you won't be able to get much compensation. He was secretly delighted in his heart, and the heavy stone in his heart gradually fell with this thought.
Hu Yanbing was watching the show from the side.
He also thought that the painting was fake because he saw Chen Feng helping the man surnamed Huang, so he wanted to go against Chen Feng. Others who knew Huang Qishan also felt that the paintings in his hands were not authentic works of Master Huang, but no one pointed it out.
Chapter 8, No More Tanking.
Just as Hu Yanbing said, the color of the drawing paper was wrong, and they felt it couldn't be real.
Moreover, they all understood the saying that the first tree to stick its head out gets shot.
They had never seen the painting.
What if what Huang Qishan took was the real thing? They are unwilling to gamble, nor dare to gamble.
Once they make a wrong bet, the consequences are beyond their ability to bear.
Wang Xian had no choice but to do so. Huang Qishan was relentless.
Besides making Huang Qishan lose face today, he would also be the only one to lose face.
The latter is impossible, so he can only bet on the former.
He bets that the clouds, mountains and strange stones in Huang Qishan's hand is a fake. When Huang Qishan saw the various looks in the studio, he knew that they didn't believe that what he had was the real thing. Then he walked to the podium with the painting and carefully spread it on the podium. You can see for yourself whether it is real or fake. After saying that, he stepped aside. Lu Yuan was the first to walk over.
He was also very curious about whether the painting was authentic or a fake.
He had seen Master Huang's paintings, but he had never seen any of his early calligraphy works. Now that he had the chance, he wanted to see them, whether they were real or fake. Chen Feng, Su Ching, they also came to the podium.
Chen Feng only took a glance and knew that the painting was authentic.
I have to say that the system's products are absolutely top-notch, and its sharp eyes are really amazing. He was able to tell the authenticity at a glance. If this were sold in the antique market, he would make a fortune. Chen Feng chuckled in his heart and was thinking about trying the antique market one day when he heard a discordant voice.
Is this thing real? I think it's fake.
Everyone was still watching carefully, and no one paid any attention to him after hearing what he said.
Hu Yanbing wasn't embarrassed either. He turned around and stared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, don't you know how to draw?
Then take a look at this painting.
Is it real or fake? Is it true or false? Can't you tell for yourself? When God spread wisdom, Su Jia held up an umbrella. Did you forget about developing your cornea when you were in your mother's womb?
As soon as he finished speaking, a classmate next to him chuckled. Chen Feng looked over and saw that the classmate was covering his mouth and his shoulders were shaking. It wasn't just that classmate.
Several classmates close to Chen Feng were covering their mouths and shaking their shoulders.
Chen Feng saw it, and Hu Yanbing naturally saw it too. Su Jie glared at him fiercely. Why are you shaking?
Do you have lice?
Then he turned around and glared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you are so rude. Brother Bing said this painting is fake, so it is fake.
Do you have any objection? Chen Feng rolled his eyes.
I have no objection, but I just think that brains and eyes are both good things, but some people are born without them.
How pitiful.
At this time, Lu Yuan finally finished looking at it. He stood up straight, but before he could say anything, he heard, this painting looks so new, just like it was just made.
The master Huang you are talking about must be in his 40s, right?
If this is his early work, it must have been 50 or 60 years ago. How could the paper have turned white quickly without changing color?
Besides, how could he possibly lend such a precious work to someone else? If it is not lent to others, then the painting Huang Qishan holds is fake. Chen Feng was stunned by this logic.
It turned out that this was how one could determine the authenticity of a painting. Lu Yuan shook his head, and Su Ching looked at Hu Yanbing with a bit of disgust. Although she couldn't tell the authenticity, she knew that this was not the way to tell the authenticity of a painting. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as the applause rang out, Chen Feng clapped his hands and looked at Hu Yanbing. Classmate Hu, you are really a great genius.
No one can match you. You are a genius that no one can compare to.
To judge the value and authenticity of a painting, one cannot judge it by the color of the paper or the age of the artist. To determine whether a painting is genuine or fake, one must look at the ink used, the style of the painting, and the character of the painter. A painting, whether good or bad, can reveal the character of the artist and also allow viewers to distinguish authenticity.
Master Huang is a master in the world of ink painting. Many people know him and many people have seen his paintings.
If what Huang Qishan brought was fake, it would have been destroyed long ago.
So Huang Qishan's painting is authentic. Although the paper and color are brand new, the painting is indeed authentic.
Lu Yuan nodded, and his eyes were burning with passion as he looked at Chen Feng.
This guy has a talent for painting.
If he could be brought over and trained well, he would become a master in the future.
Su Ching was shocked again.
Ever since that slap, Chen Feng had brought her too many shocks. A good-for-nothing playboy suddenly became multi-talented. Su Ching really couldn't accept it for a while. Yu Xiaoning, who was standing next to Su Ching, looked at Chen Feng with gritted teeth. Sister Chinger had been looking at that scumbag from the beginning until now.
What's so good about that scumbag? Isn't he just showing off? What's so great about it? Huang Qishan's painting was real. Wang Xian's face turned pale instantly.
He looked at the whole painting carefully and breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see any scars. He saw that everyone in the studio was looking at the paintings, so he wanted to pack up and sneak away, but he was discovered as soon as he reached the door.
Hey, why are you leaving?
Huang Qishan hasn't accepted your apology yet, and the matter hasn't been resolved yet.
Where are you going?
The classmate who discovered him asked a question with an innocent look on his face, and Wang Xian was almost mad.
Aren't you looking at a painting? Why are you staring at me?
I'm not a famous artist, and I'm not worth much.
Am I so bored?
As soon as the classmate finished speaking innocently, the people watching the painting on the podium all looked towards the door.
Huang Qishan saw Wang Xian was about to leave, so he put the painting away.
It's not that I don't accept your apology, but I don't like the way you apologized.
This time, let it go. If there's a next time, I won't be so easy on you. Wang Xian heard it, and in front of everyone, he angrily took the things in his hand and left the studio.
He sang and drew. Although there were only 2 classes in the afternoon, Chen Feng didn't want to give up anymore. He said something to Lu Yuan, the two of them added each other on WeChat, and then left the studio.
Chen Feng went back to the dormitory. His books were all in the dormitory.
When he took out his books and was about to go to the classroom, 2 men in suits came towards him.
He took a look and didn't pay much attention.
When they were about to pass by each other, the leading man called out to Chen Feng.
Excuse me, classmate, are you Chen Fengchen?
Chapter 9 No Complaint.
I am. What can I do for you?
Chen Feng looked at the leading man, and the man was also looking at him.
Hello, I'm Zhou Lai, the secretary assistant to Mr. Su.
Mr. Su asked me to tell Mr. Chen to come to the Su family for a gathering this weekend.
Secretary assistant? How popular was the original owner?
If you need help with something, just ask him to send a secretary assistant. Chen Feng, holding a book, said that he was going to class, and the person the other party brought left. The original owner Chen Feng and Su Ching's marriage was arranged by their parents. Logically speaking, the two families were not a good match and it was impossible for them to have a relationship. But these two people became an engaged couple under the arrangement of their parents. The campus beauty of Suzhou University must be unhappy, otherwise she wouldn't be sitting here now. As for the original owner, that must be what he dreamed of. With such a beautiful fiancée, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams at night. Weekend. Dormitory 619. Chen Feng packed up his things and prepared to go home. The original owner was not a human being and did not treat his family as family. He could not do that. Huang Jima came over and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Crazy, why did you put your things away? You're not going out this week? No, I want to go home. Why go home? Going home is not fun at all. I might as well go see some pretty girls. I heard there's a new batch of girls coming in recently. They look so good and have such hot bodies. The person who spoke was Lu Wenxiang, who came out of the bathroom. There's a new girl? Have you seen her? Xiang. You're so mean. Why didn't you call us guys when you saw this pretty girl? As soon as Huang Jima heard the word beautiful girl, he rushed over, hugged Lu Wenxiang's neck, and pressed her towards him hard. Relax, you've seen everything. Don't you know whether I've left school or not? He is at school 24 hours a day, so how can he have time to go out and look at pretty girls? You guys go and see it. I won't go. Just come back and tell me if it's pretty or not. Hearing this, the two scumbags in the scumbag dormitory widened their eyes in surprise and looked at Chen Feng, who was also a scumbag. You really aren't going? Chen Feng shook his head. Are you sure you don't want to go? Chen Feng shook his head again. You really aren't going? Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. I really won't go. After saying this, she picked up her handbag and walked out of the dormitory. The remaining two were left in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Feng University is in the city, so Chen Feng has to take a 2-hour bus ride to get back to Qinjia village where his family lives. After leaving the school gate, Chen Feng took a taxi to the bus station, bought a ticket, got on the bus and waited for departure. As soon as I sat down, my cell phone rang. It was the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Chen Feng pressed the answer button in confusion. Before he could say anything, he heard the other party's question. Chen Feng, what did you say to my dad again? Could you please stop being like a little kid and complaining to my dad whenever something happens? Doing so will only make me hate you more and despise you even more, understand? When Chen Feng was questioned, he remembered that there had indeed been 2 such cases before, but those were things that happened in the past. What does it have to do with the present? Yes, I did hit you, but think about why I hit you. Do you think that if you complain to my dad, he will suppress me? Do you think that he will make me submit and compromise? I tell you, Chen Feng, it's impossible. Don't have such wishful thinking. I am. Stop, excuse me. First of all, I'm not complaining. Secondly, I don't know what happened. Thirdly, I'm not delusional. So, Miss Su, before you call me to question me again, do you understand the situation clearly? Chen Feng was also convinced. His father had just sent someone to invite him over, and the next moment his daughter called to scold him. Were these two gentlemen playing tricks on him? Su Ching on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect to hear Chen Feng say this. She even doubted whether she had really made a mistake. You didn't tell my dad about your affairs? That's your dad, not mine. I was the one who got beaten, not you. Even if I wanted to complain, I would go to my dad. Why would I go to your dad? Su Ching couldn't say that word, but Chen Feng didn't care at all. He was beaten, and that was the fact. There was nothing to hide. But my dad asked me to go back on the weekends and said you would come too. Isn't it because? Her father just called and told her that he would go back for dinner on the weekend, and that Chen Feng would also be there, so he asked her to be nicer and not dwell on what happened before. She subconsciously thought that it happened at school. She hit Chen Feng and her father knew about it. As for how he knew about it, she didn't even think about it and just thought that Chen Feng had complained to her father. It was because of this that this phone call took place, but Chen Feng meant that he didn't have it. It's so unfair. Hail in June. He didn't do it, but he was questioned and scolded. How could he not feel wronged? Your dad asked you to go home for dinner and said I would go.
Does that mean I'm complaining to your dad? Suzhou University beauty, don't you know you have to take the stolen goods to catch a thief? Without the stolen goods, it's slander, it's bloody slander.
After he finished speaking, Chen Feng hung up the phone directly. His chest was still heaving violently with anger as he looked out the window.
Xinyuan Community.
Su Ching was in her rental house, looking at her cell phone with a black screen. She actually found it hard to believe that Chen Feng didn't call to complain. You know, ever since Chen Feng knew that they were engaged, he has been very proud of it. If both parents had not ordered not to let anyone in the school know, he would have probably shouted with a loudspeaker.
Chenjia Village.
Looking at the muddy road in front of him, Chen Feng walked in with his handbag.
Chen Feng would smile and greet everyone he met on the road. Auntie, are you going to town?
The people in Chenjia Village had all watched Chen Feng grow up. Seeing him come back, they smiled and greeted him, smiling back, if you're not going to town, you'll pick up your brother on the way.
Xiaofeng, are you on vacation? How many days do you have off?
The school is on weekends, just 2 days off, and we have to go back tomorrow.
It's only 2 days off, so why do you come back? Save some money to buy delicious food. The aunt said in a low voice. I haven't been home for a while. I want to come back to see my parents.
It doesn't cost much to go back and forth.
Oh, so that's how it is. Okay, then you go back quickly.
I'll leave too and go pick up your brother quickly. Although there are only dozens of households in Chenjia Village, these dozens of families are more or less related to each other. The brother that Auntie just mentioned is her own son. According to Chen Feng's seniority in Chuanjia Village, Chen Feng should indeed call him brother. On the way back to Chen's house, Chen Feng met several people and greeted them one by one.
Chapter 10 Earned by Myself.
He could also feel that the attitudes of the few people he met later were obviously not as enthusiastic towards him. Standing at the door of his house, Chen Feng hesitated. I don't know whether I should just push the door open or knock first.
This is his home, but it is also not his home.
Chen Feng was still hesitating at the door when he was tapped on the shoulder. You're already at the door, why are you standing outside instead of going in? Looking back along the hand on his shoulder, Chen Feng saw a face that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, with a smile on its face. When Chen Feng saw that face, he knew that this was his father, Chen Jiangwo. The person the original owner Chen Feng disliked the most.
Chen Jiangwo awkwardly put his hands behind his back and said, We're already at the door, why are you still standing outside? You came back without knowing if there was anyone at home.
Chen Feng made an excuse to cover up his hesitation.
Your mother is at home. We didn't know you would be back today, so we didn't.
Before Chen Jiangwo could finish his words, the voice of Chen's mother Lin Wei came from the kitchen.
Old man, you're back? Did you buy the soy sauce I asked you to buy?
Only then did Chen Feng notice that Chen Jiangwo was holding a bottle of soy sauce in his other hand. When Chen Feng saw the wrinkled hands of his old father Chen Jiangwo, a picture appeared in his mind. That was the scene of Chen Jiangwo adjusting the collar of the original owner, but as soon as he touched the collar of the original owner opened it with his hands.
And he yelled loudly, Don't touch me, you dirty thing, touch me, it's disgusting. Since then, Chen Jiangwo has never dared to touch the original owner. As soon as the scene in his mind passed, Chen Feng remembered Chen Jiangwo's slightly hurried look just now. Aunt Chen in the kitchen didn't hear the answer and came to the door with a spatula. I say, old man, didn't you hear me? Even if you heard me, you wouldn't know.
The voice died down, and the unfinished words of Aunt Chen were stuck in her throat. She looked at Chen Feng in shock, and then remembered what she was doing. She quickly took off her apron, but she still held the spatula in her right hand. She had to take off her apron and put down the spatula. She didn't know which to do first and ended up in a mess.
Xiaofeng, Mom.
No, nothing happened. It was just noon, and your dad and I. Chen Ma's flustered movements and nervous tone made some fragments reappear in Chen Feng's mind. Those clips were all about Chen Ma. When Chen Ma was cooking, the neighbors came to her house. She went out like this and was scolded by the original owner. The original owner thought it was very embarrassing for Chen Ma to talk to the neighbor like this.
She didn't even eat lunch that day and went to school. From then on, Aunt Chen never wore an apron or held a spatula in front of the original owner again. After watching the clip in his mind, Chen Feng cursed, You bastard, you are not a human being. Afraid that her son would be angry and unable to take off her apron for a moment, Mother Chen turned around and went into the kitchen. Xiaofeng, don't be angry. Your mother didn't mean it. She didn't know you were coming back today. Dad, I'm hungry. When can I eat?
I've been on the bus for over 2 hours and I'm starving. Looking at Chen Jiangwo trying hard to explain, Chen Feng really didn't know what to say. He can't just say, "You don't have to be like this, the son who hated you is gone, and I don't hate you anymore now." If he said this, even if he wasn't treated as a monster, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in this house. Hearing his son say he was hungry, Chen Jiangwo's weathered face immediately broke into a smile, and he kept saying, "Go back to your room first, go back to your room first, there will be food soon." After saying that, he took the soy sauce and went into the kitchen. Chen Feng, who was standing behind, saw the hunched back and wanted to pull out the original owner's soul and beat him.
With such good parents, what else was he asking for?
During the meal, there were 3 members of the family sitting at the table, but it was obvious that both Mr. and Mrs. Chen were a little nervous. Especially when Chen Feng picked up his chopsticks to eat, Chen Feng, who was sitting next to him, could feel the tense emotions of his parents. He added a piece of vegetable for each of Chen's parents. "Why are you looking at me?
Isn't the food on the table delicious? Isn't the rice delicious? Xiaofeng, do you think it smells good?" Mother Chen asked nervously.
"Of course it smells good, Mom. You don't know, nothing I eat at school tastes as good as this plate of stir-fried vegetables.
And it's so expensive, it makes me not want to go to the cafeteria every day. Is the food in the cafeteria expensive? Are you out of money again? Your dad will give you as much as you want."
Chen Feng said that the food in the cafeteria was extremely expensive, so Chen's mother subconsciously thought that Chen Feng had no money to spend and needed money again.
I quickly said that I would ask Chen's father to give me the money later. Dad Chen also nodded and said that he would go get the money in a while.
But Chen Feng stopped and looked at his parents. "You don't need to give me money, I still have some on me."
"I haven't spent all the money you gave me last time. You don't need to give me more."
Their son suddenly stopped asking for money, and both Mr. and Mrs. Chen panicked.
"Why don't you want it? How is it enough? You have so many expenses at school, how can the little you had before be enough? Don't worry, your father and I have some. We've saved it all, and it's all for you."
The tone of these words was extremely humble. Chen Feng once again wanted to pull the soul of the original owner Chen Feng over and beat him up. Just as he was trying his best to suppress his rage and opened his mouth to explain, the system popped up. "Ding, the host's current situation has been detected. Make a choice to receive a reward. Option 1, refresh the impression in others' eyes.
Gain general attribute points x5. Option 2, throw down your chopsticks and leave. Reward general attribute point x1. It was so obvious that even a fool would know what to choose. Chen Feng chose 1, put down his chopsticks and went to get his handbag. Then she took out a thick envelope from her bag, put it on the table and pushed it in front of Chen Ma. "I told you I have money to spend, you don't have to worry at all." Chen's father and mother looked at the envelope on the table, both of them with disbelief in their eyes. When Chen's mother picked up the envelope and opened it, she saw the money inside. He slammed the envelope on the table with a loud bang, then covered it with his hands and asked tremblingly, "Feng, where did you get this from? That much money, at least tens of thousands. Her son is just a student, how could he have so much money?" Seeing his wife's expression, Dad Chen reached out to take the envelope, but Mom Chen slapped him on the back of his hand. Chen Feng didn't take it seriously and continued eating with his chopsticks. "I earned it myself. I found a job for myself and earned this money. Chapter 11 cannot be released. How did you earn it? Where did you earn it? How did you earn it back?" Mother Chen asked 3 questions at once. Chen Feng, who had just swallowed his meal, looked at her helplessly. "Mom, the food is cold. Can you wait until you are full before asking this question? The question should be asked clearly, but the meal must also be eaten. You cannot let your son go hungry." Mother Chen carefully put the envelope aside, and patted it as she put it aside, feeling uneasy. Dad Chen glanced at where the envelope was, and Mom Chen glared at him. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold." Seeing Mr. and Mrs. Chen like this, Chen Feng smiled, but after eating, he couldn't smile anymore. Perhaps his attitude changed, and Chen's parents also changed from being son slaves to being cat dads and tiger moms. "I've finished my meal and my stomach is full. Can I tell you now?" Chen Feng pulled a bench and sat down. Looking at his father and mother who had suddenly changed, the smile on his face never disappeared. Because they no longer treated him as carefully as before, but like parents in other families, they treated their children with parental strictness. "Mom, that's all my money.
I did a live stream on my acne scars, and they watched and gave me gifts.
This is half of what they gave me after the discount.
Although technology is advanced nowadays, Mr. and Mrs. Chen in the countryside usually use their mobile phones to call their son to transfer money, and they don't understand what live streaming is.
After asking clearly, Chen Ma looked at Chen Feng and said, Xiao Feng, is that footprint live broadcast you mentioned really that profitable? Mom, it's acne scars. They say they can make money, but it's not certain.
It depends on how it's run. Chen Feng briefly told his parents how he earned the money. After listening, the two of them did not speak for a long time. It wasn't until some time had passed that Chen Feng heard his mother's slightly choked voice. Xiao Feng, is it because the money mom usually gives you isn't enough? Don't worry, your father and I are already thinking of a way. Our Qinjia village will soon be rich. As long as the contract is signed in a few days, you won't have to work so hard to make money by live streaming. Mother Chen felt that since Chen Feng could think of making money on his own, it must be because they were useless parents and the money they gave was not enough for him to spend. Otherwise, why would this child think of making money on his own? Studying is tiring already, so you should use your rest time to rest. How can you use it to make money? When Chen Feng heard what Chen Ma said, he didn't know what to say. He didn't even realize it just now. He said dozens of times that he was not tired, he had money, and he could definitely support himself. But it was as if the parents automatically ignored what he said. Chen's father also agreed with what Chen's mother said. He and his wife Lin Wei both believed that the reason their son could make money was definitely because the money they gave him as parents was not enough to spend. Otherwise, why would this child think of making money on his own? Unable to explain, Chen Feng simply stopped talking and pushed the envelope to Chen Ma. Take this money, I'll keep it for myself, don't worry about me having no money to spend. Even if I really don't have any, I will find a way myself. Don't worry, the source is legitimate and I will never use crooked means. After saying that, he quickly picked up his bag and returned to his room. Dad and Mom Chen looked at each other, and Mom Chen picked up the envelope and held it happily in her arms. The money her son earned and gave to her would never be given to anyone else. Dad Chen stretched out his hand tentatively, and all he got in response was a snap. Watching his wife put the envelope into the cabinet and locked it, Dad Chen felt aggrieved. Chen Feng will be back on Saturday morning and will have to leave on Sunday morning. After returning to Fengcheng, he will have to go to the Su family. Although he was not planning to go out for dinner, it was better to make some things clear. However, on the first night before leaving, Chen Feng asked Chen's father and mother about their engagement. Father and Mother Chen did not respond immediately. Xiaofeng, your marriage to Miss Su has already been decided, why are you still asking? Yeah, weren't you very happy before? Why are you so happy now? Mom and Dad, I was very happy before because I liked Miss Su, but then I realized she wasn't interested in me at all. Since no one likes me, why should I keep pestering them? Do you also think that no one likes your son and no one is willing to marry me? No, your father and I didn't mean that. We think Miss Su is pretty good. If you can marry her. Chen Feng didn't want to hear those words, such as it's a blessing for you to marry her or it's a blessing for your family if she is willing to marry you. Although it was impossible for Chen's mother to say that, Chen Feng still interrupted what she was about to say. Mom, Dad, I know you don't mean that, but I don't want to. Our family's conditions don't match the Su family's at all, so I want to cancel the engagement. Chen Feng had thought about this seriously. Su Ching was the campus belle of Feng University. She had a pretty face, a good figure, and was also good at studying. She had many suitors in Feng University. There would be few men who would not be attracted by a woman like this, and he is no exception. But now Su Ching doesn't like Chen Feng. It can even be said that she hates and despises Chen Feng very much. Because they had a forced marriage between them by their parents, Su Ching was biased when looking at and treating Chen Feng. If he wants to completely conquer this woman, he has to dissolve this relationship and then use his own charm to make Su Ching fall in love with him. As soon as he said this, Father Chen sighed, alas, it's impossible to cancel it. Even if we agree, the Su family will not agree. Chen Feng wanted to know the reason, but his parents were unwilling to say more. They just said that he would know the answer slowly in the future. Windy City. Su Ching will not be home until tomorrow at noon. If her mother Sun Fei hadn't called her, she would never go back. As soon as she entered the room, Suma pulled her precious daughter onto the sofa and looked her up and down carefully. Oh, what a sin. You've lost so much weight. I told you not to move out, but you insisted. Look, you've starved yourself to the point of being skin and bones. She wanted to move out on her own initiative.
Who can she blame for losing weight?
Su Haodong, Su's father, was reading a newspaper on the sofa next to her. When his daughter came back, he looked up and then stopped moving.
Hearing what Su's father said, Su's mother grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Are you going to die? Can't you just talk properly? You're so sarcastic. If you make my daughter angry and leave, I'll never let you go. Chapter 12 Old Father's Worries.
In front of his subordinates, Dad Su is a boss who has the final say in front of his partners. He is an old fox who will not give an inch in front of his daughter. He is a strict father who rules alone, but in front of his wife, he is a henpecked husband. After being yelled at by Su's mother, Su's father dared not say a word. Su Ching lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Su's father coughed twice. Su Ching looked up and met Su's father's dangerous eyes. The trembling shoulders stopped shaking instantly. When Su's mother saw it, she glared at Su's father fiercely. She turned around and pulled her daughter, asking distressfully, Xing, my dear, why don't you move back home? Look, you're living out here all by yourself, so you must not be sleeping well.
That's why you're in this state. Move back home, and get some extra weight back.
Mother Su's eyes were full of heartache. When her daughter decided to move out, she strongly opposed it. But no matter how much she objected, the girl still wanted to move out. Su Ching glanced at Su's father and said to Su's mother, It's okay to move back, but I have one condition. Before she could even state her conditions, Father Su slammed the newspaper on the table and said, Impossible. There's absolutely no way this engagement can be cancelled. You'd better give up the idea as soon as possible. After saying this, Su's father left angrily. Su Ching turned to look at Su's mother, and Su's mother also shook her head. The engagement between her and Chen Feng cannot be cancelled.
Why? Why force two people who are not a match to be together as a couple? What is it that adults cannot express?
When Chen Feng arrived at the door of the Su family, he looked at the black painted door.
Without any hesitation, he walked over and pressed the doorbell. Soon the people inside came out and he was taken into the living room, where he saw Su Ching and Yu Xiaoning sitting there talking and laughing. In addition to these two people, there was also a beautiful woman sitting next to them. If nothing unexpected happened, it seemed that this beautiful lady should be Mrs. Su Sunfei. Oh, classmate Chen Feng, you're here. If you were a little later, you could just make it in time for dinner.
Yu Xiaoning mocked Chen Feng in a sarcastic tone, but Chen Feng didn't want to pay any attention to her. He ignored Yu Xiaoning and came to the side of the beautiful woman Sunfei.
Hello, Mrs. Su.
Suma looked up and down at the young man in front of her. His face was nice, but his complexion was not very good. His height was okay, but his physique was too thin. For her, she was just too weak and too thin, and needed to be well nourished.
Are you Chen Feng, the future son-in-law chosen by our old Su?
Yes, Madam Su, I am Chen Feng. What he said was, I am Chen Feng, not, I am your future son-in-law. When Suma heard this, her expression did not change. But I know in my heart that this guy doesn't seem to like this engagement very much. Then I heard her say, Since you're here, let's eat. Ching, go upstairs and ask your father to come down for dinner. After saying that, he invited Yu Xiaoning to go to the dining room. When Yu Xiaoning passed by Chen Feng, she rolled her eyes. She has always looked down on Chen Feng, so naturally she would not give Chen Feng any good face. Even when she was talking to Suma about Chen Feng just now, she was still constantly slandering Chen Feng. Su's father and Su Ching came down from the stairs soon.
Seeing Chen Feng in the dining room, Su's father asked, I heard you went back to see your parents? Are your parents okay?
Chen Feng didn't know how Su's father knew about this, so he immediately replied, Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su.
My parents are doing well. That's good, come sit down and eat. Chen Feng was still the same as before.
He did not try to get closer to Su's father by calling him Uncle Su. Instead, he changed his previous way of addressing him and called him Mr. Su directly. While eating, Father Su glanced at him several times. Chen Feng felt it but didn't care.
Just watch it, it won't cost you anything anyway.
After dinner, Su's father called Chen Feng to the study upstairs to talk. Su's mother didn't say much, and then asked Yu Xiaoning to sit down and chat.
Study upstairs. The dark brown decoration looked simple and elegant. Chen Feng looked up and down at the decoration.
Obviously, he also liked this decoration style.
Father Su had already sat down.
Seeing Chen Feng still looking around, he chuckled and said, Oh, your aunt's son helped me arrange this.
Chen Feng nodded, Auntie has a good taste, simple yet elegant. Hearing Chen Feng's praise for his wife, Su's father's mood improved.
He asked Chen Feng to sit down, asked some questions about the school, and then got straight to the point.
Xiaofeng, how are you getting along with our Qingqing?
Chen Feng was stunned and looked at Su's father. Uncle Su, my engagement with Su Ching. Before he could finish his words, Father Su interrupted him. Your engagement with Qingqing was personally agreed upon by your parents and I. As Qingqing's father, I hope you can take good care of my daughter.
Uncle Su, I understand what you said, but I don't understand why. Chen Feng raised his question tactfully, but Father Su laughed. Ha, don't you understand why you want my daughter to be engaged to you? What's there to not understand? Could it be that I, your father-in-law, have discerning eyes and picked you out of so many people? Chen Feng laughed awkwardly twice. He didn't think this was the reason. Everyone in Fengdan knew what kind of person the original owner was. Su Haodong was not a reckless person. If he really liked the original owner, once he sent someone to investigate, he would definitely know what kind of person the original owner was, and he would never marry his daughter to such a person. When Father Su heard Chen Feng's laughter, he looked at him with a stern face. Don't you believe what I said? Chen Feng quickly waved his hands and was about to say that he didn't disbelieve it when he heard. I know you might not be able to accept being engaged to Qingqing. I've spoiled that girl since she was little. She's impulsive and reckless, and the princess has a terrible temper. I'm already quite old, and I can't spoil her forever. Now that I'm still alive, I have to witness her happiness with my own eyes. I will naturally find her someone who can continue to spoil her. After listening to Su's father's heartfelt words, Chen Feng didn't say anything. He could hear from those words the worry of an old father for his daughter. But he still couldn't understand why Dad Su fell in love with the original owner? Does the original owner look like someone a girl could safely entrust her life to? Judging from the original owner's behavior in Fengdi, it's not a good thing at all, right? Not only is it not the case, but you have to stay far away from it, otherwise you will go to purgatory if you jump down. After what Su's father said, the reason for the engagement could no longer be asked. I stayed with Su's father in the study and chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, we went downstairs. Chapter 13 Being Scammed. In the living room, Suma, Su Ching, and Yu Xiaoning were still there. Chen Feng looked at Su Ching smiling brightly in front of Suma, and remembered what Su Dad said in the study. The beautiful campus girl of Su University always hits people and glares at people with bulging eyes. It turns out that she has been spoiled since she was a child. Yes, with such a father at home and such a protective mother, it is impossible for him not to be willful and capricious. Who can afford it? As for the slap and injustice before, they were all the fault of the original owner, so Su Ching's actions and suspicion were understandable. Seeing them coming down, Su Ching frowned. Why was this guy looking at her instead of watching the road? Chen Feng kept looking at Su Ching. Su's father was not angry at all and even expressed satisfaction. Su's mother couldn't stop laughing. Yu Xiaoning, who was next to Su Ching, was almost mad with anger. How could this damn scumbag still be so shameless? It was so embarrassing to stare at people in Sister Chinger's house. Country people are country people, they have no manners at all. It was getting late, so Chen Feng said goodbye to Su's father and mother and left with Su Ching and the others. At the Su family's gate. Xiaoning, go get a car first, I'll be there in a moment. Yu Xiaoning glared at Chen Feng, clenched her fists and threatened him before turning and leaving. My parents said that our engagement cannot be dissolved. Do you know why? Have you asked your parents? Chen Feng looked at the girl next to him in surprise. Nonsense, who would want to marry a playboy like you? Su Ching rolled her eyes, feeling speechless, and then asked, Did your parents tell you the reason? Chen Feng was totally confused. He didn't know what he had done to offend her, and she called him a playboy. Didn't you go to the study with my dad? Didn't you ask? I asked, but Uncle Su didn't tell me. He did ask, but Dad Su was playing Tai Chi with him and avoided the question. Su Ching didn't ask what she wanted to hear. She walked past Chen Feng and left, leaving him standing there alone. Dormitory 619. Huang Jima and Lu Wenxiang were still sleeping. When they heard the door open, they immediately got up. One went to pull Chen Feng, and the other went to take Chen Feng's handbag. Crazy, why did you come so late? I missed you so much. Huang Jima hugged Chen Feng tightly, acting like a tough guy. Chen Feng pushed him away with a look of disgust. I came here this morning and went to take care of some other things. He picked up Lu Wenxiang's messy handbag and placed it on his bed. You two stayed up all night again last night?
The dark circles under the eyes of these two people are almost as big as those of a panda, and their faces are lifeless, just like those who have had their things sucked out by a goblin.
Hey, stop talking now. Didn't we go see some pretty girls after you left on Saturday?
After we went there, we saw quite a few pretty girls, but there weren't many good-looking ones. We were planning to just ask two people to take a look, but when we left, they were stopped when they were leaving, and then their money was emptied out until there was nothing left, and then they were let go. Chen Feng looked at the two people's expressions again and nodded in agreement. They were indeed emptied of their money, otherwise they wouldn't have such expressions.
Huang Jima and Lu Wenxian knew from the look in his eyes that he was thinking about something wrong, and returned to their beds. What are you thinking about?
That pretty girl forced us to play cards all night long, and only after we lost all our money did they let us go. When they came back, they had no money and even had to borrow money for the taxi fare. After learning about their miserable plight, Chen Feng nodded to express his sympathy, but only sympathy. He will put his matter with Su Ching aside for now and he will find a chance to sort this matter out.
But his most important thing now is to study and make money.
He left most of the cash from the last live broadcast to Chen's parents, and he only has 2,000 yuan on him now. Chen Feng was thinking about when he could do another live broadcast. On the way back to the classroom, he was too absorbed in the plan and unexpectedly bumped into the person opposite him.
I'm sorry, classmate. I didn't mean to do that. Are you okay? How can you walk without seeing? Didn't you see someone in front of you? Why are you still bumping into them?
The other party's tone was not very good. Chen Feng was not without temper, but he was indeed in the wrong, so he suppressed the anger in his heart. My classmate, I apologize to you, why are you still so aggressive?
Oh, who was I thinking? It's you?
You were walking without looking where you were going and hit me.
If an apology is enough, then why do we need a hospital and the police?
Chen Feng recognized the person. It turned out to be Wang Xin who caused trouble in the studio that day.
Wang Xin covered his forehead and looked at Chen Feng with disgust. You must have given me a concussion, and you just say sorry and that's it?
No, I need to go to the hospital and get a full brain CT scan.
This was obviously a deliberate attempt to pick a fight. Chen Feng looked at him coldly. Classmate, is your head made of tofu?
I feel dizzy, nauseous, and want to vomit now.
You must take me to the hospital, otherwise don't even think about letting this go.
Chen Feng felt that this person was not hurt by the head collision, but was simply knocked stupid.
With just a small collision, he wanted to go to the hospital for a brain CT scan? What's going on in his head? Water? There's a loud bang when it hits once, and huge waves when it hits again?
I also want to do a brain CT scan, and if he wants to see it, just send him directly to a mental hospital.
I did hit you, and it's not impossible for you to go to the hospital, but... Wang Xin covered his forehead and stiffened his neck, but what? He was looking for trouble today.
If someone else had bumped into him today, he might have left by now, but the person who bumped into him was Chen Feng, and Wang Xin didn't want to let him go when he saw this face. He was embarrassed in the studio last time, and now he finally got the chance. How could he let it go so easily? If the examination of your brain shows nothing wrong, I won't bear any of the medical expenses, examination fees, or anything else. On the contrary, you will also be responsible for my mental damages, time loss, round-trip transportation fees, and all other expenses.
Oh, by the way, there's also the cost of the brain CT scan. You'll be responsible for that too. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin immediately yelled, Why? Aren't you blackmailing me? Yes, I am blackmailing you. Aren't you blackmailing me now? Wang Xin was choked and speechless.
He had never met such a shameless person since he was a child. It was Chen Feng who hit him because he didn't look at the road, not him who hit Chen Feng. Chen Feng should be responsible for all the expenses of his inspection.
Isn't that what he should do? Chapter 14, Blame It on Me. Not knowing what was going on didn't stop them from stopping to watch the fun.
They were also very bored since they had no classes on the weekend. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the onlooker Zhao Yun couldn't stand it anymore.
He's right, weren't you just trying to blackmail him?
He just copied your method and used it for his own use.
There's nothing wrong with that. But he did hit me, so does that count? Who said forget it? He hit you, and you hit him too. Why don't you both go to the hospital and get checked out together? Isn't that the solution? Get checked together with him? Who will pay for the checkup then?
His family is not rich, and his monthly living expenses are not enough for himself. If he has to pay for the checkup, he will have nothing to worry about for the remaining half month. Of course, whoever is found to be healthy is responsible.
Wang Xin refused to agree. He hit me, not me, so why should I be responsible? Zhao Yun rolled his eyes. Didn't you two bump into each other? Wang Xin was almost mad and said immediately, I didn't hit his head, so I'm not responsible, but he is responsible if there is something wrong with my head.
When these words came out, the onlookers were all stunned by his shamelessness.
Oh my, what's going on? What's so interesting that everyone is gathered here to watch? The nonchalant Su Jia walked over with a toothpick in his mouth.
When he saw Chen Feng, he immediately spat out the toothpick and smiled.
Oh wow, what's going on? Wang Xin remembered Su Jia and told him what happened immediately.
Chen Feng, even though your family isn't well off, your academic performance isn't great, your character is terrible, and you've cheated and deceived people a lot, you can't be like this.
As soon as these words came out, the people around looked at Chen Feng and began to talk about it. Chen Feng had a blank expression on his face. Are you done?
I hit him on the head, and he wants to get a CT scan with me.
Do you have a problem with your brain too? Do you want to get a CT scan with me too? Chen Feng, what the hell are you talking about?
You have a problem with your brain, and your whole family has a problem with their brains.
Chen Feng smiled slightly. Su Jia, it seems that you have forgotten what I said.
Hearing Chen Feng's sarcastic remarks about his weakness, Su Jia clenched his fist and punched him. His sudden attack scared the students around him.
Class teacher's office. Zhai Hui, the head teacher of Class 3, Grade 10, looked at the people involved in the incident and asked, what exactly happened? Why are they fighting? Teacher, I didn't do it.
He was the first to do it.
Look, the corner of his mouth is still blue.
Chen Feng immediately put the blame on Su Jia.
Su Jia refused to accept the blame and said, it's because you bullied your classmates and spoke harshly. Otherwise, would I have hit you? Su Jia pushed the blame onto Wang Xin and never mentioned that he had scolded Chen Feng.
Wang Xin, who was standing next to him, covered his forehead when he heard that the blame had fallen on him.
I didn't do anything. I was bumped into and wanted to get checked out. It's that simple.
Zhai Hui laughed out loud when she heard this.
You're both right. It's all the school's fault. The school shouldn't have given you a holiday, right?
The three parties did not dare to say a word. The bystander Zhao Yun took the initiative to jump out and said, Teacher, it was Chen Feng who accidentally hit Wang Xin.
Wang Xin asked to go to the hospital for a head examination and asked Chen Feng to cover all expenses. Zhao Yun explained the entire process very clearly. Zhai Hui looked at Wang Xin and said, you bumped your head while walking, and you're going to get a brain CT scan? Is your head made of tofu? Will it break if it hits you? Then he looked at Su Jia again. What's it to you if they're arguing? Why are you trying to butt in? And why are you hitting them? Finally, he looked at Chen Feng and said, you're walking without looking at the road. What are you doing? You bumped into someone and didn't follow their request. Even if the request was unreasonable, it was you who was at fault first. The three people who were being scolded didn't dare to say a word. The bystander Zhao Yun stepped aside and lowered his head. His trembling shoulders betrayed him. More than 10 minutes later, 4 people came out of the office. Wang Xin glared at Chen Feng fiercely and left. Su Jia looked at Chen Feng with a gloomy face. Chen Feng, you did a great job today, just wait for me. After saying this, he left. Chen Feng turned his head and looked at Zhao Yun beside him. The show is over, the main characters have left, why don't you leave? Zhao Yun looked bewildered. Isn't the protagonist by my side? The reason he helped before was entirely because of Chen Feng. The two men walked out of the office building, and Zhao Yun approached Chen Feng. Digital Handsome, when are you going to do a live broadcast again? Can you let me know in advance? I want to wait for you. Chen Feng turned his head and looked at him. Are you helping me just to find out the live broadcast time so that I can wait there? Zhao Yun touched his nose awkwardly. Although I don't want to admit it, this is the fact. I don't have time recently and may not do the live broadcast. Chen Fengyun said calmly. There was no specific time mentioned, nor was there any statement that a live broadcast would be held. Zhao Yun exclaimed when he heard this. Then when will you? Before he could finish his words, he saw the angry Hu Yanbing. Hu Yanbing came up to the two of them and said, Chen Feng, what do you mean? Are you trying to go against me? Chen Feng also saw Hu Yanbing and knew he was talking about what happened just now. He then said, "You should ask your tail about this. He was the one who started the trouble first." So what if he was the one who started the fight? It must be you who did something wrong.
This self-righteous attitude made Zhao Yun next to him laugh.
Haha, brother, your logic is really good. I admire you. Hu Yanbing glanced at Zhao Yun and said, "What are you laughing at? It's none of your business. I'm going to compliment you a bit, there's no need to be so irritable, right? Also, I don't believe you don't know what kind of person your brother is. Besides, the cheap one started the fight, and your brother couldn't help but act cheap himself. You are so righteous and confident in blaming others. Isn't it enough for me to admire you?"
Zhao Yun mocked him back without any hesitation, and Hu Yanbing was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. Everyone knows that he protects his son. Su Jie is his man, and whatever his people do is right. Besides, the other party is the scumbag Qin Feng, so even if it is unreasonable, it must be made reasonable. The most important thing is that this scumbag is obsessed with Goddess Su. Goddess Su is the woman he has chosen, and he will never allow this scumbag to defile his goddess.
But Qin Feng was like an indestructible cockroach.
One second he was taught a lesson, and the next second he healed his wound and forgot the pain. As soon as he heard that Su Jie was scolded by the class teacher because of him, he was furious. His people were humiliated, and if he didn't get back at them, others would think he was a coward.
What's wrong with me blaming him? He's the culprit, shouldn't he be blamed? Chapter 15. Huma comes to school to cause trouble.
This guy is stupid, Qin Feng and Zhao Yun both thought so.
They didn't want to be taken into the office building again, so they ignored Hu Yanbing, who was still chattering, and left.
Hu Yanbing turned around and tried to grab Qin Feng, but Qin Feng dodged to the side, leaving him empty-handed.
"Just talk, don't touch me."
He had just finished speaking when there was a loud bang that frightened the two of them and made them take several steps back.
Hu Yanbing lay motionless on the ground, seemingly unconscious. "Brother Feng, he wouldn't be killed by the fall, right?" Zhao Yun asked in a low voice. "I don't think so."
Qin Feng shook his head to indicate that he was not sure. Hu Yanbing just came over to grab him, but he dodged and fell straight to the ground without standing firmly. The school playground is all concrete. Considering Hu Yanbing's height, if he falls down, he will definitely get his head broken even if he doesn't die. Zhao Yun tentatively kicked Hu Yanbing, who was lying on the ground, then retracted his foot and turned to look at Qin Feng. "Brother Feng, what should I do?"
"He's not responding." Qin Feng cursed, "Call 110, what are you still standing there for?"
The person was sent to the hospital, and when the two came back, they were called to the office again.
"Tell me, what's going on this time? Why are you two here again?"
Zhai Hui was very troubled when she saw the two young men, especially Qin Feng. Qin Feng's reputation in school was already bad, but he just didn't know how to keep a low profile. Today there was a piece of gossip, and tomorrow there was a scandal.
Half of the information posted on their Fengda campus network was about Qin Feng's gossip and romantic affairs.
It's not like I haven't talked to him before, but this guy just wouldn't listen. He finally kept quiet for 2 days, but he returned to his old ways after returning from vacation.
"Teacher, he fell on his own. We were brave enough to help him. Otherwise, Hu Yanbing would still be lying on the playground right now. You didn't do anything and sent the man to the hospital, so I should reward you?"
Zhai Hui's tone was a little cold, and Zhao Yun didn't dare to speak, but Qin Feng nodded. "Teacher, I think we do deserve praise and rewards."
"Then how did he fall? Why did he fall in front of you? Explain it to me."
Zhai Hui was too lazy to deal with them anymore and asked directly about the cause and effect. But no matter how she asked, the two of them answered in unison that Hu Yanbing fell by himself and they just sent him to the hospital.
Seeing that her inquiries yielded no results, Hu Yanbing's mother came over.
She had been crying all the way, and as soon as she entered the office, she rushed straight to Zhai Hui. "Teacher Zhai, where is that black-hearted person? If he can be so cruel to his classmates, won't he be murderous and arsonist when he grows up?"
Poor Yanbing's face was almost ruined.
If it weren't for the advanced medical technology nowadays, Yanbing's face would have been lost. The moment Mrs. Hu stepped into the office, she said she was looking for Qin Feng, but she had no idea that the person she was looking for was right next to her. Looking at the woman with red eyes and disheveled hair, Qin Feng lowered his head, and the system prompt sounded at this time. "Ding, the host's current situation has been detected. Make a choice to receive a reward."
Option 1, expose Hu Yanbing. Obtain, itch powder X1. Option 2, beat up Hu Yanbing and leave in a domineering manner. Reward, accept the punishment for 1 minute. Chen Feng was shocked. System, you were violent, but why is there a punishment? There is no order without rules. There are rewards and punishments. Chen Feng was speechless.
At this time, Hu's father came in from outside, pushing Hu Yanbing, who was wrapped like a mummy. Seeing Hu Yanbing in the wheelchair, Chen Feng's mouth twitched.
Was he trying to cause trouble for him? Wasn't he even pretending to be in the hospital? Ding, the system sound rang out. Task selection, option 1, option 2, please select as soon as possible. Chen Feng took a look at Hu Yanbing's plastered leg and wanted to choose option 2.
However, after careful consideration, he silently chose option 1.
It's not convenient to carry out beatings now because there are too many people here. We can do it one day when there are fewer people.
It was clearly just a fall on the face, but the person in the wheelchair looked like his whole body was injured, with his face, hands, and feet wrapped in gauze or plaster. When Mrs. Hu saw her son being pushed in, she leaned on her son's wheelchair and burst into tears, her voice echoing throughout the office. Jiahui felt a little headache after listening to this, and glared at Chen Feng next to her. It's all your fault, why don't you solve it quickly? Chen Feng felt Teacher Zai's greeting in his eyes, then looked over and glared at Hu Yanbing sharply. He turned around and looked at Jiahui with innocent eyes. Teacher, it's not my fault, he is blackmailing me.
Jia Yun, who was standing nearby, walked over and looked at Hu Yanbing in amazement. Wow, Mr. Hu, how did you do that?
TSK, after just a fall, I can wrap myself up like this as required.
Why do they always reject me every time I go there? Did I pay too little?
Zhao Yun's eyes were filled with questions.
He then said, Student Hu, tell me quietly, how much did you pay them to agree to wrap you up like this?
When Mother Hu heard what Zhao Yun asked, her face changed. Bribing a doctor with money to issue a false certificate is illegal.
He immediately asked loudly, how can you talk like that? What do you mean you have to pay me to wrap it up like this? My son is injured. If you don't hand over that black-hearted culprit, I will call the police. You have to know that this is a school. If the police come to the school, it will not be as simple as a fight between classmates.
Jiahui also understood Hu Ma's strong attitude and narrowed her eyes slightly. Mrs. Hu, I'm very sorry that student Hu was injured like this, but that doesn't mean you don't know the whole story and are forcing the blame on my student.
Teacher Jai, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm forcibly pinning the blame on your students? You hid the man. He beat my son like this, and he didn't even apologize? Who hit him? Jai Hui's face looked very unhappy.
The Hu family had some assets, and Hu's father would donate some of them when the school built buildings or bought books. But this does not mean that the Hu family can talk nonsense.
Auntie, I'm a living person, am I not here?
When Zhao Yun heard this, he burst out laughing.
Brother Feng was right. Aunt Hu didn't even see such a big person. How blind must she be? Mother Hu looked at Chen Feng, who are you?
She didn't know that the person in front of her was the Chen Feng she was looking for. As soon as she asked, Hu Yanbing in the wheelchair began to move with a hum. Seeing her son so excited, Mother Hu immediately understood and stood up suddenly. Are you the one who hurt my son?
You black-hearted little bastard, I'm going to tear you apart. Chapter 16, A slap in the face is not for everyone? The shrew was unreasonable.
This time when she saw the real boss, she pounced on him directly. Chen Feng dodged to the side and avoided the pair of 9 white bone claws.
I didn't touch him at all. Your son fell by himself. Then he looked at Hu Yanbing in the wheelchair with cold eyes. Student Hu, how did you fall? You know what happened to you. If you don't understand, I don't mind calling 110 and having them accompany you to find out. Hu Yanbing didn't move at all. He wasn't excited and didn't stand up. Even his eyes didn't move.
Chen Feng sneered, it seems that Mr. Hu agrees with my proposal just now, so let's not waste any more time. As he spoke, Chen Feng took out his cell phone to call the police. Hu Yanbing, who was in the wheelchair, suddenly jumped up and prepared to grab the phone.
His action shocked everyone in the office.
Chen Feng dodged his hand with his cell phone and looked at him with a smile. Just then, a knock on the door broke the silence in the room, and everyone looked and saw Su Ching standing at the door. Su Ching first glanced at Chen Feng with disdain, then looked at Hu Yanbing. Student Hu, I think it is necessary to show you. She handed over a cell phone, but it was snatched away by Hu's mother. The video showed the entire process of her son falling. After watching it, she returned the phone to Su Ching. Even if my son fell by himself, these two people were right next to him.
Are they dead? Can't they lend a hand to save him? Hey, what's that like, you old lady? If we didn't help, would your son have been able to go to the hospital? Would he have been able to wrap himself up like a mummy and blackmail people here?
Originally, this matter had little to do with Zhao Yun.
The only connection was that he happened to be there. Now when he heard what Huma said, he was unhappy.
If you had given my son a hand, he wouldn't have fallen and wouldn't have gone to the hospital. This specious argument sounded familiar to Zhao Yun.
He glanced at Hu Yanbing.
They were indeed mother and son.
It turned out to be hereditary. Auntie Hu, you've already seen the video. Student who just fell on his face. If you really want to keep pestering me like this, I can't guarantee that it's just his face that's hurt. Hu Yanbing pulled his mother.
He was too embarrassed to see anyone now, let alone Su Ching. He originally just wanted Chen Feng to be punished, but he didn't expect Su Ching to intervene in this matter. He took his mother and left the head teacher's office. Su Ching and Chen Feng said goodbye to the teacher and walked out one after another.
I'm not here to help you. Can you please calm down? Do you know that you are really annoying? Su Chao University beauty, I didn't ask you to help me, okay? So don't preach to him.
The Chen Feng who did those stupid things and liked to be a scumbag is dead.
The current Chen Feng doesn't want to inherit his mantle at all. Yes, you didn't ask me to help you, but my dad asked me to come. Wasn't that what you said? Chen Feng was completely speechless. Being wronged once is enough, why the hell does it happen a second time? Is he a sucker? This woman always blames him for everything. Is his head just for blaming others? Su Chao University campus beauty, your father asking you to come is your business, it's your father's business, what does it have to do with me? I didn't call your dad, let alone complain, so please don't put all the blame on me, okay? Chen Feng quickly went downstairs and left.
He was afraid that if he didn't leave, he would not be able to help but want to curse.
Su Ching was stunned in the stairwell. Why was this scumbag angry? Shouldn't I be the one who was angry? Shouldn't I be the first one to leave after getting angry? The slight change in my opinion of Chen Feng disappeared in an instant. As expected, Chen Feng was still the same Chen Feng, he hadn't changed at all. Zhao Yun, who was following behind, openly listened to the conversation between the school beauty and the boy who was recognized as a scumbag by the whole school. However, the information in the conversation was really explosive. Just as he was about to leave quietly, he saw the campus beauty of Su Chao University staring at him. Ah, well, I didn't hear anything. After saying that, he ran down the stairs and out of the office building as fast as he could. Chen Feng was filled with rage. He calmed down on a chair by the playground for a while before returning to the dormitory. Huang Jima, who was playing games, didn't even raise his head when he heard the sound. Didn't you go out to find something to eat? Why are you back so soon? What delicious food did you bring for your brother? Nothing to eat. Huh? What the hell? Where's your food? Huang Jimo raised his head from the game and saw that Chen Feng had nothing in his hands. You lunatic, you're so disloyal. You didn't even bother to bring back some food for your hungry buddies in the dorm when you went out. You're so disloyal. After finishing a game, Huang Jima threw his phone on the pillow, turned over and jumped out of bed to find something to eat. Although dormitory 619 is a 6-person room, there are only 3 of them in the dormitory because no one else is willing to live with them. There are 3 extra empty beds in this dormitory, but they are all used to store daily necessities. There was nothing to eat on the bed that belonged to him except some daily necessities. Huang Jima went directly to Lu Wenxiang's bed, searched around but couldn't find anything edible. He turned around and stared at Chen Feng's bed again. Chen Feng glanced at him indifferently. Don't look, I don't have any either. The original owner, Chen Feng, didn't stock up on snacks much, and he hadn't stocked up on snacks since he came here. Upon hearing this bad news, Huang Jima fell directly on Lu Wenxiang, knocking her so hard that she screamed. Hey, yellow-skinned guy, are you a fucking pig? You're so heavy, do you want to crush me to death? I'm almost starving to death. I'd rather kill you than take you down with me. Get lost, you dead pig. No one would want to take your place. If you're hungry, can't you go find something to eat? You might as well just die of laziness. Lu Wenxiang pushed the person away and sat up from the bed with her messy hair. Just when I was about to ask Chen Feng why he didn't bring any food when he went out just now, I saw Chen Feng lying straight on the bed. Hey, what's wrong with him? I don't know. It's like this when I come back. You never asked? Why are you asking? What if it's a sad story? Wouldn't that just expose someone's scars?
Huang Yanlu spoke in a low voice, fearing that Chen Feng would hear anything. Chen Feng, who heard nothing, is now negotiating with the system.
Tongzi, can we discuss whether our future missions and rewards can be more normal? Host, the system's issuance of tasks and rewards are normal.
Tongzi, those who lie are not good children, and those who tell lies with open eyes are not good people either.
Host, this system is a face-slapping system.
There is no distinction between serious and minor slaps, and there is no distinction between noble and humble slaps.
Chapter 17, Stubborn. Okay, you have the final say on issuing tasks. Then tell me what the rewards are? What about the punishments?
Today's punishment is 1 minute, nothing else. As for what the punishment is, he has no idea.
Host, rewards and punishments are all set by the mastermind. I am merely its porter. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. So you don't know what the punishment is? What are the punishment items? Yes, host. Chen Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the depression in his heart. He was really not angry at all. I thought so in my heart, but my emotions exploded the next second. Mad, are you even talking like a human being? You don't even know what the punishment is. So should I accept the mission or not? Should I choose or not? This bastard knows there is a punishment option, but does he know what the punishment is? What if one day he gives me an electric shock for 5 minutes, wouldn't I be burnt to a crisp? The more Chen Feng thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't calm down. Then a series of national treasures popped up in his mind. Then he received a warning. Beep beep. Warning. Uncivilized remarks detected. Imposing a 1-minute electric shock penalty. As soon as he finished speaking, it came true. A minute later, Chen Feng's mind was filled with a series of Chinese quintessence. Then a series of beeping alarm sounds were heard, followed by electric shock punishment lasting from 1 minute to 5 minutes. After repeating this n times, Chen Feng couldn't curse anymore. Behind the school. Chen Feng found a suitable location, set up his phone and started the Acne Scar live broadcast. From this angle, he would be able to capture the sunset when it sets. More and more people were joining the livestream. Seeing the number of people, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Welcome everyone to the #1 handsome livestream. What song would you like to listen to today?" As soon as these words were spoken, the messages on the screen instantly flooded in. Seriously, host? Can I listen to any song I want? I want to listen to Kuaishou Happy. Host, I want to hear about the joy of being single. Host, I'm heartbroken today, I want to listen to singles. The messages on the screen were refreshing incredibly quickly, and many of them already had song titles. Chen Feng looked through the public screen and found that many of them were songs about heartbreak and breakups. The corners of his mouth twitched. Hey guys, are you all heartbroken and breaking up? How about I pick 2 random comments from my friends and sing those 2 songs? As soon as he finished speaking, the screen was filled with song titles. Chen Feng picked 2 of them, wrote down the names of the songs, and started singing. He picked 2 people with pseudonyms called I Am a Bully and Changshan Zhaozilong. The former ordered a song called Happy Breakup and the latter ordered a song called I Want to Fly. A few minutes later, the 2 songs were finished and it was almost 5 o'clock. Chen Feng looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room, which was more than last time. There were still many people who had not enjoyed the live broadcast to their heart's content, and everyone on the public screen was asking Chen Feng to sing one more song. Chen Feng looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late. Just as he was about to say that he wanted to end the live broadcast, the system's voice came out. Ding, the host's current location is detected, and the system issues a random task. Random task, randomly select a stranger anchor to PK. PK successful reward, 5,000. PK failure, the system will randomly penalize you for 3 minutes. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat, knowing that this bastard didn't know what the punishment was, so he wanted to refuse to accept the task. But before he could act, the Acne Scar random PK started rolling, and in less than 2 seconds, another person appeared on the phone. The other person was wearing makeup and a mask, and judging by her attire, she must be a pretty girl. The pretty girl was very excited to see him. As soon as the picture was taken, she screamed, "Ah, the most handsome one, you are the most handsome one." Chen Feng laughed awkwardly. "Sister, there's no need to be so excited, right?" The people in the live broadcast room also started to flood the screen with comments. "Ah, it's Tsuehua. It's Tsuehua." Only then did he see that the other party's live broadcast room was called Tsuehua. Miss Tsuehua was very enthusiastic. Number one handsome guy, how do you want to compete with me?
Their two live broadcast rooms have been merged together, so they have no choice but to PK.
Moreover, PK has a time limit. If the PK is not completed within the specified time, there will be punishment from the background. In order to finish the job quickly, Chen Feng chose the simplest way of giving gifts. Within the specified time, whoever's friend gave a gift with the highest value would win. As soon as Su Ching returned to her room after taking a shower, she heard a message alert. It was a live broadcast link sent by Yu Xiaoning. Su Ching dried her hair and clicked on it to see Chen Feng, who was in the final stage of the PK with others. The popularity of the other party's live broadcast room has reached 20,000 plus, while the popularity of Chen Feng's live broadcast room is only 10,000 plus. In the end, Chen Feng lost to Tsuehua. Okay, I lose. Tell me, what's the punishment? Tsuehua on the screen tilted her head and thought for a moment. Number one handsome, aren't you a student at Fengdi? Find a pretty girl on the playground tomorrow and confess your feelings in public. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments in the two live broadcast rooms almost filled the screen. Su Ching saw the barrage of comments on the screen and frowned. When Chen Feng mentioned the trip, she directly exited the live broadcast room. Sure enough, Chen Feng still hasn't changed his bad habits. Chen Feng lost the PK mission, and only when he returned to 619 did he remember that there was a system punishment. System, I lost the PK. What is the 3-minute penalty? Have no idea. When will the punishment come? Have no idea. You know nothing, so what do you know? Have no idea. Chen Feng went crazy again. He knew nothing about anything he asked. This bastard was really useless. Warning. Please speak with caution. On the playground. Chen Feng had been standing here facing the wind for half an hour, looking at the students in Fengda passing by him one by one, but he didn't see any good-looking ones. He thought those girls were just so-so in appearance. He probably thought that except for Su Ching, there was no one in the whole school who he thought was pretty. The person who was following him was looking at Chen Feng, and he was also a little distressed. Then he pointed excitedly to the center of the playground. There is one. Chen Feng looked over and asked, do you think it's beautiful? Can't we be less picky? Judging by the standards of the Suzhou University campus beauties, she was definitely not beautiful. But among ordinary people, she is beautiful. It's Tsuehua. When I asked you to keep an eye on me, didn't I tell you to help me find a pretty one? It's Tsuehua. Me, I told you to find a pretty one, but I didn't tell you to look for one based on the standards of the Suzhou University campus belle. Yang Wen was very distressed. Why did he make such a request yesterday? Chen Feng is recognized as a scumbag in the school, but he is definitely outstanding in terms of aesthetics. Chapter 18 Don't Care. When Yang Wen wanted to ask him what kind of beauty was, the people around him ran away. Then I heard, schoolmate, I like you. The girl who was confessed to was stunned. She looked at Chen Feng for a long time before she recognized him. When she recognized it was Chen Feng, a flame of excitement rose from the bottom of her heart. The next second, Chen Feng put out the flames with a bucket of cold water. Excuse me, classmate. I just made a bet with a friend. Excuse me, sorry. It took less than 2 minutes from the time someone stopped him to confess his feelings to the time he said it was a joke and not serious. The female classmate's resentful eyes disappeared around the corner along with Chen Feng's departing back. Corner. Su Ching, wearing a windbreaker and leather shoes, stood at the corner and looked at Chen Feng. Are you ready to strike again? She knew what was going on, but still couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. She's not as pretty as you. Su Ching was stunned. Chen Feng had left. Then she came to her senses and stomped her feet in anger. Chen Feng ran to the men's restroom, entered the cubicle in an instant, slammed the door shut, and then a loud laugh came from inside. Ha 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 ha. Whenever I heard laughter in the restroom, I thought there was a psychopath inside. After all, a normal person wouldn't laugh like a madman in a place like a restroom. You bastard, is this your punishment? Chen Feng couldn't control the laughter coming out of his mouth and could only ask the system in his mind. Yes, host. Laughing maniacally for 3 minutes before stopping? That's right, host. He clenched his fists, veins bulging. Then can't you come back another time? The mastermind rules prohibit this. Chen Feng was furious. He wanted to pull out the system in his mind and give it a good beating.
If he hadn't run fast, he would have made a fool of himself in front of Su Ching by now.
5 minutes later, Chen Feng walked out of the men's restroom.
4 or 5 boys in the corridor turned back to look at Chen Feng. They really couldn't imagine that Chen Feng, who was laughing like a pig in the toilet the previous second, came out without changing his expression the next second.
Chen Feng walked straight past them, automatically ignoring the inquiring gazes around him.
After returning, he started another live broadcast. After the live broadcast, he received more than 20,000 yuan. He went back to Qinjia village last week, and Chen Feng did not plan to go back this week. He went to the bank to open an account and deposited all 20,000 yuan into it. Huang Jima said he wanted to go out and play during the weekend, but before they chose a place, the class teacher informed them that they would go on an autumn outing. The exams are approaching, and in order to help students relax, the school organized a group autumn outing. As soon as Zhai Hui announced the news, Class 3 of Grade 1 cheered and asked, "Miss Zhai, where are we going to play?"
"That's right, we won't go if it's not fun." "Don't worry, it's guaranteed to be fun."
Zhai Hui was also very helpless about these naughty kids in her class, but they were all her students and she would not treat them unfairly. With the anticipation of the whole class, they brought their own small pots, small chairs, and small tents and finally arrived at a mountain in the suburbs to relive their childhood picnics.
Huang Jima came over and put his arm around his brother's shoulder. "How about we go over and join them?" Su Ching, Yu Xiaoning, and another girl were setting up the tent. "Are you sure they are willing to share a meal with you?"
Chen Feng shook off the hand on his shoulder and prepared to set up the stove.
"You're handsome, Lu Shangxiang is pretty good too, and with me in tow, isn't that just right?"
Chen Feng glanced at the man without saying anything, and Huang Jima was not happy.
"Hey, lunatic, what's with that look in your eyes? Are you looking down on me, your brother?" Chen Feng shook his head. "If not, then what do you mean?"
He leaned closer to Chen Feng again. "The three of us are men. We can do other things, but we definitely can't do cooking."
"If Yu Xiaoning is here, do you think she will agree to your proposal?" Huang Jima has nothing to say.
He had experienced Yu Xiaoning's skills before, so it was best not to provoke her if possible, and it was best to hide if possible. Seeing them gathered together, Yu Xiaoning said, "Sister Chinger, look at them, they must be planning something bad again."
"It has nothing to do with us," Su Ching said and went to do other things.
The school organized an autumn outing, and each class was led by a head teacher. Zhai Hui brought everyone in her class for a picnic and did not go back until 3 days later. The food for 3 days was all on the mountain, and the students had to find it themselves. Zhai Hui called them over and explained the rules.
"Miss Zhai, aren't we here to have fun? Why did it turn into an adventure? There is no free lunch in the world. If you want to eat, you have to work hard."
Class 3 of the freshman year wailed collectively. They were all the golden babies of their families.
When had they ever had any experience of surviving in the wild? Wouldn't they starve to death? Chen Feng turned and walked away.
Yu Xiaoning saw him and said, "TSK, this kind of thing is probably best done by country people, but we can't lose."
"Yu Xiaoning, what are you talking about?"
The word countryman made Huang Jima and Lu Wenxiang stop.
They both knew who Yu Xiaoning was talking about.
Chen Feng didn't care and walked straight into the woods. After their brothers had left, Huang and Lu quickly followed suit. "Fuck, that damn bitch Yu Xiaoning is really getting worse and worse."
"If someone deserves to be punished, can you punish her?" "Why not? Give me some time and see if I can." "Don't do it. Huang Jima's family is quite powerful, so if he wants to deal with someone, it's not just talk." "Why, madman?" Lu Wenxiang didn't understand why either.
"Isn't it just a sentence? I don't care what you care about."
"Can't I be angry for you?" Huang Jima kicked the stone under his feet. "I can't stand it."
Chen Feng used a stick to push away the weeds in front of him.
"No need, someone will help clean it up."
The two people behind looked at each other, and just as they were about to ask, they held their breath.
3 pairs of eyes stared straight at the place not far away.
A few minutes later, the 3 scumbags from dormitory 619 returned to the camp, each holding a rabbit. The rabbits haven't been cleaned up yet and the extortionists have already come to the door.
"Chen Feng, where did you find the rabbits?"
Zhai Hui had already explained the rules, so he thought these rabbits were prepared by the class teacher.
"Where did you find that?" "We caught this ourselves. These rabbits are so big, they're not prepared by the school." "Can you catch them?"
Su Jie ran over, speaking in a sarcastic tone, his eyes never leaving the rabbit.
Huang Jima slapped the water with his hand. Su, if you don't know how to speak, then shut up. I don't want to hear your rant. Look, they are all angry and embarrassed. You want to catch them by yourselves? Do you have the ability to do that? Su Jia continued to provoke. Su Jia, are you fucking? Lu Wenxiang pulled Huang Jima aside. Old Huang, aren't you hungry? Chapter 19 Mission unfinished. Su Jia just came here to pick a fight, there's no need to argue with him. The original owner was not very active, but he was different. As long as there were ingredients, he could make something to eat. Not to mention how delicious it was, but at least he wouldn't starve to death. The firewood was lit. Huang Jima and Lu Wenxiang also came over. Seeing that they had left, Su Jia gritted his teeth in anger. When it was almost done, there was a buzzing sound in my head. Ding, the host's current situation has been detected. Complete the task to receive a reward. Mission, obtain the heroine's thanks. Reward, General Attribute Points x10. This was the highest attribute point mission ever, and Chen Feng even forgot to turn the rabbit over. System, I got the heroine's thanks. What does this mean? Literal meaning. I want Su Ching to thank me? Yes, host. Can you give me some normal tasks? Chen Feng wanted to curse. Su Ching's reputation as a cold beauty wasn't without reason. She viewed men as her rivals, and many suitors stayed away from her. Now, it might not be easy to get her to say thank you. This system was really messing things up. Host, this mission is normal. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. He didn't think it was normal. Huang Jima was distracted by the roasted rabbit in his hand, which was almost burnt. He pushed him and said, "What are you doing? It's almost burnt." Chen Feng turned around and glared at him. "It's almost burnt, don't you know how to turn it over?" Huang Jima felt aggrieved. "That's your rabbit." He was glared at again after he finished speaking. The rabbit was roasted with golden brown on both sides and crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Chen Feng directly pulled off one of its hind legs and walked towards Su Ching. People around saw it and said, "Hey, look. What does Chen Jiajia want to do? Are you blind? Can't you see something so obvious? He must be trying to please the beauty of the Suzhou University campus. Didn't you see she was holding a rabbit leg? TSK, it's so nice to be a school beauty, and even get to eat roasted rabbit legs." There are all kinds of voices around: envy, jealousy, gossip. They were all staring at Chen Feng. Su Ching, who was preparing to light a fire and cook, was also surprised when she saw the rabbit legs in front of her. "Here, eat it." Su Ching did not take the rabbit leg. She frowned slightly, and the confusion on her face was obvious. Chen Feng scratched his head, but did not retract his hand holding the rabbit leg. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a leg." Yu Xiaoning couldn't stand it any longer. "Chen Feng, why are you pretending to be so magnanimous? We don't need your charity." Chen Feng ignored her and said, "Hurry up and take it. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Su Ching took the leg, and Chen Feng turned and left. He didn't hear the system prompt until he returned to his seat. "What's going on? Is there something wrong with your system?" "No, host." "Then why is there no notification sound? The heroine never thanked him." Chen Feng was stunned. "So you mean, my pistol leg was given away for nothing?" Chen Feng was depressed. He delivered the things but received no thanks. At this moment, someone screamed not far away, "Ah! Snake, there is a snake. Bitten." Teacher, Wang Feng was bitten. When Chen Feng went over, he saw 2 small holes on a hairy calf. The person who was bitten was a male classmate named Wang Feng. Because he was too big, no one could carry him down, so Zhai Hui called a few boys to carry him down, including Chen Feng. Since someone had to be sent to the hospital, Zhai Hui naturally had to go with him. When she got on the ambulance, she handed the classmate who stayed behind to Su Ching. Knowing that there were snakes in the mountains, no one wanted to stay any longer, so Su Ching took them back to the city. "Student Su, where are we going now?" The school was on a 3-day autumn outing. The entire school was empty, even the cafeteria ant was gone. Su Ching didn't know what to do for a moment. With dozens of students and 2 days left, it was a problem where to stay tonight. In the end, Huang Jima took them to his own farmhouse and let them experience life. What's wrong with the system? Why is there no prompt sound? He had been waiting for a whole day and had not heard any system prompt sound.
The mission is not completed, host, come on.
You bastard, I suspect you're making a fool of me. Warning, please speak politely.
Chen Feng spread his hands, feeling like he had no desire to live.
The next morning. Wow, you stole something last night?
Huang Jima said while looking at Chen Feng's panda eyes.
Get lost. You're the one who's become a thief.
Chen Feng glanced at him speechlessly. The Huang family's farmhouse has many experience projects, and almost half of the students who are attracted by the strong wind are lazy. Su Ching selected a few projects, let them choose by themselves, and then form teams to complete them.
Chen Feng chose to plant trees, one seedling in each pit, and he just had to plant them.
But it was obvious that his two teammates were lagging behind.
I won't do it if it's so dirty.
The delicate girl stared at her delicate hands with disgust.
Hu Lily, don't be so willful. If you can't complete the mission, you won't have lunch.
Su Ching did it on purpose.
She deliberately messed with us. Why didn't she come here herself if it was so dirty?
After saying this, Hu Lily shook her feet. The soil in the ground was already damp, so when people stepped on it, their shoes would be covered with mud. The more they stepped on it, the more mud would get on their shoes. The purpose of an autumn outing is to have fun, so of course you have to dress up beautifully.
That beautiful outfit is not suitable for going out in the fields. Ah, my shoes.
The mud was not shaken off, but the shoes were thrown away, and Hu Lily screamed in despair.
Chen Feng raised his head when he heard the voice. Can you be quiet? It's so noisy. No.
My shoes have fallen off, and you're telling me to be quiet.
Do you have any compassion at all? Chen Feng's mouth twitched.
If I have to sympathize with you just because your shoes fell off, how much sympathy must I have?
Hu Lily, you're so pitiful.
How could Chen Feng have the heart to let such a beautiful girl like you do dirty work?
Su Jia, this troublemaker, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He came over to Hu Lily and clicked his tongue twice. TSK, Chen Feng from your group is a farmer at home. He can do this job alone. Why did he drag you along?
After saying that, he looked at Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, we are all classmates.
Those who are capable should do more work. How can you bully your teammates like this? This troublemaker is really everywhere.
Chen Feng wanted to smear his mouth with mud.
You say it so easily, you come?
They are not my teammates, and this is not my mission.
What's the point of me coming here?
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jia's eyes showed disgust. His parents were both working-class employees and had not farmed for many years. He also thought farming was quite dirty because he had no experience with it.
You know that, right? Then why are you whining here? Go back to where you came from, or I'll punish you. Chapter 22 Choices.
When Su Jia heard this, he turned around and ran away.
Chen Feng knew that this was effective. He finally completed the task and it was time for dinner. At the dinner table, Chen Feng glanced at Su Ching and thought of the task assigned by the system. Yesterday's leg didn't work, so what if it was something else? On the last afternoon, everyone was free to do what they wanted.
Chen Feng had been thinking for 2 days but still couldn't figure out how to get Su Ching to say thank you to him. He was still in a daze when someone rushed in at the door. Hurry, hurry, they've stirred up a hornet's nest.
What the hell are you talking about? Huang Jimo ran out of the house.
Really, hurry up and save people. The person who ran back must have run all the way and hasn't recovered his breath yet.
This is Huang Jimo's family property, and no one in the school can get into trouble here.
They arrived at the scene fully armed with tools and saw a hornet's nest that had fallen to the ground and hornets pouring out of it.
Why don't you just enjoy the scenery, breathe some fresh air, and relax? Why did you go and destroy someone else's nest? It's all because of you Xiaoning.
She said it contained wild honey and that wild honey can whiten your skin.
Who else would touch it? Huang Jimo was speechless. Hu Lily, are you stupid? There are so many people here. Even if there is wild honey, do you think it will be your turn? This is their home, and there are so many farmers around. Even if they don't take action, won't others do anything? Look at your scars. You believe everything Yu Xiaoning says. If she said there was a fox in the forest, wouldn't you have gone and caught one? Hu Lily burst into tears.
She was stung so badly, and everyone kept scolding her. The grievance in her heart instantly burst out to the extreme. Su Ching heard the crying and was about to turn her head to look, but Chen Feng turned her face over and said, "Don't move." At some point, the back of Su Ching's hand was also stung and turned red.
Fortunately, Chen Feng brought some white vinegar with him when he went out. He carefully picked up Su Ching's hand and treated the wound on her hand carefully. After taking out the bee's stinger, he applied white vinegar on it. The whole action was extremely gentle. Su Ching looked at the serious Chen Feng, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Recently, the person in front of her gave her a completely different feeling than before. She believed that people would change, but if this person was Chen Feng, she would be a little uncertain. Take it. Looking at the glass bottle, Su Ching was a little puzzled. Aren't you worried about them? The hospital is still half an hour away, and the car won't come that fast. Use this to relieve the pain first. Su Ching took the bottle and said lightly as she left, "Thank you." At the same time, a ding sound rang in Chen Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving a reward of 10 general attributes. They were all fine when they came, but when they left, many of them had big bumps on their heads, and some of them were seriously injured and were taken directly to the hospital. The school is organizing an annual ink painting competition, and at the same time, an annual singing competition. The champions of the two competitions will receive invitations to the Wind City Ink Painting Association and the Singing Association. Lu Yuan found Chen Feng and asked him to join his team. Before he agreed, Zhao Ye, the president of the school singing club, also came to him. In the cafeteria. Chen Feng, did Senior Lu invite you? With a snap, a dinner plate and an annoying person appeared opposite Chen Feng. He hummed lightly, "Yeah." Then why don't you agree? Such a good opportunity, others can't even hope for it. I tell you, Chen Feng, don't get too greedy. Don't think you can become a famous artist just because you can paint a few strokes. It's your blessing that Senior Lu invited you. Don't. Xiao Ning. Su Ching also sat opposite with a plate in her hand. I'm not wrong. It's his blessing. Who would invite such a useless and scumbag like him? When saying this, Yu Xiaoning's eyes were full of contempt and disgust. Chen Feng, Xiaoning has no ill intentions, she is what? Chen Feng raised his head and looked at Su Ching. She is right, isn't she? After Chen Feng left, Yu Xiaoning realized whether she had done something wrong and glanced at Su Ching cautiously. Sister Chinger, am I? Xiaoning, Chen Feng is no longer the same as before. I can feel it. Can you? Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat quickly. Chen Feng was a little hesitant at first, but after hearing what Yu Xiaoning said, he no longer hesitated. When Lu Yuan heard that Chen Feng chose singing, he was surprised but soon relieved. It was natural for him to choose singing since he sang so well. How could he do this? It was Senior Lu who invited him first, how could he agree to someone else's invitation? Xiaoning, I invited him first, but others have been invited too. Where he wants to go is his choice, and no one else has the right to interfere. But you came first. Shouldn't we do things on a first-come first-served basis? Yu Xiaoning felt that Chen Feng was too ungrateful. Senior Lu Yuan personally invited him, but he didn't come. As expected, country people are country people. They have no knowledge at all and just let go of such a good opportunity. When Jia heard that Chen Feng had chosen the singing group, she immediately called all the members together. Come on, everyone, let me introduce you. This is Chen Feng, the new member of our school singing group. Everyone, give him a round of applause to welcome him. Zhao Ye took Chen Feng and introduced everyone to him. She had never expected that Chen Feng would choose singing. She had originally invited Chen Feng just because of her stupid brother's advice and invited him with the mentality of giving it a try. She didn't expect that he would actually come. Chen Feng, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You wanted to embarrass me, to go against me, so you chose Zhao Ye's side, didn't you? Chen Feng was speechless. Ever since he came in and sat down, Yu Xiaoning had been chattering non-stop, either questioning him or making sarcastic remarks. She was more annoying than a fly. It was Senior Lu who invited you first, so why didn't you agree? Is it because of what I said in the cafeteria that you feel inferior? Isn't what I said the truth? You are that kind of person anyway. Whether you are invited or not is a blessing for you. What's wrong with that? Have you said enough? Chen Feng raised his head and looked at Yu Xiaoning coldly. If you have, please leave. What's with your attitude? If you don't go back, the teacher will come. The bell rang for class, and Yu Xiaoning stomped her feet unwillingly and returned to her seat. Small Woods. Is the Suchao University beauty here to question me too? Chapter 21 Brothers Fight.
Su Ching had also heard what happened in the classroom, and now she heard it again. She subconsciously said, Chen Feng, Xiao Ning.
You came to me just to talk about her? That's fine, I don't care. No, I'm looking for you because. She was a little bit unable to say it. After all, she had asked this person to stay away from her before, and now she took the initiative to invite him. What would he think? I'm looking for you because my mother asked you to go back with me for dinner this weekend. Su Ching felt a little embarrassed and left a sentence as she left. It's up to you whether you go or not.
Chen Feng touched his chin and smiled.
Su Ching came to him personally and said, It's probably going to rain red today, right? I looked up at the sky. Well, there was no sign of rain at all. After agreeing to participate in the singing competition, Chen Feng would go to another building after class every afternoon and return to the dormitory more than 2 hours later. It was a bit late today. It was already 8 o'clock when he returned to the dormitory. Huang Jima pushed himself up from the bed and asked, Why are you so late today? Is there a beautiful girl over there? Crazy, I heard that their president, Zhao Ye, is a great beauty. Is that true? Just think about whether you can see it or not. How can someone else's description be as clear as what you see yourself? It's easy to say, but they don't allow people to go there, otherwise I would have seen it a long time ago. Huang Jima fell back on the pillow and continued playing games. Chen Feng took the clothes into the bathroom and thought about it. She was indeed very beautiful, but there was still some distance between her and Su Ching. On the weekend, Su Ching was waiting at the school gate, and Yu Xiaoning was right beside her. Sister Chinger, if he doesn't want to come, then forget it. Why are you still waiting for him? Let's go back. My mother asked me to take the person back. If you are in a hurry, you can go first. Yu Xiaoning stamped her feet and stared at the school gate with an angry look on her face. When Chen Feng came out, he saw Yu Xiaoning's ugly look. I have something to do this week. Please tell Aunt Sun for me. I'll go next time. Chen Feng, do you know how to be polite? You refuse invitations from your elders. Didn't your parents in the countryside teach you to respect your elders? I don't know how many times this has happened. Chen Feng feels that he was able to hold back and not take action, which really took a lot of patience. Ms. Yu, what do I do have anything to do with you? Didn't your parents teach you not to meddle in other people's affairs? Do you think I'm willing? Sister Chinger and Aunt Sun kindly invited you to play, but you actually refused. I've never seen anyone as ungrateful as you. Xiao Ning, okay, stop talking. Su Ching said helplessly, turning to look at Chen Feng, Forget it if I can't go, I will tell my mother. Chen Feng nodded and left. Yu Xiaoning was very angry. Sister Chinger, look at him, he has no manners at all. How can you? Didn't you hate him before? If you hate him, what does his behavior have to do with you? If he doesn't go home with me, my mother will be unhappy. Isn't that what you want to see? Su Ching turned around, opened the car door and got in. When Yu Xiaoning saw the car door closed, she was a little at a loss. She really hated Chen Feng and said that because she couldn't stand it. After rehearsing at school for a whole morning on Saturday, Chen's mother called just as he was about to go in the afternoon. The crying voice on the phone made Chen Feng feel nervous. Wu. Xiaofeng, come back soon. Your dad was beaten. Mom, what happened at home? Why was my dad beaten? Chen Feng called Zhao Ye and asked for leave. He hung up the phone after getting in the car and went straight to the county hospital. When he returned to the county town. In the county hospital ward, I found Father Chen, his head wrapped in gauze, and Mother Chen, her eyes swollen from crying. Mom and Dad, what's going on? It turned out that someone from Qinjia village came to contract land, and when signing the contract, a fight broke out on the spot because of the land issue. The one who beat people was Chen Feng's second uncle, and the one who was beaten was Chen's father. The reason was that when Chen Feng's grandfather was still alive, the family property was not divided evenly, and there was still a piece of land that had not been distributed. Chen's second uncle felt that since he had many children in his family, the land should be his. However, when the old man was dying, he told Chen's father that the land should be left to Chen Feng, but it had not been transferred for so many years. When your grandfather died, only your father was there. There wasn't even a witness. They didn't believe what we said. Your second uncle thought your father was talking, so he started beating him. As Mother Chen spoke, she felt like crying again. Her husband's head was broken and the doctor said he would need to rest for a while. Their family didn't have much money to begin with, so how could they survive if things continued like this? When my grandfather passed away, didn't he leave behind any paper will or something?
No, there was no such thing back then. Besides, it was in the mountains at that time, so it was too late to get it. The old man of the Chen family did not die of old age, but fell from a mountain and smashed his head, dying. When Dad Chen rushed to his old father's side, his old father was only breathing his last breath.
After giving the important instructions, he went to meet the king of hell.
The only person involved was Chen's father, and this matter was difficult to resolve. Chen phone called school and asked for 2 days of leave, then returned to Chen's house alone with his bag.
Hey, Xiaofeng is back? Have you visited your dad in the hospital? How is your dad now? Is he awake?
The person asking the questions was an old lady, and according to seniority, Chen Feng should call her Aunt Hohat.
Aunt Hohat, my dad has woken up and is fine. Thank you for your concern. It's good that you woke up. Your second uncle is really something.
We are brothers after all.
How could he kill him?
After hearing Aunt Hohat's sigh, Chen Feng found an excuse to go home. Just as he was about to get something to eat, he heard someone knocking on the door.
Chen Feng, open the door, I know you are inside. It was Chen Yang, the eldest son of Chen Feng's second uncle.
He looked at Chen Yang outside the door and asked, "What's wrong?"
Did you just get back from the hospital? Cousin, are you asking nonsense?
My dad can't be blamed for what happened to my uncle.
He was also very angry at the time and didn't stop for a moment. You're so good at giving your own brother a blow on the head because you didn't stop for a moment? If I give you a blow on the head now, can I say afterwards that I didn't stop for a moment? Chen Feng, how could you think that? My dad was just impulsive. I know, I understand. Are you done? If you're done, walk away slowly. Save the rest for when you get to the police station.
The door slammed shut with a bang.
Chen Yang returned home with a dark face. His mother Liang Xiu hurriedly asked, "How's it going? Did you make it through?" Chen Yang shook his head. Liang Xiu looked anxious. What should we do? If they don't let him go, you're dead. Chapter 22. Who wants to kill me? Your grandfather is a biased person. If your grandfather had explained everything earlier, would this still happen?
Liang Xiu sat down and started to criticize a dead person. When the family was divided, your grandfather favored your uncle's family. Even until his death, he was still obsessed with that family. Okay, Mom, stop talking and think about what to do. His father opened a hole in someone's head. Although the man was his father's elder brother, he still injured the person. If he really did something, his father would definitely be charged with intentional injury. Chen Feng's method didn't work, so Chen Yang planned to try going to the hospital tomorrow, but plans couldn't keep up with changes, and the police showed up before he even got there.
Is this Qin Jianbin's home? Someone has accused Qin Jianbin of intentional injury. Please come back with us for investigation. 2 policemen stood at the door of Chen Yang's house. Liang Xiu felt her legs go weak. Comrade police, did you make a mistake? It's just a little scrape, how can it be?
The victim, Mr. Qin Jiangwo, was diagnosed with a posterior skull fracture, accompanied by a severe concussion.
He is currently in a coma. Further examination is needed to determine his condition. This is more than just a scratch on the skin. Liang Xiu was frightened. She didn't expect it to be so serious. However, letting the police take her man away is absolutely unacceptable. She wanted to close the door, but she didn't have the courage. She happened to see Chen Feng passing by outside, and then she stepped forward to grab Chen Feng. Xiaofeng, come and explain to the police that the incident between your father and your second uncle was all a misunderstanding, and we didn't call the police. Chen Feng looked at Liang Xiu calmly and said, I've reported it. What? What did you say? I went to the police station to file a case as soon as I got out of the hospital yesterday. Chen Feng, how could you do this? He's your second uncle, your dear second uncle. My dad is also his brother, a biological brother from the same father and mother. Wasn't he beaten into the hospital by him? That was your second uncle who got so angry that he didn't stop. Then I reported the case because I took the wrong turn and didn't want to take a detour. Chen Feng left, and no matter how much Liang Xiu cried, Chen Jianbin was finally taken away.
Chen Yang came to the hospital early in the morning.
When Chen Feng arrived, he saw him. Xiaofeng, since you are here, I will leave first. Aunt, I will come to see you another day.
He had a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened yesterday and they had never met before. Chen Feng held his shoulder and said, "Don't leave yet. If you miss this time, you don't know how long it will take to see him again." Chen Yang was still a little confused. A few minutes later, he received a call. After hanging up, he looked at Chen Feng without changing his expression. "Do you really have to go this far? My father's blood cannot be shed in vain, his money cannot be spent in vain, and this injustice cannot be suffered in vain." "But they are brothers." Chen Yang held the phone tightly. "Yes, it's my brother. Wasn't my dad's head chopped open by my brother and he's lying here? This matter cannot be resolved peacefully." When the old man made the confession, only Dad Chen was by his side. There was no witness and no one to testify. No matter what you say, they will not believe it. Since this is the case, let the law decide. Chen Yang left with a grim expression. Mother Chen looked at her son and said, "Xiaofeng, if we do this, when your dad wakes up." "So what if he wakes up? Kind people are often bullied, and kind horses are often ridden. He's lying there and still expects others to let him off the hook. Does he think he's a bodhisattva?" The Chen family's problems could not be resolved in 2 days, so Chen Feng had to go back to school. Fortunately, Chen's father had woken up when he left. "I've made it clear to you all. I will not give in on this matter." "Absolutely not." Okay, I got it. Don't worry, we won't do that. Just go back to school with peace of mind." Due to the urgency of time, Chen Feng did not delay too much. Before leaving, he couldn't help but give a few instructions. As soon as he left, Chen's father watched his wife pack up her things. Since Mr. Chen has woken up, they are preparing to go home this afternoon. Spending a day in the hospital costs a lot of money. Although their son insisted that they continue to stay in the hospital, the old couple still felt sorry for the money. "Are you really just going to leave the second child's matter like this?" Dad Chen asked tentatively, only to be glared at. "Have you forgotten everything your son told you? He just left. Do you want me to call you back and have him repeat it to you?" Dad Chen shut up instantly and said no more. The other side. The school held a singing competition on November 11th. To put it bluntly, this competition was to recruit people for entertainment companies. Because of the 2 live broadcasts, Zhaoya arranged for Chen Feng to be the lead singer that night. Chen Feng felt that he was not good enough and wanted to refuse. Ding, the host's current situation has been detected. Make a choice to receive a reward. Option 1, agree to be the lead singer. Obtain 1,000 gold shield. Option 2, refuse to be the lead singer. Reward, blind box. Chen Feng, tell me the truth. Is it you or the mastermind who wants to kill me? The host misunderstood, we are helping you. I'm sorry, I didn't see or feel it. Chen Feng finally chose one. As for the second one, who knows what will come out of that blind box? On November 11th, Chen Feng was dragged to the singing dressing room early in the morning, and then he was forced to sit down and had his face fiddled with. Not bad, young man. You look very stylish dressed like this. You will definitely charm a lot of girls when you go on stage. Zhaoya came in without knowing when. Miss Xiao, didn't you know my reputation in school before you came to me? Of course I know. That's why I came to you. Although her stupid brother was part of the reason, the main reason was Chen Feng himself. She needs someone who can sing, looks good, and is quite popular. After hearing Zhaoya say that she was looking for him because of this face, Chen Feng looked at himself in the mirror. He had looked at himself 1,000 times and never thought anything of it, but now it seemed just the same. However, the fact that he could charm the little girl showed that this face was quite reliable. Chen Feng asked again who would be the lead dancer tonight. Zhaoya curled her lips and smiled and said that it was a secret. It's almost time to start, and it's still a secret. Aren't you afraid I'll just give up and stand you up? Zhaoya raised her eyebrows, can you? Chen Feng smiled but said nothing. Perhaps it was already self-evident. This singing competition was held by the school. Each participating class had a team. They competed with each other and then the judges selected the champion. Chen Feng belonged to the singing club Zhaoya, and Zhaoya represented the school. Let Chen Feng be the lead singer, and their performance will not be counted in the competition. Of course, the team that wins first place will receive rewards from the school and will also be given priority in admission. Chapter 23, Tampering. As the curtain opened, countless flashes of light shone on Chen Feng. He was not afraid of such occasions. Instead, he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. As the melody of the music rose and fell, Chen Feng gradually started to sing, and he did not notice the graceful figure behind him. Su Ching stood on the stage wearing a lavender long dress. The tight dance costume outlined her perfect curves to the fullest, and the confidence emanating from her face was extremely dazzling.
That look is like that of a natural-born dancer.
Chen Feng sang a song called Chasing the Wind, and near the end, the people in the audience started screaming.
Hurry up, leave now, the light up there is about to fall off. Hurry up. The lights up there are about to fall off.
The music was too loud and the singing was too bright, so the people on the stage couldn't hear what was happening below.
Chen Feng realized something was wrong.
He looked back and saw the spotlight in the middle of the stage falling straight down. Su Ching stood blankly right under the lamp. In a panic, Chen Feng had no time to think and rushed over to protect her.
In fear, he shouted, "Where's your shield?"
Accompanied by a loud bang, a buzzing sound appeared in Chen Feng's ears, his vision gradually blurred, and he fell into a coma. The people on the stage fled in panic.
Chen Feng was quickly sent to the hospital and was transferred to the general ward after half an hour of emergency treatment.
The next morning, Chen Feng just woke up and frowned at the smell of alcohol in the air. Before he could react, he heard Su Ching's voice.
"Are you awake? How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? I'll call a doctor."
The buzzing sound in his head finally stopped, but there was a buzzing sound in his ears.
When Chen Feng reacted, the person had already run away.
Half an hour later, the doctor put away his stethoscope and said, "The patient is fine now. He should eat a lighter diet in the near future. He can be discharged after 2 more days of observation." Chen Feng seemed to hear the woman beside him sigh in relief. When she sent the doctor away and came back, Chen Feng asked, "Why are you here?"
"If it's not me, then who do you think it is?" "Of course it's my mother."
As a son, he has already been admitted to the hospital. Who else could come to take care of him except his mother? "I didn't tell my aunt, and the school didn't notify her either." She originally wanted to notify Chen Feng's family. But when she learned that his father had just been discharged from the hospital, Su Ching really couldn't bring herself to let a woman take care of 2 patients. Besides, Chen Feng was in the hospital because of her.
"How long have I been lying here?" "It's been more than 2 days."
Su Ching took out the things she bought. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. "My family doesn't know, so what are these 2 days?" "Of course it's Sister Chinger and me who are taking care of you."
"Who else do you think it would be? The other 2 unreliable guys in your dormitory?"
"Although those 2 will come, they don't know how to take care of people at all, and coming here will only cause trouble." Although Yu Xiaoning's tone of voice wasn't very good, Chen Feng could still detect a change.
Then he heard her say awkwardly, "Chen Feng, I'm telling you, don't think that just because we're taking care of you, you can get away with it."
"I didn't." "It's you who's thinking about all that nonsense." Chen Feng took the apple that Su Ching had peeled, put it in his mouth and took a bite.
"What do you mean? Are you saying I'm being sentimental?" Well, Su Ching, you have to be a witness." "I didn't say that. She just imagined it."
Chen Feng munched on his apple. "I knew she had a sharp tongue, but I didn't expect she liked to take it personally."
"Chen Feng."
Yu Xiaoning stood up from her chair.
"You're still saying you're not talking about me? Did I mention your name or your surname?" He then turned around and asked Su Ching cheekily, "Did I mention her name or her surname?"
Su Ching held back her laughter and shook her head. Yu Xiaoning was almost mad. It turned out that she shouldn't have been nice to this scumbag. She should have confronted him as soon as they met.
"Okay, Chen Feng, you still lie down, I won't bother with you, wait until you get out of bed one day, just wait for me." Yu Xiaoning was angry and left, leaving only 2 people in the room. Apart from the sound of apples crackling, the rest was just awkwardness.
Su Ching lowered her head and said thank you, and Chen Feng thought he was hallucinating. When she looked up at him and said this seriously, Chen Feng laughed a little uncomfortably.
"Well, why are you saying thank you suddenly? Haven't you already thanked me?"
He raised the apple in his hand that was bitten beyond recognition.
"I'm talking about what happened on the stage. This doesn't count. If it weren't for you, I would be the one lying here. I should say thank you."
He didn't think much about it at the time, but when he saw that the person was Su Ching, he reacted and went over to protect the person. Chen Feng took a bite of the apple and said calmly, "You don't have to thank me. After all, we are an engaged couple.
It's my duty to protect you." You.
He suddenly stopped talking, and before he finished speaking he remembered that Su Ching didn't like to hear that they were engaged, but now both of them were very calm, and he wanted to have a good talk with her.
Su Ching, I know you look down on me and don't want to marry me. In fact, I don't really want to. Chen Feng paused at this point and asked the system, Tonzi, what would happen if I broke off my engagement with the heroine and became strangers? It's okay. Really? Chen Feng was a little unconvinced. Yes, host.
It won't matter, because the engagement will not be broken off.
Chen Feng didn't ask the system and didn't say anything.
He was still immersed in the system's answer and was happy at the moment.
Su Ching looked at him seriously. What do you want to say?
He stopped talking before he finished, then smiled foolishly again.
Did he hit his head and become stupid? I want to tell them that you don't like me and don't want to marry me. How about we go together and tell them to cancel the engagement?
Su Ching was stunned, then shook her head. Impossible, my dad won't agree.
Ah. Your dad doesn't agree either? Then what should we do next? Just keep the status quo and don't interfere with each other. That's all that's needed.
It was her duty to take care of him. After all, he was injured because of her. Once he recovered and was discharged from the hospital, she would no longer have to take care of him. It's just these few days.
After these few days, they will be the same as before. Apart from being classmates in the same school, they have no other relationship.
The lights on the stage suddenly fell down and hit someone, so the school sent people to investigate that night. The result of the investigation was that the lamp had indeed been tampered with, but the culprit had not been found yet. Huang Jima came to the hospital and told Chen Feng what had happened in the ward, cursing, "Crazy, I think they are just covering up.
They have already found out that someone tampered with the case, so how come they can't find out who that person is?" Chapter 24 Not on the way.
If their efficiency is so low, then they should have called the police immediately and let them investigate.
They'd definitely be more efficient than them, right? Lu Wenxiang kicked him hard. Are you here to see a patient or to gossip? Tell me what happened. As the victim, shouldn't he know the follow-up of this incident? Lu Wenxiang was speechless.
This idiot was not in a clear mind and just kept talking without considering the consequences at all.
Chen Feng, they've already found out, but they're still confirming it.
They should have the results by the time you're discharged from the hospital.
Chen Feng nodded to indicate that he understood.
In fact, he had someone he suspected and roughly knew who had done it. He was not sure at first, but now he was sure.
Su Ching, what do you think the school will do? I don't know. The mastermind probably wouldn't do it himself. The one found out is probably just someone taking the blame. Usually, someone like that would be expelled. What if the mastermind is stupid enough to do it himself and has the power and influence? Who are you suspecting? Su Ching looked at him calmly.
Chen Feng rested his hands on the back of his head. I don't suspect anyone, it's just a guess now.
If it wasn't you, I would have been the one hit.
My dad wouldn't let it go like this.
To put it bluntly, the school is also a snobbish place. When powerful families put pressure on the school will still have some regard for its reputation.
It seems that only by letting the Su family come forward can the school treat this matter fairly and impartially. The first thing Zhai Hui did when she returned to school was to call everyone to her office.
Chen Feng looked at his head teacher and said, "Teacher Zhai, I'm still dizzy." "You're still dizzy, so why did you come back?" "You're not paying for me to stay in the hospital. I have to study. The exam is in a little over a month. If I come home with a 0, I won't be able to enter the house." "Okay, stop joking and get down to business. The school asked me to ask for your opinion. What do you think?" "Teacher, I'm just a student. I don't have any opinions." "Oh, I feel dizzy. I want to go back and rest. Goodbye, teacher."
After Chen Feng finished speaking, he ran away. Zhai Hui smiled helplessly, picked up her phone and made a call. When she hung up, the expression on her face was gone. After walking out of the office building, Chen Feng hummed a little tune and walked towards 619 in a good mood.
He asked him for his opinion? Isn't it just to let him off the hook? This is impossible, there's no way around it. Just as he expected, the one who made the move was Hu Yanbing. He did it himself.
After being caught, he hid at home and dared not go out.
When Chen Feng saw him again, Hu Yanbing was completely terrified. "Wow, classmate Hu, did your family abuse you? How did you become like this?"
Huang Zhima shouted exaggeratedly, but it was not an exaggeration.
Hu Yanbing has really changed now. What do you want in exchange for letting me go?
He stared at Chen Feng closely.
Ever since that incident, he has had nightmares every night and spent every day in fear.
These days he is too scared to go out.
Student Hu, did you do something to me? Why do you want me to let you go?
You know I was the one who did what happened on the stage, but you rejected them. It's only natural to pay back debts with your life.
Why should I agree to this? Hu Yanbing turned and left after hearing this. Lu Wenxiang looked at him with a worried look in her eyes. He won't do anything out of the ordinary, right? What could be so outrageous? He's even thinking of killing people. What could be more outrageous than this?
Huang Zhima pushed his two brothers. Let's go quickly, we're almost starving.
I finally get to come out and have a nice meal. Wouldn't it be a waste of time just standing here?
Chen Feng was also worried that something might happen, so he sent a message to Su Ching. He just wants justice, nothing else matters.
The next day, Chen Feng was invited to the grove. Thank you for yesterday. If it weren't for your reminder, he would really be gone. I don't want to kill anyone, and this is unnecessary. He wants to see you. Chen Feng was stunned, a little confused. Why does he want to see me?
Su Ching didn't say anything, she didn't know either. Hu Yanbing became famous in Fengda, but also completely disappeared in Fengda.
Even Su Jia, the little follower, didn't dare to get close to him.
After class that day, Chen Feng walked out of the classroom with his bag on his back.
He saw Su Ching at the school gate. What are you doing? Are you waiting for me? My mother asked me to pick you up and take you home. She said she wanted to give you some nourishment.
Su Ching's tone was calm, without much expression on her face.
What do I need to make up for? Am I not doing well now?
Su Ching frowned. If I told you to come with me, then come with me.
Why are you talking so much?
She reached out to pull Chen Feng, but before she touched him, she heard, Xing, are you going home?
What do you think?
Chen Feng on the side raised his eyebrows. Oh no, something is happening.
Li Hemming came up and said, can you give me a ride? Our car hasn't arrived yet. Not on the way.
After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Chen Feng. Why don't you get in the car quickly? He remembered that the woman said she wanted to keep her distance from him, but now Chen Feng was forced to get in the car. We've been neighbors with them for a few years.
I'm a little annoyed with him, that's all. Suzhou University beauty, this is your private matter, why are you explaining it to me? Aren't you curious at all?
Su Ching turned her head and looked at him.
Chen Feng pinched his chin, thought for a moment, and answered seriously, I am quite curious. Then why don't I satisfy your curiosity? Okay. Chen Feng was secretly delighted.
He could now feel the change in Su Ching's attitude towards him. And it is certain that if he continues like this, his bad image will definitely be completely changed in Su Ching's cognition. Su Ching was about to take the man home, but Chen Feng received a phone call on the way and left. She went home alone, and Su's mother looked behind her.
Xing, why are you alone? Where is the person I asked you to pick up? I have something to do and can't come today.
Su Cheng put her school bag on the sofa and said, I was halfway there when I got called away by a phone call. Xing, tell mom honestly that you were really called away by phone, or...
Su Ching didn't expect Su's mother to not believe her. Mom, do I have to lie to you?
It's just a meal, I'm not that stingy. Her daughter, Su Ma, is very clear about it. If she says no, then it definitely means no.
Su Ma sighed, hey, it's not working either way. What do you think about that young man? Su Ching didn't respond.
She knew what Su Ma wanted to say, but they really didn't like each other right now, so forget about the relationship.
After Chen Feng left, he found Lu Wenxiang according to the location in the message. Where's Lao Huang? Why are you alone? Chapter 25 Obtaining Medical Skills. I don't know, I'm looking for him too.
Lu Wenxiang made a phone call, but the ringtone rang in the corner. When they walked over, they saw Huang Zhima, who was seriously injured and weak, leaning against the wall.
He looked at them with a smirk. Why did you come just now? I would have died if you were any later.
Seeing this, Chen Feng and Lu Wenxiang hurried over to support the man, called 120, and sent the man to the hospital.
Huang Zhima was pushed into the emergency room. Chen Feng looked at Lu Wenxiang, whose face was covered in bruises. What happened? How did you get into this state?
Lu Wenxiang sat on a stool, holding her head in her hands. Today, we were going to have a drink together. Everything was going well, but someone deliberately picked a fight, so we started a fight. They had too many people to defeat, so old Huang asked me to get reinforcements, but we didn't have any. By the time I got there, they were all gone, including old Huang, and then you showed up. Chen Feng didn't ask him why he ran out when he knew there was no help. At this moment, the light in the emergency room went out and the doctor came out. Who are Huang Jimo's family members? The two of them hurried over. I am. The doctor glanced at them and said, the patient's injuries are too severe. We can only provide emergency treatment here. We recommend transferring him to another hospital as soon as possible. Doctor, you said his injuries are too serious, how can he be transferred to another hospital? All this back and forth. Lu Wenxiang felt that the request to transfer to another hospital was not possible when she heard it. Yes, doctor, we really can't transfer to this hospital. We can't continue to struggle. Please think of a way to save my friend. The patient's injuries are too serious and he needs surgery. Our surgeons are helpless. If he is not transferred to another hospital, the patient will be even more hopeless. Please arrange it as soon as possible. The doctor said and turned away. Lu Wenxian wanted to ask the doctor for help, but Chen Feng stopped him. Go see the patient first, and then make a decision. Huang Jima is now in the intensive care unit. The two of them watched him outside the glass for a while and then left. Lu Wenxian went to check on the wound, and Chen Feng went to contact a doctor. In such a big hospital, he didn't believe that there was no one who could perform the surgery. He found the doctor who transferred them to the hospital, asked about Huang Jima's current condition, and also asked who was suitable for the operation. Mr. Chen, your friend's injuries are too severe. No one in our hospital dares to operate on him. Why are you so sure? You're a healer who saves lives. Do you think what you said to me is really appropriate? The doctor was so angry that his face turned blue, and he said bluntly that Chen Feng could not find a doctor who could perform surgery on Huang Jima. Just as he was about to find another doctor with his medical records, he encountered a medical dispute in the lobby. Chen Feng didn't intend to meddle in other people's business and turned around to leave. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, ding, detecting the host's current situation, make a choice to receive a reward. Option 1, resolve the medical dispute. Reward, ghost hand doctor. Option 2, turn around and do nothing. Reward, general attribute points x5. Tonzi, what do you mean? That's what you understand, host. For Huang Jima's sake, Chen Feng walked towards the crowd with the diagnosis in hand. As he pushed through the crowd, he heard, what a sin. This is unjust. The doctor harmed someone and refused to admit it. My daughter. You are so pitiful. Your beautiful face has been turned into an ugly monster by this quack doctor. How can you get married in the future? The person crying in the crowd was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. After listening for a while, Chen Feng realized that the woman's daughter had a skin disease on her face. She came here but it was not cured and she was disfigured. So the mother came here to cause trouble. Chen Feng walked into the center and asked, Auntie, has your daughter had her face treated here? Yes, my daughter had her face treated here. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Then do you know what hospital this is? Chen Feng looked at the woman with a strange expression. A hospital is a hospital. What else can it be? Auntie, I think you should go out and take a good look at what those big words upstairs mean. Chen Feng raised his hand and pointed at the door. After hearing this, the people who were pointing and talking just now suddenly realized that this was Fengcheng Orthopedic Hospital. Their most professional specialty was treating bone problems, not skin diseases. The woman heard the discussions around her and her eyes shifted to avoid her. Then she stiffened her neck and said, what does this hospital have to do with me? Anyway, it was this hospital that ruined my daughter's face. They must give me an explanation. Gu Nuanyuan, who was standing behind him, heard this and came out. You're such a liar, woman. When your daughter came to see me, I only prescribed some anti-inflammatory drugs. Can anti-inflammatory drugs really disfigure her? You said it's an anti-inflammatory drug, so it's an anti-inflammatory drug? Who knows if there are other drugs in it? What if you accidentally prescribed the wrong one? Then it wouldn't be. Call the police. Just call the police and they will definitely get to the bottom of it. Chen Feng interrupted the woman. Gu Nuanyuan also agreed to call the police and immediately took out her cell phone to dial 110. The woman was shocked when she saw this and knocked the doctor's phone down and ran away. The matter was resolved, and Chen Feng received the system's reward. Just as he was about to leave, Gu Nuanyuan stopped him and said, "Thank you, sir. How can I help you?" She saw the diagnosis in his hand. Just as Chen Feng was about to answer, Lu Wenxiang ran over anxiously. "Chen Feng, old Huang is critically ill, please go over and take a look." The two of them arrived at the door of the operating room. A red light had already turned on. A man in a white coat was about to go in, but Chen Feng grabbed him and said, "I want to go in too." The man in the white coat and mask glanced at Chen Feng and said, "Family members of the patient are not allowed to be present during the operation. Please wait patiently outside. I'm not going in to visit. I have a way to save Lao Huang. Let me in." Upon hearing this, the man in the white coat looked at Chen Feng with contempt, trying to shake Chen Feng off and not get entangled with him. Chen Feng noticed his intention and called out Lu Wenxiang. "Old Lu, catch him for me." Lu Wenxiang glanced at the white coat hesitantly, and then heard, "Lu Wenxiang, do you believe me?" He came back to his senses and looked at Chen Feng, then rushed over and hugged the man in the white coat. "I believe you, go quickly, I'll leave old Huang to you. Don't worry, wait outside, I promise to bring you good news." Chen Feng entered the operating room and did not forget to pull Gu Nuanyuan in with him. When the hospital staff heard the news and rushed over, a red light was already on above the operating room and the door was tightly closed. Lu Wenxian let go of her white coat and fell to the ground like a deflated ball. A few hours later, the lights in the operating room went out, and Chen Feng walked out with a tired look on his face. The man in the white coat who had been hugged by Lu Wenxiang before saw Chen Feng coming out, and rushed to Chen Feng in 2 steps, grabbing his collar tightly. Chapter 26: Cultivating Relationships. You don't know how to do anything, yet you rush into the operating room. If anything happens to the patient, the hospital won't be held responsible, and you won't be able to escape blame. The man in the white coat was furious and couldn't wait to shirk his responsibility. Chen Feng looked at the people blocking the corridor ahead and nodded tiredly, letting the man in the white coat grab his collar. "This is my responsibility, I will bear it myself. Can you let me go now?" He was exhausted and wanted to rest, but the doctor in the white coat wouldn't let him go. "Director, look at him. If every patient's family member was like him, what would be the point of doctors and hospitals?" Dean Gu looked at Chen Feng's condition and said calmly, "Mr. Chen, the patient is your friend. You treated him on your own. This is not the hospital shirking its responsibility, but it is." "I know, so can you please stop talking? Can you please let me go?" Dean Gu saw his tired face and asked everyone behind him to move aside. Gu Nuanyuan then came out and asked, "Grandpa, what are you all doing here?" "Nuanyuan, what are you doing?" How could his granddaughter come out from inside? Did she also participate in the operation? "Grandpa, I just saw a very amazing person. He is the most amazing person I have ever seen since I started studying medicine." Gu Nuanyuan said happily while hugging Dean Gu's arm, completely unaware of the worry on her grandfather's face. "Grandpa, let me tell you, that guy is truly amazing. I'm not exaggerating. I guess there's no one as amazing as him in our entire hospital." Huang Jima's operation was very successful and he was soon transferred to the general ward. Dean Gu reviewed his medical records and checked Huang Jima's postoperative recovery. He found it unbelievable that Huang Jima had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage due to a fight, so even they had to be cautious during the operation. But not only did Chen Feng perform the operation, but it was also very successful. Dean Gu's impression of Chen Feng couldn't help but deepen a bit, and he also secretly made up his mind to win him over. After resting for a few hours, Chen Feng saw an old man and his men surrounding him. The corners of his mouth twitched. "I said it's my responsibility. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you still blocking me? Friend Chen, you misunderstood. The surgery you performed on your friend was very successful, and he's recovering well. I came here to ask who your master is." Chen Feng had expected them to ask, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. He couldn't tell anyone who his master was. Chen Feng turned to look at the man in the white coat and said, "I don't have a master." Sure enough, the man in the white coat exploded the moment he heard this. "Chen Feng, don't be so ungrateful. Do you know who our dean is? Our dean is Chang Feng, shut up. We were the ones who were abrupt in the first place. Teacher, this person has no education at all. He doesn't have any license or medical experience, yet he performs surgery on patients without authorization. This is illegal. We should call the police and have him arrested. It turned out that the man in the white coat was called Su Ching, the dean's disciple.
He usually acted arrogantly in the hospital.
But after being humiliated by Chen Feng that day, he kept biting Chen Feng. He was about to make a phone call when a young nurse came running over in a panic. Director, something's wrong.
An emergency patient has been sent in. He has intracranial hemorrhage. Hearing these 4 words, Dean Gu and the others turned to look at Chen Feng. Su Changfeng even added fuel to the fire. Aren't you very powerful? Now is the time to prove it.
Seeing Chen Feng hesitate, Su Changfeng immediately became happy. He knew that this person had no real ability and that the operation that day was probably just luck.
He said that on purpose to let Chen Feng perform the operation.
If the operation fails, let's see how proud he can be. The situation was very critical. The hospital could not find a doctor who could perform a craniotomy. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Feng entered the operating room. After several hours, Chen Feng was exhausted again, but Dean Gu and several doctors who went in with him were in high spirits, and their eyes lit up when they saw him. Under their fierce gazes, Chen Feng found a quiet ward, locked the door and fell into a deep sleep.
How could Dean Gu let go of such a talent after discovering him?
He went to find Chen Feng after seeing that he had rested well.
This time he came alone without anyone else. Xiao Feng, I have a position here. Would you be willing to take it?
No, I'm still a student, and my main job is studying.
Chen Feng was packing up. He was going out for a while.
Huang Jima had passed the critical period, and even if there was something wrong, other doctors could solve it.
It doesn't matter if you're a student, you can work part-time. Don't all you college students look for part-time jobs? Why don't you come to my place? Old man, I'm really not interested, and this isn't my major.
As for saving him, it was because he's my friend, my brother, so. Although he didn't finish his words, his refusal was already very obvious.
Dean Gu no longer insisted, gave one of his business cards to Chen Feng, and left. After packing up his things, Chen Feng left after instructing Lu Wenxian to take good care of Huang Jima.
He first went to the barber shop, then went to a clothing store to change his clothes, and then took a taxi to Su's house. Su Ching was surprised to see Chen Feng outside the door. Why are you here?
Didn't you say you had something to do? It's okay, everything has been resolved. I didn't come before uncle and aunt are not angry, right?
Chen Feng briefly told Su Ching the whole story.
After listening, she sighed slightly. Chen Feng, since your friend is injured, you don't have to come. My parents won't be angry. As Su Ching finished speaking, Chen Feng stopped in the yard. Don't you want me to come? She didn't say anything, but she really didn't want it to happen. In her opinion, there was no need for 2 people who were about to break off their engagement to be so intimate, even if it was just a show. If they keep their distance now, it won't be so awkward after the engagement is cancelled. Besides, her parents' intentions are too obvious. They called Chen Feng over just to help them develop a relationship. Su Ching can distinguish between liking someone and liking him. She does have a good impression of Chen Feng now, but that doesn't mean she likes him, so it's better to keep a distance. Looking at the silent Su Ching, Chen Feng smiled. I know what you were thinking, but it was Aunt Su who invited me here, so I should be polite. After he finished speaking, he left with the fruit basket. When Suma saw him coming, she smiled and took the fruit basket. Xiao Feng, why did you come here just to get some fruit? You shouldn't have wasted this money. Auntie son, this won't do. I always come empty-handed. I'll be embarrassed to come next time. Chapter 27. Don't believe him. That won't do. You have to come when I call you.
Besides, you saved Qingqing, and Auntie hasn't thanked you properly yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng turned around and looked at Su Ching. He probably didn't expect Su Ching to tell her family about this. Auntie, I volunteered to save Su Ching. Besides, it was Su Ching who took care of me during the few days I was in the hospital, so there's nothing to thank her for. In his opinion, he saved Su Ching and Su Ching took care of him, and they were even.
That won't do. How about this? How about you guys go out and have fun this weekend? Don't worry, Auntie will treat you. Mom, I'm busy this weekend.
Su Ching knew what her mother was going to do and spoke quickly. Then Chen Feng also said, Auntie, I have to go home to see my parents on the weekend. Both children refused, and Su's mother felt a little discouraged. Father Su glanced at Mother Su and asked Chen Feng, I heard your father is in the hospital.
Is the medical fee enough? Have you found a good doctor? I know a few people here. How about you take him back? By the way, I'll have my secretary write you a check. If you don't have enough money, just cash it at the bank.
Chen Feng quickly refused Su Dad's generous offer after hearing it. Uncle Su, no need.
My dad's injury should be fine. Thank you for your kindness.
When he came to school, his father had already woken up and was probably discharged from the hospital that afternoon.
Su Ma's proposal was rejected by the two children, and Su Ba's good intention was also rejected by Chen Feng.
The two adults looked at each other, and Su Ma smiled and invited everyone to go to the dining room for dinner.
After dinner, the three members of the Su family and Chen Feng were sitting in the living room, watching TV and chatting about family matters. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, "Uncle Su, can I talk to you?" Dad Su glanced at his wife and nodded.
Upstairs, Chen Feng stood in front of the desk and explained his current thoughts to Dad Su.
Father Su asked him, "Chen Feng, is Ching not okay?"
"No, Su Ching is very nice and beautiful. She is the dream lover of many people in our school."
"Then why don't you like it?"
"Uncle Su, the engagement between Su Ching and I was agreed upon by you adults.
We don't know the specific reason at all.
Besides, there is no emotional foundation between the two of us. If we really get married, it would be irresponsible to each other."
Does Uncle Su want to see Su Ching unhappy after marriage? The relationship between two people can be cultivated. When your aunt's son and I got married, we didn't have any feelings for each other either, but haven't we been living well over the years?
Chen Feng looked at Su's father and said, "Uncle Su, you don't understand what I mean. What I mean is that if I want to get married, I want to marry someone I like." He took all the responsibilities on himself.
Father Su looked at him and said, "You want to find someone you like to marry, so why don't you try to like Ching? Su Ching is too outstanding.
Someone like me is not worthy of her." He took the responsibility on himself and started to belittle himself.
Dad Su didn't know what to say.
He continued, "As for the engagement, we knew nothing about it without the adults telling us. This engagement is like a time bomb for both of us.
I don't want to hold on to a time bomb every day." Hearing this, Father Su sighed, "Okay, I won't force you. As for the reason for the engagement, it's not that we don't want to tell you, it's just that we can't tell you now.
I promise I'll tell you the reason and give you some time, but this engagement must not be cancelled.
And don't even think of using other means to cancel it. Do you agree?"
Chen Feng didn't say anything, but he knew that Su's father had compromised and made the biggest concession.
He went downstairs, said goodbye to Su's mother, and left.
Su Ching sent him to the door. Before she could ask, Chen Feng took the initiative to say, "Su Ching, I just talked to your father. He promised to tell us the truth and give us time, but the condition is that we don't cancel the engagement. But don't worry, although I promised your father, this is only temporary.
I will find a way to cancel the engagement as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about it."
Su Ching wanted to say that there was no need to be so anxious, but the person had already left and she had no chance to say it. She didn't know why she wanted to say that, the idea seemed to come out of nowhere. The next day, in the milk tea shop, Su Ching was asked non-stop by Yu Xiaoning, so she simply told her what Chen Feng said. When Yu Xiaoning learned what Chen Feng had said, she nervously pulled Su Ching aside and said, "Sister Chinger, you must not believe what he said.
You know what kind of person Chen Feng was before. How could such a scumbag change so quickly? If he doesn't have any purpose, then there must be some conspiracy. So don't trust him. Don't be fooled by his sweet words. He's the best at using sweet words to trick girls. Xiaoning, but I feel that he didn't lie to me."
If he really lied to her, there was no need to do it so thoroughly. Look, Sister Chinger, you're already speaking up for him. His goal has been achieved. He said that just to make you lower your guard against him.
Don't be fooled." Su Ching was silent. Is this really the case?
But the words that Chen Feng said kept replaying in her mind, and when she went home last night, her father also told her that he would give them time to develop their relationship. Although she knew it was impossible, her father had no reason to lie to her and would not lie to her. Su Ching was lost in thought when Yu Xiaoning stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her eyes.
Su Ching came to her senses and asked, "What's wrong, Xiaoning?"
Yu Xiaoning took a sip of her milk tea and said, "Sister Chinger, why were you so lost in thought just now?
Were you thinking about that scumbag Chen Feng? How could you say that? How could I possibly be thinking about him for no reason? I was thinking about other things."
"Don't lie to me, Sister Chinger, I know, I guessed it right.
You were just thinking about that scumbag, do you know that? The way you look at that scumbag now is different from before.
When Su Ching heard this, she was shocked. In order to hide her emotions, she lowered her head and stirred the pearls in the milk tea. Yu Xiaoning didn't notice Su Ching's sudden change and continued, "The way you looked at that scumbag before was disgust, hate, and you wanted to stay away from him. But when you look at him now, there's none of that in your eyes. There's only inquiry, curiosity, and tenderness in them." Before anyone exposed her, Su Ching felt that she and Chen Feng should keep their distance. Now that her thoughts were exposed, Su Ching realized that the way she looked at that man and her attitude towards him had changed unconsciously.
Chapter 28 Rejection.
Su's father promised the engagement, so Chen Feng put the matter aside for the time being. Chen Feng had not agreed to Lu Yuan before, and Lu Yuan was still a little unwilling to give up. He found Chen Feng again and wanted to invite Chen Feng to join their club. "Chen Feng, our club is very good.
Can you tell me why you didn't agree?" "Senior Lu Yuan, it's not that I don't agree, but I can't agree. You know how bad my image is in other people's eyes.
The students in the painting club are all good students.
I don't want to muddy that picture."
In order to reject Lu Yuan, Chen Feng put the blame on himself, but Lu Yuan didn't believe what he said at all. "We've talked 2 or 3 times, and in my impression, you're not that kind of person.
Besides, I don't believe Yi Yun's comments.
To see a person and understand a person is not to see or understand through others." After talking with Chen Feng, he did not think there was anything special about this person. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't believe him, Chen Feng spoke out his true feelings.
Lu Yuan was slightly surprised after hearing it.
He didn't expect that Chen Feng and Yu Xiaoning had such a deep misunderstanding. Yu Xiaoning is such a fierce woman.
If I were to get together with her, we would definitely quarrel every day. And then you wouldn't be able to have peace and quiet there.
Painters usually require silence when painting, but if he went there, it would be impossible to be quiet.
He hoped that Lu Yuan would give up the idea after hearing what he said.
But Lu Yuan not only did not give up the idea, he also felt that there must be a misunderstanding between the two of them, and wanted to help them resolve the misunderstanding.
Okay, since you don't want to, forget it. If you want to come anytime, you can tell me." Chen Feng smiled and nodded. After the operation, Huang Jima stayed in the hospital for more than half a month.
There was no problem with his physical condition and various indicators, so the doctor allowed him to be discharged.
He returned to school to find Lu Wenxiang and met Chen Feng, who was exercising on the playground. Chen Feng saw the two of them stop and asked, "Why are you running here instead of lying down in the hospital?"
"I've been lying in bed for over half a month.
I'm fine now.
I was discharged only after getting the doctor's permission."
Huang Jima looked at Chen Feng and said seriously, "Crazy, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would be." "Aren't you fine now? Why are you still talking about those things? It's all in the past. You two should stop being sentimental here.
It's all in the past, so don't bring it up anymore.
Now that old Huang is healthy and out of the hospital, we should think about where to celebrate. We should celebrate that old Huang finally doesn't have to smell disinfectant anymore."
Yes, Lu Shangxiang is right. We should find a place to celebrate properly.
So, what do you think?
Before he could finish his words, the instructor came running over. "Chen Feng, so you're here.
I had a hard time finding you. The principal wants to see you in the office."
Huang Lu wanted to go with them when he heard this, but Chen Feng looked at them and smiled. "No, I can go alone.
You guys find a good place first, I'm waiting to have a drink."
After he finished speaking, he followed the counselor to the office. He saw 2 old men in the office, one of whom was Dean Gu, whom he knew. Seeing him coming, Dean Gu hurried over and said, "Friend Chen, long time no see." Seeing the smile on the other person's face, Chen Feng felt that this old man must have no good intentions towards him, but as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, so he also smiled back.
"Hello, Dean Gu."
Then he turned to look at the other old man and said, "Principal, Instructor Gu said you have something to talk to me about?" The principal's surname was Zhang, and his name was Zhang Yenda. He was an old man in his 60s. He glanced at his friend next to him and said, "I'm not looking for you.
It's Dean Gu who's looking for you. But it seems like you two know each other."
"Yeah, I've seen him before, but I'm not familiar with him."
Chen Feng's last 2 words pierced his heart.
Dean Gu smiled bitterly and looked at Chen Feng. "My dear Chen, I came here this time to ask for your help."
"I hope you can. Dean Gu, I'm still a student. My most important task is my studies. As for other things, I really have no interest."
I know, I didn't come here to talk about this, I came here to say. It turned out that Dean Gu knew an old man who was sick, and everyone in their hospital was helpless. At this time, Dean Gu thought of Chen Feng. He hoped that Chen Feng would agree to his request and go with him to see the old man, but Chen Feng refused after listening to him.
I'm sorry, Dean Gu, I can't go with you. You should find someone else.
His so-called medical skills were all rewards from the system. Although they were very good, he couldn't tell where they came from. If he wanted to save an ordinary person, he could do it quietly, but judging from Dean Gu's attitude just now, the patient was definitely not an ordinary person. He agreed to the treatment.
If he was cured, it would be fine. If he was not cured, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Besides, being cured would not be a good thing.
He did not want to be the focus of everyone's attention. Zhang Yenda heard what his friend said and objected. Old Gu, your hospital has so many doctors, but not a single one is useful? This kid is just a student, and his grades in class are not very good. Are you sure he can really save people? Dean Gu told Zhang Yenda that Chen Feng's medical skills were very advanced, and told Zhang Yenda everything about the hospital. Zhang Yenda was surprised and shocked after hearing it. Looking at the surprised and shocked expression on his friend's face, he said helplessly, Lao Zhang, you know me well. If there really is someone capable in my place, would I still look for him outside? Old Gu, I believe what you said, but this kid at school. Dean Gu disagreed with Zhang Yenda's opinion of Chen Feng. He felt that his friend looked down on Chen Feng. Old Zhang, you are already in your 40s. How can you look at people so one-sidedly? Zhang Yenda looked at Chen Feng with an inquiring expression upon hearing this. Chen Feng lowered his head and touched his nose. What the old principal said was absolutely right. He was just a scumbag with poor grades and bad character, so don't look for him if you have any problems. Chen Feng, why don't you just follow Lao Gu? Before Zhang Yenda could finish, Chen Feng looked up and said, No, principal, my grades are already at the bottom. If I keep delaying like this, I'll really get 0 points. Besides, I don't know any medical skills. It was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse that day. I was just lucky. Dean Gu, you should find someone else. Chen Feng refused again and again, and Dean Gu really didn't want to force him. Finally, he sighed and mercifully let Chen Feng go. Chen Feng, who came out of the office, also breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing this, he couldn't be so ostentatious anymore, otherwise it would be troublesome if he was spotted. Chapter 29 Looking for Trouble. 619. When Chen Feng returned, Huang Jima and Lu Wenxiang were both there. Although they had been discharged from the hospital, the wound on their head still needed to be taken good care of. The bruises on his body hadn't completely disappeared yet. As soon as Chen Feng sat down, Huang Jima came over and asked, What did the principal ask you to do? Yes, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Lu Wenxiang also came over. Chen Feng looked at the two of them and asked, Why are you so concerned? Are the bruises on your body healed? Lu Wenxiang lay back down. I recovered a long time ago, you should ask Lao Huang. Why are you asking me? I've been in the hospital for more than half a month. If I'm not well yet, can I sit here now? Grandpa Huang Jima lay back on his bed. Chen Feng looked at the two of them and asked, What happened to you guys that day? Why were you beaten so badly? Recalling the scene of that day, Huang Jima was so angry that his teeth itched. What's going on? It's just that those bastards are deliberately looking for trouble, otherwise there wouldn't be a fight. He and Lu Wenxiang were just drinking that night and didn't do anything else, but those bastards appeared out of nowhere, talked dirty and touched them. In addition, everyone had drunk a little, and after hearing those words and feeling harassed, how could they endure it, so they finally started fighting. You mean to say they were the ones who started the fight? That's right. Lao Huang and I were drinking by ourselves, but we didn't do anything. If they weren't looking for trouble, why would we go and provoke others? Chen Feng glanced at his two brothers and asked, Do you want revenge? The two people lying down suddenly sat up. Crazy, what do you want to do? Huang Jima looked at Chen Feng. I'm telling you, don't go looking for trouble with them because of me. Your head has been split open. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to hit the other person on the head? Madman, my head was split open, but I'm still alive. I've been through the gates of hell and now I know how precious life is. I don't want you to take the risk. It was obvious that the group of people that night were all hooligans. The three of them were all students, and they wouldn't gain much by fighting with a group of hooligans. Chen Feng agreed to Huang Jima, and appeared at the door of the KTV yesterday evening.
He walked in and found KTV manager Wang and asked to check the surveillance.
What did you say? Your friend got beaten up here, and you want to see the surveillance footage? KTV manager Wang looked at him like he was stupid. Go away, go away. Hurry up and go back to wherever you are. What do you think this place is?
You can't just watch the surveillance footage whenever you want.
Chen Feng was kicked out.
Just as he stood up straight, he heard the voice of the system. Ding, the host's current situation has been detected. Make a choice to receive a reward. Option 1, give up adjusting the monitoring, apologize to the manager, and leave.
Gain, a night trip to KTV. Option 2, challenge the KTV singing mainstay. Reward, super hacker skill.
Upon hearing the system task, Chen Feng chose option 2 without hesitation and called out to the KTV manager, Manager Wang, I want to challenge you.
You want to challenge us?
Manager Wang thought he had misheard and stopped to look at Chen Feng.
What do you want to challenge us for? I want to challenge the best singer there.
If I win, you will help me check the surveillance footage.
What if you lose?
Manager Wang thought this was quite interesting. Their main star had a top-notch voice, and there had never been anyone brave enough to challenge him. If I lose, I'll apologize and work for you for a month for free.
Okay, go make the arrangements. After receiving the order, his subordinates quickly made arrangements.
Chen Feng activated the system's singing skill and defeated his opponent with a song The Wind Rises. Chen Feng checked the surveillance footage as he wished, but everything was normal in the footage. No beating had occurred. Manager Wang saw the footage and chuckled beside him. Hey, have you finished watching it? I told you it was impossible, but you still insisted on watching it.
Now you've seen it, haven't you? Is there anything you want?
Chen Feng knew something was wrong and was about to leave after reading it, but Manager Wang stopped him and said, Boy, isn't it a bit rude to leave after reading it?
What do you want to do? Chen Feng looked back at Manager Wang. You've knocked down the pillar of our family, and you just want to walk away like that?
I'm still a student and don't have time for a part-time job.
It's okay. I don't ask for much. Just come every now and then.
Chen Feng did not agree because this man was dishonest.
After leaving the KTV, he went to a nearby internet cafe and stayed there for half an hour before coming out.
Thinking of the surveillance footage he had just seen, Chen Feng memorized those faces deeply in his mind. Back on June 19, just as he was about to take a break, he received a text message from Fengxin on his phone. When he opened it, he saw that it was an anti-fraud message. Before he finished reading it, Huang Jima screamed.
Wow, you're so rampant with fraud these days, you even prey on students. Not only will they not let it go, many people in our school have been cheated. Otherwise, why do you think you received the message?
Lu Wenxiang shook her mobile phone.
Obviously he had received it as well.
Chen Feng heard that many people in the school had been cheated, so he kept it in mind. After class the next day, he found the director of the security department.
You said you can solve it? Can you find the fraudster? The director of the security department didn't believe what he said. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, I can find them.
As soon as the words fell, your grades are at the bottom, and your behavior is extremely poor.
Chen Feng, who gave you the courage to say those words?
The person who came was Zhao He, a student from the computer department. He liked Su Ching, so he was particularly displeased when he looked at Chen Feng. He knew that Chen Feng was always pestering Su Ching. Chen Feng knew this person and knew that he also liked Su Ching, so he said, how about we have a competition to see who is the most useless one?
Okay, let's compete, but what if you lose? We haven't even competed yet, how do you know I'll lose? What if you lose? Impossible, I will never lose to a loser. He is the only one in the computer department who can crack high-level passwords. With this confidence, he doesn't need to take Chen Feng seriously at all. Chen Feng looked at him and chuckled twice. Don't be so confident. Unexpected events happen. What if you lose?
If I lose, I will apologize to you on the spot.
Is that okay? Zhao He's face looked very unhappy.
Although he knew that he would not lose, he couldn't apologize to Chen Feng, even if it was just words.
Okay, let's do as you say.
Chen Feng came and sat down in front of a computer.
Before the game even started, Zhao He asked again, what if you lose? If you lose, you apologize to me.
If I lose, I will naturally apologize to you as well.
What else do you want?
What Chen Feng said was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. But Zhao He was not happy. No, you can't be like me.
So what do you want? Chapter 30 changes.
If you lose, you must not only apologize to me, but also admit in front of the whole school that you are a loser, a scumbag, and that you are not worthy of Amelia Su.
You will not bother Amelia Su anymore. Chen Feng smiled.
This kid kept causing trouble for him. It turned out it was because of Su Ching. But his fiancée has so many bad peach blossoms, one after another comes, and each one looks so ugly, it's really ugly.
Okay, I agree. Can we start now?
Two people sat in front of the computer, surrounded by a lot of people behind them. They first created trouble for each other, and then took action to solve the trouble caused by each other. Chen Feng's hands tapped on the keyboard and he quickly solved the virus that Zhao He had implanted in his computer. Zhao He was sweating profusely at this moment. He pointed out all his abilities, but Chen Feng had implanted a virus in his computer, and he had only half of it removed.
5 minutes passed, Zhao He's fingers clacking away on the keyboard.
10 minutes passed, and Zhao He still hadn't untied it.
He was sweating profusely.
Zhao He knew he had lost because he had not completely removed the virus that Chen Feng had implanted in his computer.
The winner was decided.
Although Zhao He was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that he had lost. The director of the computer department, who was watching the whole process, invited Chen Feng to apply for graduate studies in the computer department.
Chen Feng refused because he didn't want to be bald at the age of 30. Chen Feng became famous in one battle.
Although Zhao He was angry, he could do nothing about it.
The director of the security department saw Chen Feng's ability and no longer questioned it. After Chen Feng's operation, he quickly locked the location of the fraudster. After the school saw it, they immediately called the police. The police quickly arrested the criminal after learning the location.
After this incident, Chen Feng became famous again in school, and everyone looked at him with different eyes and attitudes. After Su Ching found out, she asked Chen Feng out in the woods behind the school. Wearing a brown windbreaker on the upper body and dark blue jeans on the lower body, with his hands in his pockets, his straight long legs kicked the weeds on the ground boredly. This was the scene Chen Feng saw when he came to the grove.
What's wrong? Do you need me for something? Can I come to you if nothing happens?
Su Ching stopped what she was doing and looked up at him.
No, I mean.
Chen Feng wanted to explain that he didn't mean that, but Su Ching interrupted him. What's the matter with finding out the fraudsters?
Ah, that's why you came to me to ask about this? It's nothing, just good luck. Lucky? Lucky enough to beat Zhao He, the computer science genius? Lucky enough to find the scammer's location? And lucky enough to solve a case that even the police took time to solve? Su Ching looked at Chen Feng with anger. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think everyone is a fool?
2 months ago, Chen Feng knew nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun.
But now, Chen Feng can sing, draw, practice medicine, and even hack. Such a big change in just 2 months? Who would believe it if I told anyone?
I'm really just lucky, otherwise I wouldn't be able to beat him.
But is that guy really a top student? I really can't tell. Chen Feng was ready to use Tai Chi to fool people.
He knew that he could deceive others and find excuses to fool others, but the Su Ching in front of him was not someone else.
Su Ching understood the original owner and knew very well what kind of person he was.
His changes were indeed a bit too fast.
Do you think I will believe what you say?
Her eyes were cold, and her tone was also cold. I haven't forgotten what Chen Feng was like 2 months ago.
Have you forgotten as a person?
I haven't forgotten, so I'm trying hard to change now.
Even if the change is a little big, you don't have to doubt me so much. Yes, you've really changed a lot.
You can sing so beautifully all of a sudden, and you can paint so beautifully, and you can even tell if a painting is real or fake.
Besides that, what else can you do?
Su Ching said, as if she remembered something. Oh, you also have superb medical skills and can bring the dead back to life.
You have really changed a lot.
Every time Su Ching said something, Chen Feng felt his scalp tingling. He looked at Su Ching with a playful smile. So you care about me so much? You remember what I was like before so clearly. Please answer my questions seriously, instead of giving me such a perfunctory smile.
Chen Feng looked at Su Ching with a bitter face. I didn't. Since you remember what I was like before, then you also know that I really should make changes. If people don't save themselves, there is really no hope for them. As for the painting and medical skills you mentioned,
I learned those things a long time ago, but I was lazy back then and didn't want to stand out, so I just gave up. After hearing this, Su Ching didn't know whether she should believe him, but the changes were so big and so fast that it made people feel unbelievable and unreal. Chen Feng refused to admit it, and even if he admitted it, he said that he had learned it before.
Su Ching didn't get an answer, and the two parted unhappily.
Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he left, thinking that he had finally fooled her. However, Su Ching wanted to go home and tell her father and ask him to help analyze the situation. She always felt that if Chen Feng continued like this, something would happen to him sooner or later.
Just as she was about to leave the school gate, Yu Xiaoning chased after her. "Sister Chinger, are you going home today?" Su Cheng nodded in a low mood and asked, "What about you? Do you want to go home too?" "Yeah. My mom asked me to go back home recently because of the text message scam. She's still a little worried, so she asked me to go back home."
Su Cheng nodded and asked Yu Xiaoning to go back early, but Yu Xiaoning hugged her arm and asked, "Sister Chinger, you met that scumbag again?"
Su Ching turned to look at Yu Xiaoning, who pouted unhappily. "I saw it all just now, so don't deny it. Xiaoning, the relationship between him and me is not what you think." Su Ching wanted to explain. "It's not what I thought."
Yu Xiaoning leaned against Su Ching as they walked towards the school gate.
"Sister Chinger, what do you think I was thinking? I told you, Chen Feng is a scumbag. What he says is totally unreliable.
You must never trust him."
"Actually, when I saw you two meet, I was quite angry. But then I thought you should spend more time with him."
Yu Xiaoning let go of Su Ching, jumped to the front and walked backwards. "You should get in touch with him more. Only after that will you know how much of a scumbag he is and how hateful he is. Only then can you hate him with me."
Dormitory 619.
When Chen Feng returned and saw Huang Jima and Lu Wenxiang were both there, he called them in and showed them the video he had copied.
"Come and identify which one it is?"
He actually had several faces in his mind, but he was not sure, so he needed Huang Jima and others to confirm it again.
Chapter 31 Shot Back. Huang Jima and Lu Wenxiang were surprised when they saw the video. "You went to KTV? Why are they willing to give you the video and let you bring it out?"
Every entertainment venue has its own set of regulations.
For example, regarding surveillance videos, they absolutely do not allow outsiders to view or take them away. You wouldn't be. Huang Jima didn't know what he was thinking about, and stared at Chen Feng with wide eyes. "I'm really not worth your sacrifice."
Chen Feng's face darkened, and he slapped the table. "Huang Jima, please stop thinking about this, it's me who blackened it." When they first heard this, the two were a little confused. After they reacted, their eyes were full of shock. They all knew that Chen Feng helped the police solve the case, but they didn't expect it to be true.
"Okay, that's enough. Stop looking at me and watch the video."
Upon hearing this, the two of them stared at the video intently, and after a while Huang Jima found the man.
Huang Jima pointed at a person on the screen. "That's him. This bastard, Wang Wentao. He had a grudge against me before. It would be easy to deal with once the person was found. After all, they were in the same school." The three of them agreed to find trouble with that boy, but they met Su Ching on the way. Ever since they parted on bad terms last time, Chen Feng thought that Su Ching would ignore him for a while, but he didn't expect them to meet so soon. "Hey, isn't this the campus beauty of Suzhou University? What do you want from us?" Su Ching ignored him and stared at Chen Feng. "I want to talk to you alone."
Chen Feng nodded and followed him to the side. A moment later, Chen Feng came back. "You guys go back first, I'll be back soon." Huang Jima wanted to ask him what he was going to do, but Lu Wenxiang stopped him in time. "Okay, let's talk when you come back." Chen Feng followed Su Ching, and when he reached the corner he saw Yu Xiaoning there. The two of them had never gotten along and had never stopped walking along the way.
"TSK, that's ridiculous. It's just a small thing, isn't it? You're getting carried away so quickly. Do you really think you're a hero who can save the world?" Chen Feng ignored her.
Yu Xiaoning rolled her eyes. Chen Feng felt that this girl deserved a beating, but Yu Xiaoning did not let him go.
"Apart from that face, everything else about you is terrible. I really don't know how you managed to trick those girls into getting your hands on them." "Okay, Xiaoning, stop talking." Su Ching stopped Yu Xiaoning from continuing.
Yu Xiaoning pouted and quieted down when she heard that. The three of them had arrived at the school gate and were about to walk towards the car when a motorcycle came rushing over and was about to hit Su Ching, who was walking in front of them. Chen Feng rushed over and pulled the person into his arms. The motorcycle paused slightly but did not stop. Chen Feng still saw that face.
Huang Jima's matter had not been resolved yet, and Wang Wentao was in his hands again. They had to find time to have a good talk. Su Ching was still in shock. If Chen Feng hadn't pulled her back, she would have been knocked away. She looked at Chen Feng and was about to say thank you when Su Ma's voice came over. Xing, Xiaofeng. Su Ma, wearing a sky blue cheongsam, was standing across the street waving. Su Ching heard the voice and looked up to see her. She caught Chen Feng and shook his head slightly. When Yu Xiaoning saw Su Ma coming, she glanced at Chen Feng, got into her car and left. It was Chen Feng who was invited, not her. In the car, Su Ma sat in the passenger seat and looked in the rearview mirror. Xiaofeng, were you and Xing waiting for us just now? She just saw it all, the two young people holding hands. Listening to Su Ma's cheerful question, Su Ching knew that Su Ma must have seen what happened just now, so she asked first, Mom and Dad, why are you at the gate of our school? Your mother said it was too boring at home and she wanted to go out to eat, so we came to pick you up. Originally, they wanted to invite Chen Feng to their home for dinner. But his wife said that they always stayed at home and they were probably bored, so they decided to go out for dinner. While the car was driving, Su's father suddenly said, Chen Feng, Uncle has something to ask of you. Can you promise me? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng glanced at Su Ching. Su Ching shook her head lightly, indicating that she didn't know what was going on. Uncle, you said that as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it. It's like this. Your aunt and I are going abroad and won't be home recently. Xing will be alone at home after we leave, and your aunt and I are worried, so I hope you can move to the Su family and live with Xing. Before Su Dad finished speaking, the two people sitting in the back seat spoke at the same time. No. Dad, I live alone outside now, and there is no problem. Besides, I'm not a child, I don't need anyone to accompany me. How can a girl like you live alone? I didn't agree when you lived out here. Now that we're gone, I won't allow you to live alone. Mother Su turned back to look at her daughter and rejected her request. Chen Feng looked at Mother Su and said, Auntie Sun, this won't work. How can Su Ching and I live together? What's wrong with that? You're already an engaged couple, so what's wrong with living together? Su Ma turned back to look ahead. I think you should live together and cultivate your relationship before getting married. Aunt Sun, it's really not appropriate for Su Ching and I to live together. Why don't you and Uncle find someone else? Chen Feng still wanted to struggle. Su Ma immediately slapped him back. Why not? I think you two are very suitable, and there is no one more suitable than you. Xiaofeng, your uncle and I are most worried about Xing when we go on a long trip. Can't you help us? Chen Feng and Su Ching wanted to struggle, but unexpectedly, Su's mother made the final decision. Alright, don't say anything more. This matter is settled. Xiaofeng, you move in when we leave. When Su Ching heard what her mother said, she looked at Chen Feng and shook her head slightly. No one in the Su family can oppose what Su's mother decides. Su's father will only support it unconditionally. Besides, Su's father also hopes that the two of them can cultivate their relationship more, so how could he stop them? Soon the car arrived at a newly built resort in Fengcheng. The Su family's parents wanted to bring their two children here to play for one night and then send them back to school tomorrow morning. Knowing that their objection was futile, the two of them had a seafood dinner with Su's father and mother, and were sent back to school by Su's father the next morning. Because of what happened last night, Su Ching was absent-minded the whole morning. When Yu Xiaoning saw this, she asked, Sister Chinger, what's wrong with you? Why are you so absent-minded the whole morning? Is there something on your mind? Su Ching looked at Yu Xiaoning. My parents said yesterday that they were going abroad. How long will uncle and aunt be gone? When will they come back? Now that they're gone, aren't you home alone? Chapter 32 Please beg me. Su Ching nodded. When Yu Xiaoning saw this, she immediately grabbed her excitedly and said, Sister Chinger, I want to move in with you. I'll go over and keep you company. She glanced at the excited Yu Xiaoning and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Yu Xiaoning thought that Su Ching didn't want to move there by herself, so she looked at Su Ching with a wronged look on her face. Sister Chinger, don't you want me to move in with you? If you don't want to, then forget it. No, it's not that I don't want to, but... Su Ching told Yu Xiaoning about Su's parents' decision. After hearing it, Yu Xiaoning slapped the table. Okay, I said that the scumbag must have bad intentions. Sure enough, he was waiting here. Having said that, he looked at Su Ching excitedly and said, how could uncle and aunt make such a decision? Chen Feng is not a good person at all. How could your uncle and aunt let him move in with you? He's such a hateful guy. If the time comes, you two will live together, a single man and a single woman. No, I want to move in too. I want to move in and live with you and protect you.
Yu Xiaoning said something more excitedly. Su Ching felt that what she said made sense. She and Chen Feng, a single man and a single woman, were indeed not suitable to live together. She called Su's mother to tell her, and Su's mother rejected her right after she heard half of it. How can that be?
Don't even think about it. Not to mention that I don't agree, even your father won't agree.
After hanging up the phone, Su Ching looked at Yu Xiaoning, who was looking at her eagerly, and shook her head.
Yu Xiaoning's face, which was extremely excited in the previous second, fell in the next second. How could Auntie not agree? I'm doing this for you. Does she really trust that scumbag that much? Who trusts me?
Chen Feng suddenly appeared. Yu Xiaoning raised her head and glared at him. Chen Feng, who was glared at again for no apparent reason, once again felt that Yu Xiaoning really deserved a beating. In order to prevent them from arguing, Su Ching told Chen Feng that Yu Xiaoning wanted to move in with them. After hearing this, Chen Feng looked at Yu Xiaoning with a smirk on his face.
Do you want to move there too? What's wrong? Is it not possible? If you can move in, why can't I?
Yes, of course, but it's not easy to implement. He can guarantee 100% that Su's father and mother will definitely not agree to this request.
Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaoning, who was so aggressive in the last second, collapsed in the next second. The next second, the system's voice came out.
Ding, the host's current situation has been detected. Make a choice to receive a reward.
Option 1, laugh at Yu Xiaoning and then leave. Obtain, Win Soft Shampoo X1. Option 2, convince the Su family's parents to allow Yu Xiaoning to move in. Reward, 9th degree black belt, the highest level in Taekwondo.
Chen Feng, who was about to leave, pulled out a stool and sat down, knocking on the table in front of Yu Xiaoning. Yu Xiaoning raised her eyes slightly and glanced at him. Please, as long as you beg me, I can help you fulfill your wish. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoning and Su Ching turned to look at him, their eyes full of doubt.
Chen Feng leaned back. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you look down on me? Can you convince my uncle and aunt to let me move in? Yu Xiaoning didn't believe what he said.
Chen Feng smiled and said, of course, as long as you ask me, I can.
Seeing his smug smile, Yu Xiaoning felt that he might really be able to do it, and then gritted her teeth. Then I beg you, Chen Feng, to let me move into the Su family too.
Okay, since you're begging me so sincerely, I'll reluctantly agree to your request.
Wait for the good news.
After Chen Feng left, Yu Xiaoning waved her fist behind him and said through gritted teeth, you stinky scumbag, I'll trust you for now.
If you can't do it, I'll tear you apart. Su Ching looked at Yu Xiaoning's gritted teeth and shook her head.
In fact, she didn't expect Chen Feng to take the initiative to help.
These two people always quarrel whenever they meet.
If they were not of different genders, they would have probably started fighting a long time ago. After Chen Feng left, he found a place and called Su's father.
At first, Su's father also refused. Chen Feng said, Uncle, don't you and Auntie both hope that I can develop feelings for Amelia Su? Your aunt and I do have this idea, but what does it have to do with anyone else?
Chen Feng told Su's father that he and Su Ching had no common topics at all when they were together, and it would only feel awkward.
But it would be different if there was one more person. One more person means more flexibility. With this flexibility, there will be no awkwardness between the two of them, there will be topics to talk about, and there will be more contact. When Mr. Su heard this, it seemed to be true. He discussed it with his wife and agreed.
On the other side, Su Ching received a call from her mother. The moment she knew her mother agreed, Su Ching was full of surprise, but at the same time she felt that Chen Feng seemed not bad. When she finally hung up the phone, Suma asked Su Ching to tell Yu Xiaoning and Chen Feng to have a meal together before they went abroad. Chen Feng successfully persuaded Su's father and mother and received the reward from the system.
He took Huang Jima and Lu Wenxiang to find Zhang Wentao in another new KTV.
Looking at the colorful sign, Chen Feng asked, that guy is in there.
How do you want to take revenge?
There were only 3 of them, and rushing in to cause trouble would result in serious consequences.
It was more convenient to squat outside and wait for the opportunity.
After making the decision, the 3 of them waited outside. Not long after, Zhang Wentao, who was drunk, was seen walking out, supported by 2 men with colorful coxcombs. The 3 of them cornered him in the alley, each one wielding a steel pipe and hitting his palms.
Zhang Wentao staggered and raised his head. Who are you? Who are we? Huang Jimo walked forward, staring at Zhang Wentao with a smile, then turned back and asked, "Huh, he's asking who we are?" Then he walked over and gave him a fierce kick. "You just fucking ripped me off not long ago, have you forgotten so quickly? And you're still asking who I am? I'm your father, you son of a bitch." Zhang Wentao was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up. His confused mind instantly became much clearer. After finally seeing who it was, he smiled immediately. "So it's you, old Huang. What's up? You're not happy that your head didn't get through last time. Do you want to try again?" Upon hearing this, Huang Jima walked over and chopped down with a steel pipe. Zhang Wentao immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. After beating him, Huang Jima angrily cursed, "I came to your father. Your father has been lying in the hospital for more than half a month. You still want to come again? You are so disobedient and unfilial." Chen Feng and Lu Wenxiang were both watching from the side without taking any action. Chen Feng saw him swinging the steel pipe at Zhang Wentao with all his might, so he went over and grabbed him. "Watch carefully, don't leave any handle behind." Chapter 33 Pretending to Assist. Huang Jima nodded, and this time he targeted the belly and buttocks. There was no other way because this bastard had the most pork belly on those two spots. Screams echoed throughout the alley, but no one dared to come in. Huang Jima vented his anger and kicked someone again, then turned to look at Lu Wenxiang and asked him if he wanted to come too. Lu Wenxiang shook her head when she heard this. "Let's go. I'm tired. I want to go back and wash my ears. The ghost's roar is so ugly." But before they could get out of the alley, they were stopped and forced back. It turned out that the two extra people next to them had secretly called for help. Huang Jima watched them approach and swallowed his saliva. "Crazy, there seem to be a lot of people here. Are you scared?" Chen Feng smiled. "Are you kidding me? Would I be scared?" He turned to Lu Wenxiang and asked, "Lu Shangxiang, are you scared?" Lu Wenxiang directly retorted, "Old Huang, do you deserve to be beaten again?" As soon as he finished speaking, those people gathered around. In the darkness, Zhang Wentao wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed. "Ha, you want to run away after beating someone up? Huang Jima, are you scared by my beating? It seems that the bottle I gave you last time really brought you unforgettable memories. I'm thinking of your mom. If you have the guts, go ahead and do it. Ink is nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted attack and those people rushed up. Seeing people rushing over, Chen Feng immediately activated the 9th degree Taekwondo skill in the system. A few minutes later, everyone in the dim alley collapsed, unable to get up. Chen Feng walked over, squatted down, and patted Zhang Wentao's face. "Open your eyes and look over there. Do you see it? That's my brother. Next time, walk a little more carefully. Otherwise, if you accidentally step on a rock and fall into a pit, no one will know." After coming out of the alley, Huang Jima felt relaxed and relieved. The anger in his heart was gone, and he felt really good. Su Ching conveyed what Su Ma had told her to Yu Xiaoning and Chen Feng. When Yu Xiaoning heard that Su Ma was going to treat her to a meal, she thought that Chen Feng had said bad things about her to Su Ma and the others, otherwise why would Su Ma and the others treat her to a meal? On the day of the meal, as soon as Chen Feng arrived at the restaurant door, he was glared at by Yu Xiaoning, who arrived at the same time. Seeing that the two of them were about to start arguing again, Su Ching quickly pulled them into the restaurant. In the box, Su's father said that they were going abroad tomorrow, and tomorrow happened to be Saturday, so he asked Chen Feng and Su Ching to go back and pack their things tonight and move to Su's house tomorrow morning. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Mother Su looked at Yu Xiaoning, who was silent beside her, and said kindly, "Xiaoning, you go with them too. Watch them for Auntie. If they don't behave, call Auntie and she will deal with them when she comes back." After saying that, he blinked at Yu Xiaoning. Yu Xiaoning looked at Su Ching in confusion, then looked at Chen Feng, understood something, and then smiled and said, "Don't worry, Auntie, I will keep a close eye on them." Chen Feng was speechless. Why was Yu Xiaoning joining in on the fun? He had already helped her move in, so what else did she want? In the middle of the trip, Su Ching went to the bathroom, and when she came back, she found that her position had changed. Her original position was on the left of Yu Xiaoning, with Su Ma on her left. Now she is on the right of Yu Xiaoning, with Chen Feng on her right. She looked at Yu Xiaoning, who was trying to please Su Ma again. She looked at Chen Feng, and Chen Feng spread his hands silently. Although he witnessed Yu Xiaoning's actions with his own eyes, he was powerless to do anything. The dishes were served quickly. In order to please Su Ma, Yu Xiaoning kept picking up dishes for her. She took the time to glance at Su Ching. "Sister Chinger, how could you do this? Su Ching looked confused. Xiaoning, what's wrong with me?
Sister Chinger, look, there's nothing in Chen Feng's bowl.
Why don't you help him get some?
Su Ching, who was holding a piece of loofah but hadn't put it in her mouth yet, looked at the dish on her chopsticks, then looked at Chen Feng's empty bowl, and didn't know whether she should put the dish in her mouth or his bowl.
It's okay, it's not far. I can come by myself.
Under the eyes of everyone, Chen Feng took the bowl and chopsticks and took care of himself.
Su Ching put the dishes in her own bowl and picked up 2 pieces of loofah for Chen Feng.
Yu Xiaoning spoke again. Sister Chinger, you can't do this.
There are so many dishes on the table, how can you only pick up loofah for Chen Feng?
Upon hearing this, Su's father and mother couldn't suppress the smiles on their faces. It turned out that 2 people without feelings for each other really needed some adjustment. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with letting Yu Xiaoning live with them. Su's father and mother, who were originally against it, were completely relieved after seeing this scene. They believed that they would hear good news when they returned.
Su Ching is going crazy. What on earth is going on with Yu Xiaoning tonight?
She looked at Yu Xiaoning, but she didn't even look at her.
They finally finished their meal.
It was still early, so Suma prepared to take them out to play. Seeing the amusement park in front of her, Su Ching had the urge to turn around and leave, but Chen Feng wanted to go in and play to relax himself. Su's mother asked Su's father to buy tickets for the 3 children, and then pushed the 3 children in. When it was Yu Xiaoning's turn, she did not forget to wink at Yu Xiaoning. But who knew that as soon as they entered, Yu Xiaoning changed. She pushed Chen Feng aside and hugged Su Ching herself. Sister Chinger, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to do that during dinner. I was afraid that my aunt and others would not agree to let me live with you, so I. You are just deliberately acting as an assist, trying to bring us together.
Chen Feng said what Yu Xiaoning had not finished saying.
Yu Xiaoning was so angry that she kicked him. I want you to speak. What does it have to do with you? Did I ask you to be nosy?
Su Ching held Yu Xiaoning back to stop her from kicking Chen Feng.
Xiaoning, my parents have already agreed that you should live with us.
It was Chen Feng who persuaded my parents.
You should thank him. Sister Chinger, are you angry with me?
I really didn't mean it just now, Yu Xiaoning pouted and looked at Su Ching with a wronged look.
Chen Feng, who was standing next to him, pinched his throat and said, Sister Chinger, I really didn't mean it, but I did it on purpose.
You must not forgive her. Yu Xiaoning was almost mad with anger. She couldn't explain herself clearly, so why did this person add fuel to the fire?
He was so annoying.
Chen Feng saw Yu Xiaoning was so angry that she jumped up and down, and ran away laughing. This naughty girl usually picked on him without any reason, and today she should try the feeling of being unable to defend herself. Su Ching couldn't stand watching these 2 people's childish behavior, so she could only grab Yu Xiaoning and say, okay, stop making trouble, let's go play.
Chapter 34 You can't just go down one road. Sister Chinger, why do you always speak for him?
Yu Xiaoning was angry, and Su Ching actually spoke for Chen Feng again. She was angry and annoyed, and was about to cry because of the grievance. Su Ching was speechless for a moment and explained, I didn't speak for him.
You have it, you have it. What kind of man is Chen Feng?
He only knows how to say bad things about others behind their backs and even complain.
He's not worthy of being a man.
After saying this, Yu Xiaoning ran away angrily without giving Su Ching a chance to explain. Su Ching looked at Yu Xiaoning's leaving back helplessly and sighed helplessly. Although Yu Xiaoning has disliked Chen Feng for a long time, Chen Feng did help her this time, so Yu Xiaoning's fuss seemed a bit unreasonable. It seems that we need to find a way to resolve the misunderstanding between them. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have unintentionally favored Chen Feng.
Yu Xiaoning didn't let her contact Chen Feng.
It was originally for her own good, but she kept speaking for Chen Feng.
No wonder Yu Xiaoning was so angry. Hey, that's very dangerous. Are you sure you want to try it?
Chen Feng looked at Yu Xiaoning speechlessly as she desperately tied the rope around her body and walked towards the bungee jumping platform.
Yu Xiaoning said angrily, otherwise, it's your business.
Su Ching frowned. Xiaoning, Chen Feng is right, this is indeed very dangerous, otherwise.
It would have been fine if she didn't say anything.
As soon as she spoke, Yu Xiaoning was immediately stimulated, and the last bit of hesitation in her heart disappeared, and she jumped down without hesitation.
Su Ching's heartbeat slowed down a bit, and she didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Yu Xiaoning appeared in front of her safely.
Chen Feng really couldn't understand how he had offended Yu Xiaoning. He was clearly doing it for her own good, and it would have been fine if she didn't appreciate it, but she actually treated him with such sarcasm and ridicule.
Coward.
If you don't dare to jump, don't look down on others.
It's not like I haven't played before. Chen Feng didn't bother to pay attention to her and turned away. Chen Feng.
Su Ching thought for a moment and decided to chase after him.
Don't be angry with Xiao Ning. That's just her personality. She doesn't mean any harm. Chen Feng was a little amused. When she bullies me, have you ever seen me get angry with her?
I'm just too lazy to argue with her.
You don't have to come all the way here to apologize to me. I guess Yu Xiaoning will be jealous again.
I can't stand her giving me trouble again and again. Su Ching pursed her lips and stood there without saying a word.
Chen Feng sighed. Oh, forget it, who asked me to be magnanimous?
I'm too lazy to argue with a woman like her.
Do you want to ride the roller coaster?
Later, Chen Feng realized that he was just asking for trouble, because Yu Xiaoning had no intention of letting him get close to Su Ching. The two best friends sat hand in hand in the first row, while he was asked to sit in the last row.
Yu Xiaoning, are you being reasonable?
Your sister Chinger's parents want you to bring us together, not to be a third wheel.
Yu Xiaoning stuck out her tongue at him and said disdainfully, You want me to bring you two together? Are you just wishful thinking? Don't you even consider how you're worthy of Sister Chinger? Okay.
Chen Feng sat in the last row, but what he never expected was that Su Ching did not sit in the first row with Yu Xiaoning, but sat in the last row with him.
Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, looked at her amusedly and asked, Aren't you going to accompany Yu Xiaoning? It's more fun when we play together.
Su Ching said ambiguously. Chen Feng didn't quite understand what she meant, but when the roller coaster reached the highest point, Su Ching suddenly grabbed his hand. It was not until she got off the car that Su Ching realized her impoliteness. She quickly took her hand back and said awkwardly, I didn't mean it. Chen Feng didn't take it seriously and silently withdrew his hand. When he looked up, he saw Su's father and mother waiting for them in front. Su's father and mother obviously saw what they had just done, and now they had a loving smile on their faces. Chen Feng was the first to walk towards them. Yu Xiaoning originally wanted to complain to Su Ching, but the moment she saw Su's father and mother, her attitude immediately softened. He also hurried over there, fearing that Chen Feng would snatch the right to speak away.
Uncle and aunt, let's go play over there.
We should give them more opportunities to be alone, but we must not disturb them.
Su's father and mother became more gentle in their attitude towards Yu Xiaoning.
They had just seen that when they were on the roller coaster, Yu Xiaoning deliberately sat in the front row, while Chen Feng and Su Ching were in the last row. Yu Xiaoning has put a lot of effort into bringing Chen Feng and Su Ching together, so of course they are happy to cooperate. When there were only two of them left at the scene, Chen Feng put one hand in his pocket, and the two of them suddenly had no common language. In the end, it was Su Ching who spoke first. Chen Feng, Xiaoning sometimes goes a little too far. I apologize to you on her behalf. Chen Feng said mockingly, your best friend is really causing you trouble, forcing you, who is so high and mighty, to bow your head and apologize to me time and time again. Don't worry, I, Chen Feng, am not the kind of person who cares about things.
You don't need to apologize to me.
I will make things clear with her and ask her to stop targeting you.
After all, they will have to spend a long time together, and Yu Xiaoning can't be so noisy every day, right?
When the sun went down, Su's father and mother took them to the restaurant again.
At noon, some things were not convenient to say because Yu Xiaoning was there, but now that they saw Yu Xiaoning's performance, they no longer had any scruples.
He simply asked Chen Feng directly, Chen Feng, uncle feels that you have changed a lot recently.
You are different from before. Did something happen to you?
Chen Feng obviously did not expect that he would actually forget this matter. The gap between him and the original owner is indeed quite large, and it is no wonder that Su's father can see it.
What's more, he had never thought about hiding his strength from the beginning, but could he possibly tell others about the system? Of course not.
So he said, you can't just keep going down the same path forever.
You have to think about your future.
I just suddenly realized my mistake and turned back. After all, my parents are old, and I can't keep being ignorant. He was trying hard to make up excuses and even brought up Chen's father and mother.
Father Su seemed to be thinking about something, and he didn't know whether he believed it or not.
On the contrary, Yu Xiaoning next to him felt that Chen Feng was too hypocritical. Even his speech was so literary, completely different from his previous self.
Chapter 35 Someone is behind the scenes fanning the flames. Chapter 35 Someone is behind the scenes fanning the flames. Father Su was already an old fox, so he could naturally see that there was a lie in what Chen Feng said, but he did not expose it. It is normal for young people to have their own secrets. There is no need for him to get to the bottom of it.
As long as Chen Feng is willing to change, that's a good thing. Moreover, he also had some understanding of Chen Feng's recent affairs. Chen Feng's change could be said to be like a completely different person. At first, Su's mother was worried that Chen Feng was sick. After 2 contacts, they found that Chen Feng had really come to his senses and turned back. They originally thought that Chen Feng was too lazy and not suitable to be a husband, but because the engagement could not be cancelled, they had no choice but to tolerate it. They had even decided that after they got married, they would have a good talk with Chen Feng and try their best to make him turn back from his ways. Now that he has suddenly come to his senses and turned back, he has saved them a lot of trouble.
You're right.
Your parents are old, and your father has suffered such a disaster this time.
You really should grow up.
You can't always act like a child and cause them trouble. Chen Feng knew that he believed his words, and he felt relieved. He simply followed his words and continued, yes, they used to take care of me. Now that they are old, it is time for me to take care of them.
Yu Xiaoning scoffed at this. Isn't this too funny?
Chen Feng really went to great lengths to leave a good impression on Su Ching's parents so that he could marry her later.
How could he even say such a thing?
She was just about to say something sarcastic to him, but unexpectedly caught Su Ching's warning gaze. She paused and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Although she didn't understand why Su Ching always protected Chen Feng, Su Ching's eyes already carried a warning.
If she said anything else, she would probably get angry.
Chen Feng happened to see the silent communication between Su Ching and Yu Xiaoning. He thought that after he said these words, Su Ching would ruthlessly expose him, but he didn't expect that Su Ching's attitude had changed so much. Even if Yu Xiaoning disliked him, she would help stop him. I originally thought that her apology this afternoon was just out of guilt, but now it seems that she was sincere. But Yu Xiaoning seems to be very prejudiced against him, and it seems that it will be very difficult to get along with him in the next few months. He seemed to have dug a big hole for himself. After finishing their meal, Su's father and mother explained everything they needed to say, and then drove the 3 of them back to school. Before getting off the car, Father Su deliberately grabbed Chen Feng and took him aside to talk. Xiaofeng, your aunt and I have also considered the matter between you and Su Ching. We mean to let you spend a few months together first. If you really can't develop feelings for each other, then we will consider canceling the engagement.
Chen Feng was a little surprised.
When he mentioned breaking off the engagement before, Su's father was so determined and said he would not agree no matter what.
But he didn't expect that he would actually give in now.
Father Su knew that Chen Feng was surprised, even in disbelief, so he explained, arranged marriages are ultimately something for our older generation and shouldn't be forced upon you young people.
Your generation values free love, so how can we force you to be with someone you don't like? Even if I think you two are really a good match, if you two really don't like each other, then I have no other choice but to cancel your engagement. I can't let your married life be unhappy and squeeze each other out, right? That kind of life is too hard to endure.
If you can reluctantly accept each other's existence, there's still a possibility of falling in love over time.
But if you two are tired of each other, it would be better to cancel the engagement.
He sighed solemnly and continued, I'm telling you this, and I believe you understand what I mean. I hope you'll develop feelings for each other over these few months. After all, your marriage is already a done deal, and breaking off the engagement will have consequences for both of you. Although Chen Feng didn't understand why Su's father was so determined not to cancel the engagement, he would be very satisfied as long as he was willing to give in.
Thank you, uncle. I will definitely take good care of Su Ching.
In the next few months, I will also think carefully about the relationship between the two of us.
If we really can't get along, I will come and talk to you.
Good boy. Father Su patted his shoulder heavily and returned to the car. Meanwhile, Mother Su had finished telling Su Ching what she needed to tell her. She looked at Su Ching reluctantly and said, remember what Mom said.
Don't be willful. Get along well with Chen Feng. He's a good kid. You'll like him. Su Ching clenched her hands into fists and nodded silently.
Yu Xiaoning thought Su Ching was unhappy, so she held her hand and waited for the car to drive away before comforting her. Don't worry, Sister Chinger, I won't let that bad guy Chen Feng get close to you.
Su Ching was stunned for a moment. Xiaoning, I'm not. She wanted to say that she didn't mean that, but what did she mean?
Because she couldn't make up her mind for a moment, she smiled bitterly and decided not to dwell on it anymore.
Back at dormitory 619, Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima both poked their heads out and said, Crazy, you're back.
Crazy, you're here just in time. We were discussing Zhang Wentao's situation.
Why do you think he's causing trouble for us? Chen Feng didn't actually have an accurate answer to this question. You've been discussing this for so long, but haven't you come to a conclusion? Lu Wenxiang sat on his bed and said seriously, we've discussed it. I always feel that Zhang Wentao's inexplicable trouble with us and even beat up Lao Huan must be targeting you. Huang Jima also nodded. They did not mean to blame Chen Feng. It was just that after their recollections and discussions, this was the best outcome they had agreed upon. Chen Feng thought about it and felt that this was indeed a possibility. After all, Zhang Wentao had no motive to harm Huang Jima, but if he was coming for him and wanted to teach him and the people around him a lesson, then this matter could be explained. Zhang Wentao and I have no grudges against each other. There's no reason for him to attack me. If he really came after me, then it's obvious that there must be someone else behind him fanning the flames. That's right, madman, we think so too. But we still don't know who the person behind him is. Chapter 36. This is not an accident. If I knew who the man behind him was, I would definitely give him a good beating. Come on, you're already in trouble and you're still bragging. Who can you beat? Lu Wenxiang exposed his shortcomings without mercy. Huang Jima grabbed his neck and threatened him with his fist. Lu Shangxiang, you said I can't beat others, but can I beat you? Lu Wenxiang pushed him and said, go away. You're just a bully at home. Lu Wenxiang didn't want to argue with him so much, so she looked at Chen Feng and asked, crazy man, do you think the car accident Su Shaohua had before was really an accident? He always felt that there was something strange about this, but he couldn't explain why, so he can only pin his hopes on Chen Feng. Yes, crazy man. School beauty Su was hit by a car for no apparent reason. Although she wasn't seriously injured, Lu Xiangxiang and I always feel that there's something fishy going on behind the scenes. Chen Feng nodded. Su Ching was not the kind of person who liked to make a big deal about it. Not many people knew about her car accident. He had already retrieved the surveillance footage of that area. He immediately turned on the computer and called up the surveillance footage, especially the scene where Su Ching passed by the car. He watched it carefully over and over again. Finally found the clue. I knew this car accident wasn't an accident. When he saw a car rushing out without warning and heading straight towards Su Ching, Lu Wenxiang slapped the table. Chen Feng clenched his fists. If Zhang Wentao did it on purpose, then Su Ching was very likely implicated by him. Damn, that damn Zhang Wentao, I really didn't give him a light beating. Grandpa, I have to teach him a lesson. Lu Shangxiang, come with me and teach him a lesson. Okay, crazy man, are you going? The two of them walked outside with a fierce look on their faces, ready to fight, as if they were going to settle the score with Zhang Wentao. Chen Feng sat there motionless. He closed his computer and analyzed. I still think it's impossible for Zhang Wentao to plan such a big conspiracy by himself. I saw it the last time we taught him a lesson. He doesn't have such a good brain. There must be someone behind him fanning the flames. Give me some time to find out who that person is. Teaching Zhang Wentao a lesson isn't a big deal. The main thing is to find the person behind him and solve the problem at its root. Huang Jima agreed with Chen Feng's statement. The madman is right. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. We have taught a lesson to Zhang Wentao, but as long as the person behind him is not found, there will be thousands of Zhang Wentaos in the future. How can we afford to deal with them one by one? It would be better to find the person behind him and teach him a lesson so he won't bother us again. Lu Wenxiang rolled her eyes at him. That's easy to say, but finding the person behind him is so difficult. Should we call the police? Calling the police might be a good solution, but none of the three of them were willing to do it. Not only does it waste police resources, but they also have to cooperate with the investigation, which is a huge waste of time. Chen Feng typed on the keyboard for a while and said to them, wait a moment. Don't look for Zhang Wentao yet. I'll know who's behind him in an hour at most. Huang Jima originally thought that Chen Feng was bragging, but when he thought about the changes he had undergone recently, he had to believe what he said. He just asked hesitantly, crazy, you haven't learned any shady tricks recently, have you? Brother, let me tell you, we can be scumbags, but we must not take those crooked paths. Otherwise, our lives will be ruined. Although he knew Huang Jima had good intentions, Chen Feng still found it a little funny. What are you thinking? I know much more clearly than you which path to take and which path not to take. His fingers slid quickly across the keyboard, and using his hacking skills, he directly hacked into Zhang Wentao's mobile phone. Damn, you're too awesome, madman. Seeing the chat records between Zhang Wentao and others above, Lu Wenxiang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Chen Feng said nonchalantly, this is just a little bit of superficial knowledge. Compared to the real black technology, this is indeed just the tip of the iceberg.
But the real technology is not something that ordinary people can afford, and he has no intention of showing it in front of them.
Huang Jima was idle beside him, planting rice and fooling around. Crazy, can you teach me?
When I learn this function, I can hack into any beautiful woman's phone I want.
Lu Wenxiang rolled her eyes at him and said, Can you be more promising? Isn't this all I can do? Lu Shangxiang, don't tell me you haven't thought about it this way. Chen Feng saw a familiar name in Zhang Wentao's chat history. Zhao He.
The last time he competed with his opponent in hacking techniques, the opponent lost but was unwilling to accept it. He originally thought that Zhao He would use other methods to get back at him, but he didn't expect his method to be so despicable. It would be fine if they were just dealing with the people around him, but now even Su Ching is involved. He opened the chat history between the two without hesitation. Zhao He and Zhang Wentao have a good relationship. Zhang Wentao accidentally learned that Zhao He was going to pay someone to teach Chen Feng a lesson. He was tempted by the money and took the job. After Zhao He gave him the money, he also told him what to do. Zhang Wentao did all this according to Zhao He's wishes. Even the people around Chen Feng were found by Zhao He. Chen Feng suddenly understood why Zhang Wentao was able to find out about Su Ching. Although Zhao He's hacking skills were a little worse than his own, he could be considered a leader among ordinary people. It would not be difficult for him to find out who Su Ching was. After reading the chat log, Chen Feng was furious because Zhang Wentao had said in the chat log, "That woman is quite exciting. Not only is she pretty, but she also has a hot body. If you didn't give me enough money, I wouldn't be willing to hit her." Afterwards, the two of them had another conversation with Su Ching, and the vulgar language was so vulgar that even Chen Feng could hardly accept it. Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima also saw the chat logs, and they were equally furious. How dare this loser covet school beauty Su? It seems I didn't hit him lightly last time. I should have cracked his head open and made him stay in the hospital for 10 days or half a month. That's not enough. We should sever all the tendons in his hands and feet, and then make sure he has no descendants. That way, he won't have any evil thoughts. Chen Feng hacked into Zhao He's phone again and sent a text message to Zhang Wentao in his name, "Come out and meet me tomorrow." Chapter 37 The Unusual Hero. Below is the meeting place. Zhang Wentao quickly replied, "Meet? We should meet. I just took a little money from you, and you beat me up like this. You have to pay more. Otherwise, I'll get you kicked out." The amount of money Zhao He gave was quite a lot, but I couldn't just take the beating in vain. I had to at least get a little bit back. Chen Feng replied, "We can consider the medical expenses. Don't be late tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. If you are late, I will not care about you." Then he cleared all traces, deleted the chat history between him and Zhang Wentao, and quit. He did everything perfectly, and Zhao He wouldn't be able to notice anything unless he looked closely. "Crazy, did you make an appointment to meet him?" Huang Jima came over, glanced at the computer screen, and his tone was filled with suppressed excitement. Although he had beaten Zhang Wentao, he still felt unwilling to give in, especially the chat records between Zhang Wentao and Zhao He, which were so disgusting. He felt that the beating was too light. He should have killed him. "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I want to see if he dares to tell me the truth." He recorded the chat history between Zhao He and Zhang Wentao on his mobile phone. With this solid evidence, even if Zhang Wentao wanted to quibble, he had to consider whether he was willing to believe it. "If he dares to lie, I will teach him a lesson with my fist." Huang Jima slammed his fist on the table, imagining the scene of beating Zhang Wentao tomorrow, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. At 9 o'clock the next morning, they all arrived at the agreed location on time, and Zhang Wentao was already waiting there. To prevent him from escaping, 3 people surrounded him from 3 directions. Zhang Wentao looked at the time and was obviously getting impatient. He was just about to call Zhao He to ask him why he hadn't come yet. When he looked up, he saw Chen Feng and the other 3. He took a step back and bumped into Huang Jima from behind. Huang Jima pushed him hard. "What are you doing? Do you want to kill your grandfather?" Zhang Wentao was surrounded by the 3 of them and asked them with a panicked look on his face, "What do you want to do?" The scene of being beaten last time was still vivid in his mind, and these 3 people came to cause trouble for him again. "Don't push your luck. If you continue like this, I'll call the police." Chen Feng walked up to him and said sarcastically, "Call the police? I want to see if calling the police will be any use for you, the one crying thief." Zhang Wentao swallowed dryly, not understanding what Chen Feng meant. "Chen Feng, I haven't settled the score with you for hitting me last time. Don't push your luck. Zhang Wentao, I haven't settled the score with you for what happened last time.
Why don't we settle it today?
You're causing trouble for my brother.
Is it Zhao He who's behind it?
Zhang Wentao's eyes widened instantly and he looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. He was not sure whether Chen Feng had any evidence, nor did he know whether that idiot Zhao He had betrayed him.
But he flatly denied it. What are you talking about? I don't understand a thing.
I beat Huang Jima and the others only because they offended me, so I wanted to teach them a lesson.
Is that really the case? Zhang Wentao, I've given you a chance.
If you lie to me again, I'll punch you.
Chen Feng was already very calm.
He looked at Zhang Wentao expressionlessly, waiting for him to tell the truth. However, Zhang Wentao continued to lie.
Who is lying? Everything I said is true.
Zhao He gave him so much money, he has to keep his promise.
Oh, you're still lying? You won't cry until you see the coffin.
Huang Jima knew that Chen Feng had evidence in his hand, and smiled meanly. Zhang Wentao straightened his back and shouted, "Don't push your luck, you three.
You're bullying the weak with your numbers. That's not fair to me. Zhang Wentao, let me show you something." Chen Feng opened his mobile phone and played the video of the chat.
Zhang Wentao didn't dare to get close at first, fearing that Chen Feng had set a trap for him. But Huang Jima behind him didn't give him a good look. He pushed him directly and pushed him in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng pinched the back of his neck, put the phone against his face, and forced him to look. Zhang Wentao didn't understand what was going on at first, but when he saw that the chat records were actually between himself and Zhao he could no longer maintain his composure. These chat records were from his perspective. He subconsciously reached for his phone and found it was still there, so he breathed a sigh of relief.
You.
He wanted to ask Chen Feng how they got these chat records, but Huang Jima was already walking towards him with his hands rubbed, and it was very obvious that he had tolerated him to the limit.
Chen Feng stopped Huang Jima and asked Zhang Wentao, "You still refuse to admit it?"
Zhao He gave you a sum of money, so you worked for him.
Am I right?
Zhang Wentao, like a loser, finally gave up all resistance, slowly lowered his hands, and even his shoulders collapsed.
Since you already know, why are you asking me?
Tell me clearly about the deal between you and Zhao He, otherwise today will not just be a simple hospital stay.
You may spend the rest of your life in prison. Zhang Wentao panicked for a moment.
He could go to the hospital, but he didn't dare go to prison. He felt it was not worth it to gamble the rest of his life for such a small amount of money.
It was Zhao He. He made me do all this. He gave me money and wanted me to teach the people around you a lesson.
He also gave me photos of Huang Jima and Lu Wenxiang and asked me to find someone to teach them a lesson. He even said if I did a good job, he'd give me double the price. I was blinded by the money, so I agreed to go along with him.
He lowered his head, not daring to look at any of them. Chen Feng asked again, "What's going on with Su Ching?"
When he said the name Su Ching, he remembered the chat history between Zhao He and the other two, and subconsciously clenched his fists.
He looked up at Zhang Wentao and already had the urge to punch him away. When Zhang Wentao met Chen Feng's eyes, he couldn't help but tremble.
Then he said stiffly, "This is also what Zhao He meant. He asked me to drive the car and hit Su Ching. He is such a hero saving the beauty." When they heard the words "hero saves the beauty," both Chen Feng and Lu Wenxian laughed out of anger.
Huang Jima kicked him in the back. "Hero saving the beauty? You guys, with your ugly looks, can really be called heroes?" Chapter 38 3 Rules with You. Chen Feng was also very angry. After all, Su Ching was his fiancée. It was okay for someone to be thinking about her, but she actually tried to strike up a conversation with him in front of him. If he hadn't been quick enough to help Su Ching and avoid the disaster, they would have succeeded. Zhang Wentao was afraid of being beaten again, so he shrank his neck and said timidly, "Zhao He asked me to do all this. I was just doing it for the money. If you want to beat me up, go beat him up. It has nothing to do with me." "It has nothing to do with you? Zhao He was the one who planned it, but weren't you the one who did it? Now you're clearing yourself of all charges, but why didn't you say anything when you did it?" Huang Jima punched him in the head and tilted it sideways. "You dare to hit me? Today I will definitely hit you in the head." "Old Huang, wait a minute." Chen Feng stopped him. "We've already taught him a lesson. Now our target is Zhao He. We need to capture the leader first. It's useless to just keep hitting someone who's working. If we're going to hit someone, we should hit Zhao He." Zhang Wentao nodded frantically,
agreeing with Chen Feng's statement. That's right, Zhao He is the real instigator.
If you want revenge, go find him. You beat me up like that last time. No matter how angry I was, I should have calmed down, right?
Chen Feng suddenly looked at him and said, I only promised not to hit you, but I didn't promise you anything else.
Zhang Wentao's heart started to panic, and he looked at him anxiously. What do you want to do?
Chen Feng smiled very gently. You hit my brother and scared the school beauty Su.
This matter can't be let go like this. Lu Wenxian understood what Chen Feng meant and probably guessed what he was going to do.
She deliberately said, that's right.
It doesn't matter if we get knocked down.
We're big and strong enough to take a beating.
But it's different for school beauty Su.
If you scare her to death, can you afford it? Hitting someone is wrong, and hitting them with your car is even worse.
We'll give you a small lesson right now.
You treat the three of us to a nice meal, and we'll put this matter behind us.
What do you think?
Zhang Wentao, who originally thought he was going to be beaten again, felt inexplicably relieved after hearing Chen Feng's conditions.
Fortunately, I didn't want to beat him up.
Huang Jima, a cigarette dangling from his lips, said nonchalantly, Zhao He must have given you quite a bit of money, right?
Otherwise, you wouldn't have done anything for him. Treating us to a meal shouldn't be a problem for you. Zhang Wentao nodded, which was considered as his agreement.
The three of them deliberately found a Western restaurant that they usually didn't dare to enter. The piano in the middle of the restaurant and the young man in a white tuxedo who was playing the piano showed that this restaurant was of great value. Zhang Wentao silently touched his money, and finally walked in with a hard heart. Rather than being beaten, he would rather lose money to avoid disaster.
Wow, this is my first time in a restaurant like this. Crazy guy, how much do you think this meal will cost? Chen Feng glanced at Zhang Wentao, who was checking the balance, and said deliberately, no matter how much it is, it's not ours to pay for it. Zhang Wentao was stunned for a moment, then said weakly, don't go too far, I don't have that much money. Huang Jima put his arm around his neck in a familiar manner. Zhang Wentao, don't be so stingy. I didn't even ask you for medical expenses when you beat me up so badly. Now I'm just asking you to treat me to a meal. Why are you being so stingy? Zhang Wentao glared at him and said, did you go easy on me when you beat me? I didn't even ask you for medical expenses. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to treat me or not? Huang Jima waved his fist as a threat. Zhang Wentao finally compromised, please, go ahead and order.
When they came out of the restaurant, the three of them were very satisfied with their meal. Only Zhang Wentao, who was following behind them, lowered his head in frustration. The cost of this meal is equivalent to his living expenses for half a year. Although Zhao He gave a lot, he also paid for the meal himself. Just thinking about it made him want to cry. Huang Jima and Lu Wenxiang also verbally educated Zhang Wentao, asking him not to do such conscienceless things for a little money in the future. Chen Feng suddenly stopped and looked at the text message sent by Su Ching on his phone with worry. Su Ching asked him if he had packed his things, and if so, he should go back to the Su family with her. He sent a reply message, and when he looked up, he saw that the three heartless people had walked to the front, leaving him alone at the back. He hurriedly followed them and asked them if they were going back to the dormitory. What's wrong, crazy guy? Aren't you going to the internet cafe to play? Huang Jima had finally caught a sucker, and he didn't want to let him go so easily. Chen Feng packed up his things and just replied to Su Ching when he saw Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima with sad expressions on their faces. He had never mentioned to Lu Wenxiang and the others that he was going to move out, so it was no wonder that they were slow to react when he suddenly packed up his things. Why do you look so bitter? I'm just moving out of the dorm, not stopping coming back to class. Huang Jima picked his nose and said, crazy, weren't we living here well before? A 6-person dormitory is just right for the three of us. What's the big deal about you moving out? From now on, Lu Shangxiang and I will be staring at each other. We have no one to discuss anything with. What are we going to do? He was like a concubine who had fallen out of favor, his tone and expression full of resentment. Lu Wenxiang was also very uncomfortable. Crazy, you just moved out without any warning. We don't know what happened to you. Shouldn't you explain it to us? Chen Feng smiled, what's the matter? Didn't I just say that I'm just moving out for a few months? I'll be back soon. He and Su Ching probably won't be able to get along for too long, not to mention that there is Yu Xiaoning in the way, making it even more difficult for them to get along. Maybe he will come back after staying for a few days, and he will feel it is unnecessary to move things. Well, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. All good things must come to an end, and now the three of us have to separate.
Huang Jima sighed again and again, obviously reluctant to let go. But he didn't say much and let Chen Feng leave. When he walked to the school gate with his things, Su Ching was already waiting there. When she saw him finally arrive, she got into the car ahead of him. Chen Feng put the things in the trunk and got into the car. The two of them didn't say anything at first, but Su Ching spoke first. Chen Feng, you're a man, it's not convenient for you to live with two women like us. I want to make 3 rules with you. Chapter 39, you can only see a person's character clearly when you live together. Chen Feng frowned. The thought of getting along with Yu Xiaoning was already daunting enough, but Su Ching actually put forward 3 rules. He always felt that setting 3 rules was a bit disrespectful, but Su Ching was a girl after all, and what she said was actually not wrong. It's understandable that she's on guard against herself. He was too lazy to argue with her. You say. Su Ching pursed her lips and boldly put forward Yu Xiaoning's request. First, Xiaoning and I will live on the 2nd floor, and you can only live on the 1st floor and are not allowed to go upstairs. Second. She suddenly hesitated. After all, this second request was a bit embarrassing. What's the second one? Chen Feng didn't think the first request was excessive, so he agreed without thinking. You have to cook for me and Xiaoning. Neither of us knows how to cook. The third. Perhaps because she was afraid that Chen Feng would refuse, Su Ching didn't even give him a chance to speak before she stated the third request. Since you are here to protect us, you can't go out after 8 o'clock at night. After stating these conditions, Su Ching herself felt that they were particularly excessive, and she was also a little worried that Chen Feng would not agree. Chen Feng also roughly guessed that this was Yu Xiaoning's idea. Although Su Ching didn't like him, she would not make such excessive demands. I can promise you, but you also have to promise me that you can talk to your best friend Yu Xiaoning and ask her to stop bothering me. I promise. Chen Feng's request was not excessive, but she felt particularly troubled when she thought about her engagement with Chen Feng. She couldn't really marry him, could she? There was no emotional foundation between the two of them, and she didn't want to be a victim of an arranged marriage. Although Chen Feng agreed to cancel the engagement, her parents still refused to give in, and she now didn't know what to do. I can only hope that my relationship with Chen Feng will go smoothly during this period. Before Su's mother left, she told her that one can only see a person's character clearly when they sit together. Although she was unwilling, she had to admit that she really wanted to take this opportunity to live together to see if Chen Feng was worthy of entrusting her life to. Finally arrived at the Su family. The flowers in the yard were in full bloom. Su's father and mother had already left, and Yu Xiaoning was directing the servants to run around. When she heard the noise, she turned around, and the smile on her face immediately turned cold after meeting Chen Feng's gaze. She was rude to Chen Feng, even bossing him around. What are you still standing there for? Can't you see everyone is busy? Why don't you go over and help? Didn't Sister Chinger make the 3 rules clear to you? Chen Feng knew that the 3-chapter rule was the idea of this little girl. He didn't expect that she would actually dare to say it out loud. The 3 rules don't say that I have to help with housework. He looked at Su Ching. It seemed that the campus beauty of Su University still had some mercy on him. Su Ching met his gaze and turned her head away awkwardly. Yu Xiaoning ran over and took Su Ching's hand. Sister Chinger, didn't you explain the 3 rules to him clearly? Su Ching said in embarrassment, Xiaoning, things like housework can be done by servants, so don't make things difficult for him. How can they be the same? Yu Xiaoning was almost angry to death. She had finally come up with the 3 rules and had stated each one clearly. As a result, Su Ching agreed to it, but suddenly broke the promise halfway. Scumbag, did you drug my sister Chinger? She always felt that Su Ching had been helping Chen Feng intentionally or unintentionally recently, and she had even neglected her best friend. Chen Feng was amused. If I had this medicine, I would definitely give it to you too. I don't want you to keep pointing fingers at me and bossing me around like I'm your servant, and you don't even pay me a salary. Yu Xiaoning wanted to get angry, but she rolled her eyes and suddenly came up with a better way. All of you stop for a moment and come here. I have something to tell you. She called all the servants to her side. These people were paid to do the work, so even if they felt that Yu Xiaoning was going too far, they did not dare to complain. Yu Xiaoning coughed twice and suddenly said, I know everyone's work is very hard on weekdays, and you are all exhausted today, so I decided to give you a period of vacation starting from today. You don't have to come to work during this time.
The servants looked at each other, worried about losing their aprons and towels, and left work one after another. Yu Xiaoning pointed at the unfinished work and said to Chen Feng, Sister Chinger didn't explain the 3 rules to you clearly, so I'm going to add one more. From today on, all the housework in the Su family will be done by you alone.
Don't even think about slacking off. Don't think that your uncle and aunt asked you to move in so that you can enjoy yourself. Their real intention is for you to take care of me and Sister Chinger.
Her commanding tone made Chen Feng feel a little unhappy, but what he didn't expect was that Su Ching would actually stand on his side and speak for him. Xiaoning, the Su family is so big that it usually takes 4 or 5 servants a whole morning to clean the house.
You let Chen Feng clean it alone. Doesn't that mean he doesn't have to go to class?
Yu Xiaoning said angrily, I don't care. Letting him move in is already a blessing to him.
What's wrong with asking him to do some work? Is that too much?
There's no such thing as a free lunch.
If he doesn't work, how can he eat?
This was the first time that Su Ching felt that Yu Xiaoning was so unreasonable. Chen Feng had already seen through Yu Xiaoning. Thinking that a good man would not fight with a bad woman, he was too lazy to argue with her.
He pointed to a room and asked Su Ching, I live here? Su Ching paused.
That room was occupied by the servants, so it would be inappropriate for Chen Feng to live there. When Yu Xiaoning told her about the 3 rules, she didn't take this into consideration. Now she thinks it would be impossible to let Chen Feng live on the 1st floor. There happened to be a guest room on the 2nd floor, so she asked Chen Feng to move his things upstairs.
Yu Xiaoning was so angry that she stamped her feet and said, Sister Chinger, didn't we agree that he would live on the 1st floor? Why did you let him live upstairs?
Su Ching said, the 1st floor is occupied by servants, it's not appropriate for him to live there.
Why is it inappropriate? Didn't I give the servants a holiday?
It just happened to free up a room for him.
Sister Chinger, you are too soft-hearted. What if he bullies you in the future? Su Ching shook her head, my parents will be very angry if they find out. So let him live on the 2nd floor. I believe he won't do anything.
Yu Xiaoning pouted, her anger surging into her stomach with nowhere to vent, so she could only kick the rag on the ground.
Chapter 40 The only urgent task is to make money.
Just after packing his luggage, before Chen Feng had time to rest, his cell phone rang. It was Chen's mother calling.
Chen's parents are very worried about his academic performance and will not contact him unless necessary.
In addition, the bastard original owner would only contact them when asking for money, which also caused Chen's father and mother to be extremely cautious when dealing with him. He called me suddenly today, it must be something urgent.
He answered the call without hesitation, Mom.
Chen's mother hesitated for a long time whether to call Chen Feng. When the phone rang, she was particularly nervous, fearing that Chen Feng would be angry. Now he answered, and his tone was very calm, which made her feel relieved. She became bolder and said, Xiaofeng, after your father's injury healed, he refused to stay at home and insisted on going out to work.
He no longer listens to what I say.
Please help me persuade him. She knew that Chen's father was worried that Chen Feng didn't have enough money. In addition, he had spent a lot of money on his treatment. He felt sorry for Chen Feng and was afraid of causing trouble for the child. That's when he decided to go out and work to earn money to pay off all the medical bills he owed. Their family was already in a difficult economic situation, and the money they earned was barely enough for Chen Feng to spend.
Where can I find the spare money to pay for his medical expenses?
Chen Feng also knew that his parents had a hard time, but he didn't dare tell them about his money-making experience, for fear that they would worry that he was going astray.
Mom, give the phone to Dad.
Soon, Chen's father's voice came from the other end of the phone, Xiaofeng, Dad has made up his mind.
It's useless for anyone to persuade me.
My injury has healed, so it won't affect my ability to go out and work. Besides, you don't have to do dirty or strenuous work.
There are also easier jobs. Dad is going to work as a security guard this time.
He doesn't have to do any work and still gets paid.
Don't worry, Dad will find a way to get the tuition for your studies. As for the medical expenses, I don't know where you got the money, but I will definitely make up for it.
Chen Feng was distressed, afraid that his father would hang up at any time, so he hurriedly said, Dad, don't worry about the tuition and medical expenses.
Just stay at home and I will find a way.
You've only just been discharged from the hospital.
How can you go out to work? Even though you're working as a security guard, it's not an easy job.
I, your son, can earn money now. I can guarantee that I will have no problem living on my own. I will also find a way to make up for the little money I owe you.
After I graduate, you can enjoy your life.
Father Chen on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, Dad knows you're filial, but our family is so poor now that we can't even afford rice.
If I stay at home, won't I just starve to death?
Besides, you need living expenses at school.
How can I be lazy here?
Your mother and I only have you as our child.
We all want you to have a better life,
so that you can hold your head high in school and not be outdone by others. I used to be able to raise some money for your living expenses by farming at home, but now that's no longer possible.
Chen Feng's second sister-in-law and Lin Yan often came to make trouble.
Although he didn't care about his second uncle's affairs, he still felt a little sorry for the orphan and widow. Since they wanted the land, he gave it to them generously. As for the money they asked for, he couldn't give it to them at first, but later, feeling sorry for them, he borrowed some from his neighbors and gave it to them.
Now that he is heavily in debt, how can he not go to work? After hearing what his father said, Chen Feng's first reaction was to open his balance.
He originally had more than 30,000 yuan, but he paid a lot for hospitalization fees, plus his daily expenses, so now he has very little left. He felt a little guilty for not being able to provide for his parents, and now he was causing them trouble. Father Chen continued, Dad has already made an agreement with them.
You will have to go anyway if you don't want to. Don't try to persuade me. I'll be satisfied if you just study hard.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng suddenly realized that it was time for him to develop his career.
His parents are already old.
If he doesn't find a way to make money, his parents will have to work hard for money and won't be able to enjoy their old age. His original plan was to use the system to learn some skills so that he could have no worries about food and clothing after entering society.
But since he has already learned these skills, why not make some money while he has more time?
The income from a live broadcast can reach tens of thousands, but he always refuses it again and again on the grounds of not having enough time. If someone becomes popular, the first thing he or she will do is to strike while the iron is hot and gain a large number of fans. But he only live streamed once from beginning to end, yet people who knew him would ask him when he would live stream every time they saw him.
However, every time he would find a way to push it away. Now think about it, it was such a waste.
The system gave him such good resources, but he didn't know how to cherish them and just wasted them. From now on he has to make good money, at least to achieve financial freedom and not cause trouble to his parents.
It can even supplement the family income.
He turned on the computer and wrote down several abilities granted by the system. Finally, he felt that making money through live streaming was the best way at the moment. Live streaming requires no cost and no time. As long as he turns on the live streaming and competes with others, he can earn a considerable amount of money. Not only can he make money, but he can also save time and effort, and let his parents know that he does not need to spend a lot of time to make money and it will not affect his studies. He decided that after he made money, he would buy a smartphone for Chen's mother so that she could watch his live broadcast on time. This way they can rest assured about his life at school. Even when he gives money to supplement the family expenses, he can say that it is earned from live streaming, and there is no need to find so many excuses and reasons. The live streaming industry is expected to develop quite well in the future. Now that he has made his debut, he can be considered one of the earlier anchors in the future, so there is no need to worry about his popularity. But it would be tiring to do it alone, so he thought about it and called Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima.
Huang Jima's carefree voice came from the other end of the phone. Crazy, are you used to moving out? Are you planning to move back?
Chen Feng was at a loss for words. I just moved out this afternoon, how can I move back in less than 2 hours?
Old Huang, do you too want to make some money? Hearing the word make money, Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima were excited. Yes, you do. Only a fool wouldn't want to make money. Crazy man, do you have any ideas? Tell us quickly, you can't make money alone. Chapter 41 The Little Daughter's Concern.
If I wanted to make money alone, I wouldn't have called you.
Didn't I do a live broadcast on the internet once before?
I think the effect of that live broadcast was pretty good, and live broadcasting doesn't require much cost. All it takes is a pimple scar. I just checked, and my acne scar now has over 100,000 followers. Whenever I start a live broadcast, the number of people in the live broadcast room can be at least 20,000. If only 20 people out of 20,000 give me tips, I'll earn at least a few hundred yuan from this show. A few hundred yuan isn't a lot, but for students like us, it's a considerable sum.
What do you think?
Ever since the live broadcast ended that day, he has never paid attention to the situation of acne scars again. I didn't expect that when I just opened the acne scar, he already had over 100,000 fans. He had posted 2 singing videos before, and these fans must have been attracted by those 2 videos. Among them, a large number of fans have been urging him to live broadcast in the comments, but he has never responded.
Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima were also impressed by the live broadcast.
Before the live broadcast, they always thought that Chen Feng was the same as them, with only a slight advantage in being a scumbag. But after the live broadcast ended, they discovered that Chen Feng was not only a scumbag, but also multi-talented.
Huang Jima said happily, "Yes, crazy, you are so amazing. If you live broadcast every day, won't you be rich in the future? Lu Shangxiang and I can also benefit from you."
When he thought about having money to pick up girls in the future, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling.
He had no future at all. Lu Wenxiang said, "Crazy, we support you. If you need any help, just let us know." "Yes, we will definitely help you."
They were fantasizing about the beauty of their future life, and Yu Xiaoning and Su Ching were also whispering to each other. This was the first time Yu Xiaoning lay in the same bed with Su Ching.
She looked at the ceiling and became happier the more she thought about it. "Sister Chinger, wouldn't you be scared living alone in such a big room?"
"No, I don't believe in ghosts or gods, and I never thought about what it would be like to live alone." She has lived alone since she was very young and has long been accustomed to it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the courage to move out of the Su family and live alone to escape marriage.
"Sister Chinger, you are so brave. I am different.
If I were to live in such a big room alone, I would be scared to death."
Yu Xiaoning's tone was full of admiration and envy.
Su Ching clapped her hands and said, "The only thing scarier than ghosts in this world is people.
You are afraid of ghosts only because they are illusory and you have never seen them.
Humans have an innate fear of the unknown, but once you've seen human nature, you'll find that ghosts aren't anything to be afraid of."
Yu Xiaoning nodded. "I'm not afraid as long as Sister Chinger is here. When I was a child, my grandmother locked me in a room. She didn't care about me and just locked me in the house. I cried and cried until I almost had a convulsion.
Then I was discovered by the neighbor's little brother. He helped me open the door and rescued me. Speaking of which, I used to secretly like him, but unfortunately he was much older than me, so nothing happened between us."
"Sister Chinger, have you ever had someone you liked before? Tell me, I promise not to tell anyone else." Yu Xiaoning blinked in the darkness.
Su Ching was stumped by her question. She didn't know what love was, and even thought men were troublesome, so she had never liked anyone else.
"No." She answered with certainty, but Yu Xiaoning seemed unconvinced. "Really? Don't you have anyone you like at all?" "No." "Why, Sister Chinger? Is it that outstanding people like you look down on men?"
"In the past, all my friends around me had secret crushes, and whenever we had free time, we would get together and discuss who liked who."
It was so interesting.
What Yu Xiaoning said was something Su Ching had never experienced before. She thought about her childhood and youth, which did not seem very happy.
"I've known since I was a kid that I have a fiancé, even though I've never seen him. But my parents told me that when I grow up I need to marry Chen Feng. Maybe that's why I've never paid attention to other men."
There have been countless men pursuing her since she was a child, but she has never looked at any of them carefully from beginning to end. Because she didn't know what kind of person Chen Feng was at that time, she felt that since she already had a fiancé, she naturally couldn't be fickle and fall in love with another man. It was not until she grew up and the 2 families got engaged that she realized how big the gap was between her and Chen Feng. At the beginning, she actually had no prejudice against Chen Feng, but as he was surrounded by countless girls and gradually became a famous scumbag in the school, she no longer had any expectations for this so-called fiancé and even felt disgusted with him. She has been thinking about her fiancé all these years, so she has never thought about other men.
But who knew her fiancé was so unselfish and kept messing with other women?
He may be bad, but she really can't stand a man who doesn't love himself. I don't know why my parents insisted on me marrying Chen Feng, even though he's such a bad person. I've already told them about Chen Feng's behavior, but they still don't agree to let me break off the engagement. Even when Chen Feng agreed to cancel the engagement, they still refused to agree. They never even mentioned the reason for not canceling the engagement to me." After hearing this, Yu Xiaoning found it a little unbelievable, because in her opinion, Su's father and mother had good tempers, the couple was very loving, and they also doted on Su Ching.
"But I didn't expect that they would be completely different from what I expected. How could uncle and auntie do this? Asking you to marry that scumbag Chen Feng is like pushing you into a fire pit. How come they don't respect your opinion at all? Marriage is your business.
It's fine if they interfere, but they are so stubborn that they insist on making you marry that bastard Chen Feng."
How can you be happy in the future if you marry someone like that?
I thought my uncle and aunt doted on you, but I didn't expect them to not consider you at all and even make you a victim of their marriage.
Sister Chinger, I used to envy you, but now I feel sorry for you.
At least I can decide my own marriage and marry the person I want to marry, but you don't even have the right to choose.
Do you really want to spend your whole life with someone like Chen Feng? Chapter 42 Marriage Cannot Be Decided.
Su Ching has always been worried about her marriage with Chen Feng, and Yu Xiaoning's words were like adding fuel to the fire for her.
I don't know what's wrong with them.
They've always respected me in other aspects, but when it comes to marriage, they never let me make my own decisions.
He even mentions my marriage to Chen Feng intentionally or unintentionally, as if he's afraid I'll forget about it.
They brought Chen Feng in this time so that we could develop a relationship, but he and I hate each other, so how could there be any feelings? Su Ching covered her head with the quilt, feeling distressed. Yu Xiaoning patted Su Ching and felt even more disgusted with Chen Feng.
Don't be sad, Sister Chinger. I will definitely help you vent your anger.
There must be some leverage that Chen Feng had over Su's father and mother, and he forced them to do this. Otherwise, how could Su's father and mother, who loved their daughter so much, push Su Ching into the fire pit?
He was pretending to be nonchalant today, and he moved in with them. It was disgusting just thinking about it.
She must teach Chen Feng a lesson on behalf of Su Ching and let him know that Su Ching is not someone he can covet. The next day, when Chen Feng was half asleep, the door was suddenly and roughly kicked open. He subconsciously opened his eyes and sat up. The person who came was Yu Xiaoning. She looked aggressive, as if he owed her millions.
His temper flared up immediately, and he asked, Yu Xiaoning, what's wrong with you so early in the morning?
Yu Xiaoning walked to his bed and took away his quilt without saying a word. At this moment, Chen Feng was really glad that he was wearing clothes before going to bed last night, otherwise, after Yu Xiaoning made such a fuss, she would definitely accuse him of being a hooligan again. By then he won't be able to explain himself and will have to waste time trying to defend himself. Yu Xiaoning put her hands on her hips like a shrew and said, "Why are you sleeping?
The sun is already shining on you, but how can you still sleep? Have you forgotten the 3 rules? Isn't it time for you to get up and make breakfast for me and Sister Chinger? Do you want to starve us to death? Uncle and Aunt asked you to take care of me and Sister Chinger, not to sleep here." Her domineering attitude made Chen Feng very angry. When he was in the dormitory, he could sleep in as late as he wanted. If he didn't want to go to class, he would discuss with Lu Wenxiang and others to skip the class. As a result, on the second day after moving in, he had to get up and make breakfast for them. How can this be true? Just as he was about to retort, the system interface suddenly popped up with new options. Ding, the host's current situation has been detected. Make a choice to receive a reward. Option 1, be angry with Yu Xiaoning and move out of the Su family. Reward, General Attribute Point 1. Option 2, promptly agree to cover breakfast. Reward, Advanced Chef Skills. With such a huge reward gap, even a fool would know what to choose. Chen Feng chose the second one without hesitation. Be patient for a while and everything will be fine. He is a good man and does not fight with a bad woman. He will get the reward from the godly chef first. He didn't even look at Yu Xiaoning and turned to leave the room. Yu Xiaoning thought that he could not stand her difficulties and could not swallow this anger, so he finally decided to move out of the Su family on his own initiative. Just when he was feeling proud of himself, he found that Chen Feng actually turned around and went into the kitchen. She didn't believe it, so she followed him to the kitchen on the first floor, and happened to see Chen Feng busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. The direction of the plot seemed a little strange, and Yu Xiaoning didn't know how to react for a moment. Her original intention was to make things difficult for Chen Feng by making breakfast, so that he would give up and leave on his own initiative. In this way, she could help Sister Chinger vent her anger and prevent this scumbag from bothering them anymore. But who would have thought that even with such difficulties, Chen Feng could remain indifferent and even take the initiative to come to the kitchen to help them cook? How is this possible? When did Chen Feng become so easy to talk to? Is it to perform well in front of Sister Chinger and make Sister Chinger look at him differently? It must be like this. Yu Xiaoning was so angry that she went upstairs to find Su Ching. She didn't believe that Chen Feng could really make anything. Apart from his certain skills in picking up girls, she selectively forgot all the other advantages of this scumbag. She was waiting to see Chen Feng make a fool of himself. Chen Feng used his cooking skills to quickly cut the vegetables, then put them into the pot, added seasonings, stir-fried them, and served. The series of movements are so skilled that they cannot be more skilled.
The fragrance spread throughout the kitchen, making one's mouth water just by smelling it. He took a deep breath and marveled at the ingenuity of the chef's skills. Soon the table was filled with delicious breakfast. He had no intention of waiting for the two people downstairs, so he took the bowl and chopsticks and started eating by himself. Yu Xiaoning guessed that the time might be about up, so she urged Su Ching to go downstairs together. They had already smelled the fragrance when they were on the second floor, but looking at the table full of delicious food, they still felt that it was dark cuisine.
What are you cooking? You're not going to kill me, are you? It doesn't look like anything delicious. If you don't know how to cook, you can just order takeout.
Yu Xiaoning still didn't forget to make things difficult for Chen Feng, and her words were very sarcastic and harsh. Chen Feng ignored her completely.
He never stopped eating with his chopsticks and was enjoying the food.
When Su Ching saw his appearance, she became suspicious and carefully picked up the chopsticks on the table. Yu Xiaoning tried to stop her. Sister Chinger, these dark dishes might send someone to the hospital, so don't eat them.
Su Ching actually had some doubts about whether Chen Feng could cook.
In addition, Yu Xiaoning had been brainwashing her just now, leaving her with the impression that Chen Feng couldn't cook but had to pretend to cook. But at this moment, seeing Chen Feng eating with big mouthfuls, she hesitated.
These dishes look delicious, so they should be edible, right? What's more, if Chen Feng can eat it, why can't she? Maybe Yu Xiaoning was wrong.
She tried to pick up a piece of food with chopsticks, but unexpectedly found that this was not only not a dark dish, but the cooking skills were even comparable to those of a 5-star chef.
Delicious. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. The food you make tastes so good, it's almost comparable to that of a 5-star chef.
Yu Xiaoning was originally worried that Su Ching would be poisoned, but she didn't expect that she would have such high praise for Chen Feng's cooking skills. This made her a little overwhelmed for a moment. She picked up the chopsticks and took a bite in disbelief, only to find that Su Ching was right.
The food cooked by Chen Feng was indeed delicious. Chapter 43, Shit Luck.
While eating, Yu Xiaoning carefully checked Chen Feng's expression, but found that he never even looked at her. She felt a little apologetic in her heart, as if she could understand why Su Ching sometimes spoke up for Chen Feng. She always thought that Chen Feng was a scumbag, good for nothing, and could do nothing except picking up girls, but now it seems that he is at least very good at cooking. She shouldn't be so easy to ignore the efforts of others. Chen Feng actually noticed Yu Xiaoning's gaze, but he knew very well how much Yu Xiaoning hated him. Therefore, he did not think that cooking a meal would change Yu Xiaoning's opinion of him. Who knows what evil plans he might be planning to take against him? So he simply chose to ignore it and pretended not to see it. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very depressing. The three of them were eating silently, and no one wanted to speak. After they finally finished their meal, Chen Feng took the lead in clearing the dishes without waiting for Yu Xiaoning to speak.
You guys go to school first, I'll go over after I finish washing the dishes. Yu Xiaoning and Su Ching looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Chen Feng washed the dishes and then leisurely headed to school.
It's not that he is not afraid of being late, he just doesn't want to walk with two girls. It was already depressing enough when eating, and if I went to school with them, the journey would definitely be even more awkward. Besides, Yu Xiaoning might cause trouble for him, so it would be more comfortable for him to go alone. He originally thought that Su Ching and the others must have started class a long time ago, but when he walked to the school gate, he saw Su Ching being harassed by Zhao He. The last car accident was planned by Zhao He. He wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, but he didn't expect to ruin it himself. As a result, this guy didn't know how to restrain himself at all and dared to harass Su Ching in public. Su Ching was obviously unwilling, but she couldn't break free for a moment. Zhao He was very attentive, holding a large bouquet of flowers in his hands, and said, "You don't have to rush to agree to me.
You can think about it slowly. When you want to be my girlfriend, just tell me." Su Ching declined, "Classmate, I already have a fiancé, and I hope you will respect yourself." Zhao He treated Su Ching's words as an excuse. "Even if school beauty Su doesn't want to be with me, there's no need to make such an excuse. We are all in the same school. I know very well whether you have a boyfriend or not." His words were extremely shameless. Su Ching had clearly refused him in every possible way, but he continued to pester her. "It's a bit not very pretty." Chen Feng walked over there and said to Zhao He, "Su Ching has already said that she has a fiancé. Don't you think it's embarrassing for you to keep pestering her like this? You can choose a place like the school gate. Do you think you're not embarrassing enough? Or do you think that with so many people coming and going, they will support you in pursuing Su Ching?" Zhao He was already in the mood to pursue Su Ching,
but he didn't expect Chen Feng to suddenly appear. Thinking of the insult he had suffered before, he suddenly became furious.
What does it have to do with you? I'm pursuing Amelia Su, not you. Even a scumbag like you dares to pursue Amelia Su, so why can't I? You said I was embarrassing myself. How come you don't feel ashamed?
Your parents raised you so much, and now you come to school to embarrass yourself and even become a celebrity in school.
Tell me, what would your parents think if they knew about this? Would they be able to hold their heads up high in the future?
He suddenly slapped his forehead and said in annoyance, "Oh, right, I forgot.
To have a son like you, your parents must not be that great either.
Maybe your father pursued your mother in the same way, and you copied him and used the same trick on the beautiful Su.
But you ended up getting slapped by a beautiful lady. It's hilarious.
You were so weak, a goddess could have knocked you unconscious with just one slap. If it really doesn't work, try watching fewer movies on a daily basis, or you'll ruin your body and force your parents to have another child."
Zhao He's words were harsh and full of sarcasm.
It would have been fine if he had just scolded Chen Feng, but he even didn't let Chen Feng's parents go.
This successfully angered Chen Feng. Zhao He, you can scold me, but if you dare to scold my parents, I will never let you off easily.
Zhao He said nonchalantly, "Okay, then I want to see how you won't let me go easily."
You don't want to hit me, do you?
Now we live in a society ruled by law. If you dare to hit me, I will lie down right now and call the police to arrest you. Zhao He spoke with great pride, showing his shamelessness to the extreme.
Seeing Chen Feng was angry, he continued, "You don't want me to talk about your parents? Then I'm going to talk about them. How many men did your mother have to be fucked by to give birth to someone like you?"
As soon as Zhao He finished speaking, Chen Feng punched him in the face. Zhao He was also angry and fought with Chen Feng. Su Ching was a little anxious when she saw this and wanted to help, but she didn't know how.
Just when she was at a loss, she saw Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima walking towards her.
She knew that Chen Feng was a good friend of theirs, so she hurried over there. Huang Jima saw Su Ching running towards them from a distance, and he didn't forget to joke with Lu Wenxiang, "Lu Shangxiang, look, the campus beauty of Su University is running towards us.
Is she coming to throw herself into my arms?" Lu Wenxiang pushed him and said, "Go away, you're still asleep, aren't you? Why don't you take a piss and see what kind of person you are?
You're still dreaming of getting the beauty of the Suzhou University to throw herself into your arms."
But then he had this thought too. Because Su Ching was indeed heading towards them. Could it be that they really got lucky today?
Just as the two of them were thinking this, Su Ching had already run up to them, panting. She supported herself on her knees with her hands, and her surging breasts were revealed in front of the two men, making them swallow their saliva unconsciously.
Su Ching hurriedly said, Chen Feng is fighting with someone."
When Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima heard this, they no longer cared about Su Ching and asked hurriedly, "Where is she?"
Su Cheng pointed in their direction, and Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima ran towards them without stopping.
Chen Feng and Zhao He had been stopped, but their verbal dispute did not stop.
Zhao He continued to shout, "You son of a bitch! You dare to fight me! I'll beat you to death!"
Chen Feng refused to give in. "You better do what you say.
Otherwise I will tear your bones apart."
Chapter 44, His Disgrace.
Crazy, what's going on?
Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima stood directly on Chen Feng's side, and Chen Feng immediately regained the advantage. He broke free from the people who were holding him back and said to them, "This damn bastard dared to harass Amelia Su and even insulted my parents." When the two heard this, they were furious. Huang Jima was closer to Zhao He, so he punched him on the spot.
"I only beat Zhang Wentao. I didn't get a chance to beat you, did I? You dare to bully my brother? You must be tired of living. Come and let me fight you."
Zhao He was hit by a punch and felt his jaw was crooked, but he still spat at Chen Feng without mercy.
"Bah! Trash! You can't even beat me and yet you still dare to challenge me? Do you have any shame?" Chen Feng said with a half smile, "What's the matter? Your household registration book only has one page, so you can't get anyone and you're not allowed to get anyone, right? You're all alone, no wonder you're so angry."
"A dog bites me because it has no manners.
I bite back because I can't swallow this breath. Who do you think you are to dare to harass Amelia Su? After all, Su Ching is his fiancée.
Being harassed in public like this is no different from slapping him in the face." Huang Jima said from the side, "You are really blind.
You dare to touch our crazy woman. It seems that the punch I hit you just now was not strong enough." Zhao He was furious and said, "His woman? Did Su Ching agree? She became his woman. You guys are so shameless."
He felt ashamed of what had happened before and was determined to embarrass Chen Feng, so he didn't mind making a big deal out of it. As the saying goes, a gentleman desires a beautiful lady. I pursue Su Ching only because I admire her beauty. This is a beautiful story. But Chen Feng had already become the laughingstock of the whole school after being slapped by Su Ching. Now he actually dared to act as a hero to save the beauty.
Isn't this asking for humiliation?
Chen Feng, you should go home and see if your mother is breeding with someone else again. Otherwise, when you go back, there will be an extra person in the family and you won't know how it came about. This sentence not only angered Chen Feng, but Su Ching also felt it was too much.
Zhao He, I don't like you at all.
I'm very grateful to Chen Feng for helping me.
We've reconciled the slap incident. And as I just said, I have a fiancé. I hope you won't bother me anymore.
Zhao He was now so angry that he was out of his mind. He didn't care what Su Ching said at all. He just wanted to take revenge on Chen Feng.
Nothing to say, right? Did I guess right? Ha ha ha.
Chen Feng walked over and punched him in the face, then grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him to his lips. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Zhao He, you're asking for death. I hadn't planned on making your relationship with Zhang Wentao public, but now I won't bother with you anymore." Zhao He didn't take it seriously at all. Although he was a little shocked that Chen Feng actually knew about Zhang Wentao. But he just thought that Zhang Wentao, the waste, was discovered and then sold himself out. He never thought that Chen Feng had evidence that he bribed Zhang Wentao. There were more and more people watching the fun around, and even though Chen Feng was very angry, he didn't hit anyone anymore. If someone knows he calls the police, they will have to waste time going to the police station. So just bear with it if you can. Anyway, Zhao He will get his retribution soon. Zhao He had no idea of the seriousness of the matter and was still feeling smug.
I'm just looking for death. Kill me if you dare. Since you don't have the guts, then don't meddle in my business.
Who I pursue is my business and has nothing to do with you. If you're not convinced, you can have a fair competition with me. It was wrong of you to stop me from pursuing school beauty Su. Don't think that just because you're a hero saving a beautiful girl today, school beauty Su will change her opinion of you.
You three are so notorious, do you still expect to clear your name one day? Don't be delusional. At least I'm clean and worthy of school beauty Su.
Unlike you guys who have slept with countless women and are so dirty.
Huang Jima didn't like to hear this.
He could indeed be called a scumbag and had held hands with many girls. But he may not be willing to admit that he is not clean. After all, he usually just takes a look. But I don't have the courage to contact him. He was innocent, but inexplicably he was given such a big blame.
Zhao He, who are you calling unclean?
You're ugly and no woman likes you, yet you're so proud of it.
It's hilarious. For a piece of shit like you, you should go home and take a piss to see what you really look like. Don't come here to bother school beauty Su anymore, or you'll be embarrassed.
They had all the evidence that Zhao He was targeting Chen Feng, so the three of them were not panicked at all, nor did they worry that Zhao He would say anything excessive. As long as they send out the evidence in their hands, Zhao He's reputation will be ruined, and it will be a question whether he can stay in school. As the bell for class rang, the two sides parted on bad terms. Zhao He kept cursing along the way, and Chen Feng and his friends were no exception. Huang Jima said, "This Zhao He has such a foul mouth. He's crazy. I have to teach him a lesson, otherwise he'll think we're easy to bully."
Lu Wenxiang agreed with Huang Jima's statement. Old Huang is right. We must settle this account with him. We can't let it go so easily. He actually dared to insult the lunatic's parents.
If assault wasn't against the law, I would have given him a good beating. What he was afraid of was not that beating someone would be illegal, but that he was afraid of leaving evidence behind. After all, they are just ordinary students.
If they are imprisoned for beating someone, there is no way to get them out.
Chen Feng said, "I've already told Zhao He that I'm going to make public the evidence of him bribing Zhang Wentao. Since he doesn't take it seriously, I have to give him a surprise. He is actually quite easy to talk to, but he also has his own bottom line." It didn't matter if Zhao He scolded him, because he didn't feel embarrassed anyway and would forget about it in a couple of days, but he couldn't scold his parents.
Life has been difficult for Chen's father and mother.
They have been very careful and have done their best when treating him.
How could he let them be implicated because of himself?
So this time he must retaliate and bring disgrace upon Zhao He.
It also lets everyone know what kind of person he is.
He didn't believe that Zhao He would still have the nerve to stay in school and do whatever he wanted.
Chapter 45 Forced to drop out of school.
Chen Feng posted the chat records of Zhao He bribing Zhang Wentao on the campus network, and bribed the administrator of the campus network to make him pin the post to the top. The content of the post was forwarded crazily in the school. After a morning of fermentation, even people from other schools knew about it. Zhao He bribed Zhang Wentao to beat up a classmate.
This was a very bad thing, and even the school noticed it. The teacher even went to Zhao He's classroom office to talk to him.
Zhao He didn't expect things to develop like this. When facing the teacher's conversation, he was a little at a loss. The teacher's words were very clear. His behavior was extremely bad and the school no longer intended to tolerate him. He had to either stand up and apologize to Chen Feng, or be forced to drop out of school. Zhao He is a senior in school. Because of his good computer skills, he has gained a group of younger students as fans. Originally, the school was planning to suppress the matter, but it fermented too quickly, as if someone was deliberately fanning the flames from behind. In just one morning, the situation had reached a point where they could no longer suppress it. They could only come out and explain that this was Zhao He's personal behavior and had nothing to do with the school. Zhao He's image was completely ruined in an instant, and even his reputation was ruined by himself. Some students even deliberately made jokes about this matter. Zhao He's way back to the classroom seemed infinitely long. He faced the pointing and talking of others and finally returned to the classroom. However, the matter was not over yet. After returning to the classroom, the situation did not improve at all, and even became worse.
"Hey, isn't this the computer expert in our class? I heard you got beaten up.
You deserved it. You're just a little bit capable, but you look down on others like Kong Chaotian and even bribe others to beat up classmates.
If it were me, I wouldn't just beat you up."
Another classmate said, "You're mistaken.
These are two different things."
He was beaten because he harassed the school beauty Su and cursed at people at the school gate. I heard the curses were very ugly.
TSK, it's so unlucky that someone with such low quality is in the same class with us.
Zhao He is quite famous in the class. Many female classmates would blush and give him gifts, try to please him and ask him questions.
This caused dissatisfaction among many male classmates in the class.
Therefore, when his black material came out, the male classmates felt that the opportunity for revenge had come, and naturally they would not show mercy to him. Zhao He ignored their sarcasm and packed up his things as quickly as possible, and left the classroom as quickly as possible amid the laughter of his classmates. It is impossible for him to apologize to Chen Feng, and even if he apologizes, he may not be forgiven by the other party. Since the teacher has made it clear that he should drop out of school, he has no choice but to leave. After Zhao He dropped out of school, Chen Feng was the first to get the news.
The news was brought by Huang Jima.
As soon as he entered the classroom, he shouted, "Great joy!
Great joy! Good news, lunatic!" The classmates in the class were all attracted by him. One male classmate asked, "Old Huang, do you have any good news? Tell us and let everyone be happy."
Huang Jima put his arm around the boy's shoulders and said to Chen Feng, "I just got the news from the teacher that Zhao He dropped out of school." It was said that he was persuaded to drop out by the teacher. Chen Feng had guessed this a long time ago.
He hacked into the campus network and forwarded this matter crazily.
The school had no control over it at all, which is why it had such a big impact. The school will definitely consider their own interests and will not affect their reputation for the sake of a student. Therefore, persuading Zhao He to withdraw is the best way.
Lu Wenxiang came over immediately. "Really? Huang Jima, of course it's true."
If you don't believe me, go to the campus website and watch it.
There's even a video of him moving his things and leaving. TSK, so pitiful.
Although he said this, there was not a trace of sympathy in his heart. After listening to this, everyone opened the campus network and saw the video that Huang Jima mentioned. After watching it, the students all said it was very satisfying. Serves you right. Evildoers will be punished by God.
That saying is absolutely true.
The school's actions this time are truly satisfying. None of the classmates knew what Chen Feng did behind the scenes, only Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima knew. If Chen Feng hadn't deliberately made a big deal out of this matter, the school would definitely have ignored it, or even tried every means to suppress it. When the time comes, I'll come out and pretend to explain, and the matter will be over. But now not only people in the school know about this, but people in society have also heard about it. If the school does not handle this matter properly, it will definitely affect the enrollment plan for next year. After class, Chen Feng rejected Lu Wenxiang and others' invitation to dinner. He still has to rush back to cook for Su Ching and Yu Xiaoning. If he let those two ladies go hungry, Yu Xiaoning would definitely find ways to make things difficult for him again. When I returned to the Su family, I found that Su Ching and Yu Xiaoning had returned early. The two of them were sitting on the sofa, and when they saw him come back, they tacitly didn't say anything. Yu Xiaoning already knew what happened this morning and regretted leaving Su Ching behind to go shopping. If she went back to school with Su Ching, Zhao He would not have this opportunity. When she learned that it was Chen Feng who saved Su Ching, she actually felt a little grateful in her heart. He reluctantly promised Su Ching that he would no longer make things difficult for Chen Feng.
You could be a little nicer to him. Chen Feng.
Seeing that Chen Feng was about to go upstairs, Su Ching stopped him. Thank you for today.
Chen Feng nodded.
Not wanting to have too much contact with Yu Xiaoning, he only said, "It's okay."
Then I went back to the room. Yu Xiaoning was a little annoyed by his cold attitude. What are you so arrogant about? Do you really think we should be grateful to him just because he helped you out? His attitude is too bad, isn't it?
You thanked him, but he didn't even look at you.
Okay, Xiaoning, I'm the one thanking you, not him.
Whether he accepts it or not is his own business.
We have no right to ask him to do anything. And I'm really grateful to him for helping me out this time.
Otherwise, if Zhao He had continued to pester me, I might have been the one to access the campus network. She knew everything that happened on the campus internet, and she now hated Zhao He to the extreme. In order to pursue her, he actually bribed Zhang Wentao to cause a car accident, hoping to be a hero and save the damsel in distress.
She said that she was walking on the street that day and suddenly a motorcycle hit her. Chapter 46, Standing Up for Others. It turns out it was premeditated.
If Chen Feng hadn't helped her that day, Zhao He would probably have succeeded. If she was rescued by Zhao He without knowing the truth, contact between her and Zhao He would be inevitable. Even if the other party intended to harass her, she couldn't refuse as straightforwardly as she did now. She glanced at the room where Chen Feng was, and thinking about his cold attitude towards her, she felt a little uncomfortable for no reason. After Chen Feng returned to his room, his mind was full of thoughts about starting his own business and making money. Live streaming is a good choice, but the income of individual anchors is too low, and they can only get 30% of the platform's commission.
Moreover, the platform will find ways to deduct some money from you.
If I can sign a contract with a company, my income will be slightly higher. He had originally thought about starting his own company, but he was still just a student after all. Starting his own company was not only very costly, but also involved taking risks. Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima, two half-baked people, have no experience in managing a company. No matter from which perspective, starting a business now is not a good choice.
So his current plan is to first work part-time in a reliable company and understand the company's operating model. Wait until you have learned enough before considering starting a business. When he went downstairs to cook for the two girls, he chatted with Su Ching. I want to revise the 3 rules.
First of all, as you know, my family's environment isn't very good.
My dad was injured last time and was hospitalized for a while. We're already struggling to make ends meet.
My dad just recovered from his injury, and he's already anxious to go out and work. To help them share some of the pressure, I may have to go out for a part-time job recently, so I want to renegotiate with you about not being able to go out after 8 p.m. He thought about it and decided that he couldn't hide his part-time job from Su Ching and the others. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Su's parents. Besides, working part-time is not a shameful thing, so there is no need for him to hide it. Su Ching was stunned for a moment and said, "If your family is short of money, you can discuss it with my parents.
You are still a student and should focus on studying."
Chen Feng knew that she had no ill intentions, but living under someone else's roof was already very difficult.
He couldn't do anything like asking Su's father and mother for money.
He smiled and said, "Although we are engaged, I know you are not satisfied with the arrangement of this marriage.
How can I have the nerve to ask my uncle and aunt for money?
I will find a part-time job as long as it doesn't affect my studies."
I know you mean well, but I know my parents' personalities.
Even though they don't have money, they can't provide me with a comfortable life. But they taught me a lesson since I was little: you should be grateful for what you have received, and you should be grateful for what you have received. Even if you are starving to death, you should never accept charity from others. Su Ching opened her mouth and wanted to say that this was not alms, but when she saw the determined expression on Chen Feng's face, she knew that he had made up his mind. She said, "I've thought about the 3 rules later.
This isn't fair to you.
We have servants at home, so you don't have to abide by the 3 rules in the future.
Although my parents asked you to take care of me, I think they wanted us to get along better.
If that's the case, then our status is fair.
How can I treat you like a servant?" Chen Feng felt that Su Ching was quite reasonable in this regard. "It's so much better than you xiaoming." He didn't act pretentiously, nor did he pretend to refuse.
Instead, he said, "Thank you." Early the next morning, he went to the part-time job market for college students to try his luck. He is not the only one who comes here to find a part-time job.
There are many people coming and going. Companies that are recruiting have set up simple tents here.
There was a sign in front of the tent with the name of the company and the company's recruitment needs written on it. Because he wanted to be a host, he mainly focused on music. It's a pity that the live broadcast industry was not very developed at that time, and he didn't see anything satisfactory as he watched along.
A music company's recruitment site was crowded with people.
The company's name looked familiar to him, so he decided to join in the fun. After a classmate finished playing and singing a song, the students around him applauded in unison.
However, the HR was not very satisfied with the student's performance and even made a sarcastic remark, "You're so out of tune, and you have the nerve to come to our company for a job? Our recruitment requirements are very high, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get in."
The student who was rejected felt very uncomfortable. Faced with the HR's difficulties, he didn't even dare to resist, for fear that he would never find a job in the future. Except for a small number of people who come here to find a job in order to gain work experience, most of them are short of money and want to make some money to improve their lives. Seeing that he didn't dare to resist, the HR department intensified their attack. "I don't know how many people like you I meet every day.
Every one of them is as arrogant as you. I don't know how much time I waste. If you don't have the ability, then don't come out and embarrass yourself.
Not only did you waste our time, but you also disgusted me. You don't even know how disgusted I feel after listening to your singing and playing.
There are so many students waiting in line behind you. You alone have affected my mood. Don't they have to take interviews later?"
At this moment, the system panel suddenly popped up in front of Chen Feng. Ding, the host's current situation has been detected.
Make a choice to receive a reward. Option 1, help your classmates out of trouble. Gain the mind reading skill. Option 2, turn a blind eye and walk away. Get an electric shock for 1 minute.
Chen Feng, who was watching the fun, was speechless.
With such a clear gap, is it possible that he would choose the second one? The first option can actually gain the ability to read minds. Doesn't that mean he can easily know what others are thinking in the future?
The student was very embarrassed after being personally attacked by the HR and apologized to the HR almost instinctively. Chen Feng walked up and held his shoulder. "You don't have to apologize, this is not your fault."
He looked at the HR and said, "Since your company is recruiting, then anyone is eligible to apply.
But as an HR, you insult the students who come to apply.
With a face like you, your company won't last long." The HR was enjoying his scolding when he was suddenly interrupted. He felt so suffocated that he couldn't speak or get out of it. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 47 Team Invitation. You're his partner, right? Our company has been established for decades, older than your mother. You don't need to worry about how far it can go. You're just birds of a feather, yet you're still trying to stand up for your companions? It's hilarious. If our company hired you, it would be our company's loss. Our company's money didn't come from the wind. It's a disgrace to our company to deduct the salary of people like you. Chen Feng got a little angry after hearing this. He reached out and took the piano from the classmate and said to the HR, "Don't look down on anyone." When the onlookers saw Chen Feng take the piano, they knew that something interesting was about to happen. Only HR still didn't care. The classmate just played so badly, he didn't believe that Chen Feng could play any better. Even if Chen Feng played well, so what? The decision was hers. As long as she didn't want Chen Feng to pass, then Chen Feng would have no way of entering their company. The prelude sounded slowly, and everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, looking forward to Chen Feng's first words. The prelude is the most popular song last year, Desert Camel, but this song was not very popular when it was first released, so not many people have heard it. But when Chen Feng sang the first sentence, the audience was all excited.
From then on, the 4 words Desert Camel were deeply engraved in their minds and could not be erased. Chen Feng sang the lyrics slowly, and everyone including HR was shocked by Chen Feng's singing skills. Walk out of the darkness and you will be free and happy. Although it was only a short segment, the audience cheered one after another, and Chen Feng instantly became the center of attention. As for the HR, he was immediately beaten into a clown by Chen Feng and was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Chen Feng returned the piano, and the classmate was immediately flattered. He looked at his piano as if it were a rare treasure. He suddenly realized that it was he who was not good enough, not the piano. Chen Feng encouraged him, everyone's efforts will not be in vain. As long as you put in the effort, you will definitely gain something. Come on. Someone recorded Chen Feng's words into a short video and posted it on the internet. At the same time, the song Desert Camel he had just sung also became popular because of him. At this moment, a young lady in the crowd suddenly said, "Hey! Is he the most handsome one? The one who sings so well during the live broadcast?" After the young lady's reminder, more and more people got to know Chen Feng. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow it. The students instantly transformed into fanboys and girls, shouting loudly, "Number 1 handsome guy, I'm your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me? I want it too, I want it too, I want the most handsome guy's autograph too. The most handsome one. I finally saw the most handsome one alive. Mom, I've made it." HR was constantly being pushed by her classmates, and even the table in front of her was knocked over by them. But none of the students noticed her. Even when she tried to lift the table, someone pushed her and she fell to the ground. There was laughter from the crowd. Chen Feng had no sympathy for HR and even felt that she deserved it. Chen Feng was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of his classmates. Everyone calmed down. "I'm here looking for a job. I can't sign for you." "Ah. You're so good at this for the first time, why are you still looking for a job? Can't you make a lot of money by live streaming?" "Yeah, number 1 handsome, when are you going live?" "You haven't done any live streaming since your last one. When is it? Can you give us an exact time so we can go and support you?" "That's right, I didn't catch your live broadcast last time. I only fell in love with you after watching your broadcast. Now I'm your biggest fan." Chen Feng knew that he already had hundreds of thousands of fans on Acne Scars, but he didn't expect that he was so famous among students as well. He said, "I think there will be a live broadcast in the near future, but I'm not sure when it will be. I will send you a video the day before the live broadcast to let you know. As long as you follow me, you will receive reminders of my live broadcasts. Also, did anyone record the video of me singing just now? Can you send it to me? I want to upload it to my account." Me. This group of students were already proud of being favored by Chen Feng. A boy came forward, added Chen Feng as a friend, and happily sent the video to him. Chen Feng said, "Thank you." The boy was instantly overwhelmed by the beauty. He sent a message to Lu Wenxiang and the other person, asking them where they were and why they hadn't arrived yet. Just as he was looking around for someone, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with an extraordinary temperament walked into the crowd. He politely and courteously said to Chen Feng, "Hello, sir, I also heard you singing just now. I admire your talent very much. Do you have time to talk to me alone? I think you're a good fit for our company. Our company's benefits are very good. Maybe you can consider it carefully." He was so polite, and compared to the HR mentioned above, Chen Feng felt very comfortable getting along with him. So he said, "Okay." There just happened to be too many students here, so many that he felt suffocated. He couldn't wait to escape from here, and now he finally had a ready-made excuse, so he just slipped away. The middle-aged man led Chen Feng to a coffee shop, which was not far from the recruitment location. Chen Feng sent his address to Lu Wenxiang and the others before sitting down. For some reason, Chen Feng always felt that the middle-aged man in front of him looked particularly familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. But I couldn't say it for a moment. Until the middle-aged man introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Jinyu. I have my own team. I admire your ability and would like to invite you to join our team." Chen Feng indeed knew the person in front of him, because the name sounded familiar. "I had heard Yu Xiaoning and Su Ching talk about him before, and I didn't expect that such a powerful person like him would actually extend an olive branch to me." He already had a plan in mind to join their team battle. Working with someone who is truly dedicated to music makes him feel particularly comfortable. and it won T affect his live broadcast.
Chapter 48, Not a Single Word. What good will it be for me to join you?
Although he had already made up his mind to join them, he had to find out what benefits the other party could bring him.
He won't make a losing trade.
If the other party cannot bring him any benefits, he will not agree to join them. After all, with his current strength, he can definitely create a better future for himself.
There is no need to waste extra time in a place that does not give him adequate treatment. Joining our team will make you more famous and let more people know that you have the ability. Then we will support you and make you an even more dazzling presence.
We have a lot of talented people in our team who can compose their own music and lyrics. We have a lot of our own works, but good works of course also require good singers.
I admire your ability very much.
I think you are completely worthy of the lyrics written by our team. Although I didn't catch your live broadcast that day, I watched the content of your live broadcast later.
I think you are the person we are looking for.
I tried to contact you later, but you never replied to my private message, and I couldn't get your contact information. I've always felt it was a pity, but I never expected that we would meet here at the job market.
This can be considered fate.
Your income from a live broadcast should be around 100,000 yuan, but if you develop it alone, a private anchor can only get 30% of the platform's share.
After you join our company, we can give you 50% and we will cover the rest.
As you develop and become more famous, we will raise the profit to 70%.
We will take 30% and you will take 70%.
This was indeed a good treatment. Just when Chen Feng began to consider it, a new option suddenly popped up in the system.
Ding!
The host's current situation has been detected. Make a choice to receive a reward.
Option 1, reject Li Jinyu and leave. Reward, a good person card increases fans' favorability towards you. Option 2, accept the other party's kindness.
A reward of 1 million level shopping card.
Windy City Media and Entertainment is a company you can trust.
What's more, the system gave such a generous reward, there was no reason for Chen Feng to refuse. So he agreed directly and readily. Since Mr. Li offers such a generous salary, let's sign the contract.
Great.
Li Jinyu took his briefcase and took out the contract from it. Although he did not expect to meet Chen Feng today, he had already made plans to recruit 2 employees. But after meeting Chen Feng, his requirements unconsciously increased, and naturally he looked down on other people.
Chen Feng alone is definitely worth several others.
Moreover, Chen Feng has already gained a certain popularity on the internet, although he only has tens of thousands of fans on Acne Scars. But its popularity has reached millions. It is much easier to make someone famous who already has a fan base than to make someone new be famous. Ching Media and Entertainment Company has abundant resources for Chen Feng to squander. As long as he is willing, Li Jinyu can give half of the resources to Chen Feng. Chen Feng said, "Let me make it clear first.
I'm still a student. I don't have time to stay in your company every day. I can only go to work when I have time. If you mind this, then there is no need to sign this contract."
Li Jinyu immediately said, "This is a part-time job market, providing students with part-time jobs.
I understand that your studies are important."
So Chen Feng wrote his name on it without hesitation and shook hands with Li Jinyu. "In that case, we will have a pleasant cooperation."
Li Jinyu said, "We both achieve mutual success. Ching Media and Entertainment Company needs Chen Feng, and he also needs Ching Media and Entertainment Company."
Chen Feng looked down at his phone and found that Lu Wenxiang and the other 2 guys had not come yet. Helplessly, he could only get up and follow Li Jinyu out. There were a lot of fans gathered outside to join in the fun, and they all wanted an autograph from Chen Feng. However, Li Jinyu politely rejected him. So Chen Feng successfully left the part-time job market. They had just walked out of the part-time job market when they ran into Lu Wenxiang and others who were rushing over.
"Madman, is he?" Huang Zhima looked at Li Jinyu with eager eyes, waiting for Chen Feng's answer. Li Jinyu was the first to speak. "My name is Li Jinyu, and I'm from Ching Media and Entertainment Company."
They had also heard of the name Ching Media and Entertainment Company, but they never imagined that Chen Feng would be involved with such a powerful figure.
I was shocked at the moment. Crazy, you've made it big. You've actually gotten involved with the people at Windy City Media and Entertainment. Tell us how you did it. Li Jinyu said, "I sincerely invited Mr. Chen."
Lu Wenxiang and Huang Zhima's expressions were as if they had seen a ghost, not to mention how shocked they were.
Chen Feng said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "What are you 2 looking at? Is it a bad thing that I signed with Ching Media and Entertainment Company?" The two men hurriedly shook their heads and said anxiously, "We too are just making too much money." That's right. Confronting Media and Entertainment is a well-known entertainment company. It's said that they have a group of people in the entertainment industry, and many big names in the entertainment industry were trained by them. Now that you've joined their company, does that mean you'll also be a huge star in the entertainment industry in the future? Li Jinyu answered their doubts. Mr. Chen is the person I most want to make famous right now. He is indeed a future superstar. If you don't believe me, you can wait and see.
Chen Feng said with a smile, Mr. Li, don't scare them.
My two brothers don't have much experience. Ah, right, we too don't have much experience, but crazy man, this surprise of yours is too big, right? When is it going to happen? You're going to be a big star soon.
When the time comes, you have to sign more autographs for us.
Maybe we can sell it for a good price after we get out.
From now on, we two brothers will make money by buying your autographed photos.
Just thinking about Huang Jima makes me feel happy.
Chen Feng rolled his eyes at him and said, Stop dreaming.
We haven't even started yet. What are you two getting so excited about?
I told you to come here to find a job, and you've actually delayed it until now.
Chapter 49, Reckless Consumption.
Lu Wenxiang scratched the back of her head in embarrassment.
Oh, it's all old Huang's fault.
He actually told the driver to go to the job market, so we ended up going to the wrong place. We had to go back and forth for a while before we found this place. They had never been to this place before and thought Chen Feng went to the job market. I didn't expect that the talent market and the part-time job market are actually two different places. Li Jinyu is a very busy person and has no time to listen to their nonsense here. He shook his phone and said to Chen Feng, Mr. Chen, I have sent you the welcome gift.
Remember to report to the company when you are free. Thank you, Mr. Li. Chen Feng turned on his cell phone only after Li Jinyu left.
Just when they were signing the contract, they had already added each other as friends, and Li Jinyu sent him a picture. The content of the picture is the news that he signed a contract with Confronting Media and Entertainment Company, which has already rushed to the top of the hot search list.
Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima were both very curious about what kind of gift Li Jinyu gave to Chen Feng.
So everyone came over, but what they didn't expect to see was a screenshot of a trending search. When they saw that the popularity of the most handsome guy had reached the first place, they could not contain the shocked expressions on their faces.
Lu Wenxiang rubbed her eyes deliberately. Crazy, am I seeing right? You actually made it to the top of the trending search list? Is this you? Huang Jima also asked the same question.
Chen Feng looked at the two of them as if they were fools.
Do you think there's anyone else with this name besides me?
It's clearly written here, and there's a photo of me and Li Jinyu holding hands. It took Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima a long time before they finally accepted this fact. Lu Wenxiang opened Weibo and saw that his reputation as the most handsome man had actually reached a new level. The news that Chen Feng signed the contract with Confronting Media and Entertainment Company ranked first on the hot search list, and Dai Shui ranked second on the hot search list. He alone occupied two hot search lists.
They absolutely would not believe that Li Jinyu had no hand in this. Lu Wenxiang couldn't help but sigh. Li Jinyu is really nice. This is a really big gift. Crazy, I think Li Jinyu is right. You'll be a new superstar soon.
Huang Jima looked at Chen Feng carefully, then suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Your clothes are too shabby.
No, you are going to be a superstar in the future, so you can't leave any negative information behind. Come on, let's take you shopping for clothes. Lu Wenxiang also felt that what Huang Jima said made sense. Yes, old Huang is right. The entertainment industry is full of troubles. Any little thing can become your black material. We have to start paying attention to our image now.
Without saying a word, they pulled Chen Feng away and ran to a nearby shopping mall.
Chen Feng knew that the two of them didn't have much money.
Then the two of them were very loyal and chose the most expensive ones to buy, wanting to give him the best treatment.
However, Huang Jima fell into deep thought as he looked at the price tag.
He opened his cell phone and checked the balance, then ran to Lu Wenxiang to ask him how much money he had.
Lu Wenxiang was also in a dilemma.
He only had 200 yuan for living expenses, but any piece of clothing here would cost more than 1,000 yuan. Even if the two of them borrowed money from someone, they might not be able to borrow so much.
This guy relies on clothes, and if he doesn't buy some expensive clothes, how can he become a superstar in the future? Lu Wenxiang tooted in annoyance and said to the two of them, I'm going to go out and make a phone call.
Chen Feng also anticipated what he was going to do, sighed silently, and stopped him. Don't go, I have money here, buy whatever you want, I'll pay for it. Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima looked at each other and questioned Chen Feng's words.
You probably don't have much money, and the clothes here are really too expensive.
Old Huang and I can still buy you a set if we pool our money together. Seeing how loyal they were, Chen Feng was moved. He said, my money is the advance payment Li Jinyu gave me.
It's quite a lot.
Thinking of Chen Feng's current popularity and how much Li Jinyu valued him, the last bit of their doubts was dispelled.
In that case, we too won't be polite. We must buy the most expensive one today.
Chen Feng patted his chest and said, okay, you guys can pick whatever you want.
I'll pay for it anyway.
He just got $1 million shopping card, so he can take advantage of this opportunity to spend it. Although his two brothers are loyal, they don't have much money on hand and usually spend frugally. It's just a good opportunity for them to broaden their horizons and encourage more consumption.
Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima have never been polite people.
After knowing that Chen Feng was rich, they bought him several sets of clothes. Chen Feng said, you don't have to just buy things for me, pick some for yourselves too.
I'm not short of money right now, so it would be a credit to you if you can spend it all.
When Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima heard this, they felt that Chen Feng was looking down on them.
You said that, so don't blame us for being rude to you. We were originally thinking of saving you a little, because after all, when you become a superstar, there will be a lot of things that need to be taken care of.
Chen Feng said indifferently, you guys can spend as much as you want today.
When I really become successful in the future, I will definitely make more money than now.
As long as I have a share, you will definitely not be left out.
Good brother, very loyal.
When they came out of the mall carrying bags of things,
Huang Jima sighed sincerely, it feels so good not to have to worry about money. It's so cool.
Crazy, we've benefited from your kindness this time.
We've finally had a great time.
We've already spent over 100,000 today.
How much did Li Jinyu give you? You don't even feel bad about it.
Chen Feng smiled and said, that's nothing.
Didn't I tell you?
It would be considered a great achievement if you could spend all the money I have. He has even decided to buy a car to make traveling more convenient. Anyway, he had already passed the driving test for credits. In addition, the original owner was a scumbag who would borrow his friend's car to show off in order to pick up girls.
If he buys a car, he doesn't have to consider anything else. However, he has not told Lu Wenxiang and the others the news yet, for fear that they will be too excited. After all, buying a car is not a trivial matter.
With his current ability, buying a car would be too eye-catching, so he decided to postpone this matter for the time being. Chapter 50, those in charge are confused, but those who are watching can see clearly.
It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, but Chen Feng showed no intention of coming back.
Su Ching was getting anxious waiting at home. She wanted to call Chen Feng to ask, but felt it was inappropriate.
I don't know how to start texting.
She fidgeted uncomfortably on the sofa.
It's inevitable that I feel a little depressed.
When Yu Xiaoning came downstairs to drink water, she saw Su Ching still sitting on the sofa.
She asked in surprise, Sister Chinger, why haven't you gone to bed yet? We have classes tomorrow.
Su Ching glanced at her phone and the door, with a hint of anxiety between her brows.
Chen Feng hasn't come back yet. It's already past 11 o'clock at night. Could something have happened to him?
When Yu Xiaoning learned that Su Ching was actually worried about Chen Feng, her expression was somewhat puzzled.
Sister Chinger, didn't Chen Feng tell you what he did when he went out?
Su Ching lowered her head, tugged at the hem of her skirt and said, he said he was going out to work part-time, but it doesn't make sense for him not to come back yet, right?
Yu Xiaoning stopped drinking water and simply sat down next to her. Sister Chinger, why is Chen Feng going out to work part-time for no reason? I don't think he looks like the kind of person who would go out to make money. Could he have lied to you? Did he go out?
She didn't say the next words because she saw Su Ching's anxious expression. Thinking that Chen Feng has performed quite well recently, he should not do such a thing.
Comforting her, she said, don't worry, Sister Chinger. He might have been delayed by something. If he doesn't come back before 12 o'clock, we can give him a call and ask about him.
Su Ching nodded, and her mobile phone page showed Chen Feng's phone number.
But for some reason she just didn't have the courage to press it. After all, Yu Xiaoning is a girl and is more sensitive in terms of feelings. She noticed Su Ching's hesitation. I couldn't help but ask, Sister Chinger, what do you think of Chen Feng now? You hated him so much before, do you still hate him now? Su Ching couldn't explain clearly what she thought of Chen Feng.
But Yu Xiaoning said that she hates boys, which is actually not quite true. She did hate Chen Feng before, but after spending some time with him, she realized that it wasn't Chen Feng she hated at all. But I hate this arranged marriage.
Xiaoning, I really don't know what to do. Can you help me?
Su Ching suddenly grabbed Yu Xiaoning's hand, her face full of confusion.
Okay, Sister Chinger, you say?
Yu Xiaoning also realized that Su Ching had probably never been in a relationship before, so she was easily confused in terms of feelings. At this time, she needs someone to guide her, otherwise she will not know how to deal with this relationship. Su Ching said, "Actually, I've thought about it carefully.
I don't really hate Chen Feng. I just hate the cynical him from before.
But now that he has repented, there's no reason for me to hate him anymore. Everyone makes mistakes, but as long as he can turn over a new leaf, then I can forgive him. But what I'm struggling with now is..." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "He told me before my parents left that they let him move in just to give us a chance to be alone together. If it doesn't work out for us, we can leave when my parents come back." I used to be eager to break off the engagement with him, but I don't know why, but now I always feel a little conflicted. Whenever I think about breaking off the engagement with him, I even feel a little irritated.
Xiaoning, do you think I'm sick?
Yu Xiaoning frowned and felt a little heavy in her heart after hearing this.
Sister Chinger, you're not sick.
Perhaps it's because those involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. I think you might have fallen in love with Chen Feng, which is why you have such conflicting emotions.
In fact, liking someone is so complicated.
As long as you accept him slowly, you won't have such tangled emotions. When Yu Xiaoning said that Su Ching liked Chen Feng, her first reaction was that it was impossible.
I don't like him.
Her reaction was very intense, but to Yu Xiaoning, a bystander, it seemed like she was trying to cover up something.
If you really don't like Chen Feng, then why should you worry about him? Can't you just go to bed early like me? Why are you worrying about someone you don't like? Sister Chinger, it's actually not shameful to like someone. Chen Feng was indeed a bad person in the past.
He's almost a well-known scumbag in the school, but to be honest, after spending some time with him, even I have changed my opinion of him. He has many outstanding qualities that we don't know about, such as his cooking this time.
I admit that I underestimated him.
But Sister Chinger, you must never forget that when Chen Feng and I had conflicts in the past, you always stood on his side. Actually, at that time I thought you might have fallen in love with him, and I felt very uncomfortable because of it.
I always felt like someone was snatching you away.
Plus, Chen Feng is such a jerk, how could I bear to give you to him?
But I've changed my mind now.
If you really like him, maybe you could consider not breaking off the engagement. At least you two are now bound by marriage, so you can slowly cultivate your relationship.
As long as one of you is moved, your relationship will be much easier.
Although Yu Xiaoning has never been in a relationship, she is more delicate in terms of feelings than Su Ching. Although she had never eaten pork, she had at least seen a pig run.
Su Ching is different. She is so naive that she doesn't even know what it feels like to be in love.
After listening to Yu Xiaoning's analysis, Su Ching shook her head more firmly. "I don't think I like him, maybe it's just a sense of responsibility. After all, he lives with us now, and it was my parents who arranged for him to live here.
If anything happens to him, we can't escape the blame."
She has been desperately trying to find excuses for herself to prove that she doesn't like Chen Feng.
But how could Yu Xiaoning, an outsider, not see it? Sister Chinger, listen to me analyze this. I always feel that you pay too much attention to Chen Feng. If you say you don't like him, I won't believe it.
She was thinking about helping Su Ching analyze the situation further when the door was suddenly pushed open and Chen Feng walked in carrying bags of things.
Chapter 51, What do you care where I get my money from?
Both of them were stunned at the same time, especially Su Ching, who had been feeling uneasy since the moment Chen Feng came in. She was afraid that Chen Feng had heard her conversation with Yu Xiaoning just now.
If he really heard it, how would she get along with him in the future?
Chen Feng was carrying a lot of bags and he even leaned sideways when he entered the room. Seeing that the two of them were still awake, he was also surprised.
It's so late, why haven't you two rested yet? Are you waiting for me?
When he said the last sentence, even he himself didn't want to believe it. How could the two of them have endured until now just to wait for him?
It's better not to humiliate yourself. I'm going upstairs first.
He was about to take his things upstairs when he heard Yu Xiaoning ask in a sarcastic tone, "Chen Feng, where did you get the money to buy so many things?" Her questioning tone was as if Chen Feng had gone to the bank to rob money. He stopped, looked back at her, and said in a sarcastic tone, imitating her, "I just robbed a bank."
Is that okay? Yu Xiaoning was almost angry to death.
She had been waiting with Su Ching until now, originally wanting to show some concern for him. But in the end he was so sarcastic.
If you don't want to say anything, then forget it.
Why are you being so sarcastic?
I haven't offended you. Seeing that she was actually angry, Chen Feng felt a little unhappy. Yes, how could a princess like you know that you were wrong? Where I get the money to buy things is none of your business.
Did I steal or rob you?
Since I didn't steal or rob you, why do you care where I get the money?
He rolled his eyes rudely, not taking Yu Xiaoning seriously at all.
With Yu Xiaoning's hot temper, she definitely couldn't stand such an insult. Chen Feng, do you think I care about you?
If you weren't so poor that you wanted to split every penny in half to spend, I wouldn't bother to care where you got the money from.
You'd better not steal or rob. If you implicate me and Sister Chinger, you'll be in trouble. Chen Feng didn't like what Yu Xiaoning said.
He really didn't have money on weekdays, but he had never asked her to borrow money.
Was it her turn to interfere? Yu Xiaoning, I find you really deserve a beating. What does my poverty have to do with you? Does my poverty bother you or what?
Yes, I admit that I am indeed poor. My family has no money and even owes a lot of debts, but I didn't ask you to pay it back.
What's it to you?
Yu Xiaoning was furious. Who wants to mind your business?
I'm just worried that you'll get Sister Chinger into trouble. If you two weren't in that marriage, I wouldn't bother with you.
Oh no, if Sister Chinger's parents hadn't been so blind as to choose you as their son-in-law, we wouldn't have had any involvement at all.
The more she thought about it, the angrier she became.
She couldn't swallow this anger and just wanted to find a way to retaliate. But she forgot that Su Ching was right beside her. She said in front of others that their parents were blind.
This would not be a good thing for anyone.
Chen Feng looked at her with a half smile and said sarcastically, I think you should be glad that you were Su Ching's best friend. Otherwise, we would have nothing to do with each other.
If you say that to me, I will definitely hit you.
Yu Xiaoning stomped her feet in anger. Come on, hit me.
I want to see if you have the guts. You're really going against the grain, aren't you? Do you really think that because Su Ching is being polite to you, I can't do anything to you? If you have the guts, move out of the Su family today and never set foot here again. Just wait and see if I can stop you. Chen Feng smiled. He was not really afraid of moving out of this place now. He has plenty of money and can spend it however he wants. You can even go out and buy a house on the spot.
It was just because he had promised Su's father and mother that he couldn't be irresponsible and leave Su Ching. Some people just forget their own limitations and actually dream of stepping in and kicking me out.
Why don't you consider whether you are qualified enough? Su Ching didn't kick me out, and neither did my uncle and aunt. Who do you think you are? Just because you tell me to go out, I'll go out.
If you really can't help it, try peeing and see if you're really the owner of this place.
You've been living here for a few days and you're thinking you're taking over? Chen Feng was so unreasonable that he made Yu Xiaoning very angry. She grabbed Su Ching's arm and said, Sister Chunger, look at him. How could he bully me like this?
Su Ching shook her head helplessly and sighed, Xiaoning, stop making trouble. He earned all this money himself. How he spends it has nothing to do with us.
It's not our turn to ask.
Yu Xiaoning became even angrier after hearing this. Sister Chinger, I was just concerned about him.
But he treated me like that. Is it wrong for you to care about him?
Chen Feng stuck out his tongue at her. If you're wrong, then you're wrong.
Who needs your concern? It's all fake.
Yu Xiaoning clenched her fists and was already thinking about fighting him to the death. Su Ching said helplessly, although we live under the same roof now, we are all independent individuals after all. You have nothing to do with them, so why do you care about them?
Ultimately, this is still your fault. Let's just leave it at that. Don't argue anymore. We'll see each other sooner or later.
It won't look good if it gets too difficult to resolve. Su Ching had already said this much, so Yu Xiaoning naturally didn't dare to say anything else.
He went to the kitchen angrily to drink water. Chen Feng went upstairs in a lazy manner.
He had been walking around for the whole night and was now very hungry. When he went downstairs, he saw Su Ching still sitting on the sofa in the living room.
I casually asked, want to have a midnight snack?
Su Ching was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed, eat. Although Yu Xiaoning was still angry, she shamelessly acted righteously when she thought about how delicious the food Chen Feng cooked was.
I want to eat too.
Chen Feng looked at her sarcastically, not knowing whether he took her words to heart or not.
Anyway, he went into the kitchen.
If it weren't for Su Ching's sake and the fact that he was hungry, he wouldn't have bothered to do this.
Yu Xiaoning was ignored by Chen Feng. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became.
She thought she might as well be tough and not eat the food he cooked. When I took out my phone to order takeout, I saw a piece of news pushed on my phone. There was actually a name called Number 1 Handsome Man in the news.
Because she was familiar with the name, she couldn't help but click on it.
It turned out that the person inside was Chen Feng.
The above content is about Chen Feng signing a contract with Ching Media and Entertainment Company. Can be automatically pushed by the system. Chapter 52, Children from Poor Families Grow Up Early.
Yu Xiaoning didn't give up and searched again for information about the most handsome man. Only then did I realize that not only did Chen Feng become a hot topic, but there were also several news reports about him. This caught Yu Xiaoning off guard. She even wondered if she had seen it wrong. He even pulled Su Ching over to watch it with him. Sister Chinger, look at this news.
Is the person mentioned here Chen Feng?
Not only does it have the title of the most handsome man, but it also has Chen Feng's real name. So it can be confirmed that it is indeed the Chen Feng they know. Su Ching was also stunned when she saw the news.
Subconsciously looked towards the kitchen. Finally, he had to nod, it's him.
Yu Xiaoning realized belatedly that since Chen Feng had signed a contract with Ching Media and Entertainment Company and had gained such high popularity, it was normal for him to have some money to go shopping, wasn't it? Su Ching was right, she was indeed wrong in doing this. She shouldn't have questioned where Chen Feng's money came from. Su Ching had already told her clearly that Chen Feng had gone out to find a part-time job, but when she saw Chen Feng bringing back a lot of things, her first reaction was that Chen Feng had gone out to steal or rob.
Otherwise, where would you get so much money to go shopping?
And looking at those shopping bags, they are all branded goods. Just the things he is carrying are worth at least tens of thousands.
She really couldn't imagine what kind of part-time job could make so much money. You can earn tens of thousands in just one night.
It was not until she saw this news that she admitted that she was superficial. Ching Media and Entertainment Company has cultivated many outstanding artists, including not only actors but also singers. Chen Feng sings so well, after signing with their company will definitely give him certain benefits. So the fact that Chen Feng has money for shopping can be explained. She bit her lip, feeling a little guilty.
At the beginning, I just wanted to show some concern. But the result was counterproductive and things became what they are now. Chen Feng must hate her to death.
Their relationship was originally very bad, but the reason why their relationship became so bad was entirely because she always misled Chen Feng.
This led to this outcome.
She was debating whether to go to Chen Feng to apologize.
But I feel too embarrassed to do it.
She pulled Su Ching's clothes. Sister Chinger, did I do something wrong again? Su Ching shook her head helplessly. Xiaoning, just now you were here to enlighten me, telling me that Chen Feng has changed a lot compared to before, but now you still think about him like this.
Yu Xiaoning felt a little aggrieved. I'm used to it, right? Who made him buy so many things for no apparent reason? He couldn't even afford a taxi fare before. I've heard of people getting rich overnight, but I don't think it's possible for him to do that. He has such a good thing, but he doesn't even know how to share it with us. Can you blame me?
Seeing her aggrieved look, Su Ching could only comfort her. Maybe in his eyes, the two of us are not his friends.
If you have good news, you will definitely be eager to share it with your friends.
But Su Ching had to admit that the relationship between her and Chen Feng was indeed a bit stiff. Chen Feng had confessed his feelings to her before and had clearly stated that he wanted to be with her. But every time he confessed his feelings, she regarded it as frivolous.
I never take it seriously.
I don't know why, but Su Ching suddenly regretted what she had done.
If it happens again, she will probably accept it, right?
As soon as this thought came to her mind, she woke up instantly.
What is she thinking? She obviously doesn't like Chen Feng. Why do you have such an idea?
This idea was so crazy that she couldn't accept it at all.
Sister Chinger, what's wrong with you?
Yu Xiaoning saw that Su Ching's face was not very good, and couldn't help but ask with concern.
Su Ching shook her head. It's okay. Sister Chinger, do you think I should go and apologize to him?
In fact, she didn't want her relationship with Chen Feng to be so strained. Just like Su Ching said, we will meet each other every day in the future and we will inevitably say hello.
Our relationship is so strained now. What if Chen Feng and I don't cook for her anymore? Wouldn't it be awkward for her to eat takeout alone?
Besides, the takeout food is not as clean and delicious as the one made by Chen Feng. But if she were asked to apologize, she always felt a little embarrassed.
I couldn't help but feel particularly conflicted.
The delicious smell of food wafted from the kitchen, and then Chen Feng came out with the food and placed it on the table one by one. Although there were only 3 dishes and 1 soup, it was already very rich.
It's amazing that he is willing to cook for them so late at night.
Su Ching stood up and walked towards the restaurant, praising casually, "It smells good."
Yu Xiaoning was a little at a loss for a moment.
She didn't know whether Chen Feng had done her part.
What if she followed him and found out that Chen Feng didn't do her part? Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing?
Seeing Su Ching waving at her, she finally walked over with a thick face.
Sat down next to Su Ching.
Chen Feng simply ignored her existence and didn't even bother to look at her. Yu Xiaoning felt like there was a stone blocking her heart, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. She bit her lip, feeling a little angry for no reason. But thinking that it was her own fault after all, it was understandable that Chen Feng was angry, and her anger was suppressed unconsciously. After tasting the dish, she realized that Chen Feng's cooking skills were really too good. It's just an ordinary dish of shredded cabbage, but it can be so delicious.
Delicious.
Yu Xiaoning said it very exaggeratedly. Su Ching also picked up a piece of the dish. She originally wanted to cooperate with her, but unexpectedly found that what Yu Xiaoning said was right.
It was indeed delicious.
They already knew that Chen Feng's cooking was delicious, but they didn't expect it to be this delicious. The cooking skills are comparable to those of a Michelin chef.
It is absolutely delicious.
She forgot her sense of proportion for a moment and couldn't help eating a little more. After finishing, she felt a little guilty. Looking at Chen Feng eating carelessly, she couldn't help but ask a question.
Chen Feng, have you ever learned to cook?
Chen Feng shook his head, thinking that the skills given by the system are useful. But she said perfunctorily, "Children of poor families grow up early.
How could a family like ours with no money learn to cook? I just learned it since I was young.
After all, the conditions I grew up in were different from yours."
Chapter 53, Going Home Together.
Chen Feng's words still had a hint of anger. Yu Xiaoning put down the chopsticks in her hand, and the guilt in her heart enveloped her whole body. She opened her mouth, but the words of apology were stuck in her throat.
Su Ching took the opportunity to ask about the situation of Chen Feng's parents. How is uncle now? Is he okay? Chen Feng looked up at her in surprise.
I always feel that Su Ching is too enthusiastic towards me. In the past, she would even feel unlucky when she saw herself.
When did it start to change? He even started to care about his parents.
He said he was discharged from the hospital some time ago. He is not in any serious condition at the moment.
He just insisted on going out to make money.
I couldn't persuade him to stay in the end. By the way, the weekend is coming soon, and I haven't been home for a while.
You two should figure out how to eat this weekend. I have to go back to see my parents.
Su Ching heard Chen Feng say that Su's father had just been discharged from the hospital and was clamoring to go out to work.
He couldn't help but frown.
She finally understood why Chen Feng suddenly said he wanted to go out for a part-time job.
The family must be really short of money, so he did this. Uncle is just recovering, so try to rest at home for a while.
She had originally wanted to say that if she was short of money, she would find a way. But he was afraid of hurting Chen Feng's self-esteem, so he swallowed the words back.
Chen Feng has now signed a contract with Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company and can already make money. I guess other people won't be interested in her little money.
Chen Feng sighed helplessly. I think so too, but my parents have been doing this since they were young and have never been idle.
If you let them rest at home, they might think you are harming them.
As their son, I can't do much to help them. The only thing I can do is study hard and work part-time when I have time to earn some money and help them share the burden. When Chen Feng said this, his eyes swept over Yu Xiaoning intentionally or unintentionally. Yu Xiaoning was so embarrassed that she lowered her head and continued eating. Chen Feng actually had no intention of making things difficult for her, he just felt that what Yu Xiaoning did was really too much sometimes.
He doesn't care about other people's feelings at all, acts completely arbitrarily and puts himself first.
After finishing his meal and packing up his things, Chen Feng returned to his room and never went out again. Su Ching and Yu Xiaoning sat on the sofa, snuggling up to each other and watching TV.
Yu Xiaoning suddenly said, Sister Chinger, how are Chen Feng's parents doing now? Chen Feng suddenly wanted to make money. It must be related to them, right? Su Ching was actually a little worried, so she made up her mind, when we have a holiday this week, let's go back with him to take a look? Yu Xiaoning answered excitedly, great, great.
I heard that Chen Feng's parents live in the countryside.
I've never been to a rural area. She actually lied. She didn't grow up in the city. Fortunately, Su Ching didn't care.
Li Jinyu really did everything she could and publicized the news of Chen Feng signing a contract with Confronting Media and Entertainment Company.
Chen Feng also gained nearly 1 million followers overnight.
There was also the song Desert Camel sung by Chen Feng before, which was also listened to repeatedly.
As a result, the number of likes exceeded 2 million overnight.
Based on this data, Chen Feng even doubted whether he was still asleep the next day after waking up.
But the screenshot used was indeed sent by Li Jinyu. He couldn't help but believe it even if he wanted to. He picked up the phone and replied, thank you.
Li Jinyu replied quickly, this is your own ability, it has nothing to do with me.
Gold will always shine, it's just a matter of time.
Even without my help, you would have been noticed by everyone sooner or later. Now all kinds of marketing accounts are pushing your singing to increase your popularity.
There's still a possibility of this happening. You should take a good rest during this period.
Once the online situation has settled down, you can see if you have time to do a live broadcast with us.
Chen Feng agreed.
Li Jinyu gave him a lot of benefits, but it was just a live broadcast, he made some money, so there was no need to be pretentious. What's more, his fans are all waiting for his live broadcast. The last time he performed Desert Camel, he had already promised his fans that he might do a live broadcast in the near future. Although there is no clear date, we can't let fans wait too long. So he decided to do a live broadcast with Confronting Media and Entertainment Company after he returned home.
Dream linkage. Maybe it will make fans even more excited.
After all, the people trained by Confronting Media and Entertainment Company are all leaders. Whether it is appearing on a variety show or releasing a song, it can become a hot topic.
This is also one of the reasons why Chen Feng is willing to sign a contract with Confronting Media and Entertainment Company.
After the weekend, he first went to buy some things for his parents, then returned to Su's house to pack up and prepare to buy a ticket home. Su Ching suddenly came out with her school bag on her back, followed by Yu Xiaoning, who looked very happy.
He looked at the two of them with some confusion. Are you two going out?
Su Ching smiled and said, Xiaoning and I have agreed that since we don't have anything to do this weekend, why don't we just go to the countryside with you to visit your uncle and aunt? This time Chen Feng was really surprised. These two young ladies grew up in the city and have never suffered any hardship. Now they want to go back to the countryside with me, probably just on a whim. She smiled and said, my two young ladies, please don't join me in the fun.
My place is not as clean as the city. There's mud everywhere. The clothes you're wearing will probably be dirty before you even get off the bus. Besides, my family doesn't have anything good to offer you. You'd better stay here.
I'll only be gone for a day at most.
It won't take too long. If you're worried about no one to cook for you, I can prepare it for you in advance. When you're hungry, just heat it up yourself. There's really no need to accompany me back and forth. It's tiring.
He was mainly afraid that after the two young ladies followed him, he would have to take care of them separately.
He won't be able to take care of it by then. I'm too lazy to do that. Yu Xiaoning said, who are you looking down on?
Since Sister Chinger and I have agreed to accompany you to the village, it means we are mentally prepared. You don't need to remind us specifically.
Chapter 54, My mind is made.
But Su Ching also said beside him, dirty clothes can be washed. Xiaoning and I have made up our minds to accompany you back to the village, so no matter what you say, you can't change our minds.
Yu Xiaoning hugged Su Ching's arm and said, Sister Chinger is right. You should just lead the way.
Chen Feng shook his head helplessly, there was nothing he could do about the two of them.
He really couldn't understand these two young ladies. Did they live too comfortably that they wanted to suffer with him? Let me be clear with you first.
If you're not satisfied with that place and want to come back, I can't help you.
Yu Xiaoning urged impatiently, didn't I already say I don't mind? Why are you talking so much nonsense?
Chen Feng was too lazy to talk to Yu Xiaoning, so he took them into the car. After getting in the car, Chen Feng suddenly remembered the mind-reading skill that the system had rewarded him with.
Since it is mind-reading, can he use it to listen to Su Ching and Yu Xiaoning's thoughts? For no apparent reason, these two people asked to go home with him,
and they were unwilling to even tell him a decent reason. He used his mind-reading ability on them just to prevent them from following him back and doing harm to him and his family.
The use of mind reading is very simple.
As long as he wants to find out what the other person is thinking, he only needs to look at that person for a few seconds to know what the other person is thinking.
Su Ching undoubtedly became his first choice.
He saw that Su Ching's reason for going home with him was to find an opportunity to get closer to his parents. This discovery surprised Chen Feng very much. After all, Su Ching didn't like him and naturally hated his family very much.
So what was her reason for getting closer to her parents? Who asked for further mind reading? Chen Feng finally saw through Su Ching's true thoughts.
It turned out that after spending some time together, Su Ching actually had that kind of feeling towards him.
No wonder I wanted to go home with him and get closer to his parents this time. Maybe it's to be with him?
In fact, he had already decided to break off the engagement with Su Ching.
After all, he knew that she didn't like him. And he also knows that a forced melon is not sweet. But now the other party actually likes him, so should he continue with the plan of breaking off the engagement?
At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded.
Ding!
The host's current situation has been detected. Make a choice to receive a reward.
Option 1. Confess your feelings to Su Ching. A luxury house as a reward.
Option 2. Scold Su Ching and put an end to her thoughts.
Reward, random punishment. After listening to this, Chen Feng couldn't help but secretly blame the system. This system is really helpful, giving him choices when he is hesitant.
But he was not sure whether he should break up this relationship with Su Ching. Among the options given by the system, it seemed that he only had one way to go, which was to confess. But he had no feelings for Su Ching, and the fact that she liked him was just wishful thinking. Now he just wants to pursue his career and give his parents a better life, and he has no mood to care about the personal affairs of his children. But since the system has given him an option, he must make a choice within this period of time, otherwise the system will automatically judge that he has given up the task and he will be directly punished.
So he chose 1. Does anyone know what the random penalty the system is talking about is?
If he were to embarrass himself, he would never be able to hold his head up in front of Su Ching again. He doesn't have much emotional drama with Su Ching now, because Su Ching didn't have any feelings for him from the beginning, and he is not the kind of person who would try to please someone who was not interested in him. Since Su Ching already likes him, he might as well consider her. After all, Su Ching is the school belle, and no one can compare with her in terms of appearance. In terms of strength, Su Ching is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and her family background is also very good. No matter how you compare her, Su Ching is excellent and is more than qualified to be with him. As a man, he had no way of refusing the affection of such an outstanding person. So after he got home, he still seriously considered confessing to Su Ching. Chen's father has gone out to work, and now only Chen's mother is left at home. She saw that Chen Feng brought 2 girls and recognized Su Ching's identity. She was a little at a loss for a moment, so she pulled Chen Feng aside and whispered to him.
Why did you bring Su Ching back?
Su Ching has had such a privileged life since she was a child. Although our family can't give her a good life, how could you easily bring her here in a place like ours? Her thoughts were actually quite simple. She was just afraid of wronging Su Ching. Chen Feng said helplessly, I tried to persuade them. I told them that the environment here is not very good, but they refused to listen and insisted on following me.
So naturally, I don't have any other choice.
Chen's mother felt helpless after hearing what Chen Feng said, but she still complained, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming back?
Go buy some groceries.
It's so hard for 2 girls to come here, we can't not even prepare a meal for them. Chen Feng said casually, it would be nice if they were more honest.
I hope they have already come here. That means they didn't have a good life before they became agents. Besides, our family's financial situation is already here. How can we possibly have anything delicious to treat them?
Chen Feng said it lightly, but Chen's mother didn't think so. She also knew that Chen Feng was not worthy of Su Ching, and she had always felt guilty about this matter. Now that Su Ching is here, it would be bad if the news got out that she didn't even prepare any food. So I simply said, I'll go borrow some from my neighbor.
I can't let a girl suffer.
After saying this, Chen's mother didn't give Chen Feng a chance to refute and just walked away.
Where is Auntie going? Su Ching looked at Chen Feng and couldn't help asking. Yu Xiaoning also blinked curiously, don't you think we are not welcome?
Chen Feng rolled his eyes at her and said, I've already told you that our family's conditions are very poor. My mother is afraid that you 2 girls will suffer, so she's going to borrow meat from the neighbors.
Su Ching felt a little embarrassed after hearing this.
When she came back, she actually forgot to buy things. After all, it was her first time to come to Chen Feng's place, and she actually came here empty-handed.
It's simply outrageous. I'm sorry to bother you. I just wanted to come and take a look. Chapter 55 Confession.
Looking at Su Ching's guilty look, Chen Feng sighed helplessly.
Forget it, forget it. Since we're here now, just follow me in.
He bought some supplements for Chen's father and mother and brought them in with them. When Chen's mother came back, she came empty-handed because her family had always been in poor condition, which the neighbors also knew. Although they see each other every day, the neighbors have no idea what kind of life the Chen family is living now.
How could I dare to lend them meat? What if they didn't pay me back later? Mother Chen's face was full of embarrassment.
She felt a little guilty when facing Chen Feng, but she just smiled awkwardly and said, "Our village is poor, and everyone can't eat on weekdays.
I'll go to the market to buy some." "Mom, don't bother."
Chen Feng held her back. Su Ching also said beside him, "Auntie, we came here just to see you, not to cause you any trouble."
Mother Chen wiped away her tears and sighed heavily. "It's because I'm incompetent that I can't let Xiaofeng and you live a good life." Su Ching shook her head.
If she was really with Chen Feng, she would not live here, so she didn't care about what Chen's mother said. Chen Feng laid out the things he bought, and then said to Chen's mother, "We brought our own dishes, Mom, let me cook."
When Chen's mother heard this, she immediately said, "How can that be possible? You've worked so hard studying, and you finally get to rest. How can I let you cook?"
She already felt bad that Chen Feng and the others had to bring their own food back, and she would never agree to let Chen Feng cook.
"Mom, studying isn't as hard as you say. It's just hanging out with a bunch of idiot friends. Let me do it. You can take a break."
He originally bought these things to supplement the nutrition of Chen's father and mother. He didn't expect that they would consume so much of them during their trip back this time. It seems that they have to go to the vegetable market again this afternoon.
Buy something else.
Su Ching took the initiative to say, "I'll help you." Yu Xiaoning was accompanying Chen's mother in the yard, telling her some things to make the old lady happy. Chen Feng and Su Ching were busy in the kitchen. Chen Feng originally thought that a young lady like Su Ching had never cooked before and must be clumsy, but he unexpectedly discovered that Su Ching was very dexterous and had a lot of experience in preparing dishes.
Obviously, he cooked a lot before.
Su Ching saw Chen Feng's confusion and said, "Before, my parents and I had a falling out because of you. I moved out for a while and cooked for myself during that time." She always felt particularly embarrassed when she talked about this topic. After all, some of her thoughts were true. She didn't want to be with Chen Feng at all, and even hated Chen Feng as a person.
Chen Feng simply continued the conversation. "You used to hate me, didn't you?"
Su Ching didn't say anything, but Chen Feng knew very well in his heart that the original owner was not a good person. It was completely understandable that such an outstanding person like Su Ching was hated.
"Actually, even if you don't say it, I know in my heart that I used to be so sloppy. It's understandable that you don't like me. I won't blame you."
Su Ching opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't even say anything to comfort Chen Feng. Chen Feng suddenly asked, "Su Ching, you rejected me the last time I confessed to you.
If I confess to you again this time, will you reject me so bluntly?"
He took a deep breath and finally said the words arranged by the system, "I like you." Although it was only 4 short words, it made Chen Feng feel particularly pressured. On the one hand, it was because he had no such thoughts about Su Ching at all. On the other hand, he felt that he had deceived Su Ching. Su Ching was stunned and looked at Chen Feng blankly, feeling a little at a loss. In a panic, he touched the bowl next to him, and the sound of the bowl breaking attracted 2 people in the yard. They were all very worried about Su Ching's condition, so they rushed in hurriedly.
I was relieved when I found out that Su Ching was fine. Chen's mother immediately said, "Let me do it. The kitchen is already a mess. You guys should go outside and rest."
This time, what Chen's mother said was unquestionable, and even Chen Feng was kicked out.
After arriving in the yard, Chen Feng rode away on a bicycle. Yu Xiaoning asked Su Ching, "Sister Chinger, what happened just now?"
"I saw that you seemed very nervous."
"Did that bastard Chen Feng bully you?"
Su Ching shook her head. "No, I just accidentally touched the bowl and got scared."
She couldn't say that she was scared by Chen Feng's confession, right?
Her heart was still beating wildly, and even at this moment it showed no sign of calming down.
Chen Feng means he wants to be with her, right?
But for some reason, she didn't show any disgust this time, and even began to look forward to what it would be like to be with Chen Feng.
Maybe it will be good?
Her heart was pounding, and it wasn't until Chen Feng came back with a lot of things that she realized what Chen Feng had been doing. He said with some guilt, "We have caused you a lot of trouble on this trip back, right?"
Chen Feng didn't say anything, but his expression made it clear.
Su Ching felt even more guilty, and felt that it would be a shame if she didn't buy something back, so she took advantage of the time when no one was paying attention and rode the bicycle that Chen Feng had just ridden. He went in the direction Chen Feng came back from. When Yu Xiaoning found out that she was missing, she panicked and ran to find Chen Feng in a hurry.
He started to curse Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, did you bully my sister Chinger? I just felt that something was wrong with her. Chen Feng, I'm warning you, if anything happens to Sister Chinger, I won't let you go easily."
Mother Chen also started to get anxious. "Xiaofeng, go look for her quickly, don't tell me she's mad at you." Chen Feng was also a little depressed. He was just confessing his love.
Su Ching could not accept it, but there was no need for her to run away, right?
And he was riding his bicycle. It's obvious that they don't intend to let him chase after her.
He quickly ran all over the village, but there was no trace of Su Ching.
Su Ching didn't know if it was because she was in a hurry to leave, she didn't even bring her cell phone. At this moment, he didn't know where to find someone, so he was so anxious that he could only call Huang Jima and the other person and ask them to come over to help find someone.
After all, he was alone and weak, without even a direction. Chapter 56. I'm really tired of living.
Chen Feng felt helpless. He could clearly tell that Su Ching liked him when he used mind reading. But why did Su Ching run away on his bike after he confessed his feelings? He went to borrow a bicycle from his neighbor. The neighbor was reluctant to lend it to him at first, but he gave him 100 yuan and the neighbor reluctantly let him go. He rode his bike out of the village. Since he had already searched the village, if Su Ching wanted to escape, she must have gone outside. And he also has to pick up his two bad friends. He rode and shouted all the way, hoping that Su Ching would not be so disgusted with him, or at least not avoid him. But his hope was ultimately dashed. He didn't hear any response from Su Ching along the way. It was as if the other party had disappeared from the face of the earth, without leaving any message. There was no surveillance in the countryside, so he couldn't find out which direction Su Ching had gone. It was already dark when they found out, and there was still no news of Su Ching.
Lu Wenxiang went to Su Ching's house according to the address given by Chen Feng and waited. Huang Jima went to the station.
Chen Feng was worried that Su Ching was unfamiliar with the place and was so beautiful.
What if she was deceived by those bachelors in the countryside?
When he reached the intersection at the entrance of the village, Chen Feng suddenly stopped. He seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. This was Su Ching's first time here, and she probably didn't even know the direction, not even knowing which way was out of the village.
Is there a possibility that Su Ching went in the wrong direction? So he changed direction and started chasing.
When he reached the intersection of another village, he suddenly saw a vague shadow in the darkness. His intuition told him that the person was Su Ching.
Su Ching?
When the man heard the voice, he suddenly stood up.
The moment he saw Chen Feng, Su Ching's tears instantly came down. Chen Feng rode towards her and couldn't help but complain, "Why did you run away for no reason? It's making it difficult for everyone to find you. Do you know that if you get lost, I..."
Before he could finish his words, Amelia Su suddenly ran over and hugged him tightly.
"Chen Feng, I'm lost. I don't know where I am. I didn't bring my phone with me when I came out, so I can't contact you. I just asked a passerby for directions, but I didn't even know the name of your village. I only told him your name."
She bit her lip and didn't continue. After she mentioned Chen Feng's name, the villager asked Su Ching if she came here to find her lover.
After some hesitation, Su Ching nodded.
As a result, the man said he would take him to find Chen Feng, but he took him to an unfamiliar village. Although she didn't know Chen Feng's village, she had been there once and had some impression of the way there and back. So she quickly realized that this was not Chen Feng's village, and she also felt that the person who led her in front must be suspicious. So she took the opportunity to run away, not even caring about her bike. However, when she ran here, she felt more and more wronged, and she was extremely anxious because she couldn't find the way back, so she couldn't control her tears and fell.
Fortunately, Chen Feng came. Chen Feng noticed that Su Ching was in a bad mood and asked her what had happened. However, Su Ching refused to tell him anything.
Chen Feng had no choice but to use his mind-reading skill on her once again. When he learned about what Su Ching had experienced, hatred rose from his heart and he was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He hugged Su Ching tightly and patted her back. "I'll take you back."
Su Ching nodded and sat on the back seat of Chen Feng's bicycle. "Chen Feng, I lost your bicycle. Can I compensate you with one?" "No need, I'll get it back tomorrow."
Su Ching was stunned for a moment. "I should compensate you with one." She didn't really want Chen Feng to know what had happened to her, it was too unbearable.
Chen Feng didn't reply. Su Ching felt uneasy, her heart pounding.
The road in the countryside was very quiet. Apart from the chirping of insects that accompanied them along the way, there was hardly a single person in sight.
Moreover, there are no street lights on the rural roads, so it is very dark all the way. I can't see the road at all.
Chen Feng's cell phone suddenly rang on the originally quiet road, and both of them were startled.
The call was from Lu Wenxiang.
Chen Feng told her that he had found her. He also stopped the car and sent her a text message, asking her to meet Huang Jima tomorrow. The people in the village may not be honest, but as long as they dare to do evil, they must be taught a lesson. After arriving home, everyone rushed out and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Su Ching was safe and sound, just a little embarrassed.
"Sister Chinger, you're finally back. You almost scared me to death. Why did you run away all of a sudden? Even if you ran away, you should at least take me with you."
The more Yu Stauning thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt.
She was actually abandoned by Su Ching.
Su Ching was a little embarrassed. In order to stop Yu Stauning from crying, she comforted her, "Stauning, I'm not going to run away. I just think it's inappropriate that Chen Feng's mother gave us so many things, but we came empty-handed without even a gift. So I thought I'd go buy something, but I was completely unfamiliar with this place and almost got lost."
"I'm sorry to have made you worry."
Mother Chen wiped her tears silently and took Su Ching's hand. "My child, I don't need you to bring anything.
It is my duty to entertain you. You don't have to feel bad. You don't know how guilty I felt just now."
"You said that if you really got lost, Auntie would feel guilty for the rest of her life, so don't do such a stupid thing again in the future."
"Auntie welcomes you to visit me. Auntie is also very grateful that you don't mind my place. Auntie is very happy that you are willing to come. Auntie doesn't need you to buy anything."
Chen Feng had already gone into the kitchen to heat up the food. Seeing the three of them hugging each other and crying with tears in their eyes, he called out, "Come in and eat.
We're starving."
The four of them had a happy meal together. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Su Ching and Yu Xiaoning went to the fields together to watch over the farming.
Chen Feng also received a call from Lu Wenxiang.
The two of them have reached the village entrance. Chen Feng hurriedly rode his neighbor's bicycle and went to the village entrance to greet him. Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima had already learned what happened last night and were also very angry.
They were so angry that they couldn't sleep last night. Huang Jima cursed, "Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on our beautiful schoolgirl Su? You must be tired of living." Chapter 57 Beautiful Girlfriend.
"Madman, we must not tolerate this evil, we must get back at him."
Of course Chen Feng knew it too. He won't let that person go.
He brought the two of them to the village that Su Ching had visited yesterday. Based on Su Ching's impression of that person, he successfully found where that person lived.
This is an old woman about 60 years old.
She is the matchmaker in this village.
She has been to Chen Feng's village before and acted as a matchmaker for Chen Feng. So he found this place easily. Chen Feng walked over and knocked on the door. The person who came to open the door was indeed the matchmaker.
The matchmaker recognized Chen Feng and immediately smiled.
"Oh, isn't this Chen Feng from the next village? What brings you here? Do you want me to find you a wife?" The matchmaker smiled in a particularly flattering manner and winked at Chen Feng. "Don't worry, I've been keeping an eye on her for you. If I find someone I like, I'll introduce you to someone I like right away.
You're the hope of your village, a once-in-a-century college student.
I definitely can't introduce you to an ordinary person. How could that be worthy of you? Oh, it's such a pity.
I saw a nice girl last night and was thinking of introducing her to you today, but I didn't expect that she ran away without me noticing.
I'm old, and my legs aren't very agile.
I chased him for a long time but couldn't catch up.
What a pity.
I didn't sleep well all night because of this.
It's all my fault."
Chen Feng twisted his neck and said with a forced smile, "Thank you for your hard work, matchmaker Wang.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to make this trip today. You should be thankful that you didn't catch that girl yesterday, otherwise you wouldn't be getting a beating today.
Matchmaker Wang seemed to have noticed something was amiss, and her expression immediately changed.
As she listened, she puffed her chest and said, "What's going on? You dare to come here and cause trouble? I have done good deeds all my life and have never done anything evil. If you dare to hit me, you will be struck by lightning." Huang Jimo was very rude and spat directly in his face. "Bah, old witch. You think you have done good deeds all your life? I think you have done a lot of evil all your life. These people come to act as matchmakers for others, and I don't know how many girls they have ruined. This time you've even set your sights on our crazy woman. I think you really don't want to be around anymore."
Although Huang Jima spoke harshly, they had already discussed it before they came. Now we live in a society ruled by law. If they really beat this old woman to death, they would be breaking the law. So let the police handle this matter. Anyway, they have evidence, this old woman can't escape. It didn't take long for the police to arrive. Chen Feng told the police what Wang the matchmaker had done. The police said they would investigate and took the person away. Chen Feng found his bicycle here and rode it with Lu Wenxiang to the vegetable market, bought a lot of things, and then returned home happily. When Su Ching saw that Chen Feng had indeed brought the bicycle back, she felt a little uneasy. But it didn't show. However, Chen Feng still noticed it. Chen Feng pulled her outside and said, "I've already dealt with matchmaker Wang's problem. She's been taken away by the police. Remember not to wander around in unfamiliar places. People in the countryside are not as simple as you think." Su Ching was lectured by Chen Feng. She didn't dare to say a word and just kept nodding, like a child who has done something wrong. Seeing Su Ching like this, Chen Feng did not continue to educate her. "Come with me." He walked forward. There was a fish pond at the entrance of the village. From time to time, one or two naughty fish would jump out of the lake to breathe the fresh air. Chen Feng sat down by the fish pond and picked up a stone. When a fish jumped up, he quickly threw the stone at the fish. The fish was hit by the stone and turned over. Su Ching was shocked. "You." Chen Feng took off his shoes, went down to pick up the fish, and said to her proudly, "Let's go, I'll take you to grill the fish." The two went to the stream at the entrance of the village together. Chen Feng skillfully gutted the fish, lit a fire and started roasting it. "Chen Feng, did you often do this kind of thing before?" Su Ching had never done such a thing before. She felt a little guilty and afraid of being discovered by the owner of the fish pond, but she was also a little excited. As Chen Feng grilled the fish, he said, "Which rural child doesn't have a childhood like this?" The aroma of grilled fish was already spreading, and Su Ching couldn't help swallowing. "It smells so good." Chen Feng now possesses the skills of a Michelin chef. Even if he simply grills a fish, it can be fragrant. While eating the fish, Su Ching suddenly said, "Chen Feng, I always feel that you are very different from before." Chen Feng was almost choked by a fish bone. After coughing for a long time, he said, "What's different?" "It just feels like you've changed a lot, and a lot of things are different now." Su Ching couldn't tell what was different, but Chen Feng now became more charming and more attractive than his previous annoying appearance. Chen Feng teased her deliberately, "Do you like the me before, or the me now?" Su Ching didn't know how to answer for a moment, so she could only lower her head and eat the fish silently. Just when Chen Feng thought he couldn't get an answer, Su Ching suddenly said, "I'll consider it." Chen Feng didn't understand what she meant. Su Ching bit her lip and mustered up the courage to say, "I will consider being with you." Chen Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't force it. Left first." Su Ching stared at his back as he left. Chen Feng was afraid that she would get lost again, so he stopped and called her, "Let's go, go back." Only then did Su Ching follow. The two walked side by side through the village. When the people in the village saw that Chen Feng actually brought back such a beautiful girlfriend, they were all stunned for a moment. Aunt Hohat pointed at Amelia Su and asked, "Xiaofeng, is this your girlfriend?" Chen Feng and Su Ching looked at each other, and he smiled, "Not yet." So the news spread throughout the village at a speed that Chen Feng could not have expected. Naturally, the news also reached his eldest cousin Chen Yang. Chen Yang was originally quite dissatisfied with Chen Feng because of what happened to his father Chen Jianben, but after hearing this news, he couldn't help but come over out of curiosity. It's a pity that when he came here, he didn't get any good treatment. Chapter 58: Overestimating One's Capabilities. "Cousin, is your dad comfortable in prison?" But Chen Feng heard that Chen Jianben was sentenced to 3 years in prison for malicious injury. Of course, Chen Feng was involved in this, but he still felt that it was too light. If it weren't for Chen Jianbin, his father Chen Jiangwo wouldn't have been beaten like that, and he wouldn't have rushed out to work to pay off his debts right after leaving the hospital. All of this is because of Chen Jianbin.
Because of Chen Yang and his family.
It would be strange if he could be nice to them. As expected, as soon as Chen Feng said this, Chen Yang's expression changed immediately. Chen Feng, you still have the nerve to bring up this matter. If you hadn't been unwilling to provide a letter of apology, my dad wouldn't have had to sit in jail for so long. Chen Fengman said nonchalantly, your father went to jail because of his own fault.
What does it have to do with me? Why didn't you mention that he beat my father? Your father may not have been educated, so he doesn't know that hitting someone is against the law, but you, who went to college, don't you understand this too? Chen Feng's aggressive words made Chen Yang's face darken immediately. Chen Feng, I know it's wrong for my dad to hit people, but they are brothers after all, and my dad is your uncle after all. How can you be so cruel? Chen Feng always felt that his words sounded particularly uncomfortable. I'm cruel? I don't want to be so cruel. If you hadn't taken action first, I wouldn't be so cruel. Do you think you're being justified in beating people? My dad was lying motionless in the hospital after being beaten by you, but you only wanted to cause trouble in the hospital. You didn't care about my dad's life or death at all. Having relatives like you is unfortunate for our family. Why should I forgive you? If I forgive you, who will forgive me? I'm a university student, broke. I can't even afford my medical bills, and yet you guys are not only unwilling to compensate me, you're even verbally abusing me. My parents are soft-hearted, but that doesn't mean I will be soft-hearted. So what if you're willing to pay later? If you'd been willing earlier and had a better attitude, I wouldn't have been so cruel to you. Things have already happened. It's inappropriate for you to talk to me about this again, cousin. Chen Fengtian really thought that Chen Yang came here because of Chen Jianbin's affairs. Fortunately, Chen Yang did not directly say that he came here for Su Ching. Otherwise, this beating is inevitable. Chen Yang was so angry that he completely forgot why he came here. Ever since his father Chen Jianbin went to jail, he has had to pay for his younger brother's college tuition. He went from being a lazy devil to a debt-ridden office worker. How could he swallow this anger? But he had no other choice, he couldn't stop his brother from studying. He had originally wanted to come and see Chen Feng's girlfriend, but he didn't expect her to be so aggressive that she didn't even intend to let him meet her. It's so hateful. Your father deserved to be beaten. If I had been there, your father wouldn't have been so worried about being hospitalized. I would have beaten you to death. Chen Feng's face immediately darkened, and he looked at Chen Yang coldly. I can beat you to death right now. Lu Wenxiang, Lao Huang, come out. When Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima heard Chen Feng calling, they immediately ran out of the house. Seeing Chen Feng's angry look, I knew that Chen Yang standing in front of Chen Feng was definitely not a good person. What's wrong, crazy? Wanna fight? Chen Feng and his team had more people and more power, so Chen Yang immediately felt weak. You dare to hit me? Believe it or not, I will put you in jail. Chen Feng twisted his neck and, following the beating scene on TV, counted his fingers one by one. Do you believe that it's not illegal for me to hit you? Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima also looked at him fiercely. Chen Yang was obviously frightened and started running. Because he ran too fast, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Chen Feng had no intention of chasing after him. Huang Jima put his arm around his neck and asked, Crazy man, what happened just now? Who was that person? My eldest cousin. There was some grudge between our family and his family before, and he came to me to get a fight because he was itching for trouble. Lu Wenxiang felt a little sorry. Madman, how could you let him get away so easily? You should at least give him a beating. Huang Jima chimed in, that's right, it's just right for the three of us brothers to stretch our muscles. Chen Feng must have his reasons for letting him go. He said calmly, you've forgotten that I've already signed a contract with Wind City Media and Entertainment. I'm going to be a big star soon, and I can't leave any negative information behind. After Chen Feng said this, the two of them remembered this matter and slapped their foreheads and said, That's right, I actually forgot such an important thing. Fortunately, you still remembered it, madman. Lu Wenxiang said indifferently, It's okay, lunatic. If you really don't like him, the two of us will help you teach him a lesson. We guarantee that it won't affect you. Chen Feng went into the house and did not mention the matter again. When Su Ching and Yu Xiaoning ran back from the fields, they were holding a handful of sweet potato vines in their hands. They said happily, Auntie just told us that this is edible. Chen Feng, can you fry some for us?
Yu Xiaoning still spoke to Chen Feng in a condescending tone, but because she had a smile on her face, Chen Feng was too lazy to argue with her.
Lu Wenxiang hugged Chen Feng's neck and said, "What's the matter, crazy man, you can cook."
Yu Xiaoning said beside him, "Not only can he cook, but his cooking skills are also very good." "I didn't realize you had this skill, madman."
Chen Feng said mysteriously, "You didn't realize there are so many places here." "I have many hidden skills." "Hey, then we two brothers can give you a good training today. Go cook, crazy man, and let us taste your cooking skills." When Chen Feng prepared the delicious food, everyone was stunned by the aroma and kept swallowing their saliva.
Yu Xiaoning was even happier than if she had cooked the meal herself and received everyone's recognition.
She said to Lu Wenxiang, "I wasn't kidding you, was I? Chen Feng's cooking is delicious." Lu Wenxiang gave a thumbs up. "That's right, we underestimated him. This tastes just like a Michelin chef, it's so delicious."
Although these are simple home-cooked dishes, everyone is very satisfied with the food. Just when everyone had almost finished eating, Chen Jiangwo suddenly came back covered in sweat.
Mother Chen couldn't help but feel distressed. "I told you to rest at home for a while.
Why are you still making trouble at your age?"
Chapter 59. My son has made great progress. Dad.
Seeing Chen Jiangwo's current appearance, Chen Feng felt particularly distressed.
Seeing so many people here, Chen Jiangwo actually felt a little embarrassed. "Xiaofeng, you brought so many friends back?
You have to treat them well and don't let them suffer any injustice here." After he said that, he wanted to run into the room, but was stopped by Chen Feng.
Chen Jiangwo quickly said, "I've already eaten, you guys can eat now."
His old face actually turned red.
Chen Feng knew that he was shy, and with his personality, how could he bear to eat outside?
Even if he just eats a steamed bun at home, he thinks it tastes delicious.
"Dad, come and eat. We've almost finished eating. These are my friends. I can introduce them to you." Chen Jiangwo couldn't stand Chen Feng's repeated invitations and could only sit down cautiously. "Uncle, we are all friends of Chen Feng. We came here specially to see you."
Chen Jiangwo was a little flattered and subconsciously wanted to stand up, but was pushed back by Chen Feng. Chen Jiangwo realized that he might have embarrassed Chen Feng, and he didn't want to sit here anymore. He felt more stressed sitting here than at work.
He has a very honest personality and doesn't know what to say when there are many people around.
At the same time, he was also afraid that his sweaty appearance would embarrass Chen Feng and make Chen Feng looked down upon by other people.
He became even more cautious and fearful. "Dad, eat something first. Don't be afraid. They won't look down on me. Your son is doing very well in school now. I even bought you 2 sets of clothes."
As soon as Chen Feng said this, Chen Jiangwo immediately scolded him. "Why are you spending money recklessly again?
You should save your money and use it for marrying a wife in the future."
As soon as Chen Jiangwo finished speaking, Su Ching couldn't help but look towards Chen Feng, but she didn't expect that the other party was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and she immediately lowered her head as if she was burned by something. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Dad, your son, have made money now."
"This little money is nothing at all. Besides, it's not very expensive at all. I can't bear to buy something expensive. Aren't you going to work now? You have to dress decently, right? Otherwise, you won't be able to hold your head up high." Chen Jiangwo sighed. "How could that be? We are all miserable people. It doesn't matter what I wear. Dad just doesn't want to make you suffer."
I remember that Chen Feng understood all of this and was particularly touched.
Chen Jiangwo has really given him the best life.
They would rather suffer injustice themselves and never suffer injustice to him. He took out 20,000 yuan from his bag, which was actually the deposit given by Li Jinyu.
Chen Jiangwo was startled and said at a loss, "Where did you get so much money?"
His tone was also full of doubt. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chen Feng, but he had never seen such a large amount of money before. So I was worried that Chen Feng would go astray. Chen Feng looked at Lu Wenxiang and the others and said, "Dad, this money all came from legitimate sources.
If you don't believe me, you can ask them.
They both know where my money came from." Yu Xiaoning interrupted the conversation and said, "Uncle, Chen Feng is really successful now.
He signed a contract with Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company. He will become a big star in the future. This little money is nothing to him." "Ah? A big star?" People of Chen Jiangwo's status always feel that big stars are out of reach. Only on TV.
So when Yu Xiaoning said that Chen Feng would become a big star in the future, he felt that his son was particularly amazing. This was the first time Chen Feng saw Yu Xiaoning so favorably. Dad, she's right. From now on, your son, won't care about this little bit of money. I'll be able to take you guys in soon and live a peaceful life.
Chen Jiangwo secretly wiped away his tears. Son, Dad doesn't ask for anything in this life.
I just hope to send you out of this rural place and let you live a more comfortable life in the future.
I don't want you to work so hard. If you think it's hard, then don't do this job. Wait until you pass the teacher exam and become a teacher.
He always felt that being a teacher was quite impressive, and if Chen Feng could become a teacher, he felt it would bring honor to the family. After all, becoming a big star is too far away. He had never even thought about it before. Even though Chen Feng now has a glimmer of hope of becoming a big star, he still feels that he is very far away from that road.
Chen Feng said helplessly, Dad, isn't being a teacher more difficult?
I have to deal with troublesome parents and naughty students.
I might as well be a big star like I am now. At least I don't have so many worries.
I know you're worried about me, but your son has grown up, and I've already gone through all kinds of hardships.
Since I've chosen this path, it means there will be absolutely no problems along the way. All you have to do is follow me and enjoy a peaceful life together.
You've raised me up to this age, and now it's my turn to support you. Although there's only 20,000 yuan here, it's enough for you to settle your debts.
When I have money in a while, we can settle all the debts. Then I will consider buying a house and taking you to live in the city.
Chen Jiangwo and his mother said almost in unison, No, you've finally gotten out of here. How could we possibly cause you any trouble?
At this moment, it was Su Ching who spoke up, Uncle and Aunt, this is Chen Feng's filial piety after all, you should not let him down. Besides, how could you two possibly be such a bother to him? You're his parents.
With you by his side, he can work more peacefully and earn more money.
Since Su Ching had already said so, Chen Jiangwo and his mother agreed.
He just kept reminding Chen Feng not to work too hard and to remember to take good care of himself.
The next day they set out on their journey back to the city.
Chen Jiangwo felt particularly at ease holding the 20,000 yuan. Chen's mother joked, You've never seen so much money in your life.
Now your son gives it to you. How do you feel? Chen Jiangwo glanced at her and couldn't stop smiling.
I'm not well educated, so I don't know how to describe my current mood, but I feel really good right now. Now that our son has made it big, we can live a better life and you won't have to work so hard anymore.
You've suffered a lot following me these years.
From now on, I'll wash your feet and massage you every day, and make you plump and white.
Chapter 60 The Company 1T Take a Penny from You.
Chen Feng and his friends parted ways at the station. Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima returned to school, while Chen Feng and Su Ching returned to the Su family. After being away for 2 days, when Chen Feng returned to this place, he actually felt a little nostalgic. On Friday night, Li Jinyu called him and asked if he was available to do a live broadcast.
He turned it down because he had to go home. Now that I'm back, it's natural that I should contact him.
He called Li Jinyu back, told him that he had returned from home, and asked him if he could do a live broadcast tonight. Li Jinyu on the other end of the phone agreed readily and said that the live broadcast equipment sent to Chen Feng had arrived. Because Chen Feng is a student, it is sometimes inconvenient for him to go to the company to live broadcast, so their company paid for him to buy a complete set of live broadcast equipment.
Chen Feng asked for the address and happily ran out to get the goods back.
Su Ching and Yu Xiaoning were both surprised that Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company attached so much importance to Chen Feng. I even specially sent him a set of live broadcast equipment. However, thinking that Chen Feng was the most handsome, Su Ching had also had a PK with Chen Feng before and thought that he had great potential for development, so naturally she didn't take it seriously anymore. Instead, he started helping Chen Feng tinker with these devices. Su Ching is also a host and has done live broadcasts. She knows more about these live broadcast equipment than Chen Feng. With her help, Chen Feng quickly set up the equipment. After dinner, I couldn't wait to open the live broadcast room.
Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company has already issued a notice, telling fans what time Chen Feng will start broadcasting.
Therefore, as soon as his live broadcast room opened, more than 10,000 fans immediately flocked in.
Chen Feng's name kept appearing on the screen.
Su Cheng and Yu Xiaoning were also in Chen Feng's live broadcast room. They were cracking melon seeds in front of the screen, waiting for Chen Feng to start broadcasting. Chen Feng took the microphone, blew into it, and greeted everyone with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm the most handsome guy. Then the screen was filled with the name of the most handsome guy.
Li Jinyu came in and gave him a few gifts, and his popularity quickly increased. Soon the number of viewers reached 50,000. It is rare that 50,000 people are watching his live broadcast online. The number of people with acne scars cannot be faked, these are real people. You have to know that even if a famous star is doing a live broadcast, the maximum number of people online at the same time is only tens of thousands. There are very few who can reach 200,000 or 300,000. Only a small percentage of people make it to the millions. Therefore, Chen Feng was already very satisfied with these 50,000 people. The fans on the screen were urging Chen Feng to sing, and even the song title was typed out. No doubt they wanted to hear about desert camels. The reason why Chen Feng started broadcasting this time was to explain to his fans about his contract with Confronting Media and Entertainment Company. But he also doesn't mind singing a song first to liven up the atmosphere. The song slowly began to sound. Su Ching and Yu Xiaoning in front of the screen even forgot to crack the melon seeds, and stared intently at Chen Feng on the screen. It was as if I was meeting him for the first time. His eyes were particularly shocked. Soon their expressions changed from shock to fascination. Chen Feng sings so beautifully. It's just perfect. His voice was pleasant to begin with, and he played the beats really well. After Li Jinyu's gift, the number of fans in the live broadcast room successfully increased to 100,000. At present, Chen Feng's income from this game has exceeded 200,000. The planes and rockets almost never stopped, although some of them were contributed by Li Jinyu and Confronting Media and Entertainment Company, which also aroused the passion of the fans. The gifts came one after another almost non-stop, and slowly the live broadcast room became so dark that even Chen Feng's face could not be seen clearly, as it was completely blocked by all kinds of gifts. The subtitles on the public screen also changed from asking Chen Feng to sing to a competition for gifts. Some people even say that Chen Feng's current dream is to show his face as soon as possible. Chen Feng explained to them about his contract with Confronting Media and Entertainment Company, and then sang one of the most popular songs recently. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was ignited again. At this moment, Li Jinyu sent a message asking Chen Feng to tell him the time of their next live broadcast. Li Jinyu scheduled the next live broadcast for this Wednesday because Chen Feng had no classes that Wednesday. You can go to their company to live broadcast. By then, other singers or actors will participate in his live broadcast room, bringing a new wave of traffic. Confronting Media and Entertainment Company is doing its best to train him, so Chen Feng will not let them down. When the live broadcast was over, Chen Feng was packing up the equipment when Su Ching suddenly knocked on the door and walked in with a fruit plate. Chen Feng looked at her in surprise. "You haven't rested yet?" Su Ching smiled and said, "Xiaoning and I just finished watching your live broadcast." Yu Xiaoning walked out from behind her. "Chen Feng, I didn't expect that you not only cook delicious food, but also sing so beautifully." She was obviously just making small talk. After all, she had watched Chen Feng's live broadcast before. So Chen Feng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Not only am I good at cooking and singing, I'm also good at drawing." Yu Xiaoning was irritated by Chen Feng. She was a professional painter, but she didn't expect to be outdone by an amateur. This is such a shame and humiliation. Su Ching covered her mouth and laughed. "What other surprises do you have that we don't know about?" Ever since Chen Feng confessed his love to her, she seemed to have slowly accepted the fact that she liked Chen Feng. There was always a hint of light in the eyes when he looked at him. Chen Feng said without exaggeration, "I know too many things. You can learn them slowly in the future. I can't show you too much at once, otherwise it will lose its mystery." Yu Xiaoning spitted at him. "Bah! Shameless! Sister Chinger, let's go. There's no need to pity this guy. How shameless!" Su Ching was forcibly dragged downstairs by Yu Xiaoning, and could only hurriedly stuff the fruit plate to Chen Feng. He took a piece of cut cantaloupe and stuffed it into his mouth, then closed the door happily. In just a short while, Li Jinyu had sent several text messages praising Chen Feng for his good work. He also said that he was right about the person. In short, it is all kinds of recognition for him. Chen Feng simply replied, "It's a pleasure to work with you." Li Jinyu suddenly transferred 50,000 yuan and added a sentence, "The extra rewards and profits from this live broadcast are all yours. Our company will not take a penny from you." Chapter 61 A Good Income. Chen Feng was too embarrassed to accept it. After all, Li Jinyu and Confronting Media and Entertainment Company have already given him a lot of gifts in this live broadcast. Although the platform will collect half of the money, even if he can only get half, his income will be at least over 100,000. Now that he has received another 50,000 yuan, how can he have the nerve to accept it? Li Jinyu said, I told you this is an extra bonus, so just take it. You deserve it. You'll probably make even more money in the next live broadcast. Our company is lucky to have you signed. Chen Feng was actually very happy to receive his high recognition, and he slept soundly until dawn.
When he went to school the next day, his live broadcast the previous night had already caused quite a stir in the school.
The campus network is full of information about Chen Feng's live broadcast yesterday.
There are also various live videos, all of which are posted on the campus website. He suddenly became a celebrity on campus. He has also become the best partner in the minds of many girls. Yu Xiaoning couldn't help but complain to Su Ching, Sister Chinger, Chen Feng is so powerful now.
Many girls go to give him love letters. Do you think Chen Feng, the scumbag, will become the same as before?
And you accept all those girls? She suddenly waved her fist. If he dares to reveal his true nature and return to his old ways, I will definitely not let him off easily. Sister Chinger has already clearly said that she likes him, but he still dares to flirt with other girls outside.
He must be taught a lesson.
Su Ching quietly clenched her hands on her thighs, but she said, he is so outstanding, it is normal for him to attract one or two girls.
Yu Xiaoning almost suspected that she had heard it wrong. Sister Chinger, did I hear it correctly? You said he is so outstanding?
Yu Xiaoning thought about it and felt that Chen Feng was indeed very outstanding now. But for some reason, she always felt particularly uncomfortable when the word excellent was used to describe Chen Feng.
It seems like nothing fits. Su Ching asked back in confusion, isn't it excellent? Yu Xiaoning was speechless, then just treat him as excellent.
Su Ching said lightly, if he really likes someone else, then maybe we are not destined to be together. But when she thought about really breaking off the engagement with Chen Feng, she didn't know why she always felt upset.
I always feel particularly unwilling.
Yu Xiaoning immediately shook her head, that won't do.
He's your fiancé, how could he fall in love with someone else?
If he dares to fall in love with someone else, I will never let him go easily.
Su Ching smiled helplessly and said, what can you do? Then I returned to my seat and began to prepare for class.
Chen Feng did receive quite a few love letters, all of which were stuffed into his desk by his senior or junior classmates.
Because of this incident, many boys in their class were beaten up.
After all, he has now become the idol of all the girls in the school, leaving no room for other boys. He said in a mean way, it can't be helped, the charm is too great, I don't want to be like this.
Then he was beaten again. Huang Jima was lying on the table playing games.
Seeing Chen Feng's miserable appearance, he couldn't help laughing. Crazy, you are now the public enemy of all the boys in the school.
You are really charming.
There was a hint of mockery in his tone, so Chen Feng slapped him and snatched his phone.
Let him hang up once.
Huang Jima was so angry that he wanted to find Chen Feng to argue with him, but the class had already started, so he had no choice but to give up. When the get out of class was over, a girl blocked Chen Feng's way, holding a letter nervously and handing it to Chen Feng with a blushing face.
Senior Shua, I like you, please be my boyfriend.
Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and was about to refuse when Su Ching walked past him so resolutely, with no intention of looking back at all. Chen Feng knew that Su Ching saw it and must be angry.
For some reason, he was actually a little anxious.
I just pushed the girl's letter back and said, I'm sorry, I don't like you. After saying that, he ran away, leaving the girl standing there sadly.
Su Ching.
Su Ching stopped and looked back at him, her expression calm, as if she hadn't seen what had just happened.
I don't have classes this afternoon. Do you want to go out and play?
Chen Feng spent a long time looking for a topic to talk about, and finally decided to invite her out for a walk.
Su Ching smiled and said, no need, right? You are so busy now, you should have an appointment in the afternoon. No. I didn't. Chen Feng didn't know why he had such a big reaction.
Logically speaking, he should not like Su Ching. But for some reason, when he saw Su Ching angry, he felt inexplicably panicked. He sighed and walked towards Su Ching. Su Ching, the person they like is the most handsome, not me, Chen Feng.
I know.
Just as the two were talking, Li Jinyu suddenly called and asked if Chen Feng was free and wanted to invite him to dinner. Su Ching said, go and get busy. There is no need to waste too much time here with me.
After saying that, she left without looking back.
Chen Feng had no choice but to go to the agreed place to find Li Jinyu. Li Jinyu poured him a glass of water and said, although this is your first live broadcast, it's not hard to see that you're quite popular. The company and I agree that this is your rising popularity, so we should strike while the iron is hot and do another live broadcast.
What do you think about this matter?
The other party asked very politely, without any intention of forcing anyone. Chen Feng smiled and said calmly, "Then let's do as you say. This live broadcast has brought me a lot of income. If it can increase my popularity, I will be happy to do a second live broadcast. However, I have the final say on the time of the live broadcast." Li Jinyu immediately smiled and said, "Of course. You're the one doing the live broadcast, so we might have to follow your schedule. Contact me when you're free. The food here is pretty good. I had the opportunity to come here with my friends last time. You can try it." The two chatted about some things during the live broadcast. Li Jinyu shared a lot of experience, and Chen Feng benefited a lot from this meal. After Li Jinyu left, Chen Feng was about to leave when Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jimo walked in from outside. He sat down in front of him carelessly. "Madman, this is really not kind of you. We've been standing outside for so long, and you didn't even ask us to come in. Chapter 62. Do you want to join us? Hey, this fish smells so good. I was drooling from eating it outside just now." Lu Wenxiang didn't hesitate and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Chen Feng hurriedly stopped the man and said, "These are leftovers. If you want to eat some, ask them to bring them to another table. You can order whatever you want. It's my treat today." Huang Jima took the menu, wrote something on it, ordered a large table of dishes, and had a big meal with Lu Wenxiang. Only then did he leave shoulder to shoulder with Chen Feng. Along the way, Chen Feng attracted many girls to look back, which made Lu Wenxiang and the others very envious. "Crazy, you're too popular now, aren't you? You didn't even see that the way those two sisters looked at you just now was different. They almost wanted to eat you up." Chen Feng didn't care, brother is quite loyal. "No matter how good other sisters are, I only like Su Ching." Lu Wenxiang was very disgusted. "What are you doing? Li Jinyu gave you a sentimental persona? You flirted with girls before, and now you're pretending to be one with us. Crazy, are you really planning to be with Amelia Su? She's the most beautiful girl on campus. If you two are really together, you won't be able to stir up trouble outside anymore. Can you bear it?" Huang Jima said from the side. He already has the school beauty by his side, how can he be interested in other girls? "If I can be with the school beauty Su, I will die without regrets in this life." Lu Wenxiang rolled her eyes at him and said, "Even if all the men in this world were dead, Su Ching might not be interested in you." "That may not be the case." Huang Jimo was quite confident. Although he didn't have much strength, he was always good at picking up girls. As long as he wants, there is no girl he can't pick up. Even Lu Wenxiang felt inferior to her in this regard. At the same time, when Yu Xiaoning found Su Ching, she discovered that she looked depressed and thought she was sad about Chen Feng's affairs. Comforting her, she said, "Sister Chinger, that bastard Chen Feng bullied you again? Is he with another girl? I'm going to settle the score with him right now." Yu Xiaoning wanted to run away after she finished speaking, but Su Ching stopped her. "Xiaoning, don't go. He didn't bully me, and he wasn't with anyone else. I'm just a little depressed. I don't know if I like him." Su Ching told Yu Xiaoning about Chen Feng's confession to her. Yu Xiaoning blinked and said excitedly, "This is good. As long as he likes you, can't you two be together? What are you still hesitating about?" "Su Ching, I'm just wondering whether I like him or not." She had never experienced love before and never knew what it felt like to like someone. Even though she knew that she might have fallen in love with Chen Feng, she was not sure at all. Yu Xiaoning held her hand and said seriously, "I understand, Sister Chinger. You have never had any experience in love, so even if you like someone else, you won't know. Actually, from an outsider's perspective, you've indeed fallen in love with Chen Feng. Maybe you don't even want to believe it, but it's definitely a fact." Su Ching smiled bitterly. "Actually, I probably know that Chen Feng is quite outstanding now and has become the object of pursuit of many girls, but I just feel that the gap between us is too big." "What's the difference?" Yu Xiaoning didn't quite understand. Although his family background is a little poor, he has so many abilities and is willing to make progress. He will definitely not let you down in the future. Su Ching shook her head. "That's not what I meant. I just feel that I am no longer worthy of him now." Yu Xiaoning felt like she had heard a joke. It had never been so unbelievable before. "Sister Chinger, you just said that you think you are not worthy of Chen Feng? How is that possible? Sister Chinger, you are the best person in the world. You are not unworthy of anyone. If anyone must say that you two are not suitable, then it can only be that bastard Chen Feng who is not worthy of you." Okay, Sister Chinger, don't think too much about this.
Just think about whether you really like Chen Feng. If you do, why not give it a try to be with him? So what if other girls like him? As long as he doesn't like others, isn't that enough? If he dares to abandon you, I definitely won't let him off so easily.
Su Ching's mood was still very complicated, but after Yu Xiaoning's comfort, she felt a little better. In the evening, Su's father and mother called and asked her how she and Chen Feng were getting along.
She answered truthfully, "It's fine. Chen Feng takes good care of us. He takes good care of us."
Of course, Su's father and mother knew that Chen Feng would fulfill his promise and take good care of them, so this was not what they asked at all.
Xiaofeng is a good boy. You've been with him for so many days. What do you think of him?
Su Ching realized that Su's father and mother came to test her opinion. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Very good." Su's father and mother knew that Su Ching was a slow-to-warm-up person, but seeing her like this now, they were really anxious.
The matter of breaking off the engagement. Take it easy.
After getting a positive answer, Su's father and mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su's mother said excitedly on the other end of the phone, "Xingxing, you and Xiaofeng should cultivate your relationship well.
Your father and I will not disturb you."
Then he hung up the phone. Su Ching felt helpless. She even began to doubt whether she was her biological child. Singing sounds could be heard from upstairs. It must be Chen Feng practicing singing. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to go up and see what was going on.
Only after getting closer did I realize that the song Chen Feng was singing was called "Can I?"
She remembered that when she first connected with Chen Feng via live broadcast, he also asked her to sing this song, but she refused at that time.
A melodious song came out from the room.
It sounded a little muffled, but every word was pronounced clearly, which made her particularly admire it. The singing in the room stopped abruptly.
The next second, Chen Feng opened the door and came out.
Seeing her at the door, he was caught off guard and stunned for a moment. The moment their eyes met, both of them were stunned.
Then Chen Feng reacted first. "Li Jinyu sent some new equipment. I'll try it out first. Do you want to come in with me?" Su Cheng nodded and walked in together. The equipment sent by Li Jinyu is of the best quality.
She had already heard it when she was outside the door just now. He took the microphone and continued singing the tune that Chen Feng had just sung.
Chapter 63. Avoid black material. Can you be with me? A melodious song rang out in the room.
Chen Feng looked at Su Ching and couldn't help but be stunned. I have to say that Su Ching is indeed worthy of the title of school belle, and she is definitely not inferior to any other woman in terms of appearance. He is also multi-talented, has a beautiful singing voice, and knows a lot about musical instruments. Chen Feng suddenly felt that if he had to find someone to accompany him, Su Ching would undoubtedly be the best choice. After the song was over, Su Ching looked towards Chen Feng, only to find that he was also looking at her.
I awkwardly handed the microphone over. "Sorry, I just forgot." "It's okay, if you like it then go ahead and sing it, or we can sing a song together." "Then let's come together.
The equipment that Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company gave us is pretty good.
We can try out the chorus effect."
The two of them sang the same song "Can I?" but this time before singing, Chen Feng specifically turned on the screen recording. So he edited their duet into a short video and posted it on the Acne Scar software together. It was only published for one night, but Chen Feng's fans had already increased by nearly 500,000. Su Ching's income also increased by 300,000. Although it was not as much as his, it was not easy to increase so much in just one night. Since Chen Feng signed a contract with Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company, he has gained tens of thousands of fans almost every day. Sometimes, if he is lucky, his fans may increase by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. It has only been a few days since the signing of the contract, and Chen Feng's fan base has already grown to 6 million. If he hadn't signed a contract with a company, it would have taken him several months to reach 6 million fans, right?
Sure enough, signing a contract with a company does have certain benefits.
As long as the other party doesn't know how to rip him off, he can continue to cooperate with the other party. Moreover, there is no black material on his side. Even if there is, it is about his previous attempts to pick up girls. As the saying goes, a beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. The original owner's ability to pick up girls can be covered up by me. Now he has refreshed the impression people have of him in school.
Even if someone knows about his past, they will not deliberately reveal it unless they are his enemy.
Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered Zhao He. The other party dropped out of school because of him, and now he may hate him to the core. If the other party retaliates, it will be a very tricky matter. So after Su Ching left, the first thing he did was to call Lu Wenxiang and ask them to deal with the previous matters concerning Zhao He and Zhang Wentao. Prevent them from spreading his past deeds, as that would affect him in the future.
Huang Jima immediately did as he was told after hearing this.
He happened to feel a little unsatisfied about what happened to Zhao He last time, so he could take this opportunity to give him another good beating. Chen Feng said, "If you really beat him up, he will undoubtedly become angry and retaliate against me." After listening to Chen Feng, Huang Jima felt that what he said made some sense, but suddenly he didn't know how to deal with this matter.
What do you mean, lunatic? What I mean is that you should go and have a good talk with him. If money can solve the problem, then try to use money. If money can't solve it, then we can find another way to deal with him.
Okay, crazy guy, let's do it now. After they hung up the phone, Su's father and mother called. They first showed concern for him and Su Ching's situation, and then asked him earnestly, "Xiaofeng, you and Qingqing have been together for a while now.
What do you think of the two of you now? Are you still going to break off the engagement like before? I've already asked Qingqing what she means.
Her attitude towards you has changed to a certain extent.
She's no longer as determined to break off the engagement as before. See if you two can continue to get along. Your aunt and I will stay here for a while so you two can spend some time together. If you're really not suitable, your aunt and I will consider breaking off the engagement for you, but if you're a good match, Uncle still hopes you can work it out a bit more." Chen Feng hesitated for a long time before saying, "Uncle and aunt, I think we can reconsider the matter between Su Ching and me. Although we haven't been together for a long time, we have already changed our views on each other." Just like what you uncle and aunt said, feelings can be cultivated. Perhaps we can continue to cultivate them.
Please, uncle and aunt, cooperate with us and give us more opportunities to spend time together.
After hearing what Chen Feng said, Su's father and mother were almost crying with joy.
Don't worry, Xiaofeng, as long as you two can be together, it doesn't matter even if we never go back.
Chen Feng immediately said, "Uncle and aunt, you are exaggerating. How could I let you never come back? Su Ching will be sad."
With Chen Feng protecting Su Ching so much, Su's father and mother were completely relieved. "Xiaofeng, uncle and auntie won't disturb you anymore, you should go to bed early." Mother Su grabbed the phone and warned Chen Feng, "Xiaofeng, Qingqing is a little willful.
You have to be more tolerant. Auntie doesn't ask anything from you. As long as you treat our Qingqing well, auntie will be relieved."
In order to reassure her, Chen Feng deliberately patted his chest and assured her, "Don't worry, auntie, I will definitely take good care of her." He had just hung up when Huang Jima called, cursing, "Crazy. That bastard Zhao He won't listen.
He's going to expose you and ruin your reputation. What do you think we should do about this? Ruin my reputation?"
Chen Feng couldn't help laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world.
"Where are you now? I'll go over there now."
Since he's not afraid of death, let's play with him some more. In the internet cafe where we used to go online together, this guy is not in school now. He doesn't dare tell his parents that he was expelled.
He hides in the internet cafe all day, drunk and dreaming. Wait for me, I'll be there right away. After 40 minutes, Chen Feng finally arrived at his destination. This internet cafe is a bit far from the school.
Zhao He probably didn't want to be recognized by people in the school, so he deliberately hid in this place. I don't know how long I've been waiting. He has a scruffy beard and looks much more disheveled than before. When he saw Chen Feng coming, he glared at him with gritted teeth.
Chapter 64. I heard you want to ruin my reputation?
But his arms had already been grabbed by Huang Jima and the other man, leaving him no possibility of resistance.
Chen Feng walked up to him and patted his face. "Zhao He, I heard that you want to ruin my reputation? I can give you this opportunity, but what makes you think you can fight me now? Just because of the little computer knowledge you learned? Your knowledge is simply not enough to stand up to me. I believe you are aware of this.
You were unwilling to accept your loss to me before.
You deserved to be expelled. I warned you before. If you still want to make a comeback and be defeated by me once again, then I will definitely fight you to the end. If you end up in jail, I can't guarantee that you will be able to get out."
Zhao He gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, you bastard, don't try to bribe me with money. I know you are rich now, but I don't care about your little money."
"You want to bribe me? Unless you give me tens of millions. Otherwise, I won't let you go easily." I've already printed out everything you've done before. I'll just find an opportunity to magnify it to infinity, and you'll be ruined. I won't let you have such an easy life. I will drag you down with me. I will ruin you. Chen Feng stretched out his fist without hesitation and punched him in the stomach. Say it again? Do you think you can threaten me? Zhao He, I'm giving you a chance now, a chance to live. Don't push me too far. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do. I heard that Zhang Wentao was hospitalized. Did you do this? Do you believe I can find evidence and bring you to court? You know what the consequences are. Is this considered attempted murder?
Zhao He widened his eyes in horror, staring at him in disbelief.
Shocked, he blurted out, "How could you?"
At this point, he suddenly realized that he had fallen into Chen Feng's trap.
I didn't do this at all. Don't try to throw dirty water on me. Don't try to slander me. I won't admit to something I didn't do. Chen Feng laughed. Do you think that if you don't admit it, the court won't be able to convict you? You should know how powerful I am. Do you think it will be difficult for me to collect nearby surveillance footage? Don't challenge my bottom line. I've given you enough time. You should have thought it over. This is the last chance he gives him.
If the other party continues to be stubborn, he will expose his actions without hesitation. As expected, Zhao He hesitated. He lowered his head and weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He ended up like this because he didn't trust Chen Feng before. If he doesn't trust Chen Feng this time, will the consequences be even worse? There was no possibility for him to gamble now, but he also felt it was unlikely that he would bow his head. But in the end, he thought about it and decided that rather than going to jail together, he would rather go back to school and have a bright future. I don't want to hide in this dirty place forever, becoming an evasive existence, like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting and beating me. He wasn't sure how angry and disappointed his parents would be if they knew he had been expelled from school. So he finally decided to compromise with Chen Feng. What do you want? I won't do anything to you. I just want you to promise to keep my past scandals secret. I won't expose your past either. But if you overestimate your own abilities and insist on fighting me, then I can't guarantee that your affairs won't be leaked. After all, walls have ears. What if someone accidentally overhears? Zhao He looked at Chen Feng in horror and finally said, I promise you, but you must promise not to tell anyone about what I did. And you have to help me build a new school. He still cannot tell his parents that he was expelled from school. I can hide here now, but what about my diploma? If he can't get a diploma back, won't his current hiding be exposed? This was not a difficult question for Chen Feng, so he agreed. After solving the problem with Zhao He, Chen Feng returned to school and opened the acne scar to see how much his fans had increased. But I found that I received many invitations from backstage, asking if I could sing a duet with Chen Feng, or asking him when he would do another live broadcast. Questions like whether I can connect with him during live broadcast. Now, anyone who has anything to do with him will undoubtedly bring them a wave of popularity. The live broadcast was decided by Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company, and he had no reason to make a decision on his own. But when it comes to posting videos, he can make his own decisions, and everything is his own business. Windy City Media and Entertainment Company will not interfere either. So these people seized this opportunity and wanted to make the most of it. He chose one that was quite popular recently and replied to the other person's private message. When he clicked on the other person's homepage, he found out that the other person was actually in the same school as him. Such a coincidence naturally piqued his interest and he wanted to arrange a meeting with the other party. The other party agreed readily. Although the other person was not very pretty, her voice was very unique. Chen Feng had never heard of her before. I suddenly felt it was a pity. Hello, junior brother. You can call me Guagua. Of course, you can also call me senior sister. The other party was obviously very talkative, and in just a few minutes, he had finalized the cooperation between the two of them. But Chen Feng didn't say a word from beginning to end. He didn't even have the chance to speak before the other party arranged everything for him. He really didn't like this passive feeling. Senior, please stop for a moment. I think we can still get to know each other better. There's no need to rush into cooperation. After all, we haven't had any contact with each other before. Even if we want to cooperate, there should at least be a period of adjustment, right? You said we should sing tonight and post the video tomorrow. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Guigua said, "No rush, we can shoot the video tonight and start working together now."
Chen Feng smiled and completely lost his good impression of the other party.
Her homepage has videos of her singing with many handsome men and beautiful women. Chen Feng has never clicked on any of them, but he has seen the covers. The reason I came into contact with her was that I happened to see her once, so I felt that she looked familiar. And the other party also sent gifts in his live broadcast room last time.
It's several thousand yuan. Chapter 65. All the fans are gone.
If it weren't for the few $1,000s, he wouldn't choose to cooperate with her.
However, his luck seemed to be a bit bad. After careful selection, he chose someone who was just trying to get attention.
"Senior, if you have made appointments with other people, you can work with them first.
When you have time, we can work together."
Guigua didn't realize he was trying to shirk her responsibilities, and thought he had misunderstood her, assuming she was very popular and had many appointments with her.
He immediately said, "That won't do. You're the most handsome man in the world. Even if I'm not busy, I can't waste your time. So I'm just asking you for one night. Is one night okay?
When we send out the work tomorrow, I'll tag you on the acne scar.
Don't forget to tag me."
She relies on Chen Feng to increase her popularity.
If the other party doesn't tag her, then wouldn't her efforts be in vain?
She suddenly took out her phone and said, "Come on, Junior, how about we take a photo together?" She came closer, leaned her head against Chen Feng's, made a scissors hand gesture, and was about to press the shutter button when Chen Feng covered the camera.
"Senior, I'm sorry, I have other things to do, so my collaboration with you will be delayed for a while."
After Chen Feng said this, he turned around and left without any hesitation.
Guigua was obviously very angry.
She took a photo of Chen Feng's back and posted it on her Douyin platform.
There are also chat records between her and Chen Feng.
The reason for exposing Chen Feng was that he was acting like a big shot. He had clearly agreed to cooperate with him, but suddenly went back on his word. Guigua already has a group of crazy male fans who can't bear to see their idol being wronged. After seeing the chat records in Guigua's video, they sent crazy private messages to Chen Feng and attacked him personally. Chen Feng learned about being scolded through Su Ching.
Moreover, the news of him being scolded spread quickly and became a hot topic. It was only 2 hours later. He couldn't help but frown.
He is already very popular, and he is in the development stage.
If Guigua comes and he acts like a big shot, how can he not quickly attract attention?
Li Jinyu had also sent a message to ask him what was going on, and there was also a call, but he didn't answer it.
Chen Feng felt a little headache and could only call Li Jinyu first. "I told him about my situation."
Li Jinyu on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. She has achieved her goal. Her fans are crazy. "We are already desperately trying to suppress the hype, but you must give an explanation, otherwise your reputation will be affected.
You are currently in the development stage.
If your reputation is affected, it will be very detrimental to your subsequent development."
Chen Feng also understood this. He really underestimated Guigua.
He didn't expect that the other party would actually use such a trick on him. He was caught off guard for a moment. What he didn't expect was that when the popularity had almost risen, Guigua sent him a screenshot of the gifts she gave him. Faced with the screenshots of thousands of dollars, everyone felt sorry for her. "I spent thousands of dollars and was still treated like a big shot.
I'm so miserable.
This most handsome guy is so unkind.
Does he really think he can get cocky just because he's famous? He actually doesn't even take our goddess Gua seriously. How absurd. Don't cry, goddess. We're going to help you get revenge. We won't let the most handsome guy have a good life. Doesn't he want to be famous? Let's make him famous now."
"I've already bought trending searches, and they'll stay up until tomorrow at least.
Soon, he'll be known to everyone."
When seeing these comments, Chen Feng just felt a headache. And the private messages in the background almost never stopped.
He didn't even bother to look.
After all, you can tell without even reading it that almost all of them are insulting him.
Li Jinyu was right. If things continued like this, it would definitely have an impact on his reputation. But Guigua didn't do anything wrong, she just wanted to get some attention.
Even though this behavior made him particularly disgusted, he had no evidence to prove that Guigua was really trying to get attention. His situation is now very passive. Apart from having a headache, there is no other way to prove his innocence.
Guigua had an absolute advantage, and he was completely at a disadvantage. If you don't think of a solution, you might become unlucky before you even have a chance to become famous.
Su Ching called and asked him for the account number of acne scars. Chen Feng gave it to her and told her, "Don't go backstage, those people are swearing too badly." Su Ching did not reply, and he didn't know what the other party wanted his account for, but he no longer had the energy to ask.
Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima also knew about this.
They both had cigarettes in their mouths and kept scratching the back of their heads, looking very embarrassed.
Crazy, this is too tricky. Neither of us has ever encountered this before, and we don't know how to deal with it. How about we go beat her up?
Chen Feng shook his head. "If I beat him up, then this matter will be even harder to suppress. We must find evidence to prove that I am not being arrogant."
Just when the three of them were in a state of panic, a call came from Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company. Ask Chen Feng to go to the company.
It seems that this matter has reached a point where there is no way to resolve it, and even the company is paying special attention to him. He stopped a car on the side of the road and rushed to the company with Lu Wenxiang. Lu Wenxiang was afraid that Chen Feng would be abandoned, so she couldn't wait to explain as soon as she arrived at the company. "Listen to me, this matter is not the fault of our lunatic, it's that woman who was confusing right and wrong."
The person who came out to greet them was Li Jinyu.
Chen Feng felt relieved when he saw it was him. He knew clearly how the other party treated him. I guess they called him over not to ask him to explain what happened online, but to resolve that matter.
"Mr. Li, have you figured out how to resolve the online situation?"
Li Jinyu gestured for the three of them to sit down first. "Don't worry, sit down and let's talk slowly. This matter is indeed very difficult, but I don't think there is no possibility of resolution. The company has no plans to abandon you at the moment, and with your abilities, you will definitely have a bright future, so this incident must not become a black mark against you.
We just held an emergency meeting.
We called you here to resolve this matter as quickly as possible.
Things ferment online at an ever-increasing rate. If you let things continue to ferment, you'll lose all your fans. Then what should we do now?"
Chen Feng was really troubled by this matter.
Chapter 66 Chorus must first consider the character.
And after Li Jinyu's explanation, he realized the seriousness of the matter. He also knew that if the problem was not resolved quickly, he would probably be ruined.
How is that possible?
No one could ever stop him from taking the path he wanted to go. It was just a matter of guagua. The worst that could happen was that he could confront the other party face to face.
It can always be explained clearly.
Li Jinyu said, "What we mean here is that you should post a video explaining what happened between you and Guagua, and try to give everyone an answer. Most of the comments online right now are very negative towards you. They're all blaming you for being a big shot. Add to that the gift-giving photo Guagua leaked, and the online situation has become one-sided. You're in a very unfavorable situation." Chen Feng bit his lip, the anger in his heart burning bit by bit. Li Jinyu patted his shoulder and said, "This is just your first step. Although it has had a certain impact on you, it doesn't mean that there are no benefits at all. At least thanks to this incident, your fame has increased significantly.
However, you can't let this incident keep you famous.
Although black red is also a kind of red, it is not what Chen Feng needs.
With Chen Feng's ability, he can definitely do better. If Chen Feng was accused of being a big shot, everyone would doubt his character. This led to questions about Chen Feng's performance.
It will cause a lot of trouble.
This is something the company doesn't want to see.
What they value is Chen Feng's strength, and they will also help Chen Feng solve some problems." Just as they were about to record the video, Chen Feng suddenly received another call from Su Ching. Because it was Su Ching who called, he declined Li Jinyu and ran aside to answer the phone.
Su Ching asked anxiously, "Chen Feng, where are you now? I have an important discovery to tell you. I've been called to Fengqing Media and Entertainment by Li Jinyu."
"What have you discovered?"
"Have you been called to Wine City Media and Entertainment? They didn't give you any trouble, did they?"
Su Ching was a little worried, and even her voice was filled with shock.
Chen Feng replied, "There's nothing going on at the moment. They just asked me to make a video to clarify the matter.
Don't let this matter continue to ferment, it will affect my fan loss rate."
Su Ching on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief.
"I'm glad I didn't embarrass you.
I just asked for your account and read your private messages.
Many singers sent you private messages, telling you about some of the things Guagua had done to them in the past. I have already contacted them and obtained evidence that proves you are the victim in this incident.
I'm sending this to you now. Please clarify as soon as possible."
You've already lost nearly 100,000 followers.
Fans of acne scars are naturally active, and they are good at gossiping. Once something happens, they will spread it to 10 people and 100 people. It quickly spread among the crowd. This is also what Chen Feng is worried about.
After receiving the evidence sent by Su Ching, Chen Feng quickly found Li Jinyu and showed him the evidence.
When Li Jinyu saw the evidence, she smiled and sighed, "God is really helping me."
I did find out a little bit about Guoguo's affairs, but this doesn't directly prove that there is something wrong with her character.
Once you have this evidence, you can prove it.
First, release this evidence, and then record a video explaining the whole story. The matter will naturally be resolved. Li Jinyu arranged everything properly, then reached out and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. "I am still very optimistic about you, it seems that God is helping you.
I believe you can have a better future. Keep working hard."
Chen Feng also breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Su Ching very much this time. If Su Ching had not collected evidence in time, even if he had taken a video, it would not have caused much trouble. Some people even say that he is trying to stir up trouble and deliberately discredit Guoguo. When he left the company, the first thing he did was to release the evidence in video format. His fans were waiting for his explanation, so as soon as this video was released, the discussion quickly became one-sided. Chen Feng's fans are not pushovers either, and most of them are female fans who can't bear to see Chen Feng being bullied.
They attacked Guoguo personally.
The comments are disgusting. "So you're just trying to ride on my popularity.
Even though you didn't get any attention, you're trying to slander my first time. You're really a hypocrite.
Even in ranked matches, no one is as good at standing up as you.
You really opened my eyes. You smeared someone when you failed and tried to get back at that person. How could there be someone as black-hearted as you in this world?
Although we are both women, I despise your expression." When he saw these discussions, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Return to the Su family.
Su Ching had returned a long time ago. Because there was no one to cook, she and Yu Xiaoning specially packed some food from outside. Seeing Chen Feng coming back, Yu Xiaoning immediately ran towards him. "Chen Feng, you're finally back.
Have you explained the things on the internet?"
Chen Feng looked at her with some surprise. He didn't expect that she would still worry about him.
He said, "It's almost solved. This time it's all thanks to Su Ching." "Thank you." Su Ching was a little confused by Chen Feng's sudden apology and said, "It's nothing. I've heard that Guoguo is not a good person. Now that you have been framed by her, I guess there will be kind people who send you a private message. But you were angry at the time and probably didn't feel like reading. That's why you missed those private messages."
Chen Feng didn't expect Su Ching to be so thoughtful. He said with some shame, "I haven't considered these. I only paid her because she bought me a gift worth thousands of dollars. In addition, her request was just to sing a song with me. So I agreed, but I never expected that after meeting her, she would completely change her attitude. She suggested we work together tonight, but I think we need some time to get used to each other. And she's busy as hell, so why would she waste time here with me?
I have always been a very principled person. I will not easily collaborate with others under inappropriate circumstances, so I refused to sing with her. But I didn't expect things to turn out like this."
Chen Feng was afraid that Su Ching would misunderstand, so he made a special explanation. Su Ching looked at him with some sympathy. "In the future, when you sing with someone, you must first carefully consider the character of the other person.
Otherwise, this is just the beginning, and more things will happen in the future." Chapter 67, One-Sided Discussion.
Chen Feng was educated. "This is my first time in this industry, and I really haven't thought about it so much."
"Thank you, Su Ching. You really helped me a lot this time."
"If you hadn't helped me, I don't know how I would have solved this problem." Yu Xiaoning hugged Su Ching's arm and said with a smile, "Since Sister Chinger helped you solve this matter, shouldn't you go and cook for us now?
You can't really just sit there and watch us eat these things we bought outside, right? These things are not very hygienic, and they don't taste as good as what you make."
Yu Xiaoning seems to have a special liking for the things made by Chen Feng. Because he was in a good mood, Chen Feng didn't bother with her. He turned and went into the kitchen, saying, "These things are really not very hygienic."
"Don't eat them yet. I'll make them right away."
Although it was just a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup, it was already very satisfying for Yu Xiaoning.
Even Su Ching couldn't help it and ate half a bowl of rice more.
Yu Xiaoning seemed to have finally come to her senses and no longer made things difficult for Chen Feng like before. And because of various things, her prejudice against Chen Feng has been lifted. He even had plans to bring Chen Feng and Su Ching together. So after finishing her meal, she took the initiative to go upstairs and no longer pestered Su Ching like before. Chen Feng specially made a dessert for Su Ching as a thank you gift to her. But Chen Feng also knew that this was far from enough.
Su Ching, I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Just consider it my way of thanking you.
Su Ching looked at Chen Feng and smiled. Xiaoning likes the food you cook very much. If you want to thank me, why don't you cook a big meal for us yourself tomorrow?
Ever since we started eating the food you made, we're no longer used to eating outside. Chen Feng jokingly said, You are saving money for me, how thoughtful. I will definitely treat you to a nice meal tomorrow.
I try to finish class early and go to the market to buy some fresh vegetables. Su Ching wanted to say something but hesitated. After holding it in for a long time, she finally decided to remind Chen Feng.
Chen Feng, I shouldn't have been involved in your affairs, but in order to prevent such things from happening again, I hope that you will.
Before she could finish her words, Chen Feng interrupted her. Don't worry, I will never sing with anyone again.
Even if I do, it won't be offline. The reason I met Guogua wasn't because she was pretty.
I met her simply because we were from the same school, so I met her out of a little curiosity. He smiled bitterly. If I had known that things would develop into this situation, I would never have gone to see her no matter what.
Su Ching nodded and went to Yu Xiaoning's room with the dessert.
Yu Xiaoning came over immediately, looked at the dessert in Su Ching's hand, and couldn't help but complain, Chen Feng is so mean.
He only made dessert for you, Sister Chinger, and didn't even include me in the portion. Su Ching handed over the dessert. This is for you. Really?
Yu Xiaoning was a little surprised and hurriedly took the dessert.
Sister Chinger, you are so kind.
She took a bite of the dessert and suddenly seemed to remember something.
She asked Su Ching, Sister Chinger, you care so much about Chen Feng's affairs, don't you want to admit that you like him? Su Ching showed an embarrassed expression.
In fact, it was not that she didn't want to admit it, she was just simply not sure.
After all, I have never been involved in anything related to emotions before. I don't even know what it feels like to like someone.
Although Yu Xiaoning has emphasized to her again and again that all her behaviors can prove that she likes Chen Feng. But she still felt a little awkward.
There is no way to admit this. Let me think about it.
I need some time to calm down. Yu Xiaoning said, Sister Chinger, it's not shameful to like someone. I used to think Chen Feng wasn't worthy of you, but now I've changed my mind about him. Chen Feng has really changed a lot compared to before. I even wondered if he was unhappy with the marriage with you, so he pretended to be like that to annoy you.
But if it's really as I suspected, then Chen Feng's acting is too good, right? His acting skills are simply better than any other star in the entertainment industry.
Yu Xiaoning's words touched Su Ching's heart a little. She seemed to know why she couldn't accept Chen Feng.
Maybe it's because she wants a passionate love. But Chen Feng's confession was so understated, without any form at all.
She felt that this was not what she wanted. If Chen Feng could be more solemn and make a passionate confession, perhaps she would not be able to bear it and would have been with him long ago. At the same time, Chen Feng sent a message to Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima, asking them how to pursue a girl.
Also, Su Ching helped him so much today, how could he express his gratitude appropriately?
Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima's answers were very good, both of them were about sending flowers. It was as if it had been discussed in advance.
Chen Feng said with some embarrassment, people like Su Ching shouldn't like flowers like this, right? And isn't sending flowers good enough? How could sending flowers possibly express his current mood? This is a lifesaver. If it weren't for Su Ching, it would be hard to say what he would be facing now. Following his explanation, the situation on Guogua's side became very passive.
The online comments are almost one-sided.
The fans on Chen Feng's side cursed particularly dirty. She no longer dared to even open the backstage of the acne scars.
I'm afraid that after clicking on it, I'll see comments cursing her. She had been attacked by others before. But it is far from enough compared to what we are experiencing now. She even suspected that she was schizophrenic. So during class the next day, she came to Chen Feng's class and wanted to ask Chen Feng for an explanation. Chen Feng didn't expect Guogua to be so bold as to come to his class and cause trouble. However, Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima are not vegetarians. As soon as he saw Guogua coming, he remembered the grievances Chen Feng had suffered and was determined to help Chen Feng vent his anger.
So they walked towards Guogua and said exaggeratedly, "Oh my, isn't this the internet celebrity Guogua? I didn't expect to meet you in real life. I've heard so much about you."
Most of the people in the class had heard about what happened online, and the name Guogwa sounded particularly familiar to them.
Chapter 68 was affected.
Guogwa didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and thought they were all his fans. He straightened his back immediately.
He bossed Chen Feng around. Chen Feng, you must give me an explanation for what happened online. What gives you the right to ask others to attack me?
Chen Feng walked towards her with a somewhat amused look on his face. Senior Guogwa, I think you may have some misunderstandings about me. First of all, I didn't let others attack you personally, and secondly, you were the one who let others attack me personally first. My fans were just trying to protect me and vent my anger.
You are now just suffering the consequences of your own actions.
Guogwa obviously didn't think she had done anything wrong. Since you have already agreed to cooperate with me, why should you just make do with it?
On the contrary, since you have made do with it, why can't I expose you? With my current popularity, there are so many people who want to sing with me. I'm so busy every day, how can I waste time on you?
Chen Feng found it a little funny and shook his head hopelessly. You are really hopeless.
You don't even know where you are wrong. You want to come to me to seek justice. Do you think it is possible?
Everyone in Chen Feng's class suddenly said in unison, impossible.
Guogwa's expression changed immediately. You guys? Huang Jima grabbed the finger she extended and said, what's wrong with us? Senior Guogwa, if you think we're going too far, you can expose us. We're not big stars anyway, so it doesn't matter to us whether you expose us or not.
Oh, these little hands are really well maintained, so soft and smooth, most people can't compare to them. Huang Jima took the opportunity to touch her a few more times. Guogwa pulled her hand back in anger and wanted to slap him back, but was caught by Lu Wenxiang.
Old Huang, you're right. It really feels good. Do you all want to touch it? Chen Feng cooperated and said, I'll go first. You almost ruined my reputation, so it's normal to ask for some interest, right? Everyone immediately echoed, normal. Guogwa's face looked extremely ugly.
She never thought that she would come to Chen Feng to seek justice, but ended up meeting such a group of perverts.
You bastards! How dare you take advantage of me? I won't let you off easily.
After she said that, she turned around and ran away without even daring to look back.
Chen Feng and the other two smiled at each other.
Lu Wenxiang said, I guess this young lady won't come here to cause us any trouble in the near future.
Thank you all for your help. I'll treat you all to dinner later. Hey, that's not necessary.
Chen Feng is the big star in our class now, so of course we have to protect him.
That's right. We all feel really proud to have a famous classmate. Chen Feng said, I'm just an internet celebrity at best. I'm still a long way from becoming a big star. How can you be sure that I can become one? Whether you can become a big star or not, you are still our classmate, and we will always support you. Next time you start a live show, please give us a shout. Although we don't have the money to give you gifts, we can still support you. It was hard to refuse everyone's kindness, so Chen Feng had to agree temporarily. When the get out of class was over, Chen Feng wanted to go out with Su Ching, but a strange man got there first. When the man passed by Chen Feng, he reached out and pushed him, then walked up to Su Ching holding a big bouquet of roses. He knelt down on the spot. Miss Su Ching, I really like you, please agree to date me. Su Ching didn't expect such a person to suddenly appear, and she felt a little embarrassed for a moment. This man had pursued her before, but at that time she had not yet realized that she liked Chen Feng, so she found a random reason to reject him. Unexpectedly, the other party became even more aggressive and dared to send her flowers in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng stood not far away, looking sideways at the scene, as if waiting for her reaction. Su Ching reached out and pushed the flowers in the man's hand away. I'm sorry, I can't agree to it. After saying that, she walked towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled at her, you are still so likable. No matter where you are, there are people pursuing you. There was clearly a hint of joking in Chen Feng's words. Su Ching said somewhat embarrassedly, there is nothing between him and me. Chen Feng smiled, of course I know there is nothing between you and him. Not everyone who pursues you will like you. Chen Feng, Xiaoning is in the studio. Shall we go check on her? Su Ching was eager to change the subject, so Chen Feng didn't continue and nodded in agreement. When they arrived at the studio, they found that Lu Yuan was also there. Lu Yuan is so absorbed in his painting career that he almost turns a deaf ear to what is happening outside. I have never heard of anything about Chen Feng on the internet. He simply greeted Chen Feng with an attitude of admiration. Hi, Chen Feng, you haven't been here for a long time. Do you have any new works recently? Can you show them to me?
Chen Feng still had a good impression of him and said with a smile, "Sorry, Senior Lu, I've been busy with my studies recently and haven't had time to paint."
Lu Yuan pushed his glasses and said with some regret, "That's a pity.
With your talent, if you paint more often, you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in painting." Chen Feng was unconcerned. Painting is indeed a good profession, but it requires a lot of effort.
I don't think I have that much passion for it. I only paint when I have free time.
Most of my time I am immersed in singing, and the industry I want to develop is also singing.
Lu Yuan didn't think singing was a waste of time.
On the contrary, he thought that Chen Feng was a beautiful painter and must be a good singer as well. He also heard that Chen Feng was quite famous in singing. Although it is a bit regrettable that such a good seedling chose other industries. But he still supports Chen Feng very much.
Hobbies are the best teachers. Do what you want to do.
Painting is a good profession, but if you don't have enough passion for it, you won't be able to give it emotion. Chen Feng and Lu Yuan were chatting animatedly here, while Yu Xiaoning got into an argument with someone over something.
Su Ching tried to stop the fight,
but he was pushed by that person. Su Ching was caught off guard and fell directly to the ground. The paint on the table was tripped and instantly spilled all over Su Ching's body.
Chapter 69. What's the point of beating a woman? Su Ching was covered in all kinds of paint and was dirty all over.
She looked so miserable. She is a girl after all, and she loves beauty. When he saw his miserable appearance, his eyes turned red on the spot.
Chen Feng hurried over there.
Yu Xiaoning was so flustered that she even forgot to help the person up.
I could only cry along with her. Sister Chinger, are you okay?
The person who pushed the other person suddenly panicked. At that time, he only remembered arguing with Yu Xiaoning, and even felt that Su Ching was a bit of a hindrance beside him, so he pushed her in anger.
But I didn't expect things to turn out like this.
The first thing Chen Feng did after he came over was to help Su Ching up. Then the next second he grabbed the collar of the man who pushed him and punched him in the face. This matter became a big deal and everyone gathered around. After all, Chen Feng was not a member of their studio, and the person who was beaten was naturally protected by the people in the studio.
Who are you? How can you hit someone casually?
Chen Feng looked towards the person who was speaking. After seeing Chen Feng's face clearly, the person instantly recognized who he was. Before he could say anything, Chen Feng suddenly asked, "He can push people, so why can't I hit people?" What's more, the person he pushed was a woman. The man was suddenly speechless.
Chen Feng was right that their people pushed someone. Although they want to protect their own shortcomings, they are not in the right. She ran. Is it the school beauty Su you're recommending? Someone in the crowd said cautiously.
Shi Ran had already recognized Su Ching's identity, and his face turned pale and looked very ugly. But the punch he just received also made him feel particularly unhappy. I did push someone, but I was really angry, so I pushed her accidentally. And you came up and punched me in the face without saying a word.
That's really unreasonable. Chen Feng sneered, you push people and you're being reasonable? Can you push a woman accidentally? Shi Ran was about to speak when Yu Xiaoning stamped her feet and said, Shi Ran, don't go too far. How dare you bully Sister Chinger? I'm not done with you. Shi Ran rolled his eyes, I want to see how you'll never let me go.
He turned his gaze to Chen Feng again, I know who you are.
Don't think that just because you have some popularity now, you can hit people at will.
You'd better kneel down and apologize to me today, otherwise this matter will not be let go so easily. Chen Feng said nonchalantly, I want to see how you can let me go. You pushed people first, and you still want me to apologize to you.
You're dreaming.
Chen Feng showed no mercy and was even aggressive. Shi Ran knew that he was no match for Chen Feng, but he couldn't swallow this. So when Chen Feng wasn't paying attention, he rushed towards Chen Feng, wanting to return the punch and vent his anger. As a result, the moment he approached Chen Feng reacted and reached out to grab his hand. This scene happened so suddenly that Shi Ran didn't even have time to figure out what was happening before Chen Feng grabbed his hand, turned him around, and pinned him to the ground.
When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned.
I didn't expect that Chen Feng actually had this strength. He easily pinned Shi Ran, a big man weighing nearly 180 pounds, to the ground.
How much strength does it take to do this?
Su Ching was afraid that Chen Feng would make the matter too big and difficult to resolve, and Yu Xiaoning would still have to paint here in the future. He pulled Chen Feng's trouser leg and said, Chen Feng, I'm fine.
Let's go.
At this time, Lu Yuan also stood up and said, "She ran, a gentleman should do what he should do and not do what he should not do.
No one should pay for your impulsiveness.
Since you were the first to act, it is only natural that you should apologize first." He was just saying this from the bottom line of fairness and justice. But Chi Ran scoffed at him, "Hypocrite. You've learned the hard way how to act pretentiously."
Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses and didn't seem angry.
Having spent nearly 2 months in the same studio with Chi Ran, he knew the other person's personality very well. Naturally, I wouldn't get angry for such a person.
Chi Ran, I'm doing this for your own good.
After he said this, he didn't plan to continue. However, Chi Ran was born into a noble family and had never encountered such a scene. He gritted his teeth and wished he could tear Chen Feng into pieces.
Finally moved his family out. Don't be so complacent. When we get back, I'll tell my dad about you. I wonder how long you can be so arrogant. Don't even think about staying in the singing industry anymore.
After hearing this, Chen Feng slapped him on the head again. "Okay, then I'll wait. I want to see how powerful your father is and how he can make me unable to survive in this industry."
I'm so scared when you say that. I'm waiting for your good news.
After Chen Feng finished speaking, he seemed to feel a little unwilling and slapped him on the back of the head again. Faced with such a great humiliation, Chi Ran was unable to even resist. He had just been pushed to the ground by Chen Feng, and now he felt that both of his arms were about to break.
He simply didn't listen to his truth.
He took out his phone with trembling hands and called his father. After Chen Feng and Su Ching left the studio, Yu Xiaoning followed them and kept asking about Su Ching's situation. Su Ching stopped, looked back at her and said, "Sorry, Xiaoning, I've caused you trouble." Because Su Ching was covered in paint, many people turned around to look at her after she left the studio. Chen Feng took off his coat and put it on her.
Su Ching smiled bitterly, "I'm sorry to trouble you too. I won't go to class this afternoon. I have to go back and take a shower."
She didn't really care about what others thought, but she felt a little upset when she thought about how difficult it would be to deal with these things on her body.
"Let me take you back." Yu Xiaoning immediately said, "I'm going back. Sister Chinger, let me help you wash."
Su Ching had no way to refuse their kindness and could only agree. On the way, Yu Xiaoning and Chen Feng said, "That man's name is Chi Ran. He has a few pennies on the dollar and was parachuted into our school's art studio. His status was almost the same as Senior Lu's right away, and many people are dissatisfied with him because of this incident.
But because his family is relatively wealthy, he still has a bunch of sycophants following him around.
The one who helped him out just now was one of his sycophants."
Chapter 70. If you are not convinced, you can donate a building.
Su Ching lowered her head and didn't say anything, and no one knew what she was thinking. Hearing this, he suddenly looked up at Chen Feng and asked worriedly, "Chen Feng, will he cause trouble for you in the future? A playboy like this is the most difficult to deal with. If he really sets his sights on Chen Feng, things will become tricky." Chen Feng said nonchalantly, "If the enemy comes, we will stop him with our generals.
If the water comes, we will block it with earth.
If he really dares to cause trouble for me, I will not let him go so easily." Although he spoke with confidence, Su Ching was still a little worried. After all, he is powerful and influential, while Chen Feng is alone and has no parents to rely on.
With such an absolute gap, Chen Feng could never be Chi Ran's opponent.
After she returned home, she thought about it for a long time, and took the opportunity of taking a shower to call her parents and tell them about it. Su's father and mother both care about Chen Feng very much. When they learn that Chen Feng has made enemies in order to protect Su Ching, they are a little anxious.
I quickly bought a plane ticket for the next day and rushed back.
Chen Feng had just finished class when he received a call from Su's father and mother, saying that they wanted to treat him to a meal to thank him for helping them take good care of Su Ching.
Chen Feng was a little surprised that they came back in such a short time.
"I clearly said before that I would stay abroad for a while." After meeting, facing the worries of Su's father and mother, Chen Feng roughly guessed why they suddenly came back.
"Uncle and aunt, did Su Ching call you and tell you about this?" Su's father and mother's expressions immediately turned serious. The former said, "Xiaofeng, do you still want to hide such an important thing from us? Xingqing did the right thing.
That Chi Ran dared to ask his parents for help.
You can do the same. We are here to help you settle this matter. Thank you for protecting Xingqing."
Chen Feng smiled faintly. "These are what I should do, but I didn't expect that it would cause trouble for my uncle and aunt. If I had known this would happen, I would have restrained myself and not made my uncle and aunt make such a special trip." Su's mother gave the gift she bought to Chen Feng, which was an expensive Swiss watch. Chen Feng had never seen such a style before. It was obviously a custom-made one and was very valuable.
Uncle and aunt, I can't accept this.
Realizing that the watch might be worth a lot of money, Chen Feng pushed the gift back again. Mother Su smiled and said, Xiaofeng, this is what Auntie bought for you when she just went on vacation.
It's not because you protected Ching that we specially gave you a gift. This should be considered as a souvenir we brought back for you from our trip. You are not the only one who has it, so you don't have to be polite. Please accept it. Father Su also chimed in, it's not a valuable item. Uncle is old, and this watch is no longer suitable for him. Just accept it and don't let your aunt down.
Since both of them had said so, Chen Feng couldn't refuse the kindness and had to take the watch.
Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. Xiaofeng, Uncle wants to ask you, are you and Ching getting along well now?
There was a gossipy glint in Su's father's eyes.
Su's mother was even more direct, how far have you and Ching progressed? Chen Feng was a little embarrassed, and more at a loss, Uncle and Aunt, and...
Mother Su suddenly reached out to stop him, Xiaofeng, you don't have to tell us.
Uncle and Auntie won't interfere with the relationship between you two. As long as you and Ching are fine, we will be relieved. Let's go to your school this afternoon and talk to the principal about your situation. Once we've resolved this matter, we still have to continue our overseas trip.
Mother Su winked at Father Su, and the two hit it off immediately. Without even giving Chen Feng a chance to speak, they finalized everything. Chen Feng was not very confident about Su's father and mother, so he simply skipped class and went to the principal's office together. When they arrived here, they found that Chi Ran's parents had arrived earlier than them.
Sitting on the leather sofa was a wealthy couple, dressed in designer clothes.
The man looked imposing without even looking angry, and the woman was graceful and elegant. You can tell at first glance that he's the type that's not easy to mess with. Chi Ran was sitting next to the two of them. When he saw Chen Feng coming, he glanced at him with contempt, not taking him seriously at all. The principal was sitting opposite Chi Ran's parents, listening to their account of what had happened.
I already understand what happened. Chi Ran did this unintentionally. I believe Su Ching won't mind. But Chen Feng, you assaulted a classmate, which is extremely bad. Our school must punish you.
The principal knew that Chen Feng's parents were just ordinary farmers, and Chi Ran's parents had just said that they wanted to donate a building to the school. Naturally, he would no longer care about the truth, as long as the matter was resolved. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the principal, then turned his head away with a sneer. I didn't expect that the principal, who was supposed to teach and educate students, would be so easily bribed by others and even distort the truth in front of so many people.
It really shows shamelessness to the fullest. Su's father and mother did not expect that a principal who teaches and educates students could be so shameless. Principal, we are Su Ching's parents. We are here to resolve Chen Feng's issue. The principal then looked them over and said, Student Chen Feng's assault is extremely serious. As I've already said, our school will soon be disciplining him. How bad is it? Just because they donated a building and we didn't, does that mean my behavior is bad?
Chen Feng had used mind reading to see the principal's thoughts and learned the truth of the matter. After hearing this, Su's parents' expressions changed immediately. Principal, your mission is to teach and educate people, not to curry favor with the rich and powerful. The principal looked at them with contempt in his eyes.
Chen Feng used his mind reading to see what he was saying in his heart. It's nice to say, but why don't you donate a building to me? If you hadn't donated a building to me, I wouldn't have protected them like this.
After seeing what he was thinking, Chen Feng was furious and clenched his hands into fists.
The principal who is supposed to teach and educate students is so greedy for money. It is really not worthy of being presented in a formal setting.
However, Chi Ran's parents said proudly at this time, we can compete fairly in this regard.
If you are not convinced, you can also donate a building.
The other party's tone was neither hurried nor slow, but it was filled with innate arrogance.
Chi Ran straightened his back and said with a smile, if you don't have the ability, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Chen Feng, I warned you long ago that I won't let you off easily for hitting me. Chapter 71 Invitation Letter from Top School. Chi Ran's mother said, your name is Chen Feng, right?
I won't let you pay for my son's medical expenses, but I'm afraid you won't be able to continue studying.
Su's father and mother's faces were gloomy.
The former straightened his clothes and said calmly, if donating a building can gain the right to speak in front of the principal, then I think our Su family doesn't lack this little money. Chi Ran and his parents were extremely disdainful of this, as if they simply didn't believe that they could donate a building.
Anyone can talk big, but the real skill is showing up with money.
Chi Ran's father handed a card to the principal and said, "Principal, this is the promise of our Chi family." The principal hurriedly took the card with a smile, then looked at Su's father and mother with contempt. "If you two want to donate, please do it as soon as possible." Father Su threw a card over and said, "There's 5 million on this card. This is just our deposit. The rest of the money will be deposited in due course." At this juncture, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detect the host's current situation and make a choice to get rewards. Option 1, apologize to Chi Ran.
Obtain 1 good person experience card. Option 2, get your bank card back and leave in a high-profile manner. Receive an invitation letter from a top music school and a bank card worth 5 million.
Before the system said the second option, Chen Feng had already coded the first option.
If he were to apologize to Chi Ran, wouldn't he have to face even more insults from him? So there is absolutely no way he would choose this option. No matter what punishment he will face next, he will not hesitate. Unexpectedly, the second option was so suitable for him. He chose the second option without any hesitation. He reached out and took the card, smilingly saying to Su's father and mother, uncle, and aunt, "Making money is not easy, there's no need to give it to such a shabby school. It doesn't matter if you don't study here." Xiao Feng. Su's father and mother thought that Chen Feng was acting on impulse, and they were both a little worried. Chen Feng stood up and said nonchalantly, "This isn't a good university anyway, so what does it matter whether I go in or not? Let's go, uncle and aunt."
"I forgot to tell you before, Li Jinyu has already arranged a place for me in a top music school, so I don't even need to drop out now."
Chi Ran thought Chen Feng was bragging. "A top music school, do you think you can get in with your status?"
Chen Feng sneered and said, "Whether I can get in or not, it has nothing to do with you." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he took the card and left the office. Su's father and mother didn't know whether what Chen Feng said was true or not, so they had to follow him. On the way, I kept asking about the authenticity of this matter. Chen Feng assured them, "Don't worry, uncle and aunt, I won't say anything I'm not sure of.
I've already signed a contract with Ching Media and Entertainment Company, and they want to promote me.
Arranging me to a new school is just to give me a better future development.
Why does the company make more money? This is not a trap. You two don't have to worry." Ching Media and Entertainment Company. As Su's father heard about it, "Xiaofeng, when did this happen?" Chen Feng said, "It's been a while.
Maybe because you two were on vacation, you didn't pay attention to the news, so you didn't know that I had signed a contract with Ching Media and Entertainment. I didn't intend to make this matter known to everyone, but the principal of this school is definitely unpopular for acting this way, and I don't want to stay here anymore. I just feel a little reluctant to leave those two bastards Lu Wenxiang. After all, they have been together for so many days, and they usually act together when there is something going on. Ever since he moved to the Su family, he had never had any contact with the two of them. Sometimes when they have nothing to do at night, the three of them will chat together on the microphone. Since we are not in the same school anymore, I am afraid it will become difficult to even meet each other. The reward from the system has arrived, and as long as he returns to the Su family, he will be able to get the invitation letter from the school. As for the villa that the system had promised before, the keys and property certificates had already arrived. It's just because he had to stay in the Su family to take care of Su Ching, so he never had the chance to visit. Anyway, he has dropped out of school and will be going to a new school soon, so it's time to bring his parents over." Su's father and mother called Su Ching to find out about this matter. When they learned that Chen Feng was highly valued by Li Jinyu, they no longer suspected anything. Although they hope that Chen Feng and Su Ching can be together, it does not mean that they do not want Chen Feng to have a better development. If Chen Feng can make a name for himself in the entertainment industry with his own strength, this is also what they hope for. They also followed Su Ching's instructions, found Chen Feng's number on the acne scar, and listened to the songs Chen Feng sang. When Su Ching learned that Chen Feng was expelled from school, she asked for leave and rushed back to the Su family. Chen Feng was looking at the invitation letter when he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening outside and realized that Su Ching might have returned early. "Chen Feng, my parents said you dropped out of school? Why?" Chen Feng handed over the invitation letter in his hand and used Li Jinyu as a shield. "Li Jinyu arranged a new school for me, and now the invitation letter has arrived. I thought he was just talking before. I didn't expect him to be so serious. The principal of this crappy school is trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. I've disliked him for a long time. I might as well take this opportunity to leave and go to a new school." Although his words sounded a bit willful, after Su Ching saw the invitation letter, she also approved of Chen Feng's approach.
Qidian International Music School is a top music school.
Most of the people who graduated from this school have found a place in the entertainment industry. Moreover, the requirements of this school are very strict, and you must pass multiple levels of assessments if you want to get in.
And you have to have someone at home and be willing to pay, only then will you be allowed in.
Now that Li Jinyu has given Chen Feng this opportunity, it seems that she values him very much. If Chen Feng didn't go, he would be stupid. Su Ching breathed a sigh of relief. Since Li Jinyu can even get an invitation letter from Qidian International Music School, Chen Feng, how are you going to tell your uncle and aunt about your transfer?
Chen Feng said, they don't understand which school I am currently teaching. If they knew that I have made a better development, they would definitely be happy for me. Chapter 72, I'll take you to enjoy happiness.
Su Ching thought about the honest look of Chen's father and mother, and knew that what Chen Feng said was true. As long as Chen Feng said it, they would choose to believe it unconditionally. So even if Chen Feng changed schools, they would not have any suspicion.
Su Ching, you are also very talented in singing. How about I discuss it with Qidian International Music School? Can you come with me? Otherwise, I'm really worried about leaving you here alone. What if Qi Ran causes trouble for you? Su Ching didn't want to cause any trouble to Chen Feng. She also thought that the possibility of discussing this with Qidian International School was not very high. Qi Ran won't do anything to me, and I will protect myself, so don't worry. This was a disguised rejection, but Chen Feng did not give up. He added the contact information on the invitation letter and talked about the matter with the other party. Perhaps because of the system, the other party agreed readily. And they agreed on the time for Chen Feng to enter the school. Chen Feng told Su Ching the good news. Su Ching found it a little unbelievable, they actually agreed? Qidian International Music School, the dream school for so many people? Now she was actually qualified to enroll. The surprise came so suddenly that she couldn't react for a while. Chen Feng showed Su Ching the chat records with Qidian International Music School. Only after reading the chat records did the other party believe this huge surprise. For her, this was like pie in the sky. After all, she had never dared to think about such a thing before. When Yu Xiaoning came back from get out of class and learned the news, the expression on her face was extremely complicated. Both Chen Feng and Su Ching can go to Qidian International Music School, but she can't. She already had some grudges with Qi Ran, and now that Chen Feng and Su Ching were gone, she suddenly felt empty and uncomfortable in her heart. Sister Chinger, you two are leaving. Will I be the only one left in school from now on? She spoke sourly and was obviously very sad. Su Ching held her hand. Xiaoning, I can't bear to leave you, but after all, opportunities are rare. If you don't go, you will miss this village and you will miss this store. Yu Xiaoning bit her lip and said with forced composure, I understand, Sister Chinger. You deserve a better development. Qidian International Music School is the dream school for many people. If you don't go, this opportunity will be wasted. Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. I just think that after you transfer to another school, we won't be able to see each other as often as we do now. Sister Chinger, I will miss you. Yu Xiaoning spoke with tears in her eyes, but in fact, only she herself knew how helpless and desperate she felt. She doesn't have many friends in school, and Su Ching is one of them, the only one. If even Su Ching left, wouldn't she be alone in the future? Alone now? Xiaoning, I can't bear to leave you either. Don't worry, I will keep in touch with you after I go to the new school. I will never forget you, my best friend. Yu Xiaoning nodded vigorously and hugged Su Ching's neck tightly. Use this method to express your helplessness. Chen Feng took the last bus back home. When he walked home, everyone in the village was asleep. Only the puppy smelled his scent and gave him a warm greeting. Most of the people in the village were already asleep. After hearing the barking of dogs, occasionally two families turned on the lights and came out to check what was going on. Seeing that it was Chen Feng who came back, some greeted him, while others closed the door on the spot as if he was some kind of plague god. By the time he walked home in the dark, there was no sound of any human activity in the surrounding area. Only the occasional sound of cicadas can be heard, clamoring in the loneliness of the night. He walked over and knocked on the door, and immediately Chen's mother's voice came from the room. Who is it? Mom, it's me, I'm back. For some reason, Chen Feng suddenly felt a little sour in his nose at this moment. I've only been back to school for a few days, but I already miss home so much. When Chen's mother heard Chen Feng's voice, she almost ran over to open the door.
She was not in good health and had a piece of clothing draped over her shoulders. The moment she saw Chen Feng, a kind smile immediately appeared on her face. But then he asked with some concern, "Xiaofeng, why did you come back at this time? Did something happen to you? Were you bullied at school?" Chen Feng shook his head and walked past Chen's mother into the house. Chen's father was also awakened by the noise. When he came out to see, he found that it was Chen Feng who came back. He was also very surprised. "Son, why did you come back in the middle of the night?" Chen Feng had never come back in the middle of the night before, so both of them thought that something had happened to Chen Feng. "That's why I ran back home in the middle of the night to seek comfort from my family." They cared about Chen Feng very much, but they couldn't help him at all when he was in school. "But this doesn't mean that I don't worry about him." Chen Jiangwo said, "Son, tell Dad what happened at school." Chen Feng forced a smile, knowing that coming back in the middle of the night would definitely cause them to worry. But after he told Su Ching that she was also admitted to Chidian International School, he couldn't wait to rush to the villa mentioned by the system. While looking at the villa, he thought of Chen's father and mother and was eager to see them. That's why he caught the last bus and came back in a hurry. "Dad, Mom, nothing happened to me. I'm fine. Didn't I tell you before? I've signed a contract with Wind City Media and Entertainment. Here's what happened. Li Jinyu, who signed a contract with me, arranged a new school for me called Chidian International Music School, where I can have a better development. But it's a bit far from here. I'm not sure if you two will stay in the countryside any longer, so I'm going to take you to live in the city. That way, when I miss you, I can always come back. I've already bought you a house in the city. You can go there and enjoy your life there now. I'll give you your living expenses every month. After I take you over, I'll be more motivated to earn money to support you. You don't have to worry about money, and you don't have to worry about my studies. I'm doing fine." Chen's parents glanced at each other, and Chen Jiangwo hesitated and said, "Did someone arrange a new school for you?" Chapter 73, Cultural People Make Money. Chen Feng nodded and said without hesitation, "Yes, everyone who graduated from that school is a dragon and phoenix among men. It is my honor to be able to enter that school. I just couldn't wait to come back and tell you this good news. It's not as bad as you think. Your son is doing well in school. How could he be bullied? I'm the only one who can't go to this crappy school, but no one else has ever bullied me, so don't worry about it. Go to bed early. Tomorrow I'll take you to the city to see the house I bought for you." When Chen Feng said this, Chen Jiangwo immediately burst into tears. "Son, your mother and I don't ask you to be successful in your life, we just hope that you can live a carefree and good life." Chen Feng also knew that Chen Jiangwo never expected anything in return for his kindness, so he held his calloused hand and said, "Dad, I know you've been good to me, but your son has grown up now, and you're old too. It's time for me to fulfill my obligation to support you." At this time, Chen's mother suddenly said, "Xiaofeng, as long as we know that you are doing well, we will not cause you any trouble. As long as you study well, your father and I will be relieved. We are old and have lived in this place all our lives. It's not easy to get used to going to a strange place all of a sudden." Although she said this, she still had a hint of anticipation for that strange place. But they didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't give them a chance to refuse. "Dad, Mom, didn't we agree that when I make money, I will be the one to honor you? Now your son is already wealthy and can afford to buy a house, but you don't want to go to the city with me. Isn't this a waste of my kindness to you? How disappointed I should be." The last sentence was a powerful weapon to defeat Chen's father and mother. The two of them really compromised. "Xiaofeng, Mom and Dad just don't want to cause you any trouble." "Okay, Mom and Dad, don't I know you? I'm not afraid of you causing me trouble at all. I'm just afraid that you'll be bullied by others if you stay here. After we go to the city, no one will know each other. I will go home every day from now on, and I can take better care of you." Chen Feng had already said this much, and Chen's father and mother did not dare to disobey him, so they agreed. The next day, Chen Feng brought his father and mother to the city. The villa provided by the system is only half an hour away from Chidian International Music School. But it's south several hours' drive from the old house where Chen's parents lived. It is inconvenient to go back normally, which is one of the reasons why Chen Feng insisted on bringing them here. Chen's parents originally thought that the house Chen Feng bought in the city would at most be a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. But I never expected that this was actually a villa of several hundred meters. It looks like it covers an area of at least 500 meters, and has 3 floors.
Mother Chen grabbed Chen Feng's arm with trembling hands. Xiaofeng, are we in the right place?
She had never seen such a house in her life, let alone lived in it. With their status, it's beyond their reach to work as a cleaner in such a house.
Dad, Mom, we're not wrong. This is the house I bought. Chen Jiangwo also grabbed Chen Feng with trembling hands. Xiaofeng, tell me honestly, have you done anything illegal? Chen Feng was amused by Chen Jiangwo's words. Dad, didn't I already tell you what I'm doing? And it's not only by doing illegal things that you can make so much money in a short period of time, right? Chen Jiangwo said firmly, besides doing illegal things, what else can you do to make so much money?
Xiaofeng, our family is very poor, but you must never do anything illegal or criminal. Your mother and I only have you as our child.
We don't ask for your future success or how much money you can make now. We just hope you'll be well and take a legitimate path. Even if the money you earn is only enough to make ends meet, your mother and I will be satisfied.
Chen's mother chimed in. Xiaofeng, your dad is right. If this house has an unknown origin, then you should return it to the owner as soon as possible. Even if your dad and I are homeless, we will never let you do that kind of thing. The two of them argued back and forth, and directly labeled Chen Feng as a person who had committed a crime.
He said with a bit of amusement, Dad, Mom, you're thinking too much, aren't you? Don't you understand what kind of person your son is? How could I have the guts to do something like that?
I truly bought this house with my own hard work.
If you don't believe me, I can show you the balance on my card.
The 5 million card given by the system had already been credited to his account, and he was not afraid of being found out by Chen's parents. When they saw that there was still 5 million in Chen Feng's card, Chen Jiangwo was shocked. They had never seen so much money in their lives, and they couldn't even count the number at the end.
Did you really earn this money? Chen Jiangwo couldn't help but have some doubts.
After all, in his opinion, making money is not an easy thing. There is no other way to make so much money in a short period of time except to do some shady things. Chen Feng also knew that they had no knowledge, so he comforted them and said, Okay, Mom and Dad, don't worry about me. This money was truly earned by my own hard work.
I am now an educated man, and as an educated man, it is certainly easier for me to make money than for you.
After Chen Feng said this, Chen's father and mother immediately felt that it made sense and stopped worrying about it.
He followed Chen Feng into the villa with a look of shock on his face, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. The expression on his face was extremely exaggerated.
Mother Chen touched the door even more cautiously, as if touching it any longer would be a sin, and quickly withdrew her hand.
Xiaofeng, how much did you pay for this house? It must be expensive, right? Chen Feng said casually, It's not much. Your son is not short of money now. This amount of money is nothing to me. I will go and get some money for you later so that you can use it normally. You won't have to worry about money anymore. You can spend it however you want. Your son will earn it anyway.
From now on, your daily tasks will be to go shopping, play cards, or square dance. In short, you don't need to do any work. I will also hire a nanny to come and clean the house.
Chapter 74 Untying the Knot. Hire a nanny?
No, we are from the countryside.
How can we hire a nanny to take care of us? I'm more like a nanny.
Mother Chen teased herself, but Chen Feng didn't find it funny. Instead, he felt a little sad. Okay, Dad, Mom, just listen to my arrangements. This house is so big, I brought you here to enjoy life, not to suffer.
If you were to clean the house, you would be exhausted just by cleaning the rooms every day. What's the point of coming here? If you have time, go out for a walk more often.
After explaining everything to Chen's parents, he called Su Ching. Ask the other party how they are preparing. Su Ching said, I just called the moving company, and they have already loaded my things and yours into the car. Chen Feng sent the location of the villa. I bought a villa here.
If you don't mind, you can live here temporarily. Are uncle and aunt here too?
Yes, this place is a bit far from the village where my parents live. Plus, my dad was injured before, so I was worried about them living there, so I brought them here.
Su Ching agreed, okay.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng had already found a nanny through the nanny company. There were 5 nannies in total, enough to clean the house. Mr. and Mrs. Chen felt very uncomfortable throughout the whole process and were not used to having so many strangers in the house. Even when the nannies asked them some questions, they would subconsciously nod and bow to each other. It was already afternoon when Su Ching arrived here, and she barely made it in time for dinner. The dinner was prepared by the nanny, but Chen Feng felt that the taste was not very good, so he planned to hire a chef for his parents to specifically take care of their nutritional needs.
Chen Feng, is this the house you bought?
The house was so big that even Su Ching was a little surprised.
Although the Su family is rich, they don't currently live in such a big villa.
After Chen Feng signed the contract with Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company, it seemed that he never lacked money again.
This time I bought such a big villa. It really makes people curious about how much money Chen Feng has.
Chen Feng said nonchalantly, this house doesn't cost much. It was arranged by Li Jinyu specifically for us to live in.
I just gave a little money as a token of my appreciation.
When Su Ching heard that it was Li Jinyu who helped arrange it, she no longer had any suspicions. In particular, Chen Feng told her at the end that they were only living here temporarily and would buy the place completely when they had enough money.
The next day, they went to school to register. The person who received them turned out to be an international superstar.
A few years ago, Mary's reputation in the music industry was well known to everyone. But in recent years, I gradually lost contact with each other.
Unexpectedly, he actually hid here at Chidian Music International School and became a teacher.
Su Ching said with admiration, Mary, I have heard many of your songs before and have always admired you.
I never thought that one day I could become your student. I am truly honored.
Mary smiled brightly, that's all in the past.
Now I'm just a teacher, I only know how to teach and educate.
Ms. Mary, you sing so beautifully, why did you suddenly stop singing?
Chen Feng couldn't help but ask the question in his mind.
Mary just smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, you don't need a reason when you don't want to do something. Although this sentence is correct, Chen Feng feels that he is avoiding his question. It was not until after one class that they learned from their classmates the truth that Mary no longer sang. Mary had previously been injured in the throat after someone drugged her with drugs after she mistakenly drank a glass of water. It took a long time to recover, and although I have almost recovered now, I can no longer sing high notes.
So he gave up singing and switched to become a teacher at Chidian International Music School.
Most of the students here know the reason why Mary retired from the music industry and they all feel sorry for her. Mary seemed to see through this matter and did not lose her talent because of it. Although he no longer sings, he has taught many outstanding students and written many excellent songs. Mary felt particularly satisfied every time his outstanding students sang the songs he wrote.
The regret of not being able to sing in person was gradually made up. Chen Feng sighed, I see. I even foolishly asked teacher Mary why she stopped singing.
He smiled shamefacedly. The boy who explained Mary's story to them said, ignorance is not a crime.
Besides, teacher Mary is not a petty person. She won't bother with you.
Having said that, Chen Feng still felt that he should apologize to Mary. For someone who was once an international superstar, he can understand how painful it is to be unable to sing now. As a singing internet celebrity himself, he can understand. When someone asks you in person why you can't sing anymore, it's inevitable that there will be some ripples in your heart. So Chen Feng decided to go and apologize to him and brought a music box as a gift. When the music box plays, the two people hugging each other tightly on it will dance. The man above is Mary, and Chen Feng doesn't know the woman. When Mary received the gift, sadness appeared in her eyes and she reached out to touch the woman on the music box.
Where did you find this?
It's in a small shop that must have been open for a long time.
I happened to see it and bought it.
That's thoughtful. Mary said this, but her eyes never left the woman.
Chen Feng felt that he might have gotten into trouble again.
This woman must be very important to Mary.
And if he guessed correctly, the woman above might no longer be alive. Sure enough, the next second Mary spoke up and said, do you know who this woman is? Chen Feng shook his head honestly, I thought he was just an ordinary dance partner.
Mary gave a wry smile. A long time ago, she might have been just an ordinary dance partner, but later on, we developed feelings for each other, and the role she played in my life was no longer just that of an ordinary dance partner. But then, she left. Walking in the year when I loved her the most, the day before we were going to make it official. She came and went in a hurry, but she left a memory in my heart that I can't let go of. I thought everyone in the world had forgotten her, and I thought I had forgotten her too.
I didn't expect your gift to remind me of that old friend again.
Chapter 75, invited by an international superstar to share the stage.
Chen Feng was extremely embarrassed.
He never thought that a casual gift he gave would bring back bad memories for someone else.
His luck seems to be a bit bad lately. First I offended Chiran, and now I've finally changed schools. I won't offend Mary again, will I? The only thing to be thankful for is that Mary didn't seem to be angry with him.
She was just immersed in her memories and didn't want to come out of them. It wasn't until a long time later, when Chen Feng was already feeling sleepy, that Mary ordered him to leave. You should go back first.
You still have classes in the afternoon. I want to be alone.
Chen Feng opened his mouth, but when he saw the expression on Mary's face, he finally swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you attend the afternoon class or not, because the teacher of that afternoon class is Mary. But because he had just been there for a short time, he didn't want to leave a bad impression on his classmates, so he came anyway. However, when he arrived at the classroom, he found that Mary had arrived earlier than all of them. Mary smiled at him and said, "Class is about to start.
Being late is a bad behavior. You must correct it in the future."
Chen Feng responded obediently and sat next to Su Ching. Teacher Mary seems a little unhappy today. When Chen Feng heard Su Ching say this, he twitched his lips in embarrassment.
He couldn't say that Mary was unhappy because of him, right? He didn't know how many people he would offend in an instant.
So he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Mary is very humorous when teaching, and every word she says is deeply engraved in the students' memories. He always brings surprises to his students. He can make an ordinary syllable sound particularly interesting and vivid. Chen Feng understood it easily and had no anxiety at all about transferring to another school. After the class was over, Mary suddenly stood on the podium and said,
"Today I want to announce something to everyone. You all know why I left the stage and came to this place to become a teacher.
Actually, besides my throat being injured, there was another most important reason, which was that I was avoiding something.
But now I've moved on from that incident.
Before that, I want to thank a classmate, Chen Feng.
Please come up for a moment."
Chen Feng walked obediently to his side. Mary said with a smile, "I am grateful to this classmate for giving me new life.
One thing I want to announce today is that I am ready to return to the stage.
I know there are so many new people on the stage now, and I'm older now, so naturally I can't be as charming as those newcomers, but I think as long as I stand there, I'm truly valuable.
Chen Feng, I will announce my return to the stage tomorrow and hold a concert.
I hope you will appear at my concert and sing a song with me."
Chen Feng widened his eyes in surprise. Mary is an international superstar.
Although she has retired for many years, her popularity has not diminished at all, and she is even missed by more and more people. If he announces his return to the stage, it will definitely cause a big stir in the music industry.
And he actually invited him to sing a song together? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
So when Mary asked Chen Feng if he was willing, he didn't hesitate at all and agreed directly.
"I do. Thank you, Teacher Mary."
Mary held his hand and said, "You should thank me, teacher, for letting me mind that incident. Otherwise, I would live in the memory forever and blame myself forever. I don't dare to return to the stage I love and be the me she loves the most." Although no one knew what had happened, they still had a vague idea of what was going on through Mary's tearful words. When the get-out of class was over, Mary had just left when a group of people gathered around Chen Feng, gossiping and asking him what he had done to Mary. Originally, Chen Feng had just arrived not long ago, and there was a certain gap between him and them. But after this incident, he and Su Ching became familiar with their classmates in a short period of time. And it has reached the point where they are arm in arm. We also agreed to attend Teacher Mary's concert together.
This concert will be highly anticipated by everyone.
After returning to the villa, Chen's father and mother were sitting on the sofa eating melon seeds. After a few days of getting used to it here, they are much better than when they first arrived.
It's no longer as cramped as it was at the beginning. He also smiled and greeted Chen Feng. "Xiaofeng, are you hungry? There is chicken soup in the kitchen. It was left by the chef. You can have some."
Chen Feng refused. "I'm not very hungry now, so I won't eat for now. I have to go upstairs to take care of something."
"Mom and Dad, you guys can continue watching TV." He went upstairs and opened the acne scar account.
"I haven't updated any videos for several days, and there are fans urging me to update in the comments of almost every video." But what he didn't expect was that the fact that he was expelled from school actually became a hot topic on acne scars. This must have been done by Chi Ran. He and Su Ching have been busy with classes these days and have not paid any attention to what is happening on the internet. Only then did he realize that Lu Wenxiang and Huang Zhima had already told him about this matter. It was just because he was too busy at the time that he didn't reply to their messages at all.
He just ignored it.
This also caused this matter to remain on the hot search list for acne scars for 3 days without being removed.
And this matter is getting more and more serious.
With his reputation as the most handsome man, his name soon became known to everyone.
Chen Feng was speechless.
I took a photo of the invitation letter from Chidian International Music School and sent it out as a video. As for the title, he gave it, disappointed some people. Just a few simple words, but they have already had the effect of implying something. It probably won't take long, given the efficiency of netizens, to dig out Chi Ran. This also includes the fact that he pushed Su Ching and the fact that he donated a building to the school, which will also be exposed.
If the fans are not supportive enough, it doesn't matter.
With his current hacking skills, he can provide some convenient channels for the fans. He had already told Li Jinyu about his change of school, and also made it clear to her that he was a bit busy at the moment and might not have time to contact her. So even though the matter on Weibo had fermented to a certain extent, Li Jinyu did not come to disturb him. Chen Feng sent a message to Li Jinyu, specifically mentioning that Mary was going to make a comeback and invited him to perform on the same stage.
Chapter 76 God's Gift. Li Jinyu called soon. Mary? Is that the Mary from a few years ago? Why did she suddenly quit the music scene?
Chen Feng replied, Mary was poisoned a few years ago, which damaged her voice. She had no choice but to quit the music industry.
Coupled with some psychological issues, she became an ordinary teacher at Chidian International Music School.
He invited me to be on the same stage with him because I helped him resolve his emotional issues, and he wanted to give me a hand.
Li Jinyu's smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Feng, do you remember what I told you? You are blessed by God.
Not only was you recruited as a special student by Chidian International Music School, but you also have an international superstar like Mary as your teacher, and now you've been invited to sing on the same stage with an international superstar.
You definitely have a bright future ahead of you.
Chen Feng had known him for a long time, so he naturally had no reservations when speaking.
Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel that I'm quite lucky. Do you think I've been lucky lately? How come all these things have happened to me? Li Jinyu laughed. Others can't even step on your shitty luck, so cherish it. Since you are busy with your studies, I won't bother you recently.
Chen Feng thought about what happened with the acne scars and couldn't help but complain, you can leave me alone, but it's still necessary to tell me about things like acne scars. After all, I don't have time to take care of acne scars recently. Li Jinyu said, this matter is unlikely to have a big impact on you, so I didn't take it seriously. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng opened the acne scar again, wanting to see how the video he posted was going. As a result, in just a few minutes, there were tens of thousands of likes and tens of thousands of comments.
The number of reposts is also shockingly high. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This generation of fans is simply too awesome.
If things continue like this matter can be resolved tomorrow. He slept comfortably for a long time, and the first thing he did when he woke up the next morning was to open the acne scar to check the situation. As he expected, the video he posted has become a hot topic and has reached over 20 million views. When he woke up and saw such good news, he went downstairs in a happy mood. At this time, Su Ching had not yet gotten up. Chen's father and mother had been farmers all their lives and had long been accustomed to getting up before dawn. Therefore, they did not ask the chef to prepare breakfast, and they were responsible for breakfast during this period.
Mom and Dad, let me help you.
Seeing Chen Feng's upturned mouth corners, Chen's father and mother guessed that something good must have happened.
Xiaofeng, is there something good? Why are you so happy? Do you want to share it with your parents? We may not understand much, but we will be happy for you. So Chen Feng told them about being invited by an international superstar to perform on the same stage with him. What Chen Feng didn't expect was that Chen Jiangwo had actually heard of Mary. It's him. I remember his songs were quite popular, but I just couldn't appreciate them enough. They're only suitable for young people like you. A few years ago, I heard from a friend that he had stopped singing, and I thought it was a pity at the time. Chen Feng interjected, that's right. It's so difficult to become an international superstar. It would be a shame if he just quit the music scene. Fortunately, he has come to his senses and is ready to come back. And your son is so promising that he even invited him to perform on the same stage with you. Mother Chen rubbed her hands nervously. Xiaofeng, can Mom and Dad go to your concert? Chen Jiangwo immediately said, let's not go. How can we go to such an occasion? Let's not embarrass our son. After it's on TV, you can just watch it. Isn't it nice to watch TV while eating sunflower seeds? Mother Chen was a little disappointed, it's pretty good. But I always feel that it should be different from seeing it in person.
Chen Feng said, when the concert tickets are available, I will send them to you.
You can go and watch it. I don't think you are embarrassing me. A dog doesn't despise a poor family, so how could I possibly despise you? Okay, Mom and Dad, don't worry so much. Amelia Sue should be waking up soon. We still have to go back to school after breakfast.
As Chen Feng had expected, the news of Mary's return caused quite a stir in the entire music industry. And when Mary announced her comeback, she also said that she would invite a special partner to sing with her. So everyone was looking forward to seeing who the special partner Mary was talking about would be. From this day on, Chen Feng became busier than before. In addition to attending classes, he also had to train individually with Mary to coordinate with her so as to avoid making a fool of himself during the concert. Because Chen Feng became increasingly busy, Su Ching no longer went to and from school with him or went home together. Shen's father and mother thought that the two of them had quarreled because of this incident. She asked Su Ching indirectly, Ching, Auntie has a question for you.
Has Xiaofeng bothered you recently?
When Su Ching saw the uneasy expression on Shen's mother's face, she guessed what she wanted to ask. She smiled and said, No, Auntie, Chen Feng has been very busy recently.
I didn't dare to disturb him. We didn't have a fight.
Mother Chen was indeed relieved, patting her chest and saying, It's good that you didn't quarrel.
As for your marriage with Xiaofeng.
Su Ching hurriedly interrupted the topic, Auntie, I think it will take a long time for Chen Feng and I to get used to each other, so I won't consider marriage for the time being.
I'm going upstairs first. I have homework assigned at school. Okay, go and do your thing. Auntie is just asking. I know.
After returning to the room, I remembered that I hadn't seen Chen Feng for many days, and suddenly felt empty in my heart. So he called Yu Xiaoning.
Sister Chinger.
Yu Xiaoning on the other end of the phone was extremely excited. You finally called me.
These past few days you always said you were busy, and I didn't dare to disturb you. Do you know what's going on online?
Everyone says Chen Feng was expelled from school, and there was no response from Chen Feng until a few days ago when he posted a video. The news of his admission to Chidian International Music Academy was released, and the online discussion has finally eased.
Ran deserves to have his name exposed now. He deserves all of this.
Now he avoids me whenever he sees me, afraid of offending me. I don't know what's going on, but recently senior brother Lu has been protecting me, as if he's afraid that I'll be bullied by others.
Chapter 77 International Superstars come to support.
Yu Xiaoning had a lot to say but had no place to vent, so Su Ching finally called her.
Of course she had to say everything she had to say.
Otherwise, Su Ching has been so busy recently, and it's unknown when they will contact each other again.
I already know what happened tonight.
It's not that Chen Feng doesn't want to pay attention to what's going on online, it's just that he's too busy and doesn't have time to pay attention. He's busy with training every day now, and I haven't seen him for a few days.
Yu Xiaoning was very surprised and said, Then what is he busy with all day long now? He won't go back to his old ways and be with another woman, right? After hearing this, Su Ching was a little amused and said, What? I'm busy training with our teacher right now, how can I have time to pick up girls?
Yu Xiaoning pouted.
I don't believe it.
It's easy to change a country, but hard to change one's nature.
Don't I know Chen Feng's character? And there must be a lot of beautiful girls in your school, right?
I don't believe he can control himself. Sister Chinger, you have to keep a close eye on him.
Don't lose him if you change schools. Su Ching was a little embarrassed by what she said. Xiaoning, what are you talking about? How could I? She suddenly didn't know what to do next.
Instead, Yu Xiaoning on the other end of the phone kept talking non-stop. Sister Chinger, I really miss you.
When can we meet again?
It's been 3 weeks, almost a month, and we haven't even seen each other.
Didn't you tell me before that you would keep in touch with me even after you went to a new school? But after you went to the new school, you became so busy that you didn't even have time to contact me.
Sometimes I find something really interesting and want to share it with someone, but then I realize you haven't replied to the last message I sent you.
Do you know how devastated I am? I don't have any other friends at school. You're the only one I have, and my best friend isn't by my side. I don't even know who to share interesting things with.
As Yu Xiaoning was talking, she actually started crying in grievance on the other end of the phone. Su Ching coaxed her carefully on the other end of the phone. Xiaoning, don't cry.
I've been really busy lately and haven't had time to take care of you, but I promise you that I will be back next week. How about we go shopping and eat something delicious? Really? Sister Chinger, you didn't lie to me, did you? Of course I didn't lie to you. I meant every word I said. Okay, the school has some homework assigned, and I have to go live for a while. If you have time, come and play in my live studio. Yu Xiaoning agreed immediately and readily. Okay, Sister Chinger. When she hung up the phone, she could hear Chen Feng chatting with his father and mother downstairs. Chen's father and mother had been waiting downstairs, and she knew about this. She opened the door a crack, originally wanting to go out and say hello to Chen Feng, but she didn't know what reason to use to see him. Finally, the open gap was closed again. Not long after, the sound of Chen Feng knocking on the door was heard outside. She hurried over to open the door. Seeing that she wasn't even wearing shoes, Chen Feng frowned and asked, "Have you gone to bed yet?" "No, I just finished talking to Xiaoning on the phone and was about to go live for a while when you came." "Is that so? Then let's do it together. It just so happens that I haven't live streamed for a long time, and my fans have been urging me to do it. We can have a PK later." Su Ching said unhappily, "I always lose to you in PK. Who can be more popular than you now? You asked me to PK with you. Aren't you deliberately bullying me?" Chen Feng thought about it and it seemed to be the case. No one who PKs with me has ever won, not even Su Ching is an exception. Then let's not play PK, let's sing a song online. Okay. Chen Feng had already retreated, so of course she couldn't keep pushing her luck. The two started live streaming at the same time and were successfully connected in less than a minute. At the beginning, not many people entered the live broadcast room. Because this time, he didn't notify anyone and started the live broadcast so abruptly that his fans had no time to react at all. Once his fans discovered he was live streaming, word spread quickly, and soon everyone came. In less than half an hour, there were already about 100,000 people in the live broadcast room. Su Ching's popularity is much lower than his, less than 20,000 people. But it's much better than before. The two of them sang several songs together, and their popularity has been boosted to a great extent, with gifts pouring in one after another. Although he did not greet Li Jinyu in advance during the live broadcast, the other party still came to his live broadcast room following the message. And gave him a lot of gifts. When everyone realized that the person who gave gifts to Chen Feng was Li Jinyu, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became even more lively. Everyone was calling for Li Jinyu to go on the microphone and sing a song. Although Chen Feng didn't shout, if Li Jinyu was really willing to come up, he wouldn't mind giving the microphone to her or singing a duet with her. Li Jinyu was very generous this time and actually agreed to sing a song Desert Camel with Chen Feng. This is the song that made Chen Feng very popular. Li Jinyu first got to know Chen Feng because of this song. Singing this song together in the live broadcast room is enough to prove his importance to Chen Feng. Su Ching took the initiative to give up the microphone and gave it to Li Jinyu. Because of Li Jinyu's presence, more people immediately flocked into the live broadcast room. Li Jinyu is a superstar. It would be worth it for Chen Feng to live his life just to be able to sing a song with him. In just a few minutes, more than 200,000 people suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Chen Feng estimated that in about half an hour, the number of people in the live broadcast room would exceed 1 million. This number of people is very rare in the Acne Scar live broadcast room. Su Ching typed on the barrage, "Come on." Chen Feng saw it and replied, "Don't worry, I promise not to let you down." When the song started, someone in the live broadcast room set off a series of fireworks, which were colorful, gorgeous and eye-catching, and almost never stopped. I just swiped through the entire song. I can say that I was quite generous last time. Chen Feng casually said, "Thank you for the gift." Then the next second he found out that the person who gave him the gift was actually Mary. And this time Mary came in with a big account. When the eldest sister saw that not only the superstar Li Jinyu was there, but even the international superstar Mary was there, the live broadcast room was suddenly in chaos. Chapter 78: Starting a Business Together After Graduation. Teacher Mary, you're here. I have been training with Mary these days. We are now very familiar with each other and have even exchanged Acne Scar accounts. He just didn't expect that the other party would come to watch his live broadcast and even gave him a series of fireworks. This is already a great favor for him. Li Jinyu was also a little surprised that Mary would do this. It seems that he has the same vision as himself and appreciates Chen Feng's strength. Anyone who appreciates Chen Feng is a friend to him. So he said, "Mr. Mary, may I have the honor of singing a song with you?" Mary posted a message on the barrage, "Kingly, I have long heard of your great name. And then nothing happened.
It was a disguised rejection. Chen Feng explained, "Kingly, my teacher is preparing for the concert, so he won't sing with anyone before the concert." Because he wanted to give the first chorus opportunity after his voice recovered to that special friend he mentioned.
Li Jinyu didn't seem angry after hearing this, so that's what happened. It was me who was abrupt. Teacher Mary, don't be angry.
Mary left the live broadcast room not long after, but the popularity of the live broadcast room remained high and soon exceeded 2 million.
Not long after, Li Jinyu also left.
He sang a few songs with other people on the microphone, and then hurriedly ended the broadcast.
After all, I still have to continue training tomorrow. The live broadcast is just to give some benefits to the fans.
It is impossible to broadcast it all night.
This is too harmful to your throat. If it affects tomorrow's training, Mary will probably give him a good lesson.
Although Mary is easy to talk to, she is very strict when it comes to singing. He was not afraid of Mary in other aspects, but he was afraid that she would cause trouble for him. The next day when I arrived at school, Mary was waiting here early as usual. Sometimes Chen Feng would come early on purpose, but no matter what time he came, Mary would be waiting for him here in advance. This also made him wonder if Mary was just going to live here. After struggling a few times, he simply started to give in. Anyway, Mary would be here no matter what time he came, so as long as he was not late, it would be fine. Mary smiled and said to him, "The song you sang in the live broadcast room yesterday was quite interesting. I even searched it after I left the live broadcast room last night. Your version was even better than the original singer."
Thank you for the compliment, Mary. No matter how beautiful your singing is, it will never be as good as the original singer. Keep training. It was a good thing that Chen Feng was ambitious, so Mary readily agreed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day before the concert, and Chen Feng was allocated more than a dozen concert tickets. He specially gave the tickets to people he knew. Finally, he left 3 for his parents and Su Ching. He certainly doesn't need this kind of thing. He will appear as a special guest, appearing on stage with Mary and singing with him. Chen Feng has already sung the songs chosen by Mary very well, and is guaranteed not to make a fool of himself on stage. In the afternoon, Mary sent him a message, saying that she wanted to treat him to a meal and also tell him some things to pay attention to at the concert. Chen Feng readily agreed and went to the agreed restaurant. This is a Western restaurant. It was at this time that Chen Feng suddenly remembered that Mary seemed to be a mixed-race person, although she looked more like him. But when it comes to eating, I prefer Western food. Fortunately, for him, it didn't matter what he ate, he just ordered a dish and sat down. "Ms. Mary, the concert is about to start tomorrow. Are you ready?" Mary held the fork and smiled. "This is also the question I want to ask. Are you ready, Mr. Chen Feng?" "I'm ready. I promise I'll be even better than in training and won't hold you back. I will make sure everyone remembers this concert, and also remembers you and me." Chen Feng knew very well that this was an opportunity given to him by Mary, who wanted to make him famous. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, it would be a waste of talent. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, it would be a cruel thing for him to miss it. After the two chatted about some things to pay attention to at tomorrow's concert, they went back home. As for Chen Feng, Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima came to Chen Feng's place early because they wanted to watch the concert. They planned to stay with him for one night and go to the concert with Chen Feng tomorrow. Yu Xiaoning also came. She pulled Su Ching aside and talked to each other from the heart. The two girls burst into tears and hugged each other tightly. It's like surviving a disaster. Chen Feng did not disturb them, but just pulled Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima aside to talk. In the past, we would discuss even the smallest things together, but now we haven't seen each other for such a long time. It's impossible for me to say that I don't miss each other. Huang Jima suggested, "It's been a while since we last met, so why not have a drink together today?" Chen Feng refused directly. "Have you forgotten that I still have to sing tomorrow? This is a good opportunity for me to become famous. You can't afford to pay for it if you delay this good opportunity by drinking too much." This was obviously a joke, and Huang Jima didn't take it to heart. Instead, he felt a little annoyed that he had forgotten such an important thing. "I actually forgot such an important thing. I was so happy." "Fortunately, you remembered it, crazy man. Then let's celebrate properly after you finish singing tomorrow. You have to treat us to a nice meal when the time comes. You're going to be a big star soon. Don't forget about us when you become rich." Chen Feng rolled his eyes at him and said, "Do you think I could possibly forget about you too? We're going to get rich together. I agreed to help you make money together. When I become smarter, you two will be my assistants. After graduation, I will probably develop in the music or entertainment industry.
Li Jinyu wanted me to try to develop in the entertainment industry, but I feel that I am just a singer and there is no need for me to get involved in the muddy waters of the entertainment industry.
Anyway, it's too hasty to consider this matter now. Let's talk about it after we graduate.
It's only a year away, and we'll be able to start a business together soon.
In the blink of an eye, the three of them have been together for 3 years.
Thinking about the bad things they have done in the past 3 years, Chen Feng really feels disgusted. In order to ensure that Chen Feng's throat was safe, they only ate something light at night and just had a few bites.
Chapter 79, Last Minute Cramming. The next morning, Lu Wenxian and her friend got up early and put on the clothes that Chen Feng had someone send them yesterday.
She spent more than half an hour combing her hair in front of the mirror, combing all the hairs on their heads. I've never been so well dressed in my life, and it takes a madman to take care of us.
Look at the clothes he bought, they fit me perfectly.
Huang Jimao looked at himself in the mirror vainly, and became more and more satisfied.
Lu Shangxiang, what do you think of me today? Am I handsome? Handsome bastard, hurry up and get out. Today is a good day for lunatics. We can't let him down. I'm coming. Huang Jimao ran out with him in a panic. Chen's father and mother also got up early to prepare breakfast for them. Almost everyone who could wake up woke up, except Chen Feng.
Chen Feng originally wanted to sleep as long as possible, but the group of people downstairs were so noisy that he couldn't fall asleep even if he wanted to.
I could only get up early with them.
After she had dressed up, no one was satisfied with her appearance. Finally, they unanimously decided to find a hairstylist to do Chen Feng's hairstyle.
Yu Xiaoning rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think your family owns this hair salon? Don't you even look at the time?
It's still dark outside, and you're already thinking of finding a hairdresser to do your hair.
How can such a good thing happen?
This kind of thing should have been considered yesterday, but you bastards didn't even have anyone to say a few words to practice your voice yesterday.
What's the point of cramming now?"
Lu Wenxiang and the others were a little dissatisfied after being inexplicably scolded by Yu Xiaoning. At this moment, Yu Xiaoning picked up her phone. Sister Chinger and I had already considered this matter yesterday and made an appointment with the hairstylist.
The time should be coming soon.
As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. The hairdresser that Yu Xiaoning had arranged an appointment with showed up as expected.
Lu Wenxian no longer cared about arguing with Yu Xiaoning.
She hurriedly pulled the hairdresser in and stood in front of Chen Feng.
Hurry up and get your hair done. You have to be incredibly handsome. Don't let anyone outdo you. Don't worry about the money. My brother is rich now and won't let you down.
After hearing what he said, Yu Xiaoning couldn't help but roll her eyes. Country bumpkin.
Lu Wenxiang was unhappy. What's wrong with you, bitch? Are you really trying to make things difficult for me? If you weren't Su Xiao's best friend, I'd beat you up right now. Yu Xiaoning got excited when she heard this. You actually want to hit me? Fine, then come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you?
Su Ching hurriedly grabbed the two of them and said, "Stop messing around.
You guys are acting irresponsibly. Such an important thing today cannot be ruined because of you two."
Lu Wenxiang also knew the seriousness of the matter and was too lazy to argue with Yu Xiaoning. He turned his head and ignored her. It took more than an hour to do my hair, and it was already dawn outside. Breakfast for Chen's parents was already prepared, and Chen Feng went downstairs with a newly done hairstyle. He was very careful throughout the process, afraid that he would accidentally mess up his new hairstyle. He acted like a clown who had never seen the world. Even he himself was amused. If I had known earlier, I should have gotten a haircut more often, otherwise I wouldn't be so confused about how to walk after getting a new hairstyle. The hairstylist said at this time, "Just be casual and don't take it too seriously. Just do it the way you did it before. If this hairstyle is messed up, it means I am incompetent." Since the hairstylist had already said so, Chen Feng was naturally not as nervous as before. After hurriedly finishing their meal, everyone got on the car they had arranged in advance and rushed to the vicinity of the concert. I had lunch here and then waited for Mary, who was late. Mary smiled and said, "It's quite early, everyone is here so soon." Chen Feng also felt speechless. The concert was supposed to start at 3 in the afternoon, but this group of people actually got up at 4 in the morning to make a fuss. He spent the whole morning doing his hair, and now it's a bit messy. We temporarily found someone to help out, and we were able to barely keep going. He said, everyone was so excited that they got up and dressed before daybreak, but by the time the flowers were cold, the concert hadn't even started yet.
Mary smiled and said, "It's the first time. Come with me, let's go put on makeup." Good.
After Chen Feng left, Lu Wenxiang subconsciously lit a cigarette and took a light puff. Crazy is a celebrity now, and everyone around him has become different. I've already said that Chen Feng will have his own place in the world. The person who said this was Li Jinyu. No one had expected him to come over, and surprise was written all over their faces. Li Jinyu said casually, "Everyone, just be yourself.
Today is Chen Feng's big day. He might become a big star in the future. How could I miss it? He's an employee of our company, and I believe that with his abilities, he'll have a place in both the music and entertainment industries in the future." It was the first time that Chen's father and mother met Li Jinyu. Although they had heard Chen Feng talk about her countless times, seeing her with their own eyes was another matter. They seemed a little embarrassed and even forgot where to put their hands. Just when they were getting nervous, Li Jinyu came over to them and asked, "Are you Chen Feng's parents?" Chen Jiangwo quickly responded, "Yes, Chen Feng is our son, and I am his father." He was so nervous that he just said a lot of nonsense. After he finished, he couldn't help laughing. First meeting." Li Jinyu smiled and said, "It's our first meeting, and this is my gift to you." Li Jinyu took out the gifts she had prepared. The one for Chen's mother was a gold necklace, and the one for Chen Jiangwo was a gold watch. Li Jinyu gave these gifts after careful consideration. He felt that people of Chen's age would only like gold things. After all, in their perception, gold is very valuable. But in fact, in this era, it is already different from their previous era. Gold is worthless nowadays, but at least it can make them happy, so it is worth it. Of course, Chen's father and mother did not dare to accept such an expensive gift. This was the first time they met Li Jinyu. How could they accept a gift from someone just by meeting them? Chapter 80, Stepping on the Sky. No, we can't accept it. How can we accept such a valuable gift? Take it back now. Li Jinyu smiled and said, "I bought these gifts for you. If you don't accept them now, wouldn't that be a waste of my kindness? Besides, I don't know who to give them to anymore." He was telling the truth, but Chen's parents thought he was trying to make excuses and kept saying that he couldn't accept it. In the end, it was Su Ching who spoke up and said, "Uncle and aunt, please accept it. After all, it's someone's good intention. If you keep refusing, there are so many people watching here, and I can't get off the stage." Su Ching had made her words so clear, and Chen's father and mother were not fools. Although they still felt a little guilty, they accepted the gifts obediently. The concert is about to start and the ticket checking has already started. Everyone here lined up, handed over their tickets one by one, then entered the concert venue and found their seats. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already put on his makeup. Mary comforted him, "Just treat it as a normal live broadcast. After all, there are thousands of people watching you during live broadcasts, and you enjoy everyone's gazes. You're never nervous. That's all we need to do now. Don't worry, with me standing next to you, you'll be the most eye-catching presence. I also believe that with your strength, you'll be able to astound everyone. We are the ones who made each other successful. I didn't give you the opportunity, I just gave you a stage. As for whether you can shine on this stage, that depends on your own ability." Chen Feng took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Don't worry, I have seen a lot of big scenes. Even if I am nervous in a scene like today, I will not allow myself to make a fool of myself. Just to prevent myself from embarrassing you, I've given myself a special training session. I can guarantee that today's concert will go smoothly. Today's concert must go smoothly. This is his best chance to change his fate." The lights illuminated the stage, and before Mary appeared, screams were heard from below, calling her name continuously. The concert venue was almost packed, and some people who didn't buy tickets stood pitifully at the concert door, trying to catch a glimpse of Mary. It is said that dozens of tickets without seats were sold for this concert, so the concert venue looked very crowded. Tens of thousands of people crowded into the same venue, waiting for Mary's return. There was a video camera spinning non-stop above their heads, afraid of missing any report about Mary. Not only were the photographers extremely nervous, but even the stage lighting technicians were also very nervous. Mary had just come on stage when there was a burst of cheering from the audience. "Mary! Mary! Mary!" Mary waved her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet for the time being. "I'm so happy that everyone came to my concert. After being away from the industry for so many years, I didn't expect everyone still remembers me.
The first and second rows of the audience were filled with various celebrities in the circle. At this moment, they had put aside all their airs and were staring intently at Mary, the former international superstar.
There is another important thing I want to do in my comeback this time. Let me introduce my good friend to you all.
After he finished speaking, he looked towards the backstage and saw Chen Feng walking out from there, ready to go, and walked to Mary's side. Mary took Chen Feng's hand and said, "He is my good friend, my student, and the one who helped me get over my past. Because of him, I am who I am today. Oh, and he also has another name, number 1 handsome." The name Daishui has been on the hot search for several times in a row, and everyone still remembers the signing of his contract with Li Jinyu. I didn't expect that he would be involved with Mary again. People sitting in the first 2 rows all felt complicated.
Being able to be related to Mary is what every one of them dreams of.
Not only did Chen Feng achieve this, he also successfully appeared at Mary's comeback concert. It seems that it won't be long before a brighter star emerges in the music industry. Mary picked up the microphone and stood on the stage with Chen Feng. As the melodious song sounded, everyone held their breath and listened quietly to this voice that only remained in their memories. Everyone was shocked when Mary retired, but it was really unexpected that he could come back in this way. There were vague rumors in the circle that Mary could no longer sing because her throat was injured.
Everyone also knew that she went to Chidian International Music Academy to teach.
But what no one expected was that his voice had recovered a long time ago and it has no effect on his singing now. The people in the first 2 rows of the audience had different thoughts. They were either looking forward to Mary or afraid of her, but among the majority of them, only a small number hoped that Mary would come back.
After all, Mary is an international superstar.
If she returns to this circle, it will have a certain impact on people like them. The concert lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening, and no fans left before that. Even when Mary and Chen Feng went out to eat, they still stayed at their posts, fearing that if they left for a while, their seats would be taken by others when they came back. When the show finally ended, everyone was exhausted, but the fans were still very excited. After such a long time, they were able to witness Mary sing for them again in person.
I can say that I have no regrets in this life.
What shocked them all was that Chen Feng's singing skills were so strong. Even when standing next to the international superstar Mary, he is not at all inferior.
Everyone couldn't help but sigh that they were worthy of being students taught by Mary.
The news that Chen Feng was the special friend Mary mentioned quickly spread on the internet.
Netizens commented, "It turns out the most handsome guy is actually Mary's student. No wonder he sings so well. He really has a hidden talent. He's never used this to gain attention before. The most handsome guy is pretty good."
Yes, even though he had been slandered by others before, he never mentioned that he was Mary's student, nor did he ever act arrogantly because he was Mary's student.
I will always be a fan of the most handsome guy. The most handsome guy is invincible.
The most handsome guy has his feet on the sky.
He overwhelms everyone. Chapter 81, The Ninth Degree of the Underworld. Sure, crazy guy, you've made it big now. We'll be relying on you from now on. After leaving the concert, Huang Jima put his arm around Chen Feng's shoulders and spoke with a grin.
Chen Feng pushed him away with a look of disgust. "I'm a big star now, don't be so close to me, it's not a good influence."
Lu Wenxiang joked, "What the madman said is right.
Maybe the image he worked so hard to build will eventually crumble because of you."
Chen's father and mother followed behind Chen Feng, proud of his performance just now.
They have seen many of Chen Feng's works through acne scars, but there is still a big gap between seeing them in person. Therefore, they were so shocked that they didn't know what words to use to describe their current feelings. I always feel that my son has made great achievements, but for some reason I also feel that the distance between me and him has become greater. Especially after hearing the fight between Chen Feng and Lu Wenxiang, they felt that they were holding their son back.
Chen Jiangwo secretly said to his mother, "Why don't we ask our son to enroll us in a class?
We need to make progress together and we can't let our son fall behind." Mother Chen nodded in agreement. "That's right, so many people like our son singing. If others knew that he had parents like us, they would definitely look down on him." Su Ching followed behind Chen Feng, looking up at him from time to time. Yu Xiaoning, who was standing next to her, noticed her actions and her face suddenly lit up with joy. "How is it, Sister Chinger, are you feeling amorous?" Su Ching blushed a little after what she said, and unconsciously sped up. Soon, she surpassed Chen Feng and the others and walked ahead of them. She suddenly felt very embarrassed and was hesitating whether to wait for the people behind her when Li Jinyu suddenly said to her, "Are you the internet celebrity Tian King?"
I've seen your live broadcast.
You are very talented, but you still need to work hard. After saying this, Li Jinyu didn't stop at all. She said hello to Chen Feng and quickly got into the car and left. Su Ching stood there in a daze, her hands clenched into fists. Her heart was pounding.
What did Li Jinyu mean by what he just said? An encouragement to her? Not really.
Maybe Li Jinyu feels that with her status, she is not worthy of Chen Feng.
She couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Maybe so.
Chen Feng can now stand on the stage and sing with Mary without being at a disadvantage at all.
And what achievements has she achieved?
She is just a small internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans. It would be too high for her to stand with Chen Feng. There was a lot of laughter and joy behind her, which was completely different from her world. She continued to quicken her pace, poured into the crowd, and disappeared at the intersection. When Yu Xiaoning couldn't find Su Ching after searching for a long time, she hurried to Chen Feng and said, "Chen Feng,
I can't find Sister Chinger."
There are quite a few people who came from far away to attend today's concert, and most of them bought tickets online and then flew here. The flow of people was extremely chaotic, and Su Ching disappeared in such an occasion, and the situation was extremely critical.
Did you call?
Yu Xiaoning was already stamping her feet anxiously beside her. I called, but no one answered. Yu Xiaoning cried and said, "Sister Chinger's phone is turned off, so I came to look for you.
Please help me find her." Damn, could Goddess Ching be lost? Huang Jima shouted in a loud voice. The next second, Lu Wenxiang slapped him on the back of the head. Can you please stop being such a pessimist? It's probably just that your phone is out of battery.
At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Detect the host's current situation and make a choice to get rewards.
Option 1, Rescue Su Ching. Achieved, 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Option 2, Ignore Yu Xiaoning's words. Achieved, Taekwondo black belt 9th degree beating. Faced with these two options, even if the system does not give him a task, Chen Feng will still choose the first one. Not to mention that Su Ching was his fiancée, just because they were classmates, he would never stand by and watch someone die. And Su Ching is a girl after all. If she really falls into the hands of bad people, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's possible that your whole life will be ruined. You guys look around here first. I'll contact the concert staff and ask them to help find him.
Chen Feng explained this to them, then took out his cell phone and called Mary to tell her about this matter. Mary was chatting with several big names and famous stars in the circle. When she received Chen Feng's call, the smile on her face immediately disappeared.
Su Ching is missing?
When the stars heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. Mary hung up the phone and said to them, "Excuse me everyone, one of my students is missing and I have to go help find him now." After he finished speaking, he didn't even give those people a chance to speak, and ran to find the staff at the concert to help adjust the surveillance. There are all kinds of surveillance systems around here to prevent things like this from happening. After waiting for half an hour, they checked the surveillance footage, but it showed that Su Ching disappeared around the corner and there was no news of her anymore. Chen Feng then checked the surveillance camera at the corner and found that when he reached the corner, someone came up to Su Ching and talked to her, apparently asking for directions. Even though he was given directions, the man was still not satisfied and asked Su Ching to lead the way. Although the surveillance video was not very clear, Chen Feng could feel that Su Ching was in a bit of trouble at that time. She initially rejected the man's request, but for some reason she agreed later.
Just followed that person and left. There has been no news since then.
The man was wearing a fisherman's hat, which completely covered his face from this angle, but judging from his figure, he should be around 30 years old.
Look up this person and see if there's any information about him buying tickets at the concert.
Chen Feng explained the situation to the concert staff and continued to investigate the surrounding surveillance, hoping to find information about Su Ching in a short time. Following the surveillance footage, they found that the other party took Su Ching into a van, but because the surveillance footage was blurry, the license plate of the van could not be seen clearly.
He couldn't help but have a headache.
It was very difficult to find the following surveillance footage. He could only watch that section of the video over and over again, trying to figure out what the license plate number was. He gave the task to Lu Wenxiang and the other person, and he first sent someone to send Chen's father and mother back home.
Chapter 82 Rescue. Chen Jiangwo was worried about Su Ching's situation, so he didn't want to leave. "Xiaofeng, have you found Su Ching? I'll stay and help. You just need to send someone to send your mother back. One more person means more strength. Su Ching is a girl after all." What if she gets taken away by bad guys? Wouldn't that ruin her life? We must find her as soon as possible.
Chen Feng forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, Dad. We've already called the police. With their involvement, I believe they'll find the person in no time.
Besides, Su Ching is an internet celebrity.
If this matter gets out, it will quickly attract public attention.
That person won't dare to do anything to her."
But, although Chen Feng said this, Chen Jiangwo was still not at ease. He wanted to say something else, but was pushed into the car by Chen Feng.
"Go back, Mom and Dad. You have to believe your son. I won't lie to you. Go home and wait for my good news.
I will definitely bring Su Ching back safely." Chen Feng has already said this much, and even if Chen's parents are worried, there is nothing they can do. After spending such a long time with Su Ching, they are all very satisfied with her. Although they felt that their family background was not as good as Su Ching's, they were engaged after all, so they had already regarded Su Ching as their daughter-in-law. Now that something has happened to their daughter-in-law, they can only return home and wait for news.
Anyone would be in a low mood.
Mary found Chen Feng and said to him, "I have friends at the police station.
I have asked them to help find her. My friend just called me and said that Su Ching has been taken to the next city. We need to rush over there immediately."
Chen Feng frowned, immediately followed Mary into the car, and drove to the next city. At this time, Lu Wenxiang and the others finally figured out the license plate number of the car and told it to Chen Feng. Mary then told her friend at the police station the license plate number, and they quickly tracked down the car. But they didn't expect that the group of people were so vigilant. They came to the city just to change a car. When they found the car, they realized that they had fallen into the other party's trap. But now the other party has already left, and they have no idea where they went. Chen Feng took out the computer from his bag and hacked into the nearby surveillance camera. He saw 3 people changing cars. Su Ching had already lost consciousness and was being carried into the car by the 3 of them. One of them even deliberately touched Su Ching's chest while supporting her. Chen Feng couldn't help but get furious when he saw this. Fortunately, the surveillance camera here captured the faces of the 3 people. He quickly sent the images of the 3 people to the police station and waited for news from the police station. The police station was very efficient and soon sent the address of the hotel where the 3 people were staying. Chen Feng and his friends hurried over, asked the front desk for the room number, and kicked the door open. The 3 people were discussing something, while Su Ching was just lying on the bed in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening. The 3 men didn't expect that their whereabouts would be exposed so quickly. They originally wanted to stop here and contact the buyer to sell the person as soon as possible, but as soon as their call was dialed, Chen Feng and others came over. Seeing that Su Ching was safe and sound, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked straight towards those people. He was now a 9th-degree gangster, so teaching these people in front of him a lesson was no problem at all. The 3 men took up their positions, originally thinking that since Chen Feng and his team were 1 man short, they would have a greater advantage. But unexpectedly, after Chen Feng came over, the other party took care of them in no time. When the 3 of them were lying on the ground in a mess, even Mary had not expected that Chen Feng was not only a good singer, but also so good at fighting. He smiled and teased, "Chen Feng, it seems that I underestimated you." Chen Feng didn't say anything, walked over and picked up Su Ching. "Teacher Mary, please send Su Ching to the hospital first." After arriving at the hospital, the doctor checked and found that it was just some drugs and would not cause much impact on the body. Only then did Chen Feng feel completely relieved. The first thing to do was to call Lu Wenxiang and tell them that Su Ching had been found and was safe and sound. Then he called Chen's parents and told them the good news. Chen's father and mother cried with joy and told Chen Feng to take good care of Su Ching. They also said that it didn't matter if they came back 2 days later, and they would feel more at ease if Su Ching stayed in the hospital longer. Su Ching didn't wake up until dawn. After waking up, she no longer remembered what had happened. Instead, Yu Xiaoning was crying beside her, which made her feel particularly confused. Yu Xiaoning cried and said, "Sister Chinger, you finally woke up. I was almost scared to death by you." After a whole night of hard work, basically no one got much rest. Even Mary, who paid attention to her skin care, only took a short nap for an hour. Apart from that, he kept communicating with his police friends until Su Ching was found, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then Mary went to thank her police friend. Chen Feng came back after smoking a cigarette and saw that Su Ching had woken up. At the same time, Su Ching had learned from Yu Xiaoning that she had been kidnapped and then rescued by Chen Feng. She looked at Chen Feng with a complicated look, wanting to be grateful, but more of it was guilt.
Chen Feng, I've caused you trouble.
Chen Feng walked towards her and sat down next to her. Su Ching, you were walking with us before, why did you run away alone?
Su Ching bit her lip, not knowing how to tell them about this.
So I could only remain silent for a short while. Chen Feng knew she didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more questions.
If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Just get some rest first.
That group of people drugged you.
I've already asked the doctor, and he said it won't have a big impact on your body. Just get some rest and it'll be fine.
After he finished speaking, Lu Wenxiang and the others called him. Crazy, ask Yu Xiaoning what she wants to eat in the morning, and we will bring it to you now.
Yu Xiaoning casually replied, I'll eat whatever you guys eat. Chen Feng looked at her in surprise, you're not going to be difficult with me anymore? Chapter 83 Official Announcement of Fiancé.
In fact, Chen Feng also knew how much Yu Xiaoning had changed in recent times. The reason why he said this was just to tease her about the things she had done to make things difficult for him. Yu Xiaoning was obviously a little angry after hearing this, but Chen Feng did not give her the chance to be angry. He said something to Lu Wenxiang and the others, then hung up the phone. I'll call the doctor over and have him check you out again.
If everything is fine, we should be able to go home tomorrow.
After all, they are still in the next city and are unfamiliar with this place. It would not be appropriate for them to stay there for too long. What's more, they have classes tomorrow.
Su Ching nodded and agreed, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you.
She began to reflect on her own actions and felt that she was really terrible. Not only was she holding Chen Feng back, but now she was also causing them a lot of trouble. This made her feel very guilty. She always felt sorry for Chen Feng and others. For some reason, the news that internet celebrity Tianqing was kidnapped spread and successfully became a hot search in a short period of time. By the time Chen Feng learned about this, the trending searches had already reached the point where they could no longer be suppressed. He had a headache and could only talk to Su Ching about this matter and ask how to solve it. Su Ching felt helpless. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. But she has been rescued now, so she can still post a video to clarify the matter. So Chen Feng recorded a video for her, in which she specially thanked Chen Feng for solving her problem. Not long after this video was released, many people were silently speculating about the relationship between Chen Feng and Su Ching. However, the parties involved never responded to this from beginning to end.
Su Ching neither agreed nor refused Chen Feng's previous confession.
From the beginning to the end, she never made it clear whether their current relationship was just ordinary friends or whether there had been some progress. When Su Ching was discharged from the hospital the next day, there were a lot of reporters outside the hospital. As soon as they saw Su Ching coming out, they all came over immediately. He practically shoved the microphone in her face, asking her about the details of her kidnapping.
This kind of thing shouldn't happen to a small internet celebrity.
Fortunately, Lu Wenxiang and Huang Zhima haven't returned yet, and they can help Chen Feng block these reporters. Chen Feng took the microphone from one of the reporters and said to them all in a cold voice, I hope you reporters can restrain yourself. We don't intend to make a big fuss about this matter. And I will settle the score with you later for blocking the door. Naturally, what Chen Feng said was edited into a video and posted online. But because some people already have a CP with them, everyone does not think that Chen Feng is excessive.
Instead, they think that those reporters are inhumane.
He was about to put the microphone into Su Ching's face. Anyone would be unhappy in this situation. Chen Feng said those words just to protect Su Ching, so in other words, he did nothing wrong.
After experiencing some setbacks, they finally returned to the villa. Chen's father and mother prepared a big meal to entertain them.
Seeing Su Ching return safely, Chen's mother kept holding Su Ching's hand and asking some caring questions. Su Ching answered all the questions in detail, and there was a smile on her face from beginning to end. When she turned around, she unexpectedly found that Chen Feng was also looking at her, with a particularly doting smile in his eyes. Su Ching was dazzled by the smile in his eyes and her face turned red immediately. Although Chen's mother was an experienced person, she was a rough person and had long since gotten rid of her little girl's mentality. In addition, Su Ching had just been discharged from the hospital. She saw Su Ching's face flushed, and thought Su Ching was not feeling well, so she quickly reached out and touched her forehead. You don't have a fever, why is your face so red? Chen Feng also came over and touched Su Ching's forehead.
Are you dizzy? Why don't we go to the hospital here for a checkup?
Su Ching bit her lip, feeling mixed emotions, and said, No, I'm not feeling uncomfortable anywhere, I just feel too hot.
I can just open a window and get some fresh air.
Chen Feng didn't force her too much and took her to have dinner together. Just after finishing his meal, Chen Feng received a call from Li Jinyu. I originally thought he was doing this for his own business, but I didn't expect that he was doing this for Amelia Su. He asked Su Ching to hold a live broadcast to explain the incident to her fans to prevent the online rumors from continuing to spread and affecting her future development. Chen Feng told Su Ching about this matter with deep conviction. Su Ching knew that Li Jinyu had good intentions, so after dinner, she went upstairs and started a live broadcast with Chen Feng. But because there were already some rumors about them being together, as soon as their live broadcast started, almost everyone speculated whether they had started living together. Su Ching tried to explain, but the more she tried to explain, the more she made things worse. In the end, Chen Feng simply said, "There's no need to speculate about the relationship between us anymore.
Tian Qiqing is my fiancé."
As soon as Chen Feng said this, Su Ching couldn't help but look at him deeply without any rebuttal. The fans were instantly excited, and all kinds of gifts filled the entire screen, including congratulations, complaints, and even congratulations, one after another. The live broadcast lasted for about an hour, and they only ended after explaining the matter clearly.
Just at this time, Chen's mother brought up some fruit.
Although she was a rough person, she had learned how to cut the fruit, which surprised Chen Feng very much. So I couldn't help but tease him, "Mom, you've learned a lot since you came to the city.
Now you can even cut fruit."
Mother Chen smiled a little embarrassedly and pulled Chen Feng aside. "Xiaofeng, your father and I have discussed it.
We feel that we can't hold you back, so we would like to trouble you to find a class for us so that we can go and learn about the things in the city.
If it gets out, they won't say we're country bumpkins.
That would be bad for your reputation in the future."
She actually doesn't care at all that others call her a bumpkin. After all, they are from the countryside, so it doesn't matter if they are called bumpkins by city people.
The main reason is that I don't want to hold Chen Feng back. Chen Feng will definitely have a good development in the future. She feels that city people don't like people from the village. If they knew that Chen Feng had parents like them, they would definitely feel sad for Chen Feng. Chapter 84 Contract Conditions. Chen Feng felt a little uncomfortable after hearing what his mother said.
Although he didn't care about his parents' attitude, they always tried not to hold him back or affect him. They both wanted him to have a good future, and as long as he had a good future, they could even withdraw from his world and never bother each other again.
"Mom, I'll go ask around for you and try to give you the best one."
"Hey, good."
Mother Chen left happily. Su Ching walked over and said, "Your parents are very concerned about you."
Chen Feng smiled bitterly.
"They are the best people in the world to me.
The only bad thing is that they have lived in the countryside their whole lives.
Now that I have finally achieved something, I thought I could give them a better life.
I didn't expect this to put more pressure on them. I was worried about them staying in the countryside, but when I brought them to the city and saw how hard they were trying to adapt to the pace here, I felt a little sorry for them. This kind of thing is very complicated, and Su Ching didn't know how to comfort him. He simply suggested, perhaps being able to see you every day is the greatest happiness for them. Although they have to adapt to the pace of the city, they have never complained.
And they are also very active in accompanying you to improve together. This is very rare and you should cherish it." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Of course. My parents are so good to me, how could I not know how to cherish them?"
When he returned to school the next day, Chen Feng had become a celebrity here. From the moment he entered the school, he attracted attention from many sides. 2 girls passed by him and immediately heard whispers, "Oh my god, that's the most handsome one." That concert with Mary shocked me for a long time. I still watch the replays to this day.
It was really amazing. I really like him, too.
I heard he was a transfer student, but he's already learned from teacher Mary. He's sure to have a bright future. Chen Feng had heard the phrase unlimited future many times and had long been numb to it.
When I arrived at the class, Mary was already there.
He greeted Chen Feng, counted the number of people, and said, "Classmates, today should be the last class I teach you.
Thank you, Chen Feng, for helping me move on from the past. I will return to the music world.
After spending such a long time with you all, I'm really reluctant to leave you.
But I think you'd rather see me in my full glory, instead of living in depression all the time.
So I came to say goodbye to you today, and tomorrow I will no longer come to this school to teach you. I wish all students to live up to everyone's expectations and have a promising future." Although everyone is reluctant to part with Mary, as he just said, everyone wants to see a more dazzling him. So almost everyone listened very carefully in this class, and no one was doing tricks like before. When the class was over, Mary bowed deeply to everyone and asked Chen Feng to come to her office. When Chen Feng arrived, Mary had already packed everything. It seems that he had already made the decision to leave here. Mary glanced at her office reluctantly, smiled wryly, and said, "When I first came here, my world was so gray.
Now that I'm leaving, I feel a little reluctant.
I clearly wanted to abandon the disappointing me of the past, but it felt like I was abandoning the whole world, which made me feel extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps the time I spent teaching here was the most peaceful time in my life.
I will never forget it."
Chen Feng followed his example, looking around the office and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Teacher Mary. Congratulations on moving on from the past and heading towards a better life. At the same time, congratulations on finally escaping from this sea of suffering. You no longer have to worry about us naughty students." His last sentence was obviously a joke, but Mary took it seriously. "You are all my students. Even if you were naughty, I have never disliked any of you."
"I know, Mary, why did you call me to your office?" Mary took something out of the drawer.
Chen Feng looked at it and saw that it was a trophy. It is the trophy that a singer most hopes to receive in his life. Even if you look around the world, there are no more than 5 people who have won this trophy.
Mary is one of them. I believe you also know the origin of this trophy.
It's just a decoration to me, but I think it must be of great significance to you. So I give this thing to you, hoping that one day you can find a companion for it and let the two of them become a pair." Chen Feng carefully took the item and said, "Mary has high hopes for me.
I won't let you down.
I will continue on this path and keep in mind the teachings that Teacher Mary has given me." When he left Mary's office and just walked to the school gate, he saw Su Ching waiting for him in the distance. Because he was too busy, the two of them hadn't returned home at the same time for a long time.
Even the mornings are always missed.
Now that Su Ching can wait for him here, she probably has something to say to him. So he deliberately quickened his pace and walked towards Su Ching.
"You haven't gone back yet, are you waiting for me?"
If he had been so playful in the past, Su Ching would have turned around and left long ago. But this time the other party remained where he was and nodded.
Chen Feng was a little surprised to see her and said, "Are you really waiting for me?"
Su Ching seemed a little annoyed. She ignored him and walked quickly forward. Chen Feng hurriedly chased after her. "Su Ching, Li Jinyu contacted me today and wanted me to take advantage of her popularity and do more live broadcasts.
Do you want to join me? Li Jinyu asked you to live stream because she wanted you to gain popularity. Why would I want to ride on your popularity?"
She knows her own limitations. Although her singing is just passable, she is definitely not as popular as Chen Feng.
Even if she tries to gain popularity, she won't be able to achieve anything. You may even be ridiculed by others.
Li Jinyu's intention is that once your fan base reaches 2 million, you can also sign a contract with Fengqing Media and Entertainment.
Su Ching paused.
After Li Jinyu said those words to her that day, she went back and thought about it for a long time and guessed that this was probably what he meant.
But since the other party didn't express it, she didn't act too sentimental. Chapter 85 Half-Baked Anchor.
Unexpectedly, she was told this news through Chen Feng.
Although there is a certain threshold, not everyone can enter Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company.
The 2 million threshold is not high at all for their company. Moreover, Su Ching also knew that as long as she worked hard, it would not be difficult to increase her fans to 2 million.
She is now just a half-baked anchor.
She will only go online for a live broadcast when she is in a good mood, or sing a song and record a video when she is in the mood and post it online. There is no regularity at all, it is entirely based on one's own heart. This also led to the fact that although she had been an anchor for so long, her fan base had never exceeded 1 million. Now that Li Jinyu has given her this opportunity, there is no way she won't fight for it. So Su Ching did participate in the live broadcast in the evening. She also successfully increased her followers to 1.1 million within one night. The number of fans increased significantly, and Li Jinyu even gave her a wave of gifts. The meaning was very clear.
Some astute netizens even guessed that the next singer to be signed by Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company would be Amelia Su.
The increase in Chen Feng's fans is even more exaggerated, because his duet with Mary has brought him wave after wave of popularity, and has been on the hot search for 3 consecutive days.
There is still no intention of being withdrawn.
Those who watched the live broadcast replay discovered Chen Feng and naturally followed the clues to find him and pay attention to him. In just 3 short days, Chen Feng's fans have successfully increased to 10 million.
The increase is very gratifying.
Even Su Ching couldn't help but sigh that Chen Feng is simply a live broadcast genius. Every time Chen Feng broadcasts live, Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima will act as the atmosphere group, constantly posting comments about Chen Feng below. He would even confront those who said bad things about Chen Feng. After finishing the live broadcast, Chen Feng thought about it and felt that live streaming was a good career at present, but it was not a long-term thing. As the short video industry gradually takes off, more and more anchors join this industry, and gradually it becomes a mixed bag. At that time, it will not be so easy to survive in this industry. So he must develop towards the singing circle. Only in this way can he find a better way out for himself. Li Jinyu obviously meant the same thing. But he respected Chen Feng's choice and just asked Chen Feng whether he was willing to develop in this direction. He had no intention of forcing him. Chen Feng knew Li Jinyu's good intentions and agreed. Li Jinyu quickly called him back. If you really want to develop in the entertainment industry, I will find good resources for you, but you need to make time to participate in some programs. Debuting this way will be more secure for your future development. If you're willing, I can even arrange a team for you so you can debut as a team. It was too complicated to debut as a team, so Chen Feng refused. Li Jinyu was not disappointed either. She just said that she would find a good program for Chen Feng so that he could go on stage to make his presence felt and get guidance from various teachers to see if there were any shortcomings. Seeing that it was almost winter vacation, Li Jinyu worked very quickly and selected 4 or 5 programs for Chen Feng to choose from. Most of the participants in this kind of program are newcomers who want to enter the entertainment industry. Only a small number of people debuted as internet celebrities like Chen Feng, and were already famous before their debut. Chen Feng chose a program he had watched before, called Twinkle Twinkle Little Star Program Crew. He had often heard of this program. It was said that most of the people who participated in this program would become famous after they came out. He doesn't have any extra time to waste, and those inconspicuous program teams are not in his plan at all. There is still half a month before he will participate in the program. During this half month, he has collected a lot of information about the program team, including things to pay attention to when participating in the program. He is busy almost every day. Because the program team can sing their own original songs, he thought of writing one himself. He also incorporated some recent popular elements. When he practiced a song and sang it to Su Ching and the others, they were all shocked almost at the same time. Crazy, you're amazing. We've known each other for such a long time, but we never knew you could write your own songs. Did you take further studies without telling us? Facing Lu Wenxiang's joke, Huang Jima nodded frantically. That's right, we all graduated from the same school. Now the two of us are still unknown, and you have become a well-known university student. Yu Xiaoning rolled her eyes. That's great, Huanggo, you can even use idioms now. Ever since the concert that day, Yu Xiaoning and Huang Jima have been quarreling and making sarcastic remarks to each other from time to time. It seems that only this way can I feel better. Huang Jima showed no sympathy for the woman. What the hell are you yelling about? I went to college after all, so what's wrong with using 2 idioms? Are these idioms from your family? Yu Xiaoning was furious. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Su Ching hurriedly said, your song incorporates a lot of popular elements, and the rhythm is also very good. I just listened to it and it made me excited. She was telling the truth. Chen Feng's song was indeed exciting. Chen Feng fiddled with the piano in his hand casually and said nonchalantly, it's okay. I have to go to the program crew to record a program in 2 days. I can talk to the production team and let you in to listen. That's great. The feeling of hearing it live is different from what you see on TV. I want to hear it live. Huang Jima said this shamelessly. Yu Xiaoning spat at him directly. Bah! Shameless. Yu Xiaoning, you deserve a beating, don't you? How on earth did I offend you? Huang Jima could finally understand Chen Feng's mood at that time. Yu Xiaoning was a girl who would not listen to any persuasion and was very talkative. Her words were so unpleasant. She doesn't look like a girl at all. As the Chinese New Year was approaching, Su's father and mother finally ended their trip and rushed back from abroad, just in time to catch the day when Chen Feng was on the show. So Chen Feng got a few tickets, and the group went to the show in a grand manner. It wasn't until she reached the audience stand that Lu Wenxiang couldn't help but sigh. I've always been curious about who's in the audience stand. It turns out they're all family members and friends of the show's participants. They found a good seat and sat down. Next to them was a very cute girl who was listening to her parents' Huan's instructions. Chapter 86 Recording a Program. Then I heard the girl's father say, "Don't be nervous later, you must perform well."
It is your honor to have the opportunity to be on this program. You must seize this opportunity.
If something unexpected happens during the recording of the show later, your life will most likely be ruined. The girl's mother also chimed in, "Your father and I have spent so many years raising you and have invested millions in you.
Please don't let us down." This nonchalant tone obviously hurt the girl's self-esteem.
She was obviously already used to her parents talking to her like this, and she sighed helplessly, "Don't worry, I will do my best." No one expected that Chen Jiangwo would say to the girl's father at this moment, "Don't be so harsh on your children.
Be a little more tolerant of them.
They will understand our good intentions." After taking classes for so long, what he says now has a certain cultural level.
However, the other party didn't buy it at all and said arrogantly, "Who are you? What does it have to do with us teaching our daughter?" The girl's mother was also furious. "Do you know how much effort we put into raising her? If she doesn't achieve anything, wouldn't it be a waste of all the money we've invested in her over the years?"
The girl lowered her head and said awkwardly, "Mom and Dad, please stop talking.
I will do my best."
However, the girl's mother didn't care about her feelings at all and continued to be aggressive. "She is a girl.
If she doesn't work hard, how will she provide for me and her father in the future?
We can't make that much money now, so she should pay us back for all the money we spend on her."
You outsiders have no idea what we've been through, so why are you pointing fingers at us? Chen Jiangwo wanted to speak, but was stopped by Su's father.
"My dear relatives, it's difficult for an honest judge to judge family affairs. Since this is someone else's private matter, let's not get involved. The girl is quite pitiful to have such a pair of parents." When Chen Feng came over after getting his ranking, he felt that the atmosphere here was a little off, so he couldn't help but ask, "What happened?"
Lu Wenxiang winked at Chen Fenghao.
So Chen Feng followed his gaze and saw the strange couple of parents. They are showing off to their relatives and friends how much money they have spent on raising their daughter, how many awards her daughter has won, and what a bright future her daughter will have after being selected this time. Just hearing these words, Chen Feng felt particularly suffocated, and he also felt sorry for the girl sitting next to him. She was all alone, clutching her skirt, obviously nervous, but she had no one to talk to. She obviously didn't want to say a word about her parents, and didn't even want to have anything to do with them.
She sat far away by herself. Lu Wenxiang quietly told Chen Feng what had happened just now. Chen Jiangwo was obviously still feeling sorry for the girl and kept shaking his head and sighing.
Chen Feng consoled him, "Dad, everyone's life is different.
I know you mean well, but let's not worry about other people's affairs."
The girl was the first to go on stage. Before going on stage, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes gently. Then, under the attention of thousands of people, she walked towards the stage with her head held high and her chest puffed out. But when she introduced herself, she made mistakes and stuttered several times. By the end of the performance, she was so nervous that her palms were sweaty.
Her parents in the audience were even more nervous than she was, and they kept saying, "How could she make such a mistake?
She's never made this mistake before, even after so many training sessions at home, and now she's developed it here."
I don't know who influenced her.
Chen Feng understood the hidden meaning of these words, but he did not expect that Chen Jiangwo's casual interruption would become the target of their criticism. The girl on the stage sang a song she wrote herself. The lyrics were very good and sounded casual, but each word had its own uniqueness. As she was singing, her parents in the audience suddenly stood up and shouted, "Come on!"
frantically.
Her relatives and friends felt ashamed and covered their faces or pretended not to know them. The girl, who had been performing quite well, suddenly collapsed when she saw this scene. She forgot the words for more than 10 seconds and couldn't remember what the next sentence was for a long time. In the end, he had no choice but to collapse and step down, ending in failure. As a result, she had just walked to the stage, but although she did not get any comfort from her parents, she was slapped by her mother. The camera happened to turn towards this side and captured the slap clearly. This program was originally broadcast live, so many people had already seen the slap.
Chen Jiangwo couldn't bear to watch it any longer. How could you hit someone?
The child didn't behave well, and she's even more upset than you are. Not only did you not comfort her, but you also hit her. How sad must the child be?
The girl's mother was furious. What does this have to do with you?
Oh, I've discovered that you've been finding fault with our family ever since you came here.
Could it be that you know my daughter is so outstanding, so you're doing it on purpose? Chen Jiangwo obviously didn't think that he would meet such an unreasonable person.
He just couldn't stand a girl being bullied in public by her parents. That's why I wanted to help speak up. It turns out that her parents are so unruly.
My daughter has trained so many times without any accidents. Are you behind this? My daughter makes mistakes so frequently. You must be the one behind this. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to arrest you all. You're ruining my daughter's future.
Seeing that the situation here was getting more and more serious, the girl's mother even wanted to hit Chen Jiangwo, so Chen Feng hurried over. He pulled away the girl's mother's hand that was tugging at Chen Jiangwo's collar and said, "Ma'am, please calm down. Your daughter's misbehavior has nothing to do with me. Instead of putting the blame on others, you should think carefully about how you usually educate your daughter." The girl's mother was already on the verge of collapse, and after hearing these words, she felt that Chen Feng was accusing them of having the wrong way of education. She couldn't bear to hear such words. After all, she spent millions on her daughter's training for her future, and she was basically proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The daughter said she liked singing, and they agreed with her decision. They worked hard to pick her up and drop her off at school every day so that she could have more time to study.
I finally made it to this day.
I thought my daughter would be able to make a name for herself, but ended up with this kind of outcome.
How could they possibly be willing? Chapter 87. Just a tool. She doesn't think there is anything wrong with her educational methods.
Her daughter has always been an outstanding student in all aspects when she was young.
An existence that others envy.
But for some reason, since she started high school, my daughter has become rebellious and gradually stopped listening to them. I also had rebellious thoughts. They used to clamor to attend classes every day, but after entering high school, they refused to go even when forced. So they beat and scolded him, but it still didn't have any effect. The emotions that had been pent up in her for so many years finally erupted at this moment. I work hard every day to make money and put all my money on her.
What do you think I do this for?
Instead of doing this to give her a good future, Wei Jia, you really disappoint me. You don't deserve to exist in this world.
You won't be my daughter.
And you don't deserve to be raised by me for so many years. She ended up saying all the nasty things. Wei Jia's emotions had already reached the brink of explosion.
She cried and said, "You just treat me as a tool. You never treat me as a human being.
You just want me to become better and become a topic of conversation in front of your relatives, but you never consider my feelings." After Wei Jia finished speaking, she rushed out regardless of everything.
Her mother was still shouting from behind, "Run! Run! It would be better if you died. Go die if you have the guts."
This statement was obviously too extreme, and many people were whispering. Because of the farce here, the second person who came on stage had almost no presence, and even the photographer's attention was attracted by the mother and daughter. The second person who came on stage left in disgrace and also did not make it to the finals. Chen Feng's number is 16, and there are 14 people in front of him, so he is not in a hurry at all.
Chen Jiangwo was a little worried about the little girl's safety.
Chen Feng comforted him, "Dad, after all, it's someone else's family affair.
We can't interfere too much."
Chen Jiangwo disagreed, "But that's also a living being.
What if the little girl becomes depressed? No, I have to go and see her. Dad."
His father, "Please don't make things more difficult for your son. After all, today is his good day." After hearing what Chen's mother said, Chen Jiangwo was also worried that he would affect Chen Feng because of him, so he could only sit back down obediently.
"Don't mention what happened just now."
After the 14 people in front of me had finished, Chen Feng finally arrived. There were a total of 20 contestants, and among the 15 people ahead of him, only 3 were selected for the finals. Moreover, most of the songs sung by these 3 people are original creations, and their skills are very strong. His palms were slightly sweaty. He sent the song to Li Jinyu and Mary, and it received high recognition from both of them, which made Chen Feng a little more confident. In fact, he thought the first little girl performed quite well. If it weren't for her parents making trouble and her parents' lack of understanding, she wouldn't have left in such a state of collapse in the end.
Maybe she is one of the selected people.
Chen Feng had just walked onto the stage, and when he introduced his name and identity, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Chen Feng's appearance has long been remembered by everyone because he appeared on the same stage with Mary. Even if no one recognized him just now, when he said that he was the most handsome, not only the people at the scene of the show, but also most of the people in front of the screen recognized Chen Feng. The host of the program even said with emotion, "It is an honor that the most handsome guy came to our show." When Chen Feng started playing the piano and the passionate singing sounded, almost everyone in the program crew was excited. From then on, the noisy voices gradually quieted down, leaving only Chen Feng singing on the scene.
With Chen Feng singing brainwashing everyone, the previous farce was quickly forgotten.
All they could think about now was the song sung by Chen Feng. The song sung by Chen Feng seemed to awaken their souls, making their blood boil. However, every song will eventually come to an end. When the piano and singing stop at the same time, everyone still feels a little unsatisfied. The reputation of the most handsome guy spread throughout the live broadcast room, and everyone kept shouting his name. But Chen Feng knew nothing about it. He just bowed deeply to the guests and referees. When the referees turned on the lights, it meant that Chen Feng had passed unanimously. There were only 5 referees on the scene. The 3 people who had passed before could only get 4 lights at most. Only Chen Feng had all 5 lights on. Did it get the approval of all the judges? It was also recognized by the live broadcast room and the audience on site. The audience at the scene had even forgotten who they came here to support. Their minds were now full of Chen Feng's singing, and their boiling souls could not calm down for a long time. Of the 4 people who came on stage later, except for the last one who was selected, the other 3 were eliminated one after another.
Especially the one after Chen Feng. The atmosphere created by Chen Feng was still there.
He suddenly sang a sad song, and all the judges turned off the lights in an instant. He left his favorite stage in disgrace before he even had time to finish the song. In fact, this is very disrespectful to a singer, but if you don't have absolute strength, why do you ask others to respect you? Including Chen Feng, there were only 5 people who made it to the finals. 5 people were selected from the 20 people. These 5 people were impeccable from every angle. The final is scheduled to be held in 3 days. During these 3 days, those who enter the finals can think carefully about which song they want to choose, and take advantage of these short 3 days to train hard.
Prevent mistakes during the finals.
When the preliminary round was over, Chen Feng and his group had just left the program site when they heard the bad news. The first girl to come on stage, Wu Jia, jumped into the river. But because she was rescued in time, she has been sent to the hospital and is currently receiving emergency treatment.
Whether he can escape from life-threatening danger remains an unknown.
Her parents did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, and even kept accusing Wu Jia of being unfilial.
Until this moment, Chen Jiangwo had completely given up on Wu Jia's parents.
Apart from silently praying in his heart that Wu Jia would survive, there was nothing else he could do.
In fact, Chen Feng could see that Chen Jiangwo felt a little guilty. Chapter 88 Live for Yourself.
If he had gone out to counsel Wu Jia at that time, perhaps this consequence would not have occurred. But now that things have come to this, it's futile to say more nonsense. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already dark. This show wasted too much of their time. Chen Feng still had to prepare for the finals in 3 days. Since he came back, he locked himself in the room and isolated himself from the world.
Because of what happened during the day, Chen Jiangwo had a nightmare at night.
I dreamed that the girl was asking him why he didn't save her. He woke up from his dream and wanted to go outside to calm down for a while. When he passed by Chen Feng's room, he still heard the melodious piano sound.
It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, but Chen Feng was still fine. How could he, as a father, not feel distressed?
So he walked over and knocked on Chen Feng's door. The piano music inside stopped abruptly, and soon Chen Feng came to open the door.
"Dad? Why aren't you asleep yet?" Chen Jiangwo blared at him. "You're still talking about me, aren't you asleep too? Still practicing the piano?" Chen Feng looked down at the piano in his hand and nodded. Chen Jiangwo consoled him, "Don't be too nervous. You performed so well before, you won't be far behind even if you make it to the finals." Chen Feng shook his head. Those who can participate in this program are already the best in all aspects. Now that those who have entered the finals, they are even more outstanding and impeccable. Although I have a certain degree of confidence in myself, I cannot guarantee that I will win this time, so it is understandable that I am nervous. "Dad, you're not still upset about what happened during the day, are you?" He actually didn't understand why Chen Jiangwo had to meddle in this matter. After all, this matter has nothing to do with them. Chen Jiangwo sighed, not daring to tell Chen Feng the truth. "No, I just wanted to get up to drink some water, and then I heard the sound of you playing the piano, so I knew you were still awake, so I came to check on you. I'm going to sleep right away, Dad." "You should get some rest too. It's not that I'm cold-blooded, it's just that it's hard for a judge to judge family affairs. You saw that girl's parents too. Their attitude at the time clearly showed that they didn't want us to meddle in their affairs.
There's no point trying to reason with such unreasonable people. Only when they lose something do they learn to cherish it.
Chen Jiangwo finally couldn't help but retort, but that girl is innocent. She did nothing wrong.
But she had to deal with such a pair of parents. Chen Feng said, all this is destined by heaven, and there is nothing we can do. Dad, you should go to bed early and don't think too much about this matter. Her parents definitely don't want us to visit, so you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible.
Chen Jiangwo's thoughts were all written on his face. How could Chen Feng not see it? But it's really not their turn to take care of Gui Zhezhou's matter. Even if her parents pushed her into a desperate situation, what does it have to do with them? It's just a pity that Gui Zhezhou, a good seedling, could have had a better life, but ended up in a dead end because of her parents. This time, her collapse and stepping down from the stage, including the slap she received, has been seen by many netizens. Her mother would naturally be criticized by the majority of netizens, but Chen Feng felt that people like her mother would not care about this at all. Some people might even think that it was because Gui Zhezhou's performance was poor that she had to go through all this. But no matter what the final outcome is, it has nothing to do with them. Chen Jiangwo went downstairs dejectedly and drank some water, then returned to his room and fell asleep.
Originally, they thought that there would be no possibility for them to meet Gui Zhezhou again, but what Chen Feng never expected was that on the day of the finals, they actually saw Gui Zhezhou again at the door of the program crew. This time she was alone and wearing a hospital gown, obviously having sneaked out of the hospital. Many people have cast strange looks at her, but Gui Zhezhou doesn't care at all and stands quietly at the door of the program crew. She knew she was a loser now and didn't even have the courage to step into this place.
But I really can't accept it.
All her efforts over the years were destroyed in this moment. She could have obviously had a better life, but when she saw someone speaking for her, she suddenly felt particularly wronged. The emotions that had been pent up in my heart for so many years could no longer be held back, so I just let them all out. It was so funny to think that she had collapsed on the stage she had always dreamed of. All the efforts made before were in vain at this moment. She just wanted to come to this place one last time to take a look at the place she had dreamed of. Then it was time to leave forever. As her mother said, perhaps she should never have come into this world in the first place. This way it won't cause trouble to anyone. Although she had no choice about her birth, she really regretted coming into this world. Just as she was facing everyone's gaze with her whole body stiff, someone suddenly patted her shoulder. She was startled and turned around in surprise, only to see a beautiful and delicate girl.
Would you like to go in together? Su Ching invited her.
Gui Zhezhou looked at her with some surprise, and also looked at the people standing behind her. She clenched her fists tightly and nodded with almost all her strength. She liked the girl in front of her very much. She gave her a very comfortable feeling, as if it was salvation brought to her by God, allowing her to see the hope of survival at a glance.
But can she really survive?
She never wants to go back to that suffocating home, but if she doesn't go back, where else can she go? He sat back in his familiar seat, and this time Chen Feng was the fourth to appear.
He said to Gui Zhezhou, "Do you feel sorry? Actually, I thought you could make it to the finals. You shouldn't have collapsed and left."
Gui Zhezhou also knew that she shouldn't have done that, but she really couldn't hold it in at that time. She didn't want to see her parents disappointed, but she also didn't want to become a topic of bragging for her parents. She doesn't want to live in the shadow of her parents all her life, and she wants to live for herself occasionally. But she seemed to have failed. She made her life even more miserable, and there was no possibility of turning back. So she raised her face and smiled openly.
Chapter 89, Taking the Blame. I'm not a strong person. If I had to do it all over again, I might still end up like this.
It's really a pity, but it's just a pity. Seeing that she was wearing thin clothes, Su Ching took off her coat and put it on her. Gui Zhezhou tightly grasped the coat on her shoulders, biting her lips, not knowing what she was thinking.
As soon as the first singer finished, the second one came on stage.
When the third singer came on stage, Gui Zhezhou suddenly asked a very stupid question.
She asked Chen Feng, "Are you nervous?" Chen Feng said calmly, "Faced with such an occasion, I think everyone would be nervous, right?" Only then did Gui Zhezhou realize that she had asked a very stupid question. But at the same time, she felt even more annoyed. Obviously other people can do things very well, why do I become such a failure when it comes to myself? The moment Chen Feng came on the court, he once again became the focus of everyone's attention, and almost everyone's eyes fell on him. Chen Feng's performance in the preliminary round really impressed everyone present, and they were also looking forward to seeing Chen Feng's wonderful performance in the rematch.
The two competitions must be performed with two different songs. Chen Feng used his own song in the preliminary round, but he could not sing it again in the final. But just at this moment, someone from the judges said, "Mr. Chen Feng, everyone loved the song you sang in the preliminary round.
Your fans are clamoring for you to sing it again. Could you sing for us again, please?"
Faced with this question, Chen Feng was naturally happy to accept it, but he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, Miss Judge, if I sing it again, will you give me the score according to the finals?" The man nodded. "That's natural." So Chen Feng became the only person in the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star program who sang the same song in both the preliminary and final rounds. When the other 4 people who entered the finals heard that Chen Feng was going to sing the song from the preliminary round again, they immediately knew that they had no chance of winning.
And it's not fair to them.
Chen Feng successfully won the finals. The program team also specially awarded Chen Feng an award, and since then Chen Feng has received many invitations. It wasn't until 10 days later that someone revealed that the woman who asked Chen Feng to sing the same song at the finals was a good friend of Mary. Everyone speculated that Mary wanted to help her students, so she deliberately let the woman do this. After all, the popularity of Chen Feng's song was really high, and the other contestants had no competitiveness at all. The matter became more and more controversial, and even some of the finalists were unwilling to give up and revealed many details. Chen Feng never knew that the woman knew his teacher, and Mary never told him about this. But he knew that with Mary's character, he would never do such a thing as favoritism. In his opinion, capable people can make a name for themselves even without any backstage support. Those who have no strength will collapse in the future even if they lose their backing. But I didn't expect that when I was on a show, I would drag my teacher into it. Mary also suffered an unexpected misfortune. She was doing very well in the circle, but was inexplicably dragged into trouble by someone. He only learned about this matter through Chen Feng's apology phone call. After he understood the whole story, he showed no sign of anger. He simply said, "The innocent will be cleared. Those online discussions won't last long. After a while, everyone will forget about this matter. We don't need to explain anything at all." Although what Mary said made sense, Chen Feng was still afraid that his own affairs would involve him. So he posted a short video to clarify that he did not know the referee, and that his teacher had been busy with the next concert recently and had never contacted any friends in the circle. The referee also confirmed this. But not long after, a contestant posted the chat history between Mary and the referee, and insisted that the female referee did so on Mary's orders. Mary, who had originally not intended to deal with this matter, had to stand up and clarify that the matter was false and that she had not chatted with the female referee during this period.
"I never told the female referee that I wanted Chen Feng to sing the same song."
Mary's team speculated that his comeback might have affected other people's interests, and someone was deliberately trying to frame him.
This matter has nothing to do with Chen Feng. Chen Feng is the real victim.
Chen Feng did not think that he was the so-called victim in the eyes of others. He must have become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of others as he moved forward.
When a newcomer develops in the circle, the veterans certainly don't want to be compared to him. Naturally, contradictions arise. This matter continued to ferment on the internet.
Mary and Chen Feng found the female referee at the same time and asked her who instructed her to do so.
The female referee said innocently, "You doubt me? I was just stating the facts and wanted Chen Feng to sing the song again. How could I have known that things would escalate into this?"
She was also quite innocent. She just wanted to give Chen Feng some power, fan the flames from behind, and help Chen Feng. Who knew that someone would leak the chat records between her and Mary, and actually said that she did it on purpose because she was instructed by Mary? God knows she had never contacted Mary at that time, and those chat records on the internet were completely fake. They acted completely recklessly, without considering the feelings of the parties involved at all, and were not even afraid of them coming out to explain. Obviously, the mastermind behind this incident who fanned the flames has extraordinary strength in the entire music circle. It can even be said that it has reached the point where one hand can cover the sky. There are only a few talented people in the music industry, and you can guess their identities with careful guessing.
Even if they guessed it, what would it matter?
The other party's strength was there. Even if it was confirmed, they could rely on their fans and strong financial resources to completely get rid of this matter. He also cleared himself of all charges and even spread rumors that Chen Feng and the others were lying. With such an absolute gap, it seems that Chen Feng and his team have no chance of winning. There's nothing they can do except bear the blame and disgrace. But Chen Feng was unwilling to accept it.
Why should he admit to something he had not done? Chapter 90, Uncovering the Truth.
Knowing that they had wronged the female referee, Chen Feng specially invited the female referee to dinner.
The matter was barely over.
It's not that someone colluded with the female referee, but that someone took advantage of this incident to cause trouble, which led to so many things that happened later.
It seems that you and I have been targeted. After leaving the restaurant, Mary smiled self-deprecatingly.
He was well aware that his return this time would definitely offend many people, but he did not expect that Chen Feng, who was performing on the same stage with him, would also become a thorn in the eyes of others. In this case, perhaps all of Chen Feng's experiences were caused by him. Chen Feng was very open-minded about this matter and said, "A tall tree attracts the wind.
From the moment I became famous, I have been prepared for this. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. I'm the one who's dragging you down this time." Mary lit a cigarette.
Singers like them usually take good care of their voices and don't easily touch things like cigarettes and alcohol. Obviously, Mary was extremely upset this time, so she smoked to relieve her sorrow. Chen Feng put his hands in his pockets and shrugged his shoulders. "This incident has nothing to do with you, teacher.
You are also a victim. I want to see who is behind this and whether he can really cover up everything with one hand."
He glanced at the cigarette in Mary's hand. The other party immediately understood what he meant, handed him a cigarette, and reminded him, "This is not a good thing, smoke less."
Chen Feng laughed but didn't answer.
This incident has been fermenting on the internet for several days, and it was originally thought that it would be gradually forgotten by everyone over time. As a result, the matter escalated, and various people who had nothing to do with the matter came out to testify, trying to make Chen Feng and others convicted of the crime. Su Ching came to Chen Feng's room with 2 cups of milk tea in her hands, wanting to talk to him about this matter. But when Chen Feng opened the door, he was talking on the phone with Li Jinyu. Apparently the two of them were discussing how to resolve the online discussions.
The online discussions were groundless in the first place.
Now they just need to find a way to prove that this matter has nothing to do with them, and things will turn around. The female referee had already come out and said that the chat screenshots were fake, but others said that even if they were true, she would not admit it. The female referee changed the rules of the finals of the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star program with her own efforts, and also pushed herself into the limelight with her own efforts.
This has led to the current situation.
After Chen Feng hung up the phone, he rubbed his temples with a headache and took the milk tea from Su Ching.
"Thanks." Su Ching found a chair and sat down, then asked, "What did Li Jinyu say?"
"He's already helping me figure out who's behind this. Since he signed the contract with Wind City Media and Entertainment, all kinds of things have happened one after another." Li Jinyu didn't know how many messes she had helped him clean up, and he felt a little embarrassed now.
"But I can't help but trouble him."
Mary believed that the innocent will be cleared, and she never thought about explaining this matter from beginning to end. Even though this incident has caused them trouble in their lives, he still ignores those discussions.
Mary is an international superstar and doesn't need to care about these discussions. But he can't.
He is still in the early stages of development. It would be a shame if his future was ruined because of gossip. This incident has caused quite a stir. Most of your fans believe in your ability, but this incident has seriously affected your popularity. She had already checked the Acne Scar account. Chen Feng used to gain hundreds of thousands of fans every day, but after this incident, the rate of increase in his fans dropped sharply.
There are even signs of losing fans.
This is a very unfavorable thing for Chen Feng, who is in the early stages of development. That's why she thought of asking Chen Feng if there was any way to solve this problem.
Chen Feng felt a headache. "I know this too. I've already discussed this with Fengqing Media and Entertainment.
They asked me to release a clarification video first. As for what role and effect this will have, it depends on the weight of the big fish behind it. He must release the clarification video, otherwise the female referee will have to bear too much. She originally just wanted to fulfill a fan's wish and arbitrarily changed the rules of the program finals, but ended up bringing disaster upon herself." Mary wasn't going to explain, but it was different for him. His explanation can help the female referee clear suspicion and prevent her from continuing to suffer personal attacks from others. His clarification video was recorded with the help of Su Ching and was released at 11:40 p.m. He waited for 20 minutes, and finally at exactly 12 o'clock in the evening, he became a hot topic on the search for acne scars. He knew that Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company was behind this, and of course Li Jinyu's help was indispensable. This hot search caused quite a stir, and many people sent private messages to Chen Feng, expressing their willingness to believe in his attitude. Chen Feng was also very moved by the fans who have always supported him. He just wanted to wait until this incident was over so that he could sing well. He didn't know who he had offended to cause the other party to slander him like this. Li Jinyu suddenly sent a message asking Chen Feng to go to bed early. However, after this happened, he had been suffering from insomnia for several days in a row. How could he possibly sleep at this critical moment? So he and Su Ching chatted until 3 in the morning, and then he fell asleep in a daze. After sleeping for less than an hour, he got up at 4 in the morning and looked at his phone, which already had a reply from Li Jinyu.
Just 2 short words, done. Chen Feng didn't understand what these 2 words meant, and hurriedly opened the acne scar.
It turned out that Li Jinyu actually exposed the person behind the scenes. The person behind the scenes was not the superstar they had guessed, or any other big star in the music industry. They turned out to be Gui Zhezhou's parents. What Li Jinyu dug out was the record of Gui Zhezhou's mother bribing others to discredit Chen Feng.
The above also includes transfer records.
I remember that the last time we watched a concert together, Su Ching left Gui Zhezhou's contact information. So he asked Su Ching for Gui Zhezhou's contact information and added her as a friend. After all, it was already past 5 in the morning. Su Ching woke up early like him, or maybe she didn't sleep at all. But the situation on Gui Zhezhou's side was completely different. The message he sent seemed to fall on deaf ears and there was no reply for a long time.
Chapter 91 Revenge for Not Being Selected.
It was not until 10 o'clock the next morning that the other party agreed to his friend request.
And sent a smiling emoticon.
Chen Feng did not reply, but turned on the computer and hacked into Gui Zhezhou's phone directly. He then found her mother's contact information through her phone.
Once again, I chose to add a friend.
As long as Gui Zhezhou's mother agrees to his friend request, he will be able to get all the evidence. When he added a friend, he deliberately changed his profile picture to another contestant. As a result, Gui Zhezhou's mother agreed almost immediately. The other party quickly sent him a message: publish a piece of solid news for 50,000 yuan.
You weren't selected in the first place, so this 50,000 yuan is a considerable sum for you.
When Chen Feng saw this message, he raised his eyebrows and took a screenshot. He also used computer technology to hack into the other party's mobile phone and took screenshots of all the information related to this matter. Finally, I took a screenshot of the transfer record. He edited all these records into a video and posted it on his account. When the video was released, it caused an instant uproar. The number of views is more than 3 times that of the clarification video he posted yesterday.
As expected, what everyone really wants to see is not some clarification, but solid evidence.
Gui Zhezhou soon learned about this and took the initiative to call him. But there was no voice from her on the phone, only a long silence.
Chen Feng neither urged nor asked.
He knew the person on the other end of the line was still there, but she just needed to think about how to start the conversation. After more than 10 minutes of silence, a very weak voice came from the other end of the phone: "I'm sorry." These 3 short words expressed her helplessness and exhaustion. She originally thought that since she was not selected, the matter should be over. Who knew her mother would do such a thing?
Chen Feng felt extremely tired.
He didn't have much interaction with Gui Zhezhou's mother, and he didn't understand how he had offended her and why he was being slandered like this. It almost ruined his future.
Spreading rumors is against the law. He just replied with this sentence in the end.
He knew that Gui Zhezhou was innocent, and she didn't want to have parents like that. Because of this incident, she forced herself into severe depression. Any small thing could irritate her, so Chen Feng didn't dare to put any pressure on her. Gui Zhezhou's tearful voice came over. "I know, I think
I can finally escape from this sea of suffering."
Her voice was clearly choked with sobs, but if you listened carefully, you could hear her anticipation for dawn. The person on the other end of the phone has already taken on too much, and perhaps this is her only way to get relief.
Congratulations.
Such parents are a disaster for Gui Zhezhou. She deserves a better life. It is indeed a good thing for her to get rid of such family constraints. Soon, Gui Zhezhou's mother Su Mei was exposed. Even the scene where Gui Zhezhou was slapped during the recording of the show was watched repeatedly, and the comments were all insulting to Su Mei. "I said she is not fit to be a mother, let alone a human being."
All kinds of dirty words kept coming out. Some people say that she has money but a dirty heart.
She is not worthy of being a mother, let alone having such an outstanding daughter. Su Mei can accept any insults, but she cannot accept people saying that she has not taught her daughter well. The outstanding daughter she spent so much time and money to raise is her only pride. If anyone dares to say anything bad about her daughter, she will immediately react and have a fierce argument with that person. Gui Jejia has experienced this kind of thing too many times. Until this moment, she bravely stood up and wrote a long article, describing how she had lived in the confined environment imposed by her parents over the years. She is like a canary, living under the protection of her parents. But her parents just wanted her to live the way they wanted. She has never had freedom and envied others for having parents who love her. She also has the love of her parents, but their love is a pressure for her. Their protection was a confinement for her. And when she disappointed them, Su Meili would always say some insulting words to her, as if this would make her remember her lesson. She does learn her lesson at first. But as she began to think independently, she discovered that what her mother said was not always right, and from then on, she became rebellious. I am no longer so willing to listen to my parents. They may even run away from their words. I feel irritated when I hear their voices. She has lived in such a suffocating environment for many years and is now really tired. This letter was written by her to her netizens, and it was also her final letter to herself. On the morning of the second day after this article was published, Gui Jejia's body was found in the ward. A cold, cold body. It is said that when Su Meili heard the news, she went crazy. She frantically shouted Gui Jejia's name and held Gui Jejia's body tightly, refusing to let go. However, at this point, no matter what she did, it would be of no avail. After all, Gui Jejia will never wake up again. Upon learning that a young life had passed away, Chen Feng felt extremely sorry. After all, when he was talking to her on the phone a few days ago, she told him in a suppressed excited tone that she would be free soon. At that time, he had not yet realized what Gui Jejia meant by liberation. I originally thought the relief she was talking about was being able to stay away from her parents, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of relief. This incident has attracted attention from many parties, and the topic of parenting has also become a hot search. Chen Feng's case came to an end. After learning about Chen Feng's experience, everyone expressed their sympathy for him. More people are paying attention to him. After all, this was an unprovoked disaster for him. Su Meili spread rumors and slandered him just because Gui Jejia was not selected. This behavior was really excessive. No wonder her only daughter would end up in such a desperate situation. There is no room left for her parents, nor for herself. About 10 days later, Chen Feng and his friends finally ushered in the new year. And on the night of New Year's Eve, it actually snowed there. Snowflakes are flying all over the sky, which is a symbol of romance for couples in love. But in Chen Feng's opinion, this year's spring festival is particularly bleak and the streets are particularly lonely. Chapter 92. There should be a good ending. He came to the mental hospital on the second day of the Chinese New Year and met Gui Jejia's mother Su Meili. Her condition was very unstable and she often called Gui Jejia's name at the same place. She sometimes giggled and sometimes encouraged. It's a pity that there is no longer a little girl in front of her who could have been so dazzling. She eventually paid the price for what she did. And you will regret it for the rest of your life. The repressive education ultimately destroyed a family that could have been happy. Chen Feng and Su Meili did not communicate at all, he just watched silently. Seeing Su Meili become crazy, he still did not forget to blame Gui Jejia's mistakes, and even told her that girls can only have a good future if they work harder. Only by working hard to make money can I be worthy of their training over the years. They are about to get old. If she doesn't work hard to make money, how will she provide for them in their old age? Chen Feng only listened here for more than 10 minutes, but he felt extremely suffocated. I don't know how Gui Jejia has endured all these years. No wonder she ended up taking such an extreme path and ending her life. Maybe she really shouldn't have come into this world. After the Spring Festival, Lu Wenxian and the others came to pay New Year's greetings. Chen Feng held 2 big red envelopes, raised his chin and said to them, "Call me Dad, and these red envelopes are yours." Who knew these two were so shameless, one calling out sweeter than the other? Chen Feng was completely conquered by the two of them and handed over the red envelope in his hand. "Brothers, the 3 of us will graduate this June. Have you ever thought about your future? Didn't you say we'd start a business together after we graduated? We're both waiting for you to make it big, right, old Huang?" Huang Jimo was happily counting his money. After hearing this, he hurriedly said to Chen Feng, "Yes, Dad, when will you take us to start a business?" When Su Ching came back, she just heard Huang Jimo's call. She looked at the 3 of them with a puzzled look, walked over and handed a red envelope to Chen Feng. "My parents asked me to bring it to you." After all, Chinese New Year is a big holiday, so Su Ching went home. Chen Feng originally wanted to take his parents back to his hometown in the countryside to celebrate the new year. But because there were too many things going on around him, he continued live streaming for a week and had no time to go back to his hometown for the new year.
Even when celebrating the new year here, time is very tight.
The Chinese New Year is the most leisurely time for others, but he becomes busy instead. Recently, the daily traffic to acne scars has doubled compared to usual. He can attract hundreds of thousands of people on average in one night of live streaming, and the highest number in one night can reach 2 million. After a week of continuous live streaming, he successfully broke through 20 million fans. There are not many people using acne scar treatment nowadays, but he has already exceeded 20 million fans, a number that is unmatched by ordinary people.
He has become a leader in the internet celebrity world. And he has already established a place in the entertainment industry.
Li Jinyu meant that if he worked hard for another year this year, he might be able to compete for the Spring Festival Gala by the end of the year.
If there really is such an opportunity, he would naturally fight for it.
He watched this year's Spring Festival Gala, and Mary was invited to sing a song written by Chen Feng. That's exactly what he sang when he participated in the show that day. Now it has become a popular song among everyone, with daily playback volume reaching nearly 1 million. Mary took this song to the Spring Festival Gala, which made Chen Feng popular again.
The New Year's return to school arrived quickly, and Chen Feng and Su Ching came to school hand in hand.
Handsome men and beautiful women always attract other people's attention easily, not to mention that they are both quite famous now.
Whether on the internet or in school, it has become a well-known existence. Moreover, both of them are the kind of people who are neither arrogant nor impatient.
They are very serious in class. After class, one of them plays the piano and the other sings, and their cooperation is seamless. Everyone posted the photos of this golden boy and girl online, and the news of their relationship spread like wildfire, spreading everywhere.
When the get out of class was over and the two of them were walking back together, Chen Feng said, "Miss Su, everyone is spreading rumors that we're dating. Do you think I should post a video to clarify things? It might affect your reputation."
Su Ching actually already knew what Chen Feng meant, so she quickened her pace and ignored him. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Miss Su, I think you can really consider being with me.
After all, I'm not that bad now, don't you think?
Now everyone says that I am just like my name, the most handsome.
I have a lot of female fans who like me. Are you really not going to consider it?"
Seeing him being so shameless, Su Ching directly retorted, "Then go find someone else."
Chen Feng shamelessly followed her, "That won't do. No one else can get into my heart. Besides, I already have a fiancé, why would I like someone else? Isn't that right, fiancé?" Su Ching finally stopped and just stared at him silently. Chen Feng looked back at her.
The two of them stayed on the busy street for about 2 minutes.
Su Ching just said, "Chen Feng, let's give it a try." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded. Maybe it was time for the two of them to give it a try. But they didn't take it seriously at the time.
On the second day of their relationship, Chen Feng brought his two good friends, Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima, to his house to decorate it. He found another excuse to send Chen's father and mother out. I bought flowers and a ring and waited for Su Ching to finish class. He pretended nothing had happened that day, continued to go to and from get out of class, and still walked hand in hand with Su Ching after school. The two of them gradually had more topics to talk about, from teachers and problems with syllables to fans and all kinds of gossip.
The two began to talk about everything.
The moment the door was opened, the lights in the room suddenly came on, and then Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima jumped out and shouted surprise. One of them was holding a bouquet of flowers, and the other was holding a cake, and they walked towards her. Before Su Ching could react, Chen Feng had already taken out the ring he had prepared in advance. "Su Ching, I've been engaged to you for such a long time, and I have never taken my feelings for you seriously. I've thought carefully about what happened between us, and I think there should be a good ending for the two of us."
Chapter 93, Crossing the River and Destroying the Bridge. Su Ching was stunned. She didn't know what Chen Feng meant by the ending, but when she saw the ring, she suddenly felt flustered as if she was being proposed to. He took a step back almost instinctively. Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima said shamelessly on the side, "School beauty Su, our brother is serious about you. When he was still lingering among the flowers, he wanted to pursue you wholeheartedly. We used to laugh at him for overestimating his own abilities, but we never expected him to persevere and actually make it this far. This kind of perseverance is truly unmatched by ordinary people." For a moment, Chen Feng couldn't tell whether the two of them were here to help or to cause trouble. He grumbled to them, "Will you two shut up?" There was still some hope,
But after the two of them said this, even he himself felt that Su Ching would not agree. The original owner had done many shameful things in the past and had ruined his body, which resulted in him being slapped unconscious by Su Ching as soon as he arrived here.
It has become a laughingstock for many people.
I guess Su Ching hasn't forgotten this matter yet. Every time he thought of this unbearable memory, he felt extremely ashamed. Who knew that Su Ching actually took the ring with a smile? Since you are so determined, I will agree to it. Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima began to cheer on the side. Congratulations, congratulations, you finally got what you wanted, crazy man.
Lu Shangxiang, we have to persevere. Maybe one day we can finally get the chance to eat swan meat.
That's right, now that the school beauty is gone, we can chase the class beauty. Faced with their shamelessness, even Chen Feng admired them very much.
Are you done yet? There's nothing left for you to do now, why don't you just leave now?
His tone was full of complaints, but the three of them were used to playing around, and Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima both knew that he was just joking. Hey lunatic, we too are helping you, you can't just cross the river and destroy the bridge, right? That's right, at least you should treat us to a nice meal, so that we won't be in vain for helping you.
Okay, order whatever you want.
He had just agreed when Li Jinyu called him the next second and asked him to find an opportunity to go to Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company. Chen Feng agreed and took Su Ching and the other two out for a good meal.
After sending them back, he took Su Ching to Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company.
This is also what Li Jinyu meant. Li Jinyu had previously revealed that he wanted to sign Su Ching, but this matter was later delayed. Now she suddenly asked him to bring the person over, which is probably related to this matter.
Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company seems to be recruiting a group of artists recently.
A large number of well-dressed contestants gathered in front of the company, waiting for the selection to begin. Chen Feng and Su Ching walked past them, recognized them immediately, and came up to them to ask for their autographs. It was at this time that Chen Feng realized that his fame had become so high. Later, the security guards arrived and the two of them were able to barely enter Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company and meet Li Jinyu. Li Jinyu first asked someone to take Su Ching to another place, and then he took Chen Feng to his office.
That new song you wrote is very popular now.
I just wrote it casually. I didn't expect it to be so popular. He incorporated many popular elements, but he felt that the reason why the song became popular might have something to do with him.
Whether a song can become popular is often closely related to the person who sings it.
He is already at the peak of his career now, and his fame is still on the rise. After that song, he is now well known. The company really appreciates your talent and has decided to give you some special training.
What are your plans? Special training? Chen Feng was a little surprised.
Yes, if you agree, we can help you hire a few teachers to teach you how to write lyrics and compose music.
This is a good thing, but Chen Feng refused. I have already entered Qidian International Music Academy.
I have learned everything I need to learn.
Besides, I will graduate soon, so I don't have enough time.
When they first started working together, the contract they signed clearly stated that if Chen Feng didn't have time, their company couldn't force him.
Li Jinyu is a reasonable person.
He knows that nothing is more important than studying, so he doesn't force it. Now that Tianking's fans have exceeded 2 million, I decided to fulfill my promise and sign her. She and you are from the same school, so she should be pretty close.
That's natural. Su Ching became famous earlier than me.
Her ability is not bad.
She just lacks an opportunity to make her completely famous. I am no exception that your company is interested in her.
Su Ching had no plans to develop in this direction before, so she has never signed a contract with the company. Now that I'm developing in this direction, she's my girlfriend, so she has to follow the same path as me.
Li Jinyu nodded thoughtfully. Are you two a real couple?
Right.
That's easy then. The two of you together are already more famous than when you were live streaming alone.
I've also seen you two live stream together, and the average revenue from each live stream is over 500,000.
I'd like to ask you, by the way, do you have any plans to develop in the entertainment industry?
Li Jinyu was neither hurried nor slow and was very patient.
You won't get very far on the road of internet celebrity.
With your strength and talent, as long as you develop in the entertainment industry, your fame will definitely be even higher in the future.
The company can help you release albums and hold concerts. As long as you want, there's nothing our company can't do.
I admire your talent, so I will always be by your side to assist you and help you go further.
Li Jinyu's promise made Chen Feng very excited.
He also knew that being an internet celebrity wouldn't take him far, and if he wanted to stay in the industry for a long time, the only way out was to enter the entertainment industry.
But he loves freedom and doesn't want to be tied down by too many things.
Li Jinyu also understood that the more talented a person is, the stranger their personality is, so it was reasonable for Chen Feng to make this request. Don't worry, our company doesn't have those weird requirements and conditions, and we won't make excessive demands on you. In this way, Chen Feng was completely relieved. He promised that during the next 6 months, he would report to Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company from time to time and follow the company's arrangements.
But he will mostly stay in school.
After all, there is a certain distance between the company and the school, and he is now facing graduation, so learning is more important to him.
Chapter 94 Return for Revenge.
Arriving at the conference room, Su Ching sat there nervously. Hearing footsteps, he immediately stood up from the sofa.
Chen Feng. Seeing Su Ching's nervous look, Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Su Ching shook her head and forced a smile. "Nothing, are you done talking?"
Li Jinyu handed over a document and said, "Miss Tianqing, I told you before that when your fans exceed 2 million, our Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company will sign a contract with you.
Now that you've met our requirements, and I've fulfilled my promise and brought you the contract, are you willing to come to our company and become a part of it?"
Su Ching looked up at Chen Feng, and when she saw that he didn't say anything, she said, "Mr. Li, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
I am willing." She didn't even look at the contract and signed her name on it readily.
By the time they left the company, the selection at the door had already begun. Although the contestants saw them, they were not as crazy as before and came over to surround them. Instead, they stood in line there obediently, waiting to be selected by the company. This is a good opportunity for them to change their lives, and they certainly will not give up this opportunity for their so-called idols. As long as they enter Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company, they will have plenty of opportunities to meet Chen Feng and the others.
"Su Ching, we are now in the same company again. Li Jinyu said that after we graduate, we can officially come to work in the company. We are just a name in the company now. We don't have to follow the company's arrangements. We can still live our lives. When I have free time, I can do some live streaming or write some music." Su Ching said, "Not everyone can write music." "That's fine. I can write, right?
I'll write for you, and you sing."
Su Ching's face suddenly turned red and she nodded silently.
She has always been very competitive and serious about singing, but unfortunately she really has no talent for composing, otherwise she would not have been singing other people's songs until now. Later, Chen Feng really fulfilled his promise and wrote a song for her.
This song also became her famous song, and she became famous almost overnight. The news that she was in love with Chen Feng became a hot topic in an incredible way.
Chen Feng's reputation in the school grew, and gradually even the principal began to notice him and called him to his office.
"Student Chen Feng, you are now a celebrity in our school. Congratulations."
This was the first time Chen Feng had met the school principal since he came to the school. No, I have to thank the principal for his kindness in recruiting me into the school as a special student."
The principal was not Chinese.
He had white hair, no beard, and a face full of wrinkles. It was obvious that he was not young. He smiled particularly kindly. "This can only mean that everything is destined."
"Classmate Chen Feng, you were a student at Windy City University before, right?"
"Yes." Although he didn't understand why the principal suddenly mentioned Windy City University, he suddenly felt angry when he heard the name. If this school had not expelled him, he would not be as successful as he is now. His strength is one thing, but being able to enter Chidian International Music School is also his biggest plus. "Classmate Chen Feng, Windy City University contacted our school. They said they're celebrating their 60th anniversary and they'd like to invite a few students from our school to perform and liven up the atmosphere. I thought that you and Su Ching were both transferred from Windy City University, so why not send you two back this time?" Chen Feng never expected that it was because of such a reason.
He was actually quite happy to return to the Windy City University to perform. On the one hand, he would be able to meet Lu Wenxiang and the others at school again, and on the other hand, he also wanted to see what expression the principal would have. He had fired him for a building, but now he was back there with a different identity. Wasn't this a slap in the principal's face? And because they were sent by Chidian International School, even the president of Windy City University had to entertain them warmly. "Principal, I agree to return to Windy City University to perform.
After all, that's where I studied for 2 years.
It's impossible to say that I have no feelings for it at all. But I think Su Ching and I alone are not enough. Why don't you send a few more, Principal?" That's easy, easy. The principal agreed immediately. Then let's send 6 people in total. 1 person from each class. 2 from your class.
Jidian International Music Academy has 5 top classes, and Chen Feng and his classmates are in the first top class. Although they were transfer students, there were students from all over the world in this school, so there weren't many who would bully them. The first thing Chen Feng did after returning to the class was to send text messages to Huang Jima and the others, telling them about this matter. Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima immediately started discussing it in the group. Chen Feng also specially pulled Su Ching into the group to discuss this matter with them.
Lu Wenxiang, damn, this old man is really interesting. He said the school's 60th anniversary celebration should be well organized. If he knew that you were the ones coming back to perform at the school, he would probably be furious, right? Huang Jima, hey, isn't that great? Give him an unforgettable surprise. And give the students an unforgettable 60th anniversary celebration. Crazy, I'm really counting on you this time. You've got to give me a good show. I'll brag to others that you're my brother. Lu Wenxiang, do you still need to play it now? Didn't you already post the live concert video on the campus website, making it known to everyone?
There's also a video of a madman participating in a program, and you're constantly promoting him as your brother, making him look familiar to everyone. When Chen Feng heard what Lu Wenxiang said, the scene of Huang Jima promoting him to others immediately emerged in his mind. I couldn't help but feel a bit socially frustrated. Brother Huang, please forgive me.
When I return to Wind City, just pretend you don't know me. This will be considered a favor to me, okay? The person who answered him was Lu Wenxiang. No, crazy guy. Old Huang just sent out the chat history between you and us. It will probably be uploaded to the campus network soon. Chen Feng.
Later, Su Ching also pulled Yu Xiaoning in, and this became a special show for her and Huang Jima.
Chapter 95. Don't affect others flirting.
The two of them were playing and fighting, and they probably didn't even realize that their fighting was just flirting. Su Ching gave a subtle reminder later, and Yu Xiaoning said in disbelief, Sister Chinger, you don't know how much I hate that guy.
How could I possibly flirt with him? He's such a jerk. He always bullies me. I really want to rip his mouth off. No, next time I see him, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Yu Xiaoning became angrier and angrier as she spoke. From what she heard, maybe the two of them really just had incompatible horoscopes.
When Chen Feng heard about this, he said nonchalantly, when one person falls in love with another, they won't discover it so early, unless one of them is specifically attracted to that person. But whether it was Lao Huang or Yu Xiaoning, there were conflicts from the very beginning of their interactions. In this situation, they mistook their feelings for hatred towards each other. By the time they finally came to their senses, they found they were already addicted. Su Ching thought about the past that she and Chen Feng had gone through, and suddenly felt that what he said made sense. That's what she said to Yu Xiaoning at the beginning. She said it was impossible for her to fall in love with Chen Feng. But the reality is that she has been dating Chen Feng for more than a month. Moreover, their relationship is getting better and better, and they have never had any quarrels. The 60th anniversary of Fengcheng University is getting closer and closer, and Chen Feng and his team have selected a total of 6 people. In order to avoid problems during the performance, they have been rehearsing overtime recently. After the last rehearsal, Su Ching came over with a bottle of water. One boy teased, Junior Su Ching is so biased. There are so many of us here, but you only brought 1 bottle of water. Another girl also teased, who do you think you are? Don't you have a girlfriend? You have the nerve to ask someone else's girlfriend to get it for you. The boy's name was Lin Jiacheng. He said with a shameless smile, you're not going to be my girlfriend, so why do you care if I have a girlfriend? The girl's name was Zheng Shui. She rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Why don't you look at your own character? You're so dishonest all day long. Who would like you? After Zheng Shui left, Lin Jiacheng stuck out his tongue at Chen Feng and said, Zheng Shui is good in every way, except that she's too talkative. You said she sounds so good when she sings, but why is she so different when she talks? While drinking the water handed to him by Su Ching, Chen Feng said, have you ever thought that this is your own problem? I haven't thought about it. It can't be my fault. It must be that Zheng Shui is too tough. Seeing you all in pairs, TSK, it's really annoying. Lin Jiacheng shook his head and left. The other two were also a man and a woman. The man was called Li Shu and the woman was called Zhou Ying. Compared to the talkative Lin Jiacheng, Li Shu seems much more stable. He spoke very little throughout the whole process. He is only particularly serious when practicing singing. Maybe because he is not very talented, he will practice for another half an hour after the training. Zhouing loves playing games, and she runs the fastest after every training session. Except for being able to see people during training, I basically can't contact anyone after training. Finally, the day of Windy City University's 60th anniversary has arrived. Early in the morning, Chen Feng and his friends boarded a bus and arrived at Windy City University. Several students were already waiting at the entrance of Windy City University. As soon as they saw the Chidian International Music School bus approaching, they immediately pulled up a banner and shouted, "Welcome, welcome." Chen Feng and Su Ching got out of the car one after another, and the students who came out to greet them gasped. "Look, it's the most handsome guy and the weather is fine. Oh my god, it's really them. I heard they transferred to Chidian International Music School, but now they're back in our school as students there." When he set foot on this road again, Chen Feng had a feeling that he was coming back for revenge. He also specifically told this matter to Amelia Su, and the other party couldn't help laughing. He said with deep emotion, "It has been more than a year since I left here. I didn't expect that the building donated by Chi Ran's family is really quite magnificent. When this kind of building was first built, Yu Xiaoning took a photo of her specially. There is a certain difference between what you see in the photos and what you see in reality." Chen Feng also followed his gaze and saw the building. Perhaps because they were afraid that he would be angry, Lu Wenxiang and the others never told him about the building. He had already forgotten about this matter, but he didn't expect to see the building with his own eyes now. He said sarcastically, he was able to donate a building when he was still in school. I want to see what kind of identity he will appear in front of us after he enters society." Su Ching also smiled and had no intention of taking this matter to heart. "Let's go, the anniversary party is tomorrow. We need to go to the stage first to prepare and try not to make any mistakes tomorrow. They still have to rehearse on stage again today to get used to the stage here. Avoid mistakes in tomorrow's performance." When we arrived here, there were already students rehearsing here. When we heard that students from Chidian International Music School had arrived, everyone immediately gathered around, wanting to see with their own eyes what the students from Chidian International Music School looked like. When they saw Chen Feng and Su Ching, the atmosphere instantly became boiling. "Look, isn't that the most handsome guy in the sunny weather?" Following a female student's shout, the others immediately noticed Chen Feng and Su Ching. Whispers could be heard everywhere. Lin Jiaqing said something particularly chatty, "I didn't expect you guys to be quite famous at Windy City University." Zhang Shui, standing by, couldn't help but retort, "He's not famous anywhere now? Do you think everyone is as unknown as you?" After rehearsing together for such a long time, Lin Jiaqing deeply understood that he could never be Zhang Shui's opponent. So he turned his eyes to Chen Feng for help. "Brother, look at her." Chen Feng ignored him, patted the microphone in his hand, and made sure that nothing was wrong before he sang a song Desert Camel, which instantly ignited the atmosphere of the scene. Everyone was excited by Chen Feng's singing. Then Chen Feng sang his famous song again, the same song he sang when he participated in the program. Chapter 96. The atmosphere is not right. This song has become popular all over the internet now. Basically, everyone, from 80-year-old men to newborn babies, has heard it. The other students who came to rehearse have basically forgotten the purpose of their coming here. This place has completely become Chen Feng's home ground. We had originally agreed to come here for rehearsal, but before we knew it, it turned into Chen Feng's personal concert. The students were even singing songs below. Lin Jiaqing complained somewhat dissatisfiedly, "Didn't we agree to let everyone get used to the stage here? Why did he start singing?" Zheng Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, "You can go up, but I advise you not to overestimate your abilities, or you'll get hit by rotten eggs." Hey, Sister Zhang Shui, have I offended you in any way? Did I dig up your ancestral graves? Do you think you're going to argue with me just because I say something? Zhang Shui snorted, turned around and left, looking like she had no intention of associating with him. Li Shu and Su Ching looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Zhouing, who was playing games nearby. She was very busy, and only when the character died would she look up and shout a few times, urging Chen Feng to cheer up. From her attitude, it was obvious that she was very satisfied with Chen Feng's decision to turn this place into a personal concert. After all, she has a lot more time to play games and doesn't have to rehearse. They were already familiar with the program, but they had to practice it again and again, which was so annoying and delayed her from playing games. Lu Wenxiang, Huang Jima, and Yu Xiaoning, the three of them had already mixed into the audience and acted as a group to liven up the atmosphere. Keep shouting Chen Feng's name.
Then request songs. The songs ordered were relatively popular.
These rhythms have long been engraved in the students' DNA. The prelude had just sounded, and the lyrics had already gone through their minds. So when Chen Feng sang it, they immediately felt their blood boiling. In addition, the light shone on Chen Feng at the right time, making it seem like a dream, making them completely forget where they were. The 60th anniversary celebration was originally scheduled to be held tomorrow, but today is even more lively than tomorrow. At this time, Lin Jiaqing couldn't help but complain again. How about I let him perform alone at the 60th anniversary celebration tomorrow?
What else do we want to perform? With so many of us here, we can't liven up the atmosphere like one person. However, this time no one was willing to pay attention to him. He was so frustrated that he shut his mouth obediently. Chen Feng walked down from the stage only after his mouth was dry. I'm still a little excited to be back here. I accidentally sang a few more songs.
I didn't expect everyone to like them so much. Lin Jiaqing said with a forced smile, everyone likes it very much.
You can continue singing. I just told them that you can perform alone at tomorrow's 60th anniversary celebration.
After all, even if a group of us perform, we may not be able to compare with you alone. These words sounded sarcastic, but Chen Feng had long been accustomed to Lin Jiaqing's temperament. I'm too lazy to argue with him. I found you Xiaoning and the other two, and we discussed going to the milk tea shop at the door to drink milk tea. Zhou immediately raised her hand, I'll go too.
However, she didn't even raise her head, her eyes fixed on her phone, cursing, Hey, you bunch of losers, can't you come and help? And you, a jungler, why are you stealing my troops again? Can't you see I can't even grow?
You've already taken down several of my troops.
Can you please have some shame? Hey, bottom lane, stop being conjoined twins and come up and help me out, will you? My mid lane is getting blasted. A bunch of hooligans. I'm going to report you when we get out. Hey! Didn't we say we were going to get milk tea? Where are we going? Everyone's mouths twitched, and Lu Wenxiang said, This girl is quite fierce.
The milk tea shop at the door also became bustling because Chen Feng and the others had arrived. Some girls came up to ask for autographs, but Chen Feng easily turned them away.
Su Ching on the side said with some dissatisfaction, I have become your shield now, right? If someone asks you for an autograph, just give it to them. Why tell them you have a girlfriend? I don't mind you signing for them. Su Ching was a little angry. It would be okay if it happened once or twice, but everyone was like this. After it was over, those people would look at her with a meaningful look.
It seems like she is so jealous that she would care about such a small thing.
Chen Feng smiled and said, It's my fault. Don't be angry. I just thought it's better to have less trouble than more. You said I'm already so famous now, and there are so many people asking me for autographs. If I only sign one of them, won't it be endless? We have an important performance tomorrow. I can't use up all my energy on an occasion like today, right?
Yu Xiaoning said while eating ice cream, Sister Chinger, don't listen to his nonsense.
He's clearly using you as a shield. You used to be a playboy, so why are you pretending now? Do you think I don't know what's going on in your mind?
When you told those people you had a girlfriend, your eyes never left those people. You clearly have the temperament of a scumbag that can't be concealed, yet you still pretend to be pure here.
If you don't know, you would think you were so clean. Huang Jima retorted to her, What's it to you? Even if a lunatic is having an affair, so what? It's not you he's having an affair with. You. Yu Xiaoning was so angry that she didn't even care about the ice cream and started fighting with him on the spot. Lu Wenxiang, who was standing by, was bumped and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, If you two want to fight, go outside. Don't you know you're going to hit me? Then Yu Xiaoning was quite respectful and actually pulled Huang Jima out of the door. Damn, these two people will never stop.
Lu Wenxiang rolled up his sleeves and wanted to help, but was stopped by Chen Feng.
They're just flirting, wouldn't you be causing trouble if you go there? Ha? What's the point of flirting? The two of them? Impossible. Lu Wenxiang's last sentence was said with certainty, but there was also a hint of doubt at the end.
It seemed like there was something really wrong between the two of them, but he couldn't tell what was wrong.
Now after Chen Feng's suggestion, he seemed to understand. Chapter 97 An Accident at the Concert.
The next day, the teacher and the principal came in person to assign tasks to Chen Feng and the others. When Chen Feng's name was called, he suddenly paused and looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. The face that was exactly the same as the one in his memory made him stunned. The next second, when he called out Chen Feng's name, his tone was obviously a little stiff. But Chen Feng deliberately bowed to him and called out sweetly, "Hello, principal."
Well,
The principal didn't even want to look at him, and left quickly after calling out his name.
Chen Feng was very satisfied seeing the principal's reaction.
They said they would fire him, but now he has returned to school in this way, and he is back to perform.
The principal invited him back personally. In addition to students, many parents also came to the anniversary celebration.
Of course, most of these parents come from powerful families.
As for those from ordinary families, they don't even have the qualifications to come.
I originally thought I could see Qi Ran here, but Lu Wenxiang told Chen Feng. Ever since Qi Ran defamed Chen Feng on the internet and was exposed, he suffered from depression. His condition became increasingly serious, so he simply dropped out of school to take a rest.
He hasn't come back yet.
Hearing this was the reason, Chen Feng felt particularly relieved. It seemed that those who had offended him in the past paid the price one after another.
It really is karma.
This time the performance went very smoothly, with almost no mistakes. Especially when Chen Feng and his team went on stage to perform, they sang the new song written by Chen Feng under the attention of the crowd. This song was written by Chen Feng for Su Ching, and the singer was naturally Su Ching. Of course, the only people who knew this were Yu Xiaoning and Lu Wenxiang.
This also includes Su Ching.
After the song was over, everyone gradually realized that they were already in tears. Few people would listen to a song to the point of tears streaming down their faces, but now they have reached this level. The 6 people on the stage put absolute emotion into the chorus, which made all the listeners burst into tears.
Even the principal is no exception.
But when he thought that the person who sang this song was Chen Feng, and that this song was written by Chen Feng, he always felt weird. In the past, he thought that Chen Feng had no future and his family background was not that good, and he would definitely not achieve anything in the future.
It is a disgrace to keep a student like this in school.
So he chose Qi Ran without hesitation, who was willing to donate a building.
I want to tell everyone that this is what it means to be a 3 good student.
But Chen Feng slapped him in the face and taught him with reality that one cannot judge a book by its cover. The 60th anniversary celebration was a great success, but it left a regret in the principal's heart. After the 60th anniversary celebration, Chen Feng and his friends returned to Chidian International Conservatory of Music.
But he also left a gift for the president of Windy City University.
On the second day after the 60th anniversary celebration, someone suddenly announced the origin of the building on the campus network. The amount of money the principal had embezzled and accepted in bribes over the years was also laid out without a penny missing. The incident quickly spread to the internet, and the principal was suspended for investigation. This incident not only caused a huge stir at Windy City University, but also on the internet. Even Qi Ran's parents were exposed. Qi Ran's depression had just improved, but he was once again subjected to cyberbullying, and the situation was even worse than before. Therefore, his parents were very worried, afraid that he would not be able to bear this incident and would become depressed.
So they didn't even have time to deal with those things on the internet.
They stayed by Qi Ran's side and took good care of him.
I kept comforting him not to look at things on the internet. But Qi Ran happened to dream about those insulting words every day. The more he thought about it, the more horrified he became. He felt like a sinner, and slowly he went crazy.
Qi Ran's parents were particularly desperate. They spent so much time and money to raise such an excellent child, but now he has gone crazy.
And he went crazy right under their noses. No one can stand this.
So they began to respond to the comments on the internet, and said that they had reported the matter to the police and would fight back against those who verbally attacked Qi Ran. And let the police handle this matter. But their extreme approach did not make the situation any better. There are even some extreme netizens who have dug out all the people they had bribed in the past. For a time, the entire Qi family was in a state of danger, afraid of being implicated by Qi Ran's parents. Some people even advised them to just apologize and not let the matter continue to ferment. If this continues, by the time 1,000 years pass, it won't just be them who will be affected, but the entire Qi family. However, Qi Ran's parents were unwilling to accept this. After all, their child is crazy, and the rest of the people can make sarcastic remarks and pretend that this incident never happened.
But for them, losing such an excellent child was a fatal blow. They don't care about anything else now.
The only thing they want is that their children are safe and that those people on the internet pay the price. Qi Ran's affairs had no impact on Chen Feng. He originally just wanted to leave a gift for the principal, but he didn't expect the Chi family to be implicated. It also caused Chi Rant's condition to worsen, turning him from a depressed patient into a madman.
Maybe this is the butterfly effect.
He still went to school and came home on time every day, or went out with Su Ching and did all the childish things. I follow a routine every day and my life is very regular. Mary suddenly contacted him and said that the concert she had been preparing for such a long time was finally ready. She gave him several concert tickets and invited him to attend. Chen Feng readily agreed and distributed several tickets. Chen's father and mother are old, and Chen Feng just wants to take some time out of his limited time to accompany them for a walk.
So this time there are tickets for both of them. He wanted the two of them to go out and see the world. This just happened to be a great opportunity.
Mary's concert was a grand one, just like her first comeback concert, with many big names in the circle coming. Most of them came to congratulate him.
So Mary is very busy. Chen Feng did not cause him any trouble.
He took Su Ching and Chen's father and mother out for a walk for a long time before returning to the concert.
It's time to check in. Chapter 98, The Human Heart is Unpredictable.
Chen Feng handed over a few concert tickets and sat in the front row. But he didn't expect that he would meet Li Jinyu here. There was no communication between the two of them, they just simply greeted each other. After all, the concert had already begun. Mary's voice is very contagious. When her singing sounded, the entire concert venue basically fell silent at the same time.
Listen quietly to his unique voice. Last time, because Chen Feng was there, the songs we sang were mostly more passionate, but this time it was completely different.
Mary wanted to take this opportunity to express her feelings about the stage, so she chose some sad songs.
But this kind of song can also make people sleepy.
Chen's mother, who didn't know much about music, was already feeling drowsy.
This is a very impolite behavior, so a star next to Chen's mother couldn't help but frown, obviously unhappy.
Chen Feng didn't care much about this matter, but he didn't expect that the camera just happened to capture this scene. And this picture was posted online by a busybody. Chen's mother herself did not realize that she was already so old and still had to accept the judgment of others.
Some even say that she is uneducated and does not know how to respect others.
In short, all kinds of words come out one after another. If she hadn't been able to read before, she would never have known that she was being scolded so badly. But now that she can read, she feels really uncomfortable when she sees these comments. She didn't dare to cause trouble for Chen Feng, and she didn't even dare to tell anyone about this.
Chen Feng rarely paid attention to what was happening online.
However, one day, Su Ching went downstairs to drink water and heard crying sounds coming from the kitchen.
Only then did I learn about this matter. Chen Feng looked through the comments on the internet. He knew how terrifying and unfair cyberbullying was to a middle-aged woman.
She doesn't understand music, she was just forced to listen to it.
Isn't it normal for her to feel drowsy after listening to it? Today's netizens are so bored that any little thing can make them angry.
Because everyone knew that Chen's mother was his mother, it had a certain impact on him. Mother Chen said with a guilty look on her face, "Xiaofeng, I'm sorry, I was really too sleepy at that time, I couldn't help it." Chen Feng said with a headache, "Mom, it's normal to feel sleepy."
How can I blame you? It's okay.
Mary has already come forward to explain the matter.
I believe that people will stop blaming you. They just don't understand what happened. Don't pay attention to what's happening online. Just live your life as usual and pretend you know nothing.
Mother Chen shook her head. She also wanted to pretend that she knew nothing, but someone always sent her messages. I asked her worriedly if she was affected. Every time this happened, she would remember what happened online and open her phone to take a look.
The more I watched, the more uncomfortable I felt. Chen Jiangwo also said, "My son is right.
You only learned to read recently.
Just pretend that you don't know how to read before and continue to do what you want to do. We're already so old now, how many more years can we live? Let's just live one day less. Don't overthink it."
Su Ching even comforted her, "Auntie, those people on the internet are just idle and have nothing to do, so they come to criticize you.
Don't take them too seriously. You have to trust Chen Feng. He will handle this matter well and won't let you be affected in any way."
And he just said that Teacher Mary has already come out to explain.
I believe everyone will understand you.
Those who were cursing were just the students. They had never experienced any hardship at all.
They only accuse others from a moral standpoint. In fact, I can't be that serious.
Because of this incident, Mary brought this thing to Chen Feng's villa and apologized to Chen's mother. He said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "I never thought things would develop like this. I'm sorry for causing trouble to my elder sister this time. Don't take what those people on the internet say too seriously. They will forget about this matter soon." Mother Chen felt even more guilty. "I'm sorry, I fell asleep on such an important occasion."
This is really inappropriate. You're not the only one who fell asleep. There are many people who fell asleep.
But I sing my own songs and they do what they want.
I never feel that there is any influence between the two.
So don't feel bad, big sister.
I don't think you did anything wrong.
Mary's tone was very gentle, which made Chen's mother slowly let go of the grudge in her heart.
If you don't mind, then I'm relieved.
Chen Feng even opened a live broadcast room to explain to netizens that his mother was just an ordinary rural woman. It was only after he became famous that he brought them to live in the city. His mother really didn't understand the rules, and he didn't agree with the statement that it was disrespectful.
My mother doesn't think being sleepy is shameful.
She just knows that when she's sleepy, she should go to sleep.
I never expected that you would bring up such an incident and repeatedly criticize me.
I hope this matter can be stopped from today, otherwise I will use the law as my weapon.
To those who attacked my mother, respond accordingly.
During this live broadcast, Chen Feng's attitude was very tough, and he showed no intention of giving in at all. What even Chen Feng didn't expect was that Chen's mother also opened a live broadcast room. She is such an old person, but she cried inconsolably in the live broadcast room and apologized to everyone. But someone kept on refreshing the screen, asking her to kneel down.
Mother Chen felt so guilty that she actually knelt down. She didn't understand anything and couldn't understand why those people were taking advantage of her. I thought that for young people today, kneeling down was the best way to apologize. So she knelt.
But she didn't know how much trouble her kneeling had brought to Chen Feng. The clip of her kneeling was cut into a video and made into emoticons, which were constantly shared in various groups or privately.
Finally, it was sent to Chen Feng. Chen Feng knew about that live broadcast.
He saw the screen recording of his mother's live broadcast on the acne scar and was so angry that his eyes turned black.
I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart.
He followed the IDs of those people who made Chen's mother kneel down, searched for their real identities, and then packaged their identity information and gave it to the police.
Chapter 99: Beating people is illegal.
Su Ching also knew about this matter. She also felt that those netizens had gone too far.
How could they bully an ordinary middle-aged woman like this? And Chen's mother doesn't understand, so don't they understand either?
They clearly did it on purpose.
Deliberately trying to find something to hold against Chen Feng. Deliberately trying to embarrass Chen Feng. Chen Feng deleted many videos of his mother's live broadcast and some screen recordings overnight.
I even contacted the acne scar staff and asked them to help suppress the matter. The staff at the acne scar treatment center knew Chen Feng's identity, and after receiving the money, they readily agreed to help.
Almost overnight, that live broadcast disappeared from the internet.
However, Chen Feng had no way to deal with the rumors that were spreading privately. He came to Chen's mother's room. Chen's mother was lying on the bed looking at her mobile phone, tears streaming down her face.
Chen Feng couldn't help but feel particularly distressed. He walked over lightly and called out, "Mom." Mother Chen was startled and quickly wiped the tears from her face. "Xiaofeng, why are you here?" "Mom, I want to talk to you about something on the internet." He now doesn't know whether it was right or wrong to bring Chen's father and mother to this place.
If Chen's mother was still illiterate like before, she would not feel sad even if people on the internet scolded her harshly. "I will not even turn on the live broadcast and kneel down." When he thought about how Chen's mother was already so old and still had to apologize to those bastards, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. But what made him even angrier was that among those who were causing the commotion, several were minors, and even the law couldn't do anything about them.
Chen Feng's eyes reddened. "Mom, I watched your live broadcast."
Mother Chen shuddered and looked at her awkwardly. "Xiaofeng, I just don't want to cause you any trouble.
I don't want to affect your career. You are so successful now, I am so happy, how could I bear to affect you?"
Chen Feng's mother's words made his nose sore and tears fell uncontrollably.
"Mom, I know everything.
I don't blame you, and I have never blamed you.
Actually, you don't need to go on a live broadcast to apologize to them. After all, I have already told them about this matter. You don't even need to kneel down to them. That's not the way to apologize. It's not even an apology at all. They're just insulting you in this way.
Chen Feng said the last sentence almost with gritted teeth. He used all his strength to keep himself calm and not lose control in front of Chen's mother.
Mother Chen must be feeling worse than he is right now.
If he doesn't control his emotions, Mother Chen will definitely be the first to collapse. Mother Chen cried, "My child, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's my fault."
Mom!
Chen Feng helped her up with a look of disappointment. He said angrily, "I've already said this isn't your fault.
You've never made any mistakes. Everyone gets sleepy. It's human nature.
I'll help you deal with the online issues.
Please give me your phone for now.
I'll return it to you after I've dealt with this matter. Also, I know you like to go out for square dancing every morning and watch people play cards in the afternoon, but I recently found a few books for you.
They're all quite interesting.
You should stay home with Dad and read a book for the time being.
Try not to go out. I'm afraid someone might hurt you.
I know you can read now, so read these books carefully.
Cell phones can damage your eyes, so it's better to use less." He moved those books over, most of which were about psychology and philosophy.
I don't know if you can understand it, but I still hope you will try your best to read it.
If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me or Su Ching.
We'll all tell you. After Chen's mother nodded, Chen Feng took his cell phone and returned to his room. Although it was Su Ching who came up with the idea of letting them read books, it was also her idea to read psychology books.
What did Auntie say?
She agreed. I'll talk to the nanny tomorrow and ask her to help with some counseling and not let my mom think too much. Okay, I have fewer classes recently, so I'll be back early to accompany Auntie.
Thanks a lot.
Chen Feng had already received an invitation from Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company, asking him to visit the company and teach the new employees who had just joined the company. But because of Chen's mother's affairs, he refused. Li Jinyu could understand and even reminded him, "Don't let the elderly look at their phones too much.
It's not good for them." Chen Feng understood, said thank you, and hung up the phone.
He originally thought that everything was going according to his own pace, but this time, what happened gave him a hard slap in the face.
It also completely woke him up.
It is a good thing to let Mr. and Mrs. Chen go out and broaden their horizons, but it also depends on whether they can bear it. When he arrived at the school, Lin Jiaqing started to talk about something. "Chen Feng, what's wrong with you lately?
Why are you so listless every day? Even during training."
"Oh, by the way, I recently saw a video online.
They said the person was your mother. Do you want to see it?" Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly and punched Lin Jiaqing directly in the face.
Lin Jiaqing just excitedly took out his mobile phone, wanting to open the video and share it with him, but he was inexplicably punched in the face and even the mobile phone flew away. Of course he felt unwilling, but when he looked at Chen Feng's angry expression, he inexplicably felt guilty.
"Chen Feng, what are you crazy about? How dare you hit me? I'm going to tell the teacher."
Chen Feng seemed not to hear what he said. He walked straight towards him and stepped on his cell phone.
"Is the video good? How many people have you shared it with? You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you will leave the school alive today." Chen Feng's angry look was so terrifying that Lin Jiaqing was trembling with fear.
Originally, there were only 2 of them in the training room. Zhou forgot something and came back to get it, but happened to see Chen Feng beating someone. She had a lollipop in her mouth and looked down at the game that was in full swing.
"I chose to hang up for the first time."
"Chen Feng, hitting someone is against the law," she reminded him suddenly.
Chapter 100, Is it illegal to spread rumors?
Chen Feng was already angry, and when he heard these words out of the blue, he immediately laughed out of anger.
Is assaulting someone illegal? Then is spreading rumors illegal? Zhou glanced at Lin Jiaqing lying on the ground. He no longer had any strength to fight back.
She didn't have any feelings for Lin Jiaqing, nor did she like him very much. She just felt that they trained in the same place every day and knew each other.
"So I didn't want Chen Feng to really beat anyone to death.
I don't know if spreading rumors is illegal, but if you beat him to death today, you'll probably end up in jail. You have a bright future, don't ruin it here."
She walked over and kicked Lin Jiaqing. "Get up, why are you pretending to be dead? Have you seen my headphones?" Lin Jiaqing didn't answer. The next second, she kicked him directly and kicked him against the wall.
Then she found her headphones on the ground.
"Sure enough, I knew it since you were here."
After she put on her headphones, she didn't plan to stay in this place any longer. She passed by Chen Feng and patted him on the shoulder. He also reminded me, hitting people is against the law. Chen Feng's bones creaked as he stomped on Lin Jiaqing's phone, breaking it.
Don't let me see you send this video to anyone again. After returning home, the first thing he did was to turn on the computer, hack into Lin Jiaqing's mobile phone, and delete all the information about his mother. He even saw a very terrifying scene. It also made him understand what it means that human hearts are unpredictable. Lin Jiaqing actually told people that he usually acted superior, but now his mother actually knelt down for him. He also said that since his mother was kneeling so resolutely, she might have done something shameful with someone for her son. Thankfully he was back home now, so he just smashed the keyboard. If Lin Jiaqing was still by his side now, he would definitely beat him to death. Although Lin Jiaqing was a bit mean on weekdays, he was still playable with him. The two often joke around together. I originally thought I would meet friends like Lu Wenxiang and the others, but I didn't expect him to be a beast. Su Ching heard the noise and walked over. Seeing the keyboard thrown aside by Chen Feng, she silently walked over, bent down and picked it up. Chen Feng, what's wrong with you?
Then she saw the image displayed on the computer screen. She paused and bit her lip tightly.
Suddenly I could understand why Chen Feng was so angry.
Who wouldn't he be angry when seeing someone using such dirty words to insult their mother?
Chen Feng.
She had already recognized whose account it was. After all, she had also added Lin Jiaqing's chat account. I just didn't expect that he usually got along well with Chen Feng, but he used such dirty words to insult Chen Feng's mother behind her back.
You go out first, I'm a little tired now. Chen Feng's voice was dry and no emotion could be heard in it. Su Ching felt a little distressed. Okay.
She knew that Chen Feng didn't want her to see him at his most miserable.
Chen Jiangwo also heard the noise and came up from downstairs. Seeing Su Ching just coming out of the room, he asked in a low voice, "Did you have a fight with Xiaofeng?" Su Ching shook her head. "Let's talk downstairs."
She did not mention Lin Jiaqing's affairs, but just said that the recent training was too tiring. Chen Feng was a little tired, and wanted to have a good rest, and asked them not to disturb him. Of course Chen Jiangwo would obey obediently, and even when passing by Chen Feng's room, he would deliberately lighten his footsteps.
Chen Feng tossed and turned all night and couldn't fall asleep.
He forgot the saying that human hearts are unpredictable, and he also forgot that there are good people and bad people in this world. And there is a type of bad guy who is very good at disguising himself.
He even found videos of Lin Jiaqing secretly filming other girls.
He was even shameless enough to share and discuss it with other people. So not long after Lin Jiaqing was hospitalized, he posted these things on the campus website. The campus network of Qidian International Conservatory of Music has always been clean, filled with videos and pictures posted by students when they win awards or participate in performances.
There is no melon.
But this time, the videos and photos secretly taken by Lin Jiaqing were so disgusting that they caused a huge uproar after being posted by Chen Feng under his real name. This matter spread throughout the school at an incredible speed. Everyone knows what kind of person Lin Jiaqing is.
Some people even told the teacher about this matter out of grievance. The school has to take this matter seriously.
He specifically called Chen Feng over for questioning. Chen Feng insisted that he had a good relationship with Lin Jiaqing, and he discovered this by chance after he was injured this time. Because I don't want other girls to be humiliated, I didn't want to post this matter so that girls would pay more attention to it. The school didn't think they did anything wrong, but instead felt that Lin Jiaqing was really not worthy of being mentioned.
Just fire him. This result can be said to be very gratifying.
Lin Jiaqing also lost his reputation because of this incident and could no longer make a living in the singing industry. After calming down for 2 days, Chen Feng came to the hospital and saw Lin Jiaqing. He told him about his expulsion and was even kind enough to open the campus network and show it to him. Lin Jiaqing was beaten badly by Chen Feng and was diagnosed with a concussion, but when he saw these things, he was still excited. Then Chen Feng kindly called a doctor for him and gave him a sedative. Lin Jiaqing kept scolding Chen Feng, and obscene words came out one after another. Chen Feng turned a deaf ear and pretended not to hear. She also threatened him, "I have recorded every word you say now. I will post it online and in your family group so that everyone will know what kind of person you are." He really did what he said and logged into the computer and hacked into Lin Jiaqing's personal account again. The news of his expulsion and what happened on the campus network were all posted to the family group. Now Lin Jiaqing's parents also knew about this matter, and felt extremely embarrassed, questioning what Lin Jiaqing was trying to do. The person who received the message was Chen Feng.
He replied, "Are you satisfied with my abnormal behavior now?" He was no longer in the mood to care about what would happen next. But he occasionally learned some things about Lin Jiaqing from Zhang Shui. It is said that Lin Jiaqing did not inform his family when he was hospitalized.
Later, his parents came and beat him up in the hospital, causing his injuries to become even more serious.
He was sent to the operating room on the spot. Chapter 101 Weird Relatives.
Lin Jiaqing's affair was widely circulated in the school, and many people felt ashamed of it. As a result, the entire Qidian music school was affected. However, because Chen Feng reported the incident under his real name, he was commended by the school and received gratitude from the girls. After this incident was over, Chen's mother suddenly insisted on returning to the village.
Xiaofeng, I don't mean to cause you any trouble. I just think, people always return to their roots. Your father and I are not young anymore. We have been enjoying the blessings here for a while. We are content. Your father and I have already discussed this. After we return to the village, we will continue to live the same life as before. You don't have to worry about us.
In fact, Chen Feng was also aware that this incident had dealt a certain blow to Chen's mother, making her, an ordinary rural woman, feel that she was still not worthy of this city. He wanted to dissuade him, but Su Ching told him, if uncle and aunt continue to stay here, they will only be more cautious. Such a life will be a trouble for them. So Chen Feng didn't force it anymore and found a suitable time to send them back. Just looking at this dilapidated old house, he felt that he should find someone to repair it. Su Ching also agreed with this point. Chen's parents wanted to stay in the countryside, and they had no way to persuade them, but they could help improve their living conditions so that their future life would not be so miserable. When Su's father and mother learned about this, they volunteered to help.
How could Chen's parents feel embarrassed? But they couldn't refuse such a kind invitation, so they had to agree. Chen Feng was also very grateful for this. Father Su said, Xiaofeng, it's more important for you and Qingqing to study. Uncle has acquaintances in this area, so you don't have to worry.
Mother Su also laughed, yes, Xiaofeng, now that your marriage to Qingqing is settled, it's time to pick a date for the wedding.
What do you think?
Chen Feng and Su Ching looked at each other, and the former said, Auntie, Su Ching and I are still students after all. After entering society, we still want to develop for a few more years, so there is no need to rush the wedding.
Su Ching also thought so. After finally graduating from school, she should at least accumulate some experience in society. It would be a huge disadvantage to get married so soon.
Mom, there's no rush to get married. Chen Feng and I also need some time to develop our relationship. Mother Su said with some reproach, you two have already established your relationship, so you should get married as soon as possible. You can only start a family and build a career after you have established a family.
Father Su was more open-minded in this regard. Since the children don't want to, then let them be.
They are grown up now, and it's normal for them to have their own ideas. Besides, marriage is not a trivial matter, so it's better to think about it again. In his opinion, as long as the two of them can be together, it doesn't matter when they get married. In the end, Su's mother couldn't convince Su's father, so she could only let it go. Shen Jiangwo interrupted, don't worry, mother-in-law. This kid definitely won't dare to bully Qingqing. If he dares to bully Qingqing, I will definitely not let him off easily. Although Chen's mother couldn't speak, she kept nodding her head, obviously agreeing with what Shen Jiangwo said. Things here had just been settled when Liang Xiu heard about it from a neighbor and came over with Chen Yang cursing. You're such a jerk, Shen Jiangwo. You're brothers after all. My Jianbin is still in jail, and as his brother, you're not the only one who cares, but you're actually thinking about building a new house. Bah! If you can build this new house, then it means I, Liang Xiu, am incompetent. As long as I, Liang Xiu, am here, there is no way I will let us build a new house. Liang Xiu acted like a shrew and was completely unreasonable. She even sat down in the Chen family's yard and started crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to hang herself. Everyone, come and see. They're putting justice above family. My old man was sent to prison by their Chen Feng, and now they're still thinking about building a house. How can this be justified? Even if my old man did something wrong, he is still his uncle after all. How could he treat his nephew like this? It's pitiful that my old man has to suffer in prison at such an old age. My Chen Yang was already of marriageable age, but because of this incident, his marriage was cancelled. Everyone, come and judge for me. See how this family behaves. Liang Xiu has a very loud voice. With just a casual shout, she called out all the neighbors. Aunt Haohot lived next to Chen Feng and the others, and she knew about Liang Xiu as soon as he arrived. He hurriedly spoke up for justice. Aunt, you are wrong about what you said.
Who was it that beat Chen Feng's father into the hospital? Isn't he an old man himself back then?
It was you guys who were being unreasonable, so why are you now finding fault with others?
Liang Xiu was cursing with all his might when suddenly Chang Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. He must have been very upset. What does it have to do with you?
It was their family's fault for taking that piece of land. Otherwise, how could the old man I called do such an impulsive thing?
Aunt Hohat was not to be outdone. Hey, you allow your family to be impulsive and not take revenge on other people's families, right? Do you still have any sense of reason? Chen Feng didn't originally want to bother with people like Liang Xiu.
After all, most people in the village had seen what their family had done. His opinion of their family would not change at all just because she came to make trouble. But now that Aunt Hohat has come forward, it is inappropriate for their family to hide.
Aunt Hohat, thank you. Let me handle this matter. Xiaofeng, don't listen to their screams.
Everyone knows that your father was hospitalized, and everyone knows why. This woman is here to make trouble now, simply because she sees your family living well and feels unhappy, so she wants to get some benefits. Don't let her scare you, or your family will suffer in the future. No matter what, Aunt Hohat had good intentions, and Chen Feng said thank you.
Walked towards Liang Xiu. Liang Xiu still maintained an attitude of I am right and I am not afraid of anyone.
But the next second, Chen Feng actually brought a basin of water and poured it on her.
She screamed on the spot, ah! What are you doing, you little beast? Chen Feng put the basin aside and said nonchalantly, this is my yard. Did I allow you to sit here?
Your man is in jail because of his own fault. He was only sentenced to 3 years.
How dare you come here to make trouble? If you dare to stop me from building a house, then you will go to jail with your man. Chapter 102 The privileges given to you by the company.
Chen Feng's eyes were fierce, and he was definitely not joking.
Chen Yang, who had been standing by and watching the fun, finally couldn't help but said, Chen Feng, my mother is your aunt no matter what, how could you throw water on her? Chen Feng said, I should have poured the water on you, right? I actually forgot about you just now. I can make it up to you now.
As he said that he was going to fetch water again, Chen Yang didn't even care about Liang Xiu and turned around and ran away.
While running, he shouted, Chen Feng, don't go crazy. Otherwise, I will call the police. Chen Feng was too lazy to argue with such a person, and said loudly, okay, you came to my house to cause trouble, you call the police, I want to see who the police arrest. You were jealous of our family building a house. When you beat my dad, why didn't you consider that he was your uncle? You're trying to play the emotional card with me now. Do you really think I, Chen Feng, am easy to bully?
Chen's father and mother were asked by Chen Feng to stay in the house and not come out, but they could hear the noise outside clearly.
Chen Jiangwo was a soft-hearted man.
He wanted to persuade Chen Feng to let it go, after all, they were family. However, Father Su said, don't worry about useless relatives like this.
How can they drag you down? Let Xiaofeng handle it.
Since his future in-laws had already said so, Chen Jiangwo could only nod in disappointment and let Chen Feng drive them away. After Chen Feng came back, he was still a little indignant. If I had known they were like this, I wouldn't have let them go so easily.
Xiaofeng, forget it. Your second uncle is still in prison after all.
Let her make a fuss if she wants.
You can't make things too extreme.
The person who said this was Chen's mother. Although she didn't like Liang Xiu either, she still cared about this little bit of family affection.
Mom, you guys are just too easy to talk to, that's why they're getting ahead of you. Chen Feng was really angry.
His family had finally started to live a good life, but ended up having to deal with such a weird family of relatives. We'll still build this house. I want to see how they dare to cause trouble. Xiaofeng, if you don't recognize us as your relatives, we'll fight them every time they come next time. What Su's father said touched Chen Feng's heart. When dealing with such people, there is no need to give them too much face, otherwise it will only make them become more arrogant.
Uncle, that's exactly what I mean. Don't be afraid to ask others to come and build your house.
If they dare to come, just chase them away. I want to see what they can do to prevent us from building the house. He was afraid that Chen's parents would be soft-hearted, so he specifically said to them, Mom and Dad, I know you still care about this little bit of family affection, but you also have to think about it.
When Dad was in the hospital, they only blamed you for the land and didn't even come to visit. Are you really not angry at all? Their family did such a ruthless thing, why should our family show them mercy?
Since the uncle and aunt are here to help, let them handle the things here.
Don't worry about it.
Chen's father and mother knew that what Chen Feng said made sense, and Su's father and mother also followed suit to persuade them, so they had no choice but to agree.
Then I'll have to trouble you too.
Chen Feng and Su Ching returned to school together. The courses here were already very tight, and since they were about to graduate, they had even more work to do.
Often I can't even take care of the live broadcast.
Lu Wenxiang and the others were also busy with their graduation thesis and rarely contacted Chen Feng. They would only complain about the difficulty of the course from time to time. During this period, Mary contacted Chen Feng once and asked him what his plans were after graduation.
I decided to enter the entertainment industry. I can't get far as an internet celebrity, and there are too many things to do.
Mary said on the other end of the phone, "That's right.
I called you to persuade you to develop in this direction. Since you are determined to develop in this direction, I can show you a clear way." Teacher, you say. If you really want to develop in this direction, I can help you and save you some detours. Okay, thank you, teacher. By the way, teacher, can I treat you to a meal someday? Thank you.
I didn't have time to thank you for the last concert, and then when I participated in the show, I also involved you.
I feel a little guilty about this. Since I have decided to develop in the entertainment industry, I must improve my interpersonal relationships.
Mary is his strongest supporter, someone no one else can get close to.
Now that he has such a good opportunity, why not seize it? Okay, I'll give you a chance to curry favor with me.
After hanging up the phone, Su Ching happened to walk towards this side.
Wind City Media and Entertainment just told me to find an opportunity to report to the company. They said they want to find a partner for me and let me make my debut through this opportunity. Chen Feng frowned.
Li Jinyu had never mentioned this to him.
Using this opportunity to debut?
But now is the critical moment of your graduation, and you can't be distracted.
Why would Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company make such an arrangement?
Su Ching also shook her head in confusion. I don't know either, but since that's the arrangement over there, I still want to go over there.
That's fine. Su Ching wanted to have better development, and he didn't think of stopping her. Then I'll find a chance to go there with you.
Su Ching shook her head. No, I can go there by myself.
There are already enough things going on in school, and you are also very busy. Besides, this isn't a big deal. I can handle it on my own.
I can't just rely on you for everything after we're in a relationship, right?
I can handle little things like this.
Since Su Ching had already said so, Chen Feng naturally couldn't stop her, so he agreed to let her go. Su Ching trusted the people at Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company enough, so she was completely off guard and never thought that their company would set such a big trap for her. When she arrived at the company, she was greeted by a woman with wavy hair. The woman wore a pair of black framed glasses and claimed to be the agent assigned to her by the company.
This time we're collaborating with Ouyang Entertainment Group. You're the representative we're sending out. The company has arranged for you to have a meal with the person in charge of their company. Go and get ready. Su Ching was a little at a loss. Dinner with the person in charge of their company?
The agent glanced at her and said, "This is a privilege given to you by the company.
You should feel honored. Don't make me wait too long." Chapter 103. Don't be shameless.
The agent's attitude was not very good, but Su Ching was still a newcomer after all, so she didn't think much about it. Following my agent's suggestion, I found a styling shop nearby and prepared to get a new look and dress up. After everything was ready, Chen Feng sent her a text message, asking her how things were going. She was about to reply when her manager, with his wavy hair, walked in.
"Why are you so slow? You've missed dinner. Can you afford to compensate me for this loss?"
After the other party said this, she didn't bother to reply and stood up hurriedly. "Sorry, I'm ready." The agent rolled his eyes at her and walked away with a haughty expression.
Su Ching could only follow her and go to a high-end restaurant with her.
On the way, her agent kept telling her, "You better behave yourself later.
No one wants to see your deadpan face. You should at least smile. They're here to discuss business with you. Don't act like they owe you millions."
Su Ching bit her lip and finally couldn't help but said, "When I signed the contract with Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company, you clearly said that my task was to sing or perform. You never said that I had to meet clients."
Her response really angered her agent. "Hey, why are you so unromantic? I told you this is a privilege given to you by the company. Why are you making such a fuss? Others don't even have this right, so don't be shameless. Do you really think you're so great just because you're pretty?
Now that you've joined our Ching media and entertainment company, everything must follow our company's rules.
If you don't want to do this, get out now.
Su Ching clenched her fists tightly and said in extreme disappointment, I have never heard of such a request from the company.
Okay, then get out of here. Do you really think Ching media and entertainment company can't do without you? Who do you think you are?
If you're not the most handsome, you don't even qualify to join our company.
Let me tell you, even if you come to our company, you'll still be the lowest of the low.
The agent raised his chin proudly, not taking her seriously at all.
You lied to me. Su Ching didn't believe it.
She admitted that she was not as strong as Chen Feng, but she didn't think she was that bad.
You guys at Ching Media and Entertainment can't be so short-sighted, right?
If I really had no talent at all, and just relied on being the most handsome guy, your company wouldn't even sign me.
Who are you? You called me out, is this what Li Jinyu said? Faced with Su Ching's aggressiveness, the agent was obviously a little embarrassed and angry. Who am I and what does it have to do with you? I said I am the agent assigned to you by the company. If you don't want to do this, you can get out. You have to think clearly. Our Ching Media and Entertainment Company is not like those small companies.
If you want to stay in our company for a long time, you must obey our arrangements.
Everyone has to go through this. Do you think you can be an exception? Are you leaving or not?
If you don't leave, I'll report it to the company and say you've resigned. Su Ching was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Although she had no experience in society, she had been to college after all.
How could I not see that there was something suspicious about this agent?
She originally thought that this was arranged by the company, but after thinking about it, she felt that Ching Media and Entertainment Company was not that kind of scumbag company.
We will not ask the company's artists to drink with others casually.
She took out her cell phone and was about to call Chen Feng when her agent suddenly reached out and snatched her phone away. The agent held her phone, looked at her triumphantly like a winner, and kindly advised, just go.
It's come to this anyway.
Besides, if you leave our company, it will be difficult for you to find such a good position again.
After all, there are so many good-looking people, and you're not the only one.
If you were put among the artists in our company, you'd just be considered average.
The company actually gave you such a good opportunity, you should know how to seize it. After all, you went to college, right?
The agent's flattering smile made her feel particularly disgusted.
She said coldly, give me back my phone. TSK, Su Ching, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. It has come to this, what else do you want? Look, so many people saw you. It won't do you any good if this becomes a big deal. After all, you're going to be a big star in the future. You can't leave any black material behind for something like this, right? Come with me quickly, the people from Ouyang Entertainment Group have arrived.
The agent seemed certain that she would not leave and turned to walk towards the elevator. Su Ching stood there, clenching her fists tightly, feeling more and more aggrieved the more she thought about it. Suddenly someone patted her on the shoulder. Su Ching turned around subconsciously, but the person she saw was Zhou. She was wearing headphones, had a lollipop in her mouth, an unfinished game on her phone, and a box lunch in her other hand. She took off one of her headphones and said, I contacted Chen Feng, and he said he'd be here soon.
For Su Ching, this sentence was like a ray of light in the darkness. Thank you. The agent saw what was happening and hurried over in high heels. Hey! Who are you?
Zhou looked up at her and didn't want to pay any attention to her, but the other party was ignorant and actually tried to pull her.
Zhou raised her leg in anger and kicked the man away. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Su Ching couldn't help but stare in amazement.
She only knew that Zhou had a strange temper. In other people's words, she was taciturn. She did everything by herself and rarely acted with others. But no one bothered her. And when it comes to singing, she has a unique voice and is very advantageous. Even Mary praised her, saying that apart from some flaws in her personality, she was definitely a genius among geniuses when it came to singing, and no one could find fault with her.
Zhou cast her gaze on Su Ching again and said unhappily, what are you standing there for? Are you waiting for someone to catch us? Run away. After Zhou finished speaking, she ran out of the hotel first. Su Ching hurriedly followed. The two of them ran all the way out of the hotel before they breathed a sigh of relief. Wait here. After she finished speaking, she continued to play games with her head down. She even thought that the lunchbox in her hand was not a problem, so she stuffed it directly to Amelia Su and said, hold it for me. Chapter 104, Trapped.
Zhou has a weird temper and doesn't like to talk much. Su Ching wanted to thank her, but she was wearing headphones and ignored her. After waiting for more than half an hour, Chen Feng finally arrived. He was so exhausted that even his hair was messy. He even brought Li Shu with him. I was relieved to see that they were both okay. Chen Feng said angrily, "Who on earth dares to bring you to this kind of place?" He had already contacted Li Jinyu on the way, and Li Jinyu said that there was no such thing at all. Su Ching received the same treatment as him. The company would not arrange any activities for them before they graduated. Even if it needs to be arranged, it will be entirely his turn to notify, and it will not be handed over to anyone else. Along the way, he had thought of all kinds of possibilities. He looked at Zhou, who was actually playing games on the side, and said gratefully, "Zhou, thank you." When he received the call from Zhou, he just couldn't contact Su Ching. Zhou said that Su Ching was set up, so he immediately asked for the address and rushed over. Fortunately, it is not too late, otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life. Zhou took off her headphones, glanced at him, and said lightly, "Give me the lunchbox." "I'm leaving." Su Ching hesitated for a moment, but mustered up the courage to say, "Zhou, shall we treat you to a meal? You saved me this time, and I have to thank you very much." Zhou took the lunchbox and refused, "No, I don't have time." After she finished speaking, she left while playing games. Li Shu said from the side, "Zhou spends all her time playing games. Apart from training, she doesn't socialize at all." Chen Feng asked Su Ching with concern, "Su Ching, are you okay? What happened? Why didn't you tell me?" Su Ching also regretted not telling him in advance. "I'm sorry, she took my phone away." When Chen Feng went over to look for him, the person was gone. He asked the hotel staff to check the surveillance footage, but they refused for various reasons. So Chen Feng directly threw out a stack of money and asked to see their manager. Perhaps for the sake of money, the hotel front desk agreed. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the hotel manager came. Seeing the angry Chen Feng, he hurriedly smiled and said, "What's wrong, sir? Is there something wrong with our hotel that makes you dissatisfied? I want your hotel surveillance footage. And please help me check on someone." Faced with Chen Feng's request, the hotel manager showed an embarrassment. "Sir, this is not in line with our hotel's rules. Before a major incident occurs, our hotel does not allow anyone to adjust the surveillance." "Really?" Chen Feng glanced at him and said nothing, but the hotel manager felt an invisible pressure coming down on him. He trembled his lips, forced to smile, and said, "It's like this, sir, I'm just a worker, please don't make things difficult for me. If you want to keep this job, then I advise you to check the surveillance footage honestly, otherwise I will ruin your reputation." "I will definitely keep my word." The hotel manager seemed to be accustomed to such threats and said nonchalantly, "Sir, the rules are the rules. I can't do anything about it. You can just call our boss and talk to him." He was obviously unconcerned and didn't believe that Chen Feng could really contact their boss. Chen Feng clenched his fists. Just when he decided to take action, a man suddenly walked in from outside the hotel, followed by Zhou. Zhou didn't even raise her head and continued to stare at her phone and play games. The man looked at her helplessly and said, "Can't you play later? We're going to win." These 3 words obviously made the man angry. He ignored Zhou and walked straight towards the manager. The manager immediately smiled flatteringly, "Boss Zhou, why are you here?" Boss Zhou is very young and looks to be only about 27 or 28 years old. Chen Feng couldn't help but silently guess the relationship between Zhou and him. Zhou suddenly raised her head and glanced at them, then said to Zhou Yuan, "Brother, they want to monitor the situation, please find someone to adjust it." It turned out to be Zhou Ying's brother. Zhou Yuan glanced at the manager and ordered, "Check the surveillance." After checking the surveillance footage, it was found that the woman went to a room on the 13th floor. Chen Feng said a word of thanks and led Su Ching and the others to the 13th floor. Zhou put away her phone, acted serious for once, and followed Chen Feng and the others to the private room. After kicking the door open, the scene inside was extremely filthy. A group of men and women gathered together, talking and laughing. The men's hands were more dishonest than each other, while the women were revealing more and more. Seeing someone kicking the door aggressively, they thought someone was coming to cause trouble, and everyone looked over here. The agent was lying on a middle-aged man. The moment he saw Su Ching and Chen Feng, his expression suddenly changed. She lowered her head and buried it in the middle-aged man. "Over there." Su Ching pointed at the agent, and Chen Feng walked straight over there. The rest of the people all took an attitude of watching the fun.
The woman panicked. What are you doing?
It would have been fine if she hadn't asked.
As soon as she asked this question, Chen Feng couldn't help but slapped her. What? Don't you know what's going on?
The woman covered her face and screamed, What are you doing?
Chen Feng, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Didn't your mother tell you who you are?
Then another slap followed, and the woman felt dizzy and had no idea which way was which. The man being held down by his agent suddenly spoke up, Little brother, where does such a strong temper come from?
What's the point of hitting a woman?
If you have any dissatisfaction with me, just come directly to me.
Why take it out on my woman?
Chen Feng twisted his neck and said with a smile, Okay, don't say I bullied you.
I can give you a chance now to get back on your feet.
His arrogance aroused the interest of other people in the room, and they all walked over here. Just as they were about to outnumber the weak, Zhou Yuan walked in with his men. The people he brought with him were all bodyguards from the hotel, all of whom were strong and muscular, and had an advantage in fighting. Someone recognized Zhou Yuan and immediately said, Boss Zhou, someone is causing trouble on your territory.
You have to give us an explanation today. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, You guys are so sensible. How can you bully a little girl? Chapter 105 Graduation Season.
When everyone heard that what he said was wrong, their expressions changed one after another.
The man who had just spoken felt even more embarrassed and asked in a rude tone, Boss Zhou, what do you mean? You know what I mean.
You're bullying my sister's friends on my own turf.
You really don't consider the consequences at all. Zhou Yuan looked back at the bodyguards behind him.
The bodyguards immediately understood what he meant and walked towards those people.
Zhou Yuan, you don't want to keep this hotel running anymore?
If you dare to let your people get close to us, I guarantee you'll go bankrupt tomorrow. Someone in the group shouted something, and Zhou Yuan smiled indifferently, Zhou will wait and see. When the bodyguards carried the man out, Zhou Yuan reminded them again, Everyone, don't blame me for not reminding you.
I have always had the final say in this territory.
I don't care what you do, but you can't cross my bottom line.
You must not do anything against common sense here.
Otherwise, if something goes wrong, Zhou will have to bear the responsibility. So I hope everyone will cooperate and don't cause me any trouble. Zhou Yuan looked at Chen Feng and the others with an apologetic look on his face, Sorry for causing you trouble.
I'll leave these two to you.
Except for the agent and the man she was pinning, everyone else was carried out. The remaining two people obviously did not expect the accident to happen so quickly and were caught off guard.
You.
The agent had just been slapped several times by Chen Feng, and he was still a little dazed. When Chen Feng's gaze fell on her again, she couldn't help but tremble all over.
Don't. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again.
Chen Feng walked up to her, grabbed her hair, and forced her to look him in the eye.
Who are you? Li Jinyu didn't tell me he had an agent like you.
If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being rude to you.
Aye.
The woman glanced at her only supporter, but at this moment the other person's expression was even more cowardly than hers. She finally realized that at this moment she could not rely on anyone but herself. She closed her eyes and said, I am indeed the company's agent, but my performance is not good, and they haven't arranged any artists for me yet. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ching's face completely darkened, So I have no grudges against you, why did you want to hurt me?
The woman gave a bitter smile and said, I don't mean to harm you. It's just that someone has taken a fancy to you and offered me some money, hoping that I could help him get you.
When she said the last sentence, her voice suddenly dropped, as if she had lost all her courage, and her voice became very small.
Su Ching was so angry that she laughed, Someone took a fancy to me and gave you some money?
She had never heard such a ridiculous reason. She thought she had never offended anyone, but she didn't expect that she would suffer such an unexpected disaster. If it weren't for Zhou Ying this time, I'm afraid her fate would not have been much better.
Being ruined is the least of it.
The woman shuddered and had a bad feeling in her heart.
Sure enough, the next second Chen Feng had already dialed the police number.
She immediately crawled towards Chen Feng and hugged his thighs. No, don't call the police, as long as you don't call the police, I will be your slave. Chen Feng kicked the man away in disgust. Don't touch me, I think you are dirty. The woman knew that Chen Feng's approach was not going to work, so she turned her attention to his backer. Bossy, please help me, I beg you to help me.
You can't call the police. You absolutely can't. Otherwise, my life will be ruined. I want to be a big star, and you said you would help me.
Mister, he closed his eyes in despair. At this moment, he could hardly save himself, so how could he care about her?
I could only push him away silently.
It was not until the police arrived that Chen Feng and his friends learned the truth.
This woman's name is Zhang Xiaoli.
She originally participated in the artist selection of Ching Media and Entertainment Company, but was later eliminated.
She used the influence of her relatives to get a job as an agent at Ching Media and Entertainment Company.
Agents have a 1-year internship period, and she has only been in the position for about a month, but she is already feeling impatient in various ways. It can be said that if she did not have a backer in the company, she would have been fired by the company long ago. In order to have a better development, she hooked up with a shareholder of Ching Media and Entertainment Company and took the opportunity to attend various banquets. It is said that there must be several artists in the company who were deceived by her, and because of this incident, a black line was drawn on the road of life that can never be erased. Whenever Su Ching thinks of this incident, she feels scared.
Fortunately, she woke up in time and was extremely lucky to meet Zhou Ying, thus avoiding a disaster.
However, after this incident, she also developed a habit. From now on, no matter what she does, she will greet Chen Feng in advance to avoid such a thing from happening again. It was also because of this incident that she was often teased for being inseparable from Chen Feng. But only she herself knew that she would rather be teased than have any irreversible consequences happen. The graduation day is getting closer and closer, and Chen Feng and his friends are very busy every day. Others graduate by writing a paper, but for students at Chidian Music School, graduation is more than just writing a paper. They also had to write an original song in groups of 4 and perform it at the graduation ceremony. Chen Feng's group was composed of him, Su Ching, Li Shu and Zhou Ying. Since we are all acquaintances, we know each other.
Chen Feng took on the main responsibility in this graduation. As for Zhou Ying, she was still addicted to games every day as before.
However, ever since she saved Su Ching last time, everyone has been particularly tolerant of her. Even if she did nothing about graduation, no one would complain.
To express her gratitude, Su Ching even took on the task of writing the paper for her.
Zhou Ying never said a word of thanks from beginning to end, but everyone knew in their hearts that this was just Zhou Ying's character. Even if the sky falls, she can still remain calm. The only thing that made her excited was that she lost the game because of her teammates. That would make her furious and she would curse out all the words she had learned in the past year at once. The day of graduation finally arrived, and Chen Feng and his friends had practiced the graduation song countless times. So the moment they stepped onto the stage, they were immediately warmly welcomed by all the students.
Chapter 106: Trying to sell goods through live streaming. Everyone is looking forward to the new songs that Chen Feng will bring them.
The song that Chen Feng and his friends brought this time was simple and straightforward.
It was the song Graduation Season that got the whole audience excited and instantly impressed all the students who graduated together this time. But those students did not have any dissatisfaction with this. After all, Chen Feng and his team's strength were there, and this was what they deserved. On the night of graduation, Chen Feng, as the class monitor, hosted a party. Everyone at the party shined and had a great time.
As for all the expenses, of course, Chen Feng paid for them. The place they chose to spend their time was a KTV opened by Zhou Ying's brother Zhou Yuan.
A drunk male student named Jiang threw himself on Chen Feng and asked, burping, "Class monitor, what are your plans for graduation?" A female classmate mocked him, "Do you think the class monitor is the same as you?"
He signed a contract with Ching Media and Entertainment Company during his sophomore year.
His future development is definitely not something we can compare to. Chen Feng just smiled at this and said, "I think everyone's development will not be bad.
After all, we are from the same class, and I know everyone's strengths very well. It's just that everyone has just entered society, so I have to remind everyone not to trust anyone too much."
Immediately, a girl dressed in fancy clothes said, "That's right, what the monitor said makes sense. Wasn't Su Ching almost cheated back then?"
Su Ching lowered her head and took a sip of beer, ignoring the girl. Because of this incident, she had no idea how many people in the class had bullied her, either openly or secretly.
Now she had gotten used to it.
On the contrary, Chen Feng's expression was not very good. He said with a half smile, "I'm afraid that some people want to be deceived, and others look down on them. Hey, squad leader, you'll have to help us out when the time comes. After all, you're quite experienced in this area, and we all know that you'll soon be the pillar of Wind City Media and Entertainment Company. You have a bright future. We all have high hopes for you. You better keep working hard." Faced with her shamelessness, Chen Feng did not pay much attention to it, but just clinked glasses with others. After graduation, we'll all be in different places, but let's keep cheering together. They all graduated from Chidian Music School, but which path they will take is still unknown.
Not everyone who graduates from Chidian Music Conservatory will eventually pursue a career in music.
Some of them will choose to get married and have children, and live with their loved ones for the rest of their lives.
Only a small number of people choose to fight on this path.
Of course, whether they can come up with something meaningful depends on their respective strengths. After the class reunion, Chen Feng and Su Ching got into a taxi together.
Su Ching looked out the window.
Although their future had been planned, they had just left school and were somewhat confused. Chen Feng rubbed her head and said, "Don't worry, Li Jinyu will make arrangements for us. There are so many things we need to face on this road, so we all have to work hard.
Let's go look at cars tomorrow. Now that we've graduated, it's time to buy one." Early the next morning, Chen Feng received calls from Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima.
They said they had arrived and asked Chen Feng to open the door. Chen Feng had already contacted them last night. After all, everyone has graduated now and it's time to think carefully about the future. He knew that joining Windy City Media and Entertainment was just the first step, and he would not stay there forever.
He will have his own way. Crazy, what are your plans after graduation? Do you want to go out and have some fun?
Chen Feng and Su Ching have already discussed this matter. They think that career is the most important thing, and if they go out and have fun, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
Chen Feng said, "Put your career in order first. You can go wherever you want to play in the future, but you can't find a job just because you want to. Everyone is competing so hard right now. If we don't work harder, we won't be able to catch up with others." That makes sense, Madman, you're right. Let's get the work sorted out first. But Madman, what are you going to ask us to do?
Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima looked at Chen Feng expectantly.
Chen Feng calmly told them about his plans for the future. "I plan to start my own company.
I've signed a contract with Wind City Media and Entertainment, but it's only for 5 years.
Excluding the time I'm in school, which they can't disturb, I still have 3 years left. After these 3 years are over, I will set up my own company and be my own boss." Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima applauded in agreement. "We agree that working for others has its limitations. Being your own boss is the best. Besides, there are so many people graduating in your class, and everyone knows you. After 3 years, they will have made a name for themselves in this industry. If they are willing to join, then you will naturally have a lot more capable people on your side. Even if they don't want to join, it doesn't matter. With your reputation in 3 years, there will definitely be many new people coming here." This was also a point that Chen Feng took a fancy to, so he patted Lu Wenxiang on the shoulder and said, "Not bad, Lu Shangxiang, you can now think of things so comprehensively." When Lu Wenxiang is serious, she can arrange everything properly and is a good assistant. Huang Jima is actually not bad, it's just that he is a little off-key most of the time, so he gives people a feeling of being unreliable. Lu Wenxiang smiled modestly. "After all, I am not a child anymore. I can't always act like a child, right?" Su Ching smiled and said, "With you two here, Chen Feng can worry less." The four of them went to see the car together. That night, Chen Feng had dinner with Li Jinyu and told him about Lu Wenxiang and the other person. Li Jinyu agreed to arrange them to work in the company as assistants or secretaries to Chen Feng and others. Of course, Yu Xiaoning also received special favor and became Su Ching's assistant. Chen Feng also proposed a solution. "I already have 30 million fans online. If your company's musical instruments can't be sold, why don't we do a live broadcast to sell them? Live streaming to sell goods?" Li Jinyu had heard of it before, but never thought about trying it. After all, people always have resistance to new things. Especially without experience, I am afraid of making a loss. However, since Chen Feng has brought it up, he must be confident in this regard. Chapter 107 Live Broadcast System. Yes, there are quite a few people watching my live broadcast every day. I can promote my products to them. As long as the quality here is acceptable, I can guarantee that the sales will be good. Even if the products don't sell well during the live stream, it will still have an impact on our reputation. In the future, when people want to buy similar products, they will naturally think of our company's products. Li Jinyu nodded thoughtfully. "You're right, there are indeed many fans who follow their idols to buy things. This may be a new way to bring goods. We can give it a try and see how the sales go. We can definitely guarantee the quality and it won't affect your reputation. With your current development, I'm afraid our entire company will have to rely on you in the future. What Li Jinyu said was indeed a bit exaggerated.
After all, Ching Media and Entertainment Company is developing rapidly now. In addition to Li Jinyu's own fame, she has also brought out many shining new stars. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Within the scope of the contract, I will help your company have a better development prospect.
But after these 3 years, I may not stay in your company anymore. However, I will not do anything that would be detrimental to your company."
When they signed the contract, they only signed for 5 years, and Li Jinyu was aware of this.
He also knew that Chen Feng was very ambitious and he would definitely not be willing to just stay in Ching Media and Entertainment Company.
We'll talk about what happens 3 years from now later.
I'll give your plan some serious thought. Do you know the specific live streaming method?
Of course, Chen Feng knew that before he came here, there was already a complete live broadcast system in his era. He can definitely bring over the live broadcast system from a few years later.
Be the first to develop this. Tomorrow I will write a complete live broadcast system for you to refer to. Li Jinyu agreed.
After Chen Feng returned, he locked himself in the room and began to write a complete live broadcast system according to the live broadcast method in his mind. He once tried to live broadcast, but because he entered the industry relatively late and lacked experience in this area, he was surpassed by other anchors.
There is no mixing in this industry.
Unexpectedly, after returning to the present, he has become a leader in this industry. In order to survive in this industry, he had made many strategies, and now they are all in use. By the time he finished writing the guide, it was already past 2 in the morning. He was just about to finish work when Su Ching suddenly walked in with a serving of dumplings. As he smelled the delicious aroma of dumplings, he suddenly felt his stomach rumbling violently.
"Why aren't you asleep yet?"
"I saw that the lights were still on here, so I knew you were busy."
"I heard from the people in the company that you had to come up with a new live broadcast system."
"I was afraid you'd be hungry after you were done, so I made you a bowl of dumplings in advance and kept them warm in the kitchen.
When I saw it was almost time, I brought it to you. Now that you're done, come and eat."
Chen Feng hurriedly took a chair and sat down, then began to eat happily.
"I've already written the live broadcast system. It's on the table. Take a look and see if there's anything wrong with it." Su Ching walked over after hearing that.
Nowadays, the number of people doing live broadcasts is still small. Many people have tried to sell goods through live broadcasts, but they all ended in failure. The plan written by Chen Feng even predicted the final outcome of the live broadcast, so it can be said to be foolproof.
"Chen Feng, what if this live broadcast plan fails?" Chen Feng said while eating dumplings, "It's impossible. If I say it will succeed, then it will definitely succeed."
Su Ching sat next to him with the live broadcast plan. "I believe in your ability, but all those who have done live broadcasts to sell goods before have ended in failure.
The things you're selling on this live stream aren't necessities, so I'm worried they won't sell."
Chen Feng reached out and rubbed her head. "I have already talked to Li Jinyu.
I will broadcast live for 3 days to see the situation. If it really doesn't work, then we will think of other ways."
Live streaming is not a difficult business, especially since I have over 30 million followers now. Even if only 10 of those 30 million followers buy, we've already been successful. This time we live streamed the product just to increase awareness, not necessarily to sell it. After listening to Chen Feng's explanation, Su Ching slowly felt relieved.
If you just want to increase your visibility, it's not difficult. Moreover, this live broadcast plan is not just for selling goods. Chen Feng will also perform the song he wrote on the spot. The song they sang at the graduation ceremony is now known all over the internet, and has become a deep memory for all graduates of that year. If Chen Feng sang this song in this live broadcast room, I wonder how many people's memories would be awakened. Those people might be interested in what Chen Feng sells. Maybe I can actually sell 1 or 2. When Li Jinyu got this live broadcast plan, she knew that Chen Feng had already practiced in this regard and have some experience. That's why I was able to write this complete live broadcast plan. He looked at Chen Feng as if he were looking at a valuable antique, and said with deep emotion, "It is our honor to have you signed by Ching Media and Entertainment Company." Chen Feng smiled nonchalantly. "We achieve each other. Because of your Ching Media Entertainment Company, I exist." They are scheduled to broadcast live this Friday night. And he posted a video in advance to spread the news of the live broadcast. Perhaps everyone was interested in this live broadcast plan, and this video became inexplicably popular. The number of views has reached nearly 10 million. For Chen Feng, who has 30 million fans, this number of views is nothing, but if 10 million fans can come in on the night of his live broadcast,
then there is no doubt that his live broadcast will be very successful. This live broadcast is just an experiment for them, but for people in the entire live broadcast circle, it may be a good opportunity to break through themselves. There are still 2 days before the live broadcast. During these 2 days, Li Jinyu specially formed a team to conduct the experiment of this live broadcast.
There are about 10 people in this team.
They are all elites in the circle and have at least 2 million fans. They didn't know much about the live streaming industry, but with Chen Feng as their guide and Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima assisting them, they managed to understand the live streaming system in a short time.
Chapter 108 Being eloquent is also a skill.
Chen Feng also specially found some live broadcast videos of others for them to watch. However, there are currently no particularly famous bloggers in the industry of selling products. Mary has always been a very busy person, rarely seen, but this time the news that Chen Feng was going to sell goods live unexpectedly reached her.
Selling goods live?
He casually threw aside the notice sheet handed to him by his agent and continued to let the makeup artist help him with his makeup. The agent said, "That's how they're promoting it right now, but some people have tried live streaming before. However, live streaming is a new industry, and not many people can really make it." Mary adjusted her collar in front of the mirror and said with a smile, "Young people love to make trouble.
However, he has always been very smart. I believe he will not fight a battle without confidence.
Please make an appointment with him for me and tell him I'll treat him to dinner tomorrow afternoon."
After the agent left, the makeup artist couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Mary, is this person your student?"
Mary said softly and didn't react much. The makeup artist felt embarrassed and naturally did not continue asking. Chen Feng was originally very busy, but after receiving the message from Mary, his heart gradually calmed down. Mary specifically said she wanted to treat him to a meal, so it was obvious that she had something to discuss with him. Since graduation, he and Mary have had almost no contact, and they only greet each other during the holidays. Mary was busy most of the rest of the time and rarely replied to his messages. He explained things to Su Ching, and then waited for the agreed time the next day and arrived at the restaurant in advance to reserve a table. Mary appeared in front of him wearing an orange windbreaker, a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, and greeted him with a smile.
"Chen Feng, long time no see."
Chen Feng stood up quickly, smiled and extended his hand towards him. "Long time no see, Teacher Mary." After the two sat down, Chen Feng teased, "Ms. Mary is a very busy person.
Why did you think of treating me to a meal today?"
Since graduation, I haven't sat down and chatted with my teacher again. I heard that he's been busy with a national tour recently. I didn't want to disturb him, but I didn't expect him to be worried about me." Mary couldn't help but look up at him deeply, then smiled and said, "It's been a while since we last met.
Why are you even more slick than before? But after entering society, it's really not as good as in school. Being eloquent is also a skill. I heard you're going to start live streaming to sell goods?" Chen Feng was a little surprised when Mary asked, could it be that the teacher also knows something about this industry?
Mary asked the waiter for a pack of tissues and wiped her fingers while saying, "I don't know.
I'm not involved in the live broadcast industry. I'm just curious about how you do it.
I have a friend who tried live streaming to sell goods, but ultimately failed and lost everything.
I'm mainly here to ask if you are confident enough. If you are not sure, then don't start a new industry lightly." Chen Feng knew Mary meant well, so he said, "Teacher Mary, starting a new industry is indeed not an easy task.
Although some people have thought of live streaming to sell goods, no one has yet developed a system for it. Our team currently has a complete system for the live streaming sales industry, so I want to give it a try.
Tomorrow night is our live broadcast time.
If you are free, Ms. Mary, you can come to my live broadcast room and take a look." Mary took a peanut and put it in her mouth, counting the calories while chewing.
I'm actually interested in the live broadcast system you mentioned. Okay, I'll go and take a look tomorrow night. Chen Feng, I know you are a smart man, but I think you should meet my friend. Maybe you can gain some experience from him."
Mary handed over a business card. It was at this moment that Chen Feng understood why he came to find him. "I quickly reached out and took the business card. Thank you, Teacher Mary."
Mary only ate 2 pieces of vegetable leaves for this meal.
In his words, he is not young anymore and his metabolism has slowed down. If he wants to maintain his figure, the most important thing is to control his diet. Mary also made an appointment with Chen Feng to go jogging and exercise together when they are free.
Chen Feng agreed.
Before leaving, Mary looked at Chen Feng's figure with envy. Being young is good. Even without deliberate maintenance, you can still have such a great figure. Ms. Mary also has a great figure. What everyone likes is you as a person, not how great your figure is. Mary smiled as brightly as the sun. Chen Feng, I understand what you mean, but I think a good figure is also essential. After all, no one wants to see a fat pig standing on the stage to perform for them. After saying goodbye to Mary, Chen Feng stood there hesitating for a while, and finally decided to call the person on the business card. Since this person was introduced by Mary, there will definitely be no problem. When he called, the person on the other end of the phone seemed to have just woken up, and it took him a long time to realize who Chen Feng was. He quickly got up from the bed and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I stayed up all night last night.
You are Mary's student, right? He has already told me about you.
I think your live broadcast system is very interesting, so I wanted to meet you. The other party's tone was very polite, and Chen Feng unconsciously slowed down his tone. In that case, let's meet, Mr. Yi.
Okay. Yi Changming agreed readily and made an appointment with him for the time and place to meet.
Just after hanging up the phone, Chen Feng received a text message from Su Ching asking him when he would be home.
Chen Feng calculated the time and gave an answer of around 12 o'clock.
It was more than an hour later when he drove to the meeting place. And he met Yi Changming here as promised. Yi Changming has long hair.
If you don't look at her from the front, you would really think she is a slim girl.
Her long hair is even smoother than a girl's. But his clothes seemed a bit sloppy.
Wow, Mary's students are so young?
As soon as Yi Changming arrived, he couldn't help but reveal his true nature and made a teasing. Chen Feng sat down on the chair. Senior, let's talk about live streaming. Teacher Mary told me that you tried live streaming to sell goods, but it ended in failure.
Can you tell me why you failed? Chapter 109, Failure. Yi Changming smiled somewhat restrainedly. What's the reason for failure? It's just that we weren't prepared enough. No one had ever tried this business before.
I saw other people's live broadcasts were very successful, so I was jealous and wondered if I could sell something through this business. But in the end, all the supplies ended up in my hands.
I lost everything I invested. If you need them, you can take them for free. Yi Changming was quite generous and even introduced all the goods he had to Chen Feng.
Most of what he sells are miscellaneous items that are neither essential nor necessary.
He simply sells things he likes.
The things he likes are quite diverse, and many of them are even things that no one has ever heard of. Yi Changming also showed Chen Feng the video of his live broadcast. As soon as he saw the live broadcast method, Chen Feng knew the reason for his failure. When Yi Changming was live streaming, he never introduced the product to others. He even thought that others knew about those things as well as he did. After taking the item out, he simply said the name and then directly put up the price. Many people asked what it was used for, but instead of giving a good answer, he sometimes even directly cursed at his fans. It would be strange if the goods could be sold at this pace. Fortunately, people nowadays have not yet unlocked the skill of returning goods, otherwise if you encounter some bad people, they will ask you to return the goods after you place an order, which is very troublesome.
Senior, do you really want to go into the live streaming sales industry? The first impression Yi Changming gave him was that he had a free and easy personality. People with this kind of personality tend to do things according to their own personality. He won't restrain himself.
So the industry of live streaming may not be suitable for him.
But Yi Changming didn't seem to understand this yet. He looked at him with a puzzled look and asked, "What's wrong?" "I really want to sell goods through live streaming. Since Senior really has this idea, why don't we work together? I can help you sell what you have." When Yi Changming heard this, he immediately became interested. "What do you have in mind?"
"I'm very interested in the strange things you sell, but I don't know what most of them are used for. So if you have time, please write down their uses for me."
When we buy something, we focus on its practicality.
After all, our money doesn't come from the wind. People might buy things they don't need, but they buy them because they're interested in them. Humans are full of curiosity about unknown things, but the prerequisite is that they have to know what that thing is used for. So I have to explain this to them clearly. Once they understand the usefulness of such items, I can arouse their desire to buy them. Senior, you didn't understand this, which is why you can't sell your stuff. It is said that customers are God. Only when we take good care of God will they take care of our business. We should treat our fans as our family. While fighting for their interests, we should also let them know that we have indeed fought for their interests. When Chen Feng reached this point in his analysis, Yi Changming no longer understood at all.
Wait a minute, I don't understand what you're saying. Basically, what you're saying is that before we sell something, we have to first let customers understand its purpose, right? Chen Feng nodded.
Yi Changming seemed to be lost in thought.
Oh, now I remember. Every time someone asks about the use of something, I always think they're really stupid. Aren't the uses of the things I sell obvious at a glance? Why would someone ask such a stupid question? I often argue with others during live broadcasts. Could this have something to do with it?
Chen Feng nodded in agreement. It is related, it is very related. A bold idea suddenly came to Chen Feng's mind.
Maybe Yi Changming could try the method of reverse sales.
His behavior of quarreling with fans at every turn is indeed not popular during live broadcasts, but if it is edited into short videos and released as short videos, it may bring some improvement to his live broadcast sales. So then Chen Feng told him again the method of reverse sales, and said that after his 3-day live broadcast was over, he would try to arrange a new personality for him.
Yi Changming scratched his head and agreed. I've discovered that you young people are smarter than us. I've racked my brains to figure out a problem I couldn't figure out, but you found the key to it so easily. Mary, you're right. I'm counting on you from now on. You must not let these goods get wasted in my hands, otherwise it will be more than just a matter of losing everything. We had agreed to be back before 12 o'clock, but in the blink of an eye it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. There was a call from Su Ching on his mobile phone, but he was chatting enthusiastically with Yi Changming at the time and didn't answer it. When he returned to the villa, it was already past 3 in the morning. But I didn't expect that the lights in the villa were still on. This immediately made him feel warm in his heart. When he entered the house, he found that Su Ching had been waiting for him on the sofa and had not gone to bed yet. Seeing him come back, she seemed relieved and rubbed her red eyes. Chen Feng felt a little guilty and walked over to hug her. I'm sorry, I came back late. Su Ching didn't say anything, she just walked into the kitchen, brought him a bowl of hot soup, and then went upstairs to sleep. Staring at Su Ching staggering back, Chen Feng secretly decided that even if he was busy with work in the future, he would not ignore her. The next afternoon, Li Jinyu called him specifically to ask how the live broadcast preparations were going. At this time, he had just climbed out of bed. He answered in a daze that he was almost ready. When he got up, he found that Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima had already come to his villa. Perhaps because they learned from Su Ching that he slept late last night, neither of them disturbed him and just played games downstairs. Seeing him coming downstairs, I greeted him and said, "Crazy, the team has prepared the live broadcast tonight. Now all we need is you to go over there." Lu Wenxiang has become much more stable than before in school, and his habit of casually picking up girls has also gradually changed. Chen Feng recently heard vaguely from people in the team that something happened in Lu Wenxiang's family. Chapter 110: A penny can make a hero fall. So he specifically asked, Lu Shangxiang, are your parents okay? Lu Wenxiang obviously didn't expect Chen Feng to ask this question. She felt a little uncomfortable for a moment and said awkwardly, very good. Huang Jima also didn't know what happened in Lu Wenxiang's home, and thought that Chen Feng was just simply concerned. Crazy, why don't you ask my parents? We've known each other for such a long time, and you only care about Lu Shangxiang's parents. Chen Feng ignored him and walked over to pat Lu Wenxiang on the shoulder. We have known each other for such a long time. If there is anything happening at home, don't hide it. Tell us and we will help you shoulder the burden together. Lu Wenxiang's eyes gradually turned red. Huang Jima was beside her and said in a fuss, damn it Lu Shangxiang, is something wrong with your parents? Why didn't you tell us? The madman is right. You shouldn't have kept it secret from us. If you tell us, we can help you. Lu Wenxiang's tears finally fell uncontrollably, and even Su Ching next to her couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Lu Wenxiang forced a smile and said, I don't want to cause you any trouble. It's not easy for Crazy to lead us to start a business and arrange jobs for us. Besides, my parents didn't want me to have my work affected by this incident, so they kept it a secret from me until I got sick. I only found out about this after I couldn't hold on any longer. Chen Feng knew Lu Wenxiang's family situation. He had an older brother who was 5 years older than him and was already married. Lu Wenxiang had said before that his sister-in-law was very beautiful and had a hot body. He also said that his sister-in-law was blind and fell in love with his brother. Lu Wenxiang always smiles whenever he talks about his sister-in-law. After all, his sister-in-law often secretly gave him money so that he could buy things he liked. This time, it was probably because of his brother and sister-in-law's support that he was able to stay in the company and take care of his own business. What's going on? Tell us.
Lu Wenxiang wiped her tears, feeling extremely distressed. The doctor said it was cancer, and it's in the late stages, there's no cure. My brother and sister-in-law didn't tell me before, and I rarely go home, so I didn't know about this at all. If my dad hadn't been hospitalized later, they wouldn't have been able to hide it anymore. Maybe I wouldn't even know that my dad was buried. What have I been doing all these years? Lu Wenxiang squatted on the ground, holding her head and crying. The three of them were in extremely complicated moods. Although Lu Wenxiang's family background is not very good, he lives a very carefree life because of his brother and sister-in-law. Even if you want to pick up girls or go out and have fun, you can still squeeze out some money. But for the people at home, Lu Wenxiang, his son, did not do well enough. Lu Shangxiang. Huang Jima wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how to start. After all, his own life was a mess. If he hadn't followed Chen Feng into Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company, he probably wouldn't even be able to find a decent job. Chen Feng reached out and pulled the person up. Lu Wenxiang, cheer up. How much money does the hospital need? I'll see if I can find it for you. Lu Wenxiang's shoulders kept shaking, her head was buried deeply, and she didn't even dare to look up at them. He said in a humming voice, the hospital said that if you want chemotherapy, it will cost at least 500,000 yuan. My brother and sister-in-law are still young, but they can't come up with that much money. My dad has already said he wants to give up, and my mom also agrees. Su Ching said anxiously, how can we give up? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we can't give up a living life. After all, Su Ching came from a large family and had lived a privileged life since childhood. I have no idea what it means that a penny can make a hero fall. An ordinary family like Lu Wenxiang's couldn't come up with 500,000 yuan even if they sold their house. Moreover, his parents were just ordinary farmers, and they were afraid that their life savings would be wasted. After all, the hospital only told them that they could undergo chemotherapy, but could not guarantee that they would be able to recover their health after spending 500,000 yuan. Because they have no idea and cannot guarantee how much the subsequent treatment will cost, they choose to give up. Lu Wenxiang, take us to the hospital to see your uncle and aunt. We've known each other for such a long time, but we haven't met your parents yet. Lu Wenxiang raised her head and looked at Chen Feng, hesitantly saying, but isn't the live broadcast tonight? It's such an important matter, don't delay it. Chen Feng suddenly punched him on the shoulder. Lu Wenxiang, you are such a scoundrel. Your parents don't want you to worry, and don't want you to affect your work, but do you really not care about their lives? Huang Jima was also a little angry. Lu Shangxiang, this is your fault. Where is your previous ambition? Didn't you say you wanted to make a name for yourself and take your brother and sister-in-law out for a trip? But who are you now? Apart from relying on your brother and sister-in-law, what have you done for your family? We are not children anymore, and we should also take on certain responsibilities. Even if you don't have money, we can lend it to you. If your parents say you don't want treatment, then you won't get it. What kind of man are you? Lu Wenxiang looked at Huang Jima in shock. These words were like a revelation to him. He knew that his family had no money, and his parents gave up treatment because they didn't want to cause them trouble. But seeing his brother and sister-in-law looking helpless, he could do nothing but blame himself. He didn't know where the news came from. He had clearly never mentioned it to anyone, but it somehow reached Chen Feng's ears. It reached the ears of everyone in the company. You're right. I can't keep hiding behind my back. I have to support my parents. I'll take you to meet them. Crazy. Lu Wenxiang suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed twice to him. When she was about to kowtow for the third time, Chen Feng, who had reacted, helped her up. What are you doing? Isn't it all about money? I have money. I have as much as you want. Let your uncle and aunt rest assured about your treatment. From now on, just follow me and work hard. I guarantee that you will be successful. With Chen Feng's promise, Lu Wenxiang finally regained her confidence and nodded vigorously. After they arrived at the hospital, Lu Wenxiang's parents were extremely thin. Although it was his father who was sick, his mother looked even more haggard. Although he is less than 50 years old, he looks like he is in his 70s or 80s. Chapter 111. Not a human being. Obviously, during the time when Lu Wenxiang's father was ill, she devoted all her energy to taking care of him. Lu Wenxiang's brother had to go to work to earn money, so besides his mother, the only person in the ward was his sister-in-law. His sister-in-law was 4 months pregnant and also had a tired look on her face. Seeing Lu Wenxiang bringing people, although he was surprised, he still forced a smile.
Xiao Wen, are these your friends? Lu Wenxiang was right.
His sister-in-law was indeed very beautiful. Even when she was pregnant, she still had a great figure. But his complexion looked much worse, and he was obviously lacking in energy and blood. Lu Wenxiang introduced them. Sister-in-law, these are my college classmates, and they are also my colleagues now.
You are not feeling well, so please sit down. He felt like a complete loser.
His sister-in-law was already 4 months pregnant, yet he still had to worry about his parents. However, as a son, he kept evading his responsibilities and pushed all the troubles onto his brother and sister-in-law.
Lu Wenxiang's mother knew Huang Jima, but he didn't know Chen Feng. Are you all Xiao Wen's friends?
She originally wanted to say come in and sit down, but when she thought about the fact that this was a ward and there wasn't even an extra chair, she felt very embarrassed. Chen Feng smiled indifferently. Auntie, we are here to see uncle, you don't have to worry about us.
How can that be possible?
You mean well, after all.
I'll go to the next room and borrow 2 chairs. No need, Auntie. We still have work to do tonight and can't stay long. Please don't bother.
Su Ching pulled the person back and comforted her with a smile. Only then did Mother Lu give up the idea of going to the next ward to borrow a chair. Chen Feng placed the fruit basket he bought on the bedside table.
Lu Wenxiang's father was wearing an oxygen machine.
It was unclear whether he was asleep or fainted.
He didn't wake up even after such a big commotion.
He was so thin that he looked unrecognizable, just skin and bones. His original appearance was no longer recognizable.
Auntie, we heard from Lu Wenxiang that you want to give up treatment?
Mother Lu sighed deeply, then nodded and cried, the old man isn't so lucky.
He won't be able to enjoy happiness for many more years.
It would be better to take him home and let him take a look at the place where he lived his whole life and his final moments.
This is probably what all the older generation thinks.
Rather than dying in a hospital, they would rather return to their roots. Su Ching held Mother Lu's hand and whispered, Auntie, the person is still alive, how can we give up treatment?
As long as there is a glimmer of hope to survive, we must persevere to the end. We'll figure out the money issue. You mustn't give up on treatment, otherwise Lu Wenxiang won't have a father anymore.
Mother Lu wiped her tears and said, My dear, I know you mean well, but Xiao Wen's father is dying, and he doesn't want to stay here any longer.
Please don't waste your money.
The doctor also said that even if we paid this money, it might not cure his illness. He's already in the late stages, how can he be saved?
Mom! Lu Wenxiang suddenly knelt down. I beg you, please don't give up on treatment. I've been raised under your protection for over 20 years. Now I'm an adult.
I'll take care of the medical expenses. You just need to persevere with the treatment.
I don't want to be without my father. I have just grown up and I haven't had time to repay you. I don't want you to worry about money. Mother Lu hurried over and helped the man up. Hey, what are you doing? You keep kneeling down.
If your father knew about this, he would whip you with a belt again.
Lu Wenxiang smiled bitterly and said, I actually hope he can still beat me. Mom, please listen to my advice this time and don't give up, okay? Mother Lu choked up and said, Son, I know you mean well, but you know your father's stubborn temper. He's already decided to be discharged from the hospital, so what can we say? At this moment, Father Lu gradually woke up. He seemed to have heard what had just been said and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything.
Chen Feng grabbed the hand that Lu's father extended and advised, Uncle, my name is Chen Feng, and I'm a good friend of Lu Wenxiang. We'll find a way to pay for the treatment, so you don't have to worry about it. You just need to cooperate with the doctor's treatment.
Lu Wenxiang doesn't want to be without her father, so you have to persevere. Cancer can be cured. Even if it can't be cured, as long as you are still alive, Lu Wenxiang will always be the one with healthy parents.
But once you're gone, he'll be without a father.
How sad and devastated will he be when he sees others with both parents? Father Lu seemed to understand what Chen Feng said. 2 turbid old tears fell and he nodded vigorously. The matter was finalized.
Chen Feng went to pay the medical bills and then returned to the company with a group of people.
It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After simply solving the dinner problem, I started preparing for the live broadcast.
The team members were still discussing the incident of Lu Wenxiang squatting in the toilet and crying. It was only at this time that Lu Wenxiang realized that someone had overheard him when he received a call from his brother. The news leaked out just like that.
What are you talking about? Speak louder.
Chen Feng glanced at the 2 people who were talking and shouted at them. They noticed that Chen Feng's face was not very good, so they immediately shut up and stopped talking about this matter. The moment the live broadcast began, everyone was immersed in tension. Chen Feng soothed them, "Don't be afraid. You are all famous people. You should face the audience the same way you did before." With Chen Feng's comfort, their emotions finally stabilized a little. Because of the previous promotional video, many fans came to visit. Some fans also come to listen to the songs. Listening to Chen Feng singing in the live broadcast room and listening to him in the video are completely different. Gradually, more and more people came to the live broadcast room. Li Jinyu especially gave Chen Feng a wave of gifts, and his popularity gradually increased. Soon the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 50,000. Chen Feng's song graduation season directly increased the number of people in the live broadcast room to 200,000. It was at this time that Chen Feng suddenly introduced the zither in his hand, and told them the history of the zither and the feelings that the maker had for it. Chen Feng described it vividly, and at first everyone didn't realize he was selling pianos. They just thought Chen Feng was explaining it to them. Chapter 112. The live broadcast comes to an end. When Chen Feng said that this guitar would be sold, someone in the live broadcast room actually started bidding. Then Chen Feng put the guitar on the shelf. There were only 2,000 guitars in stock, but more than 20,000 were sold. Chen Feng also kindly reminded, "Don't spend blindly. If you don't plan to learn piano, don't buy it. Give the opportunity to those who need it." But as soon as he said this, more people came to buy. He hadn't even finished introducing the guitar below, but as soon as the link was posted, it was sold out immediately. Even Li Jinyu, who was manipulating the business behind the scenes, was surprised by the speed of the sales. Mary also sent a special message to Chen Feng. Even though it was just 2 thumbs up emojis, it definitely showed his admiration. Yi Changming was even more exaggerated and directly sent a series of kneeling expressions, which almost made Chen Feng laugh. The first live broadcast achieved great results. They managed the atmosphere in the live broadcast room very well, and in the blink of an eye, the number of viewers exceeded 1 million. This amount of fans is rare even for those in the team. They also took advantage of this live broadcast to gain a lot of attention. Because they had rehearsed before, there were many interactions between them, which were all very interesting. This also successfully won the hearts of a large number of fans. When the second song was sung again, the fans enthusiastically gave them a wave of gifts. Gifts were flying everywhere one after another, as if someone was deliberately competing with him. Even Chen Feng's face was completely covered by the gifts and could not be seen at all. When Chen Feng suggested a break, the rest of the team sang a chorus song that they had rehearsed in advance. This song is youthful and active, and was also written by Chen Fengxin. It quickly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone kept swiping the screen to sing it again. Seeing that everyone liked it, the team members sang it again to show their support for the fans. Almost no one expected that Chen Feng would release a new song in this way. After this new song was released, those who didn't hear it live regretted it, but those who heard it live immediately felt that it was worth buying. Later, Chen Feng took out Yi Changming's Strange Things. A lot of inventory was also sold. After the live broadcast ended, almost everyone was so busy that they rolled their eyes and lay down on their chairs, unable to stand up. When Li Jinyu came to the live broadcast room, he saw the entire team lying together. Someone even stuck out their tongue and said with a tired look, "I've never worked so hard in my life. I didn't expect doing a live broadcast to be so tiring." That's not true. Apart from the time when Chen Feng was selling goods, we have already sung it 8 times. How can we not be tired? Li Jinyu couldn't help but smile. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I asked someone to bring you breakfast." Chen Feng walked towards him and asked, "Boss Li, how was the effect of our live broadcast this time?" "Excellent." Li Jinyu couldn't help but applaud, and then said to them, "How about everyone guess how much revenue our live broadcast made this time?" Everyone was curious about his question and asked, "How much?" 1 million? Li Jinyu shook her head. "You are still too conservative." 2 million? Could it be 5 million? Could it be 10 million? Li Jinyu laughed. Including the proceeds from the gifts, the turnover from this live broadcast has indeed reached 10 million. In just one night, our live stream sales hit a new high and we've successfully sold out all our inventory. Our company has to work overtime to get the goods out that everyone has purchased. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. 10 million, what kind of concept is this? I didn't expect that they achieved such a high turnover in just one night. No wonder Li Jinyu was smiling the whole time since she came in.
Chen Feng, thank you for your hard work. You have led the team to a new record this time. Our company has decided to give you a 1 million yuan wholesale as a reward. This 1 million yuan will be divided among the 10 of you. If it's divided among 10 people, that means each of them can get 100,000. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. Moreover, the 10 million turnover was split 50-50 between them and the company. After working hard for a whole night, each of them could get 600,000. Except for Chen Feng, almost everyone couldn't believe that they could get so much money. They originally thought that this live broadcast could bring them a few thousand yuan in income in one night, and they would be satisfied. But I never expected that it would exceed such high expectations. How could they care less about being tired? They stood up on the spot and danced with joy. Lu Wenxiang never expected that Chen Feng had just paid 500,000 yuan for his medical expenses yesterday, and now he earned it back in just one night. Even if he paid back the 500,000 yuan to Chen Feng, he would still have 100,000 yuan left to supplement his family's expenses. He was so excited that he didn't know how to express it for a moment, so he could only stare with his eyes wide open. Huang Jima then hugged him, and he finally reacted in disbelief. Old Huang, how much money did we make? 10 million. We can each get 600,000. 600,000. This is already several years' income for an ordinary family, and they actually reached this sales volume in just one night. Li Jinyu asked, Chen Feng, when do you think it would be appropriate to have the second live broadcast? Chen Feng smiled and said, we need an opportunity. You can ask the company to make up for the outstanding goods first. As for when to start the live broadcast, I will consider it. Li Jinyu never thought of putting too much pressure on Chen Feng, even though the company's directors now wanted to strike while the iron is hot and let Chen Feng do a second live broadcast to increase the company's turnover. He also took the pressure alone and refused. The first live broadcast has come to an end. Chen Feng specially called Mary and asked him and Yi Changming to have dinner together. Yi Changming came over happily without him having to invite him. Hey, your name is Chen Feng, right? I really didn't expect you to be able to sell all that mess of goods I had. Now my inventory has been cleared out. Come on, here's my share for you. Chen Feng took a look at the stack of bills he handed over and refused without a second thought. Our company has already taken what we should take. You don't need to give me another one. Yi Changming waved his hands cheerfully. What are those? Do you really think my stuff is worth a fortune? Chapter 113, Big Ambitions. Chen Feng blinked in confusion, and after thinking for a while, he suddenly understood what he meant. It turns out that the things he sold were worthless. He thought that strange and peculiar things were generally worth a lot of money, but it turned out to be all a lie. No, your things are not of poor quality, right? After all, it was his first live broadcast. If the quality was not up to standard, it would be difficult to do the second live broadcast. Yi Changming patted his chest and said, that's not possible. It's just that these things are not very popular and not many people like them. I just bargained for them and naturally they are cheaper. After learning that this was the reason, Chen Feng felt relieved. I see. I thought it was a quality issue. I'm so scared. While the two were talking, Mary arrived. Yi Changming waved towards the door. Mary. Over here. Mary took off her big sunglasses, walked up to them with a smile, pulled a chair and sat down. I'm late. Yi Changming and Chen Feng spoke almost at the same time. It's not too late. The former said, Mary, your student is really a treasure. He sold out all the goods I had piled up in a warehouse in just one night. I thought all those things were going to fall into my hands, but you really helped me this time. I have to thank you very much. Mary waved her hand indifferently. Don't thank me. As long as you don't cause me any trouble in the future, I will be satisfied. Chen Feng looked at Yi Changming and then at Mary. It was really hard to imagine why they had such a deep friendship when their identities and personalities were so different. Mary also noticed Chen Feng's confusion and explained, Yi Changming and I used to be neighbors. His family dealt in antiques, and he was particularly interested in those strange and bizarre things. Later, due to different developments in our careers, we gradually parted ways. After hearing this was the reason, Chen Feng didn't ask any more questions. I just said to Mary, Teacher, did you watch my live broadcast last night? Guess how much we gained last night? Mary glanced at him and said with a smile, Your smile is so sweet, I guess you must have made a lot of money last night, right? Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me directly. 10 million.
When this number was spoken, Yi Changming and Mary were both shocked.
10 million? Even Mary, an international superstar, was shocked by the number.
It's not like he had never seen 10 million before, but he had never thought that he could make 10 million in just one night. He remembered that since his debut, the most he had earned at one time was just over 5 million. The last time he held a comeback concert, the total sales of the concert tickets were only around 2 million. Chen Feng actually made 10 million in just one night.
Chen Feng nodded modestly, giving them a positive answer.
Yi Changming slapped Chen Feng and said, "No wonder you looked down on the money I gave you. It turns out you made so much in just one night yesterday.
You're really good, much better than I thought. Don't forget what you promised me, you'll teach me how to sell things, don't go back on your word."
Chen Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior.
I won't go back on my word.
I can not only teach you how to sell things, but I can also teach you how to manage your account well. Only if you manage your account well first will people buy your stuff." Yi Changming now admires Chen Feng very much, so he naturally agrees with what he says. He and Mary praised Chen Feng to the sky. Chen Feng felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, so he offered to pay the bill himself.
But Yi Changming has taken such a big advantage, why would he let Chen Feng spend money?
Now he really wants to hold Chen Feng in his hands like an ancestor.
No, I'll do it. I've taken such a huge advantage, how can I let you pay for it? I have to do it.
Mary smiled and said, since he said he would buy it, then let him go.
It's not easy to pluck the feathers from this stingy guy.
After hearing what Mary said, Chen Feng felt that it made sense.
After all, it would be a fool not to take advantage of an opportunity, so he simply gave the opportunity to Yi Changming. Yi Changming generously took out the money and threw it to the waiter. After paying the bill and leaving the restaurant, Mary said to Chen Feng before getting in the car, "Chen Feng, I've always been optimistic about your abilities. You already have 30 million followers on Acne Scars, and you've also achieved great success in live streaming. But I still say the same thing, these things won't last long. If you want to last long, you have to develop in the entertainment industry. If you have decided to develop in this direction, you can contact me at any time and I can guide you."
After saying this, Mary put on her sunglasses and completely ignored Yi Changming, who was standing beside her.
Chen Feng said gratefully, "Teacher Mary, I understand what you mean. I will develop in the entertainment industry, but I still have a 3-year contract with Fengqing Media Entertainment Company. I will probably do a lot of things in these 3 years, and I won't delay my development in the entertainment industry. But Teacher Mary, I'm going to tell you the truth. After 3 years, I leave Windy City Media and Entertainment and I want to start my own company."
Mary raised her eyebrows, looked at Chen Feng carefully, and then said, "He has great ambitions." He said this with a smile, clearly showing some appreciation.
As a man, if you don't have ambition, you will only stay where you are.
After Mary left, Yi Changming looked at Chen Feng carefully as if he had never seen him before.
Not bad, kid. You actually want to start your own company. I support you, uncle. After 3 years, when you really build the company, I will go to work for you. What do you think?
Then I am truly flattered.
Thank you in advance, senior.
Yi Changming waved his hand exaggeratedly. No, I'm still counting on you to help me sell more things.
Then I can give you a bigger share. What do you think? It must cost a lot of money to start a company, right? Any profit I can make is a plus.
Chen Feng did not agree but did not refuse either. After returning to the villa and just sitting on the sofa, he received a text message from the bank saying that 2 million had been deposited into his card. He knew without a doubt where the 2 million came from. So he called me, Li Jinyu, and specifically asked him about this matter.
Chapter 114 Live Broadcast Changes Life.
The reason Li Jinyu gave was simple, the 2 million was what he deserved. If he hadn't led the team to sell products and made a profit of 10 million, their company wouldn't have become so famous overnight. Since it was a reward given to him specifically by the company, he naturally would not be pretentious and refused it. He said a few words of thanks and accepted the money. Su Ching came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of hot soup and said to him, "I just called my uncle and aunt. The house in my hometown is almost finished, and they asked if we have time to go back and take a look. They want to give us 2 separate rooms so that we can stay there when we return." This was also what Su's father and mother wanted. Shen's father and mother didn't know much about this, but they felt it was necessary, so they agreed. And he called Su Ching and asked her what she thought. Chen Feng said, "The first live broadcast just ended. I'll discuss with Li Jinyu later to see if we can take some time off."
It's been a while since I've been back.
My uncle and aunt have been working so hard for so long, it's time to buy something to reward them. Li Jinyu has always been efficient in doing things. When Chen Feng wanted to take a few days off, he readily agreed and approved a week's leave for them.
Chen Feng took Su Ching to a big shopping mall.
They bought everything they wanted and then went home carrying bags full of things.
Mr. and Mrs. Su have good taste.
They built a small 3-story Western-style house, which has now taken shape.
Father Su said complacently, "Not bad, right? Your aunt and I discussed it for a long time before we finally chose a plan. Not only does it look stylish on the outside, it's even better on the inside." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Of course I believe in the vision of my uncle and aunt.
This house is indeed well built.
My second uncle's family hasn't come here to cause trouble again, right?
This is what he is most worried about.
Given Liang Xiu's personality, he definitely wouldn't want to see them living a good life.
Therefore, it is estimated that this kind of house could be built after going through various hardships."
Sure enough, when he asked about Liang Xiu, the expression on Su's father's face changed slightly.
"Your second aunt is quite patient, but unfortunately she uses it in the wrong direction." Mr. Su's words were very tactful, and Chen Feng understood them. "I guess Liang Xiu really caused them a lot of trouble," he said angrily. "When dealing with people like them, you can't be too soft-hearted, otherwise it will only make them more aggressive." Father Su said indifferently, "We know she came to make trouble a few times, but we drove her away with various excuses.
She has been coming less frequently recently. Your parents and I have already discussed it.
We'll leave the second and third floors for you too, and let them live on the first floor."
They've already agreed.
Chen Feng couldn't find any fault with the way this house was built. The next day, Chen Feng took Su Ching to pick out furniture and had it delivered. After being vacant for a while, the house can be lived in. Recently, Chen's father and mother have been living in a tent. Fortunately, the current season is not very cold, so the impact on them is not that big.
Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima made an appointment to visit their new house. Chen's father and mother suggested holding a wedding banquet, and Chen Feng did not refuse.
I gave them some money and let them handle the matter themselves. After playing with Su Ching and Lu Wenxiang for 2 days, he returned to the city.
Lu Wenxiang, how is your father now?
The situation has improved a lot now. I told them I made 600,000 yuan in one night. At first they didn't believe me, but later I showed them the evidence. They all know that I'm a good earner, so they're happy to cooperate with the doctor's treatment.
My dad's condition has improved a lot now.
Even the doctor said my dad has recovered well. Although the cancer cells have not been eliminated, his condition is much better than before. This result was very satisfying for him, and he also proved to his brother and sister-in-law that he did not disappoint their expectations.
He can make money now.
He has given all the remaining 100,000 yuan to his sister-in-law, asking her to take care of herself and not worry about money anymore.
He said to Chen Feng seriously, "Crazy, to be honest, I really have to thank you very much.
If you hadn't given me this opportunity, I'm afraid I would never be able to make so much money in my entire life.
My dad's survival is all thanks to you.
From today on, I, Lu Wenxiang, will serve you like a slave.
From now on, whatever you say will come true. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west."
Lu Wenxiang's tone was extremely serious when she said this, and it was obvious that she was not joking. Huang Jima next to him also said, "Crazy, old Huang, can't speak, but what Lu Shangxiang just said is also what I want to say.
From now on, we too will follow you. We will do whatever you do." Looking at these two unruly brothers, Chen Feng said helplessly, "Aren't we two already following me? And don't pin too much hope on me. I can't let you make so much money every day. This live broadcast is just an experiment. The real outcome will be determined by the second live broadcast."
Their original plan was to live stream for 3 days to see how much they could sell.
As a result, all the goods were sold out in just one night.
The 3-day live broadcast plan was cancelled. The revenue from the second live broadcast is the key to whether the live broadcast can continue.
We know making money isn't easy, and we never thought we'd have to make that much every day, but don't we usually get several thousand yuan a month?
These few thousand yuan are nothing to us now, but we can get the money without doing anything.
This money is like picking it up for free. Huang Jima also said, "That's right. By the way, crazy man, when are you going to schedule the second live broadcast? What preparations should we make?"
Those people in the team can't stand being lonely. After making so much money, they can't sit still anymore and want to be busy every day. Chen Feng said, then you can let them rest assured. There will be plenty of opportunities to be busy in the future. Even if they want to rest, I may not be able to spare enough time for them. During this period, Chen Feng has noticed that there are suddenly many more anchors selling goods on the internet. Chapter 115 Just live in court. However, the appearance of these people did not have any impact on Chen Feng. So he didn't take it seriously. Instead, some members of the team were indignant. They almost copied our live streaming model. What's even more outrageous is that they actually sang our song. That song was written by Chen Fengxin. That's right, it's simply too much. Singing other songs would be fine, but even the one written by Chen Fengxin was not spared. There is absolutely no bottom line. Chen Feng, why don't you sue them? Chen Feng said with a smile, if I sue everyone, then I might as well just live in the court from now on. Everyone wants to make money. The only thing we can do is to manage ourselves, not others. If they want to follow the trend, then let them do it. If they can achieve the same level of popularity as us, then that would be truly amazing. What's more, live streaming sales has only become popular because of us. Others have tried this industry a long time ago, but they just didn't make a name for themselves. Since this is not our patent, there is no reason to prevent others from learning it. Instead of wasting your time here getting angry at others, why don't you think carefully about what to do for your next live broadcast? Tell me all your ideas. I'll think about it carefully and see when it would be appropriate to schedule the next live broadcast. When they heard that the plan had to be rushed, everyone immediately showed aggrieved expressions. Ever since Chen Feng's live streaming sales became popular, all kinds of news headlines and hot searches have been about this new industry. It is normal for people to imitate and learn. But what Chen Feng didn't expect was that his juniors who graduated with him or were 1 or 2 years younger than him, all got his contact information from somewhere. His phone has been bombarded with calls in the past few days. Those people tried to get involved with him, and even some people who had nothing to do with him were pulled out by them to act as go-betweens. As for these people, Chen Feng did not directly keep them at a distance. After all, they were graduates of Chidian International Music School. He didn't believe that there were no gifted people among them. As long as 1 or 2 talented people join his company in the future, it will be much easier for his company to get started. It is also for this reason that he treats those who come to him very well. At the same time, he also realized that perhaps he should consider starting a company from now on. The live streaming industry has already started, and when his reputation is big enough, many outstanding people will be attracted to him. In order to retain these outstanding talents, he felt that he should do something to reassure those people and make them feel that there is a future in following him. Only in this way will those people be willing to work for him wholeheartedly. The team spent 5 or 6 days preparing the plan, which was finally approved by Chen Feng. At the same time, most people at Fengcheng Media and Entertainment have already learned how to use live streaming. However, after listening to Chen Feng's words, they did not choose to sell goods through live streaming at the beginning. Instead, they simply did live streaming, performed their talents, and accumulated fans. Only when they have a similar number of fans will they try live streaming to sell goods and make profits for the company. Although they were also jealous of Chen Feng and his income, they soon discovered that if their live broadcasts were popular, even if they did not sell any goods, they could still make a considerable income just from the gifts. Chen Feng slowly determined his goal of starting a company, and he decided to start an internet company. Specialize in live streaming or selling goods. He became famous by singing and selling goods. While he was training a group of singers, he also trained a group of internet celebrities. However, if you want to join his company, you need to meet very high requirements. A large number of people have been killed due to lack of academic qualifications. Li Jinyu is no longer surprised by his employees starting their own businesses. When someone reported to Li Jinyu that Chen Feng had founded a company, he remained calm and did not react much. He had long known that Chen Feng was an ambitious person. The stage of Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company was so small that it could not accommodate a big Buddha like Chen Feng. He looked at the person who came to tell tales and said calmly, he has the ability. As long as he has not betrayed our company yet, he is not in breach of contract. Besides, do you think there are not many people in our company who do this kind of thing? It's just that most of them are not that famous, so they haven't been targeted by others. If you have this ability, you can also open your own company, and I won't care about you too much. The person who reported the incident immediately blushed. He doesn't have the ability and money to start a company. So he doesn't have enough energy to do that. But he still felt a little unwilling and said, Chen Feng has learned so much in our company. Now he has opened his own company.
What if he takes everyone in the team away?
Now everyone in the team already regards him as the boss. I can guarantee that if Chen Feng leaves the company, they will definitely leave with him. Li Jinyu had never really thought about this issue, but after his reminder, he also paid attention to it. When it was evening, he went to talk to Chen Feng specifically.
I heard that you recently opened a new company?
Chen Feng handed over a cigarette and said, I just submitted the application. I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly.
Even you know about it. Li Jinyu smiled and said, you are a smart person. You should know why I am looking for you.
Of course, someone will tell tales about you, but I don't think you're the type to care about that.
If you're really worried, I can sign you for another 5 years. And I will bring a group of outstanding people to your company, and I guarantee that I will not take them away. Li Jinyu is his mentor, and Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company gave him fame. He won't burn bridges.
Li Jinyu patted his shoulder and said, there's no need to renew the contract.
I know that the small stage of Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company can't accommodate you.
You will head for a bigger stage. We've been together for such a long time, we can be considered friends.
Just one word from you is enough. I believe you.
Li Jinyu's words touched Chen Feng's heart. When he applied for the company, he also thought about how Li Jinyu would view this matter, but he didn't expect that he would be so reasonable.
Chapter 116 An accident during the live broadcast.
Li Jinyu, I created a live streaming company that sells goods.
It won't conflict with your company.
After my company is established, our two companies can cooperate and I can help your company increase its sales.
Singers or actors from Wind City Media and Entertainment can also increase our company's visibility.
Li Jinyu smiled, that's a good idea, do it well, and tell me if you need help.
Chen Feng also laughed, you said that. I said, when is the next live broadcast scheduled?
He is going to hold a concert soon and is busy with the concert most of the time. He rarely cares about the company's affairs.
Same as always, we've set it for this Friday.
A month has passed since the last live broadcast. Although they only live streamed once, they successfully ignited this industry. There are already many people imitating them in live streaming, but no one has surpassed them yet. Li Jinyu nodded, I have a concert on Saturday, so I may not be able to make it on Friday, but I believe that even if I'm not there, you will definitely be able to do a great job with this live broadcast.
You think too highly of me then. Chen Feng teased, maybe without you, we've lost our core and got distracted during the live broadcast? Li Jinyu smiled and said, you won't. I think there's something I need to discuss with you.
The goods we sold during our live broadcast are still in short supply. Our company promised to ship out all the goods within 6 months, but you also know that most of what I sell are various musical instruments.
These things are time-consuming. To ensure quality, you should probably give everyone an explanation on Friday night. Chen Feng nodded, that's not a problem. The company also told me that this time we're live streaming and selling goods, we're mainly selling goods from some product manufacturers. Their company no longer had anything to sell, but because of the huge success of that live broadcast, many businesses came to them and wanted them to help sell their products. And certain welfare benefits are provided. These Fengcheng Media and Entertainment companies all came directly to ask Chen Feng. Chen Feng asked Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima to be responsible for quality inspection. If there is no problem, he will sign a contract with the brand. Currently they have 10 brands cooperating with them, and they will be live streaming tonight to sell goods from various brands. Chen Feng, I think you should build your business as soon as possible. I am very interested in your company now.
Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company is primarily focused on developing the entertainment industry, but now they've suddenly developed a sideline business, and the company is so busy they can't even focus on the details. If your company is established, then all these matters will be handled by your company, and our company can continue to develop this aspect of the entertainment industry. Chen Feng said, I can only guarantee to establish the company within the first half of the year.
With the support of Li Jinyu, Chen Feng was no longer timid in doing things and became bolder in many aspects.
During the live broadcast on Friday, all the people from the brands came. They brought the advantages of their own brands and followed Chen Feng into the live broadcast room. They also promoted this live broadcast, so within less than half an hour of the broadcast starting, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 1 million.
The people from the brand were shocked by the popularity and couldn't help but feel a little nervous.
Pint is a clothing brand that sells bags, skirts, and shoes that women like. The person who came from their brand was a very pretty girl with neat short hair and a pair of long legs. The worst thing is that she was wearing a miniskirt, and her long legs almost took up the entire screen during the live broadcast. When she was walking around in front of the screen to introduce the clothes, the screen was filled with comments like, "This dress is so white, oh no, these legs are so nice." The little girl felt a little embarrassed by the comments, but no one knew what she was thinking. During the live broadcast, she suddenly sat down on Chen Feng's legs. The fans in the live broadcast room were all excited. Especially those who support the couple. Chen Feng and Su Ching strongly criticized the brand Pine. Although the little girl apologized in time and said that she accidentally tripped over her shoes, no one listened. Most of the following screen was about this incident, because Chen Feng's first reaction was to quickly push the person away, so he was not affected at all. On the contrary, because of what that little girl did, the brand Pine, which had originally sold more than 10,000 pieces of goods, had almost all of them returned in less than half an hour. Other brands pay special attention to their own ethics when broadcasting live. They introduce their goods carefully, fearing that any accidents might happen accidentally. The live broadcast finally came to an end at 6 in the morning of the next day. Everyone was too tired to dwell on what happened last night. Su Ching knew that Chen Feng looked down on people like that, so she didn't care at all. But her fans still stood up for her and left messages on her account, asking her to keep an eye on Chen Feng and not be seduced by other vixens. When Su Ching saw these comments, she was a little amused and said some words of thanks. The Pine brand has a history of more than 20 years, but it was completely ruined overnight. Even though Pine Company fired the little girl in time, it still did not receive forgiveness from fans. They still think that Pindi can't judge people by their character, which is an insult to the Pindi brand. But the other 9 brands sold a lot of products and almost emptied all their stocks. And there are still many orders that are not enough to send out. The little girl came to the company specifically to apologize to Chen Feng, and made it clear that she did not mean it last night. Chen Feng had been up all night and was already very tired. Now he had to deal with this kind of thing. His face didn't look very good the whole time. The little girl thought that Chen Feng was unwilling to forgive her, so she knelt down directly. This scene was captured by the camera and posted online. Some people are kind to women and would say that Chen Feng is pretending. But more fans think that the little girl deserves it. The scene where she sat on Chen Feng's legs was edited and posted online, and everyone could see that she had clearly done it on purpose. Chapter 117 Acting. I originally wanted to use this incident to get involved with Chen Feng, but I didn't expect to end up ruining myself. When Su Ching came to Su Ching's office, she saw the girl kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Chen Feng. The camera also happened to record Su Ching, including the expression on her face. Everything was recorded clearly. "You get up first." Su Ching handed the income slip of yesterday's live broadcast to Chen Feng, and turned to say to the girl kneeling on the ground. When the girl saw Su Ching, it was as if she saw hope. She knelt and crawled towards Su Ching. "Su Ching, Sister Su Ching, I beg you to help me, please explain to me, I really didn't mean it last night. I have nothing now. The company fired me and my fans are scolding me. But I really just twisted my high heels yesterday and accidentally sat on him. I really didn't mean it. Sister Su Ching, please forgive me. As long as you can forgive me, I'll do anything you want me to do. I'll be your slave. You can hit me or scold me." Su Ching bent down and helped the man up. "I don't need you to work like a slave, and I won't hit you or scold you. As for what happened last night, I believe it was just an accident, and I never took it to heart. You should get up first. Let's talk it over nicely. There's no need to be like this. As for you losing your job, we can't help you. After all, you're not in the same company as us, so I can't speak for you. Go explain it to your boss yourself. I believe your boss is a reasonable person and won't wrongly accuse you for no reason." Su Ching's words made perfect sense, and the girl couldn't find any way to break through, and she had no idea how to find fault with Su Ching. Chen Feng sat on the chair and looked at the live broadcast last night, including the profits that the brand should give them. Without even looking up, he casually said, "Stop filming. I have surveillance footage here. If you need it, I can edit it for you later. I have nothing to do with your lost salary. This is your own responsibility. Pine hired you as an employee. Perhaps they are even more unlucky than you. Because of you, not only have their profits been severely damaged, but they have also been ruined. Whether the product can be sold in the future is still a serious problem. You actually have the nerve to cry to me here. I really don't know what you are thinking. Are you crazy about becoming an internet celebrity? Do you really think that crying here can undo the mistakes you've made?
Last night's live broadcast was supposed to start and end happily. If it weren't for the good live broadcast last night, I think I would have already sued you in court as the plaintiff. After all, this was his first time working with a brand to sell products. If his career and reputation were to plummet because of the influence of the woman in front of him, he might really hate her to death. The girl was shaking violently and crying non-stop. It was not until this moment that she finally understood. Chen Feng had no sympathy for her at all, and even felt resentful towards her because of what happened last night. She said that she had been crying here for such a long time, so why didn't Chen Feng feel sorry for her at all? She was crying so hard that her eyes were filled with tears. If it were another man, he would have thrown himself on her uncontrollably. But Chen Feng was different. He acted as if he didn't see her and continued to do his own thing, doing what he was supposed to do. Chen Feng stood up and walked towards her. I have already told you everything I need to say. Is it time for you to leave now? If it weren't for you, I would still be lying in bed at home and wouldn't even come back to work overtime. Whenever Chen Feng thought about this matter, he became furious. I was already exhausted after live streaming all night last night, and now I have to deal with this kind of shit. It really affects his mood. The most crucial point is that this woman obviously doesn't look that good, but she still thinks she is so outstanding. She even didn't forget to wink at him while crying just now. It's so disgusting. The girl was finally dragged out by security. Su Ching said with a bit of amusement, "Why are you so cruel to her? There's a photographer following her. It might affect your reputation." Chen Feng hugged her tightly, trying to find some comfort in this way. He said nonchalantly, "So what if it has an impact? At this critical juncture, if I don't throw her out, then that will have a real impact. It was a great live broadcast, but it was ruined by this one person. I feel angry just thinking about it. Today is the day of Li Jinyu's concert, and I was thinking of going to see it live. I didn't expect to run into something like this. Forget it, let's go home and rest." Su Ching blushed and agreed obediently. When they walked out of the company, the woman was still relentless and made trouble at the company gate, insisting on seeing Chen Feng no matter what. Seeing Chen Feng coming out, she ran towards him frantically, almost pointing at Chen Feng's nose. "Chen Feng, you've cost me my career and my reputation. I won't let you go. Don't even think about continuing in this line of work. I'll ruin your reputation. Let everyone dislike and hate you." Chen Feng glanced at her, gave her the middle finger, and walked away. When they returned to the villa, they suddenly saw a familiar person here. Li Shu? Chen Feng was a little surprised when he saw Li Shu standing and wandering at their door. Because of rehearsals before, Li Shu and Zhou had both been to his villa and knew where he lived. Li Shu felt a little embarrassed when he saw Chen Feng and the others coming back, and seemed to not know how to start the conversation. "What's wrong? What happened?" After all, they are brothers, and Li Shu doesn't talk much in his daily life, so he can be considered a reliable brother. "Chen Feng, I need your help with something. Can I talk to you alone?" Li Shu looked embarrassed. Obviously he had encountered something. Chen Feng nodded and agreed. The two of them walked to the side of the road. Chen Feng handed over a cigarette, but Li Shu waved his hand and didn't take it. "I don't dare to smoke now. I'm afraid it will affect my throat." Chen Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. "What happened to you? Are you short of money? Just tell me how much you need and I'll lend you." Li Shu looked at Chen Feng gratefully and said, "Thank you, Chen Feng. After much thought, I feel it's necessary to tell you about Zhou Ying's hospitalization." Chapter 118 Revenge. Chen Feng frowned and asked, "Zhou Ying is in the hospital? When did it happen?" Li Shu lowered his head and said, "She called me last night and told me she was in the hospital, and she wouldn't let me tell her family. But I've only just started working, and it's hard for me to support myself for a month now. Zhou Ying's hospitalization will cost a huge amount of money, and I really can't afford it, so I thought I'd ask you." When Li Shu said this, he was obviously very embarrassed. Although he and Chen Feng were classmates, they were not close enough to borrow money from him, so he was a little hesitant to bring it up. Fortunately, Chen Feng was very open-minded about money, and he also saw his difficulties and offered to help him directly. He couldn't help but tell her about Zhou Ying. "Did Zhou Ying tell you what happened?" "She was beaten by someone, and she didn't know who those people were." Hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but think of what happened in the hotel that day. Could it be that those people were taking revenge? When Chen Feng thought of this possibility, he felt a little guilty. After all, Zhou Ying encountered all this because of him.
But he didn't expect that the group of cowards didn't come to find him, but found Zhou instead.
Let's go to the hospital with you. After all, we are classmates.
Li Shu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. Zhou only said that she couldn't tell her family, but she didn't seem to say that she couldn't tell Chen Feng. When Chen Feng and others arrived at the hospital, Zhou had an IV in her hand and a bandage on her head, but this did not affect her performance at all.
She was sitting on the hospital bed and operating smoothly. In the blink of an eye, she had taken more than a dozen heads. He looked up and saw Chen Feng and the others coming, but his expression remained calm. He lowered his head and continued playing games. Only after Su Ching came closer did she say, "I'm hungry, buy me some food." Su Ching nodded in agreement, explained something to Chen Feng, and left the hospital to buy food. Zhou, are they that group? Don't argue, you're going to win.
Only after winning the game did Zhou put down her phone, lie down and look at the ceiling.
He said self-deprecatingly, "Who knows? I've offended so many people, and I don't know which side they're on. I watched your live broadcast yesterday. Didn't you recognize who that woman was?" Chen Feng shook his head. He really didn't recognize him. He also had no idea that the woman was someone he knew. "Don't you think she looks familiar?" Chen Feng still shook his head. "Do I know him?" Zhou smiled and said, "Maybe she knows him, or maybe she doesn't." The plastic surgery was quite successful. Zhou was keeping the secret, while Li Shu remained silent. Chen Feng couldn't help but get anxious. Which one? I don't remember having any dealings with a woman like this. Zhang Shui had plastic surgery after graduation and joined Pine Company. She quickly became the brand's woman by relying on her body to rise to prominence. When Chen Feng heard the name, his face was filled with disbelief. It's her? He really didn't recognize it. How could Zhang Shui be the same as before? I remember when I first met Zhang Shui 2 years ago, she and Lin Jiaqing were simply a pair of enemies. No matter what Lin Jiaqing said or did, she would retort without hesitation. It is unbelievable that she would do such a thing despite having such a straightforward personality. Li Shu pushed up his glasses and said, "Zhang Shui is courting death." Zhou laughed sarcastically. It is said that after graduation, she deleted many of her classmates. She probably forgot about me, so I saw the moments she posted. She has never been interested in other people's private affairs. If it weren't for the live broadcast she saw in the live broadcast room yesterday, she would not have thought of Zhang Shui. After Zhang Shui's plastic surgery was successful, she often posted selfies and news about her joining Pine Company on her WeChat moments. She even posted them continuously for a month. Later, Zhou blocked the person directly. It was only after what happened yesterday that she checked Zhang Shui's circle of friends. When I turned it over, it matched immediately. As expected, Zhang Shui also posted on WeChat moments that she was going to Chen Feng's live broadcast room. Chen Feng didn't say anything, but he felt extremely sad in his heart. After all, they had worked together once before, and with Zhang Shui's fiery personality, why did she become like this now? What on earth did she go through? Zhang Shui hadn't shown any interest in him before, so did she do it on purpose last night? Without caring about these, Chen Feng and Zhou asked, "What happened to you last night? Why were you targeted?" Zhou rolled her eyes at him. "How should I know? I'm not a god. I just went out to buy a bottle of water, and someone spotted me. If she hadn't been quite skilled, she would have been beaten to death." Zhou glanced at the 4 bottle, sent Li Shu away, and then said to Chen Feng, "Zhang Shui and Lin Jiaqing were dating for a while." Through this news, Chen Feng roughly knew what was going on. Lin Jiaqing was forced to drop out of school because of him, so it is understandable that Zhang Shui hates him. She probably did what happened in the live broadcast room last night on purpose. She wanted to ruin his reputation, but she didn't expect that this incident had no effect on him and even ruined herself. "Thank you very much." He knew that Zhou would not tell him these things for no reason. He thought that Lin Jiaqing also played an indispensable role behind this matter. After paying the medical bills, Chen Feng and Li Shu walked up to the hospital rooftop together. Chen Feng asked, "Li Shu, how are you doing now? Are you interested in joining our Confronting media and entertainment company?" Li Shu certainly knew that Chen Feng was helping him, but he wanted to make a name for himself through his own efforts rather than relying on others. So he said, "Although I am working in a small company and my monthly income is not very high, I am very satisfied with my current life. I don't want to be in the entertainment industry. I just want to sing. I only like singing." I didn't know live streaming was so popular now,
but I just couldn't take the leap.
You know I'm an introvert, so it takes a long time for me to get used to new things.
If I go to Wine City Media and Entertainment, I'll have a lot of things that I can't control, so thank you for your kindness, but I still prefer my current life. Although his life is a little tight now, at least he is free and can do his own thing.
Chen Feng didn't force it, life is only a few decades long. Doing what you want to do is more important than anything else. I think your choice is right. Come on. Chapter 119 Bottomless Pit. Everyone pursues different things.
If Li Shu is satisfied with his current life, there is no need to force him to change.
After they left the hospital, Chen Feng returned home and had a good sleep. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Li Jinyu's concert ended. I called him and asked about what happened yesterday.
Li Jinyu received news much faster than Chen Feng.
She already knew what happened last night and asked Chen Feng what he thought about it.
Chen Feng said casually, "This is the brand's business. It has no impact on me. As long as I don't cooperate with the people from that brand in the future, it will be fine." Li Jinyu responded, and then the voice of a staff member came. Li Jinyu hurriedly explained a few words and hung up the phone in a hurry. Just as Chen Feng was about to continue sleeping for a while, Su Ching sent him a message saying that Yu Xiaoning invited them to dinner.
Since he was no longer sleepy, he simply got out of bed and went downstairs. Sure enough, Su Ching was already sitting on the sofa. He asked, "Aren't you asleep?"
Su Ching shook her head. "Something happened to Xiaoning, and I comforted her for the whole afternoon." It can be clearly seen that Su Ching is very tired now.
She just encountered a headache and is very distressed.
It is estimated that she will not be able to fall asleep for a while.
What happened to Yu Xiaoning?
After graduation, Yu Xiaoning's parents asked her to return to her hometown to work, and gradually she had less and less contact with Su Ching. Now that they contacted me suddenly and the situation is like this, it is obvious that something has happened. Xiaoning returned to her hometown to work in order to better take care of her parents, but her parents introduced her to a marriage. Xiaoning doesn't like the man, but he will give their family a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan. Xiaoning's brother wanted to buy a house, so he begged Xiaoning to agree to the marriage, and her parents also begged her. Xiaoning came to me and cried for a long time. She didn't know how to deal with this matter, so she simply found an opportunity to escape.
She's in the car now and will be there in time for dinner.
In fact, when Yu Xiaoning called her, all the money she had been taken away by her parents to prevent her from running away. After she stole the cell phone, the first thing she did was to call Su Ching, borrow money from her for the bus fare, and then ran out in a hurry. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when I met Yu Xiaoning. Yu Xiaoning has become much thinner than when she just graduated. It is obvious that life has not been easy after returning home.
She looked a little embarrassed when she saw Chen Feng. He ran towards Su Ching, Sister Chang'er.
Her eyes were filled with tears and she wanted to complain, but Chen Feng was standing next to her, so she could only swallow back the words that were about to come out of her mouth.
Su Cheng patted her hand and comforted her. "Don't be sad, let's go eat something first, Chen Feng and I will arrange things for you." Yu Xiaoning cried and said, "I'm so scared. What if they find this place? Will they take me back by force? I don't want to marry that old man. I don't want my life to end like this."
She originally wanted to stay here and develop with Su Ching, but her parents threatened to commit suicide. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally chose to compromise and return to her parents. But her parents didn't treat her as a human being, and they kept saying all kinds of insulting words to her. Yu Xiaoning thought she would get used to it slowly. Until this time, her parents went even further and directly introduced such an old man to her. Although the other party gave a lot of betrothal gifts, she did not expect that her parents would completely disregard her feelings and just decide on the marriage. The more Yu Xiaoning thought about it, the more wrong she felt, and tears fell uncontrollably.
Even though she was on the street, she couldn't help crying out loud.
"Sister Ching'er, please help me.
I'm really dying. I'm about to be forced to death by them.
They don't care whether I live or die. I just want the 500,000, but that old man is so disgusting.
I don't want to marry him at all."
Su Ching kept comforting her with soft words and saying all kinds of nice things. Even though Yu Xiaoning had targeted Chen Feng many times, at this critical juncture, he did not say anything to provoke her.
"I just said along, let's find a place to eat first. Your parents won't be able to come over for a while. If they really come over, I'll help you out."
After hearing Chen Feng's words, Yu Xiaoning finally felt relieved. She knew that Chen Feng was very powerful, and unknowingly, she developed a sense of dependence on Chen Feng. Subconsciously, she thought that with Chen Feng around, she didn't have to worry. After dinner, Yu Xiaoning followed Su Ching and the others back to the villa. There are many rooms in the villa, and Yu Xiaoning picked one to live in. She sat on the sofa, clutching her cell phone in fear, her face full of nervousness. She had turned off her cell phone, but she was afraid that her parents would come looking for her. After all, her parents were so unreasonable. If they really came here, she would probably have nowhere to go.
Xiaoning, don't be afraid. You can stay here for the time being. If your parents really come looking for you, I will explain everything to them.
Yu Xiaoning shook her head. Sister Chinger, I don't want to implicate you.
You don't understand what kind of people my parents are. They are completely unreasonable.
Even if you explain my situation to them, they still can't understand. After all, in their eyes, money is the most important thing. They have worked hard for money all their lives and have never seen such a large sum of money as 500,000 yuan.
How could they possibly give it up?
As Yu Xiaoning spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably.
Chen Feng took a bite of the apple and said vaguely, "They want money, so why don't you give it to them?"
Yu Xiaoning bit her lip, her whole body trembling.
I don't have that much money. Since I went back to work, I've been making over 6,000 yuan a month, and they won't leave me a cent. It's a bottomless pit. No matter how much money I give them, they will never feel satisfied. Sister Chinger, I'm really desperate. I don't even have money for breakfast every morning. I have to go hungry.
I cook breakfast myself, and they still blame me for waking them up. But my younger brother doesn't have to go to school or work, and he can spend my salary every day as he pleases. He even boasted to me that my salary was too little and not enough for him to spend.
Chapter 120 Venting for her.
Yu Xiaoning bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud. But he still choked up and said, I can't come up with 500,000 yuan.
Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to them. I understand now. They don't even consider me a human being. So why should I let them exploit me?
After Chen Feng finished eating the apple, he said, You are quite smart.
It's unfortunate that you have such a family.
Yu Xiaoning cried even harder. I borrowed money for my tuition. I had planned to pay it back after I graduated and started making money. But they take away my monthly salary. If I don't give them money, they will cry, make a scene, or even commit suicide.
They even went to my company to cause trouble. Because of them, I can no longer hold my head up in the company.
I haven't paid back the money I owed for such a long time.
I don't know how to face those people every time.
They are all my relatives and friends.
They lent me the money because they trusted me enough.
I promised them that after I graduated from university, I would pay them back with interest.
But now, Yu Xiaoning was sobbing and sobbing that she could no longer speak. Su Ching was heartbroken and held Yu Xiaoning's hand tightly. Xiaoning, so many things have happened, why didn't you tell me? If you had told me earlier, I would have saved you from suffering long ago.
Chen Feng shook his head helplessly.
Yu Xiaoning's parents were simply extreme and weird.
Just when she wanted to solve it, it was not as simple as Su Ching thought. Yu Xiaoning, I can help you with this matter, but I'm doing it for Su Ching's sake.
Don't think of taking advantage of me.
I still haven't gotten over how you bullied me before, and I'll definitely get my revenge sooner or later. If it weren't for Yu Xiaoning, he wouldn't have to endure so much sarcasm every day.
Maybe he had already been together with Su Ching.
Yu Xiaoning was a little angry, but thinking that she really needed Chen Feng's help in her current situation, she didn't say anything.
Okay, as long as you help me this time, I will never bother you again.
Chen Feng called Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima and explained the situation on Yu Xiaoning's side to them.
And gave them the address and asked them to go there. Lu Wenxiang understood what Chen Feng meant, and went to Yu Xiaoning's hometown with Huang Jima. Almost everyone in the village is looking for Yu Xiaoning, and they are all in the same group.
They all think that Yu Xiaoning is unfilial. After finally returning from school, it would have been fine if he hadn't repaid his parents, but he actually disobeyed their decision and ran away. Lu Wenxiang had a cigarette in his mouth, looked like a gangster, and carried a stick on his shoulder. Almost everywhere they went, people turned back to look, but no one dared to come forward and cause trouble for them. Lu Wenxiang asked Yu Xiaoning where she lived, and after getting the answer, she took Huang Jima there.
Huang Jima was even more exaggerated. He wore a big gold chain around his neck and recently shaved his hair into a very fierce style. It was obvious that he was not the type who was easy to mess with.
As soon as they arrived at Yu Xiaoning's house, they heard cursing sounds from inside again.
Your sister is such a money loser. How great it would be if she married Mr. Wan. Wouldn't she get $500,000? She actually still feels wronged. What does she have to feel wronged about? We raised her up to this age, and we're lucky we didn't drop her to death. If I had known she was such an ungrateful person, I would have just thrown her away so I could give our Cheng Cheng a meal. Then a young but dejected voice rang out, Mom, where did my sister go? She has no money, so she shouldn't have gone far. But everyone in the village has searched everywhere and still can't find her. If Boss Wan can't find her, won't all the money be wasted? Yu Xiaoning's mother hurriedly said, Cheng Cheng, don't worry. We will definitely find that dead girl. This is 500,000 yuan. What woman can get 500,000 yuan after getting married? I will never let this damn girl do anything wrong. Even if she doesn't want to, she must marry me. After hearing this conversation, Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima looked at each other. Huang Jima even exaggeratedly took off his sunglasses. Damn, this woman is quite tough, she is worthy of being the mother of Yu Xiaoning. He and Yu Xiaoning had a very unpleasant quarrel, and in the end he had to help her vent her anger. The thought of it made him feel unbalanced. But since Chen Feng had already spoken, there was naturally no reason for them not to get things done. Huang Jima kicked the door open and walked in. When Yu Cheng saw their attire, he subconsciously thought they were here to collect debts. He immediately panicked and hurriedly hid behind his mother. Mom, they're coming to attack me. Help me stop them. Lu Wenxiang exhaled the cigarette in his mouth. Looking at Yu Cheng's behavior, he knew that this guy must have owed a lot of money. I immediately thought of playing along. Yu Cheng, when will you pay us back the money you owe us? If you can't pay it back, then we'll have no choice but to beat you to death today. Death settles all debts, and as long as you die here today, we'll let bygones be bygones. We don't need the money you owed us before. Yu Cheng immediately shook his head. No, you can't hit me. I will pay you back. I didn't say I won't. I will pay you back everything I owe you. I will pay you back right away. Mom, go find my sister quickly. Once she comes back, I can pay you back. Yu Cheng's mother stood in front of him, looking at Lu Wenxiang and the others with a wary look. With his hands on his hips, he said, Who are you? You dare to hit my son? Believe it or not, I will call the police to arrest you. Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima looked at each other and laughed at the same time. You called the police on us? It's your son who owes us money. If you really called the police, it's your son who will go to jail. He wants to sell his daughter to pay back the debt. I guess even an old woman like you will have to go to jail with him. Yu Cheng, come here. I won't beat you to death as long as you obey me. After hearing what Lu Wenxiang said, Yu Cheng thought he had a chance of survival and hurriedly ran over, crawling. Then the next second, a stick almost knocked him unconscious. Huang Jima followed closely behind, hitting and kicking him almost without stopping. Yu Cheng's mother kept shouting beside them, but the two of them did not stop moving at all. Chapter 121 500,000 yuan wasted. Mother Yu rushed over to try to stop him, but was startled by the stick in Huang Jima's hand and started shouting. Murder! Murder! Someone come quickly. My son is about to be beaten to death. Huang Jima suddenly blocked her way with the stick in his hand and threatened, Are you still screaming? Almost subconsciously, Yu's mother shut up with a sob. What on earth do you want to do? We don't want to do anything, we just want to warn you once, keep your son under control from now on, otherwise we will beat him every time we see him. Before Lu Wenxiang left, she suddenly remembered what Chen Feng had said. She stopped and looked back at them, saying, You have a daughter named Yu Xiaoning, right? She's in our hands now, so let's just use her to pay off our debts. Yu's mother and Yu Cheng widened their eyes at the same time. They originally thought that Yu Xiaoning had run away, but they didn't expect that she was actually captured by these people. When Lu Wenxiang and the others left, the door of Yu Xiaoning's house was already surrounded by people from the village. They stared at Lu Wenxiang and the others with either curiosity or fear. I watched them leave, but no one came forward to stop them. After Lu Wenxiang and the others left, people slowly approached Yu Xiaoning's house and began to comfort Yu's mother and Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng is timid and was just frightened. Now he no longer has the arrogance and domineering attitude he had before. Mom, my sister was taken away by them. Is the 500,000 yuan deal ruined? Yu's mother felt particularly unwilling.
They could have used the 500,000 yuan to do many things, including buying a house for Yu Chang. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing she can do even if she is unwilling. She also saw the attitudes of the two people just now. They were not people they could afford to offend. Compared to the 500,000 yuan, Yu's mother still wants to live a good life more. So she said, if it's gone, it's gone.
Your sister is in their hands.
Who knows how dire the consequences will be. At this time, some neighbors could not bear it anymore. Yu Xiaoning had already fallen into the hands of those people, but the mother and son still felt sorry for the 500,000 yuan.
1. This is your fault. Xiaoning is your daughter no matter what. How could you treat her like this?
The boss can give you 500,000, but you also have to consider Xiaoning's feelings. To be fair, she has been very good to you during the time she has been working here.
If Yu Cheng didn't have his sister, would he have been able to live so carefree these days? Yu Cheng lowered his head and said nothing. On the contrary, Yu's mother almost pointed at their noses and scolded them. What does this have to do with you? Are you interested in my Xiaoning? I advise you not to have such wishful thinking. As for your son, we don't even want him. My daughter Xiaoning is a college graduate. Don't even think about getting my daughter to marry into your family. I raised her, kept her alive, and even helped her get into college. I've been very good to her. What else do you want? You.
The man who had just spoken for Yu Xiaoning turned red in the face and neck when he was confronted by her.
Yu Xiaoning is a very good person and has even attended college. She is the daughter-in-law that many people in the village dream of marrying.
But Yu Xiaoning has such weird parents and such a younger brother.
No matter how good she is, there are very few people who dare to propose marriage to her.
Seeing that Yu's mother started to curse like a shrew again, the others shook their heads and left.
But I felt a little sorry for Yu Xiaoning.
Yu Xiaoning sat on the sofa, her mood still a little unstable. Su Ching sat beside her and comforted her. Xiaoning, don't worry. Since Chen Feng said he would take care of this matter, he will definitely help you deal with it.
He has already called Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima. They went to your house and will be back soon.
Yu Xiaoning said aggrievely, Sister Chinger, I still feel uneasy.
My parents are not as simple as you think. What if Lu Wenxiang and the others can't come back?
Although this possibility is very small, it is not impossible. After all, the people in her village are quite united and will help each other if anything happens. Even for people like her parents, the people in the village would not choose to stand idly by. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lu Wenxiang and the others came back, still dressed in their ruffian-like attire. When Yu Xiaoning first saw them, she could hardly believe her eyes.
Although Huang Jima and his friends usually look like hooligans, they are relatively honest in their dress and appearance.
It has never been as ostentatious as it is now.
You guys came to my house dressed like this?
The expression on Yu Xiaoning's face was a little strange, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy or worried.
Huang Jima walked up to her with a show of force and showed her his spoils, isn't it? We beat up your brother. If nothing unexpected happens, he shouldn't bother you again.
Lu Wenxiang also said, when we arrived at your house, your brother mistook us for debt collectors. So we just took advantage of his trick and treated him as the debt collector. Not only did we beat him up, we also told them that you are now in our hands and we will use you as payment for your debt.
Yu Xiaoning couldn't help but have red eyes.
She used to be so angry with everyone, but it was just because she felt inferior and wanted everyone to notice her. I originally thought that everyone hated her, but I didn't expect that after what happened, they still resolutely protected her.
She said sincerely, thank you, I have done many things that annoyed you in the past, I apologize to you. Huang Jima raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, miss, you actually apologized to us? This is really the sun rising from the west. Yu Xiaoning was a little embarrassed, but she knew she was in the wrong and couldn't say anything. After Chen Feng came back, he said to them, Yu Xiaoning, you should stay here.
Su Ching doesn't have many friends, and if you stay here, she'll have some company.
I'm planning to open a new company and am currently selecting a location. You don't have to come to Windy City Media and Entertainment to work. After my company is established, we will cooperate with Wind City Media and Entertainment Company. The prospects for everyone will be good.
I've already picked out a few locations, but I'm busy at work and haven't had time to look around.
It just so happens that Yu Xiaoning is here, so you and Lao Huan can help me check them out.
Chen Feng wrote down the location of the chosen site and handed it to them.
Huang Jima still found it hard to believe Chen Feng's arrangement, me and her?
Chapter 122 Business has declined significantly.
Is there anything more catastrophic than this? Huang Jima couldn't understand why Chen Feng arranged the two of them together even though he knew that he hated Yu Xiaoning. What was his intention?
In fact, Chen Feng didn't want to do this, but this was Su Ching's idea, and Lu Wenxiang had to accompany him to a meeting tomorrow.
At the moment, Huang Jima was the only one who was free. So he nodded and said teasingly, Yu Xiaoning didn't say anything, you don't dare, do you? Huang Jima was the one who could not stand provocation the most.
To him, Chen Feng's words were simply a contempt for him.
So he immediately said, I don't dare? How is that possible? How could I not dare? Let's go. Yu Xiaoning, I'm warning you.
If you cause me trouble again, don't blame me for being rude to you.
I've already tolerated you for a long time. Seeing his useless look, Yu Xiaoning couldn't help but sneer, come on, who wants to bother you? Why don't you take a piss and see what kind of character you have? If I don't make things clear, do you really think you're such a good person?
Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel again, and no one was trying to stop them, everyone couldn't help but laugh.
The next day everyone was busy with their own things.
Chen Feng, Lu Wenxiang and Su Ching returned to the company together. Li Jinyu was already waiting for them here.
Li Jinyu knew that yesterday's accident was not Chen Feng's fault.
And it didn't cause much impact on them, so Li Jinyu didn't worry about it. I just told them, everyone should keep their eyes open when looking for brands in the future, and try not to let something like this happen again. Chen Feng said, this time, the incident with Pine has aroused the vigilance of many businesses.
I believe they will not knowingly break the law. Moreover, he didn't offend many people.
This time, Zhang Shui obviously wanted to ruin his reputation, but the other party's plan did not succeed. Li Jinyu felt that what Chen Feng said was right, and said to him, I saw your live broadcast revenue the night before yesterday, and it hit a new high again. Of the 10 brands we work with, except for Pine, the other 9 have cleared out their warehouses.
Because of this, many brands are currently looking for us.
They all want us to help promote their products.
Chen Feng, you are quite smart. What do you think about this matter?
Chen Feng said frankly, this is a good thing for us.
Currently, there are many people imitating us, but there are very few who can surpass us.
Some people who imitated us were even attacked by fans. I personally think we should issue a notice to explain this matter.
Don't let people think that the fans' behavior has anything to do with us.
Li Jinyu seemed to be thinking about something. You have considered it carefully.
This is indeed the right thing to do. Then I will leave this matter to you. There is one more thing. Next time if you want to release a new song, we can make it a grand event and even arrange a concert just for you. That new song you wrote last time was quite famous. It's a pity to choose an occasion like that to release it. The regretful expression on Li Jinyu's face made Chen Feng feel a little funny. It's not a pity. What's the purpose of releasing new songs? Isn't it to let more people know?
Now our goal has been achieved. Although the process was different, the result was beyond our expectations.
This is actually enough. There are so many people in the circle, but how many of them can do what we do? Besides, I'm so busy now, how can I find the time to hold a concert?
He had seen Mary's concert, which took her half a year to prepare. From deciding the location to choosing the venue, as well as the layout of the venue, and even the production of the concert tickets, everything needs to be done by myself. After half a year of this, he was exhausted both physically and mentally, and in the end, what he earned was less than what he earned from a live broadcast. But the only good thing is that all the money earned from the concert belongs to him alone and he doesn't have to share it with anyone. But he has no such plans at the moment. On the one hand, he doesn't have that many songs, and on the other hand, he really can't spare any extra time right now. Li Jinyu said that she could understand and had no intention of forcing him too much. Whenever you feel like it, you can tell me and the company will help you prepare. And how are your preparations for starting a company going? Chen Feng smiled bitterly and said, how can it be that fast? I haven't even finished the most basic site selection yet. I estimate it will take another month to complete it. Li Jinyu frowned, if it takes a month to choose the location, will the remaining time be enough? You promised me that you would get this done within 6 months. Chen Feng consoled him, don't worry, as long as we provide the necessary funds, I believe we can handle it.
When leaving the company, Lu Wenxiang couldn't help but ask Chen Feng, is Mr. Li a little too nice to you? Did you save his life? Wouldn't it be a competitor to him if you opened a company?
In fact, Su Ching also had this question at the beginning, but she didn't ask it directly. Now that Lu Wenxiang brought it up, she also looked at Chen Feng with curiosity. I don't understand what kind of love potion he gave Li Jinyu that he could do such a thing openly. Chen Feng shrugged and said calmly, don't forget, Fengqing Media Entertainment Company is an entertainment company, and most of the people in the company are developing towards the entertainment industry. But because of me, the company has changed its business, which has caused some trouble for Li Jinyu. If I open a new company, he can transfer all his business to me.
Then Fengqing Media and Entertainment can resume their old business.
In some ways, it was much easier than it is now.
Haven't you noticed?
Ever since we graduated and came to the company, everyone in the company has looked at us with resentment. Although we have helped them make a lot of money, their business has also expanded and they are busier every day. There are also many artists in the company who were forced to add businesses they are not familiar with, resulting in a significant decline in their business. They are full of complaints against us as well. They have already complained to Li Jinyu several times.
Some have even stabbed me in the back, overtly or covertly. Chapter 123 Company Registration.
I know all of this very well, so I'm certain Li Jinyu will agree to my starting a company.
Do you really think I can hide the fact that I registered the company from him? How many people in the company want the best for me? They'll definitely be eager to go to him and complain.
Instead of waiting for him to find out later, it's better to tell him now and let him know that even if I open a new company, I won't do anything to harm him. Li Jinyu is actually quite easy to get along with and has been very nice to us. I've been working with him for such a long time, and he hasn't done anything that crosses my bottom line. It is precisely because of this that he has shown me such great kindness, so I always consider the situation at Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company before anything I do.
If anything is detrimental to Windy City Media and Entertainment, I will stop it immediately. Perhaps Li Jinyu understands this, so she is particularly confident in me. After listening to Chen Feng's explanation, Lu Wenxian and Su Ching both showed expressions of sudden enlightenment.
The former said, so that's how it is.
I thought you bribed him with some excuse. It seems there is still sincerity between people.
When they returned home, Yu Xiaoning and the other person had not returned yet. Chen Feng called to ask about their current distance and learned that they had only seen the second piece of land. Chen Feng and Su Ching went directly to the third piece of land.
Lu Wenxian went to the fourth area alone.
In the evening, they wrote down what they had learned on paper and then worked together to determine which location would be most suitable.
Chen Feng chose a place less than 500 meters away from Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company.
He even made a special phone call to Li Jinyu to ask if she was afraid that he would steal her business. Li Jinyu said directly, I hope you can take all the business away from me now.
Our company has become a representative of internet celebrity companies. Nowadays, few people remember that Fengqing Media and Entertainment was once an entertainment company. You have no idea how much the artists in the company are complaining about right now. They're complaining all the time and can't even focus on practicing their songs.
This has seriously affected their performance and power, so I want to be out of business more than you do.
But if you have the money and don't make it, you'd be a bastard.
Since the business has come to him and Chen Feng is here to help, if he doesn't do this business, he would be a real fool. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng successfully finalized the deal and decided to contact the person in charge of the land the next day to discuss the price with him. In the evening, they took some time to visit Zhou Ying, but it turned out that her family had already known about this and were all crowded in the ward. Zhou Ying glanced at Chen Feng and Su Ching sadly, then turned her head away without saying anything.
Li Shu was a little at a loss.
They didn't know that they had deliberately concealed this matter, but they didn't expect that people from the Zhou family still got the news and found it in the ward. Although they were apparently scolding Zhou Ying, he could also hear that the Zhou family members also wanted to blame him. It was only now that he realized that Zhou Ying's family was so rich. Not only does one of his brothers run a hotel, but the identities of the other family members are equally impressive. Zhou Ying rubbed her temples with a headache and tugged at the corner of Zhou Yuan's clothes next to her. Brother, get everyone out. Zhou Yuan glared at her, but still said to the others, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, Aunt, let's go out first.
Xiao Ying's friends are here, they may have something to say, it's not convenient for us to stay here. Everyone in the ward stood up at the same time and walked outside together. The scene was so grand that it was shocking. Even Chen Feng didn't dare to breathe and was also very nervous. After the others left, Zhou Ying's gaze fell on Zhou Yuan again, as if asking, why don't you leave yet? Zhou Yuan glared at her and walked out. Chen Feng asked, what happened? Did your family know? Zhou Ying rolled her eyes in anger.
I tried so hard to keep it a secret, and yet they actually checked the surveillance footage.
They found out what happened that day. My uncle is already investigating the identities of that group of people. Once they find out, all the things I did in the past will probably be exposed. When Zhou thought of this, she felt miserable and her head was spinning. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel curious. What did you do in the past? Did you fight with people every day? Zhou counted on her fingers. It's not just a fight. Severing someone's head is just a small matter to me. Forget it, forget it. There are too many to explain. I can't hide it anymore. Let them investigate if they want. Zhou covered her head with the quilt and said to Chen Feng, please stay here with me for a while. They are all very busy and can't stay for long. Wait until they leave before you leave, otherwise I'll be nagged to death by them. This was not a problem for Chen Feng and the others, but Zhou asked them to play games with her, which was a bit unreasonable. It's not good, is it? After all, we are here to keep you company. If we play games too loudly, I'm afraid your relatives will complain about us. Zhou thought about it and felt that it made sense. Then you can each do your own thing. Just stay here and I will fight. There were too many people here just now, and the constant chatter gave her a headache. Now that she is finally feeling better, of course she has to relax. Just as Zhou said, they had been here for less than half an hour and most of the people outside had already left. Not long after, Chen Feng and the others said goodbye and left, asking Zhou to take good care of herself. When we returned to the villa, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. On the way, Chen Feng took Su Ching to have a midnight snack, and they also met Zhang Wentao, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. The other party ran away when he saw the two of them, but he didn't make things difficult for him. He just asked him how he was doing recently. After all, we went to the same school and knew each other. I felt a little excited when I saw an acquaintance. So even though there had been some unpleasantness in the past, Chen Fengjiao still greeted the other party in a good mood. But Zhang Wentao didn't seem very happy. For some unknown reason, Yu Xiaoning and Huang Jima started arguing again. Seeing Chen Feng and Su Ching coming back, Yu Xiaoning turned around and went back to her room to sulk. Huang Jima stayed there scratching his head, trying to find an excuse to explain to Chen Feng and the others. Chapter 124, Site Selection. What happened to Yu Xiaoning? Huang Jima said with an unhappy face, how should I know? It's her period, right? She's acting so nervous every day. I'm already tired enough from looking after the land all day, and she still comes to bother me. In order to facilitate work, Lu Wenxiang and Huang Jima have also moved into the villa and live with them. This afternoon, Lu Wenxiang went home to see his father, which led to Yu Xiaoning and Huang Jima arguing for a long time, and there was no one to mediate. Sister-in-law, what kind of best friend did you find? She doesn't look like you at all. She doesn't look gentle and ladylike at all, she's just a shrew. You're such a gentle and kind person, how can we two be best friends? Suddenly, Yu Xiaoning's heartbreaking voice came from upstairs, Huang Jima. Stop trying to sow discord here. Do you believe I will tell everyone about the dirty things you've done? Huang Jima was indeed a little frightened and stopped talking. Based on Chen Feng's understanding of Huang Jima, he guessed that he had done something else to get Yu Xiaoning. This led to this quarrel. However, seeing that Huang Jima's face was not in a good state, Chen Feng did not ask him about it because he knew that the things he would do in the future would not be good things. Just let people go back to their rooms to rest. Su Ching went to Yu Xiaoning's room, and Chen Feng returned to his room and began to estimate the value of the land. Windy City Media Entertainment is located in the heart of Windy City, enjoying an excellent location. He had asked about the price of this place, and Li Jinyu offered a price of about 12 million. He now has 15 million in his hands, and he plans to buy the land first and then consider other things. Early the next morning, Lu Wenxiang rushed over from home and called the person in charge of the land to explain their plan to buy the land. The land was not empty. There was a supermarket on it, but it was taken over by a rival company a year ago and has been abandoned ever since. When the person in charge heard that Chen Feng and his team were interested in the land, he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I won't hide it from you. Since the company went bankrupt, I've owed a certain amount of money. You can have this land, but you must transfer the money to my account within 3 days. Faced with his request, Chen Feng readily agreed, I can promise to transfer the money to your account within 3 days, but I only have 10 million in my hand right now. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. The person in charge originally planned to offer 8 million, but Chen Feng was willing to give 10 million, so he naturally agreed readily. After the contract was signed, Lu Wenxiang said, he agreed so readily. Didn't we lose out? Chen Feng said, there's no other way. We have to settle this matter in a short time. I don't have time to waste with him. If I lose, I lose.
Li Jinyu gave me a budget of 12 million.
Now I've got it for 2 million less. I'm very satisfied.
He said to Su Ching, Su Ching, please go to the bank tomorrow and transfer the money to him.
Su Ching nodded and agreed, okay. Huang Jima, go help find a demolition team to tear down that abandoned company. The sooner you start, the better.
Tell them to send more demolition trucks and try to finish it in about 10 days.
Money is not a problem.
With that last sentence, the matter immediately became much easier to handle. On the day of construction, more than a dozen demolition vehicles started working together, making the scene quite grand.
Huang Jima is responsible for the demolition management this time.
Chen Feng has now handed over his account to Su Ching. After all, he is really too busy now and has no extra time to manage the account. Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company has been urging him to do the live broadcast, and he has agreed to do it again in 3 days. So during these 3 days, he ran around non-stop, managing the situation on the team side on the one hand, and dealing with the company side on the other. It can be said that if he did not have a few capable generals, the situation on his side would be very passive. Fortunately, the affairs of the partners have been handed over to Lu Wenxiang, the demolition has been handed over to Huang Jima, and the account has been handed over to Su Ching. Now he only needs to be responsible for the team's affairs. There is also a Yu Xiaoning who does odd jobs and is always running around.
She is even busier than him. Yu Xiaoning is very satisfied with her current life. At least she is away from her weird parents. Although every day is a little hard, it is very fulfilling. In addition, she no longer had to subsidize her family members after receiving her salary, so she immediately became more motivated. Most of the team members already had experience in live streaming, but they also knew that Chen Feng was planning to start a new company recently. They tried to ask Chen Feng indirectly whether he was planning to resign. Chen Feng couldn't stand them asking him for information again and again, so he simply gave them a reassurance. I opened this company to cooperate with Windy City Media Entertainment, so I will not resign. I will be the boss of that company, and I will also be an employee of Windy City Media Entertainment. After that company is established, if possible, you all may come with me to develop in the new company. However, the specific arrangements will still depend on Li Jinyu's side. But there is one thing I must tell you in advance. If you really come to the new company, you will not be developing in the entertainment industry most of the time. Think carefully about whether you want to come with me or not. Actually, you don't need to beat around the bush with me. After all, I've already taken your situation into consideration from the very beginning. I'm giving you 2 options now. It will take at least 6 months to build the company. During this time, you can carefully consider it. When I get to the new company, I will ask you this question again, and you can give me an accurate answer then. After hearing what Chen Feng said, everyone looked at each other in surprise. They initially aimed to develop in the entertainment industry. After all, they all knew that once they entered the entertainment industry and became famous, money would come like water. But after following Chen Feng's live broadcast for a while, they felt that instead of entering the entertainment industry and competing with so many people, it would be better to just follow Chen Feng. Not only do you make a lot of money, but the most important thing is that you don't have to work that hard. After spending some time together, they have gained a certain understanding of Chen Feng. Chapter 125 Let the team live broadcast alone. And they deeply understood that with Chen Feng's character, as long as they did not betray him, Chen Feng would not abandon them. But their choice will affect their future development, so they still carefully considered this issue. Because of the accident that happened during the last live broadcast, Chen Feng was particularly cautious this time and called the brand owner over 1 day in advance. I explained the live broadcast mode to them and tried my best to prevent something like last time from happening again. The brand owner said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Ever since Pine Company went downhill, how could we dare to do something like that? We carefully considered the selection of the anchors and will never allow such a voluptuous bitch to appear in the live broadcast room again." Chen Feng nodded. If that person was not Zheng Shui, perhaps any other girl would not have such courage. He really didn't recognize it at the time, so he didn't consider this aspect. It's going to be live tomorrow. Have you seen our previous live broadcast videos? We've specially written a script for tomorrow's live broadcast. You can take a look at it in advance. Tomorrow we will act according to the script. When they were live streaming before, they used their popularity, but he decided not to show up during this live streaming. Simply let the live broadcast room be managed by the team.
He couldn't take everything into his own hands. That would only make him more tired and would not bring any benefits. The team members have given him such a long time, and they are also people who have built the empire with him.
Now give them some opportunities to show their abilities.
Even if they leave the company in the future, they will not be without the ability to make a living.
If you want to be good at live streaming, in addition to experience, you must also have a good brain.
When Chen Feng told them about this, the team members couldn't help but look at each other in surprise.
Chen Feng, you're not going to live stream with us? Aren't you afraid that we might cause trouble?
Chen Feng smiled calmly. I believe you won't joke about your future. Although I won't appear in front of the camera today, I will still stay on the scene. I just want to see how popular the live broadcast room can be without me.
I have made a lot of money from this business. Besides, I have a new company to manage.
I don't have the extra time to do live broadcasts every day, if the results of this live broadcast are good.
From now on, you can enter the live broadcast room every day.
After hearing Chen Feng's plan, everyone understood that he was doing it for their own good and felt particularly grateful. I decided to perform well during the live broadcast later and definitely not let Chen Feng down. Su Ching also learned about these things, but she didn't say anything about it. After all, Chen Feng was indeed very tired during this period and had almost no time to return to the villa. Even when he went back, he just said hello to the people in the villa and then went into the room to rest.
She has been busy practicing a new song recently.
This new song was specially written by Chen Feng, who wants her to develop in the entertainment industry. In fact, she also thought about staying with Chen Feng and being his assistant.
But Chen Feng said that if he really wanted an assistant, anyone would be fine. But she can't.
She has always had a dream of becoming a star. She hopes to shine on the stage and become the focus of everyone's attention. Chen Feng understood this, so he wanted her to stand on the stage and be her true self.
Su Ching, how's your training going?
Su Ching said, the teacher said that I didn't have any emotions, so I came to you and wanted you to help me point out where I am lacking. Chen Feng nodded and motioned for her to sing it again. When Su Ching's singing sounded, Chen Feng was immersed in her singing and couldn't help closing his eyes. He felt that there was nothing wrong with Su Ching's singing, and she was able to express what he wanted to express. So he told the truth directly, maybe the teacher is too picky and wants you to perform better. Honestly, I think you've expressed what I wanted to express, and I'm very satisfied with your singing. Your voice is very penetrating and very infectious.
I will go talk to that teacher. After all, I wrote this song. Only I can understand the feelings I had when I wrote it.
The teacher may have overinterpreted it, or placed too much hope on you. Su Ching also understood this, but she had really tried her best. After listening to Chen Feng's words, she felt comforted and felt a lot better. I'll go talk to the teacher myself.
You've been so busy lately, I'm afraid you won't be able to spare the time.
Chen Feng hugged her tightly and said, I've been really busy lately and have almost no time to take care of your situation.
Please don't blame me. After I'm done with this busy period, how about I take you out for some fun? Su Ching bit her lip and nodded seriously. How could I blame you? I'm not that kind of ignorant person.
But Chen Feng, you've been really busy lately.
Remember to take a good rest. There's no need to go out and play. When we have time, we can go visit each other's parents together. Give them more time to spend with us. We are both only children.
Our parents have placed too much hope on us.
We cannot let them down. Su Ching's understanding made Chen Feng feel distressed.
He reached out and rubbed her hair. Don't worry, I have already planned to hand over the live broadcast room.
Let me see how the reaction is today.
If the impact is not too big, then we can broadcast live every day from now on. But if the impact is too great, then I'm afraid I'll still have to enter the live broadcast room to boost popularity.
Su Ching could also understand. Do you need my help?
Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, okay, you stay here with me for a while and observe the situation. If the popularity drops too much, we can sing a duet together.
Su Ching nodded. That's a good idea, then I'll stay here with you.
Fortunately, the effect of this live broadcast was quite good. Although many people asked on the screen why Chen Feng was not there, it did not affect sales too much. Maybe it was because Chen Feng was in the live broadcast room the previous 2 times, so everyone believed in Chen Feng.
Chen Feng reminded Lu Wenxiang, you must pay attention to the quality of the product. You must understand that with my current popularity, if there is any accident with the product, it will directly affect me. Chapter 126. Who do you think I should spend my money on?
Fans buy what I sell because they trust me, but I can't betray their trust in me.
Lu Wenxiang also understood this and said with deep conviction, "Don't worry.
Countless brands come to us for cooperation every day, but only one or two can pass our quality inspection."
Chen Feng nodded, "One or two is actually enough. We can't sell our conscience just to make more money."
He also knew very well that he couldn't stay in the live broadcast room forever.
He wants to go to higher ground.
Live streaming is just the path he chose, but it is not the path he wants to take.
Huang Jima just told me that the demolition is almost complete.
He has contacted someone and will start digging the foundation tomorrow.
I estimate it will take another 5 or 6 days to complete it.
They are quite generous with the money, and when many people work together, the process naturally goes faster.
Lu Wenxiang sometimes worried that Chen Feng didn't have enough money, so she asked, "Do you have enough money? If not, old Huang and I can pool our money together and give you 2 million without any problem."
Without even thinking, Chen Feng refused directly. "You can use that money for investment, you don't have to lend it to me.
After investing, you will also be shareholders of the company.
Even if you don't work in the future, you will still get money.
As for me, you don't have to worry.
Li Jinyu, that old fox, has already invested 20 million. He is currently the largest investor in my company, and Su Ching's parents also invested 2 million. It's going to cost a lot of money to build the company, but I think I can afford it."
Lu Wenxiang immediately exploded, "Damn it. A bunch of old foxes. Each and every one of them is so proactive, making it seem like we are dishonest."
Chen Feng was amused by him. All right, go and do your thing. The situation in the live broadcast room is currently stable. I decided to wait until everyone is busy, and then go on stage with Su Ching to perform a duet and boost popularity. Every time they broadcast live, some fans would edit the footage into videos and release them, which invisibly brought them a certain amount of popularity. In addition, because the products they sell have always passed the inspection, more and more people come to his live broadcast room. Normally, the number of people in his live broadcast room would exceed 5 million, but today, perhaps because he was not there were only about 2 or 3 million. But for a team that has just started live streaming alone, this person's status is already very high. They also have no complaints. When the team was tired, Chen Feng and Su Ching appeared in front of the screen at the same time and sang 3 or 4 songs that Chen Feng had written before. Successfully ignited the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Everyone was full of enthusiasm, and when they placed their orders, they showed no mercy and bought whatever they wanted. And he was still shouting what he needed on the screen. Chen Feng's answer to them was, "We will consider brands in this area next time, but we are quite strict in terms of quality. If there are brands with good quality, you can come to us for cooperation." This is also an advertisement. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day when the live broadcast ended. Chen Feng brought Su Ching back to the villa. They were so tired that they lay down on the sofa and didn't want to say a word. Yu Xiaoning went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for them and said to them, "Sister Chinger, if you are too tired, you can let me run Chen Feng's account. I've been learning a lot about this lately, and I think I can handle it." Chen Feng smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so busy lately, but you haven't given up studying. It really shows." Yu Xiaoning immediately said proudly, "Of course, my current job is a bit hard, but I enjoy it. I'm very satisfied with my current job. I don't have to work more than 10 hours a day anymore. I get over 6,000 yuan every month, but in the end, not a cent goes into my own pocket. It's hard to buy anything I want. I've already paid back most of the money I owed for college, and I have you to thank for that, Chen Feng. If it weren't for you and Sister Chinger helping me, I really don't know what to do. I was at my wit's end. I've done a lot of things that have wronged you before, and I've said a lot of unpleasant things. I think I should apologize to you again." Chen Feng waved his hand indifferently, "Don't apologize to me anymore. I'm already tired enough. If you really want to apologize to me, just make me a cup of coffee after I wake up. As long as you work hard and stop picking on me, I think I can forget everything you did before. After all, I'm so busy every day now. My mind is full of various work contents. I don't have time to think about the past. You should thank your sister Chinger. The weather has been cold recently. Find some time to go out for a walk with your sister Chinger. I'll pay for all the shopping." Su Ching refused. "Your money should be used to build the company, and I have money here, so I don't need you to help me." Chen Feng directly handed over his card. "Then who do you think I make money for? Isn't it just for you to spend it? And I know you'll be considerate of me and won't spend lavishly, but as a girl, how can you live without a few sets of clothes in your wardrobe? So, go out and have some fun.
You've been really busy lately, so I decided to go out and relax. Yu Xiaoning looked at Su Ching with envy. Sister Chinger, I admit that I was wrong before. I said so many bad things about Chen Feng before. Now it seems that he really is the best to you. You two are simply a match made in heaven. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at her and said, now you're actually flattering me. But I quite appreciate it. I've also paid for your share. Alright, you two can chat slowly. I need to go back and take a break. I have to go to the construction site this afternoon to check on the progress of the foundation. After Chen Feng returned to the room, Yu Xiaoning asked Su Ching mysteriously, Sister Chinger, how far have you and Chen Feng progressed? Su Ching didn't expect her to ask this, and couldn't help blushing. She told the truth, at most, he kissed me. He respects me very much and didn't do anything out of line. Chapter 127, Steady Water. Yu Xiaoning was a little disappointed after hearing this. You've been together for so long, isn't it a bit unreasonable if you haven't done anything? Could it be that he was used to a life of debauchery and has lost that ability? Su Ching quickly covered her mouth. Don't talk nonsense, he just respects me and has no intention of forcing me. We are taking things slow and steady, and there will always be times when we can't help ourselves, but there is no rush now. Work is the most important thing. We both want to have a good development in the future and don't want to stop here. Yu Xiaoning still couldn't understand it. After all, in her opinion, if two people really loved each other, it would be impossible for nothing to happen after such a long time. Moreover, with Chen Feng's gangster personality and such a beautiful girlfriend, wouldn't it be suspicious if he didn't do something? But when she thought about the fact that Su Ching knew nothing about relationships, she stopped worrying about it. Perhaps Chen Feng felt guilty and thought Su Ching was too easy to deceive, so he couldn't bear it anymore. Early the next morning, Chen Feng followed Huang Jima to the construction site. The foundation here has been dug for about 70% to 80%, so it shouldn't take long to complete. Although it was just dawn, the workers were already busy and the sounds of various machines could be heard everywhere. Huang Jima looked at Chen Feng with a smug look on his face and said, how is it? Is it fast? I told them that if they can finish the work ahead of schedule, we will give them an extra 50,000 yuan as a reward. And these 50,000 yuan are only for the migrant workers, because they have used all their skills, even if it means working overtime, to do a good job for us. 50,000 yuan is nothing to them nowadays. Even if he has to do it himself, he can do it. The most important thing is that once the company is established, Chen Feng will definitely not treat him unfairly. Chen Feng smiled and said, that's a good idea. If 50,000 yuan is spread out evenly, each worker doesn't actually get much money, but it is a kind of sustenance for them. Chen Feng added, you must do the materials yourself, don't let anyone else get them. He was afraid that some bosses would go against their conscience and build shoddy projects. After all, this is his first company, he must be careful and not let any accidents happen. Huang Jima patted his chest and said, don't worry about this. I will make sure nothing unexpected happens. Nothing happened at the construction site, so Chen Feng returned to Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company. The team members had all arrived, and Chen Feng invited them to dinner. You did a great job on the live broadcast the day before yesterday. Did you learn anything from it? Chang Lin said carefreely, I've learned a lot. In the past, we only relied on you, thinking that with you around, we could overcome any difficulties. But when you didn't play yesterday, everyone was more nervous than the other, afraid they would make mistakes. If you hadn't been watching over us, I don't think we would have been able to complete this live broadcast. Chen Feng, I think you should lead us for a while longer. This is our third time participating in a live broadcast, and we don't know much about this aspect yet. To avoid something like yesterday, you must join us during the next live broadcast. Chen Feng nodded. He actually saw it too, and just comforted him, you are all already very good, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. I was very satisfied with your live broadcast the day before yesterday. As newcomers, it's already quite good that you can achieve this level. If you still have room for improvement, I hope you can work harder in the days ahead. Also, I've only trained 10 of you so far. My plan is to split you into 2 groups. One group will be responsible for the live broadcast during the day, and the other will be responsible for the night. This way we will have more progress and more breakthroughs in live streaming. But at the same time, if this plan is really implemented, I will come to the company every day to train you. But I guess that can only be achieved after my company is established. My plan is to build the company within 6 months. If nothing goes wrong, 5 months will be enough.
But what he is worried about now is that there are already many people imitating them. If they don't roll up their sleeves, they will probably be replaced by those people. The 10 people nodded. Don't worry, brother, we will do our best. And we've already thought about it. We can make a lot of money from live streaming, which is much easier than the entertainment industry. So we've all decided to follow you. Brother Chen, please don't abandon us. Seeing how seriously they were making the decision, Chen Feng asked, Are you sure you've considered everything? Sure. Okay, as long as you stick together and don't do anything to damage the company, I will never abandon you. But let me be frank. If you are bribed by others and sell out the company's secrets, or if you are poached by someone else, I will not give you any chance to come back. Cheng Lin said, Don't worry, Brother Chen, we are all adults, we can guarantee these basic things, don't worry. After hearing what they said, Chen Feng was finally relieved. He found an opportunity and took Su Ching back to the village. The house has been completely built, and the interior decoration was done by Su's father and mother themselves, which is exactly what Chen Feng likes. When he came back this time, he brought several gifts. He brought skin care products and bird's nest for Su's mother, and a gold necklace and bird's nest for Chen's mother. As for the gifts for Chen Jiangwo and Su's father, they were clothes and watches. Chen Feng also specially bought a cool motorcycle for Su's father. It is convenient for him to go to town to buy things. Mother Chen couldn't help but complain, It's not easy for you two to make money, and you always think about buying things for us? What a waste. This kind of house cost a lot of money to build. You should also think carefully about your future after marriage. There will be a lot of expenses after marriage. It's better to save as much as possible now. Chen Feng knew that his mother was doing this for their own good, but he still advised her, Mom, these things were all chosen by Amelia Su. They are all her thoughts, and they don't cost much. Chapter 128, Trap. Su's mother also helped Chen Feng speak, Mother-in-law, this is the good intention of the children after all, and they earn money, so it is only natural for them to think about honoring us. Don't blame the children. We should believe that they have their own plans for the future. After all, the future is theirs to live, and we shouldn't interfere too much. Chen Feng also said, Yes, Mom, you raised me up like this, I am just buying something for you within my ability. You have to give me a chance to show my filial piety, right? Look at how reasonable my mother-in-law is. Unlike you, I bought you something and you actually complained that I was wasting money. If you're like this, I won't dare buy anything for you next time. I'm your son, and I'm already making a lot of money, but you don't let me buy anything for you. Doesn't this make me feel like there's no point in making money? Even before I graduated, I told you that when I made money, I would take you to do a lot of things and buy you lots of things. I'm just fulfilling my promise, and you're still here looking down on me. I was originally able to take you to the city to enjoy life, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Now I can only take time to come back and see you. This already makes me feel guilty, and you still can't let me buy something for you? If you don't like me buying you things, I'll just give you money next time. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he took out 50,000 yuan in cash from his bag. He took out this cash temporarily with the purpose of giving it to his parents so that they could live a better life. Mom and Dad, I have no objection to you living in the countryside, but you must not do those jobs you used to do. You must take good care of your health. I bought Dad a motorcycle. If you need anything, just drive to town and buy it. Your son has made it big. If you were still farming here, I would be looked down upon. Chen Feng has already said this much, and Chen's parents have no other choice. Chen Jiangwo said from the side, Your mother just doesn't want you to spend the money, and you can actually come up with so many excuses. Your mother and I worked so hard to raise you to be a college student, not just for you to talk back to us. Although Chen Jiangwo said this, he was already very happy in his heart. Those who looked down on them before are now jealous of them. My son has become successful. He now holds his head high and chest out when he goes out every day. Seeing the envious eyes of others, I feel so satisfied. Father Su couldn't help but say, My dear relatives, you have raised such a good son. I am so envious. Although he has no son, he is also satisfied with Su Ching. Now that he has found a good son-in-law like Chen Feng, he is naturally happier. Chen Jiangwo also hurriedly said modestly, My dear, please don't say that. Qingqing, you are the real good child. I still feel that my Xiaofeng is marrying above his station. There's nothing too high or too low for them. They're a match made in heaven. The perfect match. Chen Feng and Su Ching couldn't help but look at each other, and finally laughed together. They stayed here for one night and set off back early the next morning. Before going back, Chen Feng specifically asked his mother to deliver the gift he had prepared for Aunt Hohat. Aunt Hohat has helped their family a lot over the years. Now that he has finally made some money, it would be most appropriate for him to bring her a gift. When he returned to the company, Li Jinyu told him that the 10 shareholders on the board of directors wanted to meet him. Chen Feng had never felt that he was so important until this time when 10 shareholders asked to meet him. He realized his status in the company. Li Jinyu convened a board meeting specifically for this matter, and Chen Feng also appeared at the board meeting. Most of the people on the board of directors are old men, and the youngest person is Li Jinyu. Although this company was founded by Li Jinyu himself, the people on the board of directors were also of great help to him. It was the person who had been with him all these years. Therefore, he also respects them very much. When they asked to meet Chen Feng, he came to discuss it with Chen Feng. The oldest person among them said, "Chen Feng, we have all heard about you. Whether it's live streaming or selling goods, you have already set new records. And it has brought a lot of benefits to our company. We are all aware of this. After some discussion, we have decided to transfer 5% of the shares to you by the end of this year. A 5% stake in our Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company is equivalent to getting 50 million yuan every year for free. But before that, you have to sign a contract with our company. If you agree to the terms above, we will naturally transfer the shares to your name." When Chen Feng first heard them say they wanted to transfer shares, he knew that this matter must be no simple matter. Later, when they proposed to sign a contract, he realized even more that this was probably a trap. He couldn't help but glance at Li Jinyu, who obviously didn't know about this. She even spoke up for him, "Dear shareholders, I recruited Chen Feng into the company. You can make demands, but you can't go too far." The oldest old man glanced at him and said, "Don't worry about this. These are just some common requests. They won't be excessive." Li Jinyu stopped talking and just looked at Chen Feng awkwardly. Chen Feng said indifferently, "Why don't you take out the contract and let me take a look? If I am satisfied, I will naturally sign it. If I am not satisfied, let alone 5%, even if it is 50%, I will still refuse it." The 10 shareholders on the board of directors looked at each other, and finally took out the contract first. The oldest one spoke, "I hope you can take a good look at this contract. It's not too much for you, and we won't ask anything too much of you. You can still be as free as you are now under this contract. You just need to follow our company's instructions." Although the old man didn't go too far, Chen Feng had already seen through the first point. This was definitely a trap. They want him to stay at Windy City Media and Entertainment forever. Chapter 129 Overlord Contract. In fact, he had never thought about betraying the company from the beginning. This contract was completely unnecessary for him. There was even some intention of forcing him. He simply pushed the contract back and had no intention of signing it. "The terms in this contract aren't excessive, but I don't think I need them. I've told Li Jinyu before that I won't betray the company. I can even sign a 5-year contract extension with the company. But Li Jinyu said she believed in me, and now you are using this contract to restrain me. What does that mean? You just want me to stay at Fengcheng Media and Entertainment and be squeezed out of every last bit of my usefulness. Or maybe you think that even if I leave, the team I brought with me will continue to stay in the company and develop, and our company no longer needs me? If it's the latter, you can just bring it up directly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'm not the type to just accept things passively. If you talk to me nicely, I'll meet your demands, but if you push your luck, I can't guarantee I'll stay in your company. I've already maximized my potential. There are so many companies that want to sign me, and there are also many who offer you better conditions. The reason I didn't resign wasn't because of the contract, but because of Li Jinyu. He is my mentor. He understands me and knows me. He is more willing to support me and trust me. But to be honest, this contract of yours kind of chills me down. If you hadn't written such an unfair contract, I would have continued to stay in the company and sell for you. But now you've shown me your greedy faces, and also let me see Li Jinyu's incompetence in this matter. I think I really should think about changing jobs. With my current wealth, I can go anywhere I want. There's no need for me to suffer here." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he stood up. Li Jinyu also stood up, bowed deeply to the shareholders, and then followed Chen Feng out. After they got outside, Li Jinyu said guiltily, "Chen Feng, don't be angry. I didn't know what they wanted to do before.
I thought they were just curious about you and wanted to meet you, so I didn't suspect them.
But I didn't expect them to do something so extreme.
Don't worry, you have always been special to me. I won't force you to do anything you don't like.
Li Jinyu has really done her utmost for Chen Feng, and he understands this.
He sighed deeply. Bossly, what I just said was indeed a bit excessive. I apologize to you here. I didn't consider your situation.
But those agreements are really not suitable for me, and I have never thought about getting shares in the company. Our two companies will be collaborating in the future, so the treaty would actually be a constraint for me. So I'll try to have a good discussion with the company's shareholders.
Let's make it clear that our two companies will be collaborating in the future.
I don't want our friendship to be affected because of them. Li Jinyu also understood this and said in a very serious tone, "Don't worry, I will explain this matter clearly to them." In fact, Li Jinyu knew very well that all the shareholders of the company were old naughty boys, and it was almost impossible to reason with them. But he still wanted to give it a try. After all, he really admired Chen Feng's ability, whether it was Chen Feng singing or his live streaming and selling goods.
Everyone can see that Chen Feng is different from others.
Precisely because he admired Chen Feng so much, he never asked for any requests from Chen Feng. He let Chen Feng do whatever he wanted, and as long as he didn't do anything to betray the company, it was enough for him. The company's request this time not only succeeded in angering Chen Feng, but also made it particularly difficult for him. Chen Feng returned to his office, where his team was already waiting for him. "Brother Chen, someone from the board of directors came to see us just now and had a chat with us. They originally asked us not to tell you about this. But we are who we are today because of you. We can't do something so disloyal, so I decided to give you a warning. The company seems dissatisfied with the fact that you only signed a 5-year contract with the company and asked us to sign a 20-year contract. They also said they could give us 1% of the shares if we agreed. This is indeed a great temptation for us, but we all know that without you, there would be no us, so we didn't agree.
We decided to ask you and see what you think."
Chen Feng smiled sarcastically. He didn't expect that the company's shareholders would be so ruthless. He did not want to have any conflict with them, and even helped the company make so much money. But now they are thinking of crossing the river and destroying the bridge. The current live broadcast system is mature, and they can train a new group of people. Even without his guidance, those people can imitate his live broadcast. Even broadcast live in his name. After all, he is from Windy City Media and Entertainment Company. Fans love the company, and these two people will also choose to trust Windy City Media and Entertainment Company. The company has made enough money and is thinking of firing him. This behavior is really shameful. He never thought that one day he would be abandoned by the company. Whether he is in the company or not, Li Jinyu has the right to speak directly. It was not until this moment that he realized that Li Jinyu also had many things beyond his control and he had to listen to the company's shareholders. He doesn't even have the right to handle some things, especially major issues, he must discuss with the company's shareholders.
"Brother Chen, what's wrong with you?"
When Chang Lin saw Chen Feng laughing for no apparent reason, he couldn't help but feel a little scared.
"I thought he was angry." Chen Feng shook his head. "Nothing. Luckily you didn't agree.
I just went to a board meeting and they offered to give me 5% of the shares, but only if I signed a contract with them. The contents of that contract are ridiculous when I think about them now. I helped their company make so much money, and now that the live streaming business is stable, they're just thinking of demolishing me and kicking me out."
Chapter 130. See if you are worthy. Chen Feng's eyes swept over each of them. "Are you really planning to follow me? If I leave the company, will you follow me?" Everyone looked at each other, and finally nodded firmly. "Yes. We'll follow you. No matter what happens to you in the future, we will stand firmly by your side."
"Yes, Brother Chen, you have made so much money with us, and now we are all completely convinced by you. What the company did this time was really too much.
They didn't consider your feelings at all. If you choose to resign, we can understand that. In the past, we would all resign along with you. If the company doesn't agree, we'll just quit." "Exactly. How could they be so treacherous? They drink water and forget the well digger. How could they be so treacherous?" "Yes, Brother Chen, we all understand and will always stand by your side."
Chen Feng noticed that 3 of them hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to stay as if they were vassals of the others. He realized that these 3 people might become obstacles to his resignation in the future.
"It seems that we have to get rid of these 3 people in advance. Okay everyone, I believe in you, but for now we are still staying in the company and we still have to finish the work at hand. This is what we should do. Now I understand everyone's intentions. Next, let's finish all the work as soon as possible. It wasn't until the evening that Li Jinyu came to find Chen Feng and said to him, I have discussed this with the shareholders, and I have explained it to them directly. They agree not to let you sign that contract. Chen Feng, they rarely take care of the company's affairs. Most of the time they just take the money directly. So their thinking is different from mine. They just want to ensure that the monthly income they receive is stable. Your efforts in the company have brought them a lot of benefits, which has also made them gradually lose sight of their own identity. I had a fight with them today and warned them that it would be impossible for them to touch you and your team again. I can also assure you that this will never happen again. Looking at Li Jinyu's guilty look, Chen Feng knew that he had really tried his best. In the afternoon, he heard that Li Jinyu had an argument with shareholders in the conference room, and he did gain a lot of benefits for himself in the future. Boss Li, I know you've done your best. Don't worry, as long as the shareholders don't cause trouble, I'll absolutely behave myself. I won't do anything to betray the company. In fact, what he said to the shareholders was true. Because of his talent in live streaming, many companies have wanted to recruit him. There are many companies that are better than Windy City Media and Entertainment. But he never thought about leaving the company, so he never considered joining those teams. As long as the company doesn't go too far, he thinks he can tolerate it. Li Jinyu was obviously relieved. Okay, I've said this a long time ago. I admire your strength. If I really lose a great general like you, I think it will be a lifelong regret for me. Although there was a hint of joking in this sentence, Chen Feng knew that he was telling the truth. He smiled and said nothing. He left work early and returned to the villa, only to find that Su Ching had also returned. She probably didn't realize that Chen Feng would come back early, and when she saw him, there was some panic in her eyes. Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, Su Ching, don't you have to practice singing today? Su Ching hurriedly said, I came back early after practicing. Why did you get off work so early today? Her evasive look actually explained a lot of problems. Chen Feng sat next to her and put his arm around her shoulders. What happened? There's no need to hide it from me, right? I'm your boyfriend now, is there anything you can't tell me? Su Cheng knew that she couldn't hide it, but when she thought of that incident, she felt particularly wronged. Nothing. She didn't want to cause trouble for Chen Feng, so she planned to bear it silently. However, Chen Feng continued to ask, don't force yourself to smile at me. I know if you were really fine, you wouldn't have come back early. Did the teacher criticize you again? Or maybe someone else said something about you? If you don't tell me, then I'll have to ask myself. Su Ching hurriedly shook her head. No, it's really nothing, I just felt unwell so I came back early. Is this really the case? Chen Feng stared at her carefully. Su Ching was defeated by Chen Feng's eyes, lowered her head and said, there is a new male artist in the company, he said he wants to pursue me. These are not the most outrageous things. The most outrageous thing is that the male artist deliberately blocked her in the tea room during lunch today and harassed her. Someone saw the two of them at the time and even took a video. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and in a fit of rage she ran back from the company. But before she could figure out how to explain to Chen Feng had already left work. She didn't talk about what happened next, she just said that the artist wanted to pursue her. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel angry. Who dares to touch my woman? Now that you're dating me, almost everyone knows about it. He's doing this on purpose. Tell me who that person is. I'll go to the company tomorrow to settle the score with him. Su Ching grabbed Chen Feng's arm and said, how about we just forget it? I'll have a good talk with him tomorrow when I go to the company. If he still refuses to change his ways, I'll call the police. Chen Feng held her hand tightly. Su Ching, I am your boyfriend. Now that you have been wronged, you should tell me and let me help you get revenge. You don't have to worry so much. With my current position in the company, this matter will not have any impact on me at all, and the same goes for you. Besides, how could someone as outstanding as you be pursued by others whenever they want? He doesn't even consider whether he is worthy of you. It's settled. I'll go to the company with you tomorrow. I'm actually quite curious about who has the guts to even touch my woman. Su Cheng found that she could not convince Chen Feng, and she couldn't help but worry about what would happen tomorrow. What if Chen Feng had a conflict with that male artist? Wouldn't this matter become a big deal? Chapter 131 The Real Master is here.
The next day when Su Ching got up, she found Chen Feng sitting alone on the sofa smoking. She couldn't help but pause, walked towards Chen Feng, and sat on the sofa with him.
Chen Feng, I feel like you haven't been in a good mood since yesterday. What happened?
Chen Feng is not the kind of impulsive person, but he actually said yesterday that he would go to the company to cause trouble for that artist.
This is too unbelievable.
After Chen Feng finished smoking his cigarette, he said, "Nothing much, Su Ching, let me ask you a question.
Do you want to stay and work at Confronting Media and Entertainment Company?"
Su Ching was stunned for a moment, subconsciously thinking that Chen Feng wanted her to resign because of the incident with that male artist. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Chen Feng, this matter isn't that serious.
It's not time to resign yet. There are no bad artists trained by Wind City Media and Entertainment. I think I will have a good development here." Chen Feng nodded.
He also knew that the people trained by Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company were very good, and even if they left the company in the end, they would still have a good development. But he believes more in the saying that gold will always shine. With Su Ching's strength, no matter where she goes, she will become extremely popular. But since Su Ching planned to stay in Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company, he naturally supported her. "Chen Feng, you don't have to worry about my affairs.
I can handle it myself."
Su Ching held Chen Feng's arm and her tone softened unconsciously. Chen Feng nodded but did not tell her what had happened to him. "Since you want to stay at Fengqing Media, I will make it clear to Li Jinyu and ask him to guarantee your safety and not let this happen again. At present, Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company has been divided into two factions, one of which is responsible for developing towards the entertainment industry, which is the area where Su Ching is located. The area where Chen Feng is located is mainly responsible for live broadcast. Ever since his live streaming career became popular, Chen Feng has been extremely busy and has little time to visit Su Ching. I only go to her place occasionally to listen to music." After finishing all his work the next day, Chen Feng went to the 13th floor on purpose.
This is where Su Ching practices singing.
He swiped his card and just walked in. He saw two girls sitting in the tea room, laughing and chatting about Su Ching. "I don't know what you're talking about, but I've heard about her being blocked in the tea room by Yu Yan yesterday.
I've also seen the video.
It's said that it's been posted online, and many of her fans know about it. Her boyfriend must be pissed off. I heard he's quite successful and makes a lot of money from live streaming, but she's still tangling with other men.
What a slut." "That's right.
Her boyfriend is so pitiful. He thought he married a sweetheart, but in the end, she turned out to be a slut that someone else had played with." Chen Feng paused, unable to listen any longer. He leaned against the door and lit a cigarette.
"You two are chatting away quite animatedly.
What does other people's affairs have to do with you?
Don't I know whether she's a good match or not?"
"Since you know I've achieved success in the live streaming industry, you should also be aware of my position in the company. You guys are saying bad things about my girlfriend in front of me.
Do you want to stop working in the company?" When the two girls saw the real person coming, they immediately panicked and stood up quickly.
The girl with short hair said, we were just joking.
Besides, there are so many people in the company talking about this, not just the two of us."
The other girl nodded and said innocently, "We were just talking, we didn't mean any harm."
Chen Feng sneered, "No ill intentions? If you don't have any ill intentions, why are you being so sarcastic here? Who are you talking dirty to?"
"I don't know whether others have said it or not, but I heard everything you just said clearly. I will repeat every word you just said to Li Jinyu and let him handle this matter."
The two men looked at each other, suddenly panicking. "No. We know we were wrong, and we won't dare to do it again." "Yes, we were wrong.
Let's go and apologize to Amelia Su and promise not to say such things again."
How many people dream of joining Wind City Media and Entertainment?
They don't want to lose their hard-earned jobs because of a piece of gossip.
That's not worth it.
Chen Feng looked at them expressionlessly and said indifferently, "I think you guys are not going to change your chatterboxes.
From now on, I will fire anyone I see. You'd better pay attention to me. Today I'm in a good mood, so I won't bother with you, but if I find out, it won't be so easy next time." The two men nodded in panic and promised hastily, Okay, we promise we won't do it again. If it happens again, you don't have to fire us, we'll leave on our own."
Chen Feng didn't want to make things too ugly, so he gave them a chance, just to give Su Ching face.
"Who is that man you're talking about?"
The two men looked at each other and broke into a cold sweat in their hearts for Yu Yan. In fact, they knew very well that Yu Yan was the one who was wrong in this matter, and it had nothing to do with Su Ching. It's just that Su Ching's usual condescending attitude made them very uncomfortable, so they said these sour words behind her back. Now that her boyfriend has come to her, you can imagine what the outcome will be for Yu Yan. The two girls pointed to one of the spots and said, Yu Yan and Su Ching are practicing singing over there.
You can go and take a look.
After saying that, they ran away in a panic. Chen Feng straightened his clothes and walked over there with an expressionless face. Perhaps because the practice room was too noisy, he pushed open the door, but still no one noticed his arrival. Su Ching held the microphone and stood aside, looking at the huge screen on the wall.
Next to her stood a tall and thin man, less than an inch away from her.
He was whispering something in Su Ching's ear. Su Ching looked impatient, her eyebrows tightly furrowed, and she moved to the side from time to time.
But Yu Yan kept pushing his feet on the ground again and again. Even though there were other people involved, he didn't care and continued to do as he pleased. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng was extremely angry.
He walked straight towards Su Ching, hugged Su Ching to his side, and then glared at Chen Feng. The music in the room suddenly stopped, and everyone was surprised by Chen Feng's arrival.
Chapter 132 Every pore is rejecting.
Chen Feng is now quite famous, and all the employees in the company know what he looks like. Of course, they also knew the relationship between Su Ching and Chen Feng. On the one hand, he was surprised by Yu Yan's boldness, and on the other hand, he wanted to see how Chen Feng would react after he knew about this. Although Yu Yan is a newcomer, he is pretty much the best here because of his excellent talent. Even though Su Ching had clearly refused many times, he still ignored it. Now that Chen Feng has come to me, I don't know how he will handle this matter.
Yu Yan recognized Chen Feng's identity at a glance.
Although he was a little surprised, he quickly accepted Chen Feng's arrival. He said calmly, "Don't stare at me like that, I am seriously pursuing Su Ching, and you haven't gotten married yet, so I am pursuing her normally."
He's unmarried and the woman is unmarried. What's wrong with me pursuing the girl I like?
He spoke with confidence and described his attempt to steal someone else's girlfriend in such a passionate way.
Chen Feng was so angry that he laughed. The man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried, don't you know that she is already taken?
Besides, my girlfriend is already showing such resistance, and she might even push it further.
Why don't you take a piss and see what you look like? I, Chen Feng, have never seen anyone as shameless as you in my life. Today you have really opened my eyes.
Since he started working, his temper has become much more restrained than before. But this person kept pushing his limits again and again, and he really couldn't stand it anymore. Yu Yan didn't care, and even said with a bit of pride, "It's normal for a lady and a gentleman to be in love.
Su Ching rejected me because I didn't do enough.
I will impress her with my own efforts and make her fall in love with me.
But I'm not attractive.
What are you afraid of here?
Aren't you just afraid that I'm better than you and will snatch Su Ching away from you? If you're not worried, then compete with me fairly.
I want to see who of us is more capable and can win her over."
Chen Feng clenched his fists and glared at him fiercely.
Su Ching stood up without hesitation and stood in front of Chen Feng. "Yu Yan, I have said many times that I have a boyfriend, and I don't like you at all.
No matter what you do, I will not be moved by you again.
Chen Feng and I were engaged a long time ago, and marriage is just a matter of one step. You are indeed very good, but compared to my boyfriend, you are nothing, and there is no way I would be interested in you." Except for the three parties involved, the rest of the people had gossipy expressions. When they saw Su Ching holding Chen Feng's hand tightly, they knew that Yu Yan had no chance of winning. The couple has such a good relationship, and Chen Feng is so outstanding in the live broadcast industry.
Yu Yan is just a newcomer now and really cannot be compared with Chen Feng. So what if Yu Yan is very talented? Chen Feng graduated from Chidian Music School. This alone is enough to instantly outshine 90% of the people in the entertainment industry. How can Yu Yan compare with him? Two people who had a good relationship with Yu Yan advised, "Yu Yan, we are all from the same company, don't make things too ugly. After all, Su Ching is her girlfriend, you have to be reasonable." That's right. There are always beautiful women out there. Why would you want to hang yourself on a crooked tree?
Su Ching is indeed very pretty, but there are many pretty women out there, and she's not the only one.
There will always be someone who can replace her. Stop making a fuss. It will not look good if you continue.
After the two men finished speaking, they tried to pull him away, but Yu Yan refused to give in.
What's so good about Chen Feng?
He looks ordinary, but he knows how to sell goods through live streaming.
Although he can't do it now, he can learn. With his intelligence and talent, he didn't believe he couldn't learn it. Don't pull me. I have to compete with him today.
Su Ching said, Yu Yan, if you continue to make trouble, I think there is no need for us to cooperate.
It's better not to stay at Confronting Media and Entertainment Company.
After Su Ching finished speaking, she pulled Chen Feng and turned around and left.
Chen Feng did not dwell on Yu Yan's affairs.
He knew very well that Su Ching pulled him away to prevent him from getting into trouble. After leaving the company, Su Ching turned around and said to Chen Feng, don't be angry.
Yu Yan is just too conceited. There's no need for you to bother with such a person.
Chen Feng looked at her and suddenly couldn't help sighing. Su Ching, I've already told you that you can tell me whatever happens in the company.
Have you never considered me your boyfriend? How could that be?
Su Ching said seriously, I just don't want to rely on you for everything after we're in love.
That way I won't be myself anymore. Chen Feng, before I met you, I was an independent individual. I don't want to bully you after I get to know you. I have my own ideas, and I will work hard for my own career.
She was actually reluctant to give up her career at Confronting Media and Entertainment Company, but since things had become like this, resigning was not an option. Chen Feng said, Su Ching, I know you have your own ideas, but I also have mine. I am your boyfriend, and I hope to protect you.
I know Chen Feng, I know everything, let's go back. Su Ching suddenly felt very tired and didn't want to continue talking about this topic.
But what she never expected was that Yu Yan was so ridiculous. He directly posted a video on his acne scar account. In the video, he said he wanted to compete fairly with Chen Feng. He even spoke with confidence about his act of stealing someone else's girlfriend. And it moved a lot of fans with distorted values. Chen Feng and Su Ching SCP fans scolded him harshly, saying that he was a male mistress who was specifically trying to steal other people's girls. Calling him shameless, he can say such shameless words so confidently. Yu Yan, however, directly posted the video of himself harassing Su Ching in the tea room. He also said that Su Ching was willing to be with him, but she refused because Chen Feng was in the middle and she felt uncomfortable. But after watching the video, fans felt that Su Ching was unwilling.
The comments below the video are fascinating. Which eye of yours saw that she was willing? Isn't it obvious that she's saying no? Every pore of her body says no? Are you blind and can't see that? Shameless people will never feel that they are thick-skinned, and even regard harassment as an expression. Chapter 133 Affectionate Confession. Oh my God, I feel like my worldview has been refreshed. So this is what you call willingness? I finally know how to pursue my goddess. The above user, please exercise some restraint.
Our country has a complete set of criminal laws, and prisons also have a complete set of sentencing laws.
Think twice.
Even though he was scolded by fans, Yu Yan continued to play his affectionate character. He even said that he would go to Su Ching's place to make a passionate confession of love, and broadcast it live to everyone. When Su Ching saw this, her face turned pale instantly. She originally thought that as long as she explained herself clearly, Yu Yan would stop.
But I didn't expect this person to be so shameless.
I'm also thinking of coming to her place to confess my love live and get some attention. The word shameless is not enough to describe what Yu Yan did. Fortunately, Chen Feng has been quite busy these past 2 days, and Yu Xiaoning is almost the only one who helps manage the acne scar account, so he is currently unaware of this matter. Su Ching found Yu Xiaoning and Lu Wenxiang and asked them not to tell Chen Feng about this matter for the time being, and she would handle it.
Huang Jima looked at Su Ching with some embarrassment and said, Sister-in-law, isn't your request a bit unreasonable? The madman has been friends with us for so many years. He will definitely be angry about something like this. If he knew that even the two of us were hiding this from him, he would definitely be desperate, right?
Lu Wenxiang also said beside him, Su Ching, since you know that the madman will be angry, why not tell him earlier?
Seeing that the two of them were stubborn, Yu Xiaoning said angrily, why can't that guy understand what people are saying?
Sister Chinger just doesn't want to make Chen Feng worry. She wants to wait until we can resolve this here before telling him.
Besides, we didn't make things difficult for you.
Chen Feng would be angry if he knew, but we've already resolved the matter.
Could he still cause so much trouble? You two are both clueless, aren't you? You can't even figure out something as simple as this.
I don't know how you managed to get into university, and you even managed to graduate.
It's truly bizarre. Huang Jima was a little annoyed by her pressure. You are not us, how can you understand our difficulties?
Su Ching was afraid that the two of them would quarrel again, so she hurriedly said, I know it's a bit unreasonable for you to do this, but I still hope you can keep this a secret from him as much as possible. If he doesn't ask, then try not to bring it up in front of him, but if he does, just tell him the truth. Huang Jima rolled his eyes at Yu Xiaoning and said, "Sister-in-law is the best at speaking. She's not like some people who can just pretend to be dumb if they can't speak, and no one will care."
What did Huang Jima say? I think you deserve a beating again.
Yu Xiaoning said with her clenched fists, as if she was going to fight him to the death. Lu Wenxiang stopped them from the side and said, "All right, you two, stop messing around. Don't worry, sister-in-law, as long as the madman doesn't ask, we'll pretend we don't know." After dealing with Lu Wenxiang and the others, Su Ching specially sent a video to tell everyone about her feelings for Chen Feng. He also specifically reminded Yu Yan that everyone worked in the same company and saw each other every day, so he shouldn't make things too ugly. As soon as Su Ching released this video, many people immediately supported it, and this matter became a hot topic. But even so, there are still some people who sarcastically say that Su Ching is pretending to be noble.
It takes two to tango. If she had no such feelings towards Yu Yan, how could Yu Yan insist on her?
That's right, now that this matter has become a big deal, she's rushing out to refute the rumors. I don't think she's any good either.
She looks like a vixen. Su Ching's fans were madly criticizing her below. I'm going to slap you and see if it makes a sound. Who the hell are you to even know how to use the internet? You should just go home and farm the land and stop embarrassing yourself here.
Su Ching closed the acne scars and rubbed her temples with a headache. These fans are getting more and more crazy now. They go crazy and eat melons as soon as something happens, as if they want the world to be in chaos. She was just about to go downstairs to the kitchen to make something to eat for Chen Feng when she suddenly received a text message from Yu Yan. The content of the text message was very clear. "Su Ching, I know you posted that video to dispel the rumors just to save Chen Feng's face. Don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter and take you away. Chen Feng will not become a stumbling block between us, and you don't have to feel guilty because of her and go against your own wishes."
I know you like me.
When Su Ching saw this message, no matter how well-mannered she was, she couldn't help but get angry.
How could Yu Yan be so shameless? You've made your meaning so clear, can't he understand?
Yu Xiaoning happened to be carrying a computer into her room. Seeing her sitting on the bed sulking, she asked in confusion, "Sister Chinger, what happened?" Su Ching didn't say anything, but just turned her head to the side with some fatigue. Yu Xiaoning walked towards her, sat on the bed and was about to comfort her when she saw the two text messages sent by Yu Yan.
Yu Xiaoning was a person who got angry easily.
When she saw these two text messages, she instantly became angry and cursed.
Holy crap, what the hell is this? Can we be so shameless? Isn't it a bit of an exaggeration to say that he is a human being? There's some truth to the saying a shameless person is invincible. Look at how shameless this person is. The ancestral tomb is welded with wall plaster. Otherwise, it would have been dug up long ago. Sister Chinger, I suggest you go to the temple and pray. You have such bad luck encountering such an unlucky thing. Su Ching also thought so. If her luck wasn't so bad, how could she be entangled by a shameless person like Yu Yan? Yu Xiaoning said from the side, "Sister Chinger, I think you should be brave enough to tell Chen Feng about this. We two are no match for such a shameless person. Let Chen Feng find someone to beat him up and he'll behave himself. There's nothing a beating can't solve." Su Ching showed an embarrassment on her face and said with a wry smile, "I just don't want to cause him trouble. He has been very busy recently." Yu Xiaoning also sighed. She could see how busy Chen Feng had been recently. "I am so busy going back and forth between the company, the construction site and the villa that I have no extra time to do anything else. It is said that the company's shareholders are not treating Chen Feng as a human being and have made an unfair contract with him. Chen Feng is trying to reason with the company." Chapter 134, Ruining Your Reputation. If the negotiations fail, he is likely to leave the company. "Sister Chinger, give me your phone so I can scold him." Without saying anything, she called Yu Yan directly. Yu Yan probably thought it was Su Ching calling, so he answered the phone very quickly. "Hey, Su Ching, have you finally decided to be with me?" Yu Xiaoning was already full of anger, and when she heard this, she could no longer hold back and started cursing on the spot. "Fuck you, can you please have some shame? If you really need women, aren't there plenty of them on the street? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You're such a covetous person, and you're just trying to covet my sister Chinger. You're like a toad fucking an ugly frog." Yu Yan on the other end of the phone obviously hadn't reacted to what was happening before Yu Xiaoning scolded him to death. When he reacted, he asked dryly, "Who are you? How did Su Ching's phone end up in your hands? Are you Su Ching's friend?" Yu Xiaoning said sarcastically, What does this have to do with you? I'm warning you, you'd better stop bothering my sister Chinger, or I'll sue you for being a hooligan. Yu Yan on the other end of the phone slowed down his tone and said softly, "You misunderstood, I really want to pursue Amelia Su. If you are her good friend, you should consider her. Chen Feng is not worthy of her, I am Su Ching's perfect match. Give the phone to Su Ching, I have something to say to her." Yu Xiaoning would never be so foolish as to agree to him. What is there to say? Is there anything you can't tell me? Sister Chinger is right next to me now.
If you have anything to say, just tell me directly and I will pass it on to her. Yu Yan said anxiously, "Just give her the phone, I really have something important to tell her."
Bah! Why would I care whether you're important or not? Do you really think I'm that easy to talk to? I'm warning you, if you harass Sister Chinger again, I'm going to call the police. Do you believe I can ruin your reputation? Make sure you can't even make it in this industry? With your character, you still want to be a star? I advise you not to have such wishful thinking. You will never get my sister Chinger. I advise you not to have such wishful thinking.
After Yu Xiaoning finished cursing, she finally let out a sigh of relief and hung up the phone. When she handed the phone to Amelia Su, she said quite complacently, "Sister Chinger, you should use this shameless method to deal with such a shameless person. If you give him too much face, he will think you are easy to bully. I, Yu Xiaoning, have never seen such a shameless person in my entire life.
He really opened my eyes.
Sister Chinger, if he dares to trouble you again next time, just hand him over to me and see how I teach him a lesson." Su Ching felt that something was wrong at first, but after Yu Xiaoning finished scolding her, she felt that Yu Xiaoning was right. Yu Yan has already had a serious impact on her life. If she doesn't explain the situation to him directly, he probably won't know how annoying she is.
Xiaoning, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, it's not hard. How can scolding someone be hard? Sister Chinger, if you have such an opportunity in the future, you must let me have it.
Su Ching agreed with a smile. Even though Su Ching and the others kept the secret well, Chen Feng still got the news from other members of the team because there were so many people and so many gossips. He took the time to check the acne scars, only to find that the place had already been in chaos for a long time, with all kinds of rumors flying around, most of which were insulting to Su Ching. He didn't know what was going on at first, until he traced the clues and found Yu Yan's account, then he realized that he had hired internet trolls to deliberately slander Su Ching.
He doesn't even bother wasting time with a scum like this.
He directly used his hacking skills to break into Yu Yan's account, took a screenshot of the message that he bribed the internet trolls, and posted a video of the screenshot using his account. Yu Yan didn't know what was going on, but the video here had already become popular.
By the time he reacted, it was too late.
He didn't even know what was going on, but he had already been criticized.
He was even criticized and became a hot topic. Even the company talked to him.
This account has always been managed by him and he has never communicated with others.
Even if he drank too much last night, he would not do such a thing. He was puzzled and finally came to the company in a daze to accept the company's sanctions. But he didn't expect that the person who called him over was Li Jinyu. Li Jinyu is a very busy man. He is rarely seen on weekdays. It is almost impossible to see him. He didn't expect to see him in this way. A bitter smile appeared on Yu Yan's lips. "Boss Li."
Li Jinyu, who was sitting in the president's chair, turned around and looked at him seriously.
"Finally," he said, "how long have you been in our company?" Because of Li Jinyu's words, Yu Yan felt inexplicably flustered. "No. Less than a month."
Li Jinyu nodded thoughtfully.
"You've been at the company for less than a month, and you've already ruined your own reputation, and even the company's, for a woman. You're quite capable." Yu Yan could hear the anger in Li Jinyu's tone.
He subconsciously clenched his fists and felt a little flustered.
"Boss Li, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't expect things to turn out like this."
Li Jinyu looked at him indifferently, her eyes somewhat condescending.
"You are already an adult, and you must always be responsible for your own actions. Whether you did it on purpose or not, this matter is caused by you. I hope you can come forward to clarify that this matter has nothing to do with the company, and explain clearly that it was you who unilaterally pursued Su Ching. Our company demands that you apologize for hiring the internet trolls. If you can't do that, you'll have to compensate our company for its losses. And pay the liquidated damages according to the contract. Otherwise, we will take you to court. We will use legal weapons to protect the interests of our company." Li Jinyu acted in a company-like manner, without showing any mercy. Yu Yan choked up a little, feeling a little bitter. Yes, I will definitely obey the company's arrangements.
In order to join Su Ching Media and Entertainment Company, he signed a predatory contract. If he made a big mistake during the contract period and caused damage to the company, he would have to compensate the company for its losses. These were all clearly written in the contract, but he never imagined that this matter would go from being his personal matter to affecting the company's business.
Chapter 135. Love is indestructible. But he couldn't resign.
Once he resigned, he would have to pay the company's losses, including liquidated damages. He had only been working for a month, and during this month he had received almost no wages.
How was he going to pay the huge penalty? Boss Lee. What will the company do with me when I apologize?
Li Jinyu crossed her fingers and placed them on her abdomen, her eyes flashing with wisdom behind her glasses.
Everything will be subject to the company's arrangements. The company will hold a meeting for you.
The specific arrangements will depend on how the company's shareholders view this matter.
Yu Yan felt hopeless in an instant. This time things had really gone too far.
He had originally thought that if he could get Su Ching, he would be the winner in life. But I didn't expect something like this to happen.
Until I left the office, I still hadn't figured out how the message was sent.
Logically speaking, no one can log into his account, and it is even more impossible for him to post those things.
Could it be that he drank too much last night and sent it out in a moment of excitement?
When he thought of this possibility, he really wanted to slap himself a few times. When other employees in the company saw him, they would deliberately avoid him, and soon after he left, they would hear whispers. Of course he knew what those people would say about him behind his back, and he had already met his end.
After something like this happened, I'm afraid the best outcome for him would be to be put on ice.
Before he had the chance to shine in the entertainment industry and become a superstar, his future was ruined because of a mistake he made. When Chen Feng arrived at Li Jinyu's office, the other party had been waiting for a long time.
Chen Feng, I've already dealt with Yu Yan's matter. The company plans to put him on ice. What do you think? For someone who wants to develop in the entertainment industry, being blacklisted just after debuting is simply a failure in life. This is already a severe punishment for Yu Yan.
So Chen Feng didn't plan to dwell on this matter anymore. After all, Yu Yan had already paid the price for his actions.
Just take care of it. What do the shareholders say? Do they insist on me signing that contract?
Li Jinyu showed an embarrassment and said with difficulty, Chen Feng, I said I won't force you to do anything you don't like, so I will resolve the grievances between the shareholders.
This matter has nothing to do with you. Just do your part and don't worry about the rest.
I know this incident has had a certain impact on you and made you a little distracted at work. But you have to adjust your mood as soon as possible and devote yourself to your work. I am very optimistic about you, but I also hope you won't let me down. After careful consideration, Chen Feng decided to trust Li Jinyu.
After all, he never lets him down. Boss Li, I'll trust you again. If you can't deal with those shareholders, I'll leave the company. Without any hesitation, he stood up and left.
Watching Chen Feng leave, Li Jinyu sighed deeply, then picked up the phone and dialed her assistant's number. Notify everyone to convene a board meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Only after the issue on the internet had been resolved did Chen Feng mention this matter to Su Ching. Su Ching said ashamedly, Chen Feng, I was foolish. I naively thought I could hide it from you, but I didn't expect that I was deceiving myself.
I didn't mean to hide this from you.
I just saw that you were working so hard, and I didn't want you to worry about my affairs anymore.
Don't be angry, okay? Su Ching looked at Chen Feng worriedly and couldn't help but sigh.
Chen Feng also sighed, Su Ching, I think I should make it clear to you that as long as it is your business, whether it is good or bad, I am happy to deal with it. But if you encounter something like this, you don't have to hide it from me anymore.
It's just a matter of snapping my fingers for me.
Su Ching also discovered that this was not a problem at all for Chen Feng, but she foolishly concealed it from him. Not only did you make yourself so tired, but you also ended up messing things up.
Chen Feng, I won't hide anything from you anymore.
I have to say, she feels very relaxed when Chen Feng helps her deal with some things. But she hated herself like this.
She didn't like to rely on anyone.
She had been taught to be independent since she was a child. So she kept telling herself that even if her parents loved her, she had to be strong and be herself, and not change her principles for anyone. But now in front of Chen Feng, she gradually got used to his presence and gradually relied on him. She didn't know whether this was good or bad, she just slowly followed her heart and did what she thought she should do.
Chen Feng, I can rely on you, right? Chen Feng smiled and said, if you don't rely on me, Who can you rely on? Are you planning to cheat on us regarding our engagement?
Su Ching curled her lips. That can't be done. I used to dream of breaking off the engagement with you, but now I think being with you is not a wrong thing. And after being protected by you for such a long time, I finally realized that you are actually quite reliable.
I just feel. It doesn't feel real.
I used to be such an independent person, but since I met you, I've gradually become accustomed to relying on you. Actually, this time I just wanted to try and see if I could still be myself without you, but reality slapped me hard in the face. It brought me back to my original form and made me realize how useless I was before.
She thought she was omnipotent and could do anything men could do. But now she doesn't think so.
Because something that Chen Feng could solve with just a snap of his fingers, she spent a lot of time and effort and asked a lot of people for help. The most important thing is that in the end, the matter was not successfully resolved. In the evening, Chen Feng logged into his acne scar account and posted a photo of Su Ching wearing a diamond ring. Although it is just a photo of a hand, it is enough to explain everything.
A fan asked Chen Feng what he thought about this matter in the comments. Chen Feng replied in a good mood, "Love is indestructible." Just a few words made fans envious and they supported the couple even more enthusiastically.
After Yu Yan was scolded harshly, everyone gradually forgot about this person.
He was blacklisted by the company.
Even if he still stayed in the company, he could only get a basic salary of 2,000 yuan per month. Moreover, he was preparing for filming every day, but in the end, no role came to him.
Chapter 136. The Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is.
Seeing that Chen Feng's career was booming, he had no progress at all and could not even guarantee the most basic living security. He was angry and jealous, and finally, after getting drunk, he came to the road that Chen Feng had to pass and caused trouble for Chen Feng. But at the same time, the person who drove Chen Feng's car to send Su Ching home was Huang Jima.
Huang Jima was driving just fine when he was inexplicably stopped. He had a bad temper and of course he couldn't tolerate this. He immediately opened the car door and got out. "Hey! Are you going to die? If you want to die, I can help you." After Huang Jima finished speaking, he noticed that Yu Yan actually had a knife in his hand. He frowned, realizing that something bad had happened, twisted his neck, took off his coat, and rushed towards the man. "You dare to cause trouble for your grandpa? Today, Grandpa will teach you how to be a good person."
Yu Yan was already drunk and was so dazed that he didn't even know what was happening.
The next second, he was kicked down.
By the time he reacted, a knife was already against his neck.
Huang Jima licked his lips and finally put down the knife. Su Ching called the police and told Chen Feng about the incident.
Chen Feng found the surveillance footage in this area and provided it to the police.
The news that Yu Yan was imprisoned quickly spread on the internet. "Yu Yan is imprisoned," Pu is overjoyed. Who is Yu Yan? Is he famous?
If you don't understand Yu Yan's suggestion, go search for him hiring trolls to insult Tianqing, and then he himself posted a screenshot of the trolls.
Is there such a thing? Looks like I missed a big melon.
Then the matter about Su Ching became popular again. Su Ching rubbed her temples with a headache.
Netizens nowadays are really too gossipy. Any little thing can be spread all over the place by them.
Chen Feng said nonchalantly, "The popularity nowadays comes and goes quickly.
There are too many melons for netizens to digest."
In less than 2 days, everyone has forgotten about this matter. It was only a short month since Yu Yanli was put on ice and imprisoned, but some people had already forgotten everything about him. It was not until they saw Su Ching's name that they gradually remembered the past.
Crazy, it's time for the construction site to allocate funds. The foreman has already contacted me twice. If I don't allocate the funds to them, they will probably make trouble. Huang Jimo walked in hurriedly from outside wearing a baseball cap.
After spending 2 months on the construction site, he became much darker and now looks a bit like a foreman.
Chen Feng couldn't help but tease, "If you go home like this, will your parents still recognize you?" Huang Jimo waved his hand gloomily. "Forget it, I told my parents before that I work at Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company.
But when I returned a month later, my dad asked me directly if I had gone to dig coal and if I had been fired by the company. I really didn't know how to respond.
Should I tell them I was not doing my job and was now watching over the construction site?"
Chen Feng was also a little amused and said, "Why don't you just say that the company caught you picking up girls and then sent you to Africa?"
Huang Jima glared at him. "Are you still my good brother? How can you say such things? You have no conscience." Su Ching couldn't help but laugh at their conversation. "Stop it, Chen Feng, transfer the money to them quickly." How can you owe money to your fellow workers? Chen Feng looked at her innocently. Isn't my card in your hand? I thought you would call. Su Ching just remembered this and immediately blushed. She said awkwardly, I forgot. I'll go now. After Su Ching left, Huang Jimo made obscene expressions at Chen Feng. Crazy man, you have such a beautiful wife, why don't you marry her home quickly? Chen Feng smiled and said, I do want to, but Su Ching is only thinking about her career right now and has no plans to get married at all. I can't force her, right? Then can't you talk to her about this matter? See if you can bring it up to date? Chen Feng had the same idea as Su Ching. He thought that since they were young now, the most important thing was to do well in their careers. There is no rush to get married. Moreover, when they get married, both sets of parents will definitely urge them to have children. At that time, Su Ching will have to take care of the children at home, and her career will definitely be put on hold. His business here hasn't developed yet, so he has no way to distract himself to do other things. He had already agreed with Su Ching that they would get married and hold a wedding after the situation at his company stabilized. Huang Jima's words actually disrupted Chen Feng's previous plans. He said, there is no benefit in getting married early, right? Besides, the relationship between Su Ching and I has always been stable, so it doesn't matter if we get married later. We both have confidence in each other and know that the other party will not betray us. Huang Jima patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and said, why don't you understand? My sister-in-law is so popular now. Which man doesn't want to get a taste of her? If you don't marry her, aren't you afraid that someone else will snatch her away? Yu Yan, have you forgotten? How he pursued my sister-in-law back then? Even though he's in jail now, aren't you afraid of millions of him showing up? Chen Feng said with a smile, how can it be as exaggerated as you say? Su Ching is so beautiful, isn't it normal for her to have one or two suitors? Besides, Su Ching has suitors, and I do too, but we both feel that as long as we are loyal enough to each other, there will be no problems in our relationship. And even if we get married, can you guarantee that no one will like Amelia Su? After all, Su Ching is a school beauty, so it's normal for someone to like her. Huang Jima suddenly felt that he was comforted by Chen Feng, but it was obviously Chen Feng who should be anxious, not him. Finally, he said helplessly, forget it, forget it. It's just a matter between you two. If you two are not in a hurry, why should I be in a hurry? The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. I won't worry about it anymore. I'd better continue to keep an eye on the construction site. If something goes wrong, all the previous efforts will be in vain. After Huang Jima finished speaking, he put on his baseball cap again, walked away without caring about anyone, and left in a nonchalant manner. Before leaving, he did not forget to make a face at Chen Feng. Chapter 137 Cooperation Again. Mary called and said she wanted to talk to him. When they met, Chen Feng found that Yi Changming had also come. Yi Changming greeted him with a playful smile. Hey Chen Feng, long time no see. Now you have become a big celebrity in the sales industry. Remember you promised me that you would help me sell the goods? Don't break your promise. Chen Feng laughed and said with certainty, I have never forgotten you. It's just that I've been too busy recently. If you follow my live broadcast room, you will find that I rarely appear there. After a while, when I finish the things I have on hand, I will help you clear out another wave of goods. Chen Feng's words obviously touched Yi Changming's heart. He waved his hands hurriedly and said pretentiously, don't worry, don't worry. Mary mercilessly interrupted, not in a hurry? It seems to me that you are so anxious that you almost forget who you are. Yi Changming glared at him, how can there be such a person as you? What about the friendship we agreed on for many years? You are actually ruining my plan here. Mary didn't bother to pay attention to him and looked directly at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I asked you to come here this time because I wanted to talk to you about the concert. I'm planning to hold another concert, but this time I want to take you with me. Looking at Mary's sincere gaze, Chen Feng couldn't bear to refuse, but he really couldn't spare the time recently. Ms. Mary, when is the concert scheduled? What? Are you busy? Mary said, it's scheduled for 3 months from now. I have to spend 3 months preparing for this concert. And the venue for this concert is Chidian International Music Academy. Hearing this, Chen Feng already roughly understood what was going on. He smiled and said, I understand, Teacher Mary. Have you chosen the song list for the concert? Not yet. I just came to ask your opinion in advance. If you don't agree, wouldn't my playlist selection be in vain? Chen Feng smiled and said, Teacher Mary is helping me, how could I refuse? Then put it this way, I was right about you. Mary was very busy. After she finished saying what she needed to say, she got up and left. Yi Changming winked at Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, your teacher Mary is an international superstar. It's your honor to perform on the same stage with her. Of course Chen Feng understood this, and this time the stage for their performance was Chidian International Music School. Not only can he show his face in front of those students, he may even become famous internationally because of this incident. After returning, he told Su Ching about this matter. Su Ching said, Teacher Mary wants to help you. I think she values your ability. You don't need to worry about the construction site. You can discuss the company's matters with Li Jinyu. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Let go of what you should give up for now. In life, you have to give up in order to gain. Don't let Teacher Mary down. Chen Feng agreed and said, starting tomorrow, I will let go of the things I'm doing and practice singing with Teacher Mary. The last time he was on the same stage with Mary, he was favored by many companies, and countless companies wanted him to switch jobs. Some companies even offer better conditions than Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company. But because of Li Jinyu, he never thought about changing jobs. If the results are good this time, he is ready to enter the entertainment industry. Mary has told him this many times, and this time she invited him back to the school to perform, probably to make him more familiar in the entertainment industry. Lay the foundation for future entry into the circle. The next day, Chen Feng called Lu Wenxian, Huang Jima, and Yu Xiaoning over. I told them about the work arrangements. Huang Jima patted his chest and said, Don't worry, crazy man, I'm watching over the construction site, nothing will happen. Just go about your business, don't worry. Yu Xiaoning asked, Do you want me to go with you? I can even record a video of you practicing your song, which can be considered a preview for the fans. That's a good idea. Then you can come with me. Originally, the account should have been managed by Su Ching, but because Su Ching also had her own things to do, it can only be handed over to Yu Xiaoning. After contacting Mary and getting the playlist from her, Chen Feng got busy with his own things. Since he started working at Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company, he has been extremely busy every day and actually has very little time for himself. Not only do I have no time to write songs, I also have very little time to practice singing. Sometimes I record a song when I feel like it, and before I realize it, it's already midnight. Over time, he gradually became less skilled at singing. Fortunately, this skill was given by the system and has been engraved in his mind. Although he has not used it for a while, it does not affect him at all. He spent a whole week practicing all of Mary's songs before meeting Mary. Chen Feng, how's the practice going? Mary held a cup of sugar-free milk tea in her hand and looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Chen Feng joked, Ms. Mary, sugar-free drinks will also make you fat. It's better to drink less. I've learned all the songs from the playlist you gave me. Mary casually threw the milk tea into the trash can. A new student bought this. I'm not really interested in this kind of thing. Since you've already practiced it all, we should try to become proficient in it too. It's been over a year since our last collaboration, and we have to reintegrate into each other's habits. The two came to the practice room, and the moment Chen Feng touched the microphone, he suddenly had a familiar feeling. He said to Mary, Ms. Mary, I haven't been involved in singing for a long time. I hope you can give me some guidance. Mary took the microphone, straightened her clothes, and said to him, You've only been graduated for about a year. If you forget what I taught you so quickly, it will be difficult for you to go back today. Even though they hadn't worked together for a long time, the moment they picked up the microphone, they quickly found the feeling they had back then. The song was sung very fluently, as if it had been practiced in advance. Everyone who was listening couldn't help but admire their strength. It was at this time that Chen Feng discovered that Li Shu was also here. Mary explained, Li Shu is now my student and my assistant. Li Shu smiled and said, I'm lucky to have been favored by Teacher Mary. Otherwise, I would still be an unknown little singer. Chapter 138 An accident occurred at the construction site. Not everyone is as lucky as Chen Feng, who became famous before leaving school. As soon as he graduated, he quickly became an internet celebrity. He is just an ordinary person. Although he was born in a well-off family, no one in his family is a singer. So he has no backing and can only rely on himself. He is already very satisfied that he has come this far and is now Mary's student. Congratulations, Li Shu. Chen Feng sincerely extended his hand to him, and after they shook hands, Li Shukai said, Chen Feng, I really admire you. At first, I just thought you were lucky, so you were favored by Teacher Mary.
But only now do I realize that you earned all of this with your own strength. You deserve it. He is not much of a talkative person, so he doesn't know how to express some things, but he truly admires Chen Feng. The fact that Chen Feng stood next to Mary just now and was not at all inferior to her is something that many people cannot catch up with.
Chen Feng smiled and said, "Actually, I'm lucky. If he hadn't been lucky, he wouldn't have had a reward system, and he wouldn't have become so outstanding. You are too modest."
Mary suddenly shouted towards Chen Feng, "Chen Feng, come here, there's a call for you."
Chen Feng and Li Shu looked at each other, then walked over there. The call was from Huang Jima.
She said anxiously on the other end of the phone, "Crazy, it's bad.
There's an accident at the construction site."
Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling.
The construction site has already taken shape and it will take at most 2 months to complete.
If something goes wrong at this critical juncture, it is very likely to affect the company's future business. Chen Feng rushed to the construction site, but found that there were already many people gathered there, and ambulances and police cars had arrived.
Chen Feng hurriedly found Huang Jima and asked, "What's going on?"
When Huang Jima saw him coming, he felt as if he had seen his backbone and was obviously relieved. He said with a bitter face, "The police are investigating what happened.
I was away for a while, and such a big thing happened. That person had just come to our construction site yesterday.
Everything was fine, but he suddenly fell from the building and died on the spot.
No one saw how he fell.
I went to the bathroom when it happened, and when I came out, it happened."
Huang Jima is very panicked now.
He had clearly assured Chen Feng repeatedly 2 days ago that nothing would happen.
But such a big thing happened in the blink of an eye, which really caught him off guard. Chen Feng couldn't help but frown. The police were already walking towards him. "Excuse me, who of you is Mr. Chen Feng?" "I am." Chen Feng hurriedly took a step forward. "Mr. Policeman, what is going on?" The policeman looked to be in his early 20s.
He adjusted his hat and said, "We've noticed that there are safety issues at your construction site. I suggest you suspend work at your construction site for rectification. This will also give us some time to investigate the case." Chen Feng clenched his fists, but he had no choice but to agree. "We are willing to cooperate with the investigation." The young policeman continued, "Please ask Mr. Chen Feng to go with us to the police station and make a statement." Huang Jima was a little anxious. "Mr. Policeman, he has no idea about this matter. I have always been in charge of the situation at the construction site."
"Let me go with you." "You have to come too."
After the policeman finished speaking, he wrote something on the file and asked the two of them to get into the police car. This was the first time Chen Feng had ridden in a police car in both his previous and current life, and he felt a little hesitant.
Huang Jima kept whispering in his ear the whole way, "Crazy, I'm sorry. I don't know why things turned out like this. I really just went to the bathroom. And there's no problem with the safety of the construction site. I've asked professionals to inspect it. Who knew this person would be so unlucky?"
He fell to his death after only being here for a day.
Huang Jima's last sentence lacked confidence and was even full of complaints.
Huang Jima really cannot be blamed for this matter.
"Old Huang, I know this matter has nothing to do with you. Please contact Lu Wenxiang." Huang Jima finally breathed a sigh of relief when he found out that Chen Feng didn't mean to blame him.
He felt that he was really unlucky. Everything was going well, but suddenly this happened.
"Not long after I took my statement at the police station, the family of the deceased arrived.
The deceased son grabbed Chen Feng by the collar as soon as he arrived. "You unscrupulous developer.
You killed my father. I'll beat you to death."
Just as he was about to take action, he was stopped by a police officer nearby. "This is the police station.
If you continue to make trouble, you will be arrested."
The man was obviously unwilling to give in, but he didn't dare to cause trouble in a place like the police station, so he reluctantly let Chen Feng go. Chen Feng straightened his collar and asked Huang Jima, "There are surveillance cameras everywhere on the construction site.
Why isn't there one right where that person died?"
"That's a blind spot for surveillance."
Huang Jima was a little distressed. After the incident, the first thing he did was to check the surveillance, but he found nothing. This is what gives him the most headache. Chen Feng didn't say anything.
He always felt that something was wrong with this matter, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. "I just always feel that that person's death was too strange.
If he really died by accident, there is no reason why there would be no surveillance in that place.
Moreover, that place was not within the scope of construction, but he ran there during working hours, which was no longer within their responsibility.
They are responsible only out of humanity.
After the deceased son finished taking the statement, he looked at Chen Feng with eyes full of resentment. After Chen Feng got confirmation from the police that he could leave, he took Huang Jima back to the villa. Lu Wenxiang and the other two were already waiting here.
When they saw the two of them coming back, they hurried over and asked, "Crazy, what's going on?"
Chen Feng pointed at Huang Jima, who was standing beside him, and said, "You guys go ask him first.
I have something to do."
After saying that, he came up and turned on the computer. He turned over all the surveillance cameras nearby and watched them over and over again from the time he went to work to the time the man fell to his death. In the morning, the deceased son took him to the construction site, and there was no clue here. But the problem is that an hour before the deceased fell, he suddenly appeared in the surveillance video and answered a very long phone call. His expression on the phone was very sad, as if he was explaining something to the person on the phone.
Chapter 139: Refusal to perform an autopsy.
Then in less than an hour someone found the dead man. What happened next was that Huang Jima called him and they were taken to the police station together.
He couldn't help but feel curious about who the person was calling. He went downstairs and called Huang Jima up. "Do you have that person's contact information?" Huang Jima asked doubtfully, "Whose?"
When he met Chen Feng's gaze, he immediately reacted, "Oh, yes, he found the construction site himself and said he has decades of experience, so I hired him.
I asked for his phone number yesterday, and I'm sending it to you now."
After getting the deceased's phone number, Chen Feng found a contact method based on the phone number. The deceased made one last phone call, and the note on it was his son. His last phone call was to his son. The expression on his face at that time clearly showed that he was making arrangements for his funeral.
So his son actually knew what was going on.
Chen Feng gradually sorted out his thoughts and said to Lu Wenxiang, "Go and communicate with the family of the deceased. We need to perform an autopsy."
Okay.
After Lu Wenxiang left, Chen Feng searched for the deceased son's contact information according to his phone number.
Then I logged into his WeChat.
The deceased obviously did not know how to use WeChat and did not even have a WeChat number, but Chen Feng saw the chat records between the deceased son and his wife. The old man is already in the late stages of his illness and won't live long. I told him to find a construction site and jump off.
I can even extort some money from him. We found the construction site.
The old man said he'd jump tomorrow.
I asked him to find a blind spot where the surveillance cameras wouldn't be visible to anyone.
It said the owner of this construction site is quite wealthy, so asking for $1 million or $800,000 shouldn't be a problem.
Come with me tomorrow and make some noise.
The police just called me and said the old man is dead.
Come find me quickly so we can go to the construction site and start some trouble.
If I don't extort $1 million or $800,000 from them today, I wouldn't be named Jiang. After reading these chat records, Chen Feng already had a rough idea of what was going on. It is estimated that the deceased was suffering from cancer, and his son and daughter-in-law were unwilling to pay for his treatment, and even wanted to squeeze out every last bit of his usefulness. Want to use his death to gain the greatest benefit for yourself.
When Huang Jima saw these chat records, he was completely shocked.
How could there be such a despicable and shameless person in the world who doesn't even care about his own father's life? Chen Feng scoffed, he's already in the late stages of cancer and won't live much longer anyway. If he can earn some money for his children, I think as an old man, he'd be happy to do so. It's a pity that their luck wasn't very good. If they had met someone else, they might have just accepted defeat, but they happened to meet me. He leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. Huang Jima, make a copy of the chat history, and let's go to the police station and confront them.
Huang Jima responded and followed Chen Feng to the police station. The family of the deceased was still making a fuss here, and Lu Wenxiang was communicating with them about the autopsy. The family of the deceased strongly opposed it. "We won't allow you to perform an autopsy. My father is already dead, but you won't even let his body go. Are you still human?" Lu Wenxiang said, "An autopsy will benefit both of us.
If the results of the autopsy prove that he did fall to his death, our company will pay you the full compensation." The deceased son refused to accept this. Old people always believe in being buried in peace.
"If my father's body is damaged in any way, he will definitely resent me in his afterlife." The deceased's daughter-in-law also said, "That's right, we can't do an autopsy. All the evidence points to safety issues at your construction site. And you're still trying to make excuses. Our father lived a clean life, and now this has happened, and you want to autopsy his body. How is this any different from dismembering his body?"
Of course there is a difference.
Chen Feng couldn't stand it anymore and walked over there. If he really has a clean life, then what are you afraid of?
As soon as the deceased son saw Chen Feng, he rushed towards him with gritted teeth. You're the culprit who killed my father. And now you're still trying to make excuses.
You're tarnishing my father's reputation.
Chen Feng dodged to the side, just avoiding his outstretched claws.
Huang Jima directly threw the screenshots of the chat in the face of the deceased son. Do you think we are easy to bully because we don't show our power? Comrade police officer, these are the chat logs between the deceased and his son. I think the content is enough to prove our innocence.
2 young policemen came over and picked up the chat records. Although there are only 2 chat records, just as Huang Jima said, this thing is indeed enough to prove their innocence.
The deceased son looked at the chat records on the ground with horror and disbelief. He couldn't understand why the chat records between him and his father fell into the hands of Chen Feng and others.
He said viciously, "You are cheating.
These things are not real at all."
Chen Feng said with a half smile, "Whether it's true or not, you can find out by taking out your phone." The deceased son took a step back almost subconsciously. It was this action that successfully attracted the attention of the police. The police got his mobile phone and retrieved the chat records. It is exactly the same as what Chen Feng and the others printed out. Soon the deceased son was detained by the police on charges of extortion. Fortunately, this incident did not cause too much impact, otherwise the progress of the construction site would definitely be greatly reduced.
Huang Jima specifically warned the workers at the construction site not to be so bold as to commit such illegal and criminal acts.
Originally, this matter had spread among the employees, but unexpectedly there would be such a big reversal.
Now all the employees are cautious, knowing that the boss here is not easy to deal with and they will only suffer if something goes wrong. In the following work, they performed their duties conscientiously and spent 2 months to finally complete it successfully.
During these 2 months, Chen Feng spent most of his time with Mary, and their cooperation has now reached a seamless level.
Even if the king of the circle comes, he can't find any faults.
Mary and Chen Feng said, "There's still a month left, we have to prepare for the concert."
Chapter 140 Airborne Live Broadcast Room.
I'll take care of all these things.
You don't need to worry about anything. All you need to do is come to the concert with me in a month. Just show them the results of our 2 months of practice.
Chen Feng said seriously, "Don't worry, teacher, we have been training for 2 months, our efforts will not be in vain." He hasn't entered the live broadcast room for 2 months, and the team has been pushing him more and more recently.
He can hardly bear it anymore.
It just so happened that Mary's affairs had come to an end, and he could also appear in the live broadcast room with his team. In the evening, he contacted Yi Changming and asked him if he had anything to sell recently.
Yi Changming said excitedly on the other end of the phone, "Are you going to sell goods in the live broadcast room again? Then I can't be polite with you. I will treat you to a meal later and then tell you about the things I want to sell. I only give you 1 night, but you must sell them to me. I've had these things for quite some time. If I don't sell it, it's going to get moldy." Chen Feng agreed and then drove to the meeting place.
Yi Changming looked very funny as he carried a lot of bags.
Chen Feng couldn't help laughing, but Yi Changming rolled his eyes at him as he ran over. "What are you laughing at? Come over and help me.
If you can't sell all my stuff, I'm going to have a serious talk with Mary about your problem."
Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, walked towards him, and asked casually, "What's my problem?" "You are heartless, that's your biggest problem." Yi Changming was clearly looking for trouble.
Chen Feng looked at him with disgust and finally decided not to bother with him. Yi Changming displayed all the strange and weird things he brought with him, which attracted the attention of many other people in the restaurant.
Chen Feng said with disdain, "Can't you just take a picture? Why send so many large and small packages?" Yi Changming waved his hand, "You don't understand.
I can't explain these things to you clearly with just a photo.
I must let you understand their use. Didn't you tell me before?
Only when buyers understand the use of these things will they pay for them." This was actually what Chen Feng said to him, and Chen Feng didn't know how to refute it for a moment. Yi Changming spoke eloquently and introduced all those things to Chen Feng in detail. By the time he heard the last part, Chen Feng was already feeling drowsy.
Yi Changming slammed the table and said, hey, can you give me some face? You are so rude. You actually fell asleep while listening."
Chen Feng said innocently, "I don't want this to happen.
I'm going to keep talking to you about this. I'm really dying. How about this, you come with me to the live broadcast room and explain to your fans the uses of these things."
Yi Changming shook his head without even thinking, "Impossible.
You know me too.
As soon as I enter the live broadcast room, I can't help but want to quarrel with others.
The atmosphere in your live stream room is so good, you can't let a single bad apple ruin everything, right?
Chen Fengyan boredly, well, let's do this, just like last time, you write a list of the uses of these things, and I will introduce them to the fans.
Yi Changming thought it was feasible, so he went back and did it.
After more than 2 months, he returned to the live broadcast room again. In order to express his welcome, the fans in the live broadcast room gave him gifts for more than an hour. During the more than 1 hour that passed, the fans who came to watch the live broadcast didn't even get a clear look at Chen Feng's appearance. Especially those fans who came in later, they had no idea what was going on and only saw waves of gifts.
Apart from hearing Chen Feng's voice, nothing else can be seen. Only various gifts fill the entire screen. Thank you all for your support.
It's great to see you again after more than 2 months. In the past 2 months, I have been busy with Teacher Mary's concert.
If you are interested, you can come to the concert with Teacher Mary and listen to our duet. This concert will be held at my alma mater, Qidian International Music School.
Tickets are not difficult to get, so please come and support us.
Then the screen exploded instantly. Qidian International Music School? Did Daishui graduate from Qidian International Music School? The person above is obviously a new fan. The most handsome guy was originally at Windy City University. Later, because he performed so well, Qidian International School came to recruit him. And they poached him. Why do I remember that Dai Shui was expelled from Windy City University and only then entered Qidian International Music School? Even so, it's impressive. Didn't Chen Feng even perform at Windy City University?
It was on the day of Windy City University's anniversary celebration.
Oh, I was wondering why the principal looked so grim that day.
So this is what happened. The student he expelled has returned, and in such a high-profile manner.
It's really a slap in the face for him.
Chen Feng ignored the information on the screen introducing him, and instead began to introduce various products. Everyone was willing to support Chen Feng, so when he introduced the product, they all took pictures regardless of whether they needed it or not. Chen Feng was worried about the problem of returning the goods later, so he said to them, please consume rationally.
If you don't really need it, don't buy it. Just shoot what you need.
No one's money comes from the wind, so there's no need to waste it like this. Then Chen Feng sent out another wave of lucky bags as compensation to them. Most of the things he was selling this time were the strange and weird gadgets that Yi Changming brought. As for the products from other partners, he handed them over to his team to sell. After Yi Changming sold all his things, Chen Feng left. Perhaps it was because Chen Feng's appearance was too stunning, so after Chen Feng left, the number of fans in the live broadcast room dropped. Soon the number of people dropped to only 1/3, and only after the team members worked hard to rescue them were they able to barely save a part of the people. Afterwards, the team members said with a shrug, Brother Chen's visit to the live studio caught us off guard. This live broadcast almost ended in failure. They have been broadcasting live for such a long time, and there has never been such a Waterloo-like drop. Therefore, this live broadcast also left a deep impression on them. Chapter 141 The protagonist's halo is too heavy. Chen Feng said with a bit of amusement, you have finally become independent in the live broadcast room, but don't let me make you become novices again.
Chang Lin said self-deprecatingly, that's really possible.
Ever since you, Brother Chen, came to the live broadcast room, I don't know how to speak.
Another person followed suit, me too. Brother Chen's aura of being the protagonist is too strong. Whenever he stands next to me, I feel like a little slave.
Everyone was amused by these words, and the live broadcast room was filled with joy.
Brother Chen, will you still be live streaming with us tomorrow? Brother Chen, I heard that you are going to hold a concert with Teacher Mary soon. Is this true? Brother Chen, can you get us some concert tickets? We'll go see your performance then.
They were talking back and forth, and Chen Feng didn't know whose question to answer first.
I probably won't be in the live studio tomorrow. I have other things to do. Today I'm mainly here to help my friends sell some goods. The concert is real. The concert will be held at Qidian International Music School. Tickets are 60 yuan each. You can buy them yourself. I can give you a subsidy later. Tickets at 60 yuan each are not a problem for them at all.
Everyone immediately stopped questioning and said with a smile, no need, Brother Chen, since the tickets are not difficult to get, let's buy them ourselves. You've made so much money with us, we shouldn't be unable to come up with even $60.
But Brother Chen, why are Teacher Mary's tickets so cheap? Did you lower the threshold for teacher Mary?
Upon hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but kick him. Fuck you. The reason why this concert was chosen as the venue for Chidian International Music School is because teacher Chen Feng was a teacher here for several years. He's just trying to give back to the school, to increase its reputation and to encourage the students, so the tickets are so cheap. The team members were thoughtful, so that's what's going on. Then we won't be broadcasting live on the day of the concert.
By the way, let's tell the fans that we want to go to your concert. Maybe I can even bring you some fans. Chen Feng smiled and said, is this something you can decide? Don't you have to ask for instructions from your superiors? Otherwise, you won't be able to compensate for the loss of one day.
Don't worry, Brother Chen, we know what to do. When Chen Feng and Lu Wenxiang left the company, they saw a young man pacing back and forth at the door. Lu Wenxiang stopped and looked back at the man.
After confirming the man's identity, he said to Chen Feng, that man seems to be Yu Xiaoning's younger brother, named Yu Chang. There were 2 security guards standing in front of Yu Chang.
He was shouting something and arguing with the 2 security guards.
The 2 security guards said, if you can't contact the people inside, we won't let you in. Yu Chang felt that they were unyielding and cursed.
Just as he was about to continue waiting, he saw Chen Feng and the others coming out. When he saw Lu Wenxiang, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Lu Wenxiang was wearing a suit at the moment and looked gentle and refined, completely different from the way he looked when he beat him that day. However, once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. He was beaten so badly that day that he had to lie in bed for nearly a month before he finally recovered.
Now I just came to ask Yu Xiaoning for some money, but I ran into him again. He subconsciously wanted to run, and Lu Wenxiang shouted at him, Yu Chang, you run away when you see me. Your ability is getting stronger and stronger. Have you forgotten what I told you last time? How dare you show up in front of me? It seems the beating you received last time wasn't enough. Yu Chang immediately put on a smile. Hee, how could that be? I just missed my sister and came to talk to her.
My parents are old, and it's not good for her to stay away from home all the time. My parents will miss her.
Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and asked with a half smile, how did you find this place? Yu Chang didn't know how to answer.
Lu Wenxiang had already snatched an electric baton from a man's hand.
Yu Chang immediately panicked and said hurriedly, I saw my sister on TV.
I know she works at Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company now, so I came to look for her. Chen Feng thought about it, and it should be the last time when he and Mary were promoting their concert. Yu Xiaoning was his photographer, but she appeared on TV through someone else's camera.
Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. You think too highly of your sister. She is just a handyman now and can't even get into Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company.
Lu Wenxiang also said, your sister is working for free to help you pay off your debts, and you're still not satisfied.
If that's the case, then you might as well stay.
Yu Chang gritted his teeth and finally said to Lu Wenxiang, you're still pretending.
You're not theirs at all. They said they never came to see me. And they said they didn't want me to pay back the debt. Oh.
Lu Wenxiang's eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles.
It's not that stupid, Yu Chang. Tell me honestly, are you here to ask your sister for money again this time? Why are you so persistent? I have to teach you a lesson today. As soon as Lu Wenxiang finished speaking, Yu Chang ran away. The speed was so fast that even Chen Feng couldn't react.
Fortunately, Lu Wenxiang didn't care about her image at all and chased after him with an electric baton. Seeing the 2 of them chasing each other, Chen Feng was speechless.
What kind of family did Yu Xiaoning end up with?
She finally got rid of it, but it turned out to be just a scene on TV, and her brother came looking for her again.
When Yu Xiaoning learned about this, her face turned pale and she said in horror, he came here?
Lu Wenxiang scratched her hair.
So what if he comes looking for me? At worst, old Huang and I can beat him up again. We can always beat him into submission.
Huang Jima was chewing an apple when he heard this and became interested. Yes, we may not be good at other things, but we still have some advantages when it comes to beating people.
With your brother's frail body, there's no way he can be our opponent.
We showed mercy last time, but this time we'll beat him until he begs for mercy.
Yu Xiaoning sat down on the sofa, her hands clasped tightly on her knees. They still won't let me go. What do I owe them? Chapter 142. Looking forward. They've disliked me since I was little, and now that I've finally escaped, they're trying to squeeze every last bit of value out of me.
Su Ching hugged her shoulders distressfully. Xiaoning, everything will pass.
At least you are happy now, aren't you? It's not your original family's fault, and it's not your fault that they don't like you. You've done very well.
I need to look forward and not dwell on the past.
If they don't like you, you should do better and make them feel out of reach. Don't be afraid. Everyone will help you.
If they dare to come to me, I'll help you explain it to them. Yu Xiaoning collapsed and hugged Su Ching. Sister Chinger, you have no idea how difficult they are.
I know they won't let me go. I know it. As long as I'm still useful, they'll catch me back no matter where I go. Okay, Xiaoning, things are not as difficult as you think. There are solutions to all problems. Su Ching looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, do you have a way to solve this problem?
Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders. It's difficult for a judge to judge family affairs, not to mention that this is not my family affair.
The only thing I can do is go talk to her parents.
Yu Xiaoning, we'll go home with you and talk things over with your parents.
If they still insist on not giving us a damn, I suggest you call the police.
Yu Xiaoning bit her lip and finally nodded vigorously. Chen Feng and the others were willing to help because of Su Ching's kindness, so she couldn't be ungrateful.
It would be best if this matter could be handled.
If it cannot be handled, it is just bad luck and she cannot blame anyone.
Early the next morning, the group drove 2 cars to Yu Xiaoning's house. Yu Chang was beaten yesterday and hasn't gotten up yet.
Yu's mother was outside fetching water, preparing to boil it for Yu Chang to take a bath. Seeing 2 luxury cars driving over, she subconsciously thought that her son knew some important person, and even a smile appeared on her face. But when Chen Feng and the others got out of the car, her expression changed again.
A basin of water was poured at Lu Wenxiang's feet without warning. Lu Wenxiang happened to receive a call from a company and didn't pay any attention at all.
By now, his pants and shoes were all wet.
Before he could say anything, Yu's mother had already gotten rid of her shrewish attitude and said, "What are you doing here? Are you looking for trouble so early in the morning?"
When she heard this voice again, Yu Xiaoning trembled all over and her eyes turned red instantly. Yu's mother was completely distracted by Lu Wenxiang and the others and didn't pay any attention to Yu Xiaoning until she got off the car. Seeing her, he immediately understood what was going on. "Well, Yu Xiaoning, you're such a traitor. You actually teamed up with others to bully your brother.
Look how I deal with you today. Come here."
She picked up a broom and ran towards Yu Xiaoning.
Without a word, Lu Wenxiang stood in front of Yu Xiaoning and said, "Are you reasonable? Yu Xiaoning doesn't owe you anything, and you keep exploiting her. Don't you feel guilty at all?
She's my daughter, so it's only natural for her to give me money. If you don't get out of the way, I'll beat you up too."
Yu's mother was very angry now and didn't listen to any reason at all. She hit Yu Xiaoning's calf with a broom. This feeling of embarrassment and helplessness was more devastating than the pain in her body. "Mom, I'm really broke. Please let me go.
You've ignored me since I was a child.
I don't owe you anything. I was raised by my grandparents. What does that have to do with you? When you were a kid, you wanted to throw me to death, and now you're playing the emotional card with me, treating me like an ATM, but I don't care. But can you please wake up? Do you think your son is reliable now? Will he be reliable when you are old? Don't go too far. Otherwise, I'll cut off all ties with you."
Yu's mother gasped angrily. "Okay, you've grown so strong that you even want to break off relations with me.
Now let me see how strong your bones are. Can you withstand my beating?" Yu's mother chased Yu Xiaoning all over the yard.
Chen Feng finally couldn't stand it anymore and walked over to grab the broom in Yu's mother's hand. With a strong pull, he snatched the broom from Yu's mother's hand.
"We're here to talk to you about something. If you keep messing around like this, I guarantee you won't be able to take care of your son from now on." Yu's mother was frightened by Chen Feng's aura and actually became obedient. At this time, Yu Cheng came out of the house. "Mom, is the water ready?"
As soon as Yu Cheng saw Chen Feng and the others coming, his face changed immediately. He turned around and tried to run, but Huang Jimao blocked his way. "Hello again, kid.
Let me count. It's only been a few months since we last met, right? I heard you went to see your sister again? What did we tell you last time? Have you forgotten? I guess you didn't beat me enough last time, so I'll make it up to you this time." Huang Jimo rubbed his hands together, and Yu Cheng fell to the ground in panic. No. Mom, save me, they are going to beat me again." Yu's mother was now unable to protect herself and could only shout into the house, "Dad, where have you been? Your son is about to be beaten to death. Why don't you get out here right now?" Not long after, an old man stumbled out of the house. When he saw this scene, He was immediately frightened and lost his soul. What's going on? Xiaoning, you're back.
Yu Xiaoning turned her head away and had no intention of paying attention to him.
Father, you said to mother you and Yu Ching, how can you two be so tactless? Xiaoning and her friends are here, why don't you invite them in quickly? Mother Yu finally reacted after Father Yu's hint. Oh, yes, I forgot. Since we are Xiaoning's friends, please come in.
As the saying goes, if someone shows kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief.
Chen Feng understands this principle.
Besides, he is very busy and there is no need to waste time in this place.
So he refused without even thinking about it. Everyone is very busy, so just tell us the truth if you have anything to say. The main reason we came here this time is to talk to you about Yu Xiaoning. Yu's father and mother looked at each other in bewilderment. The former asked, has Xiaoning been with you all this time? This child is so willful. She just left without even saying goodbye. Her mother and I have been looking for her. Thank you for bringing her back. Chapter 143 On-Site Recruitment.
At this time, Yu Xiaoning said, unable to bear it any longer, please stop acting.
I really hate your faces. What do I owe you? Why should I be exploited by you like this? I'm an adult now and I can manage my own finances.
You said I'd give you the money and you'd save it for me, but in the end I didn't see a cent. Even when I started working, you still asked me to give you every penny I earned. And then you used my hard-earned money to subsidize my useless brother. What has he given you in all these years?
Don't you always ask me when I need something? Don't I always give it to you? What else can I be dissatisfied with?
Although I am your daughter, I can also provide for your old age.
I can go to college and make money. I can let you live a good life. But what about him?
Just when Yu Xiaoning was about to collapse, her mother added, he can carry on our family line.
Can you?
A daughter who is married off is like spilled water.
What else can you give us when you get married?
Yu Xiaoning bit her lips in grievance and was completely devastated. Su Ching quickly protected the person and comforted him. Xiaoning, don't be sad.
Things are not that bad. Everything will be fine. Yu Xiaoning shook her head, still feeling very devastated.
Chen Feng walked up to Yu's mother and said, according to what you said, my daughter has no value at all, right? In that case, how about I give you 500,000 yuan and from now on you and Yu Xiaoning are completely estranged. Yu Chang, who had been hiding, immediately ran out and agreed on behalf of Yu's father and mother. Deal.
As long as you are willing to give me 500,000, I promise not to bother my sister again.
Father Yu wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Mother Yu. Chen Feng looked at Lu Wenxiang, and the other party hurriedly took out the documents prepared in advance. In fact, before coming here, Chen Feng had already anticipated such an outcome, so he prepared the contract in advance.
I didn't expect it would come in handy. This family is really cruel.
From the beginning to the end, he never treated Yu Xiaoning as his own child. Seeing them sign without hesitation, Yu Xiaoning finally gave up at this moment and smiled helplessly.
He turned around and got into the car without looking back.
Now that she has paid back the money she owed to her relatives, she can live her life debt-free and in peace in the days ahead.
As for the Yu family, they will have nothing to do with her anymore.
500,000 bought out the relationship between her and them, which was cheap and unacceptable.
On the way back, Chen Feng told Yu Xiaoning, we've severed ties.
If they dare to cause trouble for you again, you can just throw this contract in their faces. After he finished speaking, he handed over the contract in his hand. Yu Xiaoning didn't look at it, but folded it carefully and put it away.
This contract will be of great use in the future.
After all, they are family, and no one knows the other party's character better than her.
Chen Feng, thank you. I'm sorry to have troubled you again this time.
You're welcome. You're my personal photographer now.
It's my duty to help you solve some of your problems.
After driving to the villa, Lu Wenxiang asked Chen Feng for leave. My father's condition has improved a lot recently. Now he has been discharged from the hospital.
I want to go home to see him.
Chen Feng agreed, go back and buy us some more things.
It's also a token of our appreciation. Okay. Lu Wenxiang took the money Chen Feng transferred to her and drove away. Huang Jima handed him a few drawings and said, the designer has already sent me the drawings.
Please take a look and see which style is best for the decoration.
Chen Feng chose the most elegant one.
Not long after, Mary called and said that they had almost made the arrangements and wanted to discuss the details with Chen Feng. Chen Feng agreed with them on a meeting time and place and drove over quickly.
Su Ching also returned to Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company.
She had almost finished practicing her songs recently, and all she needed was an opportunity to perform on stage. Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company decided to give her special training and arranged a program for her to give her the opportunity to show her in front of the audience. The group was very busy, and the only good news they received was that Zhou Ying and Li Shu were together.
This news really surprised everyone.
They originally thought that the person Zhou Ying married would definitely be related to the family. But unexpectedly, she chose free love and did not become an appendage of the family. The Zhou family was more open-minded and did not break up her relationship with Li Shu. Zhou Yuan came to see Chen Feng and said that he wanted to invite a few people to perform to increase the hotel's popularity.
I would like to ask Chen Feng to introduce a few people to me.
So Chen Feng sent a few people from his team over there, so that they wouldn't stay in the live broadcast room for too long and forget what they were doing in the first place. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the new company was almost finished decorating.
He named the new company Waiting for Sunny Day. He decided to return to the company after the concert and start dealing with company affairs. Returning to Chidian International Music School once again, Chen Feng couldn't suppress his excitement.
The principal of Chidian International Music School came out in person to welcome him and Mary.
Classmate Chen Feng, nice to see you again. You are now very successful and at the pinnacle of your life.
Chen Feng said modestly, I have to thank the school for its good training, and also thank teacher Mary for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, with my background, it would be impossible for me to get to where I am now.
The principal smiled and said, Student Chen Feng is too modest. This is all due to your strength.
There are many students graduating from our Chidian International Music School, but there are only a handful of people as promising as you.
Student Chen Feng, I believe Mary has already told you this time.
I called you back so that you can show your presence in front of the younger students.
It's better to wait until they enter society.
Please help them.
I heard that you are going to start a company. If the company needs people, you can find them from our school.
The principal's words were very straightforward, without any beating around the bush, which made Chen Feng very appreciative. He smiled and said, Don't worry, principal. With such a great opportunity, I will of course take care of my junior students.
After the concert, I will hold a job fair on site. Anyone with the ability will have the opportunity to join my new company. Chapter 144, A New Beginning.
The principal gave him a chance to select employees, which was a great honor for him. Otherwise, if people from other companies had chosen first, he would not have had such a good opportunity to pick so many good talents. Perhaps it was because the principal had introduced him to the students in advance. When he and Mary walked onto the stage together, they were greeted with excited cheers from many students.
The most handsome. The most handsome. Number one handsome guy, I love you so much. Look at me, the most handsome one.
Chen Feng had heard lines like Zhui countless times, so he chose to ignore them.
When everyone thought of that moment, the atmosphere at the scene was ignited. Everyone kept shouting his name, and some of the more enthusiastic ones even started singing along with the beat.
Chen Feng and Mary looked at each other and started singing along with the music. Both of their voices are very contagious and special.
The moment the singing started, everyone was excited.
Many people Chen Feng knew came to the concert, including Zhou Ying and Li Shu.
Zhou Ying was holding a flash stick in her hand and waving it in the air. At this moment, the games don't seem as good as the concerts.
Li Shu was holding a bucket of popcorn nearby and said with a smile, Why didn't I know before that you liked Chen Feng singing so much?
Zhou Ying casually replied, It's more exciting to listen to it live.
Li Shu still smiled and didn't say anything.
He just asked gently, Su Ching is here too. Do you want to go over and take a look? No.
Zhou Ying refused bluntly, reached out to take the popcorn, and stuffed the flash stick into his arms. Li Shu shook his head helplessly and glanced towards Su Ching, only to find that her gaze was also on them. He greeted Su Ching with some surprise. When Su Ching saw that the two of them were indeed together, the smile on her face was even more excited than when Chen Feng was singing. Chen Feng took in the entire scene below and was also happy for the two people.
It's really not easy for the two of them to be together.
After all, not everyone can tolerate someone with Zhou Ying's personality. Li Shu is not very talkative, but he is thoughtful and can take good care of Zhou Ying. The two of them can be said to be a match made in heaven. What people may not know is that there was another person at the scene, Lin Jiacheng, who almost killed him. After Lin Jiaqing was beaten by his parents and sent to the intensive care unit, he stayed in the hospital for a long time and then stayed there for a while after returning home. Now that I have finally come out of that shadow, I find that there is a certain gap between me and my former classmates. This time, when he heard that Chen Feng was going to hold a concert at the school, he quietly grabbed the tickets and came to the concert fully armed. He wanted to say goodbye to his past self, and also wanted to take another look at his old school and see Chen Feng, who had hurt him so badly. Seeing Chen Feng shining on the stage, he felt extremely jealous. I also hate myself for taking that path in the first place. If he had been a good person in the beginning, would he not have ended up like this? But there is no medicine for regret in the world. Even if he has realized his mistake now, there is no way to correct what he has done wrong. He listened to me quietly throughout the concert, felt the excitement of youth once again, and then left quietly.
It didn't alarm anyone.
By the end of the concert, Chen Feng's voice was hoarse. But he still remembered the deal between him and the principal. There was a job recruitment meeting on the spot, and those who had fans on acne scars could enter their company first. This rule eliminated a large number of people. However, in order to give more people opportunities, Chen Feng felt that a voting mechanism was needed to allow students to vote themselves.
Vote for the best candidate in your mind.
Su Ching and the others were also very busy, and finally Zhou and Li Shu couldn't help but come over to help. The two of them seldom participated in such lively occasions, especially now that there were so many students participating. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the place as a sea of people. But it was also during this experience that the two gained a lot. The two people who originally didn't like the hustle and bustle had a change of heart because of this incident and began to get in touch with another side of themselves.
I was busy until 2 o'clock in the morning before I finally sent all the students away. He left the contact information of more than 300 students.
These more than 300 students will go to Deng Qingshan Company to apply for jobs, and then a new round of selection will be carried out.
On the way back, Mary asked tiredly, Chen Feng, how many employees are you planning to hire at your Sunny Day company?
About 100. I'm not planning on hiring that many right now, otherwise I won't be able to handle them all.
And I have to leave some spots for others, right? It is already quite good that we can reserve more than 100 places for Chidian International Music School.
Mary also knew this and said with a smile, more than 100 places are more than enough.
Even if the principal knew, he wouldn't be able to find any fault with you. This concert was very exciting.
Every time I looked at the acne scars, I saw videos of the two of them singing together.
Any song they play is from their concert.
Chen Feng also became famous at this concert, and those who did not go to the concert felt very regretful. Those who went to the concert were very excited to explain to others the difference between listening to it live and on their phones. Those who didn't go were gnashing their teeth. After the concert, Chen Feng didn't pay too much attention to the news on the internet, but started to deal with the affairs of the new company. In less than 3 days, they had notified all the students of the time to come for the interview. The interview period was divided into 7 days. There are more than 300 students, and 50 of them can be interviewed a day, so it can be completed in 7 days. Chen Feng and his friends each interviewed about 10 people, so the pressure was not that great. After 7 full days, they had already selected the right person.
There were 130 people who joined the company.
Chen Feng specially picked out 30 of the more outstanding ones and handed them over to Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company, asking them to help with teaching.
After all, his company is an internet celebrity company. If he wants to have a better development in the entertainment industry, he still has to look to Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company.
Li Jinyu specifically talked to him about this matter.
Now that your company has made a new start, are you also considering entering the entertainment industry? Chapter 145 Preparing for Marriage. This concert has made you famous.
Not only your fans, but also many people in the entertainment industry have recognized you.
Entering the entertainment industry at this time is the best choice.
I hope you can consider it carefully.
Don't think about it.
Chen Feng said with a smile, I have already thought about it. After all, the road of internet celebrity can't last long. If I want to stay in it for a long time, I can only develop in the entertainment industry.
I want a better future, so I want to enter the entertainment industry. Please, Mr. Li.
Li Jinyu was a little surprised that he agreed so readily, and said happily, since you have come to your senses, I will make the arrangements. I've had all your playlists compiled.
Could you please release a record of your own? What do you think? Since President Li has said so, this idea should be good. Let's follow President Lee's method. You guys can pick a suitable one, and I will go to the company to record the song.
There's been so much going on at the new company lately, so I won't accompany you anymore.
Mr. Lee, please continue drinking tea here.
Perhaps because he has been with Li Jinyu for a long time, Chen Feng is now very bold and not afraid of offending him at all. Li Jinyu shook her head helplessly, looked at Chen Feng's back as he left, and silently took a sip of tea.
Chen Feng is indeed a smart man.
He is not only talented in singing, but also good at business. It has only been more than a year since he graduated, but he has already built his own company from scratch.
I wonder if there is any student who can do what he did.
Just when Chen Feng was extremely busy, his parents called him and asked him when he would marry Su Ching. At the same time, Chen Feng was busy with his record business. When he heard this question, he hesitated for a moment, then replied seriously, next year. Shen Jiangwo said on the phone, you and Xingqing have been together for such a long time now, it's time to find time to get married. A girl has been with you for such a long time, but you are unwilling to give her even a name. This is too unfair to her. Chen's mother also interrupted, Xiaofeng, marriage is a major event in life and cannot be taken lightly. Since you two are already engaged, it's better to get married sooner.
We'll be relieved when you get married. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile and said, now that your son has achieved success in his career, what are you worried about?
I'll take care of the work this year, and next year I'll start preparing for the wedding. If you think about it carefully, he has been busy with his business ventures every day since he graduated, and he has indeed neglected Su Ching a lot. Moreover, Su Ching has been quite busy recently, and they haven't seen each other for 2 days. This way we are in the same place, but not in the same room after all.
Sometimes we miss the time to go home, and naturally we can't see each other. So he went home early today and made dinner.
Since graduation, he has rarely entered the kitchen. He tells the nanny what he wants to eat, and then those things will appear on the dining table soon.
This kind of life is busy and boring.
When Su Ching and the others came back one after another, they saw Chen Feng busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. They all showed surprised expressions, and then went upstairs tacitly.
Su Ching said awkwardly, what are you doing?
Chen Feng made so many things, but they are not prepared for me alone.
However, no one paid any attention to her.
Everyone was afraid of ruining Chen Feng's plan, so they couldn't wait to go upstairs. Not long after, Chen Feng came out with a variety of things, filling the entire table.
Su Ching, I want to talk to you about something.
Seeing the serious expression on Chen Feng's face, Su Ching nodded subconsciously, go ahead.
Su Ching, it's been almost 2 years since we graduated. Shouldn't we consider getting married?
Although we are both very busy with work, we can't keep putting this matter off, right? Marriage is a major life event after all, and we've been together for such a long time.
I don't want people gossiping about us behind our backs.
Although Su Ching was a little surprised, she also had her own considerations in this regard. I think you are right. I wanted to discuss this with you a long time ago, but I was afraid that you were too busy with work to take care of it, so I put it off.
What do you mean here?
She looked at Chen Feng seriously, waiting for his answer expectantly and shyly. I'm going to take care of the things I have on hand and then get married next year.
What do you think?
Su Ching agreed, it's almost done.
You should be able to finish the things you have tomorrow, and we will have the wedding next year.
After the matter was settled, Huang Jima and a few others couldn't help but come down and excitedly congratulate them on getting what they wanted and finally being together. Huang Jima even patted his chest and said, don't worry, madman, when you get married, I will definitely give you a big gift. We are brothers after all.
I can't give you a gift that's too shabby. Don't you think so, Lu Xiangxiang?
Lu Wenxiang also said, that's right, you're getting married next year, so I have to start looking for gifts this year to see if I can prepare something unique for you.
That's too much, isn't it? You're actually trying to get me this far?
If you started preparing this year, I'll start preparing today.
I'll check online later. Come on, you two should fight over this too.
I think you two are just bored.
Yu Xiaoning couldn't help but complain.
Huang Jima mercilessly retorted, you don't have balls, so you don't feel pain. Why do you care if we have too much time to spare? Yu Xiaoning rolled her eyes in anger and decided not to bother with them anymore. After tasting a piece of the dish cooked by Chen Feng, she closed her eyes in satisfaction. Chen Feng, your cooking is still the best.
Sister Chinger will be blessed in the future. She can eat your cooking every day.
Su Ching said with a smile, how can that be?
Chen Feng is a very busy man, how can he have the chance to cook for me every day?
He's so busy now that we don't even have time to see each other, let alone cook.
I'm content just being able to talk to each other. Chen Feng quickly admitted his mistake. Yes, it's my fault. I'll be fine once I get through this period. I'll be able to hand over all the work I'm doing soon. Chapter 146. Believe in your vision.
After working hard for more than a week, Chen Feng finally made all the preparations.
After talking to Li Jinyu on the phone, he set off for Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company. Li Jinyu was testing the microphone.
Seeing him coming, she waved at him and said, "Chen Feng, come here.
We're ready. Come and try this microphone."
Chen Feng shouted twice into the microphone, and after making sure that there was no problem, he made an okay gesture towards him. He has been working diligently to win during this period, and his performance now can be said to be very proficient. When the first album was released, it was unsurprisingly snapped up by all the fans.
In less than an hour, all his released records were sold out. Even Li Jinyu was impressed by this sales ability, so he sighed. Windy City Media and Entertainment has been working in the entertainment industry for so many years, but we've never seen a record sell out within an hour of its release.
Chen Feng laughed and teased, "This only proves that you made the right choice in bringing me down.
If I hadn't seen you always standing by my side, I don't think I would be so loyal to you."
Li Jinyu didn't expect that his bet was right this time. He reached out and patted Chen Feng's shoulder vigorously, and said with some emotion, "I didn't expect you to bring me so many benefits at the time. I just thought that you were quite capable.
If you could enter the entertainment industry, you would definitely become a rising star in the future. But I unexpectedly discovered that you actually have other abilities. Not only can you enter the entertainment industry, but you can also become a rising star in the entertainment industry. You have also created the live streaming industry and boosted its revenue. I wonder how many people are jealous of our Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company and want to poach your employees."
Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, "There have always been many people who want to poach my girlfriend, but I have never thought of betraying anyone."
After leaving the company, he came to wait for a sunny day.
The students who were recruited before have now learned how to market their own accounts and how to bring benefits to themselves.
Of course, this aspect has not been exposed to them yet.
If their accounts are not mature, easily allowing them to access live streaming will have the opposite effect.
Not only will it not bring them any benefits, it may even make fans feel that their company is greedy.
They can obviously make so much money, but they still push these students out and exploit them. When the students saw Chen Feng coming, they all looked respectful.
Chen Feng smiled and said, "Don't be anxious.
Although your 2 months in the company are just training, we will still pay you the salary we promised you.
We will not reduce your salary by a single cent. That means you're now in paid training. Don't forget, you signed a 5-year contract before joining our company. After you graduate, you will come directly to work in our company. Our company is a business, so we won't do business at a loss. We will provide you with training and pay you during the training period. You are absolutely not allowed to resign after completing the training.
Even if you want to leave, you must stay in our company for 5 years. Even if you can't bring any benefits to the company during these 5 years, the company will still support you, give you a corresponding salary, and ensure your daily needs." Most of these people are still students, but now they are already receiving company salaries while they are still in school, so they are very grateful. One of the more eloquent students said, "Don't worry about me. As long as you pay us, we will definitely not do anything to let the company down. What's more, we all know that you, as a boss, have a bright future. The live streaming industry is gradually rising, and more people are using it to sell goods. I also want to try a new industry and learn as much as possible about the benefits it can bring to us." Chen Feng smiled and praised, "This kind of willingness to learn is naturally the best, but I have to remind you that sometimes this industry may not necessarily bring you any benefits. But no matter what the outcome, you have to persevere. I always believe that as long as you persevere, you can grind an iron rod into a needle." After calming down the group of students, Chen Feng found Lu Wenxiang and asked, "Have all the orders from Fengcheng Media and Entertainment Company been transferred to us recently?" Lu Wenxiang nodded and said, "Currently, some partners have begun to approach us about cooperation. Even some people who don't know about Deng Qingtian and are reluctant to believe in this new company have already learned about it. I believe it won't be long before our company will be back on track.
In fact, our company relies on Fengcheng Media and Entertainment. This fact alone is enough to convince many people that we don't have to worry about connections at all. Having you here is the best publicity, and don't you have a new batch of records?"
That batch of records has already received a very good response, but we decided to sell another 10,000 photos while we wait for the first day of the live broadcast here on Sunny Day. Regardless of the live broadcast effect, we need to increase the popularity of the live broadcast room first.
Currently, there are no records for sale on the market.
If they want to buy authentic records, they can only do so through our live broadcast room. Knowing that it was a good marketing strategy, Chen Feng readily came down. I'll talk to Windy City Media and Entertainment and see if they can come up with 10,000 copies of the album.
I still say the same thing.
We must pay more attention to the product. If any problems occur, we must apologize to the fans or compensate them in a timely manner.
Even if there's a small loss, it doesn't matter. As long as our reputation isn't affected, anything can be compensated. If we lose a little money now, we can earn it back 100 or 1,000 times in the future. Let's be open-minded and don't be too picky. Lu Wenxiang smiled very frankly. Don't worry about this, don't you still believe me?
Of course I believe you. If I didn't, I wouldn't have entrusted you with such an important matter.
I also believe in your vision. Chapter 147: The new company's first live broadcast.
When they were at Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company, Lu Wenxiang was the one who handled product quality issues.
Now he is convinced that Lu Wenxiang will never let him down. Huang Zhima walked in shamelessly. Crazy, the live broadcast room is ready. Do you want to pick an auspicious day and prepare for the live broadcast?
He had been busy with construction work before, so he didn't know much about live streaming. But he had also watched the live broadcast and knew what was going on. Now that the work at the construction site is done, he can't keep dwelling on the past. It's time to learn some new knowledge. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "There's no need to pick an auspicious date in Yangcheng.
We don't buy into that.
Let's prepare for the live broadcast first. After all, this is the first live broadcast since the establishment of our new company. You should spread the news first and let the fans know.
We won't be selling anything during this live broadcast.
We'll mainly sell those 10,000 records as a way to give back to our fans.
The records currently on the market have been sold out.
If they want to buy authentic records, they can only do so through our live broadcast room.
After the albums are sold out, I'll sing a few more songs for everyone to feel the atmosphere. The live broadcast will end around 1 o'clock.
After all, this was the first live broadcast since the establishment of the new company, and he didn't want to appear too greedy.
So he never thought about selling things that shouldn't be sold. Huang Zhima didn't understand marketing, but he believed that what Chen Feng did was absolutely right.
So I agreed readily.
Just do as you say. I'll get ready now.
When Yi Changming learned that Chen Feng's new company had been established, he called to congratulate Chen Feng and gave him a big red envelope.
You've really made it big, kid.
Thank you so much for helping me sell all those things I used to buy alcohol.
You deserve this red envelope. That old guy Mary is so disloyal.
He didn't even come to congratulate his apprentice when he started a new company. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Teacher Mary sent me a message early in the morning and transferred me a red envelope. One should not be too greedy. Mr. Mary is such a busy person, it's already great that he remembered the day I started my new company."
Can I really ask him to come to my live broadcast studio in person? Why not? Yi Changming glared.
Then call that old guy and tell him to get over here right away.
How can he be absent from such an important occasion? He is your teacher after all.
It's only natural for him to come and support you.
If not, wouldn't it make people think that he looks down on you?
Besides, you've all sung together on stage before, so you still have to show up for an occasion like today. Chen Feng couldn't argue with Yi Changming, so he could only let him call Mary. Not long after, Mary came over. He was dusty and said with a guilty look on his face, "I'm sorry, Chen Feng, I was delayed on the road. I didn't expect that." The old man urged the driver to speed up a lot.
I also rushed here in a hurry. Did I delay the important business?
Looking at Mary, who was sweating profusely, Chen Feng knew that he must have paid a lot of price to get here.
I couldn't help but feel grateful in my heart. Not yet, aren't we waiting for you, Teacher Mary? Yi Changming rolled his eyes and said mercilessly, "You two are being too hypocritical, aren't you?
You just said it didn't matter whether Mary came or not, and now you say you're waiting for him. You two are indeed master and disciple, you are just as hypocritical."
Mary slapped him directly and said, "Why are you still like this?
It was fine when you were little, but now that you've grown up, you haven't changed at all.
Do you know that it's easy to offend people when you talk like that?
Fortunately, we are all acquaintances, so I don't bother to argue with you." Yi Changming complained in a low voice, "I won't associate with someone I don't know well." Seeing that the live broadcast time was about to arrive, everyone rushed to the live broadcast room together. The live broadcast room had just started, but within 5 minutes, 100,000 viewers had already joined in. When Chen Feng and Mary appeared in the live broadcast room together, the fans were even more excited. This is also because Chen Feng used his own account to broadcast live, so he attracted a lot of dear fans. It only took a few days for the news to be spread, but in the blink of an eye, it had exceeded 30 million views. Half an hour passed, and it seemed that the warm-up on their side was over, and the number of fans in the live broadcast room had exceeded 8 million. By this time, it was time to start selling new records. After all, it is impossible for all fans to arrive in time, and some will always come in slowly. Chen Feng said a little embarrassedly, "I didn't expect so many fans to come to my live broadcast room, but because of the limited number of records, I have 10,000 records to sell. And we didn't inflate the price. The price this time is exactly the same as the market price, and it's even more cost-effective. Because among these 10,000 records, we will also give away 10,000 signed photos. So fans, be prepared. If you don't get one, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. This will be the last batch of records. If you miss it, it will be gone." What Li Jinyu meant was hunger marketing. After all, it was his first time releasing an album, and he absolutely couldn't let his fans grab all of it. Otherwise, when he releases his second record, his fans won't be scrambling to get it. Although this may seem a bit dishonest and a bit deceptive to fans, this marketing method is indeed very useful. For example, 10,000 records have just been put on the shelves, but they were sold out in just 2 minutes. Even the live broadcast room was crashed by fans, and when it was reopened, nearly half of the fans were lost. Mary said with a smile, "Chen Feng, your live broadcast room is much more lively than my concert. My concerts are not even this enthusiastic." What Mary said was indeed true. In Chen Feng's live broadcast room, you could never see his face. All you could see were all kinds of gift values flying all over the place. Especially since Mary also came to the scene today, the fans were even more enthusiastic and gave their all. There were so many gifts that I could hardly see people as faces. Chapter 148 Dividends. And this wave of gifts is specifically for Teacher Mary. Chen Feng even joked, "Ms. Mary, why don't you create your own account on acne scars? Your fans are so enthusiastic about you. If you have anything in the future, you can share it with your fans on acne scars." Mary said with a bright smile, "I had no plans in this regard, but after hearing what you said, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. I'll think about it carefully when I get back, and if possible, I'll try to arrange one." We must always look forward and not dwell on the past. The live streaming industry is booming right now. Although I didn't intend to get involved in this mess, creating an account wouldn't be a bad idea for me. Besides, sometimes, I really want to chat with my fans about things about myself. When I release a new song, maybe some fans will be able to hear it in advance. So Mary opened her own account in the live broadcast room. The fans in the live broadcast room were extremely enthusiastic. In less than 5 minutes, 100,000 people were following him. Mary was amazed by the number of followers. "Oh my god, it's only been 5 minutes and I already have over 100,000 followers. 80,000. Oh no, it's already reached 100,000. 150,000. The number of fans continued to grow at such a fast pace, and it finally stopped after reaching 2 million fans. Mary bowed to her fans in the live broadcast room and said enthusiastically, "Thank you all for your support. I have never suffered any setbacks in singing. It's just that I encountered some difficulties. I have managed to get through them, and I have to thank my student Chen Feng for all this. If it weren't for his help, I wouldn't be able to get over the past and stand on the stage to share music with you all. I still hope you can give more support to my student. He really needs your support." Now he has made a name for himself in the live streaming e-commerce industry. However, I believe that with my student's personality, he will not just make money, he will give back to you. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Teacher Mary is really happy today. She actually said so much. In the past, you were very frugal with words. You seem to have carefully considered everything you said and never said a single extra word. After Chen Feng's reminder, Mary realized that she had just spoken out of turn and said many things that she shouldn't have said. He quickly apologized to his fans. Public figures like them need to be careful with every move they make. If they are caught by someone by accident, the consequences for them will be disastrous. Their weaknesses are likely to become pawns used by others. It is easy to discredit them, but it is not so easy to clear their reputation. By the time a live broadcast ends, everyone is busy and exhausted.
The team couldn't help but complain, "This live broadcast is too tiring."
It's even harder than our previous live broadcasts of selling goods. Because this time, they not only sold goods through live streaming, they also performed their talents in the live streaming room.
Make fans happy.
Chen Feng soothed them, "Don't worry, the efforts we make today will be rewarded in the future."
Why do you think I asked you to show up, perform for everyone, and entertain them? Is it just for the little gift they have? That's totally wrong.
Our company does need some money to develop now, but from a long-term perspective, we can't be so greedy. So my plan here is to raise your profile and make your fans remember you. Even if only one of you becomes popular among the 10 of you, the remaining 9 will still be profitable.
At first, Chang Lin didn't understand why Chen Feng asked them to dance and sing and be so busy and happy. Now after Chen Feng's explanation, he suddenly came to his senses. I understand.
I was wondering why you made us go through so much trouble this time. Turns out it was to make our fans remember us.
Brother Chen is right.
If one of the 10 of us succeeds, the other 9 will also benefit from it.
So our efforts will be rewarded, it's just a matter of time. We have to choose to trust Brother Chen. Brother Chen is our God. From now on, wherever Brother Chen is, we'll be there too. We'll always follow Brother Chen and help him conquer the world.
Chen Feng was almost annoyed to death by them, but he could do nothing about it.
After all, everyone means well.
He took a look at the backstage and found that this live broadcast probably brought them more than 8 million in profits. 5 million of the money came from the 10,000 records, and the other 3 million came from gifts contributed by fans.
Chen Feng took out 1 million from the 3 million as performance fee for Mary. Mary smiled and refused. Chen Feng, I've benefited a lot from your live broadcast this time. How could I possibly take your money again? The experience I gained this time is enough for me to use for the rest of my life, so you can keep this money. You earned it through your own hard work, so there's no need to share it with me. I just showed up in the live broadcast room. I can't make that much money. No one knows my price better than me. Chen Feng said nonchalantly, I don't think so. This is only 1 million. Mary even showed up in the live broadcast room. The minimum is 5 million. This 1 million is not a problem for you at all. Teacher Mary must accept it. How can I let you go to the live broadcast room for nothing?
Mary couldn't refuse, so she had to take the 1 million, but she said to Chen Feng with some blame.
You are always so disobedient, kid. I've already told you that I've learned a lot from coming to your live studio. You've already done your utmost to not let me pay tuition. How can I possibly take your money? Okay, Teacher Mary, you deserve this money. When we make more money after the next bet, we will continue to share it with you.
After comforting Mary and waiting for him to leave, Chen Feng said to the rest of the team, I need to give part of this 5 million yuan record money to Fengqing Media Entertainment Company.
The other part is my copyright fee. Chapter 149, Acne Scars. As for the rest, I will share them with you.
However, this time everyone did not get greedy, but chose to refuse.
Brother Chen, since these are your copyright fees, then of course, they all belong to you. We have all followed you for such a long time and have earned a lot of money. We now know clearly what money we should take and what we shouldn't take.
We won't take a penny for what belongs to you, and of course we won't take a penny less for what you should give us.
Everyone agreed with Chang Lin's idea and nodded. Chang Lin is right. Brother Chen just needs to give us the portion that's due to us. As for the rest, we don't want a penny. You really don't want it?
Chen Feng confirmed with them again, and after getting a positive answer, he said with some regret.
In that case, I can only reluctantly collect this money. However, we will still divide the money from the live broadcast room as before. I have to make it clear to you in advance, you are not working for me, you are working for yourself. Because when I split the profits with you, I never paid you wages, but dividends. Everyone is aware of this, so Chen Feng admires him particularly. No one else could possibly give them such high benefits. But Chen Feng did it. By the time we got back to the villa, everyone was exhausted from working so hard. Huang Zhima and Lu Wenxian were responsible for the behind-the-scenes work, and they were both exhausted like dogs. He sat on the sofa and refused to get up. When Yu Xiaoning came back, she was still swinging her arms. This photographer's anger is really inhumane, isn't it? I carried the photographer there for a whole night, and my arm is almost broken.
Although she complained, she was mentally content. After all, anyone would be willing to have a stable job and make a lot of money. The most crucial point is that she heard that her parents had built a new house and started arranging a marriage for Su Ching. She just hoped that they could forget about her as their daughter and stop bothering her. She has now started a new life and doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone anymore. Su Ching heard the noise and came down from upstairs. Seeing how miserable they looked, she couldn't help but ask a question. Was today's live broadcast difficult? Because she is preparing to enter the world of entertainment, Su Ching has not been with them recently. Instead, she was busy with her own things, so when they came back, she had already fallen asleep. Everyone said tiredly, after all, this is the company's first live broadcast, and Chen Feng kept talking about giving back to fans. We didn't make a lot of money this time, but we did gain a lot of fame. You wouldn't know, but the number of fans in our live streaming room had already exceeded 10 million. If I hadn't gotten a swollen pimple later, I believe the number would have continued to rise. Yu Xiaoning shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly, there were so many people in the live broadcast room at the time, and they were all trying to grab the records, so it was normal for the live broadcast room to draw some tickets. The back end is no longer operational, but it's best if this problem only occurs once. If it happens a second time, the losses to us will be enormous. Chen Feng nodded, he thought so too. However, this is ultimately a platform issue. Even if they want to withdraw cash, they can do nothing about it. The Acne Scar platform has made them so much money, they can't cause trouble for them, right? Huang Zhima suggested, crazy, why don't you invest some money in the corresponding side and let them do a better job in operation so that they won't be drawn again next time? This is a good idea, maybe he can even invest in Acne Scars. Although it is difficult, he has always liked to challenge various difficult things, so he is ready to give it a try. The next day, he contacted the Acne Scar customer service through the back end and told them about his situation. The customer service was very enthusiastic and decided to let Chen Feng come to the company to take a look. Chen Feng set off the next day, and this time he only brought Lu Wenxian with him. Now Lu Wenxian's brain has been trained and is particularly useful. She can pay attention to details in all aspects. There won't be too many problems. Crazy, if you can invest in Acne Scar Live this time, it will be very beneficial to our future development. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Why didn't he think of this at the beginning? If he had invested in Acne Scar from the beginning when the situation was not as crazy as it is now, would he have become a shareholder of Acne Scar now? When he thought of this possibility, he felt like he had lost 100 million yuan, and his heartache was uncontrollable. Oh, if I had realized it earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Maybe I would have been rich and wouldn't have to work so hard to earn money. Lu Wenxiang said nonchalantly, the money we earn now is enough to provide us with food and clothing for the next few decades. Even if we lose a little, it doesn't matter. Everything is destined by heaven. Besides, I've already missed this opportunity. There's no point in crying and complaining. The only thing we can do is to make up for it as much as possible. If we are lucky, it is not too late to invest now. The manager of Acne Scar warmly entertained them, and when he learned that they wanted to buy shares, he smiled so much that his eyes widened. Who doesn't know Chen Feng nowadays? As the person in charge of Acne Scars, he certainly knows that Chen Feng is the biggest internet celebrity in the Acne Scars business today. Nowadays, Chen Feng's opportunity has become known to everyone. Even the 80-year-old man and the 8-month-old child have more or less heard of the songs he sang. Even if you don't know Dai Shui or Chen Feng, you must have heard his songs. Excuse me, how do you two plan to invest in our company? Tell us first what conditions your company requires. Do you think we meet your requirements now? If it meets the requirements, we can sign the contract now. As for the investment capital, you don't have to worry about it. It won't be a problem on our end. The manager was even happier because they were so forthcoming about the funding. Chapter 150 The Pillar of Acne Scars. I'll go ask our boss now. The manager went out with his cell phone. Lu Wenxiang picked up the hot tea in front of her and blew on it vigorously, blowing the hot steam in the cup to the side. He asked tentatively, crazy, what do you think our chances of success are this time? 80%. He had already seen from the manager's performance just now that Acne Scars was still in its development stage, although he had successfully brought the live broadcast industry into the spotlight. But recently another live broadcast software has emerged. And that software is obviously more mature than theirs in terms of live streaming. He has now become a cash cow for Acne Scars. If he switches to another live streaming software, it will definitely be a big loss for acne scars. As a businessman, a manager must understand what it means to weigh the pros and cons. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the manager walked in from outside with his cell phone, cautiously testing their attitude.
How much have you decided to invest?
That depends on how you calculate the shares here. Our acne scar business now has an annual revenue of over 500 million yuan, so 1 point of shares is equivalent to 10 million yuan. When the manager said this, there was a clear look of pride on his face.
It is very rare for a company to have a turnover of more than 500 million.
Chen Feng laughed and jokingly said, 500 million, this income is indeed not small, but I am a little curious, how much of this 500 million was contributed by me in Fengqing Media and Entertainment Company?
Your company wants a 50% commission, so I guess we've contributed a lot to you, right?
The manager was not a stupid person, so of course he could tell that Chen Feng was bargaining. He said bluntly, Mr. Chen, please rest assured.
We have all seen your contribution to our company.
So our boss said that if you decide to buy shares, you can give us 1 point of shares for every 10 points you invest. Investing 10 points is equivalent to investing 100 million and receiving 10 million. Judging from the current value of acne scars, it will definitely continue to rise in the future, so this investment is not a loss at all for them. But he can't come up with 100 million at the moment.
So I continue to deal with the manager.
Investing 100 million and getting 10 million for free is a good offer for us.
It's a pity that we can't come up with 100 million right now.
I also know that I just established a company, and it cost me a lot of money to set up this company.
I'm going to take out 50 million as an investment. What do you think?
50 million means buying 5 points, which is not a small investment.
But in this case, we can't give you a point. Chen Feng smiled. I believe the manager will definitely find a way, right?
An embarrassed expression appeared on his face, but seeing Chen Feng's determined eyes, he decided to try again.
Wait a moment, both of you. I'll go call our boss.
Not long after he left, Lu Wenxiang frowned and said to Chen Feng, before we came here, did we expect that the stock price of Shaoyin would rise so much?
Even if it's 50 million, we can't come up with it now.
Chen Feng calmly took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly, the live streaming industry is just emerging now, and the annual revenue from acne scars is likely to rise further. I'd like to invest 10 points, but unfortunately, I have difficulty with funding.
Let's discuss this matter first.
If we can get it down to 5 million per point, then things will be easier for us.
Lu Wenxiang hesitated a little, but if the price is so low, maybe Acne Scar won't agree?
As long as my value is high enough, no matter how outrageous my request is, they will seriously consider it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the manager suddenly ran in and said in a panic,
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
The thing is, Mr. Chen is our mainstay in dealing with acne scars. Our boss takes this matter very seriously, so he decided to come and talk to you in person.
But our boss isn't in the company right now, so I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer. He'll treat you to dinner tonight.
I have already booked a hotel, so please don't refuse.
Chen Feng said frankly, it's easy to talk at the dinner table, how could we possibly refuse?
Such an important matter, of course we have to have a good chat. We also happen to want to visit the acne scar group, so please show us around.
It will be a good way to kill some time. Of course the manager is happy to do this.
If Chen Feng really invested in their acne scar group, then this pillar would be completely retained.
Even if that company tries hard to poach people, it will be impossible to poach them.
Mr. Chen, if you invest in our acne scar group, we'll only take 10% of all Sunny Sky Company's live streaming revenue, and the rest will be yours.
How do you do that?
He was also a man of good manners. He was afraid that they would go back on their word, so he offered them such a generous condition. I have to say, Chen Feng was a little moved. When he had talked to Diaoying before, the other party agreed to only take 30%, and the rest would belong to their company. And now the other party says that they will only take 10%. In this way, their company will not earn too much in the future.
Even Lu Wenxiang was a little surprised. You only charge 10%, isn't that too much of a loss?
No, the profits your company brings us are already beyond the reach of many people.
But you must not tell anyone about this. This is a benefit our group gives you. If other anchors knew about this, they would definitely come and make trouble with us. We still have to charge at least 30% of the profits from other anchors. Chen Feng nodded and agreed, we all understand the reasoning.
Manager, don't worry, we will keep our word and will not cause you any trouble. When it was time for dinner, they came to the restaurant and met the legendary acne scar boss here. The boss was dressed quite formally, in a black suit and tie, with a big beer belly, and looked very honest. But Chin Feng knew very well that this boss was definitely not as simple as he seemed to be, as he had been able to get to where he was today.
Gentlemen, please take a seat.
After we were seated, the boss said with emotion, Mr. Chen has become the pillar of our acne scar group.